Family, who understands? After Voldemort was defeated, I was thrown into a muggle home and suffered. On my 11th birthday, Hagrid told me I was a wizard, and while buying school robes in Diagon Alley, I encountered Malfoy's big mouth, met Ron and Hermione, and saw Ron's family's astonishing library. This magical journey is so thrilling. I tell you, that day in Diagon Alley buying school robes almost made me laugh out of anger. As soon as I walked in, I bumped into a pale-faced kid with a pointy chin who wouldn't shut up. The moment he opened his mouth, the smell hit my nose, saying things like Hufflepuffs are a bunch of useless people and Muggleborns shouldn't come to school. I swear, I almost thought he time traveled from some old TV show. What era is it? And he's still talking about blood discrimination. He saw Ron standing next to me and disdainfully asked which house he was in. I thought to myself, this little brat has a big mouth. Anyway, let me start from the beginning and tell you how this all happened. Can you believe it? Just when Voldemort was defeated and the entire wizarding world in Britain was celebrating with champagne, I, the so-called boy who lived, was thrown on the doorstep of family. For the next 10 years, my life was like a real-life version of Les Miserables. I lived in a cupboard, wearing the old clothes my cousin Dudley didn't want. Family, who understands? There wasn't a single thing in the whole house that could prove I ever existed. Just when I thought my life would stay this bleak forever, a turning point came. A pair of siblings, Ron and his sister Hermione, suddenly moved into the long-abandoned house next door. Let me tell you, Hermione was like a fairy come to life, beautiful and kind. The first time I saw her, her smile lit up the whole world. And Ron, although only 2 years older than me, seemed to understand everything, so steady. From the day they moved in, I finally tasted what it felt like to be valued, even a little like home. Of course, the Dursleys were still the Dursleys. My uncle and Aunt Sour Faces never changed. Once, when Ron came to find me, they were too embarrassed to say I was still living in a cupboard, so they temporarily moved me to a storage room on the second floor. For that, my precious cousin Dudley threw a fit for an entire week. Life went on like this until my 11th birthday was approaching. First, it was my cousin's birthday. Goodness, the scene was something else because he got one less gift than last year. He could perform an explosion on the spot. Then came my day of transformation. I went to the zoo with their family, and guess what? I actually chatted with a snake and accidentally made the glass disappear, locking my fat cousin inside the snake enclosure. Though it was quite fun at the time, when I got home, I was grounded and almost thought I would die in my bedroom. But the most explosive part was yet to come. From that day on, owls went crazy. Owls everywhere, like they had GPS, flying into any crack in our house with letters. The envelopes clearly stated, Number 4, Privet Drive, cupboard under the stairs for Mr. Harry Potter. My uncle was almost driven mad, taking us to a run-down little house by the sea overnight. And what happened? At midnight, a giant smashed the door down. The giant was Hagrid, who handed me a flattened birthday cake and told me, Harry, you're a wizard. I was completely stunned, feeling like my entire life had been a joke. The next day, Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley. I had a pocket emptier than my face, and Hagrid led me to a wizard bank called Gringotts. Goodness, that was the inheritance my parents left for me, a mountain of galleons. Family, who understands? This sudden wealth almost knocked me off my feet. After the roller coaster ride in the minecart, Hagrid said he felt a bit dizzy and wanted to relax at the leaky cauldron, telling me to go buy my robes first. Then, the scene I mentioned at the beginning happened. As soon as I entered MetMalfoy's shop, I heard someone call me. Harry. I turned around, and it was Ron. I was dumbfounded. Ron, what are you doing here? You're a wizard. He smiled and patted me on the back, saying he had prepared a birthday gift for me, and then took out a custom-made robe from MetMalfoy's shop. The quality and cut were so much better than those hanging in the store. Just then, that big-mouthed kid, Malfoy, started his performance again. He saw Hagrid outside and mockingly said, Oh, I've heard of him, Hogwarts servant, right? I was furious and shot back. He's the keeper of keys and grounds. Luckily, Madame Malkin brought my new robe just in time, and I made an excuse to leave otherwise. I was really afraid I wouldn't be able to resist fighting him. After I came out, I was feeling very down. Ron noticed and explained to me. He said there are these pure blood fools in the wizarding world, but there are also a lot of wizards from ordinary backgrounds like us who are much smarter. He also educated me about the 4 houses of Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. After hearing that, I felt even more disheartened, thinking I was only fit to go to Hufflepuff. Ron said, Don't rush to conclusions at all, depends on what the Sorting Hat says. He looked at his watch and said he had a friend, also a new student this year, who would join us in a bit. While we were sitting at the ice cream shop, I quietly asked him what he thought of Hagrid. Ron's words were really insightful. He said, Harry, right now you're like a newly hatched chick. Don't assume the first person you see is your mother. Hagrid means no harm to you, but his view of the world is black and white. Slytherins are evil, and purebloods are arrogant. You have to go out and experience things for yourself and judge without wearing the colored glasses others give you. Ron was all about companionship and guidance, and honestly, I felt so lucky to have him as a friend. Just as we were chatting, suddenly a brown-haired little fireball rushed over at full speed and hung onto Ron. "Idiot Ron, don't call me Miss Badger," the girl shouted angrily, her cheeks flushed, adorably cute. Ron laughed and ruffled her hair, then introduced us. "Harry, this is Hermione Granger, a new student this year." "Hermione, this is Harry Potter." Hermione's eyes lit up instantly, like searchlights. "Is it really you? I read about you in A History of Modern Magic." Wow, that academic aura hit me hard. Later, Hermione's parents came. They were dentists and thought Ron was a young author of fantasy novels, praising him endlessly for being accomplished. We all set off to shop. We bought cauldrons, scales, and finally, we arrived at the most crucial place the Ollivanders wand shop. The shop was small and shabby, but the shelves were packed with wand boxes, and it felt like the air was filled with magical dust. An old man with silvery eyes appeared like a ghost, immediately reciting my mother's wand specifications. Wand model. He handed me one wand after another, but none felt right until he pulled out a wand that was 11 inches long, made of holly with a phoenix feather core. The moment I held it, family, that feeling was incredible. A golden red spark shot for the tip of the wand. This was it. Hermione quickly chose a wand made of vine, and when she waved it, it felt like little fairies were dancing around her. After shopping, it was almost dark. After saying goodbye to Hermione's family, I took the subway home with Ron. I hardly spoke the whole way, feeling particularly confused. I told him, "Everyone thinks I'm special, but I can't do anything. I'm famous for something I don't even remember. Listen, Harry, other people's expectations are theirs. Your life is your own. Nobody is born knowing everything. 11 is just the beginning," said Sheeman. Guess what happened next? Hermione actually convinced her parents to let her stay at Zymon's house for 2 days to get used to life without parents around. Early the next morning, Sheeman took Hermione to his study. I didn't go because I wasn't that fond of reading. Hermione thought it was just an ordinary large study. But then Sheeman pressed a sun-shaped key on the floor, and with a rumble, the entire floor began to sink layer by layer, forming a spiral staircase that ended in a golden light curtain. Hermione was stunned at that moment and followed Sheeman through the light curtain. Later, when I heard Hermione describe it, she said she felt like she couldn't even speak. Behind the light curtain was a corridor as vast as St. Paul's Cathedral, with sunlight streaming through the dome. Instead of walls, there were bookshelves that extended from the floor to the ceiling, an endless wall of books. Walking along this endless wall of books, let me tell you, the scene was even more exaggerated. At the end of the corridor, the space suddenly exploded open, transforming into a gigantic circular area. Goodness, it felt like falling into a well made of books, and when you looked up, there was no ceiling. It was a complete cyberpunk Babel Tower. Sheeman remained remarkably calm, reached out to tousle Hermione's hair, and softly said, "Light." Whoosh. A circle of soft white light spiraled upward like a cascade of dominoes, illuminating the endless wall of books with grandeur. I tell you, the visual impact was something IMAX couldn't capture. The space in the middle of this Babel Tower was vast enough to serve as a plaza, with a towering central column connected to a ring of control panels. Curious little Hermione rushed over and started pressing buttons, and suddenly a book popped up on the screen the energetic dragon girl made. She innocently asked Sheeman, "What is this teaching? Do you do housework? I can only bake cookies. Who understands this in my family? If I had known Spanish back then, I could have dug out of Hogwarts with my toes right on the spot." The Spanish guy also coughed twice, quick as a flash, pulled the book away and threw it back, muttering, "This is advanced calculus. You're still too young to understand. We'll talk about it when you grow up." Then he quickly changed the topic, saying that this control panel can adjust the height of the central platform. He randomly input a height, and we felt the ground beneath us sink while the surrounding book walls were going down. In fact, we were rising up. We stopped after climbing more than 10 meters. The Spanish guy said, "Books at this height are about what you can read now. What is at the very top?" Hermione pointed at the seemingly endless height. "A few restricted books," the Spanish guy said casually, "about dark magic and evil gods. It's pretty much like Pandora's box in your muggle world. You could try it when you turn 16. Guess what Hermione said? She raised her little head and arrogantly slapped the Spanish guy's hand away. "Do you think I'm as foolish as Pandora? Wow. This little queen knows how to hold her ground." She didn't even look at any retrieval terminal, just ran to the book wall and started examining them one by one. She randomly pulled out a book with a purple cover and was amazed. "Spanish. What spell is this? I've never seen it before." The Spanish guy took a look and said, "Oh, insight. This thing can track where you want to go, find things, or navigate mazes. Really useful." Saying that, he demonstrated it right there, casting a spell towards Hermione. Clairvoyance whoosh. A blue light shot from under his feet to Hermione's feet, like an AR navigation system was activated. This ignited the little genius's skill points, and she bombarded the Spanish guy with questions. By the time they came out, the Spanish guy looked completely drained, as if he had been sucked dry, while Hermione was full of energy, her eyes sparkling. Alice had already prepared some snacks, and said with a smile, "The sea of learning is endless. You should replenish your energy first." Hermione sweetly said while eating, "Thank you, Sister Alice. My parents are dentists, and they usually don't let me eat sweets." Alice's smile was simply radiant. She said, "Don't worry, this one tea hurt your teeth." Let me tell you, after she said that, you don't doubt it, but couldn't tea even open your mouth? Now, let us shift the scene to Harry. It's the last day of August, and school starts tomorrow. Harry went downstairs to find his uncle, hoping he would give him a ride. The old man was initially grumbling, but when he heard that he was taking Dudley to the hospital to remove his pigtail, he reluctantly agreed. Previously, didn't T, the Spanish guy, help Dudley get rid of that tail? Harry had tricked them into thinking was the magic fading away. But these two goofballs still weren't reassured and insisted on going to the hospital for a checkup. The next day, September 1st at 10:30 a.m., King S. Cross Station. His uncle pretended to pull out a bag of money to give to him, saying that his parents probably didn't leave him much. But Harry said he had enough money, so the uncle quickly stuffed it back. And the speed of his change and expression would make a Sichuan opera master want to hand him a cigarette. Then he just left Harry alone in between platforms 9 and 10, and his uncle mockingly laughed, saying, "Your platform should be in between these two. It seems it's still not fixed. Good luck." After saying that, the whole family laughed and drove away. Unbelievable. My poor Harry was completely bewildered at the time, holding a big suitcase with an owl beside him, wondering who he was and where he was. He ran to ask a guard, but the guard had never heard of Hogwarts and almost thought he was crazy. As it was about to be 11 o'clock and the train was about to depart, he was sweating profusely. Just then, he heard someone nearby mention that it was packed with muggles, and his ears perked up. When he turned around, he saw a family with red hair pushing identical suitcases. Harry hurriedly pushed his cart over. He watched as those red-haired boys, like they were playing Tetris, zipped through the wall between platforms 9 and 10, disappearing one by one. Just as Harry was questioning his life and preparing to ask, Seamus appeared with Hermione, immediately starting to tease. "Oh, our great hero Potter, are you ready to perform a vanishing act here? Or why not try shouting Open Sesame?" Hermione stepped on Seamus's ankle, and it sounded quite crisp. Seeing them, Harry instantly calmed down. Seamus patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be scared, just run straight at that wall, and you'll be fine. Show some courage." Harry gritted his teeth and charged forward with his eyes closed. What happened? Nothing at all. He passed right through. When he opened his eyes, a deep red steam train was in front of him, with a sign that read, "Hogwarts Express, Platform 9. He succeeded. The platform was packed with people, and Harry finally found an empty compartment at the end of the train. His suitcase was heavy as hell, and he was struggling to lift it when the red-haired twins he had seen earlier came over. "Need help?" Yes, please." Harry gasped. "Hey, Fred, come help." In no time, the two had shoved the suitcase up for him. When they looked up, they saw the scar on Harry's forehead, and their eyes went wide. Then they spotted Seamus and Hermione behind them, and the two jokers immediately started their antics. "Oh, is it him? Looks like it. The esteemed Ravenclaw Eagle, the merciful star of Hogwarts. He leads our magical props development department to glory. He finally led our 3 houses to defeat the Slytherin that reigned for 5 years." Seamus had a dark expression. "All right, you two, come help out. Can't you see there's a little beauty here?" Hermione kicked him again. Once everyone settled down, the twins finally recognized Harry. "Oh my gosh, are you Harry Potter?" Harry's face turned red, and he nodded. Just then, their mom shouted for them outside the train, and the two jumped off. Seamus explained to Harry that this was the Weasley family, an old pureblood family. A bit poor because they had so many kids, but really nice. When the train started, the compartment door opened again, and the youngest Weasley, Ron, peeked in and asked, "Is anyone here?" "Everywhere else is full." Harry quickly let him in. The twins popped back out to greet their brother, and then ran off. Ron sat down and eagerly asked, "Are you really Harry Potter?" Seeing Harry nod, he pointed at his forehead, and Harry showed him the scar, making Ron's eyes go wide. Just then, the door opened again. Speak of the devil, Draco Malfoy entered with his 2 lackeys, the not-so-bright Crabbe and Goyle, strutting in like they owned the place. "Oh, so the rumors are true. Harry Potter really came to school." He looked at Ron with disdain, noting his red hair and old clothes, no doubt a Weasley. Then he turned to Harry, extending his hand. You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are much stronger than others. Don't get mixed up with the wrong crowd. I can help you." Harry stood firm, not even looking at his hand, replying directly, "I think I can tell right from wrong myself, thanks." Malfoy's face went pale as he started to threaten. "If I were you, I'd be careful. Don't follow in your parents' footsteps. They didn't know any better." At this, Harry and Ron jumped up. Malfoy smirked. "What, want to fight?" Seamus lazily glanced at him, saying lightly, "Freshmen, mind your manners. There are upperclassmen here too. Otherwise, you might get sent back for misbehavior right after getting on the train, which wouldn't look good." As a result, Goyle, the dimwit, reached for Ron's chocolate frog, and Ron, who usually seemed a bit useless, bit down hard at the critical moment. Goyle yelped in pain, and the trio of Malfoy immediately fled, probably thinking every chocolate frog contained an electronic rat, taking them by surprise. Later, a round-faced boy came in crying, looking for his toad. Hermione, who had been sleeping against Seamus, was woken up, grumpy and groggy, and picked up her wand. Detection spell. A misty trail formed and spread out from the compartment. She grumpily said to follow it, then snuggled back into Seamus's arms to continue sleeping. Soon, cheers erupted outside as the boy found his toad. As the train approached the station, Seamus finally woke the little ones up. When they got off, the night wind was so cold it made them shiver. Harry heard Hagrid's familiar loud voice. "First-year students. Over here." The older students rode in carriages, while Harry and the other little ones had to follow Hagrid along a dark, slippery path. After turning a corner, they suddenly came upon a vast black lake, and on the opposite shore stood the magnificent castle, lit up and towering. I tell you, that scene left everyone stunned, like a pilgrimage. We took a boat across the lake, then climbed the winding stairs of the castle. Ron was exhausted, looking like a dog, and Hermione couldn't stand it anymore. With a flick of her little wand, she cast the courage charm. Suddenly, Ron was revitalized, back on his feet, and could even jog a few steps. Finally, we reached the castle's entrance, where a stern-looking female professor, McGonagall, came out to greet us. She rambled on about a bunch of school rules, like the 4 houses and points for winning and losing, making the freshmen more and more nervous. But as soon as we entered the Great Hall, everyone was speechless. The ceiling was a starry sky. Thousands of candles floated above, like some movie special effects. The freshmen lined up, and on a stool in front was a tattered old wizard's hat. Everyone began whispering that this hat had been deemed dirty by Seamus last year and had been washed until it lost its color, supposedly screaming worse than a pig being slaughtered at the time. At that moment, the old hat split open like a mouth and started rapping, praising each of the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin in turn. When it finished, the whole hall erupted in applause. Ron sighed in relief and whispered to Harry, "Phew, it's just a hat. I thought we were going to have to fight a troll. Fred totally tricked me." Hermione also muttered beside him, "Seriously, it was that simple? All my late nights studying of spells was for nothing. I tell you, she is still over there playing Versailles, while the sorting ceremony here has officially begun." And the atmosphere instantly became tense. Goodness, it felt like a public execution. A tattered hat was placed on your head, and in front of the whole school. You were subjected to a 360-degree evaluation with no blind spots. Who could handle that? Looking at Harry's expression of facing death head-on, I guessed he was already calculating how many beatings he would get when he returned to the Dursleys. Professor McGonagall held a parchment list and began to call out names one by one. The first to go up was a little girl with golden braids, named Hannah or something. As soon as the hat was placed on her head, within 2 seconds, it shouted Hufflepuff, and the table on the right instantly erupted into applause as if it were New Year's. Soon it was Ron's turn, and the kid was completely unfazed. As soon as he sat down, the hat shouted Gryffindor. Goodness, 3 red-haired figures jumped up from the Gryffindor table, all of them his brothers. And it was like welcoming a hero back from battle. The most ridiculous was Neville, who was crying and looking for toads, somehow also got sorted into Gryffindor. I was puzzled. This guy had "I'm a coward" written all over him. How did he end up in the house that represents courage? Did the sorting hat have a few too many? Next was Malfoy. That kid walked with an air, strutting around like he owned the place. When he reached the stool, the hat barely touched his shiny hair gel before it shouted Slytherin, and he was so smug, he practically walked sideways, as if afraid others wouldn't know his family was wealthy. Finally, Professor McGonagall called out the name, Harry Potter. I tell you, the whole restaurant instantly exploded with a buzzing chatter, like hundreds of flies holding a concert right next to my ear. Is that Harry Potter? Alive? Everyone craned their necks, as if they were watching a newly arrived rare animal at the zoo. Harry gritted his teeth and walked up. As soon as the hat was placed on his head, everything went dark, and his heart began to race. What if the hat said he was mediocre and told him to take the train and leave? Just then, a faint voice whispered in his ear. Difficult, very difficult. I tell you, that voice felt like it was scraping my ear, clearly showing courage, a good heart, and outstanding talent. Oh, and there's a bit of a drive to prove oneself. Oh, dear, this is interesting. What do you want me to put you? Harry's hands were sweaty, and he thought to himself, don't go to Slytherin, don't go to Slytherin, absolutely not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, right? The voice seemed to read his mind. Have you thought this through? Slytherin can lead you to the peak of life, to great achievements. Are you sure? Not going. Harry roared inwardly. Fine, fine, since you're so insistent. Then it's Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last name. Harry's legs went weak, and he took off the hat and walked towards the Gryffindor table. The loudest cheers in the room were for him, and the pair of Weasley twins jumped up shouting, "We've got Potter! We've got Potter!" After waiting for a while, it was finally Hermione's turn. Ron was still quietly complaining next to me. I'm telling you, there is something off about her. I wasn't happy and directly shot back at him. What do you mean talking bad about my friend behind her back? Ron pouted and didn't dare to say anything more. Hermione sat on the stool, and the hat stayed on her head longer than it did on Harry. The crowd began to murmur again. The hat muttered in her mind. Interesting, you can actually block my perception. Have you practiced brain closure? A thirst for knowledge. Courage to prove oneself. TSK, both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor would suit you well. Hermione was feeling very conflicted at that moment. She could go to Ravenclaw and be with Quirrell, but if she went to Gryffindor and ended up outperforming Ravenclaw, wouldn't that prove she was better than Quirrell? Have you made up your mind? The hat asked. Just then, the hat suddenly shouted, Gryffindor. Suddenly, it got stuck. Then with a crisp crack, the space behind Hermione, like glass, directly shattered. A golden light mixed with blood mist seeped through the crack, and a pure golden arm suddenly reached out, followed by a humanoid figure made of light, forcefully squeezing from another dimension into our space. The entire hall felt like time had stopped, and the light being emitted a sharp voice. For the first time, I have someone I like. Someone I can be friends with for a lifetime. Two happy things overlapping. But why did it turn out like this? It's all the world's fault. Goodness, this energy is too intense. It's 2025. And I could still hear such classic loser statements. I was immediately like an old person on the subway, looking at their phone. The light being suddenly waved its hand, and the sorting hat got several more cracks. But it seemed like it couldn't hold on either, being pushed back by the space, and finally retreated back into the crack. The moment the crack closed, a small amount of golden light didn't have time to return and directly drilled into Hermione's body. The next second, everyone returned to normal, as if everything that just happened hadn't occurred, just a flash of light in front of them. Hermione herself, dazed, walked down and sat at Gryffindor, her face flushed, too shy to look over at Ravenclaw. The sorting ceremony finally ended, and Dumbledore stood up and said 4 inexplicable words: crybaby, residue, twist, then waved his hand, and the table was instantly piled high with food. We little wizards, starving like ghosts, didn't care about anything else and just dove into the feast. Harry ate like he hadn't seen meat in 800 years, with his plate piled high like a small mountain. I looked up at the staff table, where Hagrid was pouring drinks heavily, and Professor McGonagall was talking to Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell, with a big scarf wrapped around his head, was chatting with a teacher who had greasy hair, a hooked nose, and a waxy complexion. At that moment, the hooked-nosed teacher's gaze crossed over Quirrell and fixed directly on Harry. The two made eye contact, and Harry let out a yelp and covered his forehead scar, wincing in pain. What's wrong? Percy asked. Who is that teacher? The one talking to Professor Quirrell? Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, teaches potions, Percy whispered. He's good at potions, but he's more interested in the dark arts. He's been eyeing Quirrell's class for a long time. After dinner, Dumbledore stood up again and announced a few school rules, like no entering the Forbidden Forest, no using magic in the corridors, and finally, with a smile, he added, and for those who don't want to die a painful death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Next to me, Autumn Zhang from Ravenclaw couldn't help but complain. To be honest, is he afraid we won't go? He's just one step away from saying, there's treasure on the 4th floor. Hurry up and get some kills. Let me tell you, Hogwarts is just a giant maze parkour site. 142 staircases. Today, it leads to the east, and tomorrow it takes you to the west. And while you're walking, the steps can just disappear on you. The doors are the same. Some you have to ask nicely for them to open, while others are just a solid wall. The most annoying are those portraits, each one acting like a toll collector. There's one portrait that actually demands to see the headline of the day's newspaper before letting you pass. It's ridiculous. And then there's that ghost called Peeves, a pure campus bully. Other ghosts are pretty friendly, but he is always either dumping trash on you or popping out of walls to scare people. Percy and the other prefects can't do anything about him. They can only threaten to tell the Bloody Baron. One time, Harry had a whole bunch of garbage dumped on him by Peeves, and he was so mad that he pulled out his wand, but then he remembered that Dumbledore forbids using magic in the corridors. So he had to grit his teeth and endure it. Hermione calmly analyzed the situation. Some ghost-repelling spells do work. But the fact that Peeves has been around Hogwarts for so many years indicates he has a reason to exist. We shouldn't act rashly. Ron rolled his eyes beside her, giving us a look like she was just showing off again. Hermione got so mad that she walked away, ignoring both of us. As a result, Harry and I ended up late for Transfiguration class. By the time we puffed and panted our way to the classroom, we found out that Professor McGonagall hadn't even arrived yet. Ron was gleefully looking at Hermione and said loudly, "What is the use of running fast? We still have to wait for us." Then he pointed at a tabby cat on the desk and said he wondered what Professor McGonagall would look like when she saw us being late. Just as he finished speaking, that cat jumped down from the desk and transformed mid-air into a serious-looking Professor McGonagall. Ron's eyes nearly popped out. "Wow, Professor. That is so cool. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall said coldly. "Perhaps I should turn the two of you into a pocket watch and a map, so you won't be late or get lost." Harry quickly whispered, "Professor. We got lost, oh? Perfect. One can become a map and the other a pocket watch." Professor McGonagall's gaze was sharp as a knife. "I think you should be able to find a seat in the classroom without needing a map, right?" In the end, she warned us that if we were late again, she would deduct points directly, and then, in front of the whole class, she turned the desk into a pig and then back again. Everyone was so excited to see that, but then she made us start learning from the most basic theory, turning a matchstick into a needle. By the end of the class, only Hermione succeeded. Her needle was sharp with a tiny eye at the back. Professor McGonagall surprisingly smiled at her and awarded 5 points to Gryffindor. After class, when Hermione modestly recounted the incident, her smile was almost reaching the sky. Ron playfully pinched her cheek, and Hermione angrily swatted his hand away, saying, "It would be even better if when the teachers praise me." They didn't add that just like the old Sheeman Swift. As a result, the Weasley twins started their act again. Oh my. An epic battle. Will it be the victory of the little lioness of Gryffindor, or the fall of the eagle of Ravenclaw? Hermione's face turned red from their antics, and she shot them a fierce glare. Ron, being loyal, took the heat upon himself, ruffled Hermione's hair, only to get a hard kick under the table from her. Soon it was Friday, and in the afternoon, we had potions class with Slytherin. Ron's whole face fell. Oh no, it's Snape's class. He is the head of Slytherin and is biased to the Pacific Ocean. As soon as we entered the underground potions classroom, the cold, damp air felt like stepping into an ice cellar. There were jars of preserved animal specimens on the walls, looking creepy. The classroom door was kicked open with a bang, and Snape floated in like a dark bat, his black robes swirling around him, exuding an aura that was 2 meters 8 tall. He glanced at us and said in a tone that could freeze a person, "In here, you don't need to foolishly wave your wands. I can teach you how to gain prestige, brew glory, and even prevent death, provided that you're not the kind of idiots I often encounter." He began calling the roll, and when he got to Harry, he paused and elongated his tone. "Ah, Mr. Potter, our new arrival, such a famous person." "Potter," he suddenly called out, "what do you get when you add powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion?" Harry was completely at a loss. Hermione's hand was raised so high it almost touched the ceiling, but Snape acted as if he didn't see her. "Don't know? Let's try again." "Potter, I want a piece of Bezoar. Where will you find it?" Harry still didn't respond. It seemed fame didn't represent everything. "Now, what is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Snape walked right up to Harry, staring at him intently. Just then, Harry suddenly spoke up, clearly and distinctly giving all 3 answers. Then he paused and added the most cutting remark, "Professor, you're asking too fast." I hadn't had the chance to say it yet. Besides, if you were that eager for an answer, why didn't you ask Hermione, who has been raising her hand the whole time? I tell you, in that moment, Snape's face turned green. He was stunned for a few seconds before squeezing out a sentence through his teeth. "Gryffindor, for your Potter classmates' disrespect to the teacher, 5 points deducted." Next was the potion for treating scabies, and it was complete chaos. Snape walked back and forth among us, spraying whoever he caught. Only Malfoy was praised to the skies by him. Just after Malfoy was praised, Neville's cauldron exploded with a bang. The green potion splashed everywhere, soaking Neville, who instantly broke out in swollen, pus-filled bumps, crying out in pain. Snape roared to clean up the scene, then turned on Harry. "Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add hedgehog spines? Are you so pleased to see him mess up?" Another point deducted from Gryffindor. "This is so unreasonable." Harry was about to retort when Ron kicked him under the table, telling him not to be impulsive. After class, Harry lay on the table feeling extremely frustrated. "Why is he so targeted at me? It's like he hates me." Ron comforted him. "Don't think about it. Snape is like this with everyone, except Slytherin." Just then, the Weasley twins burst in excitedly, and Fred suddenly threw a circle around Ron's neck. We looked closely and, good heavens, it was a toilet seat. You actually blew off the toilet seat from the restroom. I'm going to tell Mom." Ron's face turned red with anger. Those two clowns were mimicking him. "Oh, our little Ronnie's going to tell Mom." Just then, Hedwig flew in, bringing Harry a letter from Hagrid, inviting him for tea at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. "Can I go too?" Ron immediately forgot about the toilet seat. Harry readily agreed and picked up a pen to reply. Ron looked at his two brothers with sympathy, confused. "Hey, what is with that expression on your faces?" The twins chimed in. "Our poor little brother. We've already seen it. We've already guessed that he is about to say goodbye to his little white teeth. That's right. Mom's expenses are going to explode again this month because our dear little brother is about to get a set of dentures. Let me tell you." Ron's face at that moment was like a subway elder looking at a phone, completely dazed. "What are you two talking about?" Hermione couldn't take it anymore, glanced over at us, and said to Zivin, "What are you three up to again? By the way, you're a Ravenclaw. How come you hang out with these two conspicuous Gryffindors every day?" Zivin winked at her, mysteriously saying, "Surprise, you'll know in a few days." A couple of days later, there was another rain of owls in the Great Hall, with packages falling down as if they were free. Ron opened a huge, thick package, and good heavens, it was full of letters from Mrs. Weasley, filled with reminders, almost telling him not to starve or freeze while he was out. Harry casually picked up the wrapping paper that Ron tossed aside and found it was actually a newspaper, so he picked it up to read. Suddenly, Harry shouted at me, as if he had been electrocuted, "Zivin, look at this." I leaned over to take a look, and the headline of the newspaper read, "Latest report on the Gringotts break-in." The content basically said that on July 31st, a dark wizard broke into Gringotts, but stole nothing because the vault had just been emptied that morning. The goblins were tight-lipped, saying no comment, don't get involved. July 31st? Hermione's eyes widened. Who understands what that means? We were at Gringotts that day, right? When I heard that date, I got goosebumps. Harry also remembered that on that day, Hagrid took away that dirty little package from Vault 713, but he promised Hagrid to keep it a secret, and he couldn't talk about it. Frantically scratching his head, he could only turn to Zivin. "Zivin, do you know Hagrid? Can you tell us about him?" Zivin looked up. His eyes, I tell you, were like some profound life carousel effect, very deep, and he slowly began, "Ruby is Hagrid. He is actually over 60 years old." My goodness. Ron and Harry's jaws almost dropped. When he was in school, Dumbledore was just a transfiguration professor. As for Hagrid, how should I put it? He is purely on the side of lawful good, very good to kids. But his physique and animal affinity are completely not on the same standard as normal people. What he thinks is a cute little animal might be a level 1 deadly threat for us. Zivin paused, dropping a bombshell. And also when he was in school, there was a murder case, and someone discovered he was secretly raising a beast. As a result, the person who falsely accused him received a Merlin medal, and Hagrid was directly expelled. Ron's face turned pale, probably already putting Hagrid's hut on the blacklist in his mind. Of course, he didn't do it, Zivin continued. But at that time, the school and the Ministry of Magic needed to give the parents an explanation quickly, and there was no time to investigate, so they sacrificed Hagrid. It was Dumbledore who believed in him and ensured he stayed on as the keeper of keys, living on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He has a good relationship with Professor Dumbledore, right? Harry asked quietly. Good, of course. Hagrid is absolutely loyal to Dumbledore. Zivin changed the subject, a hint of subtle sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, but I feel it's not worth it for Hagrid. 50 whole years, folks, 50 years. Dumbledore did nothing for him except let him stay here. He didn't help clear his name or let him finish his education. I dare say, if something happens at Hogwarts again, the first one the Ministry of Magic will catch is still Hagrid. ISNT this workplace PUA. Ron muttered quietly. What is even more outrageous is, Zivin looked at Harry. Harry, do you know it was Hagrid who brought you to your Aunt's house? As a result, he ran into an acquaintance on the way, who casually asked, where are you going? And he just blurted out the mission of escorting the Savior. When was that? When a mysterious man just fell, and Death Eaters were biting people like mad dogs everywhere. You couldn't trust anyone, and he just casually leaked your whereabouts. Harry was completely stunned, looking down and not saying a word. Seeing his poor little face, Zivin patted his shoulder, his tone softening. But Harry, Hagrid is definitely a good person, just occasionally not very bright. P.S. a friend worth having. You can trust him. In the evening, Harry and Ron came back holding their cheeks, wearing that kind of twisted expression of pain and happiness. Hermione pinched a piece from the little snacks Ron brought back, took a bite, then smiled, and, using all her upbringing, managed not to spit it out on the spot, silently putting that piece of rock cake back on the plate. Zivin was right, Ron said, rubbing his sore teeth. This thing probably only suits Hagrid's teeth. We really don't have the fortune to enjoy it. I was just about to say something when Zivin walked over, smiling as he picked up the piece of rock cake Hermione left behind and took a big bite. The sound, I tell you, was like chewing compressed biscuits mixed with pebbles. It made my teeth tingle. Hermione's face turned red all of a sudden. Not sure if it was from anger or embarrassment, she stomped on Zivin's foot hard, turned, and ran away, leaving Zivin standing there in a daze. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was half a month since school started. One day, Hermione was sitting alone at the long table, seemingly lost in what she was reading. Zivin quietly leaned over. "What are you looking at? A letter from home?" Hermione was like a startled cat, suddenly pouncing and clutching everything on the table to her chest. "Go away, go away. Private letters, no peeking." After saying that, she hugged her things and slipped away. Zivin shrugged helplessly, but as soon as he turned around, he was stomped on hard by Hermione, who burst out from behind a door. The little girl glared at him, muttering, "Stupid Zivin, jerk Zivin," and then ran off without a trace. The Weasley twins nearby were left dumbfounded. What did you do to her? Today's little lioness is a bit explosive. Zivin also had an innocent look. Who knew? He was just suddenly attacked. That night, the entire Gryffindor common room suddenly erupted. Hermione was alone in the dormitory, looking at the sunset through the window, while downstairs it was as noisy as a concert. Her roommate Angelina walked over and said, "Come on, let's go see. It must be Fred and George Weasley Research Department coming up with something new again." Hermione didn't want to go, but was dragged down. As soon as she reached the lawn at the clock tower entrance, she was stunned. My goodness, except for Slytherin, almost everyone from the other three houses was there. A huge crowd. Fred and George stood in the middle of the crowd, talking like they were performing a comedy act. "Ladies and gentlemen, today is a milestone day. But before that, let us invite our Ravenclaw eagle, Zivin Swift, to show us the beauty of magic." With a gentle wave of his wand, Zivin parted the crowd. The old corridor leading to Stonehenge in front of him was instantly covered with a layer of blue-silver light, looking brand new, the ground shining like polished marble. Then Cedric from Hufflepuff stepped forward, casting a high-level herbology spell, causing countless vines and roses to instantly cover the entire corridor. Someone from Slytherin also threw a few potion bottles, exploding into a haze of enchanting fragrance. Then, the most explosive part came. The Weasley brothers jumped onto the roof of the corridor and pulled out a bunch of stuff to shoot into the sky. Whoosh boom! Huge fireworks exploded in the night sky, first spelling out Hogwarts, then the symbols of the four houses, the silver serpent with a letter, the digging badger, the soaring eagle, and the roaring lion. The special effects, let me tell you, were off the charts. The whole Hogwarts was in an uproar, just as everyone was amazed. Hermione found herself squeezed to the edge of the corridor by the crowd. Suddenly, a hand pulled her up, and a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Happy birthday, Hermione." Just as the words fell, a loud bang sounded in the sky, and a huge firework exploded, spelling out "Happy birthday, Hermione." Hermione immediately covered her eyes, tears streaming down her face, while still trying to be strong. The fireworks are blinding. I tell you, she even forgot that September 19th was her birthday, but Zivin remembered. Everyone around started shouting happy birthday, and many Ravenclaw students even presented her with handmade gifts and cards. At that moment, Hermione's smile was brighter than the fireworks in the sky. The next day, Ron was so envious and jealous, mumbling to himself, his resentment almost materializing. Harry mercilessly commented beside him, "Don't even think about it. Your birthday is during the holidays. You can only play at home." Just then, Hermione slammed a huge, thick book on the table with a thud, panting, "We're going to have flying lessons with Slytherin. Oh my God, I've never touched that thing." Harry was also extremely nervous, imagining the embarrassment of riding a broom in front of Malfoy, his face stiffening. Neville was even more desperate. He could trip while walking on flat ground, let alone fly on a broom. Unfortunately, Zivin, this guy, had no interest in flying brooms. He preferred griffins, so he couldn't be relied on for any experience. As a result, during dinner, explosive news spread throughout the school. Harry Potter had become the youngest Seeker in a century. The Weasley twins excitedly rushed over, putting their arms around Harry's neck and scaring him, saying that the golden snitch could make someone disappear and might take months to find. Harry was worried and ran to the trophy room, only to find that his father, James Potter, had also been a seeker for Gryffindor. I tell you, at that moment, the power in his blood awakened, and Harry was instantly filled with courage. But good times didn't last long, as Malfoy approached again, sneeringly mocking Harry for getting in through the back door, and challenged him to a midnight wizard duel. Ron exploded on the spot, directly answering for Harry. "Okay, I'm his assistant. What about yours?" Malfoy pointed a crab behind him. "Midnight, trophy room, don't be late." Hermione, listening nearby, was anxious. "You can't go. This violates school rules. You'll lose points." But Harry and Ron didn't listen at all. They just got up and left, leaving Hermione there, stomping her feet in anger. The next day, Ron had a look of bravado, bragging about last night's duel. "Let me tell you, that Malfoy kid must have been scared of me. He didn't dare to come at all." Harry had a face that said he didn't know him. Fred directly slapped Ron on the back of the head. "My foolish brother. Do you really believe Slytherin? You must have leaked your plan to Filch, then went back to sleep." Ron still wanted to be stubborn, vividly describing how they dodged Filch and his cat, but Hermione rolled her eyes and walked over. All right, stop bragging. We ran into that." "What?" "The three-headed dog." Zivin immediately perked up. "Descendant of Cerberus? Interesting. But the bloodline is very diluted. It's probably just a guard bought from those Greek merchants." Hermione immediately seized the key point. It was standing on a trapdoor. "It must be guarding something." "Guarding my foot." Ron recalled the 3 huge mouths from last night. "Still feeling scared. I feel like Dumbledore tied that thing there, waiting for unlucky people like us to feed it." Zivin laughed. "Don't be afraid. That thing is just for show. Anyone knows it will fall asleep if you play a little tune." "Wait." Hermione suddenly reacted, her face filled with shock. "Ancient Greek mythology. Is it real?" "Mythology, after all, has some basis," Zivin said lightly. Hermione's eyes lit up, just as she was about to ask further. Zivin suddenly pulled out a red and white striped scarf from his clothes, his expression becoming particularly dazed. After hesitating for a moment, he still handed it to Hermione. "Take it, you might need it someday in the future." The moment Hermione took the scarf, the golden light within her suddenly burst forth, flowing down her arm into the scarf, which seemed to come alive. "It seems you and it are very compatible." Zivin looked at Hermione, but his eyes were, I tell you, eerily hollow, as if he was looking through her at someone else. That feeling was like the most familiar person in front of you suddenly putting on a strange mask, making you feel uneasy. Hermione felt uncomfortable under his gaze, said an apology, and turned to run. As soon as she left, Zivin's magic began to run wild, and George hurriedly jumped on him. "Hey, buddy, calm down." Being knocked to the ground, Zivin let out a sigh, and his magic slowly calmed down. "Thanks, I'm fine now." He stood up, casually changing the subject. "By the way, I sent the photos of the fireworks to the Daily Prophet. I expect a reply in a couple of days." The two brothers exchanged a glance, said nothing, and silently followed behind him, walking together towards their magical equipment research center. Let me tell you, on the other side, Harry and Ron were buzzing in their heads. What's going on? She sent Hermione a scarf, and Hermione ran away? Why? Doesn't she like it? If she doesn't like it, why is she still holding it? Who understands the thoughts of girls? It's more confusing than spells. The next day, something big happened. Early in the morning, Dumbledore rushed into the Gryffindor girls' dormitory with a bunch of professors. I tell you, the scene was like a capture operation. Madame Pomfrey was sweating profusely. Seeing the headmaster was like seeing a savior. "Headmaster, please save that child. I can't reach her." Dumbledore pushed through the crowd and saw Hermione lying on the bed, breathing steadily, as if she were just asleep. But just as he took a step forward, bam, it was like hitting an invisible wall of air. Soft, but he couldn't get through. Old Dumbledore was a bit confused, changing angles several times, but he still couldn't get any closer. He reached out to touch the barrier. A spark of insight flashed in his eyes, and he took out his wand, telling everyone to step back. He began to chant, and the magical waves from the tip of his wand made his long robes billow like they were in a wind tunnel. And what happened? Nothing. Completely useless. Old Dumbledore's eyes shifted, and he had an idea. He cast a weakened barrier spell on himself, and guess what? The moment the spell was cast, before it even touched the barrier, it bounced back to him with a bang, sending him back several steps. Dumbledore's face darkened as he muttered 4 words: absolute defense. Professor McGonagall quickly pulled Hermione's roommate, Lavanda Brown, to question her. The girl was terrified, trembling as she said, "Yesterday, Hermione came back in a daze. Tripped and scraped her hand, but didn't react. She just lay on the bed and never moved again. This morning we called her, and the moment we touched her, we were bounced back. Dumbledore looked around, noticing the mountain of books piled by Hermione's bed, and sighed. Albus, what on earth is going on? McGonagall asked anxiously. This is a form of protection, Dumbledore said in a low voice, a protection that has only appeared in legends. When a priest communicates with the divine, their spirit descends to the depths, and the body triggers this divine barrier for self-protection. This is currently known as the only direct manifestation of divine power. Professor Flitwick was astonished. Divine? But ISNT Miss Granger Muggleborn? Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring a document out of thin air. That S. Wright, born in France, came to England at 5. By rights, she shouldn't have any access to the priestly bloodline that only exists in specific divine realms. Just as he finished speaking, something unexpected occurred. A blood-red light suddenly erupted from Hermione, and I tell you, the scene was like a giant of light transformation. A red light burst forth from Hermione, piercing through the ceiling of Hogwarts and heading straight for space. It was as bright as a searchlight. Dumbledore stared at the light beam in silence for a long time, and finally said to Professor McGonagall, Minerva, this is not something we can solve. Don't ask, don't look, and don't investigate. This light was visible beyond just Hogwarts. In the Kremlin, the Soviet General Secretary was pondering whether to go east to teach corn planting techniques when a red phone on his desk suddenly rang. The Siberian line. He shivered all over, his heart racing, as this phone hadn't rung for 20 years. He trembled as he picked it up. Hello, Marshal Sistelo. On the other end, there was just one sentence. Don't worry about what is happening in England. Click, and the call ended. The secretary broke out in a cold sweat, and just then, his secretary brought in urgent intelligence, saying a satellite had captured a red light beam in England, suspected to be a laser weapon. He touched his Mediterranean hairstyle and shouted, What is it to us? Siberian orders, do not investigate. Do you want to rush to your reincarnation? At the same time, in Greece, in that legendary country that never falls, Sparta. 50 years ago, Grindelwald's army tried to flatten this place, but a divine light descended, and the army vanished overnight. At this moment, the old king of Sparta was praying in the temple when he suddenly sensed that familiar aura. The old man knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Then, a similar massive light beam shot up from the temple. All the elders over 60 in Greece knelt in unison, praying towards the light beam. And what about our Hermione? She opened her eyes, confused. She found herself floating in midair, surrounded by a group of muscular men in ancient battle armor, wielding spears and shields. Goodness, aren't these the 300 Spartans? She wanted to greet them, but swoosh, she passed right through one of them. Is this a dream? She floated along, following a high priest over mountains and across seas, sailing in a small boat through raging waves, finally arriving at a continent. My goodness, this isn't an island. This is simply a new world. She followed the high priest to a magnificent palace, with a priest knelt at the door, not daring to enter, shouting, Divine King, your people are being slaughtered by the Persians. A warrior came out to relay the message. The Divine King is aware. 1,000 royal guards have assembled. You may return. Hermione was curious and floated into the palace. Inside, she saw the back of a woman. I tell you, just that silhouette was breathtakingly beautiful. Then the woman turned around. Hermione felt her head explode. Beautiful. A beauty that words could not describe. But when she closed her eyes, she couldn't remember what she looked like at all. Just as Hermione was mesmerized, the woman suddenly bent down, looking into the air, revealing a playful smile, and pinched the air. Hermione was shocked as she felt her face pinched. You can see me? Of course, dear little girl. The voice was as gentle as water. I'm Diora Regina, and you? Hermione Granger. What happened next shattered Hermione's worldview. Diora pulled her to sit down, offering her snacks which she could actually eat. Diora told her this was the scene of the Battle of Thermopylae over 2,000 years ago. Hermione asked, Why isn't there any record of your amazing army in history? Diora replied, This is a forbidden place, known only to the priests of Sparta. As they chatted, Diora's gaze fell on the scarf peeking out from Hermione's pocket. What is this? Hermione wilted instantly. It's a gift from a very good friend. But when he looked at me, his eyes seemed to see through me to another person. Are you jealous? Diora suddenly laughed. Who? Who is jealous? Hermione exploded. Diora hugged her gently, rubbing her cheek, but her eyes revealed a hint of sadness. Silly girl, how can you be jealous? You can never win against a dead person. As she spoke, a tear fell onto Hermione's neck. Then, to Hermione's shock, Diora took out an identical but unfinished scarf from the side. Look, you're still crossing time and space, feeling jealous of this old monster from 2,000 years ago. Hermione was completely stunned. She reached out to wipe Diora's tears, suddenly realizing the most terrifying question. How is it possible? She-Win Low. The low is something he will never change. She-Win Low Swift. Hermione felt her brain was about to crash. This is definitely a dream. Diora gently picked up the new silk scarf and wrapped it around Hermione's hair, a hint of resolve in her smile. When I started making this scarf, I had already decided to give him up and end this long life myself. Immortality. I really don't have the courage. She looked at Hermione and sincerely said, I'm really happy he met you. Thank you, Hermione. Suddenly, Diora furrowed her brows. However, the scent on you suggests there seems to be another familiar little girl by his side. She thought for a moment, took off her butterfly hairpin, and placed it on Hermione's head, grinning mischievously. Let me tell you, if he dares to bully you, just take this to Siberia. There's someone even tougher there who can give him a good thrashing. After saying that, before Hermione could react, Diora gently kissed her lips, then patted her back. You should go now, Hermione. Carry my share of happiness with you. Good luck. Time and space rapidly flowed back, and Hermione saw a familiar figure standing alone in front of a tombstone, day after day, year after year, through the passage of time. She couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward. The figure turned around with endless sadness on their face, softly calling her name, Hermione. Hermione? She suddenly opened her eyes, and what came into view was She-Win's face right in front of her. She-Win Luo. She instinctively called out his full name. I had a long, long dream. It seemed like there was still a lingering warmth from Diora on her lips. Hermione looked at She-Win's face, suddenly lifted her head, and kissed him. Then her face turned bright red, and she quietly said this. This doesn't count as mine, it's hers. She tightly grasped the scarf in her pocket, and tears streamed down her face. The prince awakened the Sleeping Beauty. The Sleeping Beauty kissed the prince voluntarily. The Sleeping Beauty cried with excitement. So touching, my Fred. Yes, my brother George. Hermione was taken aback, and then realized that the room was actually filled with people. The Weasley twins, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall. Goodness, they were all watching. She felt steam was about to come out from her head, and suddenly pulled the blanket over her head, accidentally toppling She-Win over on the floor. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. Ah, what a touching scene. Professor McGonagall, however, had a serious look, but, Mr. Swift, Miss Granger, please note, you are 12 and 14 years old, and should focus on your studies. Later, on Halloween, a troll ran into the dungeon. She-Win and Hermione happened to collide with it. The troll was 12 feet tall, like a small mountain, and it reeked of a terrible stench, like a biochemical weapon. Generally, trolls aren't very clever and just smash everything they see. But this one hesitated when it saw She-Win. It felt fear from its bloodline. Unfortunately, its intelligence limited its performance. It still roared and charged forward. Wait, let me try. Hermione stopped She-Win. I want to try the destruction spell I learned from there. She-Win smiled and added a shield for her. Hermione took a deep breath, feeling the magic begin to flow in her small body, and drew an arc with her hands in front of her. A cold chill instantly gathered. Eiskugel. A shimmering frost ball flew out in a strange arc, blooming beautiful ice crystal flowers along the way, hitting the troll right in the center. The troll let out a miserable howl, its body instantly covered in a layer of frost, and its movements slowed down. It mindlessly charged forward, only to step on the icy path left by the frostball. I tell you, the effect was just like stepping on a trap in a game that continuously drains health. Its health bar visibly dropped. This spell drained Hermione's magic completely, and she leaned pale against She-Win. He pulled out a blue potion. Sometimes a beautiful girl needs this. Hermione took it and, without thinking, gulped it down. A refreshing sensation spread throughout her body, instantly filling her magic. She raised her hand, and a dazzling ice spear shot out, directly piercing the troll's poor little head. At that moment, Harry and Ron came running, panting, Hermione! She-Win, there's a troll. They looked up and saw the troll already on the ground, both of them dumbfounded. Professor McGonagall and the others also arrived. They initially wanted to be angry, but upon seeing that it was Hermione's spell, they were surprised but still awarded Gryffindor 10 points. A small event had restored the friendship among the three. On the way back to the dormitory, She-Win ran into Snape. The old bat was limping, looking incredibly lonely from behind. She-Win didn't beat around the bush and directly handed him a bottle of red potion. Professor, you're injured. Snape looked at him with mockery. Are you showcasing your potion skills, Mr. Swift? A basic life potion to replenish lost blood and heal wounds. Shewin didn't bother to argue with him. Snape scoffed, but still took the potion. As a result, in the next day's potions class, Snape appeared with dark circles under his eyes, pale-faced, and still limping. Goodness, this guy must have stayed up all night researching that potion. Thus, the whole class was shrouded in a low pressure. The deputy captain of Gryffindor's Quidditch team was immediately failed by Snape for having only 80% completion on his potion. The Weasley twins got their heads slammed on the desk by Snape for being distracted. When it was Shewin's turn, Snape inspected his potion over and over, unable to find a single flaw. He glared at Shewin, his facial muscles twitching, and finally squeezed out a sentence. Ravenclaw plus 1 point. You, stay after class. After class. Only the two of them were left in the classroom. Snape stared hard at Shewin. Where did you come into contact with such potion knowledge? His gaze clearly indicated he wanted to use legilimency. Shewin waved his hand as if swatting a fly. Don't use that boring mental magic. I don't want to create another forgetful fool at Hogwarts for the sake of self-defense. Snape grunted and retracted his spell. Shewin then tossed him another potion, and Snape's eyes lit up instantly. For a potion enthusiast, this was more tempting than anything. He cautiously drank it, feeling the warm flow of recovery in his body, and asked eagerly, "What is this?" The most basic life recovery potion, just a beginner's product in alchemy. Alchemy. Snape's face twisted instantly, and the veins in his hand holding the potion bottle bulged, as if he had heard the name of some devil. He took several deep breaths to barely calm down, looking at Shewin with a complicated expression. Swift, I don't know where you heard this term, but it's nothing more than ancient, foolish superstition. I hope you don't mention it again. Why? Isn't Dumbledore a significant contributor to alchemy with Nicholas Flamel? That's Dumbledore. Snape's voice suddenly became agitated. Some people can be praised for what they did, but if you try, that's the beginning of a nightmare. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. Alchemy. Snape's voice was hoarse, as if he were unveiling a bloody scar. Is indeed the ancestor of all potion making, but its potential is too terrifying, so terrifying that alchemists, in pursuit of stronger effects, became unsatisfied with herbs and minerals. They began experimenting with living animals, dissecting, bleeding, and then they found that the effects of the potions really improved. Snape's gaze became hollow and fearful. Since you know about alchemy, you should have heard about what happened next. When animals could no longer satisfy them, those madmen finally turned their gaze toward themselves, humans. They extended their blades towards their own kind like slaughtering livestock. A war broke out in the Middle Ages. The potions of the alchemists, even after their death, corroded the earth like maggots gnawing at bones. Nearly 200 million people died across Europe. Therefore, later, the wizarding world strictly prohibited the use of humans as experimental materials and completely suppressed alchemy. Nicholas Flamel lived for 600 years and was never allowed to leave France, let alone impart knowledge. Snape's expression was incredibly complex because he knew that the forbidden allure of alchemy had never truly vanished. In the dim classroom, his thoughts seemed to drift back many years to this very classroom. A frail, dark-haired boy mustered the courage to approach Professor Slughorn, who was packing up, and quietly asked, "Professor, do you know about alchemy?" Slughorn paused in his movements. Just as he was about to speak, a flicker of deep pain and memory flashed in his eyes. He remembered another equally eager student who loved to explore forbidden knowledge. No, he would never allow such a thing to happen again. He exploded on the spot, pointing his finger at Snape's nose, spitting as he shouted, "Severus, I don't care where you heard this nonsense. Potions is potions. If you dare to touch that alchemy stuff, just wait for your expulsion letter from Hogwarts." I tell you, Snape's face instantly fell. He had already been stressed for a month searching for information, and with the final exams, his hair was so greasy it could fry a dish. Now, his only hope was shattered. When in a state of extreme agitation, a person becomes particularly easy to provoke. James Potter and his gang were simply the bullies of the campus. They had long been displeased with Snape, especially since James wanted to pursue Lily, and he saw Snape, Lily's only male friend, as a thorn in his side. They would corner Snape from time to time, humiliating him in front of Lily just to show off. The worst instance was when Sirius exclaimed how boring it was, and upon seeing Snape, James didn't think twice before hanging him upside down for the entire school to watch him humiliate himself. In that moment of extreme shame and chaos, Snape snapped and shouted mudblood at Lily, who was trying to help him. Family, who understands? One word, a lifetime of friendship, shattered in an instant. Later, Snape thought maybe this was better for Lily. She had fully integrated into the wizarding world, surrounded by a pureblood family heir like James Potter, wealthy and influential. far better than himself, a gloomy poor boy. His task as a guide had come to an end, but he couldn't let go. So he wrote down all his new discoveries and improvements in potion making and sent them to her. Later, Professor Slughorn kept giving points to Gryffindor, and he guessed that Lily must have seen and used them. Once that thought broke, he fell completely into the abyss, watching Lily laugh so brightly with James. A smile he had never seen before, loneliness, jealousy, and despair coiled around him like a venomous snake, and in the end, he plunged into dark magic and joined the Death Eaters. He thought he was just a logistics guy, making potions, not involved in the fighting, until he overheard that prophecy. I tell you, that thing was a trigger. Voldemort and Dumbledore had long been itching for a fight, just lacking a reason. Snape's betrayal lit the powder keg perfectly. What he couldn't believe the most was that the child of the prophecy Voldemort was actually Lily's child. He frantically pleaded with Voldemort to spare Lily. When that didn't work, he went to Dumbledore, saying he would be a double agent as long as Lily was protected. At that moment, I saw the old fox Dumbledore's eyes sparkle, not with sympathy, but with the glint of seeing a useful tool. And what happened? When he rushed in the Valley of Death, all he saw was ruins. He stepped over James Potter's body. That guy died right in front of Lily, and Snape couldn't be bothered to look again. Inside, Lily lay on the ground, still in a protective position over her child. At that moment, Snape, as a person, had already died. In the years that followed, he acted like a madman, turning Slughorn's world upside down, searching through all the magical books, even going to France to seek out the legendary Nicholas Flamel, and he even contacted vampires. All for one method, a method to bring Lily back. But it was all useless. Besides summoning a mindless, quickly decaying zombie, he could do nothing. My voice interrupted his memories. Professor Snape. I took a withered flower out of my pocket. In his ashen eyes, there was suddenly a flicker of emotion. I took out a small test tube filled with a bright red viscous liquid. I tilted the test tube, and with just one drop, slowly let it fall onto the wilted flower stamen. In the next second, a miracle happened. The petals of the flower visibly became plump and upright, blooming layer by layer, even releasing a fragrance. Snape's breath caught in his throat. He stared intently at the flower and hoarsely asked, "Who are you?" As long as the flower is well preserved and the potion is sufficient, it can bloom again no matter how long it has wilted. I smiled at him and thought, "Professor, the flower you want to bloom again must be well preserved, right?" His hand tightened around his wand, his knuckles turning white. How could I know his deepest secret? Relax, Professor. I leaned closer to him. Since the flower is still here, the rest is simple, right? Just learn to brew enough potions. You truly are a devil, he said coldly. What must I give in return? No, this is our shared love for alchemy. I blinked. Oh, and please don't tell a certain great white wizard about this. Since you know so much, you should also know what I've sacrificed to beg him. Then, as a benefit of inviting you to explore alchemy together, let me tell you a little secret. I lowered my voice and whispered a few words in his ear. I told you, Snape's face. He suddenly wanted to rush out, but I held him back. He forced himself to calm down, his teeth chattering. What evidence do you have? What evidence could I have? I shrugged my shoulders, but think about it. How could a wizard born to a muggle family happen to know that ancient magic that can exchange life for life? And how could it be that the only invisibility cloak that could save his life just happened to be borrowed by Dumbledore? I threw a pendant to him, and as soon as he caught it, a wave of icy power instantly calmed him down. It's a solidified tranquility spell. I said, Professor, take your time to consider. Don't regret it later and say it was a moment of impulse. After dealing with Snape, I went straight to the room of requirement. The Weasley twin brothers are simply two endlessly energetic madmen. Ever since I taught them the basics of alchemy and engineering, they have made this place their home. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw them dancing around, waving a gift box. Warriors returning from hell. Look at our latest specialty. This is a congratulatory gift for your return. Goodness, just look at their sly expressions and then glance at the niter and poor quality rocks on the workbench beside them. I could easily guess with my little toe what was in that box. I pretended to be very surprised as I took the box, and while they weren't paying attention, I quickly shoved the box back in front of them and ripped it open. Boom! There was a loud bang and thick smoke billowed out. When the smoke cleared, I saw the two brothers pointing at me and each other, looking completely bewildered. Hey, who's this black guy? Where did this black guy come from? I elegantly brushed off the non-existent dust on my clothes, looking at the two lively treasures in the mirror whose faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Almost bursting into laughter, this move was like a main character taking position and starting to output, completely showcasing the twin brothers. I told you, how could that guy, Sheeman, fall for it? George was wiping his face vigorously with a wet cloth while complaining. Didn't you say we should act according to your expression? Fred also had a worried frown, saying that this special dye wouldn't wash off clean in less than a week. After the laughter, the atmosphere suddenly turned a bit somber. I had been feeling a bit down lately, and they noticed. I don't know how long it was before I dozed off in the corner, and when I woke up, I found the two of them sitting on either side of me. "Hey, mate." George handed over a few bottles of butterbeer. Fred mixed in a bit of his newly invented colorful potion. "Give it a try." We clinked our glasses, and I downed my drink in one go. It tasted pretty good, though the proportions were a bit off. "Buddy, we've been preparing this for a while," George said as he took out a new gift box. This time it wasn't a prank. Inside was an exquisite crystal ball. Shake it, and snowflakes would float inside. In front of a miniature Hogwarts castle stood three little figures. It was the two of them and me. Although the craftsmanship was still rough, I appreciated the sentiment. "All right, you two keep it up. I'll stay positive. With the holidays coming up, your Weasley-S Wizard Wheezes sales should be good, right?" "Yeah." The Daily Prophet even agreed to run an ad for us. "We just haven't decided on a name yet. Let's call it Weasley-S Wizarding Toy Factory." I raised my hand, and a blank scroll appeared out of thin air. Golden letters wrote down the phrase, "Hoping your props could bring a dreamlike experience to people, just like dreams." The scroll split in two and flew automatically into their hands. Under the moonlight, the three young people raised their bottles, and youth and dreams seemed to shine brightly. On the other side, Harry and the others weren't having such a dreamy time. The November weather was freezing cold, and thanks to Hermione's invention of the portable eternal flame, the three of them didn't turn into popsicles. However, Ron had previously been reckless and insisted on grabbing the blue flame, resulting in him getting a taste of freshly roasted pig's trotters. That day, the three of them were huddled around the fire to keep warm when Snape limped over. Harry and the others quickly squeezed together, trying to block the fire. Unfortunately, Snape had sharp eyes. He approached and expressionlessly snatched a book from Harry's hands. "Potter, library books are not allowed to be taken out. 10 points from Gryffindor." After saying that, he limped away with his injured leg. "I wonder what's wrong with his leg," Harry muttered. "Hope it hurts like hell," Ron said gleefully. A few days later, Harry rushed over, saying that when he went to get a book, he saw Snape tending to a wound on his leg. It was bitten by a big dog. I bet the troll on Halloween was released by him to distract us while he stole something guarded by that three-headed dog. Hermione still didn't believe it, thinking that teachers wouldn't steal even if they were bad. Ron, however, sided with Harry. "You always think teachers are saints. I think Snape would do anything." This idea took root in Harry's mind, lingering even before his first Quidditch match. On the day of the match, he was so nervous that he couldn't eat breakfast. Hermione made a sandwich and insisted on shoving it into his hands, but I intercepted it midway. It tastes good, just a bit too salty." I licked my fingers, earning a big eye roll from Hermione. I snapped my fingers at the nervous Harry, casting a trivial warming charm that made him feel much warmer instantly, and his appetite returned. "Go on, Harry, your talent doesn't need all that nonsense." I handed him over to Wood, who had come to collect him, while he was busy stuffing a large piece of ham into his mouth. The match began. Hermione and I stood on the platform. That little girl, who usually looked demure, was shouting so loudly that her face turned red, and it made my ears buzz. I'll tell you right from the start, it was a complete domination. The Gryffindor chasers, Angelina and her friends, were working together like a well-oiled machine, leaving Slytherin with no chance to fight back. But soon, Slytherin started to play dirty. Their captain, Marcus, looked like a troll, constantly throwing elbows, charging, and making all sorts of sneaky moves. At one point, he almost knocked Harry off his broom. Just then, Harry's broom suddenly started to act up. It began to bounce wildly, flipping up and down, and it looked like it was going to throw him off. Hermione, sharp-eyed, grabbed the binoculars, scanned the crowd, and quickly locked onto the target, Snape. That old bat was staring at Harry, muttering incantations. "Hermione, think of something." Ron's face turned pale. At that critical moment, Hermione really showed her courage. She shoved the binoculars into Ron's arms, told him to cover her, and disappeared into the crowd. The next second, the teacher's stand erupted, with several people jumping up and frantically patting their robes. I squinted and saw that, sure enough, a wisp of green smoke was rising from beneath Snape's robe. The broom stabilized instantly. Harry seized the opportunity, diving rapidly, almost skimming the grass. The Slytherin seeker tried to chase him, but his lousy broom couldn't keep up. Harry stood up on his broom and reached out to grab the elusive golden snitch. As a result, he stumbled and fell off the broom, rolling several times on the ground. The crowd gasped in shock. Harry stood up unsteadily, covering his mouth as if he was about to vomit. Then he suddenly retched, and a shiny golden ball fell out of his mouth, which he caught firmly in his hand. He raised the golden snitch above his head, and the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. This move was simply unprecedented. But the next second, let me tell you, Harry directly gave me a show of instant regurgitation. He bent over, and with a wow, he vomited out that golden snitch, which was still glistening with some mysterious liquid. Madam Hooch's whistle was almost blown to pieces. Gryffindor had won. The crowd first fell into a dead silence. Then it exploded. Our side went wild, while Slytherin turned green in the face, shouting, "Foul!" He swallowed it. It doesn't count as catching. Goodness, that sour smell could be detected from 800 meters away. Our captain, Wood, was so excited that he was bouncing around like a 200-pound child, hugging Harry and shouting, "What a great start! We took down Slytherin, and as long as we can beat Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw puts in some effort, the championship will be ours." The twin brothers were setting off fireworks nearby, and the roar of the lion made the atmosphere in the stadium reach a peak. After celebrating, we strolled over to Hagrid's hut. Let me tell you, everything in Hagrid's place is oversized. When Hermione sat down in a chair, she sank right into it, which was hilarious. Just as we were sipping his homemade tea that could burn our tongues off, Ron couldn't hold back anymore and said seriously to Harry, "Mate, I've got to tell you, that was Snape trying to get you." Hermione and I saw it clearly. He was mumbling something and staring at you. If Hermione hadn't rushed over to distract him, you would have been doing free fall from your broom today. Hagrid was instantly alarmed. Nonsense. Professor Snape would never do such a thing. Harry turned pale and shivered. He wouldn't be trying to kill me to silence me, would he? He quickly spilled the beans about what happened on Halloween, saying that Snape got bitten by the three-headed dog on the 4th floor and was definitely trying to steal what the dog was guarding. Fluffy? Hagrid's attention was immediately diverted, and he even threw aside his rock-hard rock cakes. "How do you know about Fluffy?" "That's my dog. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard something." "Guarding what?" Harry pressed. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Hagrid clammed up tightly like a clam. "That's a secret. Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. He wouldn't steal anything. Dumbledore even asked him to help set up protective measures." Ron was getting anxious. Then why would he want to harm Harry? Hermione saw it too. "I'm telling you. You little brats, don't meddle." Hagrid shouted, probably angry at himself for slipping up, forgetting about the dog and what it was guarding. "That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Uh-huh." Harry's eyes lit up. Nicholas Flamel. We've got the keyword, folks. Hagrid's expression at that moment was one of wishing he could slap himself. After leaving Hagrid's hut, Ron was still a bit annoyed and asked Hermione, "Why didn't you back me up when I was talking about Snape?" Hermione furrowed her brow, thought for a long time, and finally said, I'm not sure. When I ran over, I saw Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell both casting spells. That must have been Snape casting a curse, and Professor Quirrell was protecting Harry. Ron's thought process was straightforward. Harry, however, was more clear-headed and said, "Never mind that for now. Our top priority is to figure out who Nicholas Flamel really is." Hermione slapped her forehead. "I've definitely seen that name somewhere." Seamus, standing nearby, chuckled silently and ruffled Hermione's hair, saying, "You three have all seen him. At least the one who claims not to know has seen him 5 or 6 times. Damn it. As soon as the words were out, the CPU of the duo, Harry and Hermione, overheated. Hermione, deep in thought, suddenly jumped up and grabbed Simon's shirt. "I remember, on the train, Dumbledore's chocolate frog card. My goodness, Nicholas Flamel." So what he wanted Dumbledore to protect was... The little girl was so excited she was trembling all over, feeling like she had discovered some earth-shattering secret. Winter at Hogwarts arrived suddenly, transforming the outside into an icy wonderland overnight. The mischievous Weasley twins had even enchanted snowballs with tracking magic, mercilessly pelting the poor Professor Quirrell on the back of his head, while Simon secretly recorded with a crystal ball, claiming it would be a glorious history for them in the future. As the two clowns played, they suddenly started to market their wares. Fred was hit by a snowball, fell to the ground, blood gushing everywhere, scaring everyone around. Then, in an instant, he revived, retaliating with a snowball to George's head, causing George to start bleeding too. With blood on their heads, the two jumped up and shouted, "Super realistic blood snowballs. A must-have gadget for pranks and scares. Get a discount for bulk purchases." It turned out they had concocted a potion toy, turning the whole square into a crime scene, even catching the attention of Professor McGonagall. Amidst the chaos, Hermione joined the fray, sneakily hitting Simon with a snowball from behind. Simon pretended to be angry, saying, "Madam, you're playing with fire." But before he could finish, he got hit in the face. Then the two started a playful snowball fight, sweet enough to make my teeth ache. After the snowball fight, Simon naturally took Hermione's cold, red hand to warm it up, and they walked back to the hall hand in hand. In the hall, Ron was dominating at wizard's chess, just having captured Harry's king. Feeling quite smug, upon seeing Simon, he immediately wanted to challenge him. However, his brother Percy passed by, looking at him like he was an idiot. Brother, do you realize Simon was the school champion at wizard's chess last year? Ron, still unconvinced, insisted on a game. Let's just say during mealtime, we saw Ron sitting at the long table, looking lost and with blank eyes. The twin brothers were mercilessly mocking him. Foolish brother, how do you feel? Ron, looking like he had lost his soul, exclaimed, how can he play chess like this? 16 pieces, none left, he wiped them all out, and still managed to checkmate me. Fred said gloomily, oh, I forgot to tell you, Simon just learned wizard's chess last year. Except for the first game, all the opponents who didn't surrender were wiped out completely before being checkmated, which is why he has the nickname the Annihilator. Ron was instantly petrified. With Christmas break approaching, Harry and Ron decided to stay at school, while Hermione planned to go home. During dinner, Hermione received a reply from her family, her face lighting up with joy. After dinner, she bumped into Simon at the door, both feeling a bit shy. Eventually, Hermione spoke first, blushing as she invited Simon to spend Christmas at her home. Simon feigned a troubled expression, making Hermione's heart sink before suddenly smiling. It would be my honor, milady. He then playfully messed up her hair. Hermione, annoyed, kicked him. Simon then said he had also wanted to invite Hermione's family to his gathering. Soon it was the day to leave school, and the lake outside had frozen into a vast ice field. Just as everyone was worried about how to cross, Simon appeared with a sled. Sliding up to Hermione with flair, beautiful Miss Granger, the Christmas sleigh of the seasoned driver, is about to depart. Care to join? Hermione's eyes lit up, and as they rode the sled across the ice field, the feeling was exhilarating. When they reached platform 9, the train wasn't crowded. Simon, as if performing magic, pulled out a large box of Honeydew sweets and handed it to Hermione, saying it was pre-purchased. Hermione pretended to protest that her parents, being dentists, wouldn't allow her to eat sweets, but her eyes sparkled with joy as she hugged the gift, smiling sweetly. As the train started, Hermione looked out at the scenery and soon grew tired, dozing off with her head resting on Simon's lap. He let her rest like that until they were almost in London, gently waking her in a particularly tender way. When Hermione woke up, still a bit groggy, she suddenly realized Simon had changed back into muggle clothes. She scrambled to put on her own sweater and skirt. When the train arrived, Hermione rushed to the front. As soon as the door opened, she spotted her anxious mother waiting on the platform and rushed towards her like a little bird. Mom, I tell you, that scene moved me to tears. Mrs. Granger hugged Hermione tightly, her eyes red. After all, she was just an 11-year-old child, traveling so far alone for school. What mother wouldn't feel heartbroken? I waited until the two of them were done being affectionate before I went over to greet them, bowing slightly. Mrs. Granger. She was stroking Hermione's hair while thanking me for taking care of her daughter. Hermione, upon hearing this, became displeased, her little face turning red as she huffed. Don't call me Jane. I'm all grown up now. Her mother laughed even more gently. All right, our little Hermione has grown up. When I asked about her father, I was surprised to hear he hadn't come because there were urgent patients at the clinic. I sensed something was off as I looked at Mrs. Granger's face, which hid a trace of fatigue, so I asked if they were facing any trouble. She immediately changed the subject, saying it was nothing, just work-related, and led us outside to the taxi stand. Something felt wrong, family. Once outside, I saw they were preparing to take a taxi, so I handed over Hermione's suitcase, and we agreed to visit her home for Christmas. Watching them get into the taxi, I turned to walk toward the parking lot. There, a dark blue car had been waiting, with a discreet cross emblem on its body. A handsome guy with a sexy stubble and deep-set eyes was already standing by the car, and upon seeing me, he immediately came over. Mr. West. He casually took my suitcase and placed it in the trunk. Wow, well, you actually came ashore? I said as I got into the car, unable to resist teasing him. So, how has the land changed in the past 10 years? Changing rapidly, sir, he replied as he started the car and headed towards Ligastrom Road. That was my friend, I said, taking the initiative to speak to avoid him holding back his curiosity. Will and his group get along with us because they have no interest in power or wealth. It feels just like hanging out with buddies, very relaxed. Oh, the little guy is even concerned about adult matters now? I chuckled. What about your Elizabeth? After being ashore for 10 years, isn't their plan for a second child? I caught a glimpse of Will's face in the rearview mirror and immediately froze up. After clearing my throat for a while, I said, sir, please don't tease me. After Mary was born, we decided to stop having kids. It's true. Your little Mary is doing much better than us old folks. I continued to tease him. Will's face turned even redder. Honestly, Elizabeth and I didn't expect that girl to be so fierce. Of course, it's also thanks to you and that Siberian fellow looking out for her. All right. Enough of that. What about your old flame? Maria? Will looked pained. She has gone out to sea with Captain Sperry on an adventure. All right, Captain Sperry is back in Europe this time. He said he really wanted to see you. Come on, don't make me laugh. That coward Jack always runs away as soon as he sees me. Back when we were in the Navy together, it wasn't the Navy that scared him off. It was his own little courage that broke first. We continued to chat aimlessly, and soon the car arrived at the Swift Manor. I got out, and Will said he still needed to go to the port to pick up the captain. Before leaving, he eagerly asked, "Sir, when can we see your flagship Cold Crow again?" "Another day," I replied with a smile as I bid him farewell. Turning around, I saw Alice leaning against the front door waiting for me. We exchanged a glance, and without saying a word, we understood each other completely. That kind of tacit understanding is practically ingrained in our DNA. "I'm back, Alice. Welcome home, Lo." The afternoon sun was warm, and I slumped in the living room armchair like an old man soaking in the sun. Alice came in with red tea and the little snack she had made, and when she saw me in that state, she laughed. I tilted my head and asked, "What are you laughing at?" She replied, laughing at my lazy appearance, looking just like an old man. As she spoke, she poured me some tea. After hearing this, I thought for a moment, cleared my throat, and shouted in an old man's tone, "Wife, is the afternoon tea ready? Hurry up." She playfully responded, "You lazy bum. Come get it yourself." After the fun, I asked her, "Do you want to go with me to Hermione's house?" She didn't say anything and directly stuffed a piece of cake into my mouth. The familiar taste was simply delightful. Looking at the person who has accompanied me through the long years, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "What gift are you preparing for your little girlfriend?" Elise asked while tidying up the tea set. I thought for a moment and said, "I'll make her a cream puff tower myself." Guess how she reacted? Suddenly, she got dramatic and covered her face, starting to recite poetry, but see the new person smile while the old one weeps. It left me with a face full of black lines. I casually said, "Since that's the case, my beloved sister Alice, how about we have a deeper conversation about our feelings?" As soon as the words came out, I felt a chill down my back. "Oh no, I messed up." I quickly tried to salvage the situation. "Calm down, Alice, calm down." But she didn't say anything and gracefully closed the door as she left. I was left alone, sprawled on the floor, thinking why I couldn't just leave her alone. Meanwhile, on Hermione's side, as soon as she and her mom reached home, I sensed that the atmosphere was off. Her mom looked around nervously, like a thief, before quickly pulling Hermione inside. "Daddy, I'm back," Hermione shouted as she entered. The moment the door opened, her dad hugged her tightly, saying, "My little Hermione has grown up," but his eyes were still warily glancing outside. After Hermione went to her room, the conversation between her parents downstairs felt like a scene from a suspense movie. They didn't run into those people, did they? No. But they will definitely come back, dear. We can't fight them. Wow. It turned out they were facing a forced eviction. Her dad was indignant, saying that not even German bombers had flattened this place, but now they wanted to drive them out to build villas for the rich. Her mom silenced him with one sentence. "Dear, have you forgotten your French? Where does this strong sense of land ownership come from?" The look on her dad's face at that moment was priceless. Hermione, upstairs, was unaware of any of this. She dove into her little bed, rolling around, suddenly thinking about me coming over in a couple of days, and her face turned red. By evening, she wanted to help in the kitchen, but was sent out by her mom, who said the kitchen was dangerous. So she ran to find her dad. He was in the storage room, cleaning up, and it was so dusty it was suffocating. Just then, Hermione discovered a large box pressed at the very bottom. "What's this?" Her dad stared at the box, looking confused, saying it was very important, but he couldn't remember exactly what it was, only that it involved a quarrel and pain with a very unreasonable woman. He opened the box, and, surprisingly, everything inside was perfectly preserved and not damp at all. Suddenly, Hermione's eyes widened as she pointed to a small box inside. "Time capsule? Oh my God, Dad, is this mine?" Her dad handed her the box, saying it was something they brought over from France. Hermione cradled the box, and although she couldn't remember exactly what was inside, a voice in her heart told her that it contained her most precious memories of this lifetime. Back in her room, Hermione initially planned to wait until she was an adult to open it, but the golden power from the sorting hat kept urging her to open it now. She took a deep breath and with a click, opened the box. At the same time, I felt a connection. I went straight to the great library, all the way to the top floor, stopping in front of an exhibition room. I looked at the shelf in front of me and smiled. Gotcha! A scroll that was originally there was missing. It was the scroll from the ancient scrolls that could traverse time, but the user had to be a dragonborn. I realized at that moment that this little girl was going to get my help to fulfill her wish. Fine, then I'll leave the scroll with you for now. On Hermione's side, she was already petrified. Inside the box lay a butterfly hairpin, exactly like the one Diora gave her. What does this mean? There was also a necklace. When she opened the pendant, there was a photo of 3 children. The one in the middle was herself, on the left was a silver-haired girl, and on the right. The little boy with black hair, though blurry, that outline, wasn't it me? No, it was my childhood self, little Luo. With a bang, the dam of sealed memories burst open. She remembered, in 1984, by the Seine River, at sunset, she had 2 best friends, one named Bella and the other little Luo. Tears streamed down her face. She remembered the 3 of us playing together, and I had given her and Bella each a butterfly hairpin. But the memories after that were all a blur, a segment of extremely sad past sealed away. After that, she left Paris with her father and came to London, losing contact with us. It wasn't until she saw that book I wrote that she regained a friend. There was also a piece of parchment in the box. The letter I tricked her into writing to the future. When she opened it, her face instantly turned bright red, and she quickly shoved the parchment back, muttering curses at that bastard Western old fox, then put the necklace around her neck. That night, her family prepared an exaggeratedly lavish dinner, as if it were the Last Supper. Her parents forced smiles, raising their glasses to welcome their little Hermione home. The scene was warm, yet carried an indescribable eeriness. I was busy making a cream puff tower in the kitchen when Will called to ask when we were leaving tomorrow. I told him I was making snacks, and he was momentarily stunned on the other end of the line. After hanging up, he told his wife and daughter, Mr. Sheeman is personally making snack for a girl. Goodness, it was as if time had paused in their house, and the air became tense. His daughter Mary, being the ruler of a nation, started nervously asking where that girl lived, afraid something might go wrong. However, they didn't know that the real trouble was at my house. I carefully carried the cream puff tower, which was bigger than a Christmas tree, to find Alice to show off, trying to be cute and playful. Alice finally deigned to eat one, and her smile was dazzling. Since you worked so hard, I'll give you a reward, she said, grinning like a little fox. I made a loaf of bread. Before she finished her sentence, my face turned green. I took a step back and saw a loaf of bread mysteriously appear in her hand, emanating an eerie fragrance. Without a word, I turned and ran. The next day, when Will came to pick me up, he was shocked to see my pale face and asked, Sir, what happened to you? I forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Well, I've made some bread. Do you want to try? In an instant, the world fell silent. Without saying a word, Will swiftly grabbed the item from my hands and stuffed it into the car, jumping into the driver's seat. Sir, there's no time to explain. Get in the car quickly. However, just as we were about to depart, trouble arose at Hermione's house. In the Hendon area of London, a group of uninvited guests arrived with heavy machinery, blocking the small town. The roaring and clattering noise shattered the festive atmosphere of Christmas. Hermione nervously leaned out of the second-floor window to look down. Uncle Paul, who ran the bakery in town and was usually the kindest old man, angrily rushed out to reason with them. It's Christmas today. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? The developers completely ignored him and brought along a group of local thugs. One of the thugs pointed directly at Mr. Granger's nose and shouted, You damn Frenchman, what are you doing here? The last time I went to your lousy clinic to get my teeth checked, I had a swollen jaw for days. Then he got even more excited, grinning maliciously as he added, Oh, I forgot to tell you, when we came in, we casually pushed a few run-down buildings on the roadside for convenience. Like that illegal clinic of yours. You, Mr. Granger, trembled with rage. Hermione had already quietly tightened her grip on her wand upstairs. If it came down to it, she would be expelled, but she couldn't just stand by and watch her parents being bullied. Just then, my blue car stopped by the roadside. I walked down casually, looking completely out of the loop, directly ignoring the gang of thugs, and walked up to Mr. Granger to greet him. Hello, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger. Hello, Seawin, sorry. It's a bit inconvenient right now. Mr. Granger forced back his anger. The gang was enraged by my audacity. One guy walked over to my car, rubbed his shoe sole against the car body, and kicked it a few times, saying, I didn't know, Granger, that you knew rich people. This lousy car. After Mr. Granger quietly explained the ins and outs, I hadn't had a chance to speak yet when I saw Will grinning, his face displaying an extremely interesting expression as he got out of the driver's seat. Thankfully, there hadn't been a direct confrontation. Otherwise, today's situation would have been a disaster. I tell you, Will got out of the car and turned pale without saying a word. He pulled out his phone and started calling for help. What a guy. The call went straight to Buckingham Palace. He was covering his face, acting like he was in a play, crying to the Queen's secretary. Mary. Hello? Mary. I'm telling you, I'm in Hendon. Something big has happened. The developers brought people to forcibly demolish a young girl's clinic. Yes. It's the kind of trouble we were worried about. Luckily, no one was killed. On the other side, Will was still shaking hands and apologizing to the Granger couple, saying it was a holiday and he was sorry for scaring them. I was pulling the little Hermione who just ran out. It was simply embarrassing to watch. I directly snapped at Will. Can you tone down that look? My orientation is perfectly normal. Thank you. Also, hurry back to the car and look in the mirror. You look worse than crying with that smile, you know? Just as we were stuck in this situation, let me tell you, a real storm had already begun at Buckingham Palace, ready to give 10 Downing Street a little shock. Speaking of which, the Prime Minister at 10 Downing Street, John Roy, usually mocks others from behind, but when the call from Buckingham Palace came in, he was so nervous, taking several deep breaths before daring to answer. On the other end of the line, the Queen's voice was as cold as ice, getting straight to the point. John, is the redevelopment plan for Hendon approved by your government? Prime Minister Roy's heart dropped. Yes, Your Majesty. He knew there were some shady dealings behind this project with the Bonry Consortium. The Conservative Party was aware of it, but he couldn't figure out why the Queen would care about such trivial matters. Is the plan legal? The Queen asked again. Faced with her, Prime Minister Roy didn't dare to lie. He could only honestly admit, there are indeed some issues. There was silence on the other end, and that silence was even scarier than being scolded. Be more specific. The relocation and resettlement. Didn't keep up? Roy quickly had his secretary pull up the data. They provided some affordable housing, but the cost of living in Hendon, they simply couldn't afford it. Not only can't they afford it, but you only provided for a part? The Queen's tone was already off. Roy felt his back was soaked with sweat. Yes, Your Majesty. It probably only covers about 20% of the population. So, this matter, is it the government's fault? Damn. Although the Queen doesn't want to directly offend me, she still has to follow the procedure. But Prime Minister Roy wouldn't dare take the blame. He listened to the former Queen's ultimatum over the phone before she hung up. If you can't resolve the issue on site within an hour, you and your Conservative Party should resign. He felt completely weak. He suddenly stood up and shouted at his secretary. Get Lamont over here immediately. Check which MP went to West Hendon. Prepare the car. We need to go right now. In the car, Chancellor Lamont still looked confused. What's wrong, Roy? It's just a demolition. Did someone die? We don't need to go in person. John Roy looked as if his soul had been sucked out. If it were just a death, that would be a good thing. Her Majesty the Queen is personally concerned about it. Lamont was also stunned. Why? It's just a poor, run-down neighborhood. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could there be a World War II veteran living there? How would I know? Prime Minister Roy just wanted to swallow the idiots from the Bonroy Consortium whole. They were doomed. They were doomed. Soon, the Prime Minister's convoy arrived. Families, who understands? The developers and those thugs who were just flaunting their power were now being dragged away like dead pigs. The Prime Minister personally apologized to the residents and sent Christmas blessings, and everyone was cheering. But Prime Minister Roy's smile was more painful than crying because he saw parked right next to him my one-of-a-kind Soviet flagship vehicle in all of Britain. He also noticed the clear footprint on the hood. It seemed like it had been directly stamped on his face. Silently, he added 2 more levels to the punishment package for the Bonroy Consortium. Not to mention how devastated the Prime Minister felt. Will and I'd already arrived at the ruins of the clinic. Mr. Granger looked at the debris all over the ground, and he seemed to collapse, his back hunched. Will quickly comforted him, saying the government would definitely compensate for the repairs. I also leaned over to tease Hermione. Maybe Santa will bring you a new clinic tomorrow? You know what? Mr. Granger really perked up at our words, holding his wife's hand and gazing at her affectionately, then inviting us to their home for afternoon tea. At the Granger's house, I placed the cream puff tower I brought on the table, and their eyes lit up. I took a box of snacks and handed it to little Hermione, ruffling her hair. Little greedy cat, this is your snack. Will didn't come in. He had to go home to arrange the Christmas celebration. Hermione was still a bit worried, asking me if today's events would affect our mood for the banquet tomorrow. I explained to Mrs. Granger that it was just a wealthy idler, wandering around the world in his Flying Dutchman and messing with shipping. There was nothing wrong with that, right? That night, we had a lively Christmas Eve dinner at the Grangers, finally washing away the bad luck of the day. Before going to bed, Hermione held on to me reluctantly, and I leaned in to whisper a few words in her ear. The little girl's face turned bright red, and she gave me a big eye roll. The next morning, as soon as I returned to Alice's place, she started teasing me. Oh, you didn't spend the night at the little Loli's house last night? I couldn't be bothered to respond and started unwrapping the Christmas gifts sent from Hogwarts. From the Grangers. A dental care kit. Thank you, my teeth can probably handle anything on this planet. Little Hermione sent homemade cookies, which were good and tasted nice. Harry's gift was all prank props from the Weasley twins. I looked at one of the potions and thought, these two lunatics, are they trying to cause trouble under the guise of the Minors' Protection Law? Ravenclaw's prefect Penelope sent a book titled Detailed Explanation of Ancient Runes. Dear, I've been eyeing this since before the world had hieroglyphics. Wait, what the hell is this love-themed handkerchief? It's 2025, folks. Sending something like this to underage boys is definitely harassment. I was just complaining when I teasingly tried to kiss Alice. As a result, boom. I shot out of the house like a cannonball, plowing a trench in the yard. I got up from the pit, brushed off the dirt, shook my head helplessly, and waved my hand to restore the house. A tough exterior and thick skin, that's my style. Once everything was in order, I went to pick up Hermione and her family. Their clinic had been completely renovated, and the Granger couple was over the moon. Naturally, I took Hermione's hand, and the little girl probably still remembered our whispered conversation from last night, looking quite displeased. If her parents weren't around, I might have gotten kicked in the ankle again. However, I glanced at her newly changed white stockings. Ahem, I'm a serious person. On the way, Mr. Granger asked Alice, who was driving, where we were going. Let me tell you, Alice's driving style was something else, like catching shrimp, speeding wildly, and doing extreme drifts. Mr. Granger's face turned pale. Westminster, not far, Alice said calmly. When we arrived, it was a grand manor. Will and his elegant and beautiful wife Elizabeth were already waiting for us at the entrance. Mr. Granger honestly brought 2 bags of homemade food as gifts. As for what happened next, how should I put it? It was simply surreal. By the time the holiday was over and we were on the train back to Hogwarts, Hermione's eyes were still red, not from homesickness, but from shock. She glared at me, puffed up with anger. You promised a Christmas surprise, and you almost scare me to death. The Queen's homemade mixed fruit pie, the Soviet Marshal's borscht, homemade sausage from the German F. Herrera, and Will Turner. Oh my God, the founder of the British Shipping Company, a legendary pirate of the 18th century, and Captain Jack Sparrow, even Captain Li Hua Mei from the East. I took out a sausage and started munching on it as if nothing happened. How about it? The seafood feast provided by Mr. Weasley is fresh, right? All caught straight from the deep sea. Hermione was so annoyed by my low synchronization rate that she came up and bit my arm. After biting, she felt sorry and even stuck out her little tongue to lick it. Then she realized what she did. Her face turned red, and she suddenly pushed me away and turned her head, ignoring me. I explained to her, there's an old saying in the East called half a bottle clinks. The real big shots have long returned to simplicity and can just treat each other as ordinary friends. On the contrary, someone like Malfoy always mentions my dad, afraid others want to know his family is rich. Speak of the devil, Malfoy's iconic voice echoed in the hallway. With 8 out of 10 sentences about my dad, and the other 2 saying Harry Potter is nothing. Hermione nodded in agreement. She then remembered, by the way, that Siberian Marshal. Why did he look like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Sister Alice giving him bread? As soon as I heard this, my expression instantly changed. I looked seriously at Hermione and made 3 gestures, covering my eyes, covering my ears, and covering my mouth. Remember, regarding Sister Alice's bread, we must adhere to the 3 no principles. Don't listen, don't look, don't ask. Your face turned green, Shiwan, Hermione remarked. The train roared as it passed through platform 9, and we returned to Hogwarts. As soon as we got back, we saw Harry sitting alone by the fireplace, staring blankly, exuding an emo vibe. He didn't even notice us approaching. Harry. Only then did he snap back to reality and force a smile. You're back. I sat down next to him and handed him a snack, but he shook his head. Aren't you going to tell us about the Savior's Christmas adventure? Harry hesitated for a moment and then began to speak. He received an invisibility cloak, which was left by his father. Then he put on the cloak and went to the restricted section to look up information and ended up overhearing a fight between Snape and Quirrell. To escape being caught, he ran into an abandoned room and discovered a huge mirror. You would never guess what I saw in it. Harry's voice became low. I saw my dad, my mom, and my grandparents. He described the mirror, his eyes filled with longing, as if he were addicted. Hermione looked worried, feeling that something was not right. I listened and then softly said, right? Harry looked at me in shock, because this was exactly the inscription on the mirror. I sighed and said to him, that is the mirror of Ariste. The inscription, when reversed, reads, what I show you is not your face, but the desires of your heart. It will probe the deepest desires of your soul and then present them before you. But unfortunately, it's all just an illusion. Harry was still lost in memories. Later, I called Ron over, and he saw himself as the head boy and the Quidditch captain. Hermione scoffed, clearly not believing that Ron could achieve such things, and she started lecturing Harry. We're being too reckless. How many points will we lose if we get caught? Looking at Harry, it was obvious he wanted to go again. I thought this wouldn't do. At this rate, the kid would be ruined. So I proposed an astonishing suggestion. Tonight, the three of us, let's go on a candlelit night adventure and see that magic mirror. What do you think? Hermione jumped up immediately. No way. That's too stupid. We're definitely going to get caught. I pushed her back in her seat, teasing her by rubbing her hair. My little witch, don't you want to stand in front of the magic mirror and chant the spell? Magic mirror, who is the fairest of them all? I'm not the evil queen from Snow White. If you keep rubbing my hair, it's going to turn into a bird's nest. She said this, but for Hermione, the top student, the curiosity about the unknown was unbeatable. That night, the three of us sneaked out of the common room. I gave Hermione a bottle of invisibility potion, but the little girl wasn't used to it at all. She stumbled around, and in the end, I had to half carry her to keep her from falling. When we arrived, Harry couldn't wait to lift the cloak and rush to the magic mirror. He sat in front of the mirror. His lonely and desolate figure was heart-wrenching. After a while, he stood up and let us try. Hermione carefully walked over and stood in front of the mirror, her big eyes wide open. I saw her expression change from happiness to anxiety, and finally to a pale face as she reached out to touch the mirror. I gently hugged her from behind. Hermione froze for a moment, looking at the reflection in the mirror, the version of herself I was holding. She turned around and met my concerned gaze. The little girl suddenly smiled sweetly. I'm fine. Siwen, do you want to give it a try? She tilted her head curiously, wanting to see what I could see. So I stood in front of the mirror, adjusted my collar, and calmly said, well, this mirror is nice. It's quite shiny. I realized that I actually looked pretty handsome. Hermione was almost going crazy. How can you use it as a dressing mirror? Just then, a loud and familiar voice came from behind. So, does this mean that not only you are here, but you've also brought Miss Granger and Mr. Swift along? I almost burst out laughing when I saw Harry and Hermione, both of them shivering as if they had been electrocuted. Turning around, I saw Dumbledore holding a plate of melon, looking at us with a cheerful expression, like a bystander enjoying the show. Want a piece? Imported from Turpin, it helps with sleep. I calmly took a piece and found it quite delicious. Hermione, try some, I said, handing her another piece. Hermione, having seen her share of grand occasions, composed herself and sweetly thanked the professor. Only Harry stood there dumbfounded. Hermione was probably thinking to herself, little Harry is still too young. I've chatted with queens and generals, and Dumbledore is nothing to worry about. Dumbledore looked at Harry, sighed, and spoke up. I think you've already felt its magic, haven't you? Yes, Professor. I saw my family. Your friend Ron saw himself becoming the student council president. Dumbledore gently explained. What shows us is simply the deepest, strongest desires of our hearts. Only the happiest people in the world can see it as an ordinary mirror. Harry and Hermione instantly turned to look at me. Could it be that I am the happiest person? Hermione's curiosity was piqued again. Professor, how was this mirror made? Dumbledore shook his head and said that the mirror was too old. I couldn't take it any longer. I walked to the mirror, dusted it off, and said, its creator and the materials used are very old. It is filled with genuine happiness, the imprint of its original owner's happy times. This happiness, when reflected in ordinary people, becomes an inescapable, beautiful dream. Dumbledore's eyes lit up. He finally understood. He asked, then, if it's not taboo, who was its original owner? In British history, the one who represents hope, the most perfect person. I felt the veins on my hand against the mirror bulge for a moment and then instantly calmed down. I turned my back to them, looking into the mirror at the woman beside me in white, her lips slightly curled, and then the illusion dissipated, leaving only myself in the mirror. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore stood up straight, revealing a respectful expression. All right, it's getting late. It's time to go to bed. Dumbledore began to usher everyone away, saying that the mirror would be moved tomorrow and that Harry shouldn't seek it out again. Indulging in an illusory dream is of no benefit. As they were leaving, Harry asked Dumbledore, Professor, what did you see in the mirror? Me? I saw myself holding a thick pair of wool socks. Back in the dormitory, Hermione was still struggling with this question. In the library, Harry and Ron were frantically catching up on homework, creating an assembly line for copying assignments. Ron copied while leisurely munching on Harry's snacks. Oh, there's even a pack of chocolate frogs. Let's see. No, it's Dumbledore again. Ron disdainfully tossed aside the card that had just revealed Dumbledore's image. Ron, you interrupted my train of thought. Harry, frustrated, picked up the card, was about to toss it aside, but stopped, muttering softly. Dumbledore's well-known contributions include defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, and achieving remarkable results in alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel. Ron, with his mouth full of food, widened his eyes and snatched the card from Harry's hand. He looked at the card and seemed very pleased. Hermione, look, I found Nicholas Flamel. I found him. However, Hermione merely coldly placed a book she had found a long time ago in front of the two of them, waved her wand lightly, and the pages flipped rapidly, stopping at a designated page. Ron and Harry read quietly. Ancient alchemy involves the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance with astonishing properties. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, allowing anyone who drinks it to live forever. Over the centuries, there have been many reports about the Philosopher's Stone, but the only remaining Philosopher's Stone belongs to the famous alchemist and opera enthusiast Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and is currently living in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658 years old. You knew all along, Ron said in an accusatory tone to Hermione. And then, did telling you give you any way to solve all this? You don't even have the ability to find such a simple answer? Hermione said seriously. The atmosphere seemed a bit tense. At that moment, a bouncy person jumped in through the door. It was Neville Longbottom, his legs stuck together, so he could only move this way. Most people in the hall burst into mocking laughter. Hermione decisively waved her wand, immobulous. However, Neville's clumsy body still couldn't maintain balance and fell to the ground. What happened? Hermione helped Neville up and brought him over to sit with Harry and Ron while asking. Malfoy, Neville said with a trembling voice. I ran into him outside the library. He said he was looking for someone to practice that spell. You should tell Professor McGonagall. The professors will deduct points from him. Hermione had already told Neville this many times, yet judging by the points deducted from Slytherin, it was clear that Neville Longbottom had never done this. Today is no different. Neville shook his head. I don't want to get into trouble again. He mumbled ambiguously, turning into a little bundle of tears once more. You have to face him bravely. Neville, Ron said, he is always bullying, and we have no reason to submit to him and let him succeed so easily. You don't need to tell me I'm too cowardly to be in Gryffindor. Malfoy has already said that to me. Neville choked out. Hermione silently cast a courage charm on Neville, and after seeing that he seemed to feel a bit better, their attention returned to the Philosopher's Stone. For Ron, who had never had ample funds at home and used various hand-me-downs from his brothers, a thing that could infinitely exchange for gold and grant immortality, who wouldn't he want to obtain it? So, we know that the thing guarded by the three-headed dog in that forbidden area is the ultimate product of alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone. Harry took a deep breath, thinking that it must be because they were friends that Nicholas Flamel entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore for safekeeping. And they must have known in advance that Gringotts was no longer safe. Could a dark wizard so powerful that Gringotts couldn't protect against him really be Snape? Ron said longingly, I think if there's really a Philosopher's Stone that can grant so many wishes, I would also risk stealing it. You guys are actually discussing the Philosopher's Stone. Our dear brother, you absolutely wouldn't want something like that. At this moment, the Weasley twins appeared in front of everyone, seemingly bringing a pile of borrowed books to return. Madame Pants inspected the books and was satisfied to collect them, noting that they were well protected, with no stains or damage. Do you know about it? The Philosopher's Stone? The Philosopher's Stone, an artifact of ancient alchemy, the ultimate manifestation of evil magic, also known as the Philosopher's Stone, whether made or used, comes at an extremely high cost. Even George, who often joked around, had a serious expression. The cost of the Philosopher's Stone far exceeds its worth. For example, it can indeed turn stone into gold, but the price you have to pay for this is several times the amount of gold gained. Then the twin brothers forcibly dragged little Harry up. All right, there's no time for our little Harry to ponder the Philosopher's Stone anymore. Wood is on our case again. I'm telling you, if we lose the next match against Hufflepuff, Wood will kill us. Spare me. Helpless, Harry was forcibly dragged out of the room by the brothers, heading towards the Quidditch training ground. Watching the Weasley brothers and Harry leave, Hermione fell silent again beside them. She was contemplating one last thing. If the price of turning stone into gold is several times the amount of gold, then what is the price of extending life? Can anyone really afford that price? Speaking of the forbidden room on the 4th floor, the place guarded by the three-headed dog, long before Harry and the others stumbled in there, the Weasley twins had already been there and had roughly guessed that there was something very important beneath that trapdoor. But they never expected it to be the Philosopher's Stone. You guys are back? Hermione also came over. Watching the Weasley twins enter, Sewin did not get up, but even without standing, he could sense through the fluctuations of jasmine or other means. Is this your trick workshop? He looked with interest at the various items piled up here, ranging from ancient to modern times. The old stonemason's workbench, the crude medieval smelting and manufacturing benches, even modern high-tech machine tools. Many machines were operating on their own, magical mechanical parts spinning, flashing different colors of light under the chandelier, emitting a low, buzzing sound or puffing out various colors of smoke. George and Fred walked to their respective workbenches to study. Siwen glanced at the curious Hermione and asked, "Go ahead, what do you want to ask? I want to know what the Philosopher's Stone really is. It sounds pretty terrifying the way George and Fred talk about it." "I want to know too," a crisp female voice came from the doorway. Turning to look, it was Autumn Zhang, the Ravenclaw girl of Eastern descent. "How'd you get in?" Siwen assessed Autumn. The girl confidently tossed her long black hair. Then, seemingly noticing something, she looked at Hermione beside her and suddenly revealed a cunning expression that didn't match her young age, grinning mischievously at Siwen. Siwen suddenly felt a chill down his back. "Siwen, look, this is the gem you gave me last time. It can reveal hidden places." Autumn pulled out a large treasure from her pocket, a massive green gem, shaped like a hexagonal prism, with clean, smooth, and flawless facets that made it hard to believe it was man-made. He couldn't help but recall an Eastern proverb: "A gem is naturally formed, and a skilled hand enhances it." The soft yet firm green fluorescence emitted by the gem was so alluring. Although a certain brown-haired girl might be immune to the innate allure of such sparkling objects due to her academic prowess, right now, she was still too naive. Hermione lightly brushed her silver-winged hair accessory, seemingly recalling something, and shot a fierce glare at Siwen, raising her hand to deliberately showcase the magical bracelet she was wearing. "Siwen, the space bracelet you gave me for Christmas works pretty well." "What?" The first to react was Autumn, who glared fiercely at Siwen as well. "Why did my Christmas gift consist of just a few books while she got such a beautiful bracelet? We're done for." "Do you want to hear about the Philosopher's Stone now?" To deal with the academic Hermione and the Ravenclaw scholar Zhang, the most effective distraction method was knowledge for them. Novel information was more enticing than anything else. Looking at the two obedient students sitting quietly in front of him, the Weasley twins couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Idol." Then they also sat quietly behind, listening to Professor Swift's lecture. When it came to the birth of the Philosopher's Stone, he briefly mentioned the core of the Philosopher's Stone, alchemy, and when talking about alchemy, he briefly touched on the principle of equivalent exchange. Essentially, it meant that as long as you dared to pay a sufficient price, then punching Merlin and kicking Dumbledore was not a dream. Even immortality and resurrection were possible. However, this equivalent exchange did not mean you give 50 cents and he gives 50 cents. You lose a second and he gains a second. The core lies in pleasing the laws. The satisfaction you gain must provide the same satisfaction to the laws. And regarding satisfaction, the comparison between the laws and humans is clearly not one-to-one. So it is very possible to pay 10 or 100 times the cost and still end up with a half-finished product or even rubbish. What was the price for Nicholas Flamel? Hermione finally asked the question that had been bothering her for a long time. She couldn't think of anything that could compare to life, that could compare to eternal life. The price is too great. Siwen's expression made the four people in the room feel a chill. For a couple, what is the greatest price? What is the most precious? Autumn's face instantly went pale. As expected of a Ravenclaw sage, she had already guessed the terrifying truth. Hermione looked slightly confused, and Siwen's voice came, "Hermione, for Mr. and Mrs. Granger, besides themselves, what is the most precious thing? What do they cherish the most?" Hermione's face quickly turned white as well. She shook her head violently. "I don't believe it. How could it be possible? They. The little Nicholas couple was not harmed by Nicholas Flamel and his wife. They were voluntary. They continued their father's painstaking alchemical research after he stopped, and they succeeded. The design of the Philosopher's Stone core was to extend the life of the Nicholas couple, and the best two sacrifices just happened to appear, so the laws or the door of truth accepted their lives." The room instantly fell silent, as if even the workbench had entered silent mode. However, the Nicholas couple had already lived for 600 years and the little Nicholas couple. Autumn was guessing when she suddenly covered her mouth. A wave of extreme terror and adrenaline made her feel nauseous. You've guessed it. The little Nicholas's wife is pregnant. The Philosopher's Stone didn't just kill their family of 3. It killed all of Nicholas Flamel's descendants. It devoured their souls. As for the Nicholas couple, what could be more cruel than this? Siwen remained expressionless, waiting for the 4 to digest this information. "I want to go beat Ron. Who knows what our brother will do with the Philosopher's Stone?" The Weasley twins displayed a terrifying expression. However, Siwen snapped his fingers, and the two leaned back on their chairs. "Keep quiet during the lecture. Raise your hand if you have something to say. You can ask questions directly. However, the two little girls ran to a corner of the workshop restroom and began to dry heave. Even without seeing it with their own eyes, everything they heard made them feel terrified and nauseous. Drinking the warm water Siwin handed over, the two girls gradually calmed down, their pale faces improving slightly. Alchemy should just die, Autumn said angrily. No, Autumn. Everything has two sides, like alchemy, like potions that could save lives or poison people. Like magic that can facilitate life or kill. What we need is to understand and master them to prevent them from controlling us or deceiving us when we are not cautious. Siwin, I suddenly realized you could form a study group, regularly or at a certain time for everyone to gather. And you explained to us, George suggested. Yes. It can also serve as supervision to prevent us from going down a dead-end or wrong path during our own research. Fred added his agreement. Siwin stroked his chin. Not bad, it can be considered. Oh, Siwin, are you applying for a student group, for a study group? Well, if you're in charge of extracurricular knowledge learning, then there is no need to audit anything about dark magic. I wonder if I can audit? Professor Flitwick cheerfully signed at the bottom of the application and then placed it in his briefcase. Wait a moment. I'll go find the deputy headmaster, Professor McGonagall, to file it. However, a person's energy is limited. Siwin, I hope you won't neglect your studies. Likewise, the group members should not let their grades drop. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain to the other heads of houses. Don't worry, Professor Flitwick. We will also review and promote the classroom content. Under the trusting gaze of Professor Flitwick, Siwin left Flitwick's office. Notice, in light of the struggles many students face with course content, Ravenclaw College will establish study groups to complete and master school knowledge while also expanding understanding. Blah blah. What does this mean? Looking at the notice, Harry felt somewhat confused. Boy, do you desire power? You need the courses from the Siwin Swift Study Group. Watching George and Fred stick up posters, Ron shook his head, wishing he could have more time to play and less time to study. So when Harry arrived in the classroom a week later as scheduled, George and Fred shook their heads in despair because their brother Ron did not come. Despite their many reminders and Harry's various attempts to bring Ron along, it still didn't work. However, upon entering the room, Harry found an atmosphere that was tense and confrontational. Hey, do we really have to do this? The Weasley twins were facing off against a tall, handsome boy, Cedric Diggory, the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. In the last brutal match, although Professor Dumbledore's sudden appearance prevented Snape, who was forced to act as referee, from playing dirty against Gryffindor or Harry, the match was still extremely fierce. Gryffindor was completely outmaneuvered by Hufflepuff's tactics and could only rely on Wood's goalkeeping skills to hold their ground. After all, with 3 goals in Quidditch, relying solely on the goalkeeper to save the day was a tall order. As the role with the most personal heroism in a Quidditch match, the Seeker's performance reflects their individual strength. Cedric Diggory's excellent skills, mastery of the broomstick, and experience in matches almost made up for the equipment advantage Harry had as a second-generation Potter. Diggory forced Harry to give up chasing the Golden Snitch 3 times in a row, but unfortunately, Harry's Nimbus 2000 was far superior to any equipment provided by the school's Quidditch team. In the end, Diggory lost the snitch by a hair's breadth to Harry. Although they won in the end, the shadow of Gryffindor's crushing defeat loomed large. According to intelligence gathered by the Gryffindor Quidditch team's secret organization, Hufflepuff had become so strong because they adopted Ravenclaw's unorthodox training methods through their coach. Siwin, we're still waiting for everyone. Why not talk about Quidditch? Harry decisively asked the behind-the-scenes boss. Yes, our great Ravenclaw Quidditch team coach. Looking at the Weasley brothers, Cedric, Harry, and Cho, all of whom had eager eyes. Siwin glanced at Penelope and Hermione beside him. The 2 girls gave him a look as if to say, it's up to you. Tactical training is common in the Muggle world of football and basketball, but it requires tailored training plans for each player and each team. For Hufflepuff friends, they possess the best qualities of Hufflepuff: perseverance, hard work, and compliance. Therefore, if given a good plan, they can perform 100, and their teamwork has a high bonus. Ravenclaw, with its wisdom, independence, and ability to think critically, allows everyone to participate in the development of the training plan and contribute more practical solutions. This enables them to handle unexpected situations more flexibly during matches and be familiar with problems they have encountered before. As a group of middle school students with heavy delusions, as the Greeks say, we won't be defeated by the same tactic twice. Gryffindor and Slytherin are not suited for this kind of tactical training. Why? Because you are too self-centered. Speaking of Gryffindor, Wood likes to take on everything himself, while Katie and Angelina are rare players who can cooperate. George and Fred, on the other hand, prefer to execute flashy moves and chase the quaffle. This is not golf, George and Fred. although you are both beaters. You can't focus all your energy on one quaffle. Though the two of you work well together, your contribution to the team is somewhat limited. The problem with Slytherin is that those people are too arrogant. So, cooperation? Forget it. Their hostility and arrogance towards non-pure blood wizards make it hard for them to accept new ideas, such as tactics from someone like me with no significant lineage. The few Gryffindor guys looked awkward. Although it was indeed the truth, it would have been better if you had said it more tactfully. Saying such blunt truths makes it uncomfortable for everyone. Seawan looked at his watch. It was already past the deadline. Welcome everyone to the Swift Study Group. Standing at the podium, Seawan raised his arms, and the door to the room of requirement slammed shut. A wave of magical energy floated and illuminated the entire room. The obscure and subtle magic instantly covered the whole of Hogwarts. The poster in the notice board gradually faded away. What happened? The massive magical energy caused all the objects in the headmaster's office to rattle. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, the source of the magic, was resisting some special correction with his profound magical foundation and reserves. The magical energy came quickly and left just as fast, vanishing before anyone could track it. Standing on the 7th floor, Malfoy, carrying prank props, looked puzzled at what he had in his hands. Clark? Why are we on the 7th floor with this stuff? Clark and Goyle also looked bewildered, and the three exchanged glances before leaving. A similar incident occurred among those discussing the study group. What a grand gesture! Dumbledore marveled as he watched his memory in the pensieve continuously dissolve and distort. Can even recorded events be overturned and corrected? I'm genuinely curious about your study group. Penelope Clearwater, you're in a higher grade, have more knowledge, and will be my teaching assistant. And you, Cedric Diggory, George Weasley, Fred Weasley, Cho Chang, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger. Seawan, seemingly numb, snapped his fingers, and a crisp female voice came from the back row. A girl wearing a Ravenclaw Eagle badge stood up, adjusting her hat. As she stood, her sparkling, wise eyes instantly captured everyone's attention like rare treasures. Lisa Dupree? What are you doing here? Penelope straightened up, the authority of a prefect instantly pressing down on the girl. However, Lisa Dupree smiled at the crowd and said, Swift teacher, I'm here for the study group too. Quiet. So, the boys will form a group of 4, with George temporarily in charge. The girls will form a group of 4, with Penelope in charge. Our first topic will be the evolution of ancient magic. Seawan spoke slowly, his voice not particularly loud, but he gradually unfolded a piece of history. In ancient times, at the beginning of humanity, magic was associated with the divine. This can still be seen in some primitive religions, where shamans were sacred and inviolable, the only ones in the tribe capable of wielding divine power and magic. During this period, which can be considered ancient times, an important event occurred. Prometheus, the firebringer in Greek mythology, stole the fire. The control of the magical source, the central control of the magical net covering the world, was destroyed by the firebringer Prometheus, who was controlled by the gods. From then on, those so-called gods lost the power to grant and revoke magic, marking the official entry of magic into the Enlightenment era. In this era, due to the composition of the main wizards, the magicians of that time inherited their practices from ancient shamanic rituals. Thus, the methods of using magic were passed down through generations, either by drawing large magic circles with various materials or by requiring an extended period to channel magical power, commonly referred to as spell-casting preparation. A well-known example is Lena Inverse from Fairy Tales. Teacher, I know. Those darker than twilight, redder than blood. Arise in the flow of time. In your great name, I swear in this darkness to gather all foolish things that block our way and grant them equal destruction with our combined power. The over-the-top lines burst forth from Lisa Dupin. Hermione, with a look of disdain, shifted her chair a bit further away from Dupin. What? You actually? Dragon break slash. Take this, Lisa Dupin. Xiao Zhang said, clutching a black orb that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. The decree to liberate the sky. The frozen black void blade, combined with my power, my body, let us step towards destruction together and annihilate the souls of the gods. God, annihilate. Slash. Professor Weston Swift wore an expression of simply observing without speaking. However, the memory crystal in his hand faithfully recorded everything. Not far away, the two girls who would soon grow up likely found this very amusing. Thinking of others' amused expressions, Weston showed a pleased smile. All right, Lisa Dupin and Xiao Zhang answered correctly, showing extensive knowledge. Each will receive 5 points for the class score, which will be evaluated at the end of the semester. There will be rewards for the top student. Ignoring the fierce gaze of a certain Heloise, who prioritized grades above all else, Weston continued. So, from the magical prayers, we can see that in this period, people's spellcasting still heavily relied on deities, communicating and guiding the power of the gods through their own magical energy or responding to fixed circuits inscribed by certain divine beings in a magic network. The following period saw the development and prosperity of various magical creatures and the use of magic, filled with all sorts of legendary stories, like Merlin and the Lady of the Lake. This era can be called the Golden Age, as people began to break free from the gods, or rather, due to certain reasons, most gods lost their responses, and gradually, most spells were lost. In the Golden Age, humans and magical creatures generally established boundaries, coexisting without infringing upon each other, even communicating with each other. During this period, the characteristic of spellcasting lay in the study of magic arrays. Some researchers discovered that spells were actually calling upon the magic arrays in a magic network. So they filled their own magic arrays with their magical energy to release their magic. Next came the Dark Age. This was caused by events related to ancient alchemists. In their pursuit of convenience and speed in using magic, they inscribed magical circuits or arrays on their bodies, either on the surface or inside. This method effectively used humans as spellcasting materials, and each time a spell was cast, aside from the mental and magical toll, they also had to endure a significant impact of magical energy on their bodies. Although the speed and power of magic release increased dramatically, the bodies of most alchemists suffered from various ailments. During the Dark Age, over 200 million people, both ordinary and wizards, died, leading to the complete collapse of magical inheritance. Those powerful and creative ancient magics or divine arts essentially became just stories found in books. After that came the present, the Age of Mortals. Magic? No, that isn't magic, that's just tricks. Look at what our magic can do. Change the weather? Not beyond a Quidditch pitch. Modern magic only studies how to clean dirty furniture, how to refresh things, leaving only life-related magic. Other forms of magic have either vanished or only mastered by a few monopolistic individuals. Modern wands are essentially designed to control wizards, monitoring the spells cast, such as the Rebound spell, which is a compromise between wand manufacturers and the Ministry of Magic. The prohibition against young wizards casting spells outside school is also enforced through wands. Aside from tracking spells, there are common magical arrays inscribed within the wands. Therefore, after you enroll, you can quickly start using the courses taught at school, but mastering magic outside the educational system is quite difficult. I can hardly imagine. It feels like I'm listening to a story. Heloise poked her head and asked, Weston, what era are those magic books from? Those magic books come from an independent space-time, a continent called Tamriel. They are part of Tamriel's magical inheritance, and also a universal type of magical inheritance. With a wave of Weston's hand, a group of colorful magical orbs appeared, floating and intertwining. The red magical orb, previously encountered by Hermione, represents the fire-based destruction magic inheritance. A warm red orb, occasionally emitting waves of heat, spun, with fiery roses faintly visible inside. The blue orb represents the ice-based destruction magic inheritance. A beautiful ice crystal flower continuously withered and rebirthed, its petals floating and scattering. The orb with a purple hue represents transformation magic inheritance, which at the highest level can turn stone into gold. The purple orb twisted continuously, sometimes transparent, sometimes dissipating. The black orb signifies summoning magic, which, as the name implies, can summon responding contracts from various worlds, and it exudes a sinister aura that the world detests. The golden orb represents healing inheritance. A small angel-like light flitted and twirled around, evoking a sense of warmth. Finally, there was a cyan blue orb, dreamlike and ethereal. Weston lightly touched the orb, and it seemed to change slowly, revealing a beautiful face smiling. Illusions can ensnare people deeply, and if one's spirit is insufficient, even the caster can become trapped within. Isn't it so? Weston's expression rarely showed a hint of sarcasm as he dispersed the illusionary magical orb with his hand and reformed a new one that humbly emitted waves of energy. All right, looking at everyone as if they were gazing at a deity, Weston lightly clapped his hands, bringing everyone back to their senses. Feel the resonance between your magical energy and the magical orbs, and choose the magic that suits you. You will witness a new era, or perhaps the final era. A few people hovered around the magical orbs formed from magical sources, hesitantly feeling the sensations each magical source provided them. Only Heloise, having already encountered these things, first grasped the orb she was most familiar with, the fire-based destruction magic orb. A thin layer of vibrant flames covered Heloise's hand as she felt the warmth and dominance of the fire magical orb. Gradually, she sensed the power seeping into her body through certain pathways in her hand. A bright line of fire began to gather beneath Hermione's feet, gradually forming a complex magic array. With a sharp cry, it seemed that everyone vaguely saw the phantom of a phoenix coalescing behind Hermione. As that massive figure flapped its wings, a crimson glow filled the entire room. Hermione, with her eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them. As her eyes blinked, a pair of bright red eyes, almost condensed into a tangible magical mist, swirled around her edges. Simultaneously, indistinctly, it seemed there were golden threads mixed within that crimson haze. "Hermione, did you suddenly grow taller?" George asked uncertainly, looking at his twin brother Fred. Fred also stared blankly, and the people in the room were dumbfounded. However, Hermione completely ignored the attention of others and walked toward Shuin. Each step of her delicate feet left a red mark on the ground, a trail made of flames. The scorching temperature made those around her instinctively move away. Gradually, they could no longer see the figures of Shuin and Hermione through the distorted vision caused by the high temperature, and could only remain outside this heat. How mischievous! Shuin watched as Hermione approached him, tilting her little head, her eyes filled with temptation and heat, drawing one in like moths to a flame. The girl, lively in a way completely different from herself, stood on one foot, raised her elegant arms, and lightly pinched with her slender fingers. She stood on her toes gracefully like a ballet dancer and spun around, looking into those cold yet alluring eyes. The girl parted her cherry lips. "I didn't expect the noble Lord Shuin to be here having so much fun with the children. Oh, I should call you Lord Shuin now. Since he didn't choose to stay back then, why is there a need to come out now?" Shuin's expression seemed to be not too gentle. His eyes seemed to pierce through Hermione's body, gazing at the soul within her. Hermione, on the other hand, raised her hand as if to gently caress Shuin's face, but Shuin swatted her hand away, stating, "We are not that close." How heartless, Lord Shuin. Just like that poor French girl, oh, the saint, who was mercilessly abandoned by you and burned alive by the mob on the pillar of shame for merely slightly provoking you. The girl's hand seemed to conjure an illusory projection, and if the other little wizards saw it now, they would be astonished to find that the illusory projection looked exactly like the face formed by the illusion spell. "I remember. It seems you have a particular fondness for French girls, be they from France, ancient Europe, or Brittany. I recall that to appease the divine wrath caused by that saintly bitch, a poor French girl fed the tiger with her own body. In the end, some tiger lord was calmed, but alas, that girl, tsk. The girl occupying Hermione's body seemed to smile disdainfully, then gently ran her fingers through her long hair. "Now let me see this girl's memories." Unfortunately, a mouthful of blood spurted from her lips, and she looked in disbelief at the blood that dripped onto the ground, burning the entire floor. "Why?" The girl reached in her robe pocket, trembling as she pulled out a silk scarf, feeling that subtle power, a bitter and mocking smile appearing on her face. No wonder it was like this. It turns out you have already gained her recognition and inheritance." Bright red battle marks began to rise along the arm of Hermione that held the silk scarf. Like drifting particles, they stopped at designated positions, seemingly starting to inscribe, while the heat surrounding Hermione was dispersed by the battle marks. "I!" The unwilling intruder roared in anger, her gaze shifting from admiration to cold hatred, becoming frantic, yet ultimately returning to chaos. "Why, this was your own choice, wasn't it? Choc, the noble golden chaotic nightmare king." The entity occupying the last half of Hermione's body suddenly erupted, since the goddess chose this girl. "Then let us see how much inheritance she can bear." A battle mark of a different golden-black silk thread erupted, deeply inscribed on Hermione's left eye, appearing like a deep scar. "You know I can remove this." However, Shuin's tone was no longer cold. He looked at the battle mark, hugged Hermione's little head, and gently kissed that spot. Shuin's eyes seemed to pierce through time, as if he saw that girl in a golden robe with red hair, holding the Grim Reaper's scythe. "Goodbye then." At this moment, the heat emanating seemed to be pulled back into Hermione's body, and the room returned to a refreshing state. Hey, what happened?" The curious and concerned gazes of the crowd turned to Hermione, who was embraced by Shuin. The dazed Hermione had no idea what had happened, only feeling a bit of pain in her head. "Have you all made your choices?" Shuin asked, looking at the magic orbs in front of everyone. George and Fred had already decided to dedicate themselves to the magical puppet workshop, so they had resolved to firmly walk the path of alchemy and engineering. Thus, the two ignored the magic orbs, Cedric looked at the transformation magic orb. One of the few students from Hufflepuff who excelled not only in herbology, but also in another specialization. He had always been very interested in the study of transfiguration. Lisa Dupin stood in front of the summoning magic orb, seemingly wanting to study the spatial door that faintly flashed behind the orb. Penelope gazed in a daze at the ice crystal rose in her hand. Autumn looked joyfully at the little golden, healing angel flying around her. Her crystal-clear eyes and round smiling face revealed a perfectly matching healing smile. Harry remained indifferent while looking at the magic orbs in the venue. Shuin, I think I should first study the knowledge from Hogwarts carefully. I have to train with Wood and attend classes. I'm afraid I won't have that much energy. Assessing the situation, a good choice. So, it means you have no choice left. Shuin walked closer to the illusion magic source. At the moment, he crushed the magic orb. Mist enveloped the entire room. Damn it, Vasily, we can't hold this anymore. How many of those damn things are there? Inside what had become a ruin. Relying on the thick wall structure, they struggled to counterattack during the pauses of the barrage. From a higher floor, Vasily's voice came, Lieutenant, they are endless. The crisp sound of the Mosin Nagant seemed never to stop, as Vasily, being a sniper, treated his rifle as if it were a light machine gun. The German reinforcements are about to arrive. Hold on. Boris kept firing his AK-47 assault rifle, hitting headshots with each shot. The only thing a resolute soldier could do was kill enemies and repel the invading foes. Medic! Medic! Someone's been shot. Who is calling for a doctor? Need treatment? Dressed in heavy protective armor, comparable to a flamethrower-esque equipment, the medical personnel ran over with surprising speed and agility that didn't team match their attire. Oh, where does it hurt? With the aid of powered armor, Nurse Katyusha effortlessly lifted the injured Makarov, and the bullet holes quickly came into view. Well, thankfully, no need for a bandage bath. Watching the green potion from the medic Katyusha's mechanical arm being injected into the injured, the bleeding soon stopped. Lieutenant Pavlov returned his attention to the battle outside the building. You're impressive. If I had set like that, I might be able to rush out and become invincible. Taking down alien brainworms would be as easy as pie, and I might even snag a few Soviet hero medals. Makarov tried to flirt with the beautiful Nurse Katyusha during his brief respite. However, Katyusha shot him a glance. Don't get your hopes up. At most, I'll throw you a blinding flashbang. Do you think that is how those people in the Brest Fortress died? They actually forced medics to act as meat shields at the front, which violated the fog of war law signed by the Marshal. You know what happened next? Makarov shuddered. Even as an elite warrior, he felt a chill upon seeing the tragic state of the Brest Fortress. The entire fortress was gradually falling, inch by inch, with not a single soldier from the defending forces surviving, as if the enemy had suddenly evolved. This led to an all-out rout along the entire Brest front, forcing the troops to retreat to the Minsk area. At this moment, a sharp sound of something piercing the air suddenly reached his ears, and the debris and dust in the crumbling buildings began to tremble and rise. Vasily's voice came through. Get ready, the Mi-262 air fleet is coming. Breathing heavily, Korodub tightened his bandages as he looked at the overwhelming swarm of the latest jet bombers and fighters. He never expected that in just a few months, they would have become a united front against the Germans. He wondered what it would be like if the Romanov dynasty's Tsar had also placed Russia under trusteeship. Mind your identity, elite Soviet warrior Boris Korodub stated. Any such thoughts are not genuine. They should be hanged on the gallows outside Moscow. After the thunderous sounds of bombing, everything seemed to clear like fog. The last scene showed the enemies targeted by these warriors moving through the artillery fire. Countless grotesque and ferocious monsters. As the perspective widened, a terrifying sight unfolded. The monsters seemed endless, stretching from the front lines of the battlefield through the city, across the icy expanse, and traversing the long stretches of Siberia, all the way to what appeared to be the end of the world, a boundless expanse of white coniferous forest. The snow-white Siberia, except for the strange purple-black fungal blanket stained by the monsters, was left with an aged dark red. The thick smell of blood seemed to penetrate the imagery, reaching everyone's nostrils. In fleeting glimpses, a million-strong army was devoured, with no time to mourn or collect their fallen comrades' bodies. The new defensive line was immediately put to use, and a new air fleet continued to charge, bomb, and shoot. The shocked little wizards seemed to wake from a dream, their faces pale, with the first thing they did being to vomit uncontrollably. Only Shiwen quietly recorded everything with a memory crystal in his hand, behind his back. Perhaps when these little ones stood on their own in the future, they would find this dark history quite interesting. Shiwen, what is that? Miss Qing Shui asked, drinking water to suppress her discomfort. A segment of history, a memory. Shiwen made a gesture with his fingers, forming a familiar projection in the empty room. They saw war machines racing across the Siberian snowfields, groups of tigers and leopards, a torrent of steel, with the commander's flag, surprisingly, being the German eagle flag. What kind of creature is that? No, what is in that Siberian forest? Zerg, a biological experiment remnant of a higher dimensional existence, but sufficient to deal with Earth. 50 years ago, the war with millions of casualties from countries like the Soviet Union, Germany, Britain, and France finally repelled that attack. And the next one is about to strike again. Shiwen lightly zoomed in on the imagery. A door that did not exist could be faintly seen. It was the World Gate, the junction of the planetary arena. Each time, it was either someone else's attack or our attack. Conquerors would receive rewards, and successful defenders would earn the chance to survive. What if we lose? Harry asked. Shiwen beamed an incredibly bright smile. If we lose, then this planet or this universe has no meaning. It will meet its own destruction. True destruction. So, you are the destined saviors. Unleash your power, and one day, you will stand at the forefront of the battlefield. The scene shifted again, and in the projection, they saw local defenders charging in a battle with various weapons and techniques, until they either died in battle or it ended. So terrifying. Little Hermione's golden eyes flickered with excitement that contradicted her tone. Shiwen gently patted the girl's head. The influence of the power from the King of Golden Nightmares on Hermione gradually weakened. All right, today's lesson ends here. You can freely practice these powers. As for the time for the next lesson, I will arrange it according to the statistics and your schedules. Shiwen's smile suddenly turned cold, and a letter appeared in the void, which Shiwen briefly scanned. What happened, Shiwen? Shio asked nervously, feeling that Shiwen in front of her resembled a beast from Siberia at that moment. Hermione sensed that her silver wing hairpin seemed to emit a strange wave. It's nothing. Just that the livestock in some places no longer want to be human. We're just going to help a little to eliminate their ball membership. Shiwen flicked his fingers, and an energy distorted the space in front of him. All right, Senior Qing Shui, please ask Professor Frivis for a leave of absence. It's quite urgent. At this moment, the space in front of him began to twist and expand, forming a spatial door. I'm coming, Sokovia. Leaving the onlookers dumbfounded, Shiwen's figure vanished into the distorted space. War and turmoil enveloped the land after So Escu's death. They blamed everything on that dictator, on that dream filled with fantastical colors. The fleeting prosperity once gained through oil and geographical position became nothingness with the shattering of ideals. Moreover, having lost their ideals and bottom lines, they could no longer simply be described as evil. Furthermore, the new rulers, in order to gain more support and to ensure that even dictatorship would not incur the highest penalties, directly abolished the death penalty, completely stripping away the bottom line. In the dim basement, the murky light seemed to suddenly twist, and the power emitted formed a spatial teleportation door, for which a figure stepped out. Assemble the Royal Guard. Assemble the NT troops to cleanse this filthy country, to cleanse the livestock here. In the dim basement, with each step Shiwen took, he could hear the squelching sound of thick liquid sticking to the soles of his feet. Depending on the varying viscosity over time, it would occasionally make a sizzling sound, like stepping on glue. In the dim basement, with each step, Shiwen could smell the mixed stench of decaying corpses, excrement, the scent left by male and female mating, and the strong smell of blood. If a Hell Knight or Dante were called, they would find that pouring some sulfur fire into this basement could rival Mephisto's hell. In the dim basement, with each step, Shiwen discovered that the most abundant items were various bizarre handicrafts made of human skin, bones, and flesh. From practical human skin lampshades and coats to decorative bone beads and skull goblets. There were also organs and embryos soaked in exquisite crystal cups filled with formalin. From the remains, it could be seen that regardless of age or gender, even newborn infants could not escape the toxic hands. In the deepest part of the dim basement, with each step, Shiwen could hear the mixed sound of screams, howls, pleas, low growls, moans, and whimpers. More than that, there were numb gazes, hollow souls, and despairing hearts. May your souls find peace. Shiwen looked at the girls in the iron cages, driven mad and unrecognizable as humans, and gently raised his hand. Golden light shone down, erasing all traces of living existence. The girls showed a relieved expression dissipating in the golden light, whether it was their miserable bodies or tormented souls. Looking at those wicked individuals already possessed by evil spirits, who didn't know how many people they had killed, Shiwen coldly said to the NT troops behind him, "Take them to Siberia. Hand them over to Silver Wing for handling." This incident will be considered a sudden event. Even if the ignorant people of this land refuse to be human, we cannot allow them to do such things. Two fully armed, heavily armored warriors picked up a few people like they were carrying chicks and dragged them away. As for the faces of these scoundrels and the issues caused by the friction with the ground, who would care? Your Majesty, this is the transaction route and records. A solemnly dressed, retro warrior walked up to Shiwen and handed him a document. Shiwen took it and silently looked at it. Issue a diplomatic note. Immediately alert Lighthouse, Neon, in the Middle East with a warning order and set a deadline of 3 days to deal with all involved personnel. And escort the victims who have been sold back to their home country. First concentrate them in Moldova and then provide unified treatment and aftermath. He stuffed the document back into the warrior's hand, scanned the entire basement, finding that there wasn't a single living person left, and then walked out of the basement. Do we need to destroy this place? The warrior guarding the door inquired. Leave it otherwise. Those human rights defenders and saints would know how to arrange us war criminals. Issue an administrative order to Germany. Tell Little Goebbels to film this place as a documentary. No need for embellishment or fabrication. Reality is always more terrifying than fantasy. Shiwen waved his hand to dismiss the warriors around him and strolled alone through the war-torn Sokovia, observing everything around him. Has he been too comfortable during this time? Seeing these things would stir some emotional fluctuations. Perhaps it was just the limitation of this body. You are trampling on human rights. You are infringing on the national sovereignty of other countries. You, the passionate onlookers on the street, suddenly noticed that the scene became quiet, and he cautiously watched two individuals walking around the corner, dressed in black suits, sunglasses, heavy boots, and carrying pistols. They looked like standard spies straight out of spy movie. Before anyone could react, the bewildered onlookers saw the protest leader being pinned to the ground. 5,000 lay sold out his country and his faith to lead the anti-government forces like a dog. Good days await you. Seemingly intentional. They did not knock out this leader, but dragged him away while he screamed in agony. It wasn't that they didn't want to take the chance to kill the law enforcement officers, but seeing the insignia on their chests. If it were just the hammer and sickle insignia, then fine, the brainwashed crowd might tear these two apart. But behind the hammer and sickle was a blade symbolizing punishment. These two came from that terrible empire, and escaping was already too late. Walking to the embassy district, he saw a blonde little girl crying loudly on the shoulder of a young man in combat gear. Tears marked her dusty little face. That rain-soaked little girl was truly heart-wrenching to hear. All right, Natalia, don't cry, be good, your mother will be here soon. The young warrior knelt down and gently patted the little girl, who was coughing violently due to her crying. Natalia, my child, not far away. A weary lady also ran over with tears and a choked voice. The young warrior used a scanner on the lady, checked her identity information, and then put it away. Madam Polinskaya, Sokovia is currently in a state of war. Please stay with Natalia in the embassy district and follow the arrangements to leave here as soon as possible. Silver Wing is happy to serve you. The warrior handed the little girl to the lady's arms, and the silver hair tie held back the little girl's golden hair. The warrior looked at the little girl's hair tie and the lady's silver brooch on her chest. Thank you for your support of the Silver Wing security program. Silver Wing. Oh, thank you so much. In other places, some may not understand, but in our Ukrainian province, everyone wears the Silver Wing insignia. It has become a tradition. Thank you so much. If anything happens to Natalia, I really don't know what to do or how to live. The lady tightly hugged her daughter. The mother and daughter bid farewell to the warrior and entered the embassy district. The little girl leaned on her mother's shoulder, biting her lip, waving her tender little hand to say goodbye to the uncle who saved her. In that terrible place, what illuminated her was the silver badge on the warrior uncle's chest, as beautiful as an angel's wings. It made her believe that there is still justice in this world and firmly walk on the path of righteousness. Shiwen's palm radiated a light, golden, healing glow on the warrior's lower back. Next time you get hurt, treat it quickly. The warrior first jumped up in pain with a yelp and then gently twisted his waist. The bullet hole surprisingly no longer hurt. Turning around, he looked in shock, and Shiwen waved his hand. Go ahead, there are many poor little kittens waiting for you. Yes, sir. Shiwen continued to stroll through the war-torn streets. From cold weapons to World War II rifles, to assault rifles and grenades, even rocket launchers and missiles smuggled through strange channels. Closing his eyes, the whole world became clearer. Shiwen scanned the entire area, and amidst the ruins, suddenly opened his eyes and saw, in an apartment that had been penetrated, a pair of twin siblings huddled under the bed, helplessly crying for help, while in front of them was a heavy bomb inscribed with the name of the demon of soul hunting. SDRK and USDRIES, Shitbig Industries. Things were getting interesting. Mr. Tony Shitbig, why is it rumored that you have repeatedly entangled with Master Gu, E, and Dr. Strange? Try to go back to the past to save your parents. I just want to go back to that spring, to kill those anti-government armed pests before that damn dud falls, to kill those arms traffickers. Mr. Tony Shitbig's face turned extremely awkward as he looked at the big screen showing the image of him, stripped down to only his underwear, tied to a dud and hanging in Stark Tower, blowing in the wind. The sound of gunfire was like the continuous firecracker sounds during holidays in Chinese neighborhoods. However, unlike the splendid and beautiful festive fireworks, the gunfire brought only death and pain. The only similarity between the two was that the gunfire would leave the same ground covered in bright red, but it was the bright red of innocent blood. With the tremors of the cannon fire, the already damaged apartment rubble continued to collapse, and the dust raised made the air even murkier. The sunlight pouring in from a hole in the ceiling that was penetrated by the bomb also became blurred. Whether to say it was fortunate or unfortunate, there were still survivors among the rubble. A pale-faced boy, covered in dust, tightly protected the girl beneath him. But there was not a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Only despair and fear, because in front of them was a massive bomb. The poor siblings, even in the orphanage, were bullied. It was the kind Maximoff couple who refused those rumors and resolutely adopted the siblings. Here, even though the family was not particularly wealthy, to avoid separating the siblings, they adopted both of them at once. Here, the siblings greedily enjoyed a rare happiness called home, something they had never had before. However, the ruthless war destroyed everything. The Maximoff family was having their usual warm meal prepared by Madame Maximoff when a huge bomb fell, crashing through the floor and dragging the Maximoffs into the dark underground. The girl was held by her twin brother as they escaped to hide under the bed in the bedroom. Yet a second bomb got stuck right in front of them. Although they were not killed by this dud on the spot, they spent 2 entire days watching it shake in front of them amidst the roar of artillery. They dared not move vigorously, only able to call for help, terrified that even the slightest movement would cause the dud to take them away. The girl curled up, her tears dried, her throat hoarse from the dust. The bright eyes that her adoptive parents once loved and praised had now become dim. The only movement and light came from her straining to look at her brother, her last remaining relative. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she lost him too. The boy felt his sister's faint heartbeat and breath in his arms, all signs showing that her body had weakened. 2 days without food or water was a terrifying ordeal for a little girl. As he gently looked at the position of their heads, the bomb and the words on it buried deep in the boy's heart like a venomous snake. After 2 days, the siblings had exhausted all their strength, unable to even make a sound. Now, all they could do was wait for death. The brother held a shard of porcelain in vain, tapping it against the rubble at a slow frequency, but the faint sound could not reach the outside world. If life were to be compared to a flame, the once vibrant fire of a youthful siblings was now like a flame without a source, relying on the last bit of unwillingness and painful struggle to flicker. And even the slightest external disturbance would extinguish it completely. Footsteps? The Maximoff twins no longer felt excited upon hearing such sounds, for since the night before, it seemed they had begun to hallucinate, imagining they had been rescued. However, every time they struggled and exhausted their strength, the result was another disappointment and silence. The footsteps seemed to be getting closer. Are you playing hide and seek? A seemingly joking voice reached the siblings' ears, like a heavenly sound. They strained to look, and the massive industrial bomb was pushed aside, sunlight pouring in with a breeze, and a tall figure seemed to restore the world for the siblings. Watching the 2 little ones nearly collapse onto the dining table, having to blow on their hot food before eating it slowly, the man gave each little one a light pat on the head, chuckling, "Hey, you too. You haven't eaten for 2 days. Now that you're recovering, you can't eat too much at once. Just drink the porridge first. Alice's porridge is really great. I rarely get to have some." The man sitting on the sofa smiled at the siblings while savoring the red tea that Alice had brought. "Oh, the landlord has arrived." A twisted, void-like portal appeared in the room, and Zivin stepped out, looking expressionless at the man sitting on the sofa. "Aren't you going to welcome me?" The man gestured with his cup towards Zivin. Zivin took the red tea handed to him by Sister Alice, leaning against a nearby cabinet, looking at the uninvited man. "Nephith, what are you doing here?" Although this body lacked sufficient wisdom and memory, he remembered correctly that your world and this one do not intersect, right? The man called Nephith continued to refill his cup of red tea. "I'm just so sad, my dear predecessor. Seeing my assistant appear, even if not moved to tears, should at least be a case of fellow countrymen meeting with watery eyes." He looked at the little one who was gobbling up the food. The ones who summon the collision of the two worlds are those beasts. I killed them all on my side, not leaving a single one. However, you still used a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to carry out some special summoning here. Sister is in this world. Zivin's words finally changed Nephith's expression drastically. Since Sister is here, with his character, those things will definitely be cleaned up. It must be hard for you. The days with Sister must not be easy. Nephith quickly adjusted his thoughts, revealing a sarcastic expression once more. Oh, not easy. It seems you have some small opinions about me, Nephith. A deep voice came from outside the house, and an elderly figure, whose every step seemed to erase the traces of time, became younger. When he appeared before everyone, he already looked like an adult. At this moment, Alice's lips curled up, revealing a smile that could confuse the world. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a touching reunion. I think if you plan to fight here, then, as your sister, I can only offer you a good snack to replenish your strength, bread. Instantly, warm smiles appeared on the faces of the three men. Sister Alice, we were just chatting. I need to hurry back to my world. I also want to return to Hogwarts. Nephith looked at the two little ones. All right, Wanda, Pietro, you two eat these first, and when I take you back to my home, I'll make you some new food. Are you willing to come with me? Hearing that Nephith was leaving, the two little ones, despite still feeling hungry and longing for food, immediately left the dining table and ran to Nephith, tightly holding onto his arm. You two get ready quickly. But with the level of development here, the Misty Forest won't send any heavyweight villains to attack this place. Nephith took the two little ones and disappeared from the house. Zastalo looked up, feeling the merging of worlds, his left and right hands forming virtual spheres. In his palms, faintly visible, two groups of universes that had just touched being separated again. You don't need to worry about Sokovia. The Supreme Soviet has already intervened in this matter, and the UN investigation team has entered. Well then, I'll head back now. Zivin suddenly vanished. And just as Zastalo was about to say goodbye, he saw Alice's radiant smile. My dear brother, come on. There's bread for three. A mournful sound echoed in the old house, lingering without fading away. 1 2 1, 1 2 1, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. Cedric Diggory felt like he had begun to regret joining this damned study group. It was simply ridiculous. Every morning he had to run around the Black Lake with this bunch of guys. The onlookers were all around, pointing and commenting. So Cedric could only maintain his poker face and smile. However, Cedric, or rather the others, began to feel confused. They seemed to forget some things. They only remembered that time was pressing and that they needed to study harder, learn Hogwarts knowledge, and they inherited knowledge within the study group. But why was time pressing? It felt like a segment of memory shrouded in mist was unclear. After another day's morning exercise, they lay on the grass after moving slowly for a while. Xiao Zhang rolled his eyes and angrily said, I've had enough. If I liked exercising so much, I would have gone to Hogwarts long ago and practiced with those martial artists in Chinatown. What did that old saying go? Practice in the cold of winter and the heat of summer. Although little Harry is the youngest in the grade, he is certainly not shy at all. Like the Weasley twin brothers, he is full of energy, the kind of person who wouldn't collapse even after running a marathon. Clearly, Wood's hellish Quidditch training has given them a good physique. Gradually calming down, they sat together and watched as Seawyn conjured a table full of bread and clear water from the air. They no longer cared about the Gamp's 5 principles. One by one, they transformed their fatigue into appetite, allowing the cool spring water and bread to replenish their already parched bodies. The academic Hermione, having just regained some strength, began to ask questions, while the Ravenclaw genius, Miss Qing Shui, also stared intently at Seawyn. Seawyn squeezed the bread in his hand. You shouldn't think about using magic to create food right now. Whether your magical power is sufficient is one aspect, but the main point is that the composition of magically created food requires very careful study. Every magical pattern must be correct. Otherwise, it could turn into poisonous food. What about memorizing the casting method for food? Hermione asked. Well, Seawyn said, holding his palm up, fingers slightly curled into a claw shape. A faint blue vortex swirling around his hand. In the world of magic, or in any world with established rules, there are a few universal principles. The most fundamental one is the principle of equivalent exchange that I mentioned before. If you want others to feel full and energized by consuming food materialized from your magical power, the energy consumed is enormous. Moreover, the most crucial thing you must remember is that before you have the ability to blow up all of England with a fireball, do not attempt any transformations between inorganic and organic substances. That power belongs to the creator in your mouth, a force that belongs to a higher existence. Of course, through certain means, You will eventually master this power, but the cost will be very high. Seawind's magical energy coalesced into a bright red apple, which he handed to little Hermione. So, even with ample magical power supply, you shouldn't purely rely on food creation magic as your source of food, because their essence is energy, not nutrients. Long-term use of such food can lead to malnutrition. However, the crisp sound of little Hermione biting into the apple seemed to suggest that the practical application of food creation magic is much broader and not as terrifying as Seawind described. What happened? At lunchtime, little Harry watched his friends Ron and the Weasley twins gloomily looking at a letter from home and the Daily Prophet. Ron shoved the Daily Prophet into Harry's hands. Harry looked at the photo on it, and even in black and white, it showed the backdrop of war. The striking headline read, "Romanian Muggle War erupts again. Ministry of Magic urgently evacuates wizards." Harry suddenly realized, "Ron, I remember your brother seems to be raising dragons in Romania, right?" Ron held his head, looking distressed. "Yes, my brother Charlie. This time, due to the war in Romania, the wizards need to relocate, and even those dragons need to be moved. As a result, during the relocation, I don't know if it was due to insufficient anesthetics or the loud sounds of Muggle artillery, but a few dragons woke up early. Oh my God." Neville beside them turned pale with fear. Fortunately, Charlie only had a chunk of flesh torn from his ribs. The good friend he often mentioned was directly scorched to ashes by dragon fire. Ron looked at his letter as George and Fred whispered something. "So, how is your brother Charlie now?" Harry asked. "He has already been sent to St. Mungo's Hospital, the largest and best wizarding hospital in Britain. It is said that because it was a work-related injury, they arranged a high-end ward for Charlie. Seawind, can you come here?" After leaving the dining table, George and Fred found Seawind at the top of the astronomy tower. "Interesting. How did you find me?" Seawind asked with interest. George directly shoved a map into Seawind's hands. "This Marauder's map shows everything in Hogwarts. Seawind, we need your help." Seawind took the map, but didn't focus on it right away. Instead, he looked at the two brothers. "What's wrong?" George and Fred briefly explained their brother Charlie's situation. According to their mother's letter, Charlie's condition was not good. Yes, although he is no longer in life-threatening danger. It seems that the dragon venom from that Hungarian horntail has made it difficult for Charlie's body to heal, and the wounds have started to fester. We want to ask you if there is any quick antidote or healing potion, or magic will be fine." Seeing the nervous expressions of the two brothers, even as lively as they were very tense when their family was in danger. Seawind slowly paced in the small astronomy tower. Treating dragon venom is not a problem. The issue is how to use a power or knowledge that the public can accept to solve this problem. The Weasley twins dared not breathe, carefully locking themselves in a corner of the tower, afraid of disturbing Seawind's thoughts. "I remember you still have some basic healing potions. To remove dragon venom, use an antidote, and go find bog crab shells, burnt snow rat fur, eagle feathers, and vampire ashes." In no time, the two brothers, looking awkward, walked into their workshop and greeted Seawind inside. "Seawind, some materials we really can't find. The power of family is truly great." To save their brother Charlie, the two of them actually went to Professor Snape to ask for potion materials. Seawind got up from the recliner and looked at the shadowy figure standing behind the two brothers, who was none other than Professor Snape, the potions master. The cold, icy gaze had no effect on Seawind at all. To put it simply, Seawind's expression showed no fluctuation, and he even wanted to laugh. "Do you think of the eye of death or the eye of pregnancy?" Seawind was not one of those little lambs who could only remain silent under Snape's tyranny. "So, Swift, can you tell me why these two people rushed to my office, urgently wanting bog crab shells, snow rat fur, eagle feathers, and vampire ashes?" After staring at Snape for a while, Seawind reminded him, "Professor, it's burnt snow rat fur, not just snow rat fur. Are you playing word games?" Snape looked even colder. The fur peeled from a snow rat after it is roasted is the fur pulled from the roasted snow rat, not the fur pulled from snow rat and then heated. Their medicinal properties are completely different. Snape recalled this rarely used material. Snow rats are weak animals with a slight aggressive nature that live in dark corners underground. Although they are easy to catch, their presence in groups can be troublesome, and they can also spread diseases. The tail cut from a snow rat is highly toxic and suitable for making poison. Snow rat fur can weaken stamina recovery speed, damage life limits, or directly harm life. Its only use is to increase the adaptability to leather armor. Seawind looked at the materials Snape brought. On the other hand, the burnt or roasted snow rat fur pulled from the roasted or burnt snow rat can restore stamina, heal diseases, resist toxins, and restore life. Sheeman picked through the materials brought by Snape a few times. These two pieces were pulled from the body of a familiar snow rat, while that piece was from the processed fur of a snow rat. Although it had some efficacy, it was not as effective as the burnt snow rat fur, and it still contained some toxins. The shell of the swamp crab, due to its long-term movement and crawling in the soil, had a certain resistance to toxins and fire damage, and it could also restore stamina and heal diseases. The feathers of an eagle and vampire ashes also had disease-healing properties. This is actually high-level vampire ashes. It seems Professor Snape either eliminated a threat to the public or spent a considerable amount of money. These things do not have as many effects as he said. Snape gently pinched some vampire ashes with his fingers. The gray ashes floated gently. This kind of ash only has a restorative effect on magic. Yes, that's because the essence of potions that can be extracted through the brewing method is indeed very limited. I believe you have noticed this as well. Haven to you? Shimon's words caused Snape's expression to change several times, but he ultimately did not explode. So I watched as our Swift, the Ravenclaw Eagle, thoroughly extracted their potion essence. Looking at the slightly anxious Weasley twin brothers beside him, Shimon no longer hesitated. He selected the most vibrant materials with his perception and brought them to the alchemy table. Snape's expression was extremely distorted, with his left eye looking one way and his right eye another, almost shouting that this was heresy. He initially thought Shimon was just playing around. He didn't expect that even the essential alchemy table of ancient alchemy had been remade. Perhaps the hope buried in his heart. Shimon's hands moved swiftly, injecting segments of pure magic into various magic nodes. The herbs and materials thrown into the storage compartment melted away like snow, followed by various colors of potion slowly flowing and merging along the patterns. After about a quarter of an hour, the only sound in the quiet room was the gurgling of steam from the distillation and other instruments on the alchemy table. Snape's gaze seemed to brighten increasingly, like a man who had been exiled for decades finally seeing his wife. The Weasley twins were nervously waiting. Although they trusted Shimon very much and believed in his abilities, they had never seen this potion before and did not know if it would work. The potion's color resembled that of a strawberry milkshake or tomato soup, thick and filling the entire crystal bottle. Shimon gently shook it a few times, checked the quality against the light, and then sniffed it lightly before satisfactorily handing it to the Weasley twins. Go give it to your brother. Oh, be careful. If the wound hasn't healed due to toxins, drinking this potion might turn it back into a fresh wound. You'd better stop the bleeding and supplement him with life potions quickly. After sending off the eager brothers, Shimon glanced at Snape, whose eyes were tightly locked onto the alchemy table. Professor? Professor? Snape finally came back to his senses. Had those two already left? How pathetic. Would rather entrust their brother's life to a student than believe in the experienced healers at St. Mungo's? Let me thank you on behalf of those two, Professor. I didn't expect you to gather these materials so quickly. How about it, Professor? You don't need to bear such a heavy psychological burden. Shimon's lips curled slightly. Alchemy and potion-making are merely terms. What does it matter if you consider it potion-making? Snape ultimately suppressed his intense desire to caress the alchemy table. His black eyes, like a pair of sharp eagle eyes, fixed on Shimon, as if trying to see through everything about him. Shimon took the remaining potion from the temporary storage tube of the alchemy table. Professor, this bottle of disease-clearing potion is a thank-you gift for you. No matter how rare the disease, even curses can be cleared with just one cup. Although he didn't fully believe it, Snape was still quite surprised. If this potion was really that versatile, wouldn't those difficult diseases be cured with just a dose? Unfortunately, vampire ashes are not so easily obtained. To remove high-level curses, you need at least the ashes of a high-level vampire or master-level vampire. Beyond that, legendary vampires like Dracula, I doubt anyone would dare to use their ashes for potions. Shimon seemed to guess Snape's thoughts and explained. St. Mungo's Hospital. Although Charlie's face was pale, his eyes were filled with spirit again. He looked at the pink skin that had regrown near his ribs, finally free from the rotting smell of his decaying body. What a powerful potion. As someone who often dealt with dragons, Charlie, whose minor wounds from dragon poison had turned into thick dead skin, understood how difficult it was to dispel dragon poison from the body. For humans, that kind of toxin is like a maggot in the bone. Fortunately, there aren't many dragons, and neither muggles nor ordinary wizards might encounter them in their lifetime. You two are truly amazing. Mrs. Weasley tightly hugged George and Fred, her eyes seemingly filled with tears. Hey, ma'am, you're hugging too tightly. I can't breathe. Despite being in a hospital room, the space seemed filled with laughter and joy. When George and Fred returned from the restroom, they noticed their mother was quietly talking to an elderly lady in the corner. That old lady wore a green robe, had a fox fur scarf wrapped around her, and a tall hat adorned with an eagle specimen, holding a large red handbag. The two of them watched as the door of the ward seemed to have the names Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom written on it. The brothers exchanged glances. The Longbottom family was a well-known pure-blood family in the magical world of Britain. However, it seemed this branch had already declined. "Hey, ma'am, who are you just chatting with outside?" During lunch, Mr. Weasley, off work, also came to St. Mungo's Hospital to see his son. The family shared Mrs. Weasley's lunch together. George and Fred suddenly asked. Mrs. Weasley's movements seemed to freeze, and then she quickly adjusted her expression. "That's Mrs. Longbottom, a very, very strong old lady." George and Fred hesitated slightly. "That ward, we accidentally saw the plaque. Is it Mrs. Longbottom's family?" "Yes, Mrs." Molly Weasley looked at her husband with some worry. Mr. Weasley put away his always smiling expression and became serious. The Weasley twins knew that when their father became serious, it must be something very serious. The last time Mr. Weasley was this serious was when they tricked Ron into signing an unbreakable vow and got a good beating. Alice and Frank are aurors at the Ministry of Magic, quite powerful, and they're very kind to others. So they have a good reputation both inside and outside the ministry. I remember, because of my father's unique hobby, his fondness for muggles, the usual pure-blood families looked down on us. Only the Longbottom couple often invited Bill and me to their home, and Mrs. Longbottom, but after that, Charlie sighed softly. Mr. Weasley sighed. Perhaps it was indeed too early, and you might not be old enough to know about this matter. Looking at his two sons who seemed so eager to learn, Mr. Weasley could only continue. In that era, that dark era, it was rare to witness such terrifying events. After the incident with little Harry, after the downfall of the Dark Lord, everyone fell into a frenzy. Most people believed that everything would be over once the Dark Lord was gone, and they were pleased to see large numbers of Death Eaters surrendering, claiming they had been controlled. Just when everyone let their guard down, the most vicious and cruel remnants of the Death Eaters appeared. They believed their master, the Dark Lord, could not possibly be dead, and they attempted to extract information about his whereabouts or little Harry's location to take revenge for their master. They captured the Longbottoms, subjecting them to continuous and brutal torture with poison curses and the Cruciatus Curse until they completely broke down. Mr. Weasley buried his face in his hands. Beside him, it seemed Mrs. Weasley was quietly sobbing. After a long silence, Fred quietly asked, "So, Neville Longbottom, who is in the same year as Ron, is—" "Yes. Neville is the only son of Frank and Alice, and he is the sole heir of the Longbottom family line. He unfortunately witnessed all of this firsthand. To save the broken Neville, the Ministry of Magic erased his memories with Mrs. Longbottom's consent, but at that time, Neville was just a toddler, so the residual magic caused serious harm to his brain. We've heard that Neville has a poor memory and his magical talent isn't great. Could that all be because of—" "Exactly. Neville's memories are indeed disordered, not only due to the Ministry's spell, but also related to the human body's self-protective functions." Shiwen looked at the two brothers who had returned from St. Mungo's. In extreme pain, the human body can faint to stop receiving signals of pain. Under extreme stimulation, the brain will actively block that memory to prevent greater harm. Now, don't mention this. Shiwen clearly knew what the two brothers wanted to say. Neville's current capacity to bear is no stronger than it was back then. When the dispelling magic takes effect, it will only unleash the memories that the brain has blocked like a flood breaking through a dam. And then boom, the best outcome would probably be that he lives in St. Mungo's with his parents. We can only wait until he is strong enough, resilient enough, to eliminate those effects himself. The same goes for the Longbottoms. Recklessly restoring their memories could very likely drive them into even deeper despair. Oh my God! The Weasley twins showed slightly troubled expressions. They had previously known that the Dark Lord and those Death Eaters were terrifying, a frightening existence that could silence children's night cries. But they had never imagined they could do such things. Regarding this matter, Shiwen could only say that the world is filled with darkness and sickness. After learning all this, George and Fred tried to avoid pranking Neville as much as possible when they were up to mischief, usually only involving him in more pleasant tricks. But what if some of their pranks required someone to be a test subject? Thus, their little Ron became the new guinea pig. Oh, sometimes even their pet rat, Scabbers, would be used for testing potions. As the end of term approached, as the saying goes, a last-minute effort is still effort, giving me a week. I can master what others learn in a semester is something all students are familiar with. Harry, Seamus, Neville, and a group of young wizards respectfully followed the great Hermione, watching her highlight the key points for them. Honestly, do you not listen at all during class? Little Hermione pouted, clearly unable to tolerate such slacker behavior from her peers. However, Harry and Seamus sidestepped the topic with poor excuses. Woke up late. A voice came from the library door, and Harry noted that, as a slacker. There was someone even worse, a Weasley classmate who could not be woken up in the morning. Sitting down, Ron scanned the area like a lookout, clearly not focused on studying at all. This earned disdain from Madame Pants, the librarian. Ron's loud voice echoed in the library, startling all the little wizards who were studying diligently, and they looked at him with displeasure. Even the giant Hagrid jumped, squinting his eyes. "All right, little Weasley. The library needs to be quiet. Hagrid, we already found out. We knew about Nicholas Flamel centuries ago, and about magic." Shoo! Hagrid quickly interrupted Ron's proud speech, indicating that some things were not suitable for students to know. "Don't tell anyone." Watching Hagrid hurriedly leave, Ron was puzzled. Why was Hagrid in such a rush to leave? As a proactive person, Hermione got up and went into the library, and soon she slammed a thick book on the table. "Here are the materials," Hagrid just looked up. "Types of dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, from egg to resurrection, Dragon Care Guide." Oh my god, Hagrid is raising a dragon. Harry recalled that Hagrid had mentioned wanting to raise a dragon a long time ago. He told me the first time we met. Ron's expression was not good. After all, privately raising a dragon is illegal and very dangerous. At the Wizarding Conference of 1709, a law prohibiting dragon ownership was formally passed. Moreover, you all know that my brother Charlie almost died recently. Even those skilled dragon trainers suffer permanent injuries from dragonfire. Hermione's face stiffened. She knew more about dragons than Harry and Ron. In Shewin's library, many books came from a continent called Tamriel, where people had fought countless deadly battles against dragons, eventually driving out the Dragon King Alduin with Dragonborn. The brutality and power of dragons left a deep impression on her. She nervously recalled those spells. In case of an accident, she would need to respond quickly. Knocking on Hagrid's hut door, there was no need to enter. A wave of heat hit her face, which even Hagrid's massive body could not block. Moreover, all the curtains were tightly drawn, which was rare. Hagrid seemed anxious, as if afraid others would know he was up to something wrong. "It's you little ones. All right, come in." So, Shewin sat casually on a bench, seemingly unconcerned. A dragon. That's a dragon egg. Little Harry, despite bearing titles like the Chosen One, lived in the world of ordinary people, even without mentioning those long-established families. Even the average young wizards who grew up hearing wizard stories knew more than he did. The Weasley twins beside him wore goofy expressions. "A dragon egg, Fred? What if we steal it?" A newly hatched baby dragon. If this were an anime, George's eyes would have turned into shiny, adorable gold coins. "You're overthinking it." Hermione slapped a thick book titled 1,000 Uses for Dragons on the table. Except for some evil spells or rituals that require a baby dragon. Most dragon materials need to come from fully grown dragons of sufficient age, like dragon bones, dragon veins, dragon skins, and dragon blood. If raised as pets, the currently known best method is to induce the hatchling to believe that the first creature it sees upon hatching is its mother. Hermione pointed to a certain description, indicating that immediately after hatching, the young dragon loses its greatest value and can only be sold on the black market as a material for dark wizard spells. After all, a dragon that has already recognized its owner is difficult to train successfully. In the Muggle world, there's a saying that when elephants are young, they are tied with a small stick, and no matter how hard they struggle, they cannot break free. Once this habit is formed, even when they grow up, they will not break free from that stick. The same is often true for dragon training, as they are usually bound with a chain from birth. According to some legends, there is a dragon raised by goblins beneath Gringotts, and later, human dragon raising experiences were bought from the fairies, whose knowledge has been accumulated over thousands of years. Seeing a few people futilely start discussing, Shewin couldn't bear it any longer. "You too, if you want to implicate your father, Arthur Weasley, and hope that both of you are forced to drop out of school, you might as well consider continuing to think about your smuggling of dragon hatchlings." The two of them calculated carefully for a while before sitting down. "Forget it. This is too unreliable. It's better to sell those Weasley tricks I research myself for quick cash. Okay, next product, just like that." The two brothers seemed to enter a scholarly state once again, running to the workbench and mumbling. Shewin, with a cautious hand over her mouth, said to Shewin, "Are those two really not going to turn into some mad scientists researching things like Frankenstein?" Shewin lazily slumped in his chair, looking up at the sunlight streaming through the skylight, responding in a very relaxed manner. "What are you afraid of? If we research something, we could just slap it dead if it goes wrong." A certain lowly habitually kicked Shewin's ankle, saying, "You idiot. What if something goes wrong and someone dies? What if someone gets hurt? Then they just have bad luck." The sunlight shone on Shewin, who was lying on the bench, but it couldn't warm the cold aura he exuded. A warm little hand held his hot yet cold hand, and Shoen took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, then got up and ruffled the little Loli's brown hair. Don't worry, usually I'm considered the one with the best temper among all my peers. So your smile looks really bad. Hermione looked at Shoen's attempted warm smile without mercy. Potter, you seem quite happy. Come on, to help you master your learning better. This Junior Wizard's textbook exercise analysis version is your task for this week. Harry's smiling face instantly turned bitter, and he silently rolled his eyes. He had decided not to look at those things as two good friends shouldn't be looking at anymore. The following days passed in such a mundane manner, going to school and coming home, joking around, filling pages with words. It seemed like something got mixed in, but who cares? This kind of life continued until, oh, my hand feels like it's broken. It hurts so much. Ron groaned on the hospital bed, looking at his hand wrapped in thick bandages. Well, ever since that little dragon hatched, Ron, who prided himself on having an older brother Charlie who had raised dragons in Romania for many years, often bragged that he had also mastered considerable dragon-raising experience. Therefore, while Hermione and Harry were busy avoiding being caught, Ron was drafted, and aside from the unavoidable time spent in class, all his free time was used to care for the dragon named Norbert, which had Norwegian lineage. Then, there's an old saying, though young dragons are small, they are fully equipped. Just a gentle bite, even without the venomous fangs of an adult dragon, still caused Ron's hand to fester and emit a foul smell. 10 galleons. Listen, Ron, last time Charlie nearly died, we had to ask Professor Snape for materials, and we've already used them up. Madame Pomfrey said you are clearly starting to recover. You guys are too much. Ron showed a disappointed expression, slumping on the bed. Fine. I won't expect you two Sherlock Grangers to help, but I swear I'll never go back there again. That damn dragon will kill me. Yes. Shoen had said before that Hagrid's physique is different from ours, so his perception of danger is not the same as ours. Harry happily added, so we should suggest that Hagrid get rid of that dragon quickly. Hagrid, you have to listen to us. Norbert does not belong here. Hermione looked at Hagrid, who resembled a mother hen protecting her chicks, and advised helplessly. But it's just too small. Norbert is too small. If it goes out there, it will definitely be bullied. Hagrid was wiping his nose in tears, and when he blew his nose with that dirty handkerchief, the sound was as loud as a muggle trumpet. I think you can write a letter to ask Charlie. Your brother should be able to find a place to adopt Norbert. Harry inquired of Ron beside him. It's so small, Ron said, looking at Norbert, who had grown 3 times his original size in just a few days, with a displeased expression. Trying to avoid Norbert as much as possible, Ron glanced over at the others and raised his hand, saying, I guess we can ask. Although Charlie's dragon farm in Romania has been closed due to muggle issues, he should have connections with other dragon farms. Wait until it grows up. Maybe we can toss it into the wild to survive freely. Because he had been bitten by Norbert, Ron's attitude towards him became extremely cold. To be honest, if it weren't for Hagrid's attitude, Ron would have likely thought of 100,000 ways to stew that little dragon and make a big soup to heal his injured body and mind. Soon, Ron received a reply from his brother Charlie, expressing great interest in the Norwegian Ridgeback. Clearly, the thrill of facing a dragon and the subsequent pain could not extinguish Charlie's passion for dragons. The letter stated that due to the adjustments at the Romanian dragon farm, which is a large-scale dragon farm, there would be a massive personnel shuffle this weekend. At that time, some of Charlie's old colleagues would be transferring, and they could secretly hand Norbert over to them. Today, at the request of a couple of students, the topic we are discussing is the limitations of thought. Shoen helplessly pointed at the mind map on the blackboard. Let's take a look at the issues in the whole event. First of all, Hagrid traded for a dragon egg, even though private dragon raising has been explicitly prohibited since the 18th century. Oh, of course, our friend Hagrid has spent 50 years guarding the Forbidden Forest for Hogwarts, so the laws and regulations of the outside world may not be as familiar to him as the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest rules. Therefore, in Hagrid's mind, raising a dragon is not a criminal act. After all, for someone like him, who frequently interacts with various fierce creatures in the Forbidden Forest, a dragon is just a new magical creature experience. Next, we have Hagrid's friends, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Shoen looked at the few of them. The little wizards seemed not to understand where the problem lay. They have the concept that raising dragons is illegal. But because the one who committed the act is their friend Hagrid, their focus shifted from the illegality of raising dragons to the danger of it within just a week. Meanwhile, your two brothers, Ron, believe that the knowledge he has indirectly gained from Charlie is enough to handle the dragon, or that it's a good way to showcase his unique knowledge. So he semi-voluntarily accepted the task of raising the young dragon. This situation continued until now, when 2 unexpected incidents occurred. First, as the dragon grew, its teeth became strong enough to bite through and tear muscle, leaving Ron with proud marks of a dragon keeper on his hands. Second, according to Harry and the others, Malfoy discovered this matter. In their essay, high probability that the guy who loves to say my dad XXX will expose it, likely to Lucius Malfoy, the Hogwarts governor. In this case, what is their plan? To privately contact acquaintances to handle it. Well, at this point, the concept of legality has completely disappeared from the development of the incident. Any questions? Shuwen indicated the onlookers sitting below. Why didn't Harry choose to notify the professors at school? For example, Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore. They should be able to resolve these issues well. After all, one is the deputy headmaster and the other is the headmaster. Sitting in the front row, Qiu Zhang gently twirled her ponytail with her fingers, her bright and clear big eyes radiating a special wave of cuteness. Shuwen snapped his fingers lightly. A good question. Let us see Harry's reaction. Below, Harry seemed to have an expression of course, not understanding why someone would ask this question. They knew about this matter and that it was secretly carried out by Hagrid, so a strange equation appeared. Shuwen wrote on the blackboard, "A legal incident, friend, need to keep it secret." Yes, after this equation appeared on the left side, Harry, Ron, and Hermione's first reaction was to keep it a secret for Hagrid, rather than thinking of a way to deal with it, or in their hearts. Seeing someone able to raise a dragon was, how to say, a rather exciting event. But have you thought about the most critical question? If the punishment for raising dragons is strictly enforced, what will this concealment develop into in the end? Hagrid, a person with multiple criminal records, could be sent directly to Azkaban, and you all would only end up losing a lot of points for the house at best. But the greater possibility is expulsion. Harry's face seemed to change slightly a few times as he glanced at Hermione beside him, and it was clear that her expression was also not very good. She seemed to feel that there was some fallacy in Shuwen's words. However, there was a question Lisa asked quietly at the beginning. Not notifying the professors can be understood, but now that it's time to deal with the dragon, why not go through the proper channels? I think Professor Dumbledore would be very willing to solve such problems, right? Shuwen waved his wrist, palm open upward, seemingly inviting the parties involved to answer this question. He looked at Hermione and Harry with a probing gaze. Well, I admit I didn't think of this. We know Ron's brother Charlie has connections to raising dragons, so we thought we could solve it directly through him. Hermione seemed to respond as if she had given up. So, you guys directly agreed to escort a 1-meter-long dragon to the observatory at midnight, waiting for someone from outside the school to pick it up. Hey, Senior Qing Shui, can you bring out the Hogwarts school rules for them to see how many rules they violated? Shuwen spread his hands, looking quite helpless. All right. Hermione helplessly buried her face in her hands. Next time we will consider this more thoroughly. Let us leave it at that for now. You all study how to safely reach the observatory tonight. Shuwen sighed. What can I do when this little girl says so? With a snap of his fingers, a picture appeared on the blackboard, a structural diagram of the observatory and its surrounding area, so when the matter comes to us, we similarly turn into how to help them get to the observatory, knowing full well that this violates school rules. Although, from a certain perspective, Gryffindor was deducted 150 points at once, and Slytherin was deducted 50 points, which is good news for us Ravenclaw. Senior Qing Shui's eyes seemed to reveal a kind of sternness. Hermione and Harry lay on the table, honestly accepting the scrutiny. Go ahead, how were you discovered? As the prefect, it's very unlikely that you would encounter a patrolling professor along the route you planned. And besides, doesn't Harry have an invisibility cloak? After seeing Norbert off, we were a bit excited and ran down without the invisibility cloak. Harry muttered quietly. Hermione helplessly added that they just happened to run into Malfoy, who was snitching, and Professor McGonagall. She rolled her eyes, then weakly laid her head on the table. Please don't laugh at us. The stern Senior Qing Shui expressed that she could only make a helpless expression, as if afraid others wouldn't catch on. As the saying goes, if you don't have a firm mental quality, never do illegal things, otherwise you'll expose yourself in no time. Meanwhile, the two guys next to them had expressions that suggested they were trying hard to suppress their laughter. Shuwen looked at the pair of clowns helplessly. The Weasley twins were speechless. He tapped the table, signaling them to stop while they were ahead. If they pushed it further, the little girl might explode at any moment. However, even though their friendship brought about by the study group wouldn't lead them to mock each other, Harry and the others truly felt the harm brought by other students in the school. 150 points. Hogwarts probably has never deducted so many points all at once, especially Gryffindor, which has been fighting for second place this year, closely following Ravenclaw, and could have surpassed Slytherin by the end of the school year. Maybe with some effort, they could even reach first place. But this 150 points instantly destroyed all hope, firmly placing Gryffindor in last place. So even with Harry's 2 victories in the Quidditch Cup and Hermione's willingness to help other students study, they still received various cold glances and mockery. Pointing and staring, various disdainful looks were still fine. Some even went so far as to loudly utter insulting words as they passed by, showing no signs of concealment whatsoever. Of course, the aloof Ravenclaw students might not pay too much attention, either due to Siwyn's influence or because they were comfortably in first place. The Hufflepuff students were more focused on their studies and wouldn't care too much about this issue. Only the Slytherin crowd, relishing the chaos, would whistle and clap every time they saw the little wizards, cheering as if they had already started to claim victory for the academic year. Malfoy, you made Gryffindor lose 150 points at the cost of just 50 points. That's amazing. Too bad that little sniveling coward didn't lose points too. Otherwise, it would have been 200 points. Malfoy seemed to have become a hero in Slytherin because of this. I knew you'd be here. Penelope Clearwater sat beside Siwyn, shielding him from the scorching sunlight that had already raised his body temperature several degrees. At the very tip of the silent Ravenclaw tower, only the recognized wise of Ravenclaw could use it. With the sunlight blocked, Siwyn slowly closed his eyes, exhaling the stagnant air from his body. Is there something you need, Senior? As I said, if you don't like calling me Penelope, you can call me Clearwater. Looking at Siwyn, Clearwater couldn't help but laugh. It's really hard to see you looking so troubled. It would be interesting to capture this moment with a magical camera. Yes, very troubled. As the end of the school year approached, everyone was likely busy studying, and no one would continue to pay attention to Harry and Hermione's affairs. Senior Clearwater was well aware of what Siwyn was concerned about. I heard Hermione seems to be burying herself in books, spending long hours in the library every day. It seems she thinks that burying herself in revision can help them temporarily forget these matters. Senior Clearwater, seeming quite familiar, kicked off her boots and sat cross-legged beside Siwyn. Suddenly, her expression stiffened as she pinched Siwyn's nose, jokingly saying, I change and wash every day, and I use magic to clean my shoes. How could there be any smell? After a playful exchange, Clearwater seemed to refocus on her original intention and asked Siwyn with some concern. Harry and the others did violate some rules, but first-year students patrolling the Forbidden Forest? What kind of punishment is that? Isn't that sending them to their deaths? I remember the Weasley twins' most severe punishment was just being made to clean the washrooms. Siwyn, who had been lying idle for a long time, seemed to finally recharge, awakening from his standby state. Someone has high hopes for our savior classmate and wants to train him. This is a great opportunity. Opportunity? Senior Clearwater looked incredulous. Can this kind of thing be a joke? The Forbidden Forest, what is that? It's filled with dangerous creatures and plants that can kill. If this was prepared specifically for Harry, then I would prefer to believe it's the work of Voldemort's remnants, forcibly sending the savior to his death in the Forbidden Forest as revenge for their master. Who knows? Some people's thoughts seem to have a serious generational gap with us. Whether it's 100 years ago or 100 years later, I've never seen anything like this. Siwyn seemed speechless. Clearwater hesitated, looking into Siwyn's deep black eyes. A generational gap? Could it be that the one deciding this is Professor Dumbledore? Seeing Siwyn's expression that seemed to say you guessed right, but there's no reward, Clearwater took a deep breath and exhaled. Why? Why does the headmaster want to start training Harry so early? Clearly, you guessed right, as expected of Ravenclaw Sr. Looking at Penelope Clearwater's expression, Siwyn replied. Professor Dumbledore is over 100 years old. He feels he can no longer endure the support until the next turmoil in the magical world. There are rumors that Voldemort is not dead, and the headmaster fears he won't even be able to resist Voldemort's return. It's also possible that our headmaster, the great white wizard Professor Dumbledore, after fighting and scheming against the greatest villains Grindelwald and Voldemort over the century, has grown weary and decided to embrace eternal sleep. Clearly, even though our Penelope Clearwater is in a high grade and her mind is very mature for the wizarding world, this topic still seemed too grim. Looking at Clearwater, who appeared confused, Siwyn showed a brighter smile. All right, don't think too much. For the time being, our great headmaster is unlikely to. Let's enjoy at least the peace of the next 5 years. Obviously, Clearwater remained bewildered until she stepped out of the top of the tower. She glanced at the warm, pale silver light emitting from the hair tie in her hand, gently clenched her fist, seemingly wanting to dispel the chill brought by their earlier conversation with its warmth. This matter, perhaps it's not something I can decide. Professor Flitwick's expression was somewhat troubled. After all, among the heads of several colleges, Flitwick was more of a technical expert, focusing on the study and research of charms rather than administrative matters. So when Seawin proposed to accompany the young wizards into the Forbidden Forest, Professor Flitwick clearly had some difficulty understanding and approving such a request. Soon, they arrived at Professor McGonagall's office. After all, aside from her role as the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, as the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, decided most matters in the school. So, Swift, you want to accompany them into the Forbidden Forest. Can you explain why? Professor McGonagall's stern gaze fixed tightly on Seawin. However, just like being immune to Snape's deathly stare, Seawin felt no discomfort from her purely psychological scrutiny. They are too young. As Hermione's friend, I visited Mr. and Mrs. Granger before she enrolled, and they urged me to take good care of Hermione. Oh, for a purely Muggle family, having a wizard at home is a terrifying thing. They feel their daughter has entered a den of tigers and wolves, full of danger. Whether in the wizarding world or the ordinary world, the fear Muggles have of wizards is instinctive, much like facing armed criminals empty-handed. Seawin and Professor McGonagall exchanged glances, indicating he was speaking the truth, his expression unwavering. So, under my assurance that I can protect Hermione and her strong will, the Grangers agreed to her enrollment. Seawin's expression was very serious. Professor McGonagall nodded, believing that this situation was quite normal in non-wizarding families. Earlier, letters sent to Muggle families were often accompanied by some hypnotic or confusing magic to ensure that wizards from non-wizarding families could enroll normally. Based on my judgment, the Forbidden Forest is already a dangerous place for Hermione. Seawin stroked his chin and continued, so I will personally accompany her to the Forbidden Forest to fulfill my promise to her and her parents, her family. Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed. In fact, they were merely patrolling the outskirts. The danger level would not be too high. However, since you have requested this, refusing would clearly seem inhumane. I will approve your request to accompany them into the Forbidden Forest. After all, as a student who has excelled for 3 years without any faults and is highly regarded by the teachers, a small request that falls within the teacher's discretion can still be granted. As they exited Professor McGonagall's office together, Flitwick patted Seawin's thigh. Go for it, Swift. Well done. Clearly, for a teacher who has been dedicated for decades, what could be a better reward than having a student excel in both character and learning? Thank you. Little Heloise rarely showed her cute, chubby, and adorable expression again. She had already heard that, for certain reasons, Seawin would accompany them into the Forbidden Forest. Shimin didn't say anything, just smiled and ruffled Hermione's neatly combed hair. For once, the little lowly neither swatted Shimin's hand away nor tried to kick his ankle. She simply tilted her head back and gave him a sweet smile. Watching the little lowly bounce away with renewed energy towards the defense against the Dark Arts Tower, Shimin noted that Hogwarts still valued students' physical exercise. Otherwise, they wouldn't have placed potions in the basement while divination and defense against the dark arts were held in the high tower on the 7th floor. And herbology was in a greenhouse at the corner of the castle. To be honest, Quirrell's classes were, how should I put it, even with such a long lifespan. Shimin still held a certain respect for the profession of teaching. Of course, excluding those who were merely for show, regarding those who misled students and gained fame through deceit. Shimin indicated that he had a good friend in Los Angeles who, after humbly accepting his advice, opened a separate space in hell for those people. Oh, who is that friend? Of course, it is the charming and wealthy owner of the upscale luxury bar Lux in Los Angeles, Lucifer Morningstar, the Lord of Hell. Returning to Professor Quirrell, he was someone Shimin respected, although due to experience or various other reasons, Quirrell did not possess high-level teaching skills or knowledge reserves. However, Quirrell was indeed earnest. Even if he stumbled over his words, he would insist on finishing the lesson, and even though George and Fred often pranked him, he did not reprimand them too harshly. Of course, from another perspective, Quirrell's weaknesses were indeed evident. Shimin usually did not get up and leave the classroom immediately after class. Just like when taking public transportation or planes and trains, getting up too early would only waste time in the congested aisle. You just needed to wait until the crowd had thinned out before rising and leaving calmly. The office of the defense against the dark arts professor was right behind the classroom, so when Shimin stood up and passed by the half-open door, something fell off. Inside, he could hear Quirrell's voice intermittently, a painful, weak, pleading sound. No, can't do this anymore, please. All right. He heard Quirrell sobbing, clearly having started to compromise. Shimin knocked on the door. Professor? After a series of chaotic sounds from inside, Quirrell emerged, wrapped in a somewhat disheveled scarf. Swift, is there something you need? Or is there something... Oh, I assume the content from class 1T confuse you. Yes, Professor, it's all your teaching. I seem to hear your voice just now. Do you need help? Shimin raised an eyebrow lightly, but Coral showed no intention of accepting. Coral visibly trembled. No, it's fine. Swift, thank you. I heard about your situation. It's really great. All right, Shimin shrugged. Professor, if there is anything you need help with, please let me know. Anything. Watching the door to the defense against the dark arts classroom close behind Shimin, Coral slowly exhaled, but immediately stiffened again, pleading desperately. No, master. He is very talented and not weak, and he is very well noticed in school. If anything happens to him, it will immediately attract attention. Inside the classroom, only a sort of hoarse voice or low murmurs of pleas and sobs remained. It was an awkward scene as Hermione and Harry looked at Shimin's fitted, easy-to-move-in clothes, then at their own robes, which were constantly snagged by branches or stones or trampled by their companions. Honestly, when patrolling the Forbidden Forest, did you not have any extra preparations? Shimin looked at the few young wizards, making the situation even more awkward. Are we really going to the Forbidden Forest? The disharmonious Slytherin wizard, a little blonde Malfoy, showed a very exaggerated expression. He gestured animatedly. The Forbidden Forest. We can't go in there at midnight. There's everything in there. I heard there are werewolves. The always energetic Malfoy, who found joy in pranks or bullying, now showed a nervous expression, his voice trembling slightly. Nearby, Neville held on Harry's robe tightly. My grandmother told me that I am absolutely not allowed to go into the Forbidden Forest. It's very, very dangerous, and some terrifying things have been buried in there since Hogwarts was founded. On the side, Filch displayed a bright smile. For him, someone who had been watching over Hogwarts for a very long time, nothing excited or pleased him more than punishing little wizards who had made mistakes. Afraid? You should have known this could happen before you broke the rules. Filch showed a fierce expression in front of the young wizards, as if he were a monster ready to devour them. All right, Filch, time's up. Just hand them over to me. A burly figure added a few more shadows to the already dim environment. Hagrid, holding his massive crossbow, had a full quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder. And that large dog, Fong, continued to snarl and bark. Shimin shook his head helplessly, judging by the equipment. It was clear that today's destination was not just around the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, but deep into the dangerous areas. Are you all right, Harry, Hermione? Looking at the few young wizards, Hagrid seemed to wink playfully to ease their tension. Shimin felt like his eyes were about to roll out of their sockets. Filch also bared his teeth, glaring fiercely at Hagrid. Listen, they're here to be punished. You need to be more serious, not take them here for a camping vacation. Hagrid frowned at Filch and said, You've been lecturing them. This isn't your place to discipline them. Your task is done. From now on, I'm in charge. I'll be back at dawn. Filch said, Clean up their remains. He said this harshly and then turned to walk towards the castle, the lights swaying and disappearing into the darkness. On the contrary, Harry seemed to think it wasn't too bad, at least with Hagrid here, even though, sometimes he would act foolishly. At least his burly frame gave a sense of strength. Unfortunately, Hagrid's presence was usually more recognized and accepted by Gryffindor, while in Slytherin's eyes, he was just a monster, no different from those creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and even more foolish. So Malfoy did not feel any greater sense of security bringing this big oaf into the Forbidden Forest. He turned back to look at Shimin, clearly feeling that the star of Hogwarts, the Ravenclaw Eagle, would only pay attention to that stinky mudblood. Watching their animated conversation, he even felt a surge of anger. I'm not going in there. That's murder. Malfoy's voice was filled with terror. Hagrid waved his crossbow. Hey, listen, at Hogwarts, if you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. You have to accept punishment. I have to tell my dad. Fear had lowered Malfoy's IQ, but he finally regained his 50 IQ points. Remembering his biggest support, his father, Lucius Malfoy, a school board member. I'll tell you, Hogwarts is just like this. Hagrid said gruffly, right lines. What good does that do you? You need to do something useful, or you have to get out. If you think your father would rather see you expelled, then go ahead and pack your things at the castle. Go. Malfoy didn't move. He glared at Hagrid, but then lowered his gaze. All right, said Hagrid. Now listen carefully. What we're going to do tonight is very dangerous, and I don't want anyone getting hurt. Follow me over here. He led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, holding his lantern high and pointing to a narrow path that gradually disappeared into the dark depths of the forest. They looked into the Forbidden Forest, a gentle breeze ruffling their hair. As they stepped into the forest, the floating clouds obscured the moon, casting shadows that enveloped everything. The Forbidden Forest was dark and filled with signs of some kind of life. The once silent forest seemed to come alive under the cloak of darkness, with the sounds of insects and monkeys echoing around. The young wizards walked on the ground covered with fallen leaves and twigs, making creaking and snapping sounds. All of this made the forbidden forest seem even more eerie and terrifying. This group of people walked until they reached a slightly less dense area of trees. Hagrid signaled for them to stop, then moved ahead alone, looking at the ground, where silver droplets of liquid spread across the ground and branches. He pinched one between his thumb and forefinger to feel its texture and smelled it. Unicorn blood. A unicorn in the forbidden forest had been injured badly. This was the second time in a week. I found it dead one last Wednesday. We need to try to find that poor unicorn and help it escape its suffering. The silvery, pearlescent blood seemed quite alluring, causing the young wizards to lean in to take a closer look, even extending their little hands to touch it. "Don't touch it," Hermione said sharply, grabbing Ron's hand as he tried to pinch it. Hermione had an expression that showed she thought he was foolish, explaining that unicorns are extremely powerful magical creatures, and their blood carries a terrible curse, used as a final protection to punish those who kill them for their blood. "But Hagrid," he directly interjected, "doesn't our potions class say we also have this ingredient?" Hagrid, having a unique bloodline, had a high resistance to magic, and potions class require gloves. "Trust me, you definitely don't want to suffer the curse of this disgusting creature. It's like a bone-deep maggot, very difficult to remove." Hagrid added, "Now, what we need to do is split into smaller groups to explore the area and find that poor creature or any relevant traces." "Are you crazy, or am I crazy? There's a madman in the forbidden forest who could harm a unicorn, and you want us to split up and look for it? Is this a joke?" Seeing Hagrid's unresponsive face, Malfoy took a deep breath, clearly aware that his protest was in vain. He raised another question: "What if we find it? Or worse, run into that monster? As long as you stick with me, or Fong, no creature in the forbidden forest will harm you," Hagrid said. "Stay on the path." "All right, now we'll split into two groups and follow the blood trail." Blood was everywhere. Clearly, it had been wandering around since at least last night. "Then I want that big dog." In Malfoy's mind, Fong was big enough and fierce enough. Hagrid replied, "I need to tell you, Fong is actually a coward. Neville, you'll go with Malfoy and Fong. Harry and Ron, you two will stick with me. Swift, I trust you can protect yourself and little Hermione, right?" "I can," Swift said, ruffling Hermione's long hair and showing a trusting smile. "Remember, don't leave the path into the forest. If anyone finds the unicorn, shoot off green sparks, understood? Get your wands out and practice. Oh, and if anyone gets into trouble, shoot off red sparks, and we'll come find you. All right, everyone be careful. Let us go." Walking along the winding path, Swift and little Hermione strolled together, and everything in the forbidden forest seemed to gradually quiet down, returning to a serene and peaceful atmosphere, lacking the terrifying vibe, as the fear in her heart began to diminish. Little Hermione started to curiously observe her surroundings like a kitten that had just begun to see the world. As a magical forest, there was nothing special or universally distributed in terms of growth patterns. Each plant existed as if randomly splashed by an artist. "What's wrong?" Swift raised an eyebrow, noticing that the little girl beside him had quietly grabbed his clothing. Hermione's expression seemed a bit conflicted, a typical look of wanting to say something, but fearing others would laugh at her. She glanced up at Swift, then looked at the path ahead, and quietly said, "Can you demonstrate the wand lighting charm and the candlelight charm for me?" Swift maintained his focus, wondering if the little girl was afraid of the dark. Before his hand got an imprint or his ankle got kicked, he decisively snapped his fingers. Lumos, a snow-white sphere of light, surrounded by a colorful halo, instantly dispelled the darkness around them, floating above Swift's head. "Miss Granger, please wait. It seems we are fated to meet," he said, rolling his eyes at the antics of children these days. Hermione shot Swift a pair of exasperated looks before curiously examining the glowing sphere. "You're too high, you idiot." After trying to reach it on her tiptoes a few times, she pointed to the light sphere floating above her neck. Swift had to squat down, watching her fiddle with the light above his head. Logically, even if you were first year, you shouldn't think of this kind of magic as a tangible object you could touch. Why can it last so long? The duration of the luminescent flicker is only a moment. It felt like the difference between a flash and a spotlight. Magic, once you get familiar with it, you can decipher its operational rules and even analyze the application of its laws. In fact, the early stages are just about three aspects: duration, power, and range. Hermione's eyes sparkled as she looked at Swift's other hand, where the light sphere of the wand lighting charm varied in size, sometimes illuminating the surrounding area for dozens of meters, blinding to look at, while at other times it dimmed like a candle flame. "What are you doing?" "Hey!" the little girl exclaimed loudly. "How long will this stick?" Hermione futilely rubbed her hair multiple times as Swift's wand-lighting charm was firmly stuck to her head. Swift also casually ruffled the little girl's hair, but Hermione looked around, letting her hands drop, staring directly at Swift, her big eyes fixed on him until finally, Swift couldn't take it anymore and waved his hand to dispel the light circle above her head, because if he didn't do something, she would definitely cry. After a moment of mischief, the two seemed to remember their task for the night and continued patrolling along the path. Swift. Little Hermione seemed to like this feeling. It was strange but also reassuring. How long has it been since we took a walk at night? Or exercised together? Little Hermione's voice made Shiwen pause for a moment. He continued walking forward and turned to look at the girl beside him. I found that one advantage of studying magic is that my memory has become very strong. Hermione seemed to show an encouraging smile. Shiwen let out a barely audible sigh. It's not about magic. Studying and training can only make your memories of the future more profound. It can't help you remember the past. It must be a side effect of that accident, the time travel you experienced. Although, in most cases, Hermione felt she didn't have to worry about Shiwen at all. Today, she couldn't help it. Shiwen, Bella, Isabella, our good friends. What exactly happened that day? I'm sorry, Hermione, I don't want to talk about it. Okay? Shiwen seemed to be trying to keep his voice steady. A small hand gently squeezed Shiwen's fingers, warm and cool, calming his boiling blood. Shiwen looked at the concerned expression of the girl beside him. Thank you, Jian. Little Luo, I will always be here. If you want to say anything or need to talk, you can tell me. Hermione's small hand tightened gently. Hello, this is a package delivered to the old house in Paris. Sir, please sign for it. A soldier from the Royal Guard in civilian clothes knocked on the door of the Swift residence and reported to Alice, who came out. After smiling and sending off the messenger, Alice returned to the house, looking at the package in her hands. She knew who it was from and even what was inside. Since a few years ago, on certain special days each year, the old house in France would receive gifts. Disgusting, detestable gifts. To be honest, in the long and ancient experience that is even longer than Shiwen's, unlike Shiwen, who exists uniquely in time and space. Very few people can elicit a look of disdain from the elegant and noble Sister Alice, or directly express her dislike from the countless memories she has accumulated. Perhaps this could be considered a kind of honor, but I believe not many people would feel happy about such an honor. Alice simply tossed the package into the trash can and then seriously washed her fingers as if they had been contaminated by garbage. Alice felt that there were many interesting little stories in the world that made sense. For example, the father educating his child that doing bad things is like nailing a nail into a board. Such things cannot simply be undone. Even if you find a way to pull out the nail, the scar on the board can never be healed. Jianhum? Hermione looked up at Shiwen. She hadn't heard that name in a long time, a name buried deep in her memory since she was 5. The moon is out. Shiwen raised his hand and pointed. With his power, he could easily use those so-called forbidden spells without anyone noticing. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, leaving only a few pale, translucent white clouds, and the bright, disc-like moon appeared in the sky. The moonlight gently illuminated the entire forest and the path within, and Hermione's eyes widened as she looked on. With the brightness of the scenery, she felt her mood seemed to improve as well. Happy Valentine's Day, Hermione. Shiwen extended his left hand in a flower-picking gesture, and then a real flower appeared from his hand, seemingly a flower heart condensed from flames, adorned with golden threads, with a jade-like green stem behind it. Thank you. The little girl hesitated for a moment. What was Valentine's Day again? Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded, and a huge red firework exploded in mid-air. Was someone in danger? Shiwen slightly closed his eyes, listening to the sounds in the forbidden forest, then showed a look of disgust, just as he was about to leave. He remembered Hermione beside him, hesitated slightly, gently bit his finger, and held it out to Hermione. Hermione, the little girl, looked bewildered. She glanced at the finger in front of her and then at Shiwen's serious expression, unsure of what to do. After hesitating for a while, she parted her cherry lips, extended her small pink tongue, licked Shiwen's finger, then bit down and took the finger into her mouth. A faint metallic taste spread in Hermione's mouth as she looked up at Shiwen. Shiwen withdrew his finger. Logically speaking, it felt strange for a little girl to look up at you while sucking on something. Shiwen thought he wasn't some creepy uncle from the Muggle world taking little girls to see goldfish. Due to the previous contract, the blood of this body has a strong deterrent effect on non-human and humanoid creatures. After all, in the Forbidden Forest, you need more means to protect yourself, Shiwen explained. The little girl nodded and urged, let's hurry, that red warning we saw earlier, someone might be in danger. You can help them. However, Hermione could only helplessly watch the people in the clearing. Malfoy had played a prank. He had quietly hidden behind Neville and then suddenly hugged him. Neville was startled and fired off a red spark. She really couldn't understand how this guy, who seemed to be afraid of the Forbidden Forest before, could suddenly have the courage to play pranks here. That pesky Slytherin. Quickly hide, Hagrid shouted loudly, then tightly gripped the crossbow in his hand, aiming it at the shadowy places in the forest. He hid his body behind a tall tree while drawing out a sturdy-looking stone arrow to install on the crossbow. Everyone listened carefully. Something was sliding swiftly over the nearby, fallen leaves. The sound was like a cloak dragging on the ground. Hagrid squinted at the dark path, and after a few seconds, the sound gradually faded away. "Who's there?" Hagrid called out. "Come out. I'm armed." The thing stepped into the clearing. It was human. Or was it a horse? Above the waist was a human, with red hair and a beard, but below the waist was a shiny brown horse body, dragging a long red tail behind it. Dirty beast. Hermione was surprised to hear Shiwen beside her actually curse, although he never hesitated to express his dislike for certain things. He rarely used profanity to describe them. "Oh, it's you, Ronan." Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and said, "How are you?" He stepped forward and shook hands with the centaur. "Good evening, Hagrid." "The Mars tonight is very bright," Ronan said. His voice was deep and sorrowful. "Do you want to shoot me with a bow and arrow?" Hagrid turned his head, indicating the silver blood dripping from the branches over there. After all, something had entered the Forbidden Forest, better safe than sorry. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is Ronan, and over here is—" "Oh, Ronan, what are you doing?" The centaur seemed to tense up, gripping the spear tightly, and the tip of the spear was aimed directly at Shiwen and Hermione. Even in the dim light of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid and the others could see the centaur's body trembling, not with anger or tension, but with fear, extreme fear. A situation he had seen many times while caring for the little creatures in the Forbidden Forest. "Beast, are you sure you want to point your weapon at me?" Shiwen's cold tone, combined with a terrifying, unprecedented aura, pressed down on the centaur. Under that killing intent, the centaur seemed unable to stand straight. Suddenly, there was movement in the thicket behind Ronan. Hagrid raised his crossbow again, only to find that it was just another centaur with black hair and a black body, looking somewhat rougher and older than Ronan. The creator of war, the Lord of the Covenant, and this human lady, the centaur tribe unwittingly reigniting conflict. The centaur tightly gripped his spear but stepped forward to lower the spear in Ronan's hand, nervously watching Seamus and Hermione. This was Bane. Hagrid didn't know what was happening, but he did know one thing. This second centaur, Bane, was a warrior among centaurs who had rampaged through the Forbidden Forest fearlessly, expanding the territory of the centaur tribe with his powerful might. Bane had always had a fiery temper. Even Hagrid, who had cared for the Forbidden Forest for 50 years and practically considered it home, found it difficult to gain any favor from him. It was said that Bane often had disputes within the centaur tribe as well. However, the Bane in front of them was as docile as a tame pet, though still showing some psychological discomfort from the recent taming. What was in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid stepped forward to shield Seamus and Hermione. Although he didn't know what was happening, his inherently good nature made him fear that the centaur might suddenly lash out and hurt someone. "We're looking for the creature that harmed the unicorn. If you can provide clues, we can finish this task quickly and leave." The Mars was bright tonight. Bane slowly backed away with Ronan. As it had been for centuries, the innocent were always the first to be harmed. The unicorns thought their blood would deter harm, but unfortunately, it was their blood that led them to their doom. The creator of war, this lady, may the great Mother Earth protect you. If needed, the centaur tribe will do its utmost. Then the two centaurs quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. These guys. Hagrid rubbed his long hair in frustration. Centaurs always spoke this way, never completing their sentences or making things clear, always preferring to use astrological signs. Everyone's gaze fell on Seamus and Hermione. Seamus waved his hand, already understanding. According to the centaur's astrological signs, with Mars shining brightly, war was imminent, and when war came, the innocent and vulnerable were always the first to suffer. War? The Muggles in Romania? Or those hippos who only shoot their muggle wand at the sky? Malfoy knew something about international events. After all, a significant reason his not-so-ancient family rose among pure blood families was their profits from a muggle world. No, it's a wizarding war. Seamus denied Malfoy's claim. Just like Merlin's war, Gillis de Rice's wars in England and France, Grindelwald's World War II, and the recent war with Voldemort. This omen pointed to the impending wizarding war. The surroundings fell silent. Seamus spoke lightly, but in the wizarding world, even these young wizards knew what these names represented and what they meant. It was not a simple matter. All right, let us continue. This isn't something you need to worry about. Hagrid clapped his palm, which was as big as a fan, and directed, Neville, switch with Harry. The three of us, Harry, you, and Yaxley along with this guy, be careful. Then, Hagrid glanced at the two beside him. It was evident he didn't need to say anything. Hermione and Seamus would still team up. So everyone set off again on their patrol through the Forbidden Forest. Oh dear, you're daydreaming again. Should you be out with those lively classmates today? A tall yet not bulky lady hugged the little girl beside her, who looked like a fairy. The girl naturally wore a smiling expression, her crystalline gray-blue eyes like crescent moons, with the corners of her mouth curving just right, displaying a touch of vulnerability that made one want to care for her. Her long silver hair was tied back, confidently swaying with every movement. Each time the girl smiled, it felt as if gentle yet firm sunlight pierced through the clouds, filtering through the layered leaves, casting down warmth that could be felt even in the coldest winter, reminiscent of the warmth of spring. The lady patted the girl's shoulder. My little one, you must have received countless cards, flowers, or chocolates. The girl, however, showed no reaction, merely responding with a calm smile. I sent them all back. But Bella, you need to know one thing. I heard your grandmother tell me about some very unpleasant things that happened. The girl's crystalline eyes seemed to dim for a moment. I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't want to talk about it. We promised not to cry. But it's still hard to be sad. The girl walked alone in the garden, thankful for the strict school rules that prohibited any disharmonious activities in this sacred flower bed. According to some boys' descriptions, entering here would put them in a state referred to as sage state. Therefore, on this special day, the sacred flower bed was surprisingly empty. Sitting on a bench by the fountain, she looked up at the not-so-beautiful night sky, filled with dark clouds, and sighed, reflecting her mood, overcast. The girl widened her eyes at the night sky, where it seemed as if someone had erased the clouds. They dissipated, leaving only a few pale, translucent clouds drifting. The bright moon hung high, accompanied by twinkling stars, which was strange, as usually, a bright moon obscured the starry sky. Tears fell from the girl's smiling face. She knew that even if the things she sent out could not reach him, at least they were both standing under the same starry sky, echoing an ancient Eastern poem. Though thousands of miles apart, we share the same moonlight. Perhaps Bella was watching too? Little Hermione gazed at the moon. Though she didn't know what had happened back then, as her memories returned with the passage of time, she found herself missing one of her two unique friends even more. What are you thinking about? Seamus ruffled the girl's hair, which she had just painstakingly tidied up. Hermione pulled Seamus's hand down from her head, but didn't let go, holding his hand as they continued walking forward. Seamus, what exactly is in the Forbidden Forest? What killed those unicorns? What war is coming? Hermione casually inquired, feeling a sense of security with Seamus by her side, allowing her to speak freely. Hermione, do you know what special qualities unicorns have? Powerful magic, beautiful, wisdom attributes? Hermione thought for a moment. Unicorns possessed immense magical power throughout their bodies, including their skin, fur, flesh, and horns, etc. Flesh. The little girl tilted her head and pondered for a while. Unicorn blood can prolong life. It seemed the air had turned colder. The little girl shivered slightly, then looked at Seamus with a determined expression. Prolonging life, willing to accept the unicorn's curse just to use its blood to extend life, is like those with terminal illnesses. The ancient electrotherapy, hydrotherapy, and bizarre treatments resembling dark magic were all developed because these people were easy to deceive. It was like those who were drowning clutching at the last straw. A single straw couldn't save them from the water, but they would hold on tightly. Experienced lifeguards do not immediately rescue someone who has just entered the water because they might cling to the rescuers until they both sink into the deep sea. Remember what I said before? She hinted that the person did not die. Voldemort? Hermione tensed up. Tom Riddle, or Voldemort, could only rely on 100 or so mediocre wizards who knew a bit of dark magic to support him in Britain, compared to his predecessor Grindelwald, who rampaged across Europe with the German legions. You know him well? To be fair, girls usually fear and love horror movies for a reason. As the wizarding world's remedy for children's night terrors, Voldemort, this modern-day terrorist, is much more effective than those things that only exist in legend. To be honest, you might be disappointed if you learn more. Why? Tom Riddle was the top student in every subject at school, the head boy, the student council president. A role model for students. He was, how should I put it, a perfect person, truly perfect. Perhaps, the kind of person you aspire to be. Hermione kicked Shewin hard. Who wants to be that kind of person? But based on your description, how could he possibly become that way? It's simple, Shewin said. He grew up in an orphanage. Reclusive, ambitious, full of power, and was ecstatic when he discovered he was a wizard. He has always been pursuing higher levels of power. Shuin seemed to recall something and suddenly said, you know, just like the villains in those stories, there's something very interesting. Voldemort, who constantly advocates for pure-blood supremacy and massacres muggles or half-blood wizards, is himself a half-blood. His mother used a love potion, or rather an aphrodisiac, to force control over a complete muggle, and then gave birth to Riddle. She thought she could coerce old Riddle into accepting her by having a son. But unfortunately, it didn't work. Old Riddle abandoned her and left. In the end, the lonely woman gave birth to Riddle on the cold steps and died. Shuin sighed. You know, Hermione, muggle doctors have a point. A drug can be quite toxic, especially for new life. And a love potion can never bring true love. If you ask me, it's scarier than those poisonous curses. Those who use will ultimately face the most terrible retribution. That makes sense, but unfortunately, many people do not know this. Applause came from the shadows of the Forbidden Forest. No wonder you're from Ravenclaw, or rather, Hogwarts' most outstanding talent. How do you know so much? A figure cloaked in a hood stepped out, the hood obscuring his face. Shuin revealed a smile, as if he had discovered something interesting, released Hermione's small hand, and instead wrapped his arm tightly around her shoulder, pulling her close to him. Hello, Tom Riddle. It seems you've replenished your blood today. Shuin noticed the silvery marks left on the black-robed figure's mouth and collar. Yes, though painful, bitter, and hard to swallow, it is filled with power. Power is essential for survival in this world, isn't it? The black-robed figure shook his black robe, which fluttered like bat wings. Young, full of the pursuit of power, I seem to see myself in my youth, continuously striving toward perfection. Even though some may not understand us, our beliefs will not change, will they? Shuin seemed to hear something very funny. Sorry, I never pursue power. I only bestow power and establish the rules of power. I do not seek immortality. Follow me, and I will open a new world for you. You will have better companions by your side. Not this filthy mudblood reeking of muggle stench. His words seemed filled with temptation. Shuin waved his hand, slightly bored. You people enjoy this? This is your first warning. Do not attempt to twist the thoughts of those around me with words or charm spells. Oh, by the way, you should apologize. The black-robed figure let out a scoff. Such firm beliefs. I am now very interested in you. Join me, and the world will be different because of us. Wizards can once again become respected beings. Our pure blood, noble families will stand at the pinnacle of the world again. Hey, Jane, do you remember the number for the London mental hospital? We might have an antisocial person here. Shuin patted the little girl's shoulder, and even in this environment, Hermione couldn't help but smirk. I don't know. Ordinary people wouldn't have the contact details for a mental hospital. Shuin shrugged. Well, there's nothing to be done then. Maybe the Gulag rehabilitation area of Kazan Mental Hospital still has vacant beds for him to spend his twilight years. Fully recognizing his mistakes. Enough. The great Dark Lord should not be subjected to such humiliation. The black-robed figure, even without showing his face, revealed immense anger through his voice. Dark Lord? No, no, no. Riddle, perhaps you didn't hear the earlier conversation. Don't use such a grand title. Compared to your predecessor, you are merely a simple gang leader. Just a group of wizard gangsters. You know, there used to be a group of people crazily promoting the Warring States period's invincibility, the sixth-day Demon King. It sounded very impressive, but compared to their neighbors who could rally tens of thousands, they were simply a bunch of small-town mayors fighting. The last person who insulted me is still in a coffin. A fierce, deadly curse flew swiftly from the shadows of the black-robed figure. Shuin, however, seemed completely unguarded. A layer of subtly distorted light suddenly shielded Shuin, and the magic struck it, causing violent vibrations. That seemingly fragile shield dispersed the power within through ripples. Second warning, whether in the east or west, we should have all heard an old saying. Once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, thrice is enemy action. Magic shield. The simplest and seemingly best, but least practical spell. The black-robed figure's hoarse voice seemed to reveal a hint of surprise. Maintaining a magic shield with one's own power was a waste, and a magical consumption required to withstand attacks far exceeded that needed for the attack itself. What a pity. I may not have much other power, but I still have plenty of magical reserves. After all, it's the most basic thing. Shuin explained, then revealed a look of realization. Sorry, Riddle, I forgot one thing. For those with issues of mental strength, magical reserves are usually prone to problems. For example, after splitting your soul, it must feel quite unpleasant, right? For example, soul shock. The black-robed figure instantly clutched his head and fell to the ground, letting out a sharp scream. How dare you? The venomous voice did not affect Shiwen's mood or actions in the slightest. I'll tell you one last time. I can't be bothered to get involved in your so-called white and black wizard disputes. Don't drag me into your dog-eared matters. Oh, or those around me. Shiwen tightened his hold on the little girl beside him, ready to leave, but then remembered something. Don't forget. Once is happenstance. Twice is coincidence. Thrice is enemy action. You have one last chance left. You actually repelled Voldemort, the mysterious person, Shiwen said in admiration. Call him whatever you like, Hermione, but don't let your classmates do the same, Shiwen replied. Voldemort has cursed his name. If anyone calls him directly, he will sense it. Moreover, there will be some dark magic effects. Are you cold? Hermione asked. The Forbidden Forest was indeed very cold at midnight, and even the little girl wearing a long robe felt insufficient. This was merely clothing meant for warmth during the day. Shiwen snapped his fingers, and a coat appeared in his hand. In the grateful gaze of the little girl, Shiwen put the coat on himself. What's wrong? He asked knowingly. Seeing Hermione's eyes had turned red, the little girl angrily shook off Shiwen's hand. It's nothing. She strode forward. Oh, my lady, you know. Gentlemen usually give their coats to ladies to keep them warm, Shiwen insisted, pulling the little girl back and wrapping her in the coat. Strangely, the coat seemed to adjust its size automatically, and Hermione felt warm enough and it fit just right. Idiot Shiwen, Hermione muttered, leaving a bite mark on Shiwen's hand before tacitly following him. Ouch! Perhaps after walking all night, or perhaps because she couldn't accurately identify the path in the dim light. Little Hermione twisted her ankle. Although Shiwen caught her in time, she still twisted her ankle. It hurts, be gentle. Shiwen examined Hermione's injury, and just lifting her foot slightly made her wince in pain. He gently removed her little leather shoes, and her small feet, wrapped in white stockings, were held delicately by Shiwen. Idiot, don't squeeze. Hermione kicked Shiwen's arm with her other foot, even in the faint moonlight. Her face was visibly reddening. A layer of chill floated from Shiwen's hand and wrapped around the girl's ankle. With the cool sensation, Hermione felt her pain lessen. But how to walk? It seemed there was still a long way to go. My princess, I'm coming, Shiwen said as he gently picked up the girl in a princess carry. As expected of a little girl, she was light and easy to carry. Cough, cough. The first 2 points were quite accurate, but the third... Shiwen, you seem to be thinking of something very rude. Little Hermione frowned slightly, revealing a very cute expression. No, my princess. By the way, have you always been so glib? Hermione lay in Shiwen's arms, allowing him to carry her along the forest path. Until I meet you again, Shiwen replied quietly, looking down at her in his arms. After a long silence, Hermione seemed to remember something. Shiwen, what is your pursuit? Me? Shiwen thought for a moment. Someone who can accompany me as I go on, or away from me too. Never mind. Hermione wrapped her arms around Shiwen's neck. You still have me, idiot Shiwen. Shiwen responded with a smile, but said nothing. Perhaps you are here now, but the long years will change everything. So comfortable. The girl rolled around in bed a few times before suddenly waking up. She looked around at everything. Where's this? Although it wasn't luxurious, it was still quite splendid. The bed she lay on with a canopy was something she rarely saw, mostly only in historical dramas. Crystal chandeliers, wooden decorations, a large writing desk, and a tortoiseshell lamp looked very elegant and comfortable. However, something felt off. It seemed like the facilities were at least 50 to 100 years ahead. The wooden floor was covered with a fine carpet, and walking on it felt amazing, even with her bare feet. Wait, Hermione suddenly realized a critical issue. My clothes? You're awake? Shiwen looked at the frightened and confused little girl with interest. Hermione suddenly screamed in fear and glared at Shiwen. Where's this? What have you done to me? Hey, little girl, don't react so dramatically, okay? As if I've done something unforgivable. And don't act like it's all over now. How old are you, Hermione? Don't tease her. Hermione is about to cry because of you. A gentle voice made Hermione's eyes widen instantly. She turned to look behind her, where she saw a familiar warm smile. Sister Alice? Where am I? She threw herself into Alice's soft embrace. This hug is much more comfortable than that idiot Shiwen's. Some people fell asleep yesterday and twisted their ankle. What could I do? I carried her all the way back to school and then brought her here. I was worried that someone would be uncomfortable sleeping in a robe, so I asked Alice to change you into your pajamas. This set of pajamas is the one you left in the Swift Mansion guest room. And then someone wakes up, and Shiwen put on a very sad expression, squatting in the corner of the wall and drawing circles. Little Hermione gently kicked Shiwen and awkwardly said, Shiwen, I didn't mean it that way. Just consider it morning grumpiness. You get all confused when you wake up too. Seeing Shiwen still squatting there stubbornly, Hermione tiptoed and left a wet kiss mark on his cheek. Idiot Sheeman. Is this better? Sheeman Luo. Alice couldn't help but remind him. I must remind you that Miss Hermione Granger is currently under the highest level of protection from the Silverwing security. If you don't want to feel the punishment from Sister Talos, you better take it easy. By the way, besides Sister Talos, even your big brother has zero tolerance for such matters. I think you haven't forgotten the fate of that guy who caused trouble for the little girls in Academy City last time you met. Hermione felt completely confused, tilting her curious little face and asking, "What are you talking about?" "It's nothing." Sheeman seemed a bit uneasy and shivered. "Maybe I can still handle it with Sister Talos. But big brother, oh forget it, no one in this world can withstand him. But where is this? I feel like it isn't the Swift Mansion." Hermione curiously walked to the window and suddenly pulled the curtains open. "Ah," she screamed. Little Hermione took a few steps back and sat down on the carpet, her face full of shock as she pointed ahead. The sky. Where is this? Am I dead?" Looking out, beneath this ancient mansion was a neat lawn, a unique garden, and a grove of fruit trees. However, beyond that, there was nothing but endless blue sky and floating white clouds. Following Sheeman and Sister Alice down from upstairs, looking outside, the sky was clear with only white clouds drifting occasionally. The little girl cautiously moved step by step, even half a step at a time, almost crawling on the ground. She inched closer to the edge of the lawn, where in some places there were boundary stones, in others low walls, but in many places it directly connected to the void. Lying on the grass, little Hermione cautiously poked her head out. Wow, the feeling of looking at Earth from a high altitude was absolutely amazing. The sprawling, boundless green, dotted with various colors, shimmering lakes and rivers reflecting crystal-like light, as well as castles and buildings. "It's beautiful," the girl exclaimed. Suddenly, Hermione felt herself being grabbed, then suddenly pushed forward. In that moment, it felt as if her soul had left her body, and she was 1,000 meters high, suspended in mid-air, as if she was about to fall. Even though Sheeman hadn't let go, the sensation was as if all her awareness concentrated on a point beneath her. Damn it, this is too much. Once safely on the ground, little Hermione bit Sheeman, kicked him hard, and then ran to Alice, wiping her tears as she went, her small body shaking with sobs. "This is so awkward." Sheeman looked softly at his sister Alice, his lips clearly asking what to do. Alice clearly didn't want to answer and tossed Hermione aside. "Just kidding." Alice hugged Hermione and gently rocked her, clearly having a knack for comforting children. Soon, Hermione stopped crying, only occasionally choking back tears. Her eyes red like a little rabbit, still in a startled state. Back in the room, little Hermione buried herself in the soft armchair, while Alice patted her shoulder, shot a glare at Sheeman, and then elegantly walked out, seemingly to prepare breakfast or snacks. Sheeman cautiously walked in circles, like a hunting beast testing the defenses of the small animals inside. He stopped about 2 or 3 meters away. "Hi, Jean, hi. Miss Granger, hi, little Hermione, hi." Your Highness, no matter how Sheeman tried to be funny or greet her, it was clear that Hermione was ignoring him. The little girl was clearly really angry. "I'm sorry." Sheeman shrugged and turned to close the door. Phew. Hermione opened her eyes wide, her vision gradually coming back, and everything around her was so dim. "Where am I?" "You fell asleep." Sheeman's voice came, and Hermione suddenly twisted her body but couldn't break free. The pain in her ankle brought her back to reality. The Forbidden Forest? Looking around, it was still the dim path in the woods and the shadowy Forbidden Forest. Clearly, they were still here. Was everything that had happened before just a dream? Sheeman seemed to pause for a moment, a golden light appearing in his hand, and soon, the swelling and bruising on Hermione's injured ankle quickly disappeared. The pain gradually turned into a numbness. "Healing spell," Sheeman explained. "I usually don't like to use magic to solve everything because if I did, life would lose its fun, and slowly, life would become numb, until in the end, the whole person would be numb. Because you no longer need to think, everything can be solved with magic." He placed the struggling Hermione on the ground, patted his clothes. "Let's go. The red spark we saw earlier has been gone for a long time. Harry and Hagrid should be waiting for us." Although it was still a bit numb, it didn't affect her walking anymore, and Hermione limped slightly as she followed behind, soon reaching a larger clearing. Hagrid and Harry waved at them. "All right, kids, let's hurry back to the castle. It's time to rest," Hagrid said, waving his large hand like a fan. Then adjusting his crossbow, "I still need to go back in and drag that poor guy's body out." Except for Malfoy. The Slytherin student quietly returned to his cold, dark dungeon common room, while the rest of the little wizards walked together. Harry excitedly recounted his thrilling experiences in the Forbidden Forest to his companions, clearly in a state of excitement. "Centaur, although I don't like them. I do know some of their traditions. Riding on a centaur's back is just like putting a collar around a person's neck and making them crawl on the ground. Schumann explained. No wonder Bane was so angry. He even kicked Firenze. Harry recalled the scene when Firenze brought him out. Schumann slightly tilted his head. Consider yourselves lucky. Normally, or rather in the past, such heretical centaurs would execute the humans they carried. Harry's mouth dropped open in surprise. He didn't expect things to be that serious. And then he nervously said, I was in the Forbidden Forest, Schumann. Good night, everyone. At the foot of the tower, Schumann seemed a bit tired, waved goodbye to them, and then walked towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Harry, Ron, and the others exchanged glances, wondering what was wrong. Schumann didn't seem very enthusiastic. Well, maybe it's just too late. And everyone is tired, Ron suggested. However, Harry, having faced Voldemort for the first time, was so excited that it suppressed all his other senses, including fatigue and pain. Buried under inexplicable excitement, he continued to narrate the incident with the hooded figure in the Forbidden Forest. Ron listened with blood boiling, excitedly asking for details, clearly eager to have a new bragging material. One could predict in the not-so-distant future how the great Ron Weasley, our king, would outsmart the dark-robed Voldemort and ultimately save our savior Harry Potter. In the common room, listening to Harry still chattering about what had happened, with all sorts of conspiracy theories and paranoia, Hermione yawned. Sorry, Harry, I'm a bit tired. See you tomorrow, goodbye. Hermione. Harry waved his hand, watching Hermione walk back to the girls' dormitory down the spiral staircase. The girl picked up her shoes, tiptoed to her bedside, placed the shoes under the bed, and then slowly sat down. After all, it was late at night, and her roommates had already fallen asleep. Suddenly, she noticed something on the bedside table. Hermione tapped her wand, lighting the small oil lamp that illuminated just enough for her without disturbing others. A silver tray appeared, on which were 4 stacked pastries emitting an enticing aroma, along with a warm glass of milk. Noticing a card in one corner of the tray, Hermione picked it up. It had only a brief line of text, Bon appetit, good night, Jean. Looking at the shattered crystal ball, Dumbledore raised his right hand, which had been cut by the sharp shards of the crystal. However, in the eyes of that wise old man, he paid no attention to his wounds, but rather was more concerned about the broken monitoring crystal. Even Tom didn't notice, but did you? Summarizing tonight's patrol in the Forbidden Forest, it was quite successful. The initial goal was to let Harry face the weakened version of Voldemort, to measure Harry's courage and will. Secondly, to observe the attitude of that Ravenclaw eagle. Clearly, Schumann's attitude towards Voldemort made old Dumbledore very satisfied. He didn't want to face a resurgent Voldemort in his twilight years, along with a younger and more powerful new Dark Lord. Ah, Severus, you're here. Please help me take care of this. Dumbledore said softly as he looked at Snape entering the room. Snape glanced at Dumbledore's wound and then at the crystal debris. You should find Madame Pomfrey or find something to do, rather than using a spying crystal to watch students at this hour. Dumbledore replied slowly, I'm old, and this is just a little hobby, isn't it? Besides, watching them, in case of danger, I can help them in time. Oh, Severus, you were a bit too rough. I need to remove the fragments inside. Otherwise, once the wound heals, it will become like a tumor, a pearl that keeps growing larger. I don't want to end up having to get surgery for treatment later. Though Snape spoke, his hands didn't stop moving. Why did Snape take a slow, deep breath? Why send a group of first-year students into the Forbidden Forest? That is not like you. The great white wizard, Headmaster Dumbledore, preferred to keep students sheltered in a greenhouse, didn't he? Times have changed, Severus, and I've grown old. Although Dumbledore's hair and beard were snow-white, and his face had begun to show the wrinkles and age spots typical of the elderly, his eyes, filled with wisdom, still shone as brightly as they had decades ago. Sometimes I wonder if I've made a mistake, if I've gone too far in the other direction. Dumbledore looked at the person in front of him, seemingly enjoying reminiscing like other older people. Since Grindelwald, I have spent 50 years stifling the study and research of powerful magic, curbing situations that could trigger any disturbances. Using the metaphor of the awakened giant from the East, I have isolated the magical world for an era, a time that should have been the most creative and vibrant. Some have said that the current magical world uses magic to wash dishes and do housework, but those are the achievements of these past decades. Snape seemed to scoff. Perhaps it's time for a change, Severus. Let the past era end with those who have passed. Lying on the cold observation deck of the astronomy tower, Zivin looked at the beautiful starry river, the brilliant colors. It really is quite nice. I have to admire those old gentlemen of England. They seem to have a slow pace, but once they make up their minds, they act decisively. Decades of governance and legal improvements have turned the once foggy and polluted city into blue skies and white clouds. As a faint, sharp sound approached, a high-frequency noise that normally wouldn't be heard by the human ear, along with the vibrations of wings disturbing the air, Ziven shook his head helplessly. Usually, uninvited guests are not welcome. A bat flew in front of Ziven, seemingly curiously examining him. Yes, it's hard to imagine a bat could show expressions like this if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. My old friend, what are you doing here with a familiar? Ziven poked the bat. Is it that three-headed hellhound of mixed blood from the school that attracted you? The bat suddenly transformed into a blood-red shadow, and a tall man's figure gradually emerged. Even as a shadow, one could see his tall stature, handsome face, and alluring expression. Ziven Luo, my friend, Ziven listened, his expression somewhat strange. Based on his years of understanding, his friend would never show such a pained or similar expression. One must know that in his territory, he was the absolute ruler. Even if he couldn't compare to that god who brings light, he was probably close. Especially after Ziven and he had teamed up to eliminate certain muscle-headed deities. He had completely lost his rivals. I need help. The red shadow perked up. I've come from that place here in Los Angeles. Wait, Ziven pressed his hand seal, rapidly extending his mental power to sense, and then his expression changed. Lucifer, how did you get out of hell? And you even cut off your wings? The red shadow's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly chuckled, saying he found life in hell too boring, so he ran out. And about the wings, he acted on impulse and cut them off. So, you probably have no magic left now, right? Ziven clearly guessed the root of the problem. His old friend acted on impulse and regretted it immediately afterward. But honestly, if he didn't have that personality, he wouldn't be his old friend. The atmosphere became quite awkward, and then the red shadow seemed to get back to the point. Ziven, I need a favor. There's a detective here who's injured and dying, and I need you to treat her. TSK. Lucifer, why don't you pray to your omnipotent father? The red shadow showed a somewhat resigned expression. If I prayed to Father, the omnipotent Father would definitely solve the problem, but I would still have to pay a considerable price. My friend, remember that I specifically instructed my subordinates to take good care of the scum you sent over before I left hell. The red shadow continued, and by the way, come to Los Angeles to have some fun. Don't pretend to be a good kid at school anymore. Ziven got up and brushed off the almost non-existent dust on himself. Sounds good, my friend. Don't forget to take me around Los Angeles. The red shadow reached out and high-fived Ziven, revealing that familiar cunning and alluring smile of Ziven. Deal, my old friend. I promise you one suffer a loss. The red shadow instantly dissipated, leaving only a few slowly falling black ashes. Ziven waved away the traces left at the observatory and walked down the spiral staircase. Although he could leave whenever he wanted, he had recently been dragging a bunch of burdens, and, out of a sense of responsibility, he at least needed to make some arrangements. Miss Qing Shui, who was sound asleep, suddenly awoke, only to find someone covering her mouth, her body soft and unable to resist. Hey, Qing Shui, it's me, Ziven. A whisper came to her ear. Penelope. Qing Shui's eyes widened in the dark. What the hell? Why is Ziven here in the girls' dormitory at this hour? Ziven continued to cover her mouth. Listen, I have urgent business and need to leave Hogwarts for a while. You'll need to lead them in morning exercises every day, along with answering questions and such. I'll bring you a gift when I return. Ziven gently kissed Qing Shui's forehead, and his body instantly turned into mist and dissipated, leaving only a stunned Penelope. After a while, seemingly finally reacting, Penelope suddenly pulled the blanket over her head, blushing, her eyes glistening. Unfortunately, in this dark place, this beauty could not be appreciated. Just as Snape was about to leave the headmaster's office, he suddenly stopped because a violent magical fluctuation tore open the space inside the office. A piece of parchment quietly floated down, landing right in Dumbledore's hand. What is this? Snape returned to the office, looking at Dumbledore, who was curiously examining the parchment from above his crescent-shaped glasses. Dumbledore shook the parchment in his hand and then handed it to Snape. Our Swift student seems to have an urgent matter. It's a leave of absence request. A leave of absence request? Snape looked carefully at the parchment, his tone extremely unpleasant. This one only states the start date, but doesn't mention an end date. Does he intend to take leave until summer vacation? Dumbledore clearly knew what Snape was about to say and interrupted him. Don't think about it. I want to let you take this opportunity to deduct points from him. However, with a key player from Ravenclaw leaving school, don't you Slytherins need to step up? TCH, Snape's expression was obviously not good. He threw the parchment back into Dumbledore's hand. Your business is your business. You are the headmaster. Do whatever you want. Los Angeles, what a disaster. Zivin pushed open the door and walked into the recording studio, surveying the surrounding splatters. No, to be precise, the jets of blood. How much damage had been done to result in this? Or how many people had to die to spray like this? Roars and wails came from the deeper rooms, and it was clear that my old friend was giving a heartfelt punishment to those who had committed evil deeds. However, Shiwen's focus was not there. He looked at the female detective lying not far between the entrance and the cabinet. Judging by the strange power surrounding her, it was evident that she had been protected from further harm after the first wave of injury, which had stopped her from bleeding out. So even if he did nothing, she would probably hold on until the doctors arrived. It was strange. This power belonged to his old friend Lucifer, yet it didn't seem to align with Lucifer's usual attributes. He crouched down, sizing up the female detective. She was indeed a striking beauty, with arched brows, tightly shut slender eyes, a high nose bridge, and skin that was healthy yet slightly pale, like fat, with lips that were more serious in color. At first glance, she gave off a very pleasant vibe. Although she was not perfect, she was definitely heading in that direction. Shiwen sighed, my old friend. It's obvious that the female detective who has caught your interest is not an ordinary person. In his long and distant memories, the last woman who had made him feel this way was named Pandora. Police, put up your hands where I can see them. A group of armed police officers rushed in, scanning the area before pointing all their weapons at the only standing person in the room, Lucifer Morningstar. And you stop. Raise your hands over your head. My God. A short, muscular police officer with black hair aimed his gun at Shiwen, whose hands were covered in blood. Then noticed the female detective Chloe lying on the ground. Lucifer displayed a surprised expression and teased. I notice an interesting title. Shiwen, have you become God, just like that? TSK, TSK, TSK. I imagine Father must be quite confused. Oh, foolish detective, relax, or it will be bad if your gun goes off. Take your finger off the trigger first. Shiwen was completely unconcerned about the people behind him. The identity of a doctor hadn't been used for some time, but fortunately, his memory and skills had not weakened. Before coming, he had borrowed a large set of surgical instruments from another acquaintance, emphasizing that they must be unopened and uncontaminated. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort to let the female detective die from an infection. I said, raise your hands. The male detective, Chloe's ex-husband Dan, was obviously very tense, aiming his gun as if to poke it into Shiwen's head. Shiwen glanced at him impatiently. Is this the level of LAPD officers now? Can't you see I'm performing an emergency procedure on her? A bullet hit near her heart, another pierced her scapula, and damaged some critical blood vessels. But don't worry, the beautiful detective's sexy collarbone is completely unharmed. Lucifer patted the detective beside him. Can't you see the bloodstains around? It's impressive that we can save someone with this much blood loss. Don't be so picky. An ambulance is needed. Quickly, an officer is injured. Dan took a deep breath to calm himself. Clearly, he felt that the situation warranted such urgency. Furthermore, he also knew that Lucifer Morningstar seemed to have an interest in Chloe, and if the person crouching down was doing something illegal to her, this guy named Lucifer would not just stand by, watching Chloe being loaded onto the ambulance. Shiwen sat back in the director's chair inside the room and let out a breath. Lucifer, you owe me. You know that since I finished teaching Lecter and Henry medical knowledge, I haven't had to operate myself. Killing is easy. Saving lives is hard. It's easy to dissect a living person according to bones and muscles, but bringing a half-dead person back to life is not easy. Thank you very much, my dear friend. So what do you need after this? A few hot and spicy beauties to keep you company? Lucifer patted Shiwen and continued. Speaking of your Henry, that guy who happened to be freed from the death penalty due to the fluctuations of the underworld war seems to have inherited your profession and is here too. Identity. The serious male officer Dan approached with two black officers, looking like a gang leader, ready to take statements. At this moment, one officer widened his eyes in amazement. You are that. His partner, looking confused, glanced at Shiwen and then back at his partner, clearly not understanding why his partner suddenly became excited. The forensic detective from NYPD. Oh my God. Haven't you left the police force for many years? Are you here on vacation in Los Angeles? The black officer looked like he was about to pull out a notebook to get Shiwen's autograph. Yes, I'm very glad that someone remembers me. Shiwen smiled, then pulled out an obviously slightly old identification from his pocket. Although I've left New York, I still have a position, Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistic Support. Oh, wrong one. These should all be useful. Shiwen pulled out another identification and handed it to the officer. Dan snatched the identification book from him with an annoyed expression. flipping through it repeatedly while looking at the ID and then at Shewin. Department of Homeland Security, FBI, CME. All right, Dr. Swift, why are you at crime scene? Is it because I've been away from the U.S. for a while that American education has led to a drop in average IQ? Shewin whispered to Lucifer beside him. Lucifer shrugged. What can I say? I don't know. I've only been here for 5 years. However, it seems that the souls going to the underworld in recent years have not been very intelligent. By the way, where did you get so many IDs? Shewin patted Lucifer. I had a good relationship with their former boss, Edgar Hoover, who was the FBI director for decades. These are just minor details. Can you give me one that allows unrestricted investigation? Lucifer's eyes seemed to glance toward the direction the ambulance had left. Shewin shrugged. The old man Hoover has already reported to you. I'll see what happens. There are still plenty of backup plans here in the United States. Noticing that Officer Dan was about to explode, Shewin turned to answer his previous question. Lucifer and the detective came here, and then the suspect attacked the police. So he contacted me. Although I didn't want to come, he was once a colleague. Wasn't he? But Dan looked furious. You're a forensic expert. A forensic expert? How can you perform surgery on spot? Oh, officer, that is serious discrimination. Being a forensic expert requires a high level of medical knowledge. And practicing on corpses every day means my skills are not inferior to those in major hospitals. Don't worry. I treated Officer Chloe as seriously as if she were a corpse. OMG. Another exclamation came from his side. A female detective with long brown curls hurried forward. Another one calling you God. Are you really not father? Lucifer laughed. Shewin thought to himself, what can I do? I can only take a couple of steps forward. Wow. ISNT this our beautiful Joe. The flower of NYPD back in the day. A rose with thorns. Shewin noticed that he hadn't finished speaking when Lucifer, who had approached to tease her, was already subdued. Joe brushed Lucifer aside. It's been 10 years. I haven't seen you in 10 years. Even a most beautiful flower has withered. Sorry to interrupt. Lucifer brushed off what seemed to be non-existent dust from himself and straightened his suit. Detective Joe, I must say, you definitely underestimate your charm. Dan couldn't help but ask, Detective Martinez, what brings you here? Oh, I came to assist after hearing about the shooting. Just me and Hanson, along with a few patrol officers. I saw the ambulance had already left, so I chatted with an old friend for a bit. Joe was still a bit excited. Don't worry, Dr. Swift's days at the NYPD, unless there's an explosion, the mortality rate is 0. But he's a forensic pathologist. Dan still insisted on his point. Hey, to be honest, I don't know where you get your confidence. When the doctor was making a name for himself in New York, you probably hadn't even graduated from the police academy yet. Wait, didn't you read those classic cases in the academy, like Ted Bundy or the Joker incident? Dan wanted to say more, but he saw Hanson, who had moved from New York to Los Angeles, rush over to embrace Dr. Swift, ignoring the bloodstains, and decisively shut his mouth. He thought maybe the forensic pathologist could do some first aid work too. The soft eyelids couldn't resist the intense, blinding sunlight. The discomfort gradually brought the sleeping beauty on the hospital bed back to consciousness. She weakly turned her head, seemingly trying to figure out where she was. All she could see was a sea of white, except for a vague black shadow swaying in the brightest spot of sunlight. All she could hear were the beeping sounds of various machines. The sleeping beauty took a few minutes to gradually focus her vision, passing through bouquets of fresh flowers, until she spotted the person sitting by her bed, the one entangled with her, Lucifer Morningstar. Wow, look who is waking up. A gentle, slightly hoarse voice, filled with concern, came from beside her. This concern made Chloe feel comfortable, and she responded with a pure smile at Lucifer. As she woke from her drowsiness, she suddenly realized something very crucial. How long was I unconscious? The female detective struggled to recall what had happened earlier, but it was better to ask someone who was also at the scene. Under her blue-gray gaze, even Lucifer, who was used to flowers, felt overwhelmed. He thought he had never seen such a beautiful and pure look, even from those who lived in Silver City or before his fall. Lucifer gently took Chloe's hand, looking at her with such burning passion that Chloe felt she might catch fire. It's been 3 years, detective. You were unconscious for 3 years. After you were injured, you lost too much blood and hit your head when you fell. Under all these circumstances, we were just a step away from signing your death certificate. What? Chloe looked shocked. Although she had seen many cases like this during her time as a police officer, she couldn't believe it had happened to her. So much could happen in 3 years. Oh God, I wonder how my daughter has been these past 3 years. However, Lucifer couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out, exposing everything. Chloe took a deep breath and couldn't help but laugh too. You're such a jerk. Thank you for the compliment. The devilish king replied happily, taking pride in it. Relaxing a bit, Chloe shifted her focus back to last night's case, probing Lucifer. Oh my God, he shot at you yesterday. You weren't hurt or anything. You just can't accept that I'm immortal, can you? Lucifer's deep black eyes met her heart-pounding blue-gray ones. However, Chloe blinked and gave Lucifer a playful punch. Unfortunately, she didn't notice that her action, apart from making her seem even cuter, had no deterrent effect. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, just like their owner, adorable. Chloe pursed her lips, clearly deciding not to dwell on this topic any longer. Debating with someone like Lucifer, who was full of hedonism and bravado, was clearly not a good approach. After a while, she turned her head back to Lucifer. What happened to Jimmy? Jimmy received the punishment he deserved, Lucifer said, looking at Chloe while squeezing her hand. The female detective's eyes instantly narrowed, focusing more intently on Lucifer, hoping he hadn't resorted to any vigilante justice. Chloe reassured herself and then looked seriously at Lucifer. Hey, Lucifer, if it weren't for you, if you hadn't helped me, I might have died, so thank you. She squeezed Lucifer's hand to express her gratitude. However, the nonchalant guy immediately leaned over in front of Chloe. Sorry, detective. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch the last part. Thank you. Chloe smiled at him, knowing he was doing it on purpose. But he had saved her after all. But Lucifer seemed a bit awkward and uncomfortable, forcing out a smile instead of his usual lively banter. You're welcome. And he cleared his throat a few times, getting back to his previous self. After all, detective, you're so interesting. It would be boring if you died so early. Chloe narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous look. You saved me just because I'm interesting? Lucifer wore a bright smile. Although it might make you angry, the answer is yes. Chloe huffed, pursed her lips, and shook her head, thinking he hadn't changed at all, still infuriating. She stared intently at Lucifer, and then Lucifer stood up, picked up his clothes, and replied, I've proven that I'm a master at solving cases. And you, on the other hand, are the poor little one without a partner in the precinct. We could have a beautiful romance, couldn't we? Chloe tilted her head, shaking it. Who exactly are you? Lucifer sighed. Why is this girl so stubborn? He looked at Chloe seriously. I told you I am Lucifer. A little creature bumped into Lucifer's thigh, happily calling out while hugging his leg. Yes, hello there, little one. Clearly, the Lord of Hell wasn't used to dealing with little ones. He picked her up and handed her to the hospital bed. You should go and be naughty with your mom. Though small, the little girl was full of energy. As Chloe hugged her daughter, she forgot about her wound, which seemed to press against it slightly, causing her to let out a soft gasp. The little girl leaned on her mom. Does it still hurt? The Lord of Hell clearly couldn't accept or adapt to this beautiful scene of family reunion. Well, although I would like to stay here and witness this wonderful family reunion, it would make my stomach uncomfortable. So, Chloe, I look forward to our next meeting. I don't look forward to it. The female detective waved to Lucifer while holding her daughter, but her face wore a radiant smile. Goodbye. I'm really glad you didn't die. Lucifer took one last look at the warm scene at the door, then turned and left the hospital room, leaving the mother and daughter to bond. But just as Lucifer stepped out, he quickly turned his head back and said, Hey, I must clarify something. To save you, I paid a huge price to hire a highly skilled doctor. Although people think Lucifer is a demon, compared to that guy, I'm just a babbling newborn. Thank you. Chloe glanced at Lucifer over her daughter's shoulder and casually asked, Who? Dr. Swift. My God. Lucifer completely left the hospital this time, but his last confusion remained. Why does everyone call that jerk father when they see or hear him? Driving the convertible, making a loud noise, Lucifer happily tossed his 5-cent coins, only to suddenly find that the coins defied gravity, slowly falling and eventually stopping in midair. Lucifer impatiently looked at the person who suddenly appeared across the street, tall, strong, and muscular, with a serious expression filled with justice and a complex emotion. Damn it, bro, what do you want? Lucifer sighed and quickly walked towards him. Clearly, as the king of hell, he couldn't stand the feeling of being watched all the time. I've been keeping an eye on you. Lucifer, the African-American man, stood there, his expression grave and solemn. Even though I know you people living in Silver City have some mental issues, have you become a pervert now? For the angel Amenadiel, his mission was to continue God's work, to send Lucifer back to his hell, the place that punished him, to continue being the king of hell and the embodiment of fallen darkness and corruption. However, Lucifer actually took the initiative to save people and capture criminals. And the restraint and mercy he showed during this process made Amenadiel uneasy. Lucifer couldn't help but recall the conversation he had with Maze, Siwin, and others after the Second Underworld War, sitting on the corpses of those from the Amaterasu Sisanu. Isn't it ironic that someone who yearns for the light becomes the most evil embodiment? Lucifer, under your father's setting, balance exists among all things. If you weren't here, who would balance out Gabriel, Michael, and Uriel? So for the sake of some damn balance, even if I did nothing wrong, I have to be punished to hell for eternity? Just to balance the scales for those high and mighty bird people in Silver City? May suddenly laughed. Hey, Lucifer, don't forget you're a bird person too. Behind him was the sound of laughter echoing in Lucifer's awkward memories. Returning from his memories, Lucifer looked at Amenadiel. Don't think about threatening me, Amenadiel. You don't want a war, do you? But the angel Amenadiel revealed a strange smile. A war would be great. Every time I see you, I feel more disgusted. Me too, brother. I really want to dig your heart out and eat it. Lucifer smiled wickedly at Amenadiel. Watching his bird-person brother fly away, Lucifer returned to his club in a bad mood, only to see a little kitten with ruffled fur, knowing it couldn't win, yet still baring its teeth and puffing up its fur as if ready to pounce. Maze, you can't win. Lucifer felt that not laughing was already being fair to himself, and Maze after thousands of years of love and hate in hell. Wait, Lucifer, do you know this guy is coming here? Or did you call him here? The daughter of Lilith, a queen-level succubus. Even someone who once sat on the throne of the king of hell in place of Lucifer. Maze came. Oh, Maze, my old friend, why treat me like this? I thought our beautiful Lady Maze would give me a warm hug when I got here, but I'm so sad. Siwen showed a pitiful expression. Maze rolled her eyes at him, and to be fair, during those years in hell, she learned one thing. It's better to make a deal with Lucifer than to have anything to do with this guy. However, out of respect for their past revolutionary friendship in the underworld, she reluctantly walked over and hugged Siwen. Siwen scanned the bottles on the bar top, and then waved his hand to produce 3 tall crystal glasses. To our friendship, shall we have a drink? The expressions on Maze and Lucifer's faces instantly soured as they carefully looked at the 3 glasses, showing a mix of temptation and fear. It's harmless, my homemade wine. Last time you said the same thing, and you and Lucifer ended up drunk for years. If we hadn't cleaned up the opposing forces before, we'd probably wake up to find ourselves dissected or dismembered. To be honest, Lucifer decisively picked up a glass. Maze, what you're doing makes us doubt our steadfast class friendship. Maze could only accept her fate and raise her own glass. To friendship, cheers X3. If there's a time when people are most relaxed, it must be in front of the devil. Siwen felt very relaxed in front of these 2 idiots. In his long life, apart from those 2 passers-by, only a few people in hell offered such pure and unpretentious evil that felt comfortable. Do you remember the first time we met, Lucifer? Siwen said, getting tipsy. I remember sitting outside the barrier that Mom sealed, just after dealing with the remnants of those Olympian gods, and you asked me what my wish was. Lucifer's eyes were filled with memories. To be honest, it's not easy for someone labeled a demon to show such an expression. Suddenly, Maze's expression changed, and she became tense, gritting her teeth and glaring at Lucifer. Lucifer, we agreed not to talk about that. I'll say, Siwen raised his glass. Lucifer said, I want a woman who can be with me. Then a little succubus that had just slipped through the crack of the barrier to meet Lady Lilith jumped out, nuzzling into Lucifer's arms. Maze could only helplessly cover her face. That was the beginning of her power, the origin of everything. But unfortunately, because of these 2 guys, her memories weren't that perfect. As she loosened her grip, she realized that in her nervousness, she had broken the stem of her glass. Should we talk about you, Lucifer? Maze decided to turn the tables. Lucifer's face turned green. He knew what was the most embarrassing thing for him. Maze, if we don't talk about it, we're still good friends, so what are the conditions of the deal? Dear Lucifer, Maze extended her tongue and licked Lucifer's neck. Siwen looked shocked, his mouth open as if a goose egg were stuffed inside. You too. When did your relationship get so close? Just a habitual action. Maze glared at Lucifer, who took a deep breath. As long as you don't say it out loud, you can use that feather you have as you wish. Maze looked at Lucifer, tilting her head curiously. How did you know I have your feather? I slightly raised my glass in salute. That's my feather. As long as I think about it, I can still sense it. In the pleasant atmosphere, the reunion of old friends became increasingly awkward, until finally, Maze asked the question she was most concerned about. Lucifer, don't you really want to go back to hell? And just a mere mortal, as the king of hell, you actually started saving people. Who are you? And where have you taken Lucifer? She interrupted Lucifer. Maze, I need to correct 2 points. First, Lucifer is synonymous with evil. There's a saying, listen to both sides, and you will be enlightened. The only book that designates Lucifer as evil was written by Lucifer's father. Secondly, Lucifer, detective. She is not an ordinary mortal. 35 years ago, when I was still in America, I discovered a conspiracy, or rather a grand plan, to prevent that innocent baby from being exploited in the future. Unlike her predecessors who met a tragic fate, I made a little adjustment. You need to remember what I'm about to say next. Lucifer's expression gradually became solemn as he looked at Shiwen. Although all three of them were bastards, they were still somewhat reliable when it came to their own kind. Shiwen downed his drink in one go. The last girl he noticed was too late when he acted. That poor girl, Pandora, lived her entire life in guilt over her actions while under control. As the master of power, how could he allow the same thing to happen twice? When you are confused one day, remember this. Chloe's heart and mind will not be distorted or influenced by anyone or anything. Do not doubt for a moment what she has done or expressed. It all comes from her heart, the purest emotions. Do not betray or doubt that feeling. Had he drunk too much? How many thousands or tens of thousands of years had this damned fragile body endured? Shiwen felt his patience wearing thin. He thought that even if that matter failed 10 years later, he would rather abandon such a long-term effort than let the world continue as it was. Reaching for the cup beside him, he touched something that felt amazing. Shiwen carefully squeezed it and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Looking at the radiant smile that almost made him cry, he cautiously withdrew his hand from Alice's thigh. Lady Alice, if I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Of course, my dear Shiwen. Alice revealed an incredibly bright smile, stroking Shiwen's cheek like the most affectionate lover. Shiwen, you're drunk. How about a few pieces of bread to sober up and recover from your hangover? And so, every morning, in the cultural heritage of Los Angeles, the super luxurious club LUX, the wails of the souls of young men and women who fell and died due to demonic temptation could be heard. Los Angeles urban legend. If Mez S. Deathblade is a laser gun with maximum single-target damage, then Lucifer S. feathers are nuclear weapons. Based on demonic powers, Lucifer S. feathers can generate various evil incidents. So what about the bread you tasted this morning? Shiwen shivered. Alice's dessert skills could be said to be the best in the universe, but her bread, correspondingly, should be a second-dimensional foil-class weapon. Just one piece could fulfill all grievances and destroy everything. In this lifetime, I would rather die 1,000 times than eat another piece of Alice's special bread. It was simply a nightmare. Shiwen tidied himself up and put on his outer coat. Where are you going? The police station? Lucifer also stood up and asked. Shiwen waved his hand. Don't think about it, Lucifer. Your dear Detective Chloe still needs to lie in the hospital for 2 more days. Although her body has been repaired, it can't be too ostentatious. If the doctor finds out, I might get dragged over for a biopsy. I'm just going to check on a few former juniors, or rather students, walking down the street, without using any special transportation. Shiwen didn't want to drive around like some king of hell. He preferred to walk among the bustling crowds in the city and in quiet alleyways. Abe's Antique. Looking at the shop facing the intersection, Shiwen remarked that these guys really weren't afraid of vehicles crashing into them. An elderly man with gray hair, but a very spirited demeanor, was carefully playing with a bronze horse in his hands. Hearing the doorbell, he looked up at the entrance. Welcome. Oh, that big cabinet at the door is not for sale. I want to sell it, but unfortunately, another guy won't allow it. The old man explained helplessly. That stubborn Henry has cost me many opportunities. Long time no see, Abraham. Where's Henry? Shiwen smiled and asked as he approached the old man. The old man stopped his actions, carefully placed the bronze horse on the table, and then looked at the man who appeared to be in his 30s with a puzzled expression. Although he couldn't revive like Henry to solidify his memories through a revolving light, he still had a good grasp of his memories. This person looked very familiar. By the way, that Tang Dynasty horse is a fake. Look at that patina. It has already lost its luster, so it must have been a later piece. However, in terms of craftsmanship, it should be a high imitation. It might sell for 100 or 80. Shiwen struck a nerve with the old man. The old man felt this scene was familiar. Such a provocative tone, so straightforward. He raised his hand to stop Shiwen. Don't say anything. I'm almost there. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in his mind. Abe's expression went blank as he looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. Holy cow, you are God. Please, sit down. I'll call Henry back. The old man enthusiastically grabbed Shiwen's hand. However, Shiwen smiled and shook his head. Abe, where did Henry go? I can go directly. Let's come back and see you together at noon or in the evening. Okay. Henry just got called away by the detective. It seems there was a case of sudden death that needs Henry to take a look. I'll give you a call to check. Shiwen continued to stroll. And of course, a little leap when no one was watching was also nice. After all, Los Angeles was so big that even without traffic, it would take dozens of minutes to drive over. At the crime scene, police cars were piled up at the entrance, and the yellow caution tape kept onlookers out. Shiwen had to say that a certain academic, Mr. Lu Sun, had clearly not experienced much abroad. If he had, he would have found that not only people from the Celestial Empire liked to cheer and be onlookers. It was the same everywhere. The FBI showed their credentials. And whether or not you had any invitation requests usually wouldn't provoke the police's hostility if there was an FBI assisting detective. A polite black patrol officer helped Shiwin lift the caution tape to let him into the house. Walking to the innermost bedroom, he noticed that the detectives were mostly gathered there, except for a poor girl trembling in the corner of the wall, her face stained with tears and covered in blood. Wow, familiar faces were all gathered together. Hey, Joe, Hanson, you two are here. Wow, Doctor, you came. Joe gave a warm hug, which Shiwin dodged, feeling awkward. Mind if I take a look inside? Make yourself at home. Joe and Hanson led Shiwin to the scene. Hey, Henry, this is Dr. Swift. Doctor, do you know each other? Joe seemed to want to introduce them, but then he noticed Henry staring at Shiwin with his mouth agape, looking completely bewildered. Henry, are you planning to eat this corpse? With your mouth so wide open, if you let saliva drip, our beautiful Joe might think you're the culprit contaminating the scene. I was just too shocked, my mentor. After a brief reunion, their attention returned to the corpse. To die under the flower, even as a ghost one, remains charming. Zivin looked at the corpse with some admiration. Henry took the records from Lucas's hand. This was a temporary result, and specifics would require a pathological examination. The preliminary judgment was sudden sexual death. Was there no evidence of injury or defensive reaction? Yes, and according to the bloodstains in that area, they were not the deceased's blood. It was clearly left by the lady over there during her first experience. Looking at a certain indescribable part of the deceased, stained with red and white, Zivin remarked again that this person must have felt very proud at the moment of death. Unfortunately for that lady, it was her first time, while this guy was battle-hardened. Zivin walked around the girl, handed her a piece of chocolate, patted her smooth golden hair, and asked, "Can I ask you a question? Did your boyfriend have any sudden issues like headaches, vomiting, dizziness, or vision problems?" "Yes, sometimes." After eating a piece of chocolate, the girl felt her cold body seem to warm up a bit. Zivin walked back to the corpse. "I think it might be a brain aneurysm that ruptured. You can check his medical records or family history. That way, this lucky guy won't have to be dissected. Oh, of course, if the police deem it insufficient. A pathological slice should still be done." "You mean, because of excessive excitement leading to a brain aneurysm rupture, we can close the case?" Hanson asked with a questioning tone, then looked at Henry, who was deep in thought. "Yes," Henry replied. "First send it to the coroner, then Lucas can check the deceased's medical records and family history." "Black Widow?" "Yes," Zivin said. He glanced at the girl in the room, shook his head, and followed the detectives out. "Was that boy really a case of sudden sexual death?" Henry asked Zivin quietly. Both of them liked to walk. He did die from a brain aneurysm rupture, but the triggers are somewhat problematic. Remember that girl? I think she was genuinely frightened. She doesn't seem like a suspect at all. Besides, how could a girl use her first time as bait for murder? That would require a lot of hatred. Coincidentally, it was her first time, so it was also the first time someone died beside her. Zivin looked at Henry. "Do you remember I mentioned that there are many things in this world that technology cannot explain, just like you? That girl is a witch with Black Widow blood. She brings those men the greatest pleasure and then explodes them at the happiest moment, draining their lives away. Until death. By the way, fortunately, the girl was unfamiliar with her powers during her first time, and our lucky Charlie had a bomb in his head. Otherwise, when you arrived, you would surely have wondered how a gray-haired, almost mummified corpse could possibly belong to a young man. Of course, rest assured, it was purely natural causes, not due to human reasons. If you don't believe it, just keep staring at that girl. Her family will soon take care of her. Because the Black Widow bloodline is hereditary, I don't believe she's the only female in so many generations." "That's terrifying," Henry replied. "How about we call Abel for a lunch gathering? After all, we haven't seen each other in 30 years. "Sure, but we could find a place for a family meal. Coincidentally, I know a guy who's an incredibly great cook, and he's your peer." "A coroner?" No, he's a doctor, but he's retired now. He occasionally acts as a psychologist to train his little teacup, though he also sometimes serves as a coroner. By the way, he's your junior, Henry." "Oh, is he one of your students? What's his name? Perhaps I know him." Hannibal Lecter." Over the long years, Henry thought he had never seen anyone as charming and human as Dr. Hannibal Lecter before him, whether it was his elegant demeanor, appropriate attire, or magnetic voice that made men weep and women scream. "Henry, you wouldn't have a crush on Hannibal, would you?" Zivin laughed, looking at the dazed Henry. No. Minter, you're joking. I'm heterosexual. Isn't there an old saying that any man thinks he is heterosexual until he sees a man he likes? I'm sorry, but I already have my beloved little lamb. Let me introduce you. This is Clarice Starling, my wife. Zivin looked at them as if his worldview had collapsed. OMG, Hannibal. I thought you would marry Will. The world is changing too fast. Agent Starling, how did you tame this man-eating tiger into a harmless little kitten? Did you feed yourself to the tiger? Just joking. I often hear Hannibal mention you. It's a pleasure to meet you. And Dr. Morgan, a pleasure to meet you. I've heard great things about you, a skill corner in the Los Angeles coroner's office, and you've collaborated with the FBI many times. The once youthful Clarice had matured and become more charming, while also embodying the spirit of a senior FBI agent. Dr. Lecter carefully arranged the tableware, placing his fingertips near his nose to examine it from different angles. He changed the candlesticks twice and replaced the satin mat with a discounted tablecloth, making the oval dining table appear more inviting. The dimly lit, stern cutlery cabinet was adorned with tall jars and a bright copper stove, no longer resembling an aircraft carrier. In fact, Dr. Lecter even pulled out several drawers, placing fresh flowers inside to create the effect of drooping branches in a garden. He understood that there were already too many flowers in the room, but still needed to add some to restore balance. Too much is too much, but adding a little more would be just right. He arranged 2 fresh flower arrangements for the dining table, a small hill of peonies on a silver plate, white as snowballs, and a large bouquet of Irish lilies of the valley, Dutch irises, and parrot tulips that covered a large portion of the table, creating a warm atmosphere. The table was filled with crystal cups and plates, resembling a small snowstorm. However, a shallow silver plate was still on the heater, ready for use at the last moment. Sitting at the long dining table, praising Hannibal's culinary skills reached new heights. Even the British would have to admire it. The red braised beef shank was a dish Zivin had learned from Hannibal, but it lacked the special aroma he created. I take it that my teacher is giving my culinary skills a high evaluation? Hannibal raised his glass in salute, revealing a strangely shaped button on his cuff with the initials NT. But I hope the ingredients in here aren't too strange. Zivin suddenly thought of something, looking at Clarice, wondering how the agent could maintain such a graceful figure under the temptation of such gourmet food. Clarice smiled sweetly, her eyes filled with love as she looked at Hannibal. Thanks to Hannibal, I've doubled my running exercise time every morning. Abel poked Henry beside him. Look at that, you never exercise. Exercise. I think Henry's daily nude swimming is quite a workout. Swimming nude in any weather is a testament to courage, isn't it? Although I've always been resistant to the lung aspect, it feels excellent after Hannibal's treatment. The Vidal sauce paired with French foie gras must have been aged for years. What an honor. Try this vegetable meat jelly. It truly evokes the deepest memories. The first meal I had with you was this. You learned to make this dish from me, and yours turned out the best, unlike some guy who has lived for 200 years and still burns eggs. Henry, standing beside them, looked awkward and silently quickened his pace, eating various delicious foods. At the grand feast, everyone was joyful, and Hannibal cautiously asked Sewin, although this city of Los Angeles is filled with crime and chaos, shouldn't he attract you here? May I know the specific reason? Oh, Hannibal, we've known each other for decades. There's no need to be so polite. I'm here because an old friend, having nothing to do, ended up in Los Angeles. He happened to have some unresolved issues and invited me. Your friend, is it the one from Siberia? No, I definitely can help with that unresolved issue. I'm talking about Lucifer, the new civilian consultant for the Los Angeles Police Department. Lucifer Morningstar? I've heard of him. He partners with Detective Chloe and seems to have solved quite a few cases, all related to celebrities since we are in Hollywood, after all. Compared to Henry, Hannibal, who knew more, showed a contemplative expression. He hesitated to look at Sewin, but from Sewin's affirmative expression, he felt that his unreliable guess was indeed the answer. Lucifer Morningstar? Is he the same Lucifer as the King of Hell? Bingo, too bad there's no prize, truly a delicacy. After the meeting, Sewin, Henry, and Abel left Hannibal's luxurious residence, strolling along the quiet and comfortable paths of the residential area. Even my mother's cooking in my memories pales in comparison, Abel remarked. Sewin stopped in his tracks and looked at them. Abigail chose to leave in the end, didn't she? Did she leave peacefully? Thanks to your care. Abigail passed through the last stages of her life without illness or pain. Clearly, the once troubled person had now come to terms with things. Sewin patted Henry's shoulder. Immortality is a painful curse and also a miracle. It entirely depends on your understanding and perception. I'm glad you've started to attempt a more tranquil mindset. The only pity is that no one can accompany us forever. Turning to Abel, who had grown from a small child to a gray-haired elder, Sewin said, what I once discussed with your mother applies to you as well. Think about it. The elder's once bright eyes seemed to glisten with tears, now somewhat dim, as if he had fallen into memories. After a long while, he raised his head, still wearing that familiar smile. Thank you. Every day. Siwin wandered back and forth between the crime scene and Lux, his mind blank, his heart anxious, with nothing to do. The FBI has taken over the case directly? What major case is it? Siwin followed Henry to the scene, an open lawn near the river. To be honest, looking at the blue sky and white clouds above, the vast green lawn below, and the river flowing like a silver ribbon among all, it should have been a beautiful sight. However, seeing the makeshift iron frame and traces before him, Siwin's mood couldn't have been worse. He had entered a state of near rage. The scene had not yet been cleared because the crime scene investigation team was capturing final data. The girl is unconscious. Siwin pointed to the traces on the ground. These deeply sunken footprints have continued from over there to here. The footprints are chaotic, with signs of struggle on the lawn. The girl woke up here, not naturally. Henry looked at the scattered pinkish or black chunks on the ground, along with the dark red bloodstains. He knew what they were, pieces of flesh cut from body. He had seen the photos of the missing girl. He couldn't believe someone would harm that angelic-looking girl. The girl's most tragic fate might be that her young vitality was so strong that even as pieces of her flesh were cut away, she still lived and struggled. Until someone grabbed her hair and pulled her down to be bound here. Siwin pointed to the scattered clothing fragments and strands of hair along the way. They tied her up here, poured gasoline over her, watching everything as she screamed in the flames, cursing everything until her skin was charred and her throat, with its clear and crisp voice, was burned through by the flames. They watched all of this, witnessing what remains here today. Siwin indicated the remnants on the frame. Teacher. Henry looked at his teacher with concern. He rarely saw him this angry. Finally, the girl's body was hooked and dragged into the river, which was why this frame was set up so close to the riverbank. All right, agents, the footprints and remnants here indicate these people acted on impulse during a gathering. Perhaps the girl was part of the gathering. You can investigate this direction. Who are you? An agent stood up to inquire. FBI senior consultant. My ID is a bit old. I'm not sure if you still recognize it. Siwin pulled out his ID to show them. When they saw the ancient-style ID from the FBI, with Edgar Hoover as the issuer at the bottom, the agents were dumbfounded. But what could they say? They could only salute, as his rank was far beyond theirs. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore looked at the letter in his hand with a heavy heart, rubbing his temples. No one knew what the old man was pondering. When Professors Flitwick and Sprout entered the room, they found most of the professors already there, looking as if a very significant matter had occurred. Albus, what happened? Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore with concern. In the decades she had known him, she had rarely seen him display such behavior. He handed the letter to Professor McGonagall. You all read it. Each professor who saw the letter displayed expressions of extreme worry, sorrow, and anger. How could this happen? Centuries of time had lowered their vigilance to the extreme. Dear Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Wizard of Wisingamot, Mr. Dumbledore. According to our reliable intelligence sources, last week, a young witch from France, Matiste, went missing in America. When they finally found her, they discovered a gallows built from scrap iron and traces of gasoline. According to investigations from the relevant departments of the American Magical Congress, the girl was burned to death and her body was thrown into the river. We hope to convene soon at the International Joint Magical Department to discuss the existence of active hunter groups and the protection of wizards from major schools. Your sincere friend, Percival Graves. Professor McGonagall clutched her heart. How is it possible that such a horrific medieval event could happen in modern times? She could imagine how that poor girl struggled and how she painfully died. Witch hunters, such a distant term, as someone who traversed the dark arts. Snape held great disdain for this legendary group that derived pleasure from slaughtering wizards. Even during the time of the Dark Lord, unless interrogating for intelligence, they were sent to die as quickly as possible. Hunting wizards and using fire punishment, we must not fall into their hands. Severus, you and I will go there. Perhaps things are more serious than we imagined. Professor McGonagall, you will temporarily take over the school's affairs. In the meantime, the ministries of magic and magic schools from various countries have received urgent notifications regarding this malicious incident. The Wamoni School of Magic in the United States was the first to receive the notification, followed by Hogwarts in the UK, Durmstrang in Northern Europe, Beauxbatons in France. And even schools in Africa, Brazil, and Japan have received warnings and notifications. Madam, what's wrong? If you're not feeling well, I can go find a school nurse for you. The girl who comes to the principal's office every other night to receive education from Madame Maxim noticed that Madame seemed very down today. Madame Maxim put down the letter in her hand, beckoned the girl to her side, and tightly hugged her petite body, my child. The girl knew that there was no need for words at this moment. She just leaned quietly against Madame and listened silently. Midas has been killed in America. According to the investigation by the American Ministry of Magic, it seems that the witch hunting group has re-emerged. Therefore, we need to discuss how to protect you little ones. The girl covered her mouth. Senior Midas had been helping them little wizards in school for a long time, alleviating their pain in the school hospital. Such a kind and compassionate person could not possibly have been killed by hunting witches. The girl suddenly thought of something, her body trembling. That was her most painful memory. The end of all her happiness, the beginning of all her misfortunes at the blood-soaked banks of the Seine River 6 years ago. At the riverside filled with a bloody sunset, that hunt. The cold needle pierced deeply into the girl's body, and then the icy breath exploded, gradually calming the boiling blood within her, freezing. Madame Maxim held her with pity and heartache. Before the girl enrolled, she had received an invitation from an ancient family to treat the girl's ailments. However, unfortunately, the symptoms were due to the girl's bloodline, and she was powerless, only able to suppress them but not eradicate them. Come with me, Ferron. The headmasters of the magic schools in Brazil and Africa will also participate. They are more proficient in curses or potions and might be able to find a cure for you. Thank you, madam. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Although part of Shiwen's anger was due to the tragic fate of the poor girl who was burned, more of his anger stemmed from the symbols and marks engraved behind that scrap iron frame. After that day, filled with anger and hatred, he had witnessed those who ignored laws and regulations, as well as the times and humanity, only knowing slaughter, engaging in their favorite pastime, torture. Bro, it seems you didn't clean up properly last time. The person behind patted Shiwen's shoulder, and Lucifer bit his lips slightly, looking at the chaotic scene in front of him. Want to join in? Let's handle this properly. Lucifer regained his charming smile, surprised that someone dared to replace his position and punish innocent people. He was quite eager to meet this group of little lambs. Shiwen sighed and turned around, no longer looking at the tragic place. I know a place where such people gather, and it will make those groups even more hopeful. Wow, bro. Are you going to find a bunch of sweet and lovely little desserts to use as bait on mouse traps to catch those nasty little mice? Interesting plan. The two troublemakers walked out with their arms around each other. Wait. A female detective with a bandaged arm rushed over. Wow, Detective Lucifer exclaimed, you're really diligent. Based on your injury, you could at least take a paid leave for 3 to 6 months, and then half-pay leave for 3 months. The beautiful and spirited female detective shot a fierce glare at Lucifer and then looked at Shiwen, extending her hand gracefully to shake his. Dr. Swift. Thank you for your first aid. The hospital experts couldn't believe I survived. My honor, Detective Decker. If possible, could you tell me where you're going? The female detective narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at the two guys. Although she knew that Dr. Swift since her time in police academy, being with Lucifer made her doubt his reliability. Ladies, secrets make men more tempting. It sounded like a nice line, but all she received was a roll of her eyes from the beautiful detective, just like other wizarding schools. Although the Robichax Academy had always had different philosophies and admission standards from other schools, they still followed the regulations of the International Wizarding Association and established the academy in a remote location. So by the time Shiwen and Lucifer arrived there, it was already evening. What dilapidated villa! Although Lucifer could see its former grandeur and glory from the scale of the building and its spots. Now it was just a rundown place, with insufficient manpower for repairs, making the lawn uneven. The growth of the trees was also chaotic and unruly, with peeling walls. Robichax Academy. Hey bro, will there really be any beautiful and lovely little girls here? Although Lucifer didn't have much hope, he still straightened his suit and put on an upright demeanor. After knocking on the door, no one came to answer for a long time, and Shiwen felt a sense of ominous premonition. Lucifer's brow also furrowed tightly. He smelled a familiar scent, the scent from the hell he had lived in for thousands of years. Bro, it seems we didn't clean up the remnants back then. Lucifer's face turned pale. Although he was no longer the king of hell guarding the gates, someone was making the corpses stand up again, which had already provoked his bottom line. Meanwhile, in New York, the highest leaders of the world's most powerful magical departments and academies gathered together. In the involuntary magical force field they radiated slightly filled the room with an oppressive atmosphere. Now that we are gathered here, we haven't encountered such a thing for many years, perhaps nearly 100 years. Such a heinous incident. A girl, an innocent witch, was burned alive, and according to the latest developments, she was also tortured before her death. This cannot be tolerated. An official from the German Ministry of Magic roared with extreme anger. Madame Maxim, could you explain why that Beauxbatons girl came to America? Or describe her daily habits? Madame Maxim took the document from Forong's hands. flicked it to each representative, and the last copy landed on the projector. Midas die, she is the most kind and compassionate girl I have ever seen, never arguing with classmates during her time at school, but always working as a caregiver in the school hospital, helping every classmate. As for why she came here, Madame Maxim sighed. She is a descendant of witch blood. Although she was born in France and received education at Beaux-Batons, I agreed to the invitation from Robichaux's Academy for her to better harness her powers. Officials and headmasters whispered to each other. The headmaster of Durmstrang, Kakarov, turned his head in disbelief and said to Dumbledore beside him, "God, she actually believes in that broken witch school. Doesn't she think the students are dying fast enough?" Kakarov, although Robichaux's differs from our philosophy, the existence of the supreme witch and that unique magical system is unparalleled, Dumbledore replied quietly. The witch hunters, this ancient group, as far as we know, has not been active for nearly 100 years. Young lady, do you have something to say? Dumbledore looked warmly at Fleur beside Madame Maxime. Fleur didn't know why Dumbledore could see through her. She hadn't intended to speak up, but now she had to force herself to muster the courage. However, Madame Maxime held her back, believing that some things should not put too much pressure on the young. Respectable Chairman Dumbledore, the witch hunters did not just appear now. According to reports from my students and their family members, there was an incident of hunting 6 years ago along the Seine in France. This matter was previously submitted to the French Ministry of Magic, but they ultimately deemed it just a case of human trafficking. So, if that group didn't migrate to America, then the witch hunters have already formed a global presence. Although there was an incident of hunters in the U.S. before, it has been a long time since anything has happened under suppression. The aged Minister Percival said. The conference discussed for a while. A healer said, since we all know that the events occurred in Los Angeles on the west coast of the United States and are related to that reclusive Robichaux's Academy, why don't we just go there to visit the Supreme Witch and then discuss the details? Is there a portal connecting New York to Los Angeles? A wizard from Japan asked. Yes, the Los Angeles branch of the Magic Congress has an emergency contact channel with the New York branch. We can go through there. And the Los Angeles branch is not far from Robichaux's. But do so many people need to go? An official from the U.S. Ministry of Magic clearly thought there were too many people. We want to go. After all, there is no environment for witch hunters to survive in our country. Officials from Neon and the Heavenly Empire replied. We want to either. The Nordic and German representatives also refused, stating that their domestic management was stricter, especially since the Muggle government learned from the Soviet Union and locked the shackles of law in everyone's hearts. Then, the rest of you, please follow me. The U.S. Ministry of Magic led the representatives from the UK, France, Africa, and Brazil out of the room. I thought I was the trouble magnet, but it turns out you're here, more powerful than me. Lucifer looked at the garden with an extremely bad expression as corpses crawled out of graves, their dried and rotten bodies emitting a foul stench. Their arms resembled plantation stalks. I smell the stench. It belongs to those filthy ones who traded with demons using the blood and flesh of others. This must be some trick from Haiti or Africa. Lucifer pinched his nose, but raised an eyebrow. Fortunately, this was just a small trick of manipulating corpses. If those people dared to bring their souls back from hell, I might have to don my wings again and return to kill them all. Zivian threw out 2 sharp longswords. Last time her brothers attacked hell, these were effective against those dark creatures. What the hell? Lucifer protested loudly. You want me, a lord of demons and hell, to use the angels' swords of Silver City? Zivian ignored him, as 2 pretty boys had already perished ahead. Lucifer showed an astonished expression. Wow, just as you said, these guys clearly lack intelligence under pig farming education. They ran up to a stinking zombie and said, hey buddy, nice makeup. Wow, that girl actually ran out of the house for that pretty boy. People like her are simply tumors in horror stories, engines of annihilation. Lucifer waved the angelic longsword in various poses. Save the people. How can we let the Robichaux's folks die in front of us after coming to this land? It would cause trouble one way or another. Zivian swung his longsword. Although he said he could solve everything with a wave of his hand. As he had stated before, if everything were solved with magic, life would be incredibly boring. Of course, swinging the sword now was just a slight bit entertaining after all. Using this angelic blade meant for Hell's demon kings against these century-old corpses was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Suddenly, the sound of a chainsaw echoed, and Lucifer looked horrified at the scene over there. A beautiful blonde girl with long legs was wielding a chainsaw, slaughtering zombies. A loli with a chainsaw, a beauty with blood. This was simply the favorite scene in a B-movie. My sweet tree has arrived. Lucifer waved his long sword and approached, making Zivian's head ache. Was this guy so thirsty since coming to the mortal realm? Who are you? Zoe shouted, as the sound of the chainsaw was deafening. "Sweetheart, I am Lucifer Morningstar, here to save you, a lost lamb. Come into my embrace." Lucifer showed an incredibly bright smile, but the beauty ignored him, focusing on chopping zombies. Lucifer didn't mind. Serious women were the most beautiful. "Lucifer, I prefer Hades," the girl weakly retorted to such a strange name. Under the dim moonlight of the night, the three of them swung their weapons, chopping zombies, and the scene strangely felt completely harmonious. Zivian looked at that girl. What a small world it was. He had seen her before during a case of sudden death with Henry, and she had accepted her identity and grown in the Witch Academy in such a short time. As Zoe chopped down the corpse in front of her, she noticed a zombie behind the man named Lucifer Morningstar, raising an axe to chop down. She shouted no, and waved her hand in an attempt to intercept. A surge of power erupted from Zoe's body. She felt something in the air being intercepted by her, a force. A force manipulating magic, the force driving the corpses. "Wow, you saved me. I have no way to repay you but to offer myself." The shameless Lucifer approached. At that moment, waves of energy appeared from the sky and floated around, ultimately landing on the grass. As the thick fog dispersed, figures of wizards emerged. "Oh God, what happened here? It's a ghoul. Be alert. Fleur, stand behind me." Everyone drew their wands, and waves of powerful energy surged from the tips of their wands. Eduardo, a potion master from Brazil, threw several bottles of potions to neutralize the toxins released by the ghouls. The great healer from Africa frowned, sensing the power in the air. At this moment, Zoe exerted force again, finally severing that magical wave. Those corpses fell down, returning to being dead bodies. What a warm welcome, truly an eye-opener. American wizards are actually using ghouls to attack an academy, even against students. Karkaroff mercilessly mocked, and indeed, the faces of the U.S. Ministry of Magic officials changed dramatically. This was an outrageous scandal akin to the military using biochemical weapons against veterans during suppression. "Lower your voice. Those two don't look like wizards," an official from the French Ministry of Magic reminded. Zivian yawned silently and then looked over at Lucifer, who was flirting with Zoe. What a disgrace. Did Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape follow me because they were worried about me taking leave? After noticing the fluctuations of these people, Shuin adjusted himself back to the state of a 20-year-old youth, so that no matter which side looked at him, there would be no discomfort. "Swift, you are everywhere," Snape sneered quietly. After all, he still had to consider the reputation of Hogwarts and the British magical world in front of many foreigners and foreign schools. "Thank you for the professor's praise. I didn't want to encounter such a situation right after arriving. Receiving an invitation from an old friend. Coming to this lighthouse of Zio Minju, enjoying delicious food and flirting with girls, only to encounter such a situation. Are you a student of Hogwarts in the UK? Why did you invade the Robichak Academy?" An official from the American Ministry of Magic questioned aggressively, seeming to want to blame them for the situation. Shuin glanced at him, took out his credentials from his pocket, a senior advisor of the FBI, authorized to act with the powers of the director. "Now, we hope that the American Magical Congress legal officials will report to the FBI headquarters soon, as we want to hold them accountable for why so many wizard cases have occurred recently. This is quite awkward." The American Ministry of Magic officials could sense the familiar magical fluctuations on that credential, belonging to the first president of the American Magical Congress, which clearly wasn't fake. After all, no legendary-level great wizard would create such a thing just to make a fake credential. "Who are you?" "Robichak Academy does not accept male students. And at your age, you're no longer a student." Failing one strategy, they redirected their firepower towards Lucifer. "Who? Me?" Lucifer sheathed his long sword, tidied up his suit, and elegantly introduced himself to everyone. "Lucifer Morningstar, owner of the Lux Club in Los Angeles. Although I hold no official position, I have some wealthy friends. If there's a problem, please contact my lawyer." The atmosphere became quite awkward. It was Dumbledore who stepped forward, I think. "Although I must say that Swift has shown exceptional talent at Hogwarts. This army of undead dark magic is clearly what we need to focus on. Could it be that wizards have joined the witch hunters again, turning into hunters?" At this moment, the great witch doctor from Africa sighed and replied in a deep voice. "This is not ordinary magic. It is the power of voodoo, and the few young people present are not from the witch doctor system. We need to find out where that voodoo practitioner is. Otherwise, terrible things will continue to happen." The people present were still able to distinguish priorities and began to inquire and investigate traces of magic. Finally, no one was surrounding Shuin, and he was happy to be at ease. A timid voice sounded from beside him, so weak that it seemed like it would shatter like glass with a slight touch. "Shuin, is that you?" "Dude, Lucifer looked at Shiwen, who was drinking so much it could no longer be considered just drinking. He was pouring it down. Mi-Eyes quietly asked Lucifer, "What happened, Lucy? How'd this guy end up like this?" "It's hard to explain. Lord Mi-Eyes, there must be something unusual about this." Lucifer recalled the girl he saw a few hours ago at Robichak Academy, the one who called out for Shiwen. She felt so ethereal, so pure. To be honest, even Chloe pales in comparison. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that the girl's soul and body have already been deeply imprinted. However, based on his interactions with Shiwen, he was certain that Shiwen was not someone who would bind others in such a way. So, does that mean the girl voluntarily underwent the imprinting? He couldn't help but think of a peculiar race in the human world. Indeed, the women of that race were full of allure, like the most beautiful flowers, attracting countless bees and butterflies even when hidden deep within. However, the peculiarity of that race is that they would imprint their beloved ones. A loyalty from body to soul that ensures that race never descends into hell, as they are taken away by the heartless beings of Silver City. Of course, Lucifer did not believe that such a young girl would be forced into some kind of premature commitment by Shiwen. "Before you're ready, Mi-Eyes and I will be here. If you want to talk to someone, we are here." Lucifer patted Shiwen's shoulder and filled his glass. That day felt like a nightmare. For some reason, I was sealed off from my powers. Shiwen quietly began to recall everything that happened that day. At that moment, in the hotel where they were staying, the girl, although tearful, wore a smile on her face. Similarly, Madame Maxim was leaning against her, silently guarding her most beloved child. Although she had once helped the Drackle family when she was young in their time of greatest difficulty, she had now grown fond of this clever and delicate student, caring for the girl as if she were her own child. That was 6 years ago, when she was 7. Back then, although she was still not welcomed by those around her, she at least had 2 good friends. One was Jane, who lived in Paris, and the other was Shiwen Lo. Furong reminisced with Madame Maxim about the past. Hermione Jane Granger, Furong Isabella Drackle, Shiwen Lo Swift. 1-to-1, 1-to-1. Ah, Shiwen, I can't run anymore. Among the 3, Hermione had the weakest constitution. Although Furong was also just a little girl, due to her bloodline and some family training, she kept up well with Shiwen. "Then let's walk slowly for a while." Shiwen was always so gentle, so meticulous that sometimes it even made people feel uncomfortable. In the great European plan, environmental governance is a key aspect, especially in France. If the corresponding laws and regulations are not strictly followed, the German Empire would unhesitatingly punish according to the laws. Under the strict standards of the Vichy Parliament for governance, the environment in France, especially in the Greater Paris area, is almost perfect. Thus, walking along the tree-lined path by the river, the clear river water had no hint of odor, only a sense of openness and fluidity. "Carry me on your back, Shiwen." Furong looked at Hermione, who had begun to act spoiled again. Although little Hermione was indeed only 5 years old, Shiwen was only 7. Under Shiwen's piercing gaze, little Hermione actually started to sniffle and cry. Is this what Shiwen called a troublesome child? Furong thought with a headache. However, she could see that little Hermione was just pretending. After all, if you want to fake a cry, don't peek with one eye open. Originally, it was a very pleasant evening activity, a routine that had happened countless times, but it was overshadowed by darkness. When they reached the Delta area, usually, this park with its raised ground was not crowded, but there were still quite a few people. However, today, it was eerily silent. Not only was there no one, but even the birds that usually came here to scavenge for food were gone. How strange. Why is there no one here? Little Hermione held a bunch of flowers that had fallen to the ground, looking delighted as she occasionally sniffed the faint fragrance. Furong felt puzzled as well. Her bloodline from her grandmother still retained a wild vigilance, sensing the threat like small animals facing a hunter. "Shiwen, let's go home. It's getting late. But we haven't seen the sunset yet. It's been raining in Paris for the past few days, and it's finally sunny today." Little Hermione pouted. "Today, Sister Alice made pastries. Let's go back." Shiwen can only use the ultimate weapon, Sister Alice's pastries, which have a maximum capture number of 999 against lowly treasures, with an effective X. Little Hermione seems to be in a dilemma. Then I want to. Okay, but it's still too late. The way back from the Delta has been blocked. A few fierce-looking men with strange expressions blocked their way back. Such sweet and delicious food. One of the scruffy men was scraping his yellow, dirty teeth with his dirty long nails. I said we should burn them alive. That's our witch hunter style. Another man, who had shrunk into a black cloak, retorted. I like it raw. Cooked food doesn't taste good. That's something only you humans like. That scruffy man obviously belonged to a kind of dark creature, a werewolf. Little Hermione hid behind Shiwen and timidly asked, "Shiwen, are they bad people? Or are they just trying to scare us?" Although Shiyun didn't answer. Just pulling Hermione behind him with his hand already indicated the answer. Who are you? Shiyun spoke first. There was no response. Only a gust of wind left a blood mark on Shiyun's face. A harsh laugh came from the opposite side. Not bad, not bad. Quick reaction, bring us more fun. Now, let's play a game called Catch You and Kill You. We can pay. Let us go. We'll give you ransom. Although Fuyun was only 7 years old, she was not an ordinary child raised in the Draco family, especially since she had the bloodline inheritance within her. Haha, did you hear that? They actually want to buy their way out. Not bad, little beauty from the Draco family. We've been looking for you for a long time. I will sell you to those who like little girls. I believe an undeveloped half-breed beauty can fetch a high price. Fuyun's face turned pale. She didn't understand why her bloodline was exposed. In her knowledge, one of the most terrifying things was that beauties often suffered tragic fates, being suppressed after their powers were taken away and sold as goods. This only improved after the Draco family was established and after a significant event in the 15th century. Shiyun, jump into the river with Hermione. The trees here are too dense and block all sight. Once you get into the river, you can call for help. I might be able to hold them off for a while. Idiot, how could they let us go? Shiyun looked at the 4 men in front of him, clearly unlucky to encounter such a thing at this time. Maybe this is our last day alive. Fuyun stared at the boy in front of her. I like you, Shiyun. Damn, that beauty is actually inscribing. Kill them. Don't hesitate. Kill them first, then discuss how to deal with it. The 4 fierce men rushed towards the 3 little wizards, and with a light strike, Fuyun felt herself fly out. This was after Shiyun pushed her away, taking the brunt of the damage for her. Shiyun's body was directly torn open, and she even heard the sound of his ribs being severed. At that moment, Fuyun felt her vision filled with red, with only a bright crimson remaining by the Seine River under the sunset. What happened next? Madame Maxim asked softly. Later, Fuyun bitterly smiled. Due to the incomplete inscription and the backlash from my bloodline, I lost my memory for 2 whole years. According to the scene and eyewitness accounts, Shiyun, after being severely injured, pulled me and Jian into the water and was washed to the shore. At that time, the guards had already arrived. Jian was taken away by her father and later moved to England, and we lost contact. Father and mother never told me what happened. It wasn't until before I started school that grandmother told me everything. During my amnesia, the family accused Shiyun of deceiving me for my inscription, and I, who had lost my memory, actually stood up to identify such a thing. Madame Maxim knew that the elder of the Draco family was the true authority of the family. But after all, the elderly woman living deep in the forest did not often come out to manage family affairs. Obviously, it was already too late when she found out about this. Since then, Shiyun took care of me for 2 years, and when I was about to regain my memory, Shiyun left France. Although there were still people managing the residence in France, there was no response to letters or visits. Clearly, his family still held a grudge over what had happened. Sometimes I always doubt whether everything that happened before I turned 10 was a dream. However, today, I am very happy I finally saw him, or at least he was willing to see me. The night grew late, and after saying goodbye to Madame Maxim, Fuyun lay in bed, her long-dried tear ducts once again soaking her pillow with tears. Even though she was born with an angelic smile, at this moment, she couldn't smile. All she felt in her heart was regret. A soft handkerchief gently rested on the corner of the girl's eye, softly wiping away her tear stains. Don't cry too much, or you might not be able to get married in the future. That familiar voice. Although the girl's big eyes were slightly red and swollen from crying, they couldn't hide her light blue, clear gaze. Looking into such eyes, one's soul seems to be purified. The light blue eyes gazed at Shiyun, and the girl turned over, hugging the boy sitting at the edge of the bed. Shiyun, I'm here. Am I dreaming? I'm sorry, Fuyun. Shiyun finally realized he hated it when others misunderstood him, hated it when others couldn't take a joke or made a mistake. But he himself had also hurt others because of such things. Over the long years, because time is the least valuable, he had used cold violence to hurt one person after another who tried to get close to him. Looking at the girl's somewhat pale face, Shiyun brushed her silver hair aside. I like you too, Fuyun. I hope tonight you'll have a good dream. It must be a dream. When Fuyun woke up, she still kept her eyes tightly closed because, based on her experience, she could return to the previous dream during light sleep. The sun is shining. That gentle voice, although not loud, rang in Fuyun's heart like an explosion in her ear. She didn't care about the difficulty of opening her eyes when she had just woken up. Her tearful eyes faced the morning sun, vaguely looking around. I dreamed last night that you came to my side, forgave me, and even said you liked me. Fuyun tightly hugged Shiyun, murmuring Then I fell asleep again, and the result was that in the morning, you were still by my side. Since it's a dream, then doing some discordant things shouldn't matter, right? Logically speaking, as the ancients said, close to vermilion makes one red, close to ink makes one black. It was not wrong. In just a few days, Shuyun claimed he had been completely corrupted by Lucifer. Fuyun ignored him and leaned her head closer to Shuyun, who was lying beside her. Finally, after a long while, Shuyun suddenly laughed, breaking the warm atmosphere. Fuyun's beautiful big eyes widened in disbelief. This isn't a dream? What do you think, my little Bella? A few minutes later, Fuyun, dressed in a complete but slightly messy outfit, stood in front of Shuyun with an apologetic face, slightly blushing as she rubbed his waist. I didn't mean to. What could Shuyun say? The girl had great leg strength and kicked him to the ground when they walked downstairs together for breakfast. Madame Maxim's eyes were obviously very vigilant and cautious. But for Furong, there was a lot of concern. Bella? Madam, this is Siwin Lo Swift, my best friend. Siwin, this is our principal at Bus Barton, Madame Maxim. Furong was slightly reserved, but her face bore an angelic smile. Hello, Madame Maxim. Siwin was polite to good people. Madame Maxim was indeed in a difficult position. She couldn't just hand over her student to this rascal as if nothing had happened. However, seeing Furong's rare radiant smile made her realize that if she was too harsh or strict, it would definitely hurt her student. The same went for Siwin. How to get Madame Maxim to accept him quickly was a problem. After all, anyone could see her affection for Furong. Bus Barton, Eureka! Siwin rummaged through his pockets. Although it was just a nondescript pocket on his coat, it was a four-dimensional pocket sewn by Alice, and, after tossing around for years, he finally understood the pain of searching for something. Ding ding ding, Siwin pulled out a big treasure from his pocket. A deep blue badge. Don't worry, madam. I will take good care of Furong. As for my character, Nikolai can vouch for me. Nikolai. Madame Maxim took the blue badge. Although it was well-preserved and looked almost new, it was clearly an old item based on its craftsmanship and design. She stared at the badge in disbelief. This was the school emblem from the founding of Bus Barton. At that time, as a gesture of gratitude to the higher-ups who provided the venue and assistance. No more than a handful of these emblems were given. She then thought of Nikolai. Was it that great alchemist Nicolaim? This young man actually knew Nicolaim and even received a gift from him. Furong chimed in, Madam, we'll just go out for a little while during the day. Siwin has quite a few friends in Los Angeles, so you don't need to worry about us getting lost. The girl cutely raised her right hand, pinching with her index finger and thumb, vividly indicating that they would only be out for a little while. All right, just be safe. We still need to continue investigating the Roboshacks Academy today and discuss follow-up measures. I suppose keeping you locked in that conference room all day would be a bit hard on you. Madame Maxim lovingly patted the girl's head. The girl responded with a radiant smile. But come back early. Seeing the energetic girl, the madam shook her head helplessly. Siwin had an extremely strong, cute ponytail attribute. And among the girls he was familiar with, only Furong, perhaps by coincidence or intentionally, always kept that cheerful ponytail. Where are we going to play? Siwin asked the girl beside him. The girl adorably looked up, pondering at a 45-degree angle, suddenly noticing the various cosplays by the roadside, and spotted a street performer dressed in a white dress mimicking Marilyn Monroe. No wonder it's Los Angeles. Everywhere is an invasion of Hollywood culture. I remember you used to say you wanted to be a big star when you grew up. You actually remember that. But now that I'm in magic school, I'll have less time to learn acting. Hollywood hasn't really recovered since the economic depression at the beginning of the century. What a pity. Siwin thought for a long time. Right, that place must be nice. Not far away, a four-seater convertible, filled with a sense of metallic beauty and weight, stopped in front of the two. Pretty fast. Siwin patted the person who sent the car. However, the Lord of Hell's expression was not too good. He glared at his friend Siwin. To help you flirt with girls, I left the detective at the crime scene and ran off myself. Wow, beautiful girl. I didn't introduce myself yesterday. I'm Lucifer Morningstar. Just call me Lucy. The sudden change of face caught Siwin off guard. He pulled Furong behind him, looking at Lucifer with a hostile expression. The atmosphere became quite awkward. You just left him there? That is not very nice. Furong said from the passenger seat, feeling a bit reluctant. You'll get used to it. That guy wouldn't even come if I called him again in the car. This car is still stored at his place. Where are we going? The International Union of Cinematography's Hollywood branch. Let us see which stars we might run into today. I heard there's an exchange group here. This world, due to the vast Eurasian continent, had harmoniously waving red flags and soaring eagle flags. So some very famous actors did not migrate to Hollywood to suffer from exploitation due to endless warfare. More chose to devote themselves to the International Union of Cinematography. which was founded during the Soviet era and later became almost an international organization. After all, under the red flag, it was more about planning than the market. Here, everyone focused solely on improving themselves. As long as one had talent, they would not be overlooked. To be honest, which country would send an army of 120,000 and spend hundreds of millions to make a film in the 1960s? The epic War and Peace made this place a holy land for filmmakers. I heard that the Union is planning to remake War and Peace. If you like, you can study it and participate in casting in the future. My beloved Natasha. Siwon slowed down slightly and stopped by the roadside. If I were not myself, but the most beautiful, smartest, and perfect person in the world, if I had freedom, I would immediately kneel down and propose to you. I would tell you, I truly love you. Holding the girl's hand, standing under the tall, grand Roman-style building, Siwon leaned closer to the girl and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. We hold hands and seek happiness for the world together. The girl seemed very much into the role, with tears in her eyes and a slightly reddened rim. Click, the sound of a camera echoed, capturing this moment forever. A girl with short, slightly curly black hair stood in front of them, handing them a Polaroid photo. Thank you. Farong expressed her gratitude in English. I'm French too. Sophie Marceau. Although the black-haired girl seemed to be in her 20s based on her height, when she smiled, she was indeed sweet and adorable. Though it was a pity that she was also a beaver lady. Farong Delacour. Farong and Sophie shook hands in greeting. At this moment, another observer who had been watching all this walked up, clapping their hands. That was a very nice display of emotion. I really look forward to seeing the new version of War and Peace. It was an elderly woman with white hair, but a spirited demeanor, perfectly described as having a youthful appearance. The angelic glow on the old woman's face and her captivating eyes made it clear that she was definitely not an ordinary old woman. Oh my God, Princess Tulip. Sophie was first shocked, then respectfully saluted the elderly woman. Siwon seemed to be filled with memories as he looked at this elder who had reached the end of her years but had not been crushed by time. Young man, I feel like I've seen you before. The old woman looked at Siwon with curiosity. Siwon sighed softly. He knew that as soon as he spoke, she would surely remember. Ms. Audrey Hepburn, it's an honor to meet you. You can call me Siwon, Siwon Lo. Siwon pulled the little Farong beside him, paying tribute to the greatest actress. Hepburn also fell into memories but quickly adjusted herself. Siwon, is it? And what about you, dear Natasha? Her loving gaze turned to the girl beside Farong. My name is Farong Isabella Delacour, and I am honored to meet you. Farong looked a bit shyly at Hepburn, a living legend. Hepburn seemed to be in a very good mood today. She took little Farong's hand and said, "Come on, little girl, let me show you around here." Warning, this chapter contains residual brainwaves in Intercontinental United Films. There are only 3 highest role models for female actors: Audrey Hepburn, Elizabeth Taylor, and Galina Ulanova. As for why the legendary Vivian Leigh is not on the list, it's simply unfortunate that she passed away too early. Audrey Hepburn is the beautiful pearl on that gorgeous crown. Because Princess Tulip? Oh, that's a story from long, long ago. Audrey Hepburn held Farong's hand, and amidst the astonished gazes of numerous staff and entertainment industry figures, she sent warm smiles to them while explaining to little Farong like a tour guide. That sculpture was airlifted from the Soviet Union, the sculpture of Galina Ulanova. Do you like ballet? The beautiful sculpture seemed as white and smooth as white jade, resembling human skin, graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon, swift as a flying duck, ethereal as a spirit, walking lightly on the waves, leaving no dust on her shoes. I like it. I learned a bit when I was young. Farong nodded adorably, feeling as if the sculpture, no, the dancer in front of her had come to life. Siwon looked helplessly at the sculpture. It was clearly a creation of that Siberian fellow who didn't shy away from trouble. Rather than a sculpture, it was more akin to a statue. Yes, this sculpture possesses the power of faith. Glancing around, there were indeed people kneeling before the sculpture. Throughout the morning, not only did Farong and Siwon browse around the Tower of United Films, but they were also the center of attention for everyone. After all, when had anyone seen a legendary figure who rarely appeared publicly outside of charity events accompanying 2 little kids here? Who are these 2? Many people kept guessing. Following the spiral tower upwards, they experienced decades of cultural accumulation, feeling the cultural upheaval from the Great Depression to the chaotic war and the Iron Curtain. Sitting in the observation area at the top of the tower, they could see the entire view of Los Angeles through the clean floor-to-ceiling windows. After walking all morning, the little girl, highly excited in spirit but physically exhausted, fell into a deep sleep on a nearby sofa, her angelic smile still on her face. Have you finally let it go? The person with an angelic smile, now with gray hair, I'm very sorry, Audrey. I don't know how to make up for the lost time. Lost time? No. The elderly woman gently took Shiwen's hand. The only regret is your inner torment after all these years. The elderly woman comforted Shiwen. The scene of their first meeting was so similar. The only difference being, are you all right? A man in a luxurious, gilded uniform stepped out from the surrounding guards, crouched down, and held the hand of the little girl who was sobbing. I can't find my mom. The girl appeared malnourished, speaking in a weak voice. In times of war, such things usually meant tragedy. The guards nearby seemed intent on checking if the girl was an assassin or something, but were scolded away. You can call me Lo. What's your name? Hepburn. Audrey Hepburn. The girl hesitated to answer, as her name and surname were quite special. Her mother said to use a fake name to avoid detection by bad people. Shiwen noticed a flower stem poking out of the girl's pocket. It was a Dutch specialty, a tulip, but there were small bite marks on the bulb. What kind of difficult experiences led such a small girl to survive by eating this poisonous plant? Feeling heartbroken, he picked up the little girl, who didn't even have the strength to struggle. Little Hepburn, I will help you find your mom, okay? You must be hungry. What do you want to eat? His gentle and kind demeanor calmed the little girl and made the surrounding guards and German officers shiver. Clearly, a terrible storm was brewing, as commoners' anger could lead to bloodshed, and a king's wrath could lead to massacre. Slow down. The girl, clearly well-educated and refined, maintained her manners even while starving. The only difference being the speed at which she ate, often choking. And for the final dessert, little Hepburn looked timidly at Shiwen and said, "Thank you. Can I save that? I want to give it to the priest at the church, and if I see my mom, I want to give it to her too." "No." Shiwen looked at her and said. The girl's eyes turned red again, and Shiwen quickly added, "This is for you to eat. If you want to take some for your mom, there's plenty more." The little girl fell asleep, and he gently closed the door. Outside stood a trembling group of officials and Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands. I remember the Netherlands was liberated peacefully. I remember, before the war, I seem to have sent the drafted European war law to Adolf and Ronsdorf. General Paul Hauser, can you tell me what the situation is? At that moment, the commander of the SS Death's Head Division, Paul Hauser, had lost his previous bravado. Queen Wilhelmina and Kaiser Wilhelm II were nearby. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." It was the sudden British and French assault and bombing in the Netherlands intended to cut off the logistics of the advance, which led to the outbreak of fighting here. In 1918, Wilhelm found me and placed defeated Germany under trusteeship. So now, I do not wish for such situations to occur under my management. If there are any more situations disregarding civilians, next time, I will send you all to fill the English Channel. On June 22, 1940, two significant events occurred. First, Germany, having endured in silence, finally avenged the First World War and planted the swastika in Paris. The second event involved the adoption of the little girl encountered during the Dutch campaign by His Majesty the Emperor, who gave her the title of Princess Tulip, marking her as the only known member of the European royal family aside from His Majesty. The impact of the second event, ultimately, along with Germany's continuous expansion and the Soviet-German alliance, continued to ferment and expand. Because every time Princess Tulip arrived, she brought aid and angelic warmth to the locals. Shiwen held the hand of the now gray-haired Hepburn, wearing a somewhat forced smile. "Really, I can't believe you comforted me. I'm truly sorry, little Hepburn. I shouldn't have treated you with infinite time." Hepburn still had her angelic smile. "Oh, Your Majesty, I am no longer young. Your little Hepburn has now become an elderly lady." Looking at the sleeping little Furong's adorable face, Hepburn gently brushed the hair from the girl's face. "Your Majesty, do not indulge in past sadness, or else the people around you will remain sad as well." Observing Shiwen's expression, Hepburn knew he had finally stepped out of the cage formed by endless pain. The only regret was that she did not have the courage for eternal life. No courage to face the long passage of time, only hoping that someone could accompany him. Even if briefly, it would be a happy and treasured memory. Watching little Furong's conflicted yet happy expression, Shiwen couldn't help but pinch her cute cheek. "What's wrong?" Furong looked at the few laminated photos in her hand. Some with the staff, some with Sophie Marceau, and the last two were photos of her with Shiwen and Ms. Hepburn, with Hepburn's autograph on them. "I actually fell asleep. What a fool I am," the girl said softly. "It's okay, we can come back another time. Or I can take you directly to the International United Film headquarters in Siberia. Ulanova is also stationed there." The girl quickly returned to her cheerful state and suddenly remembered something. "Shiwen, do you think my hairstyle looks good right now? It suits you very well." Although Shiwen has always liked ponytails, the girl's silver hair has been carefully styled by Hepburn into a fresh, classical hairstyle. The language description is inadequate. Refer to the silly wave hairstyle, and a gold and red tulip hairpin perfectly embellishes it. All right, put away the photo. The experienced driver is starting the ride. Shimin fastened the girl's seatbelt and reminded her. The girl carefully put the photo into her pocket, a space pocket gifted by Shimin. Blue skies and white clouds. A battle vehicle lowly. Well, life is so beautiful, isn't it? Shimin, along with Furong, raced along the coast. The warm sea breeze, carrying a hint of seafood, made one feel cheerful. Shimin, the academy that Madame and the others went to investigate. I remember the North American Wizarding School should be Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, right? I seem to have only heard legends about Robichax. Robichax Academy is a witch academy, not for female wizards, but for witches who possess a powerful system of abilities but are also heavily restricted. Shimin is explaining the system of Robichax and the inheritance of witches to Furong. What is the Supreme Witch? Is she their principal? It can be said. It can also be said not. Shimin parked the car at the palace in Beverly Hills, walked through the green trees and red flowers in the palace, and took the girl to the highest point where they could overlook the entire area. The Supreme, which can be imagined as the One Ring in The Lord of the Rings. She possesses the most powerful abilities that other witches have, and she is also the natural leader of witches. However, whether she fulfills the responsibilities of a leader completely depends on the Supreme Witch's mood and sense of responsibility. Taking the girl into the bedroom of the palace, Furong blushed and pushed Shimin out the door, then began to choose from a row of swimsuits. Shimin wouldn't say this was a long-planned event. So, can any witch become the Supreme Witch, or is it a matter of bloodline? The girl cautiously chose a cute version of a skirt-style swimsuit, and then followed a certain Western man, the wolf, to the wide pool on the side of the palace. It's very beautiful. A water lily? Oh, fitting. Shimin murmured. The Supreme, which is born among witches, not entirely according to bloodline inheritance, but usually because which inheritance itself is very unstable. It may skip generations or even several generations. It could also be completely severed. So how do they know who the Supreme Witch is? Furong gently splashed water onto herself, allowing her body to adapt to the feeling of the water. The Seven Wonders. The Seven Wonders trials of the Supreme Witch must be passed to be acknowledged. Telekinesis, mind over matter, the ability to control objects through mental power. Concilium, mind control, the ability to manipulate others through mental force. Transmutation, shape-shifting, the ability to traverse space. Divination, spiritual communication, the ability to foresee miraculous events, even the future. Vitalum Vitalis, rebirth, the ability to break the barrier of life and death through powerful life force, allowing oneself or another to be resurrected. Descensum, soul projection, the ability to let one's body enter another realm through soul projection. Pyrokinesis, fire control, the ability to ignite everything with the mind's reach. It sounds quite impressive, like a graduation exam, doesn't it? The mermaid floats in the water. The Western expression of do not gaze at what is improper and the likes of Lu Xianghui are absolutely problematic. The proper way is that a graceful lady finds a gentleman as her match, and he does not hesitate to bestow his admiring gaze. No, the Seven Wonders are a very dangerous and terrifying thing. To achieve the Seven Wonders, one not only has to take the risk of participating in the trials of the Seven Wonders, but also needs to be constantly wary of the black hands of other witches. Will witches turn on each other? Furong suddenly choked on some water, coughing while holding onto the edge of the swimming pool. A certain wolf seized the opportunity and decisively swam over to the girl, gently stroking her fair and smooth back. The girl's body seemed to tremble slightly before returning to calm. The witches, due to their isolation from the world, the torment of the Seven Wonders, and the bloodshed in their inheritance, have always struggled in pain and death. Oh my, that Senior Misty, should we say that even if she escaped that harm, she would ultimately be hurt by the witches' struggles? Furong can't imagine what kind of situation the senior, who takes care of every injured patient in the Busbarton Infirmary like an angel and is loved by everyone, would be in. Is Misty in a good relationship? The Western language seems to casually inquire. Furong nodded cutely. Yes, the symptoms triggered by my bloodline can only be suppressed and eliminated by Senior Misty. She always takes care of me by my bedside. Senior is particularly kind. In potion class and animal experimentation class, she cannot bear to harm those animals. Grateful and aware, the great kindness of a person. Since she treats little Furong well, why not help that girl? Your Senior Misty is not dead. Her bloodline power is life. She has been resurrected. At this moment, in the chaotic and old black neighborhood of Los Angeles, which has been a gathering place for black slaves since before the founding of America, people of other races are usually unwelcome here. However, a group of seemingly classical dressed individuals has arrived on this street, and the pressure emanating from them causes even the muggles, unaware of their identity, to instinctively move aside. Damn, it's wizards. The Supreme, which Fiona, they actually joined forces? A woman dressed in a mishmash of traditional African attire, clearly a practitioner of voodoo, peered in as she overheard the discussions among the barbers. Voodoo is a terrifying way of wielding power, even in the fantastical and imaginative world of wizards. Voodoo and its cult are relatively obscure and remote, originating in West Africa and later flourishing in Central and South America. Voodoo is the leader of the voodoo system. Fiona, along with the voodoo witch from the Sorcery Association, sat unabashedly on her throne made of skulls, wearing a grim sheep horn skull helmet. Should I feel honored that such a small barbershop could attract so many significant figures? It even allowed the mortal enemies, Mokto and Fiona, to join forces. Voodoo, witch Merrilaven. We will investigate your suspected use of witchcraft to manipulate an army of undead to attack Robichak's academy. An official from the American Magical Council stepped forward with righteous indignation, displaying his credentials. However, how could Merrilaven, a voodoo witch who harbors extreme hatred for white people, possibly comply? However, it was clear that her wisdom also warned her that, in addition to the officials in front of her, there were a dozen powerful individuals standing around the room. Some were the righteous practitioners from the Magic Congress, while others were representatives from various magical schools with even greater power. Even if she were lucky enough to kill one or two of them, she would not be able to escape the encirclement of the others. Merrilaven, you have violated the Witch Truce Agreement. The Supreme Witch at that time signed the agreement with you to stop the war between the Voodoo sect and the Witch sect. As a manager of the Wizard Association and a graduate of the Witch Academy, Mott was very familiar with this history. You killed my husband. Mary Raven suddenly went berserk, her face filled with fury. The crowd began to murmur quietly, unaware of the reasons behind the situation. At this moment, the imposing presence of the Supreme, which Fiona silenced everyone. I killed him. Fiona stood before Mary Raven. On a previous night, this voodoo which had sent her so-called husband, a grafted minotaur, to infiltrate my students and harm the academy students and a maid. The Supreme which raised her hand, and a silvery mist floated out, expanding in midair. Dumbledore watched with great interest the way this power was being used. It was quite fascinating, wasn't it? In the wizarding system, they could only see memories through magical tools like the pensieve. As they observed everything that had happened in the Supreme Witch's memory, the leader of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement glanced at the lady beside him, Miss Goldstein. This memory is continuous and unaltered. Goldstein is a special member of Congress, and she possesses a unique power inherited through bloodlines, allowing her to perform legilimency and discern memories without the use of any magic. The evidence is established. Members of the legal enforcement unit brought by the American Magical Congress have their wands at the ready, always on alert. At that moment, a man suddenly burst in from the other side, shouting, "Damn it, I've tried. I blinded that witch with sulfuric acid. And my partner even hit another witch with a silver bullet, but they didn't die. According to our agreement, looks like it can't end well. The voodoo witch actually colluded with witch hunters to kill other wizards. The head of the enforcement department has drawn his wand." Seawin looked displeased as he gazed at the distant sky, which was filled with a sinister, malevolent aura, almost solidifying, while muggles would at most think it was just a cloudy day. Seawin, what happened? The sensitive Hibiscus approached to ask. Sheeman pointed to the distant sky where the members of the Magic Association were fighting the voodoo witch. Will the lady be hurt? The girl looked over there with some worry. Although she didn't have as strong a perception as Sheeman, she could still sense something vaguely. Don't worry. If the execution force of the American Magical Congress and a team composed of Dumbledore and other headmasters could still lose to the voodoo witch, that would be a joke. The voodoo system is more suited for quietly sabotaging and ambushing rather than direct confrontation. As Sheeman said, the voodoo witch quickly fell into a disadvantage during the melee. Her mastery of voodoo magic and potions was soon restrained by the great witch doctor from Africa. She was surprised to find a man standing next to the old man with a white beard in the wizarding crowd, who could always find the right potions from his battle attire in time to mix and neutralize the toxic mist she released. She didn't expect that besides the witches and witch doctors from Africa and South America, there were also people in the wizarding community of Europe and America who were so proficient in potions. It seemed that this battle was indeed tricky. After all, they were in the voodoo witch's lair, and one could imagine how solidly a centuries-old immortal which could fortify her stronghold. So, although the wizard's attacks appeared overwhelmingly powerful, They were unable to break through the defenses. Despite the conflict among the wizarding community and the witch hunters, the situation was still under control. According to the so-called justice of the Lighthouse Nation, they preferred to capture her alive and let the law judge the voodoo witch, even if the final outcome was death. The change in the battle occurred when a righteous wizard's wand deflected the voodoo witch's attack, sending the spell crashing to the ground. A hole was blown open in the ground beneath the throne of skulls. Oh my God! Even those who had experienced the wizarding wars, Grindelwald, and Voldemort's era were shocked by what was revealed by the shattered floor. It was filled with corpses, some of which seemed to have long decayed, while others still bore undigested flesh and blood, all with the remains of infants. Yes, it was a collection of infant skeletons accumulated over who knows how many years. Even the most optimistic thought could not account for so many naturally deceased infants, which meant that the voodoo which had kidnapped living babies for sacrifice. Oh, how terrifying! Even the great witch doctor from Africa could not bear the sight before him. In their land, they only resorted to using volunteers for live voodoo magic in the face of unforgivable disasters. With this, the situation was defined. No one was thinking about capturing her alive anymore. Facing such a vicious character, surrendering honestly would be acceptable. Otherwise, they would directly shoot her for armed resistance. A sharp spell made the voodoo witch realize what it meant to have her heart sore and feel utterly cold. But she didn't die. The great witch doctor showed a tense expression. Be careful. She is summoning the deity of the voodoo cult. Regba? Oh, things had gotten serious. Shimon indicated that these people have really stirred things up. If Regba comes, although he has high hopes for the power of the Wizarding Association, there will definitely be heavy casualties. Regba is the master of portals, streets, and fate, and also an unpredictable guide who resides at the crossroads. When the voodoo cult performs their rituals, they must summon him first. He usually likes to tempt others with evil, trap-filled contracts, and has the ability to banish people to hell. Whether for his own purposes or for stability, he cannot tolerate this matter occurring. Of course, he won't go alone, because there's a guy who, although he can't be bothered to hunt down this cockroach that survived the Underworld War, certainly wouldn't mind squashing it when it makes a loud appearance. Right, my old friend Lucifer? Shimon stood up, seemingly to resolve the issue with the person who had previously sent them the car, while Furong patiently lay by the pool, waiting for Shimon. It's impressive that Shimon could forgive you, fairy. A woman whose cold elegance can be felt just by listening, without needing to see. Furong bit her pale lips, mustered her courage, and looked at the person walking out of the palace. Sister Alice, long time no see. Although Alice was wearing a cute Baroque-style outfit, the stern aura she exuded made Furong feel oppressed. Meanwhile, Shimon was completely unaware of what was happening here. After all, unless there was an emergency, he wouldn't use his mental power to monitor everything all the time. Dude, how did Regba get away? In the convertible, Lucifer is playing deafening music, shouting all the way. In Spanish, it means you ask me. I ask who? Regiba must be hiding in some hellish room, after all, because of his special abilities. What a troublesome ability. We can't possibly investigate one by one. Indeed, compared to him, I prefer Mephisto's style, pulling off all sorts of schemes and confronting directly, no cowardice involved. When a sports car stopped in the black neighborhood, it was already a scene of carnage. Zivin and Lucifer had serious expressions. One had reduced his own strength by cutting off his wings, while Zivin couldn't freely use his power because the more he leaked, the harder it would be to resist after the war broke out in the misty forest. Professor. Zivin looked at the unconscious Dumbledore on the ground, tears in his eyes, and Snape, truly terrifying. Although Regba was just a minor deity of small cult, he was still a deity, and his power was beyond what mortals could withstand. With a wave of his hand, he banished everyone to the void dimension, and they were trapped in their most painful memories. If they couldn't break free from this illusion in time, their souls would fall into hell forever. What a hassle. A low, hoarse voice rang in my ears. Someone was actually able to withstand this impact. A scruffy man in an open trench coat, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looks at them with eyes full of weariness and despair. In those eyes, one can see rebellion, indifference, and eye boogers. Wow, what a coincidence. Isn't this the Constantine who has sold himself 3 times? Lucifer recognized the visitor, a great beast who had been banished by both heaven and hell, the exorcist Constantine. The sin of hell. Are you Lucifer? Where are your wings? Old Khan came up and exposed other scars. Shimon stopped the unproductive conversation. Constantine, you and Lucifer hold Regba back and find a way to seal him. I'll go to the void dimension and see how to bring these people back. Lucifer extended a finger and said, It's settled, but I need you to do me a favor later as part of a deal with the devil. Shimon remarked that neither of these two guys was dependable. Regba had already noticed the three newcomers. He couldn't drag them into the nightmare. Usually, he needed to rely on the power of contracts to pull people into hell. Now, under siege, he forcibly used divine power to drag these people into an illusion, which took a toll on him, especially since a few of these enemies had strong mental abilities. Regba can even run out of hell. TSK, TSK, TSK. Do you have a way to deal with him? Lucifer asked Constantine, who had nothing left to hold onto except for his stubbornness. Fortunately, dealing with you and Mephisto was much easier. Constantine's trench coat was like a fourth-dimensional treasure chest, filled with all sorts of bizarre, sacred items like the Shroud of Christ, the spear that pierced Christ, the tears of Christ, and the skin from the Christ sacrifice. Cough. Anyway, a bunch of strange things with divine attributes that piqued Lucifer's curiosity. At this moment, old Constantine was mentally breaking down. Instead of idly messing around with a rich second-generation kid, he had come to investigate the death energy of a ghost. This was a god, and one wrong move could cost him dearly. Although he had previously tricked the big boss of hell, Mephisto, multiple times, that was built on the premise that Mephisto was constrained by a contract, which allowed him to deceive Mephisto. Well, let's just consider it a favor returned to that bastard. He looked at Zivin, who was already lying in the barrier and falling asleep, shook his head, and refocused on that annoying Regba. Although he had a knack for suppressing evil, he still had to take it seriously. At this point, Zivin had no idea how far things had progressed above. He also didn't know that a certain adorable girl was struggling under the pressure of Sister Alice's authority. He had already descended into hell. Well, after all, it was Lucifer's old nest, which was different from the hell of the Eastern powers. There were no little demons picking their noses, gouging their eyes, or pulling out intestines, and no fiery oil frying anything. On the narrow, rocky path, Zivin walked forward against the fierce winds of hell. His vision was a blur. If one were to use a metaphor to describe hell, perhaps a black apartment or a small one would be more appropriate. Along the narrow path, there were locked doors on either side, occasionally revealing a flicker of light or the sounds of screams and wails. Zivin followed, the magical energy fluctuations indicated on the ground. He didn't have the time to check each room one by one. Each room contained the most torturous scenes for the individuals involved, representing the deepest hell within their hearts. For example, in the room beside him, there was Artoria Pendragon, altar. Zivin took a deep breath. Although it was just an illusion and not his once perfect Lily, he might as well take a look. Sure enough, there were two young people in a tender moment, but they were arguing for some unknown reason, and the blonde girl was crying. The oppressive atmosphere of hell forced her to act according to its rules. She drew her sword from a stone behind the man and severed his arm, the sword shattering in the process. The scene changed. Her beautiful golden hair was stained with blood, and she supported herself with the sword, surrounded by the thick pile of her former friends, family, and comrades. Her eyes, obscured by her hair, were left numb, devoid of hope and the cycle of redemption. How tragic. Zivin had no interest in comforting her. This was merely a projection from another timeline. His Lily was far better, light and nimble, easy to topple. Cough, time to get back to business. He closed the door and continued forward. Well, he would look for Dumbledore, Snape, and that female principal of Fleurs. Albus Dumbledore. Zivin looked at the markings on the door. Although hell no longer had a leader, it was still functioning. Even temporary residents were given a door plate, albeit a handwritten temporary one, which was nowhere near as grand as Artoria Pendragon's. He pushed open the door. An old Dumbledore was sweetly caring for his sister while engaging in lively banter with a handsome, young Grindelwald, dismissing the past like dirt. However, in an instant, old Dumbledore was shouting, "No, I don't want to argue with you. We are friends," while under the pressure of hell. He drew his wand and began to duel with Grindelwald, exchanging blows. A misfired spell flew out, hitting the girl who was mentally unstable upon witnessing the fight between her brothers. The poor girl completely broke down and her life faded away. The fallen girl still tightly clutched her needle and thread, along with a half-finished wool sock, which she had always wanted to sew for her older brother. "You've come." Dumbledore surprisingly managed to notice Zivin amidst the utmost sorrow. Zivin couldn't help but admire old Dumbledore's strength. Most people would have already broken down or started begging for help upon seeing a new arrival. It seemed the professor knew that this was just a dream, right? In the dream, at least here, I can see her one more time, my poor sister, Ariana. Old Dang painfully caressed his sister's cold cheek. He knew that a new cycle was about to begin, and he would once again kill his sister with a spell. Wake up and leave quickly. This place is not suitable for you, and the time is almost up. If you don't leave soon, your body will die, and you'll be trapped here forever. Shiwen patted old Deng's shoulder, reminding him that regret is the least valuable thing. Instead of wasting time regretting, it's better to find a way to correct it. Yes, ordinary people only regret and apologize for their mistakes. Smart people correct and make up for their mistakes. Watching old Deng's figure dissipate in the room, Shiwen shrugged and went off to find the next one. Oh, Madame Maxim has some skills. She has already left hell. Shiwen noticed her temporary doorplate number was dissolving like it had been splashed with strong acid. So, only the esteemed Professor Snape remained. Shiwen threw a sickle, betting 50 cents that this guy must have fallen in. Pushing open the door, sure enough, that old Snape was lying on the ground, with his childhood sweetheart. However, suddenly the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and a black mist surged in, from which a bald man emerged. Snape lunged towards the girl, pleading desperately with that Voldemort. Voldemort laughed ominously. Severus, it was you who told me her location. It was you who allowed me to kill her. Avada Kedavra. Lily Potter's body trembled lightly. Her green eyes lost their focus. She died once again before Snape. What a pitiful man. Shiwen interrupted the wailing Snape. Professor, it's time to go. You will only die here, and then there will be no way to save her. Snape was evidently deeper in than Dumbledore. He had almost cut off the sounds of the outside world. Shiwen had to wave his hand to disperse the illusion before him, a power granted to him in hell as a reward from Lucifer. Yet our dear potions professor still stared blankly at the now empty grass before him. Since he regretted so much, why not resurrect her? Shiwen's devilish voice began to tempt this lost lamb. I have to say, the seductive voice from Lucifer truly works wonders. Shiwen believed that if he used this voice in the mortal world, his success rate for casual hookups would be 100%. Yes, resurrect her. Resurrect her. Snape repeated blankly, tears still glistening in the corners of his eyes. Shiwen sighed. He was reluctant to continue using the devil's voice. After all, Snape's experiences were so painful, and such infatuated feelings were not something to be tainted. Professor, it's time to go. You will only die here, and then there will be no way to save her. After sending Snape away, Shiwen felt very unhappy. What sin had Snape committed to deserve such retribution? He couldn't help but probe into Snape's past reincarnation, and oh my, what a sin. The evil judge, in order to possess a beautiful married woman, exiled her husband, then forcibly took her and even attempted to raise the little girl from her family. TSK, TSK. What a scandalous past life. Wait, this girl looks familiar. Oh my, what a sight. Forget it. Buddhism says not to speak of it. Professor Snape, I wish you luck. After finding some members of the American Wizarding Congress and sending them off, Shiwen looked curiously at the empty guest room before him, wondering what might arise if he went in. Unbeknownst to Shiwen, in a miraculous city in the frozen Siberian snowfield, a man sitting at a desk revealed a mocking smile. Kid, want to court death? I'll grant you that. A powerful wave of energy followed as Shiwen stepped into the hellish room. Shiwen was caught off guard. He looked before him in disbelief, where time and dimensions lost all meaning. Surrounded by lush greenery, he sat cross-legged on the grass, staring blankly at everything before him. Compared to Dumbledore or Snape, the scenery before him was incredibly simple, with no one, no bloodshed and killing, only 3 lonely graves. Dialaria Regina, Artoria Pendragon, Fleur Delacour. Fleur also refused, didn't she? She chose to leave under the long river of time. Only one lonely grave remained with him. The same choice as you two. The girl who had once accompanied him the longest, who liked to dance barefoot in front of him, who mastered military strategy to forge a king's might for him, ultimately chose to leave. The girl who had once been the most promising, dressed in white, wielding a sword, leading the British nations to resist the invasion of the Anglo-Saxons. A perfect knight throughout her life. The founder of the empire where the sun never sets, his Lily, chose to leave. Now, even the descendant of the girl who once fed tigers to calm his anger after he was infuriated by a swindler bearing the title of saint and bloodied France with her life, who should have been the most loyal, also chose to leave, right? Then what does all of this mean? Shiwen slowly closed his eyes, lying down on the ground, feeling the gentle breeze brush against him, feeling the sound of the wind passing over the gravestones. All of this felt like the last straw pressing down on his body. He was tired. The only regret was that he still owed little Hermione an apology. This dream, it was time to wake up. The end of the book. On a dark and windy night, Luo 26 lay on the bed in a slouched position, leisurely flipping through the latest updates on novels from Chidian. Oh my. Old Wong's morals. Directly forcing the female time traveler to get pregnant is too harsh. Wait, that Marvel fanfiction. Oh my, another series about killing parents, friends, and girlfriends to pave the protagonist's way. Do these American comics dare not write dead relatives to make the protagonist strong? It feels just like Naruto's various tropes, constantly portraying the protagonist as invincible while watching the fourth Hokage couple die or being manipulated by Danzo at any moment. Oh dear, my favorite book. The third eunuch, Empire's Eagle, hasn't updated yet. This old eunuch takes at least 10 days to half a month off every time he asks for leave. It's so painful. There's killing intent. 26 turned to look at the bedroom door behind him. What the heck? Is this a dream or a hallucination? That Soviet military uniform. With a blue-brimmed hat. Don't deceive me. I don't read much. Is that the Chaika? Luo 26? The cold voice made Luo 26 feel the chill for Siberia. Oh, brother, you came at the right time. What advice do you have for me, Sister Talos? The end of the book. Damn it, update quickly. Luo 26 was indifferent. Turned off his phone, tilted his neck. No updates. No updates. No updates. Slap, a loud slap. How can you hit someone? Slap. Update, update, update. I will update. Bowing to evil forces dividing line. A golden light tore through the hellish room, and a faint rose fragrance wafted in. I am very unhappy. A crisp, lowly voice rang in his ear. Why are there only 3 graves? Where's mine? However, the body of Shiwen lying on the ground was now sinking in consciousness, unable to hear the voice beside him. Silly bastard. Though small, the lowly was not ordinary in her ferocity. Her little feet, wrapped in white stockings, continuously executed a form of punishment called whipping the corpse on Shiwen. Cold water dripped onto Shiwen's face. The little lowly knelt beside him, offering him the world's most beautiful thing called a leg pillow. She gently arranged Shiwen's hair by his ear, just as he had done for her. Silly Shiwen, I heard your voice. I am not angry. You should come back. Who made you cry? The warm hand wiped the girl's tears away, her lips pouting as if she was about to cry completely. I'm sorry, Hermione. Shiwen felt some regret for his actions. Hermione had once returned to the days before Dealaria's death because of him, crossing 1,000 years of time dimensions. The little girl blocked her index finger in front of Shiwen's lips, pouting her small face. Idiot, it's better to think carefully before doing something than to regret it afterwards. I don't want to hear that again. Thank you. She kissed the girl's soft fingertip, but the girl disgustedly pulled her hand back and rubbed it vigorously on her clothes. The little girl's mood changed like the weather in July. Just a moment ago, she was a gentle little girl, but suddenly she pinched the soft flesh between Shiwen's ribs and said, when did you and Bella get together again? Also, why am I not here in the cemetery? Shiwen still lay on the little girl's lap, unfazed by the situation. Compared to this matter, I was more curious about how you knew something happened to me and accurately pinpointed this location. Idiot, don't change the subject. The flesh between her ribs had already twisted at an angle close to the human limit. Are you going to leave soon? With a light and carefree tone, Hermione showed a reminiscent expression. Is she doing well? Sister Bella, back in Paris when she was only 5. She preferred to act cute and throw tantrums towards Shiwen and Ferong, following them like a little shadow. Those were the happiest days. It's okay. Shiwen reached out and held Heloise's little hand, feeling a bit sad, wondering why he treated them so coldly. To err is human. To recognize and correct one's mistakes is a great virtue, the old sage Heloise said in a flowery manner. Shiwen could only agree that Hermione was right. Stepping out of the protective barrier of hope, he felt the biting cold wind of Siberia. Sistaro's gaze seemed to pierce through the scene before him. Although Shiwen and the others were in a state of ethereal hell, nothing could escape his perception. He explored the void with his hand. Golden rays of light, similar to Hermione's, seemed to be delicate threads, which he gathered into his hand. Gentle, ethereal void. Suddenly, Sistaro seemed to be burned and withdrew his hand. Looking at the faint purple patterns that seemed to flash through the golden threads, he shook his head, surprised that someone would actually go to such lengths for others. This kind of power was not something a mortal could bear. Even he did not have the slightest courage to face that matter. If the mermaid back then danced on the edge of a blade to stand up, now it was as if she was wrapped in the blade itself at all times. Tisk Sistaro claimed he wasn't envious or jealous. Why hadn't anyone devoted themselves to such an extent for him? His wife, Ludmilla, hadn't been seen for 20 years. Little girl, I hope you can hold on. He raised his hand, sending out a wave of faint purple energy. No one knew what impact it would have in the future. Shiwen regained his vitality, smiled faintly, and gently stroked the girl's long hair. Hermione stuck out her pink little tongue, calling him silly. Silly, look at what you've become. I'm telling you, next time just stay here until hell is destroyed. I already said, thank you, Shiwen. Didn't he expect that the little one who had always followed him in Ferong would turn out to be like this now? So that is how it is. So it was because of that. A hint of sadness flickered in his eyes, wondering what merit he had to make her go to such lengths. To face the things they didn't dare face in the misty forest. What are you looking at? Hermione snorted. I still have to hurry back to class. Even though Professor Snape isn't at school and potions is just self-study, I can't let my guard down. No wonder she's a top student. Even without supervision, she would give her all to study. However, you think you can sneak away? Western is holding Hermione horizontally. Life is short, and we need a balance of work and rest. Professor Dumbledore and I can help you take a break. Don't you want to meet Bella? In the midst of a certain Lowly's punches, kicks, rolls, struggles, and cute antics, the two left the dark and despair-filled hell. After their departure, in a corner that had never seen any life, even in hell's darkest places, something stirred. Just by looking from the outside, one could tell the difference. The dark, thick door was secured with iron chains twisted to the thickness of a wrist. This iron chain, weathered by time, had steadfastly sealed this place for countless years. Yet, in this forbidden place, whether in heaven or hell, the door quietly opened. When Sheeman awakened, he found himself lying in the palace of the Bilifuo Mountain Manor. Stepping out of the bedroom and into the reception room, he saw a bloodied, tattered Constantine, resembling a ragged doll, and Lucifer, who was holding his side and seemed to be in great discomfort. You, Lucy, what happened to you? Is your kidney hollowed out? Sheeman realized that he could no longer return to his usual speaking state. Lucifer shot him a glance, having been caught off guard. He didn't expect that guy, Regba, actually kept the fragments of the ancient gods hidden away like a magnet stuck here. What about you? It feels like being hit by a shotgun. Old Kong, too lazy to respond to Sheeman, quietly took out a cigarette and lit it with a lighter when a cold wind suddenly swept past him. Sister Alice wore a gentle smile, apologizing, sorry, I just dropped the fruit knife. He watched as the fruit knife flew past him, severing the lighter's flame, and finally embedding itself in the wall, leaving only the handle exposed. Compared to the stunning beauty in front of him, Old Kong could only silently swallow his saliva and put the cigarette and lighter back in his pocket. The three of them were soon ushered out by the gentle, virtuous, elegant, refined, and gracious Lady Alice. Meanwhile, a certain king of hell, a certain demon-hunting detective, and a certain Sheeman looked like a small dog with its tail between its legs. Sitting at the entrance of the palace, Lucifer looked at Sheeman, hesitating to speak. Let me remind you, if you're planning to speak ill of Sister Alice behind her back, you better stay far away, or else you might implicate me and get blood on my hands. I'm not some hellish detective. Lucifer took out a paper roll from his pocket and put it in his mouth, contemplating something. After a long silence, hey, Silver City, the heaven in DC Comics. Is something wrong? Lucifer knew very well that when he and Constantine, along with those wizards, were battling Regbar, the pervasive death energy and the fluctuations of divine power would undoubtedly provoke the scrutiny of Silver City. Even if it wasn't Team Michael or Uriel, at least some ordinary angel would have come, right? No, there were absolutely no traces from Silver City. Although he hated that place, hated his father for banishing him permanently without reason, and hated why he was thrown into hell to never leave, endlessly responsible for punishment. That place was still his earliest home. After all, it was his father. Let me tell you a story. Sheeman sat on the ground. It's a story about a newly born ancient kingdom and an enemy. In just a decade, a series of events unfolded. Her embassy abroad was bombed, and the enemy claimed it was just a mistake. In the midst of national outrage, she endured. Her ocean transport ship was intercepted, and the enemy shamelessly searched it. Claiming it was carrying biological weapons, she endured. Her largest island was provoked, and the enemy's fleet rampaged, nearly igniting a civil war. She endured. The wise elder adjusted his black-framed glasses, knowing that this was the crucial golden period for national development. He couldn't afford to be distracted, nor could he confront the situation head-on like the rotting bear in the birch forest, wasting national strength over some illusory plans. Don't you see? After the bear's death, the shameless eagle actually rented the bear's rockets to launch. 10 years later, just look at her, flourishing and ever-changing. Stop with the useless stuff. Old Kong said hoarsely, I know without hearing your broken story that those birds in Silver City must be up to something, trying to create a big news event. It's not the first or second time. Bingo Sheeman made a gun gesture with his hand, hitting the bullseye. Old Kong, worrying for nothing. Constantine stood up. The tea he had in the living room clearly had a healing effect. Now, apart from his clothes being a bit tattered, he had completely recovered. He looked at the guy fighting alongside him, turned away gracefully, and left with a lingering remark, if I were you, I would do my best to avoid getting involved with those birds. They will use your most innocent feelings against you. Heaven to the left, I go to the right. To the right. Lucifer shook his head and laughed. Ready to go to hell? It's not interesting at all. Shuin snorted. He understood Old Kong too well. This guy was the real Birdman. When you see him pouring his heart out to help you, be very careful. Because the friends Constantine made mostly ended up getting ruined because of him. Lucifer sighed. For the sake of conspiracy, even if the world is in chaos, you want to step in to maintain it, right? After sending off Lucifer and Constantine, Shuin returned to the villa. As the son of fate, blessed with good fortune, he could easily encounter beautiful encounters or sensual scenes. He pushed the door open, but didn't see any girls halfway undressed or dressed. Instead, he saw little Hermione and Furong sitting by the coffee table. Hermione was staring wide-eyed, assessing her childhood playmate. Furong's complexion seemed a bit pale, and the smile on her exquisitely crafted, fairy-like face looked so forced. Are you feeling unwell? Warm hands roasted the thin shoulders of Furong, and the girl couldn't help but shiver, forcing another smile at Shuin. What the hell? Shuin hesitated, recalling that before he left, the two were still splashing playfully in the swimming pool. How did it turn into this when he came back? His gaze locked on Alice. Alice completely ignored him, showing no signs of having subjected Furong to any cruel persecution. Suspicion without evidence is an intolerable slander, and Shuin would not make such a low-level mistake. Noticing the unnatural look in the girl's eyes, Shuin tilted his head to look at little Hermione, who gave him an unsparing roll of her eyes. The look in her eyes was almost shouting in his ear, "How would I know what happened?" Shuin, I'm a bit worried about the lady. I want to go back first. The pleading look from the girl tugged at Shuin's heart, and he could only comply with Furong's request for now. Hermione, wait for me here. After giving her a reminder, he drove with Furong on the wide road. Furong was surprised to find that the parking spot was not the inn. She looked at Shuin with a puzzled expression. What happened? I'm really worried about you, Bella. Shuin thinks it's better to ask clearly. Furong pursed her lips, her face turning even paler, but it was obvious the girl didn't want to say anything. Shuin felt helpless. How can I help you if you don't say anything? He silently continued to drive. Before entering the inn, Furong looked at the big and small bags of clothes, food, and gifts that Shuin had bought for her, and at the figure that was worried about her. Her eyes were red and her nose felt sour. Thank you, Shuin. I'm really happy when I'm by your side. As the only person existing in the timeline, Shuin raised his hand to feel the information in the timeline. Furong Delacour had occurred. Impossible. There was no such person in the timeline. Under normal circumstances, the deceased would have a soul, and those whose souls have collapsed and dissipated would have a soul source. If the soul source collapses, there would still be a mark left behind. Erasing the mark is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Moreover, the energy consumed is enough to annihilate this person countless times across numerous reincarnations. Gradually exploring the changes on the timeline and tracing back to the source to find out where the problem lies. Focusing on his own actions, Shuin has become immersed in the torrent of time, completely forgetting how much impact the magical energy required for exploring this torrent would have on the world. He can see that the light around him has already distorted due to the fluctuations of power. Alarm, alarm. Deep in the underground of the American Midwest, a monitoring station that is cautious and anxious every day has detected that the activity across the North American continent seems to have suddenly increased significantly. Accompanying this is a super bomb above called Yellowstone, stirring restlessly. The detection center established by the American Magical Congress issued a more detailed alarm, detecting energy waveforms exceeding level 20 in the direction of California. The Blade Queen has returned, Fog. The instigator of this series of events, Sewin Swift, is completely unaware. He finally stopped the fluctuations. Even if Sistelo intervened, it wouldn't be this clean. The only possibility would be that person. With a wave of his hand, Sewin left behind the officials from the Ministry of Magic who were trailing him, who looked bewildered at the residual power fluctuations in this empty space, and could only file this incident away as an urban legend. Looking at Alice, who remained calm, unperturbed, and steady as a mountain, Sewin took a deep breath and gazed into her bright purple eyes. Alice, what happened to Furong? It's none of my business, Alice replied coldly, seemingly lost in thought as she looked up at the man in front of her. Are you doubting me? Interesting. Do you think I would take action against such a female creature? I still want to interfere in what you call your love life. Shuin did not respond or refute, nor did he explain. He simply got up and walked out the door. As for what happened to Furong, perhaps someone would understand this matter better. But he truly did not want to go back to that era to meet that person, because every time he returned to that time, even if it was to liberate that person, he would be tainted by the negative atmosphere filled with the burdens of the era. Retracing the flow of time, Shi submerged his consciousness into his self from the 15th century. The air at that time was still so filthy, filled with stench and the smell of blood. Shi stood at the entrance of the castle, looking at the vast open space in the distance, where rows upon rows of blood pools and piles of flesh existed. Yes, real blood pools and piles of flesh. Living people were nailed to execution stakes, their lives prolonged by magic, allowing them to feel their blood gradually flowing away, their lives slowly drying up. How delightful! How melodious the wailing is. TSK, 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 truly worthy of the King of France, with such tenacity of life. Still able to howl out loud, even now. Look at the Pope next to him. He has already lost the strength to even call for his God to save him. Taking a deep breath, Shi realized that as long as he was in this era, his heart would be filled with ferocity and thoughts of slaughter. With the frail human body having little strength and so many useless emotions. Emotions, apart from being exploited, what other garbage purpose do they serve? ISNT that right, Manchiclaff? The woman kneeling on the ground huddled in the corner, crawling on the floor, her silver long hair cascading down, hiding her face. Her snow-white skin like was exposed, resembling beautiful jade, but the only terrifying aspect was that it was covered in healing bruises. A clear, ethereal voice emerged from the woman's lowered head. Her wonderfully ethereal voice should have been able to cleanse the soul and bring pleasure and purification. Yet Shi felt his violence surging even higher. No, if he continued to stay in this room, he would surely kill her. Upon returning to this era, Shi original purpose had completely dissipated. The only impulse left was to harm the person in front of him, to vent all his frustrations on her. My lord, the woman's voice still carried a barely perceptible tremor. Look up at me, Monsi. Shi covered his head and sat on the edge of the bed, his body trembling slightly as he suppressed his impulses. The woman lifted her head, her crescent moon-like beautiful eyes sparkling with blue light, and the natural curve of her pink lips formed a warm smile. However, what marred this entire scene was the vertical scar that ran down from above her face. Although it had healed, the pink, newly formed skin was still very noticeable. I have said, don't give me that fake smile. Shi could no longer suppress his violence. He violently grabbed the woman's silver hair and yanked her up from the carpet, while his other hand struck her hard in the chest and abdomen. Manchi's soft body tensed and curled up like a shrimp. Her face instantly flushed red, then turned pale. The force of the punch to her chest knocked the air out of her lungs and disrupted the diaphragm's ability to contract and expand, plunging her into suffocation. It wasn't just suffocation. There was also, Manchi gritted her teeth and held on, but ultimately could not endure. She looked at Shi with an apologetic expression, blood spilling from her mouth as she tried to breathe, making a wheezing sound like a worn-out bellows. Damn, damn, damn. Shi harshly threw Manchi to the ground, watching as the girl, despite her injuries, made the only futile move of trying to stop the blood from staining the carpet with her hands covered in her own blood. Glancing at the girl with her insides ruptured and ribs broken, Shi clutched his head in pain. Even now, he still felt an urge to rush over and kick the girl lying on the ground a few times. The girl curled up like an injured kitten, trying to take up as little space as possible, using the power from her bloodline to heal her body, which should have died immediately for a normal human. Why don't you resist? Why? Why do you still have a smile on your face? Shi stood curled up, struggling to kneel before Manchi. Cough, my lord, Manchi. Manchi is your Manchi. The girl could not lift her head for the time being. She could only tilt her body and look at Shi with her profile, her face still bearing that warm expression, the one that made Shi's heart ache. My lord, you can treat Manchi however you want. It's just that Manchi is clumsy and makes you angry. I won't target ordinary people anymore, and I won't continue dealing with those high-ranking officials from England and France. Those who collude with Joan of Arc. You should go now. Manchi, your mission is complete before I kill you. Leave this place quickly. The smile on Manchi's face seemed to finally freeze. She understood Shi's words. Was she being driven away? She didn't want to leave. She wanted to be by his side to feel his joys and sorrows. Even if it meant enduring with her own body, she was willing. But if this was his wish, that she roll out of his sight. When was the first time she met Manchi? When a girl appeared, who bore a striking resemblance to his long-deceased ex-wife, the hundreds of years old Artoria Pendragon. Shi found it quite amusing and took in this girl born in a French farmhouse. Although he did not pay much attention to her or spend time together frequently, it was enough for certain matters. However, the girl was quite clever. She took advantage of this and used his influence and authority to rampage across the French continent. Everything continued until he discovered that the girl was actually using similar tactics to seduce the King of France. used, manipulated by an ordinary mortal, and in such a way that tarnished the purest feelings in his heart. Even if she had simply approached him as an ordinary farmhouse girl seeking help, he would not have remained indifferent, but instead, she flaunted Lily's exploits to deceive him. Xiwen sat before the pyre, watching the girl being burned alive. Didn't she claim to perform miracles? Xiwen granted her powerful vitality, allowing flames to envelop the girl for an entire week. The wailing sound were truly melodious. Speaking of which, that girl should also thank him for his help, which earned her the title of the Scarlet Lotus Saintess. However, at this moment, Xiwen's fury was no longer something that the death of a mere accomplice could extinguish. He then unleashed his wrath upon the girl as faction, the one behind her, France. From the king to the commoners, Xiwen could not remember how many people he had killed, until that day, when an elf appeared before him. "My lord." A timid voice sounded beside him, and he looked at the person huddled in the robe, feeling quite impatient. The girl did not keep him waiting long. She removed the hood of her robe, revealing an exquisitely delicate face before Xiwen. "My lord, I know that you are filled with rage due to being deceived. I hope to bear this anger and request that you refrain from venting it on ordinary people. You? What new trick is this? Are you seeking fame and recognition?" The sarcasm in the Western language is merciless. He raised his head and sniffed, the filthy smell filling the air. "Do you think I can't even tell whether you're human or not?" The girl seemed anxious and didn't know what to do, just timidly looking at Xiwen with those clean eyes that seemed to reflect the soul of the person being seen. A cold blade pierced beside the girl, and Xiwen seemed to be joking when he said, "Since you said you would listen to my commands, let's leave a mark on your right cheek that is no less than 5 centimeters. Are you crazy?" When Xiwen took the blade, a deep, bone-revealing scar was already carved into the girl's face. What immense pain that must be. Yet the girl before him surprisingly wore a smile, as if she had done something incredibly joyful. With a complex expression, Xiwen looked at the girl in front of him. "Manxakilla, right?" Manchi crawled towards the door, knowing she should leave, but she wondered if the adult's mood had really improved. This injury was far too severe. She could no longer bear it and ultimately fainted at the door. Her faint, almost imperceptible breaths could practically confirm that she was on the brink of death. And it wouldn't be wrong to say she was already dead. Xiwen looked at her with a serious expression, surprised that she was still alive. The punch just now did not belong to human strength. He struck the girl with his own primal power. He noticed the blood the girl was vomiting, her shattered organs. And impossible, how could she have eaten this thing? How could she possibly be willing to swallow it? What is the cost? The Misty Forest. Have you been there before? Western literature knows that to restrain the limitations and negative effects brought by the human body, there is only one way to destroy this body. It's very warm, very soft. Is this paradise? When Manchi woke up, she looked around in confusion and then was horrified to find herself lying on an adult's bed. She tried to get up, but pulled at her internal injuries, and the sharp pain almost made the girl bite her silver teeth. "Don't move, your body isn't healed yet." A gentle voice came through, and the girl struggled to turn her body to look over. Her eyes were filled with pain and sorrow. No, the Western body is already collapsed, with cracks of all sizes appearing on it. After the red blood has drained away, there is a golden and purple radiance, with jade-like bones and muscles being reshaped. "I'm sorry for all the bad things I've done to you." The purple new blood creates intense vibrations in the air, and the weak spatial barrier seems unable to withstand it, resulting in cracks appearing. Blood drips onto the struggling girl, and her wounds are instantly healed, her body becoming more beautiful and full of strength. "Now, can you tell me who you are? How did you enter the Misty Forest? Why would you pay such a heavy price?" Xiwen retracted his bloodied hand. The girl's blue eyes sparkled, with glistening tears swirling inside, ultimately falling down. "Why do you want to hurt yourself? Listen, I don't have much time, and as you can see, it's not easy to maintain the current state. If you really want some special wish, would you rather use that thing than say it out loud? I have seen many who are taller than you, and they have gone who knows where. The results of their wishes made with that thing have not been good. While it fulfills your insignificant wish, it takes away your greatest desire from your heart." The girl shook her head, a tragic smile on her face. "I have nothing to lose. My only wish is to be by the side of adults until I'm abandoned by them, or until death." "Why?" The girl did not speak, slowly closing her eyes, and that light, ethereal voice softly hummed a gentle and warm melody. This voice, Ximen's eyes instantly fixed on Manchi. Even in this form, there was still a fluctuation. He gritted his teeth and asked word by word, "Where did you hear this song? Who taught you?" The girl continued to hum softly until Xiwen calmed down again. Xiwen looked at her and asked, "Who are you?" "You know the meaning of this song to me, and you should know what's behind it. This song appears in my memory like a dream, and since that day, my only wish has been to find you." The girl sits up, looking at Ximen. "Master, Manchi will always be your Manchi." It's not easy to let the anxious girl fall asleep in bed instead of on the cold floor. Ximen furrows his brow. The pain brought by this call from the source is indeed not something this body can easily bear. Watching the girl occasionally frown and show signs of pain in her sleep, Ximen takes a deep breath and softly hums that familiar song, one he thought he would never hear again, no matter how many years passed. Seeing the girl's brow relax and her deep sleep become calm, it feels as if something within him has been touched. Yes, as Alice said, the so-called emotions that he experienced in each era after her death, do they truly count as feelings? Sitting by the coffee table, Ximen slowly speaks to the air instead of towards Manchi, discussing the situation of Furong. Her complexion is very pale, and she is reluctant to speak. "In your tribe, are there any special issues that girls of this age might face?" "Master, you mentioned before that Furong Delacour, she made an incomplete imprint on you, right?" Manchi tilted her little head thoughtfully, her silly and cute appearance giving Xiwen an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Manchi's face was slightly flushed as she murmured, "I think it might be because her body has matured and girls have some periodic physiological issues." Xiwen was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly revealed a big smile on his face. "Are you kidding me? I traveled through time and space, faced dangers, and came to your side, only to find out that Furong's pale complexion and reluctance to speak is due to some physiological issues caused by the lunar cycle." Watching Ximen's increasingly unfriendly expression, Manchi shrank back like a frightened little beast, her petite body almost burying itself into the sofa. Suddenly, she remembered something and warned Ximen, "Sir, please don't say things like drink more hot water. That doesn't work for us, the Maiwa bloodline." Ximen felt as if his worldview had been shattered. What was this all about? He stood up and walked out, but paused at the door, saying, "It's quite quiet here when I'm not around. If you like it, you can stay here. If you feel lonely, you can leave." After a long silence, a soft voice spoke, "Sir, about that descendant you mentioned. Miss Drackle, do you really like her?" Ximen didn't know how to respond, and suddenly slammed the door shut. After the tremors of the time-space fluctuation ended, Manchi clenched her little fist tightly, pressing it hard against her thigh. Suddenly, she felt the wild part of her Maiwa bloodline going into a frenzy of warning. Like a cat's fur standing on end, she looked towards the source of that cold gaze, her eyes filled with complexity and fear. "You're impressive, Maiwa. I'll be keeping an eye on you." The cold voice matched perfectly with the icy stare. "Yes, my lord." Manchi felt that even if Ximen were to shatter every bone in her body, she would still not wish to encounter this individual. The next day, when Furong sluggishly crawled out of bed, she was awakened by an elegant piece of music. Or rather, some noisy guy used this piano piece to wake up everyone in the building. However, whether it was the hurried business travelers, the partygoers who had a wild night, or the gangsters with shaved heads and tattoos engaged in some illicit deal, none of them complained. Not even a sound escaped their lips. They quietly surrounded the railing of the central atrium, looking down, following the carpet of the hotel. In front of the piano, which everyone had thought was just a decoration, sat a young boy, his fingers dancing as melodious notes flowed. It was Ximen's favorite piano piece, and at a reward for curing a certain piano king's deafness. That time-conscious piano king spent an entire week teaching Ximen this C-sharp minor piano sonata, the world-renowned Moonlight Sonata. Even the signature of this piece bore the name of a European emperor. The people present felt as if they were experiencing an illusion, as if they were swaying in a small boat on the shimmering surface of Lake Lucerne in Switzerland under the moonlight. The bright moon rises over the sea, and at this moment, we share the same sky. The river and sky are free of dust, and the solitary moon shines bright in the sky. The pure light cascading from the moon dispelled the dust and shadows within the human body, leaving one feeling spiritually and physically purified, according to an indescribable urban legend. From this day on, the legendary figure of the Corleone family, Michael Corleone, established a family rule that included a piano piece in the assessment of every generation's heir. Ximen wouldn't care about the onlookers. He smiled in response to the applause of the crowd, and finally looked at the girl standing next to the entrance. Sitting in Ximen's car, Furong felt that the air conditioning seemed to be a few degrees warmer, with a hint of redness mixed in her pale face. Just as she was about to say something, the communication device of the flagship vehicle emitted a prompt, indicating an incoming call from Lucifer Morningstar. "Old buddy, if you don't have anything important, I swear I'll crush your bones one by one. Sheeman said fiercely under Furong's smiling gaze. A sobbing voice came from the phone, and Sheeman became serious in disbelief. He had known Lucifer for so long and had never seen him like this. Please, anyone, save her. I beg you, save her. I'll do anything. Isn't just being a good child, honestly exiled to hell, bearing the evil name of the demon lord? I'm willing. I will do anything. Lucifer, calm down. Gunfire could be heard on the line. As someone who participated in World War II and the Siberian-Alaska War, Sheeman could clearly distinguish the sound of a sniper rifle. Wait, was that the sound of church bells? Is it possible that someone would use a funeral as an ambush? When Western arrived at the scene, he passed countless LAPD SWAT vehicles, ran through numerous red and green lights, and tracked down Lucifer's location, which was an incredibly tragic scene. Many people were sprawled on the ground, covered in the blood of themselves and others. The grass in the cemetery park was trampled and in disarray. Most unbelievable was that 7 or 8 out of 10 people present were actually police officers or SWAT members. Looking at the uncovered grave where the coffin, covered with the national flag, is being buried, it's simply overwhelming. Someone attacked the police force at the funeral of the fallen officer, fearing that the government wouldn't be able to eliminate them. When he stood before the main character, Sheeman had never seen such a sorrowful Lucifer. It could be said that Lucifer had completely shed his identity as the Demon King and possessed a human heart. In his arms, the holy female detective, Chloe Decker, who was far purer than any angel, nestled against Lucifer as if she were sleeping peacefully, like a close lover. Looking at the blood-red handprints on Lucifer's face and the detective's drooping hand, one could imagine the kind of life-and-death farewell that had transpired. Lucifer, I'm here. Let her go. I need to treat her. Lucifer. Sheeman's gentle persuasion was like that of a fierce lioness protecting her cubs. When he took Chloe into his arms, it was evident that she had already stopped breathing, but there was still a trace of life left, meaning she could be saved without any magic or advanced technology. The penetrating injury, although it hadn't shattered Chloe's heart, had created a cavity within her body due to the shockwave from the sniper bullet, causing severe damage to her lungs. Under normal circumstances, she would have suffocated on her own blood before reaching the emergency room. As Sheeman gathered life force into his palm, a faint golden light nourished the detective's body, and a powerful force erupted. If Sheeman hadn't been prepared, he would have been thrown back by this force. Indeed, Chloe possessed an angelic power comparable to that of the Archangel Uriel, but there was also an extremely evil force lurking deep within her, like a maggot burrowing in a bone. It seemed that the high and mighty figure sitting in Silver City had finally revealed the darkness hidden beneath the light. Finally, after the treatment was completed and he had repaired a certain indescribable soft part of the detective with his specially made Soviet-imported surgical adhesive, Sheeman let out a long breath and handed the woman over to Lucifer. At that moment, when he was the most relaxed, a bullet traveling faster than sound had already reached him before the gunfire arrived. Sheeman stood under a tall tree a kilometer away with a grim expression. The person was gone, but his retaliatory strike had hit its target. Looking at the gray-white feathers on the ground, Sheeman's expression darkened. He knew it was those bird people who were causing trouble, not learning to stay quietly in their Silver City like the Western Buddha in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, but instead wanting to meddle in the human world every day. He was most annoyed by the bird people. Shocked, nothing but shock remained. Such a scale of gunfight could no longer be concealed. The thunderous speed of the news spread from Los Angeles to California, then to the entire West Coast, and finally across the whole of America. A police captain who had just fought against the mafia had sacrificed himself, and while the police station mourned and buried this captain, they were unexpectedly attacked. Aside from an unnamed bystander who was shot in the head, many senior detectives were severely injured, overwhelming the ICU of Los Angeles Hospital. Moreover, there was something particularly intriguing. The primary target of the sniper attack, female detective Chloe Decker's father, had been killed for investigating the collusion between corrupt police and the mafia. Was this going to create a legacy of loyalty and heroism? Who is so bold as to dare to commit such an outrageous act? It can no longer be covered up by just one city or one state. Washington has already expressed high concern, and the FBI and CIA are involved in the investigation. At this moment, our Western comrade is sitting in the police station's interrogation room, looking wearily at the temporary FBI agent in front of him, asking, "Are you blind? How many people did I save on the scene? And you're questioning me. We have to suspect that, according to the video, you overtook multiple times and ran red lights along the way. Was it to arrive before the funeral ended in order to make your move?" Sheeman expressed his reluctance to waste words with you, and directly waited for his old comrade, the head of the CIA Los Angeles branch, to arrive before showing her his credentials. leaving the interrogation room with ease, only leaving the two temporary FBI agents with one word: idiot. He called out to Lucifer, who was vigilantly guarding Chloe's bedside, and led him to a hidden corner, extending his hand. Looking at the gray-white feathers, Lucifer instead calmed down. Those familiar with Lucifer know that it's not terrifying when he rushes over in extreme anger, shouting loudly. At worst, it's just a beating to vent. But his expression of anger, turning to calm, is the most frightening. The schemes of the Dark King are beyond what ordinary people can bear. After sending off Shiwen, Lucifer sat by Chloe's bedside, propping his head up with his hand, whispering softly, "Detective, I finally understand. Perhaps there will never be a possibility between us. I will no longer have any intentions toward you, as long as you allow me to stay by your side as your partner." Experiencing one heartbreaking crime scene after another together, the shattered darkness enveloped the ward. Lucifer felt he couldn't see a sliver of light. He gently brushed the detective's hair aside and said, "Detective, you are a good person, a selfless person, a wonderful person. You deserve to have someone better by your side, someone as selfless and great as you. And I, here, will only bring you trouble and harm." The dividing line of the conspiracy. Did you see that person at the scene? A manager looked at the middle-aged woman beside him, who was dressed revealingly and behaving oddly. Although the woman's curvaceous figure and exposed skin might cause some human male's hormones to surge, the wrinkles on her face and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes indicated her age. The woman sank into the chair, filled with confidence. Although she could ignore the lofty god in Silver City, although she had been imprisoned for 1,000 years and was out of touch with the times, she still remembered that person, even if she and Eve were locked in the deepest part of hell. The horrific scene of blood flowing during that war in hell was deeply etched in their memories. For that person, like Lucifer, he seemed harmless, but once he erupted, nothing could restrain him. He would destroy everything. I think, from the very beginning, we should not assist those mortals in hurting Chloe. She is innocent. Even though Amandiel has fallen, his kindness as an angel makes him uncomfortable with any actions that harm ordinary people. The woman sitting in the chair wore an evil smile. We are just accomplices. We are not the masterminds. Moreover, as accomplices in this plan, there is a greater goal ahead. If it weren't for him gently tugging at the thread of fate, those people would not have had the chance to ambush so accurately at the cemetery park. Lilith, it seems that life in hell hasn't taught you enough lessons. Honestly, I would rather be Eve than have a scourge like you running out of hell. The calm voice made Lilith and Amandiel tense up, their bodies stiffening as they watched the person entering through the elevator doors. Shimen poured himself a glass of vodka, downed in one gulp, and then looked at everyone in the room. "Mez is not here, huh? I didn't expect so much to happen in just a few days." "Hello." Lilith tried to appear as calm as possible. "I won't waste words. Whose feather is this?" Shimen took out a feather from his pocket and gently tossed it into the air. Amander's pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't believe what he was seeing beside him with Lilith. Could it be that she had already set up a secret line in Silver City? After all, Lilith, the mother of all things, even if she is his mother, even if he thinks there is some kind of kinship between them, the shadow of a huge conspiracy has long since overshadowed everything. He just didn't want to think about it. At this moment, on a distant tower across from the LUX bar, a man radiating holy light flicked his trench coat. A coin from his pocket quietly fell, rolling along the edge of the tower, making a crisp sound, and finally dropped off the edge, bouncing into the ventilation duct. The fan of the ventilation system spun like a waving golf club at an extremely high speed, and with one hit, it sent the coin flying out. A bird that was about to take a rest on the rooftop happened to be struck on its wing by the coin, struggling to take off and flapping towards the nearest height, which was a tower crane reinforcing the rooftop. The operator of the crane sensed that the wind speed in the high-altitude Los Angeles today was somewhat outrageous, seemingly reaching a dangerous level, and the oscillation had caused the crane to shake. At the peak of the phase, it could barely manage to bounce back. But a plump bird heavily struck the glass in front of the operator, startling him into a tremble that moved the control lever. A bundle of steel beams swung towards LUX like a seesaw, utilizing the gravitational acceleration of high-altitude projectile motion, each one smashing through the floor-to-ceiling windows of LUX like javelins. At this moment, Shiwen was holding a vodka with his back to the window. Interesting. Once again, he downed the drink in one go, looking at the two people in front of him. Could this be considered an unannounced battle of Silver City? What was that called again? Oh, Uriel. Can it represent the attitude of Silver City? Uriel, also translated as something like Uriel, has different descriptions and abilities in various legends. However, everyone here knows his abilities. He can cause fluctuations in the lines of fate, creating a butterfly effect. even if he spits on the ground. It could lead to someone being crushed by a crane miles away. When a steel bar blocked his way, the foreman under the crane nervously realized what was happening and called his supervisor. The supervisor was shocked when he received the call. He knew how serious such high-altitude accidents could be, and his only hope was that no one would be killed. After hanging up, he didn't have time to find his driver and rushed to the street, stopping a taxi. The taxi, which was close to the intersection, made an emergency stop to pick up a passenger, causing the bus behind it to make a hasty left turn and break a signpost. On the other side of the post, a small nail flew out and landed on the road. A heavy oil tanker truck, with tires that had exceeded their lifespan, had worn down anti-friction grooves. The tire, which should have been maximally resistant, finally gave way when it rolled over the nail, resulting in a loud explosion, causing the truck to veer to one side. The exhausted driver, like a character from Resident Evil 6, suddenly jerked the steering wheel hard to the left, then realized it was too much and jerked it back to the right. Then, under the extreme inertia, the oil tanker truck flipped over and slid toward the building of Los Angeles Concord Hospital. The truck, scraping along the ground, created sparks, and as it overturned, the tank ruptured, spilling gasoline. The gang members waiting on the sidelines stared in shock at the oil tanker, urgently asking over the phone, "This is too extreme. Did our people do this? Are they planning to blow up the Concord Hospital with an oil tanker? What oil tanker?" The surveillance personnel was bewildered as he looked at the surveillance camera received from the Transportation Committee, with a look of disbelief on his face. Who the hell planned this? Could it be that the legendary Godfather has just summoned a master of killing entire families from the mysterious Eastern country? Emergency news broadcast. Emergency news broadcast. The main hospital where the critically injured Los Angeles police officer is located, downtown Concord Hospital, has been hit by a tanker explosion. Flames are now raging there, and according to the latest fire crews that have arrived, a full tank of gasoline is burning. Even if the patients inside are not burned to death, they may suffocate. It is still unclear whether this is an accident or a malicious attack. In my personal opinion, this has reached the level of a terrorist attack. Various television stations in Los Angeles urgently notified the public about this major incident. All LAPD precincts are on high alert, and the elite armed police, who have been trained for a long time, are also mobilizing. SWAT vehicles have appeared on the streets and alleys. Uriel, dressed in a trench coat, watches the wailing people amidst the flames. His dear brother, Lucifer Morningstar, full of rebellious spirit, remarks, "I never expected that in such a situation. You could still keep your detective, TSK, TSK, TSK. How difficult this is for you, dear brother. How dare you? That Father has already allowed you lofty angels, who appear virtuous yet shine with a white light, to act freely against mortals." Half of Lucifer's body is scorched by the flames, and his eyes are filled with the fury of hell. Because beside Chloe, Lucifer's body does not have the defensive power of the King of Hell, and he can only endure the excruciating pain caused by the flames. My dear brother, you must know that when you are filled with emotions for this detective and finally succeed in making her like you, I can designate her as your power. Although she appears to be immortal, she is the woman of Lucifer, the King of Hell. Uriel draws a slender sword from behind, its silver blade shimmering with an ominous white light. Lucifer's crimson eyes widen suddenly. The blade of the angel of death, how could it be in your hands? She has been dead for a long time. In the words of those mortals, Lucy, I killed her. Why shouldn't I take advantage of the spoils while it's hot? Uriel waved the long sword in his hand. Don't worry, my dear brother, I'll send you back to where you belong, and I'll let her accompany you. Maybe you can show her the frozen hell once. Didn't she curse that she would only sleep with you if hell freezes over? At the moment Uriel lunged at Lucifer. Far away in LUX, Shewin shook his head. If you don't act, you won't die. Uriel, you're still so naive. Sometimes you're just too young. Ding! With a crisp sound, Yuli looked incredulously at the death angel's blade in his hand, the tip of the sword piercing a layer of golden membrane, which then shattered in response. It was not that weak protective membrane that seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Lucifer looked in disbelief at the power emitted by the detective in his arms, the alluring gaze coalescing into tangible strength that dispersed. Lucifer, your face, what happened to you? Although Chloe seems to be in a deep sleep, her consciousness has always been awake. She knows that the person in front of her has been guarding her side all along, and she can even hear the words he speaks to her. Wow, Lucy, it seems that the detective is unaware of your true identity. Perhaps she has never seen your esteemed self before. Uriel sheathed the sword of the death angel, separating the blade from the hilt, and mocked Lucifer. Lucifer, so it has always been true, you really are Lucifer. Not a stage name, not a fantasy, but your true identity. Contrary to before, Chloe embraced Lucifer, and under his tense gaze, the woman before him showed no trace of disgust or fear upon seeing his face, only deep affection. Lucifer felt a magical power surge from the hand that caressed his cheek, continuously healing his broken body, even the gruesome scars on his back. Giving up is not your style, is it, Lucifer? The detective's eyes were misty as she looked up and gently kissed Lucifer's lips, like a dragonfly touching the water. In that moment, Lucifer felt his soul being purified. It was as if he was being reborn for the first time, as if he were still Samuel. Almost like the expression of meeting God. After all these years of coming to the mortal realm, what kind of woman haven't I had passion with? After spending more than a year with the detective, we finally kissed. So what about you, Uriel? You have been arrested for assaulting a police officer and terrorism. The detective displayed a gallant demeanor as he looked at Uriel, who seemed to be watching a play. Interesting. You wouldn't think that just because you possess a little bit of power, you could stand against an angel, would you? Detective, hand him over to me. After all, this dear brother has caused serious harm to both you and me. Lucifer straightened up, suddenly shaking his body as a pair of wings, far larger and more magnificent than Uriel's, spread out behind him. Uriel's eyes revealed hatred, jealousy, and surprise. How could a fallen one like you still possess such pure angelic wings? Moreover, your angel wings have already been cut off, haven't they? But at this moment, the most shocking thing isn't that Lucifer has grown wings, but rather Chloe beside him. She seems to enviously caress Lucifer's wings, her eyes wide open, and after a soft moan, the huge wings made of pure energy, radiating holy light instantly unfold. The 12-winged angel, existing only in legends, is in the pure energy wing form. Even the Father can only create beings of the 6-winged angel level like Lucifer. Lucifer, who is closely beside Chloe, can feel that explosive power clearly. However, Chloe seems very nervous. She looks at Lucifer and says, Lucifer, I don't even know why I suddenly have this power. It feels as if some knowledge has been infused into my brain. Lucifer, maybe I'm not the kind of mortal you expect. The detective nervously asks what's on her mind. Lucifer, will you still like me as I am? Uriel knows that his little tricks will completely fail. As a weakling among angels, he is good at bullying mortals and pretending to be a birdman. But when it comes to facing a boss-level figure like Lucifer head-on, even a weakened version of Lucifer might not be something he can defeat, let alone the complete form of Lucifer. You can't see me, you can't see me. You can't see me. Uriel cautiously crouches down, preparing to leave, when a cold voice comes through. Uriel, my foolish brother, do you have any last words? Ah, dear brother. Lucifer, you're here, wow. The detective is also very beautiful. You two look great together. I'm just here to send my blessings to you. Lucifer, calm down, calm down. There are too many misunderstandings between us. Ah, the piercing scream was so sharp it hardly seemed to come from a man like Uriel. Oh, right. Angels are inherently androgynous beings, smooth and without any protrusions or recesses. Not to mention Uriel, Lucifer looked at the holy detective, and unlike the feigned sanctity of those birdmen, he could sense genuine sorrow in the detective's eyes. Lucifer, these things in the hospital and the deceased colleagues at the cemetery funeral. Why? Is it simply because they defied someone's will? Lucifer felt a bit nervous. For a mortal, if they suddenly gained godlike powers, could their mind withstand the impulses that come with that power, whether the urge to be a super saint or a supervillain? Later, this day was celebrated as the day of miracles in this world. In Los Angeles, the heart of the city of angels, a gigantic 12-winged angel in pure energy form suddenly appeared in midair, healing people's wounds and purifying their souls, causing a significant drop in the crime rate of serious cases in this city and even the entire west coast of the United States for the next decade, to the point where no one would pick up anything left on the street at night. Subsequently, popes and leaders from various major religions, including primitive sects, Eastern Orthodox, Christianity, and Catholicism, came to pay their respects to the miracle. Of course, these people did not know that the location of this miracle was the place where the great Lord of Hell, Lucifer, regained his power. In fact, when they visited, a certain 12-winged angel was having a conversation with Lucifer, coughing, and the following is omitted for 1,000,000 words. So when the battered and bruised Uriel, who was beaten to the point that even his mother wouldn't recognize him, was thrown in front of Lux Lilith, the mother of all truly did not recognize her son. Wow, Lucy Lilith enthusiastically approached, but was pushed back by Lucifer's invisible power. Oh, my dear Lucy, we must have some small misunderstandings. Hello, detective. I'm glad you're okay. Lucifer, Charlotte, how could she be here? Is she one of you? Chloe spoke softly, yet her voice created layers of sound waves in the air, with countless echoes resonating in the space, as if a multitude of choirs were singing simultaneously. Everyone in the room, except for Shiwen, stood up and stared at Chloe. Under such sound, they felt an almost overwhelming impulse to kneel and sing praises. Shiwen covered his face. Chloe already possessed a presence that was no less than that of the legendary holy body, and he could not bear to see the bird people of Silver City forcing her to do things she did not want to do. He infused a bit of his own power into her. After all, they had to resist the so-called father. Unexpectedly, her physical development was much better than anticipated, completely absorbing all the power and bursting forth. Now, it can be said that unless someone at a higher level is willing to break the dimensional barrier to intervene in this mortal world at any cost, no one can harm her with any schemes or tactics. This is because the power inherited from Shimen carries a special attribute, which is to cast a reverse curse on those filled with malice. Therefore, I no longer need to worry that you want to conspire to harm Chloe. Lucifer kicked Uriel's butt, then turned to Lilith, who looked embarrassed, saying, "My dear mother, I didn't expect you to stir up so much in just a few days. No wonder Father wants you to hurry back to hell." Lilith wore a loving expression. "My son, please forgive your mother. After all, I was imprisoned in hell for 1,000 years. You're such a kind detective. You will surely forgive me, right?" Chloe's crimson lips parted slightly, revealing an enchanting smile. "Of course, Charlotte, but a small punishment is still necessary." Yes, detective, my dear Chloe, what kind of punishment do you have in mind?" Lilith asked with a servile expression. She knew that someone behind her in the West couldn't be bothered with such matters. As long as Chloe was dealt with, her son Lucifer wouldn't have any complaints. Chloe looked at Mez, who was curiously assessing her, and said, "My good best friend, I'll leave the punishment task to you. What do you think?" Mez was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a wicked smile, drew out his dagger, and began to lick the blade's tip with his soft and nimble tongue, utterly delighted. "My Chloe, Lilith, let's reminisce about the joyful life we've had over the past 1,000 years. Oh, now that you have a physical form and are no longer just a soul, there will be even more ways to entertain you." Ignoring Mez dragging Lilith away, Amenidial confronted the previously arrogant Uriel. Savon, Lucifer, and Chloe sat in Lux's reception room, happy to see the two of them finally together. Savon raised his glass in a toast. "Thank you for your help, Dr. Swift." Chloe's sweet smile was utterly captivating. She raised her glass in return. "It still feels like a dream, even though I've always had faith. I never imagined such power truly existed. In fact, Lucifer, I always thought it was just a stage name or some kind of delusion." Savon held up his favorite square goblet and asked Chloe, "So, what are your thoughts about being together with the king of hell, Lucifer?" "Together?" Chloe rolled her eyes and shot a glare at the unruly Lucifer. It was just a probation period. She would think about it when he stopped fooling around and was sleeping with more than 10 people a week. "Detective, you can't blame me for this," Lucifer said with an innocent expression. "Given my constitution, if I rely solely on you, I might not last a few days. Ahem. Regarding this matter, you can discuss it slowly after I'm gone." West stood up and smashed his wine glass into the fireplace. "I'm preparing to leave Los Angeles. Oh, and please take care of that lucky guy for me. Just make sure he doesn't die." Lucifer thought for a moment and said, "Is it that guy named Henry Morgan?" "Bingo, unfortunately. There's no reward." Leaving Lux, they drove along the coastal road with Furlong. When they arrived at a wide grassy area in a park, Shiwen noticed a fight happening there. Although he was somewhat reluctant to get involved, he spotted a familiar figure that represented trouble. So he could only apologize and stop the car. He reminded Furlong to stay in the car and then ran over. "Old Khan, what are you doing? Should I run away from ghouls or exercise by running?" A certain show-off, Constantine, is now running wildly in a stylish coat that has long been lost, dressed in a white shirt as if being chased by rabid dogs. It's fair to say that describing them as rabid dogs is appropriate, because those behind him can no longer be called human. A dozen or so bloodshot-eyed, drooling figures are howling as they chase after Constantine. "Ghouls? Old Khan, what have you gotten yourselves into?" After knocking those crazy people out, Shiwen looked at Constantine, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, wheezing heavily. With such a pathetic physique, how dare he call himself a hell detective? A priest pulled out an angel's feather when he died and used it as a holy relic for a large-scale, wish-making activity. This triggered an energy fluctuation. Constantine explained that the most powerful law of heaven and earth in this world is the conservation of energy. No matter what wish is to be fulfilled, there will always be people or things elsewhere that suffer equal or greater harm. Are you telling me that this situation arose because of the use of that feather? Zhao pondered for a moment and then asked, "So what are you doing now?" I am blocking these guys. My companion has already snatched the feather from the priest and ran over to give it back to the angel. What's going on? Old Kong seems to have recovered. He stood up, ready to hurry over as soon as possible. Shuan looked at the dilapidated maintenance hut not far away and walked over. On the way, he prompted Constantine. Old Kong, haven't you and your group ever doubted it? What kind of angel can turn an ordinary person into a ghoul? The feathers of those guys in Silver City, even if misused, could at most cause the abuser to lose power or become paralyzed. Only things that possess evil power themselves can trigger evil results. Unfortunately, it was too late. When they felt the cabin, a fallen angel with massive black wings had already taken flight towards the exit. Luckily, I had set things up beforehand. Old Kong forcefully stood up, tugging at his shirt collar, hands in pockets, looking incredibly cool as he walked over. What I had originally arranged was to prevent any evil things from entering here and harming the so-called angels. I never expected that, by chance, it would have the ability to stop the evil from escaping. The recently regained strength of Imogen was not enough for her to escape. She merely lay on the ground, glaring at everything with hatred. Why, just for committing a trivial little mistake, was I cast aside? What did you do? Constantine asked. I just killed a mortal to see how fragile these maggots that occupy this world are. Imogen suddenly burst out, grabbing Constantine's lover Zed. Let me leave here, or I will kill her. Shuan stared at the fallen angel with beautiful golden red eyes, her elegant curves wrapped in a long dress. Her skin shining like white jade under the sunlight, and her golden hair flowing. What a beautiful creature. Alas, even though they are both bird people, there are still significant differences between them. Speaking of bird people, Shuan suddenly thought of Furong. She possesses a certain bloodline of the Mei-Hua. And although the transformation forms of the Mei-Hua bloodline vary, the most common bird-person form said to come from the source is believed to be because the oldest Mei-Hua was a fallen angel cursed by God. Thinking about Furong returning to France, it might not be easy for her to have enough protection during this tumultuous time. Training a fallen angel to be Furong's guardian angel seems like a good choice. After all, if he uses his power for everything, Furong's surroundings would soon be desolate. As Shuan thought about it, he walked up to Imogen, seemingly completely unconcerned about the life or death of the so-called spirit medium named Zed. Hey, Birdman, you have two choices: obediently follow my commands, or be beaten into submission. Foolish human, you have no idea what you are provoking. Imogen's originally beautiful face became somewhat twisted with anger. She unconsciously applied a little pressure, and Zed beside her was already making gasping sounds before choking. Hey, Faden Angel, let's make a deal. You let her go, and I'll do my best to persuade you not to get killed. Constantine saw Zivin take the initiative to step forward, so he didn't take any other rescue actions. He knew Zivin would definitely save Zed to make him owe a favor. He also knew Zivin knew that he knew Zivin would definitely save Zed to make him owe a favor. He also knew Zivin knew that he knew. And so on, omitting a million words of game theory, like the vast sea. Zivin thought of the above, took off his coat, waved it a few times against the wind, and a piece of white, tattered feather fell down. Did you see this? Shuan pinched the feather and flaunted it in front of Imogen a few times. Just a moment ago, a guy named Uriel was jumping around like you, thinking he could act arrogantly in the mortal world. Now he has been beaten up so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Impossible. Imogen's gaze was complex. On one hand, she couldn't believe that humans could harm angels, expressing great anger at such rumors. On the other hand, Uriel, the high-ranking archangel of Silver City, had remained silent while she was scourged by God and turned into a fallen angel, so she couldn't help but feel pleased that someone had managed to strike Uriel. Caught in this contradiction, she desired the outcome of Uriel being harmed, but was unwilling to accept the process of Uriel being beaten by mortals. To be fair, your wings are beautiful, Imogen, just like your eyes. Shuan had walked behind Imogen, gently stroking her angelic wings. Oh, now they were fallen angel wings. Let me tell you, aside from Lucifer's angelic wings, even Uriel's were just shabby and unremarkable. As a fallen angel, she had already transformed into a being with a filthy body, not the lofty, holy, light elemental bird-like creatures of Silver City. For a fallen angel, touching wings was akin to some indescribable act, far beyond mere hand-holding. Instinctively, Imogen's body tensed, as if to retaliate, but then she felt a familiar warmth, as if illuminated by the Holy Spirit. When she turned to follow the astonished gazes of Constantine and Manny, she too was surprised and found herself at a loss for words, even realizing that the lifeline she held, the hostage Zed, had escaped without her noticing. Behind her, the right wing remained pitch black and smooth, but the left had transformed into a pure white that far surpassed her once holy wings. How beautiful, fair, and shimmering with colorful light under the sun. In that moment, the archangel's golden red eyes sparkled with a crystalline gaze, and she felt as if she had found faith. Two flowers bloom, each expressing their own branch. Although this narrative contains more stories about MetMalfoy, an important component remains our lovely and shy core. A single word, reckless little Harry. At this moment, Harry was anxiously sitting in the luxurious dining hall of Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Ravenclaw, the one who had always given him a sense of security and seemed capable of solving any problem, was no longer there. Meanwhile, his good friend Hermione Granger, who energetically chased after Sheeman and was nicknamed the Gryffindor Cub, had also run away. There was no one left to offer him advice. You ask about dear Ron Weasley? Oh. Harry looked at the person next to him, who was gorging himself with cheeks puffed out, devouring food like a hungry ghost from the 10th circle of hell. He felt despair in his heart. As for the others, whether it was the Weasley twins or the senior students from other houses he met in his Western literature class, he felt he couldn't share the secret in his heart with them. After all, it was a philosopher's stone, and it involved temptations related to Voldemort. He thought that if he dragged more people into it, the most likely outcome would be that the righteous Penelope Clearwater would report him to the professors or even the headmaster. After all, she was a prefect. It seemed that Snape and Professor Dumbledore had also been away for a long time recently. Harry whispered to Ron beside him. There was no way out. The current situation was something he couldn't solve alone, and the only person he could rely on, or rather, the only one he could barely work with, was Ron. If Snape wasn't at school, wouldn't that be great? We wouldn't have to worry about the Philosopher's Stone being stolen. We wouldn't have to worry about that old bat deducting points from us every day. I really hope he doesn't show up again. Ron mumbled with his mouth full of food. Harry had long known it would develop into this, but he had to give it a try. After all, before hitting a dead end, humans always cling to a glimmer of hope. Although the primary suspect, Snape, had indeed left Hogwarts, Harry felt a twinge of unease in his heart. Was Snape really the culprit, or did Voldemort have no other minions left? He remembered that night. The person he saw in the Forbidden Forest. Based on their build, they were definitely not Snape's tall and imposing figure. After all, it's easy for a short person to pretend to be tall, but it's not easy for a tall person to pretend to be short. When Harry and Ron visited Hagrid on their day off, Ron looked at the scattered things from when they fed the Norwegian Ridgeback and reminiscing. Finally remembered to ask a question. He looked at Hagrid and said, Hagrid, raising dragons is illegal. Dragon eggs are also quite rare, even if they're not too illegal. Unless you have a reservation or something. How did you get a dragon egg? How could he win such a large amount of chips while playing cards? Maybe he was curious about Hogwarts and asked me what I did. I told him I was the keeper of the hunting grounds at Hogwarts. Then I talked about some of the beasts I cared for, some of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. I told him everything, and then casually mentioned that I had always wanted to raise a dragon, but unfortunately, there were none in the hunting grounds at Hogwarts. Then he proactively mentioned that he had a dragon egg. Harry asked with a slightly trembling voice, suddenly realizing that what Seamus had said about Hagrid made some sense. In this situation, anyone could feel there was a trap inside. Yet our lovely 60-year-old Hagrid still naively jumped in. Yes. He even told me to take good care of the egg and not to leave it aside to let the baby dragon die. I said, if I can handle a 3-headed dog, a mere baby dragon is nothing. Hagrid's tone seemed to be filled with pride. After all, since the day he was expelled, he had been inseparable from the Forbidden Forest and the hunting grounds, and his only hobby and strength was guarding and caring for the various creatures inside. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, suppressing the urge to jump up. That person must be very interested in the 3-headed dog, right? Of course. He doubted how I could take care of a 3-headed dog. I just told him that as long as you play a piece of music for the 3-headed dog, it will obediently fall asleep. Oh damn, I shouldn't have told you that. Forget what I just said. Harry didn't know how he got back to the Gryffindor dormitory. He stared blankly at the dark ceiling, unsure of how many steps there were to guard the Philosopher's Stone. At least this step from Hagrid was already abandoned. And what about the other professors? During this year, has that person figured out the methods of the other professors one by one? At that moment, a lingering thought emerged in Harry's mind. If Snape was indeed the suspect, why did he leave Hogwarts with Professor Dumbledore? Could it be that he was responsible for drawing the professor's attention away, allowing his possible accomplice to take action? Ron, I want to check the secret passage on the 3rd floor. I'm worried the Philosopher's Stone might not be safe, especially with Professor Dumbledore not at the school. Harry shook Ron Weasley, who was sprawled on the bed, full and asleep. After a while, Ron realized Harry was impossible to distract, so he turned on his side. But isn't Snape also not at school? Besides, you left the invisibility cloak at the astronomy tower last time, and it would be easy for us to get caught. We can go out at night. I practiced sensing magic well, and I should be able to detect living beings around us. We can avoid them. All right then, Ron said, resigned to accompany the savior. It's easier to add flowers to the brocade than to send charcoal in the snow. Maybe in the future, you could count this as a contribution to the dragon. In a distant western or eastern land, it doesn't matter. After all, the earth is round. In that faraway place, there is a beautiful ancient castle. After saying goodbye to Fuyun, Shuan wiped away the crocodile's tears, and beside him was a soft little girl with an excellent touch. Oh, of course, this little girl was still in the state of small cat that hadn't fully retracted its claws, and if not careful, she might leave herself with scars. The little girl seemed to have gotten used to parting with friends. Most of her attention was on the handbag in Shuan's hand. Well, to show their years of friendship, Shuan gifted Fuyun so many wonderful things, although some of the materials were a bit lacking for clothing that she wouldn't use. Once Shuan be biased, after extorting a meal from Shuan, a delighted Hermione jumped alongside him to Hogwarts, where she looked at the house point's hourglass in front of her, emitting a scream that woke up the entire Hogwarts. Even Shuan, who always had special interests, had to cover his ears. Hermione was dumbfounded, pointing ahead, when they discovered the three-headed dog was still so fierce. Harry was satisfied as he and Ron came out of the secret passage on the third floor, still as proud as last time. Harry stepped on something soft, and an ear-piercing cat screech instantly shattered the silence of the corridor. Harry had stepped directly on Mrs. Norris, Filch's pet. What followed was quite simple. He and Ron were turned over to Professor McGonagall by Filch. Although Professor Dumbledore was not present, Professor McGonagall, as the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, had the authority to act in the absence of the headmaster. Harry felt a deeper sense of despair. Even without the bat-like, nitpicking Snape around, Professor McGonagall was the type of person who was absolutely fair and wouldn't show any mercy just because the rule breakers were Gryffindor students. The anger and profound disappointment he perceived in Professor McGonagall's eyes made Harry and Ron dare not meet the sharp gaze of the old woman. This was the true Gryffindor lioness. Although she was older, her fierce aura remained. Little Hermione still needed a few more years of training to inherit this title. Professor, did I hear that wrong? Even though he already knew the consequences were serious, Harry didn't expect it to be this severe. After hearing the punishment from Professor McGonagall, he felt as if he had been petrified. When Professor McGonagall repeated the punishment, he was utterly devastated. Gryffindor, because of your 2 mistakes and your repeated misbehavior, each of you will lose 100 points, and I will notify your guardians. Professor McGonagall was clearly very angry. Her originally elegant image transformed into a thunderous presence. Little Hermione, Shuan didn't know what to do. Wasn't it already enough to not laugh at the current situation with little Hermione and their friendship? The little girl walked tearfully to the empty hourglass of Gryffindor, because since the school was founded, Hogwarts had not considered the concept of negative numbers, or rather, during that time, the concept of negative numbers was still very vague in the Western mathematical community, and many famous mathematicians explicitly denied the existence of negative numbers. Thus, when the hourglass was designed, it only considered numbers above 0. Now, a large red number, -1, floated in the hourglass, with a prominent points notice indicating that this was indeed negative points and not a bug in the funnel or a prank. Just then, Professor McGonagall, who had just sent off an owl, returned from the Ollery and saw the two who had suddenly appeared. However, she had received a notification from Professor Dumbledore and knew that they had left Hogwarts. The old lady took a few deep breaths to calm herself from the anger brought on by Harry and that guy. Speaking in a concerned tone, Granger Swift, welcome back. You should rest early. Professor, Gryffindor. Hermione suddenly threw herself at Professor McGonagall, hugging her legs and sobbing uncontrollably. Professor McGonagall also had a hint of mist in her eyes as she lovingly bent down to stroke the girl's chestnut hair, slowly calming her trembling body from crying. To be honest, although she always adhered to the idea of teaching according to the student's ability and treating everyone equally, she really didn't want to say the classic line, "You're the worst class I have ever taught." However, among this year's Gryffindor students, the only one who truly made her feel at ease, both in terms of study and character, was little Hermione. Someone like Neville, although his character was very good, his learning ability left the teachers helpless. Originally, with little Hermione's efforts, Gryffindor's points had already been on par with Slytherin, and she even had thoughts of aiming for second place. However, the successive blows directly sent them back to square one. No, not back to square one, but almost to a semi-feudal, semi-colonial era. Poor little girl, crying because of Gryffindor's lost points, truly filled with a sense of collective honor. Unfortunately, those boys were really disappointing. This time, even the most lively Weasley twins couldn't show their once brilliant smiles. However, looking at their brother and little Harry lying in the dormitory like corpses with a look of despair, they forced themselves to cheer up. Hey guys, you really broke several records this time. The highest record for points lost by an individual, the lowest record for house points. Unlike last time, when there were mockeries of schadenfreude, anger, and sadness, even the Gryffindor students who were most heartbroken and despondent when they saw the eye-catching -1 in the hourglass and Harry and Ron. There was only one reaction left among all the students at Hogwarts. That's really impressive. Even Draco Malfoy, who had been in a love-hate relationship with Harry for years, could only show a dumbfounded expression every time he saw the two. The only thought in his mind was how these two managed to do it. Penelope fiercely hit Shewin, who was rolling on the floor laughing with a gift box just received. It's a good thing it's just the two of us here, otherwise, if other houses found out, Shewin's image would be ruined. Although there is indeed some competition between the houses, after all, we all share the same name, Hogwarts students. This isn't really a moment for schadenfreude. Don't break it. Shewin finally forced himself to stop laughing, clutching his stomach that had tensed up from laughing too much. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. You guy, just run away when you want to. Next time be careful. I might learn from Professor McGonagall and deduct some points from you. Penelope suddenly thought of the night of their farewell, and a blush rose on her cheeks. Oh, dear Senior Qing Shui, it seems that the prefect only has the authority to report to the teacher, right? You can't deduct points. Who is your dear one? Qing Shui looked fierce like a menacing beast, but in reality, it was just a cute cat. Then, it carefully placed the box on the table and opened it. The necklace. What a beautiful necklace. Penelope Qing Shui glanced at Shewin and asked, "Did you buy this in America?" "Well, to be more precise, I made it myself over there." Shewin pointed at the small pendant on the necklace, which is an ever-frozen ice crystal, formed from ice and a special magical charm. It greatly enhances your magic and ice spells. Thank you. Penelope thought for a moment and then lifted her long hair, fastening the necklace around her fair neck, which had a hint of pink. The cool yet not cold pendant rested against her chest, bringing a peculiar sense of comfort. It's very beautiful, Senior Qing Shui. I estimate that soon, the number of people pursuing you will line up from Hogwarts to the Three Broomsticks. Will you wait for me inside the Three Broomsticks? Penelope casually spoke out, her cherry lips slightly parted, falling into a somewhat cute and dazed state. Zivans clearly did not expect to be teased by the beautiful and spirited senior sister. From the perspective of her long life from the source, Penelope Qing Shui is a good student worthy of guidance and teaching. From the standpoint of Zivan Swift, who matches her external age with her mindset, she is a strict and upright senior sister, and her name is Qing Shui, so she is not at all greasy. Qing Shui tucked a strand of her chestnut-colored long hair behind her ear, then playfully flicked her fingers and gave Zivans a light tap on the head, along with a pair of dismissive eye rolls known as sanitary balls. Forget it, you better not speak, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Thank you for your gift, get some rest early. Watching that graceful figure disappear at the end of the room, Zivans wondered how he got flicked away like that. Gently touching my forehead, I seemed to still catch a faint fragrance left by the graceful hands of my senior. She's truly a wonderful senior now. There is something more pressing that needs attention. Although I find the pitiful little Hermione amusing. After all, she is my good friend, and I can't just watch her sulk. As humans, we have a short lifespan, and there's not much time to waste. So, here is the question. How can we, despite the setbacks, help Gryffindor or little Hermione gain some points? Reflecting on the history of Hogwarts, it is clear that while there has never been an incident as unreliable as the one involving Harry and Ron losing house points, there has also never been a situation where many points were awarded. Looking through the classified Hogwarts records, Shewin finally found the information he needed. After leaving behind the four founders and that tumultuous period, the school history, filled with conservatism, remained as stagnant as still water. The only notable event was the Chamber of Secrets murder case in the 1940s. Oh, not the mundane murder case involving a certain eternally childish student who only shouts and is stuck in a washing machine. The chamber here is more akin to a tool of the crime, with a monster escaping from it. The records of then headmaster Armando Dipet, although full of doubts, suggest that the most reliable analysis or scapegoat was the testimony of Tom Riddle, the then president of the Boys' Student Council, while the pet of half-giant Rubius Hagrid was a major suspect. However, considering the autopsy report of the deceased student Myrtle Warren, which was sent to the Ministry of Magic. She died from the magic of a powerful magical creature, not from the venom of the giant spider that Hagrid kept, as well as the suggestion from Professor Albus Dumbledore, the Transfiguration professor at the time, to give Hagrid a position as a caretaker in the Forbidden Forest as compensation. Although Tom Riddle did not provide the real answer, he offered a way to cover up the incident. Thus, a special contribution award was quietly issued, and house points were awarded in small increments by various professors through classroom activities to minimize the impact. In fact, the only useful information from all this lengthy text is one sentence. The special contribution award can add points, and, depending on the situation, it can add quite a lot. Bingo, the only thing left to do is communicate with that meddling, sister-complex headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. This uproar reached its climax when an owl, half dead and flopping into a coffee cup, was pulled up as it was carrying a bright red magical envelope. For Muggle or half-blood children, this might not mean much. But for those from pure-blood families, it was clear what it was: a howler, a symbol of nightmares. Ron Weasley, I can't believe so many mistakes were made in the first year. I wouldn't be surprised if they expel you. Last night, I received a letter from Hogwarts, and your dad and I would die of shame. We never taught you to do things like this. Even your brothers George and Fred would never make such a mistake. They know very well where that insurmountable red line is. George and Fred, the twin brothers, grinned with their mouths open and teeth showing. What can I say, madam? Can this be seen as your praise for your two sons? It's simply terrifying. Little Ron has already shrunk down under the table. You and Harry could both die. Harry also started to shrink back like Ron, as his own name appeared, which was so embarrassing. It was simply a disgrace to the family. If you dare to make another mistake, I will immediately take you back home. You are the first dropout from the Weasley family. The howler disintegrated into a flurry of paper shreds that floated down, landing on the head of Ron Weasley, who was curled up under the table, his face as red as his hair. The Great Hall fell into silence at first, as Mrs. Weasley's howler had made everyone's ears ring. After a while, whispers and laughter began to fill the hall. The already flustered Cho Chang turned to Cedric and quietly asked, "Isn't it said that Western parents treat their children like friends? Is there no strictness like that in the East? I feel that the psychological shadow of that Gryffindor has probably exploded. If it were someone with poor mental resilience, would they consider suicide? Shiwen really doesn't understand this kind of behavior from parents. Yes, how you discipline and scold your own child is your freedom. But could you not teach your child in public?" He still remembers a few years ago during a walk in the park, a rough mother, after trying to persuade and scold a bratty child for a long time, without success, lifted the child up by one hand and dragged him forward, kicking the child in the butt after a few steps, making the child swing back and forth like on a swing. If it were Shiwen, he would probably never be able to overcome such a shadow in his life. Standing in front of the Order Beast at the principal's office. There's no need to answer Dumbledore's strange fondness for desserts. This is made by that little girl, Roina. So Roina, who has inherited from Shiwen, must have the same bad habit of leaving back doors in whatever she makes. For example, Godric is an idiot, Shiwen whispered. Sure enough, the door opened. What a bad taste. Shiwen recalled that wise girl with her quirky personality. It really suited her character. I don't know what the other passwords are. Salazar is a bit reserved. Or Helga is a wooden one. Professor Dumbledore. As he entered the room, it was clear that Dumbledore had already received his letter and was waiting for him. The old man, with eyes full of the weight of years, yet still bright and piercing, looked through his crescent-shaped glasses at the student who walked in. For Dumbledore, although he had suspected that Shimen was not an ordinary student, he had no actual reference point and was unclear about Shimen's true abilities. During this trip to America, he had been exiled to hell by the wicked Haitian sorcerer, and seeing Shimen effortlessly retrieve them from hell, he figured that he should at least be no weaker than that old Regba. Although Regba was just a minor deity, he was still a deity. Shimen, I've noticed that after dealing with that sorcerer, it seems that the memories related to you in other schools and the Ministry of Magic have become somewhat blurry. Dumbledore crossed his hands, revealing a look of curiosity. Humans cannot observe powers greater than their own, even those of their own kind. Moreover, the subconscious instinctively blurs memories that could pose a danger. After all, if forced to retain such memories, the amount of information could overwhelm a person's mind. Weston looked at the featherless chicken perched on the branch, daring to call itself a phoenix. Oh, after all, the Western Phoenix had once participated in the meat grinder wars against humanoid beings, and the outcome was a curse of defeat. Dumbledore could clearly sense the fear emanating from Fawkes, who was connected to him by heart and soul. It was a fear etched deep within his essence. What could instill such fear in a powerful magical creature with a long lifespan? Fawkes is old now, and it is estimated that it has only about a year left before its rebirth, so you can no longer see its former glory. The glory of the phoenix? In Western literature, which powerful magical creature has not been seen? Does the ancient phoenix know? Back then, it was infinite life that would never age, and nirvana would only exist in times of severe injury, far surpassing the phoenixes of today. I digress. Sheeman coughed twice and said, Professor Dumbledore, think about it. My classmate Hermione Granger and I delved into hell, knowing that the magical world had difficulties, and we rushed to save people as fast as Hong Kong reporters. We made such a significant contribution to the magical world. According to the Hogwarts fundamental law, shouldn't we make a big news announcement and issue some rewards? I think the so-called Special Contribution Award would be nice. A week later, the entire point deduction incident reached a new peak, as Ravenclaw and Gryffindor each gained 150 shiny gems overnight. At least this brought some comfort to the little lions of Gryffindor, as they no longer had to look at the glaring red -1 in the bear funnel. While everyone was discussing curiously, Professor Dumbledore revealed the reason during the dinner. Old Dumbledore stood solemnly at the teacher's podium, his hands spread out like the eagle statue in front of him, and the entire hall fell silent. His sharp eagle-like eyes scanned the audience, nodding in satisfaction, then cleared his throat. In the past 2 weeks, many students may not have been aware of one thing. Representatives from over a dozen magical schools worldwide and personnel from the Ministry of Magic gathered because of a serious issue that relates to each of your lives. Obviously, for the White Wizard Dumbledore, he did not want to talk about the issue of wizard hunters, as it could plant a seed in these young wizards' minds, igniting tensions between wizards and muggles. In the struggle against dark wizards, our classmates, although we do not advocate such behavior, have made significant contributions. In the end, Sheeman Swift and Hermione Granger helped us resolve this matter. Therefore, the British Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts received letters of thanks from various countries. After all, Sheeman, while in hell, casually rescued several others exiled by Regulus, aside from Dumbledore and Snape. Thus, after discussions with the school board, we decided to award them the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award, and each person will receive 150 points for their house. Wow, the entire hall was in an uproar. A student was actually able to fight against dark wizards? It's really amazing, exciting, and dangerous. As for this award, neither Ravenclaw nor Gryffindor will have any objections. Ravenclaw has already secured the championship of the House Cup, and Gryffindor is now like a lion that has been starving for a month, eager to score points. As for the other two houses, Hufflepuff has historically been inseparable from Ravenclaw. A friendly house to Ravenclaw. The little snakes of Slytherin have quieted down after seeing their headmaster Snape actually applaud and congratulate. They seem to have finally let go. The 150-point gap has completely extinguished their hopes of catching up. Perhaps the only one in the entire hall who looks displeased is the blonde boy sitting in the middle of Slytherin, thinking Mudblood's filthy half-breeds, Humph. It's just that Dumbledore likes you. If it were the pure-blood families from back in the day, you would all be dead. Shuan walked up to the podium under everyone's gaze, standing straight and responding to their looks. I didn't want to say anything, but the headmaster insisted I speak. So here it is. You asked me if I support the fight against dark magic. I do support it. However, for you students, remember the most crucial thing. Preserving your life is key. Shuan's serious expression seemed to bring a cold atmosphere to the entire hall. I don't want to comment on the policies of the magical world or the educational tendencies of the school. But you must remember one thing. There's only one attitude towards the enemy, and that is that we cannot coexist. So you should cherish your time at school and enrich yourselves in various ways, understanding the principles of magic, mastering its use, practical applications of magic, etc. Whether it's in charms class, transfiguration class, or even the potentially life-saving herbology and potions classes, each subject has its own charm. You may only learn the basics, but when faced with complex situations, it's about how to flexibly apply those basics. The overall situation in the world seems stable, but look at those native Africans. Or even Romania, which is still considered part of Europe. They can still descend to attacking ordinary people and infants. Therefore, you must always be vigilant. An ancient saying from the East states, do not harbor ill intentions towards others, but always guard against others' intentions. Even if the law punishes offenders afterward, what use is it if you've lost your life? Old Dang actually feels quite awkward. As the leader of the conservatives and the greatest white wizard, he has always pursued a policy of moderation, a policy that continuously weakens the presence of the magical world. He doesn't have a good impression of radicals like Western, but evidently such rhetoric is more appealing to the younger generation. One can only hope he doesn't lead the entire magical world into darkness. What are you playing? Curious Qiu Zhang leaned over and then looked surprised. Is this a communication phone? It's already this small. And I remember that the elders at home used black and white ones. The hammer and sickle symbol on it. Is this a black technology product imported from the evil empire? A curious little baby with 100,000 questions, Xiao Zhang, was fiddling with the phone in his hand when he suddenly thought of a question. With a puzzled little face looking up, he asked, "But I remember that at the magic school, or in places where wizards gather, there would be a special magical field that interferes with electronic devices. So you only need one thing, which is the black technology from the Soviet Union. Large-scale integrated vacuum tube circuit chips. To be honest, in a typical timeline, if turbulence enters, it strongly supports the development of transistor circuits. For example, on the distant Earth M78, a greedy giant named Shalov crossed over to the Cold War period and used his funds to massively support the development of transistors. Rather than continuing the old Soviet ideology that everything could be resolved with vacuum tubes to prevent nuclear war. However, with the madman Sistelo mixing together black technologies salvaged from countless eras, the Soviets claimed that vacuum tubes could also achieve miniaturization. As Qiu Zhang just got in her hands, her phone suddenly vibrated lightly, the screen lit up, and a message appeared. She muttered softly, "Dear Mr. Swift, I am very happy to have met you in America, and if I have the chance to go to France, I will be your guide. Sincerely, Sophie." Seeing it as if her hands had touched something dirty, Qiu Zhang quickly tossed the phone away, and Xiwen reached out to catch it. Although the phone wasn't expensive, if it broke, he would have to ask that guy in Siberia for another one, which would be troublesome. "You actually still have contact with those people in Francistan?" Xiu Zhang had a look of disdain on her face. In this era, because of the existence of Queen Bloody Mary and the closer ties between Britain, the Soviets, and Germany, even after the wave of independence for world colonies, the British Empire still retained a glimmer of glory. Unlike other parallel worlds where the pound was undermined by their brother, the lighthouse, leaving them with nothing. People's thoughts were also healthier. However, things were different next door in France. Those people were misled by the lighthouse after the World War II reconciliation. Even without the support of Britain, this unsinkable aircraft carrier, the lighthouse forcibly opened a second front in France, ultimately splitting the country into Democratic France, which is traditionally known as Vichy France and Federal France, abbreviated as East and West France. Federal France, due to a lack of manpower during the 1970s to 1980s, brought in a large number of people whom even their own country didn't want as cheap labor resources, while the European Treaty Organization, led by the Soviets and Germans, cleared out the ancient toxic remnants, spreading unhealthy ideologies south of the Caucasus, north of Suez, east of Greece, and west of Afghanistan. For instance, a certain leader with an unmentionable name who fled to West Paris to enjoy life while still pointing fingers at domestic riots. France itself has serious ethnic conflicts due to its issues with the Albanian provinces. So when insightful individuals discovered the problem, the maggot had already occupied the southwestern region of federal France through certain unmentionable reproductive means as a weapon. One wonders what Napoleon's spirit, buried on Corsica, thinks every day as he gazes upon the state of his homeland. For these various reasons, in federal France, certain unmentionable groups brought in by the neighbor, Old Wang, have become the correct direction. So far, democratic France still refuses to open the Paris Wall. After all, the people have been educated under both National Socialism and Orthodox Socialism, so their minds are relatively normal. She is probably one of the few rational ones in federal France. Xiwen dared not say much more on this topic. Such a beautiful girl. It's best to remind her to be careful. I heard there was a serious incident in West Paris not long ago. After all, Xiu Zhang grew up in the atmosphere of Chinatown and still has some Easter values. The name Sophie, combined with the riots, made Xiwen feel somewhat uncomfortable. Compared to the Jeanne d'Arc incident, he was even more unwilling to recall this event, the classic case of mob violence in the history of whitewashing. That was in 1789. Mr. Xiwen, this address reminded him of that little girl from the past, the cute one who liked to wear a white long dress. They shared the same name, Sophie. "How did you come over, little Sophie?" Xiwen was very fond of this girl. She had a warm and irresistible charm. Look, these are the pastries I made by hand. Although Dad said they don't look good, the taste is quite nice. Please give it a try." The little girl's black eyes were filled with sincerity, and her face, dusted with flour and cream like a little kitten, added to her cuteness. Xiwen took the oddly shaped pastry, which the little girl had squished in her hands, and popped it into his mouth. "Not bad at all. Sophie, I'll make more for you, but Mom won't let me go to the bakery. I sneak in by myself." Although the little girl spoke as if it were a difficult situation, she tilted her little face up with an expression that seemed to say, "Praise me for how amazing I am. Very impressive. Xiwen praised little Sophie and invited her to his temporary residence in France. After all, as the core palace, the Europa Palace, it was better not to let the little one see the execution pillar at the entrance. Watching the lively and cheerful little girl made Xiwen feel very good. However, he did not expect what outrageous actions this shameless country, which never lacked bottomless mobs, would take to challenge humanity's bottom line. By the time Xiwen found the little girl, it was already too late. He thought that with Louis XVI old guard, he could at least maintain the integrity of his royal family, but the outcome was. One significant reason why Napoleon holds such a high place in the hearts of the French is that during his reign, he finally persuaded His Majesty the Emperor of Europa to agree to fill in the artificial lake in Paris, which was the size of the Bastille and filled with rotten corpses and filthy blood. This suppression clearly told everyone not to attempt to use dirty riots to achieve their goals, while also proving a long-standing legend. The Emperor of Europa indeed exists and commands a vast and terrifying army. Thus, in 1918, even though the entire new Russia was filled with hatred for the old Tsar, the execution was carried out legally. Even Princess Maria, who dedicated herself to the Red Cross, voluntarily surrendered all her wealth accumulated during the Tsarist era, only to be sentenced to perform some labor. The so-called French Great Riot was one of the dirtiest riots in modern human history, but unfortunately, under the countless justifications from the fanatics, phrases like pioneering democracy and creating eternal democracy became truths repeated 1,000 times. Moreover, the newly empowered rulers were all instigators behind those mobs. And history is written by the victors. You have a point. It's best to remind others to prevent bad things from happening. Xiwen felt that although some countries were outside the system he and Cestaro established, they were still human, right? For the French, especially those at the very top of the pyramid, there was a bomb hidden in their hearts. The palace located in the outskirts of Paris, seldom visited by people. This was clear to both democratic France and federal France. So when he received the invitation for President Mitterrand to visit the Europa Palace, Mitterrand felt utterly bewildered. The matters that had been passed down orally during the presidential transition finally came to fruition. What he hated the most were those Jacobins who overthrew Louis XVI and the French royal family. Everyone had seen how the impoverished and nearly collapsing Germany at the end of World War I directly leaped into the Third Reich after King Wilhelm announced the submission to the Emperor of Europa. Before France declared Paris undefended, Pétain and Reynaud had gone to the Europa Palace. But the response they received was that applications for guardianship must be submitted by royal families of various countries. That was quite awkward. In Western discourse, directly entering the topic, over 1,000 years ago, the Europa Palace cleared out a batch of those with abnormal minds. 200 years ago, another batch was cleared. I do not wish for anything bad to happen next. The following matters are up to you. Sitting beside them is the Soviet Extraordinary Commission for Combating Counter-Revolution and Sabotage, abbreviated as Chaika, the second-generation supreme leader, Lavreny Pavlovich Beria, whose gaze, emanating an immense aura that made the entire Soviet Union and Western Europe dare not look directly, swept out from behind his gold-framed glasses, leaving Mitterrand, who wanted to shout slogans, only able to listen to what was being said. The matter is simple. According to my thoughts, if your federal France ultimately becomes Francistan with riots and revolutions, perhaps the French Democratic Republic could take the opportunity to reclaim its homeland. However, after all, you're also human, right? You cannot just watch yourselves being sent to the hellfire by the infidels. Or rather, are you French maidens willing to become those 72 raisins? Anyway, we in the Soviet Union and the German alliance have already accepted the full involvement of Silverwing Security. The topic has once again returned to Silverwing Security, a large and formidable organization that emerged in the 19th century and flourished in the 20th, spreading across the entire world. The organization's sole purpose is that women who accept the Silverwing Security program will not be subjected to any infringement or harm during the years they support Silverwing Security. The events that occurred during the recent riots in Romania once again corroborate this matter. Mitterrand occasionally cast his gaze towards the woman in military attire next to Beria, Venus. This was his only feeling. The only flaw was that the blue, wide-brimmed hat, a high-quality replica of the Chaika, obscured her beautiful face. But just being able to see her smooth, delicate chin and slightly upturned cherry lips gave an astonishing impression. It seemed that she sensed Mitterrand's gaze. As the curve of her lips appeared to rise slightly, and a crisp yet traditional French accent flowed from her lips, "Does President Mitterrand have something to say?" She looked at Mitterrand, her delicate hand gently adjusting the brim of her large hat. Mitterrand seemed startled. The beauty that appeared as if she had stepped out of an ancient Greek sculpture was overshadowed by a grotesque scar running across her right eye, and her clear black eyes were filled with a murderous intent and cruelty. I am the highest responsible person for Silver Wing security in the entire European region. The woman seemed accustomed to the horrified gazes of ordinary people when they first saw her, and continued, "The Silver Wing plan will not interfere in the internal affairs, diplomacy, or society of any country. We are only responsible for killing. If we cannot punish those criminals, we will request the NT troops to act on our behalf." Of course, certain high-ranking politicians may engage in some illegal activities behind the scenes, and they will also face sanctions from Silver Wing security. Negotiation is just a slow drag on. Although according to the customs of the Western culture, negotiation merely involves sending a notice to inform the other party that I am about to take action. Whether you agree or not is your business. Whether I do it is mine. After the negotiation ended, those who had just walked out of the conference hall noticed the man hidden behind Europe. Mitterrand hurriedly saluted and then left in a rush, as did Beria. Although he knew what kind of existence the person in front of him was, Beria was, after all, a person of Sistelo. Western raised his hand, wanting to grab the girl, but then let it drop. After many repetitions, the girl smiled, and the cruelty in her eyes seemed to slightly subside. She took out a crushed cake from the pocket of her military uniform and said, "Mr. Western, goodbye." Alice watched the girl leave from a distance, looking at Western holding the cake. Among everyone, Western was the most averse to modifying the timeline, so he suffered more. Silver Wing security was the force established by that person, and even if Western had to self-destruct, he would only dirty the opponent's collar a little and would still go down with them. However, after these events, Western took the initiative to find him and apply for the Silver Wing plan to be implanted into this world. Western rubbed his eyes and thought, "Alice, you must not have cleaned the house properly. There's a bit too much dust. It's blinding." Hermione touched the silver butterfly hairpin in her long hair, the accessory that gave her warmth and confidence. She only had some incomplete impressions of it. It resembled a positioning device or a signal generator, and it was only given to those women who supported the Silver Wing plan. Women under 18 had to have agreements signed by their guardians and the local 3 powers. She had never seen a member of the Silver Wing organization, as that would mean she had encountered incredibly terrifying trouble. Lost in thought, Xiaozhong quietly reminded them that although this wasn't an official class, they should at least pay serious attention to what Professor Xiwen was passionately discussing in the classroom of the wish-granting room. After all, the knowledge shared by Professor Xiwen was remarkable. Hellori straightened her posture, and her memory drifted back to a book she had once flipped through when Xiwen wasn't paying attention. A hefty volume of strange tales. It contained words she didn't fully recognize, but that somehow gathered in her mind. Inside were various forces from different worlds. Among them, the most powerful and respected, yet also secretly cursed by many, was the Silver Wing organization. Born in a parallel world, the Silver Wing organization was established by a great being eons ago. It sought neither wealth nor power. Its sole purpose was to punish those who committed heinous acts against all, yet remained free from retribution. Every member of the Silver Wing organization was dead. Yes, at first. Hermione was very curious about why they were all dead. Was it through necromancy or some kind of dark magic involving the undead? However, the answers that follow are even more painful. The members of the Silver Wing organization are discovered and invited to join by current members. They must be individuals who are destined to die in other timelines or developments, and their deaths are extremely tragic. Many of the members were rescued just before being killed, but they clearly saw the complete images of their brutal murders. In their hearts, there's only one belief: to kill, to eradicate all subsequent offenders. Many of them ultimately became like soulless machines, executing their final obsession with numbness yet immense joy. Alternatively, they found their spiritual support during their long lives. Several years ago, another great being personally intervened and made large-scale adjustments to the Silver Wing organization. They began to implement the current system, issuing tokens to monitor and protect the holders in real time. Additionally, they no longer acted only after death or when someone was about to die. Instead, they directly imposed divine punishment at the budding stage of the crime. This also sparked the excuse for later resistance against the Silver Wing organization. If a crime has not resulted in actual harm, how can you justify punishment? However, this measure was greatly welcomed by all beneficiary groups. The Silver Wing organization, truly a group of pitiful yet admirable people. Little Hermione shook her head and refocused her thoughts on the teaching demonstration created by Westwind using magic. Recently, it seemed that Westwind discovered that these individuals, after getting accustomed to the existing magical system at Hogwarts, were unable to promptly shift their thinking to learn a new magical system. For example, Hogwarts education is similar to teaching that 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, only telling you that this is the formula rather than teaching students the rules of addition. Therefore, they cannot adjust their magic or flexibly create spells that suit themselves. This is likely the simplest yet most crude approach among the vast magical worlds. For instance, in a distant world called Azeroth, great mages studying magic can apply the principles of arcane missiles to various types of magic. And even some warlocks who have learned magic can use powerful techniques like the splitting chaos arrow. On that ancient path of the Elder Scrolls, magic is equally complex and flexible, with runes, instant spells, continuous casting, and summons. If one were to learn these things one by one, memorizing the sequence in which each spell operates in the magical network, then one would only end up as an elite apprentice for a lifetime. The true journey of a mage involves learning magic, mastering magic, analyzing magic, and constructing magic. Shuin clapped his hands, signaling the end of this lesson. Next week, we will have practical exercises, and I hope that everyone's fireball spell doesn't look exactly the same. Yes, he was teaching the most basic spell for mages, the fireball spell. What is the difference between a mage who can't cast a fireball and a salted fish? Little Hermione huffed and left, while Shuin shook his head, looking at Harry, who had an awkward expression and was just about to approach him. Shuin, I really messed up this time. Hermione, 1T, forgive me. Will she? Harry sat down gloomily, ruffling his hair with both hands, his green eyes filled with regret. Part of your thinking is good, but your actions are basically all wrong. Sorry for being so blunt. Shuin sat on the table in front of Harry, thinking that at least this kid still had some shame. At least there was hope. Unlike that certain Weasley who had been scared by a shout for 2 days and then returned to being carefree. Harry looked up. I was really just worried about the safety of the Philosopher's Stone, and it turned out, last time, you were only worried about the safety of that little dragon. And it turned out, Shuin's words made little Harry slump down on the table and chair like a deflated balloon. Little Harry knew afterward that his behavior was quite inappropriate. But often after reflecting and regretting, when faced with the same situation again, he would mess it up again, rushing in head first. Shuin patted Harry. I can only tell you that this world, and indeed any world, has rules for what should not be done. Even if your intentions are good, if the final result is disliked, then the whole matter is meaningless and wrong. This world only looks at results, regardless of the process. Just like you. No one knows how you defeated Voldemort, and no one cares how much your parents sacrificed. All they know is that Voldemort fell before you, so you're the savior. And this time, there was no result to speak of. All they saw was me bringing so many points down for Gryffindor. So even if my original intention was to resist Voldemort, Harry seemed to be lost in thought. Finally, little Harry sighed deeply and hesitantly expressed his thoughts. Even if I can't guarantee the final result, I will still keep going. There seemed to be a certain determination in his green eyes. What a good little guy. It seems that the achievements he will gain in the future are not without reason. Well, it's time to resolve this. The restless spirit that has caused trouble for a semester should return to where it belongs. The lights in the room of requirement flickered a few times, indicating that someone had entered the room. The Weasley twins, sitting at the far end, quickly got up, hurriedly crumpling the things they were holding to put them away, and then noticed who had come in. Oh, it's you, Shuin. I thought some student with night-walking syndrome had wandered in here or had been discovered by a teacher. The two sat back down, spreading out a piece of parchment that seemed to have been around for some time. The parchment was covered in ink stains and seemed to be continuously condensing, spreading, and transforming into lines and text. Shuin glanced at the parchment. Don't you have a Marauder's map? What's there to be afraid of? Ever since we noticed that you actually don't appear on the Marauder's map, the two of us have basically stopped relying on it. If others find some way to conceal their movements, we would be in trouble. If we get caught, Harry and the others might be in a worse situation. Although we say we don't rely on the Marauder's map much. George is still carefully scanning the map with his wand. It looks like Hermione and Harry just came out of the Gryffindor common room. They're really close together, probably hiding under the invisibility cloak. A couple of days ago, I just heard Ron say that Harry suddenly received his lost invisibility cloak again, with a note to use it when necessary. Wow, even the head girl of Ravenclaw has been convinced by you. You know, tonight's gathering is against school rules, and you actually managed to persuade her. I remember seeing your sister Qing Shui as a symbol of seriousness and fairness. It seems that Percy is interested in her. But after a long time of flirting, Miss Qing Shui still hasn't shown any warmth. Fred suddenly made a lewd expression that all men understand. Could it be that our dear Swift Sweet has made a move on his senior sister? Is it a Maid-Essember romance or a teacher-student relationship? George said seriously, and Fred followed up with, that's the question. Enough is enough. These two guys would start to get silly as they talked. Shuin expressed that he was too lazy to deal with them, Perhaps this is what they call the peculiarities of tech enthusiasts. The big craftsman Mekatok from the neighboring Azeroth was so focused on his research that he ended up ruining his own place. However, Penelope actually coming back did pique Shiwen's curiosity. Sure enough, Shiwen felt a bit of a toothache. His group was stuck in the wish-granted room by Penelope, who was just and fair, citing examples and scolding them without any foul language for their disorganized, undisciplined, and unrestrained behavior, which he referred to as the 3 No's. As she rounded up the 100 millionth retelling of the Hogwarts regulations regarding penalties for nighttime violations, Shiwen raised his hand to interrupt the passionate lecture from Senior Qing Shui, saying that the thief had already reached the Philosopher's Stone, and if they continued, he might escape. Didn't you say that Professor Dumbledore hid it very cleverly? Sister Qing Shui paused, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, staring at Shiwen. Well, no matter how exquisite the safe box is for a desperate robber, if they can't open it, they will run away with the box. They can study how to open it later. At this moment, the door opened once again, and 2 little ones rushed in, panting. Holy cow, I thought I was late. Little Hermione hurriedly tidied up her messy long hair that had gotten tangled under her invisibility cloak. Her bright eyes glanced at Shiwen and Sister Qing Shui beside her. Now, Shiwen revealed a brilliant smile. I announced that the Hogwarts adventure for the 1991 to 1992 academic year begins during this time. I will not provide any support or assistance. And even if you encounter a life or death situation, I may not intervene. Does anyone want to retreat? Squinting slightly, he scanned the people in front of him. This might be their last chance to withdraw. Little Hermione, without saying a word, impatiently kicked her white silk calf and shot a glance at Weston that could be described as a roll of the eyes. Next to her, Senior Qing Shui seemed ready to present 100 insights on the legal system of Hogwarts. Little Harry nervously focused on the engineering alchemical project that was making strange popping sounds as it was being tinkered with. Xiaozhang was whispering, seemingly discussing something. Perhaps the Ravenclaw top students were talking about assignments as the exam period approached. Apart from the Westerners, the only guy who seemed a bit more mature was Cedric Diggory. He scratched his messy hair and said, "To be honest, I think I'm about to set the record for Hufflepuff's first point deduction in decades. But now that it's come to this, let's go. All right, then, finally, let's share a blessing." A saying from the ancient Eastern country. All evil forces are paper tigers. Is this Hagrid's pet? Oh, I have heard the rumors. Many students have reported hearing barking or demonic whispers while passing through the 3rd-floor corridor. I didn't expect there to actually be a 3-headed dog, but it seems that harp was made by the suspect, right? Xiaozhang looked at the snoring monster with a face full of disdain, its mouth dripping with thick, murky saliva. To be honest, only the brainless and reckless Gryffindor students could quickly accept Hagrid. Most people, whether adults or students, would keep their distance from such bizarre preferences. Even a normal fondness for big cats or lions wouldn't pose such a big problem. Opening the trapdoor beneath the 3-headed dog, the dark cave passage seemed to want to swallow them whole. A faint golden light seemed to linger on Xiaozhang's fingertips as she gently touched her forehead and then opened her eyes. In Xiaozhang's sight, everything appeared gray and even blurred, but living objects emitted their own colors. Her companions around her radiated blue light, while the 3-headed giant dog in front emitted dark red and white light, indicating that although it was full of aggression, it was not in an attacking state. This was a type of eye technique called survival instinct. Although it was not as versatile as the life-detecting spell Hermione had learned, it had advantages such as low magic consumption and ease of reception. When Xiaozhang lowered her head to look into the deep cave, dark red strips seemed to be writhing. Just as she was trying to figure out what was happening, a voice came from behind her. Without needing to look, she knew to just jump down. Turning to look, it was Cedric. Cedric continued to explain that this was the devil's snare cultivated by Professor Sprout this year, originally meant to serve as a cushion. Once they jumped down, they shouldn't struggle. The more they struggled against the devil's snare, the tighter it would bind them. Xiaozhang turned her head curiously and asked, "How do you know this?" Cedric rubbed his head, as if recalling a painful past. Every Hufflepuff student had to participate in the maintenance of the greenhouse. After all, this way our house's pitiful points could increase a bit. Fortunately, this year Gryffindor was at the bottom. A malicious gaze seemed to solidify into a tangible resentment. In that moment, he was not fighting alone. At that moment, the spirits of the ancestors possessed him. Cedric jumped decisively into the dark, bottomless pit. Watching a few guys jump down, Siwyn leisurely strolled to the edge of the pit. "Isn't this what you expected, dear Professor Dumbledore? Giving our little Harry ample exercise. Oh, of course, it wouldn't hurt to exercise a few more friends, after all. As the old saying goes, you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket." in the dim candlelight of the castle. The shiny reflective lenses of the crescent-shaped glasses were illuminated. The snoring of the three-headed dog and the not-so-elegant sound of the harp added a touch of eeriness and terror. The old man with white hair stroked his beard and stepped out from behind the wooden door. His sharp gaze, which did not match his appearance, remained fixed on Siwen. After a standoff, the sharpness that was inconsistent with his age gradually faded, revealing a sense of the years and a melancholy. Siwen seemed to faintly hear a low, almost inaudible sigh. I really don't want to. The old man's eyes revealed a look of pain. Once, he was full of vigor, commanding with confidence, dismissing the great dark wizard of his time. But alas, with time and the passing years, that once youthful and ambitious heart was slowly and inexorably worn away. How far can you go? Mr. Swift looked at the boy in front of him. His gaze was not merely fixed on the seemingly teenage figure, but rather on the powerful force hidden behind it, akin to the vastness of the starry sky. With a gentle wave of his finger, a faint magical conduit infused the harp, which seemed on the verge of stopping its performance, with magic causing it to produce even louder music. And the notes seemed more melodious as well. You know, Professor Dumbledore, the most interesting thing in the world is not watching others move forward like puppets under your control, but rather like the hand of God at the beginning of the universe. There's no need to focus on the movement of every single planet every day. Just a gentle nudge is enough. Isn't the process of their own evolution afterward even more fascinating? Two people stood at the entrance of the dark cave, watching the faint light flickering below, which seemed to be the effect of Autumn Zhang's light magic, or perhaps Hermione's fire magic. It was also possible that Cedric had some methods passed down within Hufflepuff to deal with the devil's snare. They were the hope, at least the hope of this earth. What we did was merely to prevent any unwarranted external forces from appearing during their growth. Watching the old man's figure gradually fade away, Siwen shook his head. He did not expect that his few words could influence a mindset that had lived for about 150 years, an antique in terms of humanity. When they reached the bottom of the cave, they indeed saw the bright red flames dancing in Hermione's hand, the heat and light dispelling the devil's snare at the cave's bottom. As wizards, you should not rely on having something to step on underground. This time it was just the devil's snare, but what might it be next time? A pitfall trap? A venom trap? The Western scholar commented on the first trap. Then his gaze fell on Qiuzhang. Qiuzhang's bright black eyes seemed to be pondering something. Then he showed a slightly awkward expression. I realized that I should cast a levitation spell on everyone. Little Hermione was also lost in thought. After all, the two of them had studied that magic. At that moment, a sharp scream came from the room next door. The lively twin brothers had clearly run into the next room. The sound was so piercing that it reminded one of a long-extinct profession in an ancient Eastern civilization that served the royal family. With a loud bang, George smashed the door, leading to the second challenge. What the hell was that? It seems to be some kind of flying insect or bird, right? Fred was also slumped against the door, bent over and breathing heavily. He raised his hand, and a strange thing that he didn't seem to recognize was struggling in his grip. What was it? Little Harry curiously asked. Is it some kind of key? Fred indeed held a key in his hand, but strangely, it had a pair of tiny wings, constantly flapping like the golden snitch, struggling in vain. Fred and I arrived at that room, where countless of these things flew back and forth in the air. George seemed to still be a bit nervous. Have you been out to sea? Like a school of sardines migrating in the sea, those keys were wildly flying in the air. Fred continued to describe. And then we noticed that one of the keys had a very strange shape. Yes, this one. It looked like it was struggling to keep up with the rest of the group. So I used a summoning spell to call this key into my hand. The other keys seemed to completely ignore me and Fred, but once Fred got hold of this key, the keys went into a frenzy and attacked me like a startled flock of birds. Penelope picked up the key with her hand and felt it, revealing a disdainful smile typical of a top student. This should be Professor Flitwick's handiwork. Although according to George and Fred's description, there are quite a few of them. Their attack power shouldn't be high, and they are relatively fragile. Casting an area of effect spell should be enough. Leave it to me. Why does it feel like the senior sister is starting to exude a queenly aura? George Fred quietly stepped aside as the door creaked open. As the wooden door slowly swung open, the swarm of flying keys seemed ready to rush down. A massive surge of magical power flowed forth. A breath of frost surged around her, and then expanded like a force field, turning everything it touched into a snow-white frozen world. Those tiny keys clearly couldn't withstand this level of magical attack. Some even became brittle from the freezing and shattered upon hitting the ground. Surprising. Ximen stared at it, as if he had seen an interesting toy. I always thought that our senior Qing Shui was a top student, but unexpectedly, he is not just a bookworm, but a genius. The ice magic spells like Ice Prison, Ice Spear, and Ice Thorn, although powerful, clearly have a completely different release scene. Thank you for the compliment. The principle of the explosion magic, combined with the power of ice magic, can simply be described as expelling magic from within oneself, centered on oneself like a sphere. Senior Qingshui's lips curled slightly, her arms crossed in front of her chest. The key had been cleaned, and we could enter the next room. Her eyes seemed to still carry the residual magic from the previous ice and snow spells, appearing even more aloof. Fred decisively ran to the wooden door, twisted the key, and his sycophantic attitude was evident. Senior Qingshui, after you, a completely different room presented itself before everyone, as if returning to a medieval battlefield, where tall soldiers with explosive cold weapons stood in the room, starkly contrasted in black and white. Wow! Little Harry had seen many exquisite sculptures in the castle, but he had never felt the oppressive atmosphere created by this dense cluster of enormous sculptures. He gently flicked the long sword held by the bent-over sculpture beside him, producing a crisp metallic sound. In the candlelight of the room, it even reflected a faint glow, indicating that it was not merely decoration. This is... Senior Qingshui Pinello looked around, her mouth twitching continuously, and then helplessly covered her face with her hand. Although this place is a masterpiece of transfiguration, likely cast by Professor McGonagall, the design of this space is undoubtedly, without a doubt, the work of Professor Flitwick, that terrible chess enthusiast. There is a strange phenomenon in this world. The less one knows, the more fanatic they become. At Ravenclaw, many people know that Professor Flitwick is particularly obsessed with wizard chess, even preserving a collector's edition of Wizard Chess made by the Master Albus Dumbledore himself. Considering the meager salary of Hogwarts professors after providing food and accommodation, many Ravenclaw students believe he must have invested his life savings into it. Senior Qingshui stood in the empty space between two rows of sculptures, pointing at the white sculpture opposite, and if I'm not mistaken, this is a giant wizard chess set. To pass through here, we must win against the opposing pieces. Little Harry covered his head. He had hardly ever come into contact with wizard chess. And although wizard chess is quite similar to the international chess played by Muggles, given Dudley's disproportionately large brain capacity, how could he have had the chance to play such a game? If Ron were here, that would be great. He is quite a skilled wizard chess player. Harry selectively forgot that the guy named Ron Weasley had once foolishly attempted to challenge Seaman Swift's wizard chess and ended up being defeated to the point of being unable to take care of himself. Questioning his life. What is that? Following the direction of a certain lowly's fair-skinned finger. A soft and fluffy little lamb wriggled in the hands of George and Fred's twin brothers, even letting out adorable ba-ba sounds. Fred pulled out a round-brimmed top hat from somewhere, announcing, "Don't miss out, folks." An automatic mechanical puppet, exploding sheep, blue quality, hardware item, don't miss it. The cute little sheep jumped from Fred's arms to the ground, then waddled forward on its short, stubby hooves, its bright black eyes paired with a silly expression exuding a charm that made women scream and men cry, known as cuteness. The aloof yet not greasy Senior Penelope merely glanced over, then huffed and turned away, seemingly unimpressed by such things. Although her occasional peeking and the way she twisted her legs to suppress her impulses revealed her pink, soft heart. Qiu Zhang's eyes had already begun to sparkle. She ran towards the direction the little lamb was heading, seemingly reaching out to pick up the lost lamb. Boom! Qiu Zhang stood there pitifully, her face frozen in a dazed expression of being enchanted by the cute creature, but her vacant eyes indicated she had fallen into an ancient philosophical dilemma. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? No laughing. Little lowly Hermione fiercely stepped on someone's foot, then took out a wet wipe from her pocket and gently handed it to the almost wooden-faced Qiu Zhang, so she could wipe the black soot off her face. However, the Weasley twins, George and Fred, were already laughing so hard they couldn't stand up straight. They were two of a kind, celebrating their successful prank with high fives. It was obvious that this self-exploding sheep was meant to tempt a few naive girls, so it was intentionally adjusted to lower its power while increasing the black soot and color explosion. What the hell is this? Hermione's lips twitched as she silently swore that she would absolutely, definitely never come into contact with products made by the Weasley twins. Of course. Who knows what promises the future holds? Since you asked sincerely, we will generously tell you. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, to maintain peace at Hogwarts, and to uphold the brilliance of science and magic, the lovely and charming engineering genius. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A golden hammer radiating brilliant light smashed down on George's head, but due to the user's lack of strength, it only caused George a brief headache and momentary dizziness. Qiu Zhang, whose face was already smeared like a calico cat, pouted as he waited for the two villains, casually giving a pair of beautiful eye rolls to a guy pretending to be invisible. To his surprise, Xiaozhang had already managed to mimic a similar holy light skill like the Hammer of Justice, although for a child. A physical holy light hammer was way too burdensome in terms of magical reserves and mental control. It was merely a phantom. It seemed that anger truly was humanity's primary driving force. I wonder if adding a few more flames would cause the little lowly to sprout wings and transform into a vengeful bird person, entering a mode where she could win just by rolling her face on the keyboard. Watching the Weasley brothers scatter their backpacks, a swarm of engineering puppet sheep descended, and the little chick waddled over, though no one doubted the power of these adorable creatures. The loyal white soldier in the front was quickly surrounded by 3 or 4 sheep, and before it could swing its sharp blade, it was already blown to pieces. The silent basement, due to the stone walls and being sealed, was filled with deafening explosions and thick smoke. The Weasley brothers, fearing they wouldn't have enough explosive puppets, pulled out various precious items sparking with fire from their pockets, shouting, "Take my engineering megabomb and feel the wrath of the Weasleys." Clearly, they were having a blast. Below a certain level, this mindless gunpowder approach is indeed excellent. No matter how skilled one is, a single shot can take them down. It's not bragging, as long as the target is not cautious, except for those at Dumbledore's level. At least half of the wizards would likely not have time to draw their wands in the face of firearms, let alone defend or counterattack. Westerners do not want their wizards to end up like the Dalaran scrubs from neighboring Azeroth, squatting behind tanks, focusing fire, and being turned to ashes by the Burning Legion's bosses with a laugh. The ideal model is at least someone like Kael'thas, who, as a Blood Elf prince, wields the 7 ancient weapons of the Sunstrider dynasty and excels in everything from swords, spears, axes, and bows to magic. A mage who cannot fight in close combat is not a competent spellcaster, and a priest whose output cannot surpass that of a warrior is not a qualified healer. Although, according to the laws of the 5 elements, the dog can secretly counter the steady and reckless, the harmonious, and the dog. It has been discovered by 2 philosophers from the Kemperlu Star region that as long as one masters the essence of recklessness, no one can rival a toxic healer. As for the so-called recklessness being countered by steadiness, as long as the magic power is high, it's uncertain who will outlast whom. Accompanied by the crunching sound of broken stones underfoot, the group finally arrived at the next room. It was vaguely clear that they were about to face the challenge from the venomous bat, Professor Snape. The little wizards who rushed into the next room tragically discovered that before the strong smell of gunpowder on their bodies had dissipated, a powerful stench already assaulted their senses. They had no choice but to pull up their long robes to cover their mouths and noses, squinting through eyes watering from the pungent odor to assess the situation in the room. In the flickering, dim candlelight swaying in the room, a massive body occupied more than half of the space. A giant creature. The little wizard's eyes widened. Although the giant troll was not as invincible as a giant, its magical resistance and strength posed a significant challenge for the wizards. However, fortunately, judging by the almost motionless body, the coagulated blood on its forehead, and the exaggerated swelling, this troll had already lost its combat ability. The little wizards, holding onto a glimmer of hope, quickly bypassed the thick, festering leg and pushed open the door to the next room. The last one walking, little Hermione, seemed to pause slightly, her gaze sweeping over the troll's corpse. Her right hand trembled gently, and a faint, dark purple glow briefly appeared before vanishing without a trace. The girl seemed as if nothing had happened and quickly stepped over the threshold into the next room. What a huge troll! Harry, dropping his robe, exclaimed that it was even scarier than the giant monster we saw in the basement last Halloween. But fortunately, he suddenly turned pale, and little Harry realized that someone had already gone inside before them. Who could it be? Voldemort, still that servant hidden within. Earlier, we had already experienced Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff's Devil's Snare, Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw's Flying Keys, and Professor McGonagall of Gryffindor's Transfiguration chess pieces. We thought we were only facing Professor Snape's riddle, but unexpectedly, there was also Quirrell's defense against the dark arts. Everyone began to examine this small room, this quiet and unique little room. A rich herbal fragrance wafted through the air, but unfortunately, it was mixed with some sticky, unidentifiable scent coming from the rows of potion ingredients in bottles and jars. In the center of the room was a table, neatly arranged with a row of 7 differently shaped bottles. Next to the bottles was a rolled-up piece of paper. The little wizards entered in succession, and when the last person stepped inside, purple flames suddenly erupted, blocking their way back. At the same time, black flames blazed at the threshold leading to the next room, clearly indicating that this path was also closed off. So this was the clue. The scroll flew over, and little Hermione gently waved her wand. The rolled-up paper next to the bottles on the table flew into her hand. She began to read softly. Danger ahead, safety behind. No matter what, there are only two that can help you. Among the 7 of us, one can lead you forward, another will send you back, 2 only contain nettle wine. And the last 3 are quietly hidden assassins. Choose wisely, unless you want to stay here forever. To assist you, we have provided 5 clues. First, no matter how cleverly the poison is hidden, it can always be found to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the bottles on either side are different. But if you want to move forward, they're all useless. Third, as you can see, the bottles are all different, but there is no sign of death among the dwarfs and giants. Fourth, the second from the left and the second from the right may look different, but they have the same effect when tasted. Fifth, this is Hogwarts. What the heck? Is this Snape's riddle? Harry was feeling confused, scanning the surroundings. Autumn Zhang and Cedric seemed to be deep in thought, while senior sister Qing Shui's eyes sparkled with a light called wisdom. Little Hermione sighed softly, and then a cute smile appeared on her lips. Clearly, these people seemed to understand something. What were George and Fred doing? Harry turned his head and looked over. This is African tree snake skin. George, this thing is worth a galleon, right? Fred, look at these, the vampire ashes used last time. Wow. And this black heart, could it be the legendary heart of a fallen angel? It's time to get rich. These two are hopeless. Harry shook his head helplessly. Little Hermione confidently picked up the round bottle on the far right and the smallest one. This is a puzzle, an ancient logic problem. These two are the potions for moving forward and backward. She frowned slightly, but there was very little potion. How could it be enough for these people? That year, I was 14, and Fred was also 14 that year. We watched the great savior Harry Potter go to the meeting alone. You two have had enough. George and Fred were clearly about to provoke the crowd's anger, as everyone looked concerned at Harry, who had voluntarily asked to go to the next room and drink the potion. Just as Harry was about to step over the black flames, his body suddenly trembled violently, and he curled up on the cold stone floor, clutching his stomach. Is it poisonous? Hermione looked at Harry in disbelief. Her small hand, clutching the scroll of riddles, had turned pale. Did I cause Harry's death? A cool hand rested on the girl's shoulder. And both the method and the answer to the riddle were correct, unless the riddle and the answer did not correspond at all. As a representative of wisdom, Ravenclaw's senior sister's words brought a slight sense of calm to Hermione's heart, though she still nervously watched Harry. Autumn exhausted her limited magical power, continuously using the golden light to dispel the darkness around Harry, but there was no response at all. Cedric's hand danced with a green natural aura, using it to soothe Harry's chaotic body. This is Hogwarts. George frowned, suddenly remembering something. Looking at the familiar ingredients, mud crab shells, vampire ashes, and so on, could it be that they needed to brew a potion to cure diseases? Although they specialized in engineering, they also had a considerable grasp of alchemy. Fred suddenly spoke up, drawing the attention of those around him to the strange glasses he was wearing, the master craftsman's goggles. The potion in Harry's bottle is not a medicine. If I'm not mistaken, one of the ingredients is indeed a potion of flames, while the other is a long-lost enhancement potion, the pinnacle of potion making after the era of alchemy. It has no harmful effects on Harry's body, but when it expands the magical veins within him, it can cause intense pain. In other words, because it is an enhancement potion, both Qiu Zhang and Cedric's treatments target the harmful components in the body and cannot dispel or stop this potion. The only thing that can be done is to use another potion, the neutralizing potion recorded in alchemy, a complex ingredient potion reserved for the nobility that can eliminate the side effects of other potions. However, because that neutralizing potion is sometimes more expensive than the main potion, it gradually faded from the flow of history. A simple alchemical table made through engineering was brought out by Fred, while George searched for the raw materials for the potion according to the blueprint. The colorless, tasteless, formless, and imperceptible neutralizing potion, visible only to the clever, was created in George's hands. He signaled Fred to pry open Harry's mouth and poured the potion down his throat. Soon, Harry stopped struggling and lost consciousness. Ending the book. Cough, cough. Harry coughed a few times, feeling as if the intense pain just now was a dream. Fred quietly said, I can't imagine how self-torturing those who lost the legacy of alchemy and still use this enhancement potion must be. In a cold, dark basement office, an old bat sneezed several times. Seeing Harry appear quite spirited and showing no after-effects, the young wizards looked towards the porch leading to the end. You can do it. Harry, Tom Riddle, an orphan, a product of generations of cousin marriages combined with pure-blood muggles. As is well known, Cousin marriage is a widespread practice among traditional nobility and in the wizarding world to filter bloodlines. The power hidden in the blood may combine and explode to strengthen the strong, but can also trigger latent diseases. No one knows how the woman who collapsed at the orphanage door on that stormy night felt, but the moment she awaited the birth of her child before dying, the smile on her face, tormented by illness and weakness, and the choice to name her child after the man who never loved her. Perhaps Tom Riddle translated into mysterious Eastern characters should be called Ting Bihu. Harry wrapped himself tightly in his clothes and gritted his teeth as he passed through the black flames. Aside from his vision going dark, he did not feel the heat or touch of the flames. Harry quickly scanned the room, looking for possible mechanisms, Harry gasped in disbelief as he looked ahead. This was not Snape, nor the dark-robed Voldemort he encountered in the Forbidden Forest at night. It was merely a silhouette that made Harry exclaim, "Quirrell, of course it's me. I've always been curious if I would run into you here, Harry Potter." A strange, sharp, cold voice, completely unlike the usual stuttering, pitiful tone, came from the front. Quirrell, with his head wrapped in heavy cloth, didn't even turn around. But Harry saw Quirrell's sneer reflected in the mirror of a Reist standing in front of him. "It really is you, the one from Quidditch that day, it's you." Harry seemed to feel the mist in front of him dissipate. He remembered someone's assessment of Snape. Snape would never harm Harry. It seemed that his previous dark suspicions about Snape had been overblown. "Oh, I didn't expect that the fierce old bat would be in front. And there are still people who could doubt the poor, stuttering Professor Chelou?" Kylo's face suddenly twisted in a grimace. "If it hadn't been for that filthy mud creature's flames interfering with my spell last time, you would have been dead long ago." "Filthy? Mud creature?" A little Loli's pale red light gradually turns into blood red and golden. "Oh, dark dragon sleeping in the crimson lotus flames, please use your roar to burn my enemies." The flame-congealed dragon roared and shattered the ropes that Quirrell had cast towards Harry with his wand. Quirrell's eyes turned fiercely malevolent. He might not kill Harry Potter directly. After all, he had to leave him for his master. However, other young wizards were not within this consideration. Hermione quickly whispered a chant. "O source of all power, infinite earth of motherhood, gather in my hands to become my strength." Beneath Quirrell's feet, the fire element was crazily gathering, even breaking the elemental balance and dispersing the other elements that were drifting in the air. A crimson magic circle emerged. Although Quirrell lacked combat experience, he could tell that this magic circle beneath him was not a good sign. Just as he was about to jump away, green vines burst forth from the ground, wrapping around him. Although they quickly withered from the black mist emanating from Quirrell's body, the green vines successfully hindered him for 5 seconds. In that brief moment, the flame magic circle blossomed into the most beautiful red lotus. Little Hermione hummed softly, retracting her fingers that commanded the elemental power, gently tossing her long hair. Deep within her thick hair, a few strands were vibrant red, while the tips were somewhat grayish-white. Clear water discreetly supported little Hermione. For a first-year student, chanting 2 advanced spells in succession was clearly not an easy task. She had exhausted too much magical power and physical strength. "You have angered me, dirty bastards." A roar emerged from the black smoke of the explosion, and, as the smoke dimmed, the young wizards noticed that something terrifying seemed to be revealed under the disheveled scarf of Quirrell. Quirrell's voice unexpectedly sounded at the same time. "Master, you are not strong enough." Indeed, this time it transformed into the familiar stuttering, pitiful voice of Professor Quirrell. However, that hoarse voice rang out once more, and this time Quirrell did not refute it, for he knew he had no right to refuse a second time in front of that great one. As that hoarse voice echoed, the entire room was enveloped in a sinister atmosphere, and the young wizards felt as if their hearts had been hammered multiple times and then surrounded by needles. Most severely affected was our little Harry, who felt as if he were possessed by a ghost from Eastern legends. Every muscle became numb, and he wanted to move, but couldn't budge an inch. He wanted to scream loudly, but could not make a sound, only able to stare wide-eyed at what lay before him. Quirrell's scarf had been wrapped very tightly, as if a spittoon had been placed on his head. But as he completely unraveled the scarf, the young wizards were astonished to find that his head was very small. Quirrell slowly turned around, and Harry's pupils constricted violently. There was actually a face on the back of Quirrell's head. What kind of face was it? Perhaps the most terrifying human face in the world? Pale skin as white as chalk, red demonic eyes, and a hole that seems to have been torn in the middle of the face to serve as a nose. The whole person looks almost like a snake's face. "Harry Potter, look at what I've become." In the roar, Harry felt as if his feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Hidden in the shadows and mist, I could only exist in the form shared with other lives. always having some desire to enter the hearts and minds of those around me. Quirrell stepped back, bringing Voldemort's face closer to Harry. You also saw the loyal Quirrell drinking the unicorn's blood for me in the Forbidden Forest to restore me. Once I have the Philosopher's Stone, I can successfully prolong my life, recreate, and possess my own body. Voldemort advanced step by step towards Harry, his cold red eyes filled with malice and chaos. There is no doubt that the seemingly shrewd, yet actually incredibly foolish Dumbledore has allowed you to enter here. So you are the key to obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, his new generation of chess piece. Come on, Harry, don't struggle in vain, ultimately ending up like your parents, begging for my mercy. Fraud. Harry finally mustered the courage to retort. You are really brave, just like your father, just as courageous, foolishly rushing to your death under my wand. Join me. Even if you don't care about your own life, do you not care about the lives of those little wizards behind you? Harry was suddenly startled. He turned around and saw that his companions seemed to tremble under the fear and darkness brought by Voldemort's appearance, their faces pale. Darkness seemed to engulf everything, driving away hope. So dark, so cold. The girl curled up, wrapping her slender arms around herself, feeling that all the beautiful things were drifting away from her. Just like that day, she struggled desperately, but in front of those school bullying groups, she was powerless to resist, only adding to their amusement. And, at home, those old men, corrupted by the worst parts of ancient Eastern civilization, didn't care at all, not even willing to complain to the school for her. Perhaps in their eyes, as long as she obediently listened and completed their assembly line processing steps, becoming a qualified marriage product, she would fulfill her mission. Until the year she turned 11, when she received a letter from an owl, the ancient and magical Western magic. The kind-looking old woman persuaded the family's stubborn old men with just a blank piece of white paper, and for the first time, she felt help. Remembering the old woman's name, Professor McGonagall, she was grateful to be sorted into Ravenclaw, where there were no schemes or plots, no noisy chaos to disrupt her studies. She could immerse herself in this magical world wholeheartedly. Moreover, with the help of a Ravenclaw senior, Seawyn, who was a year older than her, the young witches and wizards quickly adapted to life at Hogwarts. Beautiful Hogwarts. It seemed that a glimmer of light was gradually emerging from the depths of the girl's heart, shrouded in darkness. Where is this? A blinding golden light enveloped the space, creating a stark contrast with the previous darkness, making it difficult for the girl to adjust. She squinted for a long time before slowly opening her eyes. She surveyed her surroundings, a hexagonal, spacious room with walls that were a silvery white, reflecting intense brightness. Looking up, she couldn't see where the ceiling was. Only a bright orb high above was gazing down at her. Indeed, at this moment, Qiuzhang had a clear sense that the light was watching her. Warmth, comfort, all the beauty of the world. The whispers in her ears. Yes, ever since she received that golden inheritance from Qiuzhang, Qiuzhang had been tormented by whispers almost every day. And now she finally understood the source of the whispers. It was this collective of sacred light. The light seemed to be drawing closer, embracing her body, cleansing her soul. That supreme existence. Accept it, pledge loyalty to it. Power, warmth, and light would always accompany her. Qiuzhang stared blankly at the descending light, her young heart being continuously eroded. Yes, eroded by the seemingly magnificent power of the sacred light. Power is a means to achieve goals. Do not treat power as your goal. Ethereal words floated from deep within the girl's memory. They were Qiuzhang's teachings during an extracurricular training session. The last shred of mental strength, though constantly threatened to collapse by the impact of the sacred light, held on like a sturdy shield, fiercely guarding the girl's heart. Qiuzhang closed her eyes, serene as if in slumber. After a while, the corners of her mouth curled up, and she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her beautiful gaze filled with confidence, determination, and hope. Mortal, a mere mortal, you have no chance to refuse. The warm, holy light suddenly transformed from gentle to sharp and scorching, burning everything in the space and forcing itself upon the girl's fragile body. Beneath that blazing holy light, wisps of shadow floated. Qiuzhang gently closed the book in her hands, absorbing the arrogant, holy light into it. The once dark and obscure book seemed to come alive. And even without a title written on it, the girl softly read aloud, Codex of Order. The Codex of Order absorbed that holy light collective, projecting its memories into the void. Qiuzhang sighed, thinking of the poor race from that otherworldly continent, which had struggled through hardships to achieve some development. A prince of the tribe explored the outer space living environment for his people, delegating a significant portion of his power to his most trusted person. Yet that most trusted individual became lost on the path of power, seduced by the Holy Light Collective, kneeling and pledging loyalty to the prince's enemies, ultimately betraying him. Interestingly, another person, who was obsessed with dark power and should have fallen and betrayed much earlier, remained by her prince's side until death. There is always something despicable about the pitiful. Traitors are creatures that will never be accepted, neither by enemies nor allies, and will receive no sympathy or acceptance. The words of the female traitor pledging allegiance to the Holy Light Collective were nauseating, prompting Chiao to extinguish the Codex of Order and leave that space. After casting out a burst of the Holy Spring, Chiao found that she no longer needed to dispel the mist from Voldemort, as her companions had all regained consciousness. Cedric seemed to have gone to a place called the Emerald Dream in the darkness, where an old man with green hair and deer antlers watched the playful priest and demon hunter, imparting wisdom to Cedric. To live well, one must embrace a bit of green, a lesson from the great druid on life's insights and the highest principles of botany. Hermione appeared to be adapting well to the negative black energy from Voldemort, though no one noticed that her hair had gained a few more strands of golden and gray-white mixed together. For the carefree Weasley twins, it seemed that nothing could affect them or trigger their negative emotions. Even when a loved one was hurt, they focused on how to solve the problem rather than wallowing in self-pity or crying helplessly. Senior Qing Shui appeared to violently disperse the black mist around her with a snowstorm, though the side effect was that everyone in the room shivered even more due to the cold temperature. The Holy Spring's essence and ability to dispel negative energy were quite evident, and soon the room was once again filled with light. Shuan felt he might have underestimated this younger student, who could resist the Holy Light Collective and Neru's whispers at such a young age. According to the universal law of equivalence, in countless universes, the greater the light, the greater the darkness that accompanies it. The Holy Light Collective was, in fact, a light-dark collective, always attracting the unsuspecting onlookers with the light side, while eroding their hearts with dark power until they became the new slaves of the collective. Thus, in many parallel universes, attacking and destroying the spread of holy light, especially targeting the Church of Light, is a common understanding among the protagonists. Back to our current protagonist. Our little Harry accidentally tripped while retreating, and Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, had already caught him. Ding! A colorful flash surrounded him, and Harry felt his belt warm up. He looked down to see that the gems on his belt had already dulled since Christmas. The limited invincible belt can block a fatal blow for you, a conscience clearance sale, 15 galleons each, customizable in color and length. Is this what the legendary capitalist, who would even sell in news for profit, looks like? Kilo let out a sharp wail, as if his hand had been cursed or burned upon touching Harry's, starting to develop blisters of various sizes, and his skin began to turn gray. My hand! What have you done? Catch him quickly, you idiot! Kill him, kill them! Leaving with the mirror under Voldemort's orders, the sounds of reprimand and Quirrell's voice mixed together, making the room seem very noisy. Just as Quirrell raised his hand to curse Harry, Cedric's wind spell interrupted his incantation, blowing Quirrell away from Harry. Senior student Qing Shui downed a bottle of deep blue magical potion to replenish her previous magical consumption, softly chanting as a force of ice wrapped around Quirrell's legs. Although her deep freeze should have been able to freeze the enemy completely, she was only 15 years old, and her magic level was too low. George and Fred pulled out a big treasure from their space pocket, a goblin mortar, and shouted, "Eat my big bomb!" A deafening roar, full of power. In the end, a mental lash from Qiu Zhang dealt multiplied damage, causing both Quirrell and even Voldemort to scream in agony. The little wizards looked at her in disbelief, making the girl feel a bit shy yet proud, puffing up her rather useless small chest. The mental lash, a holy light spell specifically designed to target souls, particularly had remarkable effects against evil souls. Voldemort's soul was inherently evil, and the worst part was that it was also incomplete and severely damaged, which led to Qiu Zhang's strike, which might have only been a tickle, exploding into tons of damage. Little Harry noticed that Quirrell would develop blisters upon contact with his bare skin, taking damage, and he struggled to get up and lunge towards Quirrell, gritting his teeth against a severe headache, grabbing Quirrell's face, with wails and roars in his ears, and before him, darkness gradually fell, but this time, it was not the dark power causing it, but rather that he could no longer hold on. Warm as a mother's embrace. Like a hatchling seeing its first ray of sunlight, little Harry felt all his skeletal muscles relax, softly humming in comfort, squinting to observe his surroundings. White walls, white sheets, white blankets, white curtains. Harry gradually realized his location, He was in the hospital wing adjacent to the Hogwarts library, in a snowy environment. An old man with a snow-white beard smiled at Harry. Harry hurriedly tried to get up, but his soft body had no strength to move. Professor Dumbledore looked kindly at Harry. "Good afternoon, Harry. No need to get up. You need to rest now." Harry stared at his headmaster. And suddenly the memories from before his fainting flooded into his mind. "Professor, it's Quirrell. Quirrell is there. The Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone." "Calm down, Harry." "My dear, what you were talking about has already passed." Dumbledore gently replied to Harry. "Quirrell did not obtain the Philosopher's Stone." "Then what about my friends? They're okay, right?" Harry carefully stared into Dumbledore's eyes, trying to discern the specifics from the wisdom and weariness hidden behind the half-moon glasses. "Harry, relax. No one is hurt." "If you keep making such a fuss, I'm afraid Madame Pomfrey will throw me out," Dumbledore said. Harry swallowed and looked around. The quiet room had only a few medical beds, and on the bedside table next to his bed was a mountain of snacks and beautifully wrapped gifts, some of which had already slid down the little hill. Dumbledore decisively changed the subject, pointing at the pile of gifts and showing a surprisingly envious expression for someone of his age. "All of this is from your friends and admirers. Everything that happened between you and Professor Quirrell in the dungeon is completely a secret. Of course, the so-called secret is ultimately something that everyone will know. The brave Harry Potter is famous throughout the school once again." The old man picked up a box with his hand. "George and Fred were originally planning to give you a toilet seat, as they thought it would make you happy. Unfortunately, our diligent Madame Pomfrey deemed it unsanitary and confiscated it." He continued, "If I were to go on for a million words, you would complain about copying, and if I don't write down the main storyline, it won't be complete." As Harry made his way to the Great Hall, he spotted his Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Wood, who seemed to be moving like a lifeless cement statue. The aura of despair surrounding him made Harry hesitate to approach and ask what had happened. Just then, he saw the coming George and Fred twin brothers, who also noticed Wood and quietly pulled Harry aside. "Thank goodness you didn't participate in the last Quidditch match. Hey, Harry, don't think your injury didn't lead to anything. We were brutally slaughtered by the Ravenclaw team. They had such agile seekers, and they forced a score of 200-30 against us. Even if you had caught the golden snitch, it wouldn't have mattered." After that match, Wood seemed as if he had died, standing on the field until late at night. We thought he wanted to take root on the pitch. Bypassing the half-dead Wood, Harry and the others entered the Great Hall, the noise almost pushing little Harry out. Everyone was talking loudly and freely with those around them, discussing the end of the school year and the upcoming holidays. When Harry walked in, the hall suddenly fell silent for a moment before erupting into noise again. Harry pretended not to see the gazes of the crowd and walked toward the empty seat in Gryffindor, sitting next to Ron and Hermione. He noticed someone even tiptoeing to look at him. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore soon entered, and with his iconic gesture, reminiscent of an eagle spreading its wings, the entire room instantly quieted down. "Another year has come to an end," Dumbledore began in a deep, powerful voice. "Before we start our delicious dinner, please listen to the words of this elder." The most anticipated House Cup needed to be awarded, and the scores were as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 272 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, 422 points. 2nd place, Slytherin, 472 points. 1st place, Ravenclaw, 576 points. Earlier, Harry had deducted points, and Hermione and Seamus each added 150 points. The blue flag floated down from the high ceiling, and the entire hall turned a blue tone. The little wizards of Ravenclaw did not smash cups or turn tables in wild celebration like other winning houses in previous years. Instead, there was a subtle, genuine sense of pride on their faces. Under Seamus's lead, the Ravenclaw students raised their cups in salute, accepting congratulations from the other 3 houses. However, although it couldn't change much, there were some extra points we needed to consider, especially regarding a recent event. Dumbledore's words quieted the hall once again. It is well known that a few days ago, a group of brave and fearless students undertook an adventure, driven by a desire to protect Hogwarts. Firstly, Mr. George and Fred, you two are the most outstanding engineering researchers I've seen over the years, and your multiple solutions to problems have impressed me greatly. Each of you will earn 50 points for Gryffindor. Secondly, Mr. Cedric from Hufflepuff, with his calm thinking in the face of difficulties and skilled application of botany knowledge, hopes to pave a new path for herbalism. For this, he receives 50 points. Thirdly, facing fierce flames and cool-headed thinking against enemies, Miss Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, embodying the spirit of Ravenclaw, receives 50 points. Fourthly, courage is the best symbol of Gryffindor, and Mr. Harry Potter perfectly embodies this, so Gryffindor receives 50 points. Miss Autumn Zhang from Ravenclaw does not succumb to power, maintains a firm heart, and does not abandon or give up on friends, keeping a warm heart. For this, Ravenclaw receives 50 points. Finally, for being the only one who still remembers that Hogwarts has something called school rules and diligently accompanying younger students despite repeated persuasion being ineffective. The Ravenclaw Student Council President, Miss Penelope Clearwater, receives 60 points. As for the well-known Mr. Seamus Finnegan, since Ravenclaw is already far ahead, no additional points will be awarded. After discussions with Professor Flitwick, it has been decided that Mr. Seamus Finnegan will be awarded the position of Ravenclaw Male Student Council President starting next semester, making him the youngest student council president in Hogwarts history. Dumbledore paused slightly, saying he was pleased that, besides Ravenclaw being far ahead, the other three houses were neck and neck, hoping for continued efforts in the new academic year. Thus, the grand feast began. Happy Harry received a letter from Hedwig, from Hagrid, inviting him to visit the hut in the Forbidden Forest one last time before leaving school. With tears streaming down his face, Harry sobbed as he returned to the main building of Hogwarts from Hagrid's hut, cherishing the photo album that contained traces of his mother and father during their lifetimes. Until he boarded the train, Harry did not attend the gathering, sporting eyes swollen like walnuts as he dragged his suitcase to the luggage check. Inside the train compartment, Hermione smirked, her pink lips pouting in disdain as she looked out the window at Harry passing by. Really, she didn't know how to describe Harry. She never expected the famous Harry Potter to be such a crybaby. As the newly appointed Ravenclaw Male Student Council President, Seamus was honored to have a private compartment on the Hogwarts Express. While a little girl who seemed to disdain those little wizards as too young and too simple naturally ran into his compartment. By the way, do you know why Snape hates Harry and Harry's father? Didn't Harry say that Professor Dumbledore mentioned that his father saved Snape? Little Hermione recalled something and asked, "It's simple. If I set a trap or stabbed you in the back, then saved you and spread the word about it everywhere, what would your reaction be?" Weston was organizing his clothes. Although he had always been casual, he wore the Ravenclaw robe at Hogwarts and was now changing into his everyday outfit. Hermione tilted her head and thought for a moment. Harry's father shouldn't be that scary, right? Wasn't he always very popular? However, all he received was a non-committal shrug from Shiwen, clearly not wanting to delve deeper into the issue. As the train whistle blew loudly, the little girl hummed and bounced onto the sofa, leaning against Shiwen. "This train is so slow. I heard that the Eastern Express from Constantinople, Soviet grads to Prague, Budapest, and Paris, even through the underwater tunnel, has reached a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour, although they intentionally limit the speed for sightseeing. The Hogwarts Express is indeed a bit slow. It still uses locomotives and routes that have been in service since the Victorian era, and hasn't been updated in all these years. It actually takes more than half a day to travel from the Scottish Islands to London. The Eastern Express, huh?" Shimon's expression suddenly changed, filled with a hint of nostalgia and reminiscence. He took out a silver brooch from his pocket, a small bouquet made with a triangular silver flower holder, and a bouquet crafted from dried flowers and knitting, very old items. His memories were interrupted by a little girl beside him, who, after some restless shuffling, found a comfortable position and came across a newly published novel, The Da Vinci Code, which looked quite good. "Well, it's all thanks to my urging for submissions. Paris, what a nostalgic place. Shimon, let's go to Paris this summer. To the Seine, to the Louvre, and I want you to carry me." Looking at the girl with a rosy face under the morning sun, her sparkling eyes and adorable cheeks, Shimon placed the brooch on the windowsill. "All right, my friend." Hermione, being the top student she is, in less than 3 sentences, started rummaging through things again and found a book titled The History of French Wizards, which recorded famous wizards, groups, and magical contributions in France from the Middle Ages to modern times. When talking about France, one cannot help but mention, or rather cannot avoid, Nicolas Flamel, the last surviving wizard from the alchemical era. The little girl felt a pang of sympathy. "Shimon, are Nicholas and Perenelle really going to die? They have already suffered enough." Shiwen gently tapped the little Loli's forehead, telling her not to lie down and read, as it's not good for her eyes. "Don't worry. There's magic to heal." Clearly, the girl didn't care about Shiwen's words, but she did put down the book in her hands, and soon after, she began to breathe evenly. Shiwen shook his head. What a child, falling asleep just like that. The compartment door was gently pulled open, and Shiwen raised his index finger to his lips, signaling the person who entered to be quiet. Senior Penelope noticed the little Loli who had fallen asleep on Shiwen's lap and smiled warmly. She gently placed the summer blanket, which was on the opposite bed, over the little Loli's belly, then closed the door and sat opposite Shiwen. The 15-year-old girl had everything a girl should have, and similarly took off her shoes. Leaning against the side of the carriage, she exuded a youthful vibe while sitting on the bunk. "What are your plans for the summer vacation?" Sister Qing Shui whispered to inquire, so as not to disturb the little one who was sleeping. Shiwen thought for a moment and shook his head. Perhaps he needed to walk around a bit. He definitely wanted to go to the United States again, but wasn't sure about France. After all, the disputes between the democratic France and the federal France had become very serious during this time, and he was afraid it would be quite chaotic there. His advice was that it would be best not to go abroad this year. Penelope Qing Shui snorted at this suggestion, dismissing it disdainfully. "I, Lord Qing Shui, have fought wolves in the southern mountains and Voldemort in the northern mountains. Why should I fear those petty thieves?" Little did she know, in a moment of carelessness, she had inadvertently set herself up with a nearly disastrous flag. Moreover, boohoo, moreover, the endless looping BGM of the train was like a lullaby. And soon Penelope Qing Shui fell into a deep sleep. Only Shiwen's eyes sparkled with a different brightness in the carriage. He picked up the bouquet-shaped brooch on the table. A gift from a friend, a Belgian man with a strange little mustache who called him mon ami, my friend. Unconsciously, the carriage seemed to become misaligned with the surrounding time and space. In a daze, the surroundings transformed into something classical, with expensive wood, exquisite knitting, and swaying lights. Outside the carriage, the originally bright sunny day turned dark as a blizzard poured down furiously, quickly accumulating on the ground. "Huh, has it stopped?" Little Hermione, lying on her legs, looked on with curiosity. Why was it getting dark? Wasn't it said that the Hogwarts Express would arrive during the day? It seems that the girl, fearing some mischievous intent from a certain boy, hurriedly rubbed her face and then opened her small hands, appearing to have no ink on them. However, with a casual glance outside the window, the little girl kept her mouth in an O shape, looking at the west and then back outside, rubbing her eyes to look outside, wiping the window to see outside. "West, is it snowing?" "Welcome to the Orient Express in Constantinople, mon ami." The wind tousled the hair of the little girl, already messy from sleep. "Come on, let's greet our friends together." Not far from the entrance, a short, somewhat balding man with a comical little mustache was speaking anxiously to the conductor in a strange French accent. In the last carriage, a beautiful girl with a scar on her face was polishing her sharp dagger, which had been stained with the passionate blood of countless hearts, now a vivid purple. Beside her stood a group of solemn and menacing guards. An adventure that transcends time and space is about to begin. Poirot wondered why the Orient Express, which typically wouldn't be too crowded at this season, was completely filled. The train consists of 8 first-class cabins, which are single sleeper compartments, and 4 second-class cabins, which are double sleeper compartments. Usually, the expensive and lengthy journey of the European Star, the Orient Express, sees few passengers in winter, especially since it isn't a holiday or festival period. Poirot suddenly noticed something. "Mr. Book, this Orient Express seems to have been extended. It looks like there are more than 12 seats." The ticket agent Michelle pointed to the carriage mounted at the back. "Is there a big shot in the car?" They temporarily changed the carriage and loaded a special train car. "So, are there any first-class cabins?" The supervisor of the train company, Booker, asked somewhat impatiently. After all, he had promised to find a place for Poirot, and he couldn't possibly let the esteemed gentleman, the renowned Hercule Poirot, sit in the luggage car. Could he? "Are there any second-class accommodations available?" Booker took the registration board from Michelle, which recorded the status of the rooms. There was a second-class room, but it was occupied by a lady from Germany. Michelle shrugged. Clearly everyone understood his meaning, and Poirot shook his head, indicating that he would not share a room with that lady, as it would be disrespectful to her. At that moment, a woman wearing a red hat dressed stylishly, with a charming face and bright, shiny black curly hair, approached with a suitcase to check in. Poirot noticed that this was the same woman he had encountered in Constantinople earlier. Meanwhile, Siwen pushed open the door to their adjacent room, where the same single room awaited, and the elf-like girl still wore her beautiful, gentle smile. "Good evening, Siwen Jane." Little Hermione subtly stretched Siwen's back with her small hand behind him, twisting it fiercely. Then she responded with a brilliant smile and embraced her friend, Fleur Delacour. The woman in the red hat approached and seemingly casually asked a few people lounging in the hallway, "Has anyone noticed that over there, a short man wants to get on the bus?" The chatting group paused and looked towards the entrance, where a woman with a peculiar face and an American accent, carrying her handbag, was waddling towards the door. As Siwen reached the entrance, he overheard an argument. Mr. Booker discovered that the gentleman in bed number 7 had not arrived and wanted to assign Poirot to that spot. But the American lady, Hubbard, stated that they had already reserved that spot and would not accept a swap. Poirot stood there awkwardly, knowing he was in the wrong this time, when suddenly he heard a familiar voice in his ear. "My dear mon ami." He looked up, squinting his eyes against the wind and snow, staring at the person at the door. "Young man?" A familiar accent, for a detective with an extraordinary memory, who can recall every detail of every event since he was young. The young man had jumped out of the carriage and walked forward. Poirot remembered. He was one of the few fortunate individuals in the world who had met him and knew his detailed identity. That was decades ago, when he was just a young man newly arrived in England, not the one who later left his homeland due to war. He had the privilege of meeting that legendary detective, Sherlock Holmes, in his home. No, decades have passed. Why does the person in front of him show no signs of change? "Oh, you are that one?" For the first time, Poirot felt a little insecure about the gray cells in his head. The young man across from him leaned slightly forward and said, "Poirot, have you learned to play the fool like that fellow Sherlock?" Suddenly, Poirot understood everything. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his little mustache twitched as he presented a brilliant smile to Ziven. "Mon ami, come on, I just happen to have 2 guest rooms with a friend. I can spare you one." Ziven extended his hand to invite Poirot. So Mr. Poirot would make do for one night, and tomorrow night, the car from Athens would arrive, allowing me to free up cabin number 1 for Mr. Poirot. Booker also bowed slightly, knowing what his own responsibilities were. When Poirot and Ziven arrived at the cabin, Ferrand and Hermione were already seated in Ziven's room, leaving the other room for Poirot. Poirot took off his hat to salute the 2 ladies, and little Hermione couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Under Poirot's hat was a bald head that looked like an egg. Although Poirot felt that it was not only cramped but also improper for Ziven and the 2 ladies to be in the same room, considering Ziven's status. Well, young people, how can we rest in such a tight space? And where exactly is this place? Little Hermione unhappily greeted Sheeman with her foot, and Sheeman waved his hand helplessly, signaling Ferrand to sit next to him. "All right, now that sofa is all yours, take a rest. Tomorrow we can see the scenery from Constantinople to Belgrade." Ferrand was like a frightened little deer, unlike a certain lowly who is always a clawing little cat. Gently holding the trembling hand of the girl, he softly hummed a gentle song. The girl's crystal clear eyes weakly gazed at Sheeman. Is it a lullaby? On the sofa, Hermione, who originally had a cute round face, now had her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. The little girl pouted her cheeks and glared angrily at Sheeman, having already imagined 1,000 ways to make him suffer. However, what she received in return was Sheeman's indifferent expression. Ugh, so infuriating. At this moment, Poirot was outside, but encountered a troubling situation. He never expected to coincidentally meet Miss Mary Debenham, whom he had seen in Constantinople. In the morning, they had witnessed with their own eyes a woman who had committed adultery while married and was pregnant with her lover's child being stoned to death by a group of people. Poirot believed that even if the legal system had its flaws, one should still face the legal consequences for knowingly violating the law. However, Miss Mary seemed to think that the stoning was essentially a form of private punishment and not legitimate. Poirot did not delve deeply into the matter with Miss Mary, as he was not adept at emotional issues due to having missed out on love in the past. From a detective's perspective, he believed that the current laws in Britain were quite good, regardless of gender. If either party committed adultery during marriage, the other could file for divorce and the offending party would face severe punishment. Fair and reasonable. Poirot took out his incense and props in the compartment and fervently prayed to God. However, under God's watch, a deed that was supposed to be just and fair was about to unfold. The Daisy Armstrong case, Cassetti kidnapped Colonel Armstrong and Sonia's child, little Daisy Armstrong, and after demanding a ransom of $200,000, he tore up the ransom note and cruelly murdered little Daisy, getting acquitted and escaping justice. Pregnant Sonia Armstrong, grieving, suffered a premature birth and was heartbroken to lose her child, eventually dying from her sorrow. Colonel Armstrong committed suicide with a gun. The nanny, Susan, who was out on the night of the kidnapping and could not prove her innocence, jumped from a building to clear her name. Little Hermione clearly overlooked one thing. Although the 3 had been good friends since childhood, staying together innocently, Sheeman and Ferrand were already 15 years old, while Hermione was still 12. What does 15 years old mean? In the ancient Eastern education system, it marked the transition from junior high to high school. At this age, boys and girls had already developed as expected. Ferrand curled up slightly, lying on Sheeman's chest, and suddenly, as if realizing something, the little lowly ran over fiercely. "You idiot. How can you sleep with a girl? I'm with Bella. You go sleep on the sofa." The next morning, with dark circles under her eyes, the panda lowly Hermione listlessly gazed out the window, thinking, well, this is the Eastern Express, which was said in the past to be enjoyed only by the nobility. I don't think it's that great. In the afternoon, the train branch from Greece merged with the Eastern Express, and Book found a spot in that carriage, giving up his seat in car number 1 for Poirot. After Poirot thanked Sheeman and the two ladies with a twitch of his mustache, he moved over, and next to him was the American tycoon, Mr. Ratchet, who had a deformed large head. At midnight, a loud roar woke Poirot, who noticed the sound came from next door. He quietly opened the door crack, and Michel was inquiring about what had happened in the compartment. The compartment answered in French, saying that nothing was wrong and that he had made a mistake. As Poirot returned to his bed to continue sleeping, he noticed it was 23 minutes to 1 a.m. However, this night was destined to be an unsettled one. The alarm rang repeatedly. Tossing and turning, Poirot rang the bell for the waiter, and when he asked Michel for mineral water, he heard that Mrs. Hubbard in position 3 claimed someone had stood in her room. Moreover, Michel informed Poirot of an unfortunate news. The Eastern Express had stopped running due to being stuck in a snowdrift and would not be able to leave until a snowplow train was dispatched from another station. That night, Poirot was awakened for the 3rd time by a knock at the door. We looked outside. He saw only a woman in a red kimono disappearing at the end of the corridor. Hermione, with a pale face, poked her little head back from the door crack. There's been a death in compartment 2, Sheeman. Are you going to let us see the dead? When Poirot reluctantly accepted the investigation commission, he slowly began to recount his 2 hypotheses. The first is that, based on the accounts and deductions of the 12 passengers, an unknown attendant boarded the train at Vinkovci station, killed Ratchet in a fit of rage, and then escaped through the window. The second is that these 12 individuals, believing themselves to be a just jury, collectively murdered Ratchet, who had changed his name to Ratchet, as he watched the 12 people bickering among themselves. Debating whether to kill Poirot and others to hide their guilt, Swann could no longer contain his laughter. The connecting door at the end of the carriage opened, and the guard team, led by Sophie, had already taken control of the carriage. Each of you believes you are just the embodiment of angels, acting to punish evil, Swann said leisurely, but suddenly his expression darkened. Then why are you afraid to act in America, afraid to act in Istanbul? Why do you not dare to push for legal reforms to achieve your goals, but instead resort to violence on this remote train? You, Mr. Hardman, as a renowned American private detective, a detective that even Poirot would know, I suppose it wouldn't be difficult for you to grasp various evidence of Cassetti's crimes? Hearing that in Spanish made Hardman, this American man who always acted like a big shot, looked somewhat displeased. Perhaps, in Mr. Hardman's eyes, that maid who secretly dated you would rather commit suicide to prove her innocence than confess to her meeting with you that night. How do you feel about that? Weston looked back at the 2 men, Colonel Absnor and Mr. Edward Masterman. You are both military men. Oh, and you even have your beloved revolvers with you. Would you rather use them to threaten innocent witnesses than have the courage to stand up and shoot Cassetti? TSK, Your Highness, I still admire you. In light of the fact that the entire royal line has been executed, you still dare to return to Europe. I salute you. However, don't you find it heavy to have those 200,000 bills stuck inside your clothes? Sheeman completely ignored the Count and Countess Anrini behind him, as well as the elderly woman with a weathered face, who had long lost the charm of her former stardom. He stared at the beautiful woman in the red hat, Miss Debenham, and suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone in the carriage. Furious, Sheeman confronted her. How can you face the detective's inquiry and respond with no comment? Only thinking about self-preservation, or do you still think it's wrong? Enough. What right do you have to blame us? With a face full of righteousness, Greta Olson holds her cross pendant, saying that we are administering justice, punishing in place of the great Jesus. Weston laughed out loud again, and this time everyone understood the sarcasm in his laughter. Miss Greta, do you know? Among the other 11 people on this train, I at most feel they're disappointing and lack courage, but only you. Yes, only you make me feel disgusted from head to toe. When Westerners stand up, even in the spacious carriage of the Orient Express, it creates a sense of oppression, as if some ferocious beast is about to pounce. People like you are the most hypocritical of believers. No, to call you a believer insults everyone in the world who has faith in Jesus. What does doctrine mean to you? Is it something you can interpret at will? Is it something you can use as an excuse for murder? Is it what you use to disguise your pathetic, hollow sense of justice? He walked over step by step, saying, come on. You said Jesus set up a murder scene for you, provided you with an opportunity. You have divine revelation to testify and the holy signs of Christ. Or have you been talking nonsense from the beginning to the end? Then Poirot came over. Mon ami, they have their reasons. I will not punish you. You plead desperately, fabricate facts, and even use justice and distorted doctrines to coerce and kidnap Poirot. You are quite something. Sheeman returned to his position and coldly said, Zorro is a hero. He dares to take responsibility. The unjust deserve to be killed. And you, a bunch of shameful cockroaches, ruined a perfectly good act of righteous revenge with your cowardice. When Sheeman left the middle carriage, Miss Debenham could no longer hold back and shouted, So what will you do? Execute them. No one can escape justice after committing a crime. Cassetti's accomplices have already been captured in Calais, and your American government wants to extradite them back? No, no, no. I will shoot them directly. Train layout, Conductor Michel. Susan's father. First-class cabin. Mr. Hardman, American detective, hired by Cassetti to ensure his safety, was the lover of Susan the nanny on the night of the kidnapping. Colonel Arbuthnot, friend and colleague of Colonel Armstrong. Princess Natalia, godmother of Sonia Armstrong. Count Andrenii, Hungarian ambassador. Countess Andrenii, sister of Sonia Armstrong. Helena, Mrs. Hubbard, real identity Linda Arden, famous actress, mother of Sonia Armstrong, grandmother of little Daisy. Mr. Ratchet, real identity Cassetti, notorious leader of a child kidnapping gang, who has harmed countless families. Poirot, detective who escaped the war in Belgium to England. Second-class cabin. Miss Greta Olson, Swedish missionary, nurse to little Daisy. Miss Mary Debenham, governess for the Armstrong family. Mrs. Schmidt, servant of Princess Natalia, cook for the Armstrong family. McQueen, son of the prosecutor during Cassetti's trial, secretly in love with Mrs. Sonia Armstrong. Masterman, Cassetti's servant, messenger for Colonel Armstrong. Furicarelli, driver for the Armstrong family. Wake up. Hurry up, and wake up, a cold female voice echoed in her ear. Hermione groggily stirred a bit, then opened her eyes. How did Senior Shimizu come? She also. Wait. The little lowly got up and looked around the environment. It was the Hogwarts Express, and it seemed they had already arrived in downtown London, about to pull into the station. The temperature was not the freezing cold of the Orient Express. Was everything that just happened a dream? Looking at the peacefully sleeping Sheeman, the girl tidied up her hair, which had become messy from sleep. After finally getting it somewhat sorted, a wicked big hand came over, and with a bit of rubbing. Ah, her hair was messy again. I just dreamed, Bella, shaking off that evil big hand. Hermione seemed to be quietly observing if there was any change in Sheeman's expression, but unfortunately, there wasn't. Bella, have you watched Twilight too much? With your delicate skin, if you go to Twilight, you might get torn apart by werewolves and vampires. Ah, here comes the wolf. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Penelope, what are you doing? Weston covered his somewhat red and swollen forehead, where Penelope had poked him with her wand. The poised and strikingly impressive president of the student council snorted coldly. Stop messing around. Hurry up and pack your things. We're about to get off the bus. Were you planning to go back to Hogwarts for summer remedial classes? The nearby studious little lowly's eyes instantly sparkled. Senior Ching Shui, can we stay on campus during the summer vacation? Is the library open? Will the teachers be there to answer questions? Sheeman looked down with disdain at the little girl who had just been passionately discussing staying on campus during the summer vacation, but now rushed over to her parents who had come to pick her up, tears streaming down her face. After greeting the Granger couple, Sheeman felt a bit of a headache seeing who had come to pick them up. Why was Will here again? Although they had a good relationship, he still felt a bit guilty about always troubling that guy. Will sat in the front passenger seat and said with a hum, "Does this junk car smell like dried salted fish? It has such a strong fishy smell." A cough, awkward and clear, came from the back seat, where a man dressed in a manner that obviously did not match modern times sat, fitting more with those modern performance artists. "Long time no see, Jack." "It's been a while," Captain Jack greeted with a flourish of his fingers. "Care to come aboard my ship for a visit? It's a rare opportunity." "No way. I'll come find you for a boat when I go to the New World in a few days." With a wave of his hand, Shewin joked, "If you dare to ditch Sister Alice and sneak out to have fun, aren't you afraid you'll only have bread to eat all summer?" After fully enjoying the grand feast provided by gentle and considerate Sister Alice in a calm and peaceful state, Shewin lay contentedly on a bench in the garden. As the old saying goes, good fortune does not come in pairs, and misfortune never comes alone. The leisurely life was interrupted by news that Neofishin, mentioned in Maximov's chapter, had failed. Among the many brothers, Neofishin, Zista, and Shewin have a relatively close friendship. They joke around and indulge together, and Shewin doesn't need to investigate. He can sense what might have happened just by feeling it in his bones. Although Neofishin appears to be the most cheerful and carefree one, he is also the softest and most fragile at heart. It must have taken a lot for him to make the tough decision to declare the world a failure. After the great battle in the misty forest, he fell into Zista's world, severely injured and almost unable to do anything. Neefishin bravely took on the most difficult part of that world, a world fused from countless small worlds. The passage to the Misty Forest collapsed because that world had been judged by Neefishin as a failure in promotion, doomed to fall into the abyss forever. Neefishin, is he okay? Weston tightly clenched his fists and then relaxed them, repeating this a few times before looking at Alice and Sistelo. On the surface, he seemed fine. He had brought that little girl who was leaving here back to the Misty Forest. Sistelo sighed and then stared at Weston. Be honest, don't think about going back. Oof. Why not? Isn't the Misty Forest our home? By mortal definition, that's also considered going home, Weston replied coldly. Alice's eyes sparkled as she silently watched Weston and Sistelo. At this moment, she couldn't interject or interfere. After all, she was just. On the other side, Harry was very surprised that Uncle Vernon, the tight-fisted man, actually came to pick him up by car. He waved happily to Uncle and Aunt. Once in the car, he found Dudley curled up in the back seat. But due to his size, he couldn't hide his presence no matter what. Hey, Dudley. Harry's friendly greeting made little Dudley completely shrink into his mother's arms. I'll step out to throw up for a while. Uncle Vernon snorted coldly, his round, purple face glaring at Harry. We're going to London to thoroughly check if that stupid giant left any after effects on Dudley, and you're coming along for the ride. Then he leaned his face closer to Harry, which was undeniably intimidating. Listen here, kid, no matter what nonsense you learned at that old lunatic school, you better behave, or you might end up locked in the upstairs room for the rest of your life. Harry flashed a bright smile. Uncle Vernon's family didn't know that underage wizards were strictly forbidden from performing magic outside of school. Perhaps this summer would be a wonderful summer. On the platform, Lucius Malfoy, looking like a noble from half a century ago, with his haughty demeanor, watched the departing little wizards. Beside him was Draco Malfoy, who usually boasted about his father being a school governor, but at this moment appeared timid and cowardly. I've heard about your exploits this year and have seen your grades. Lucius Malfoy's cold tone made it seem like he was reprimanding not his own son, but just an ordinary subordinate. I am very disappointed. After 10 years of wizarding home education, you're not only unable to compete with the savior who grew up in a muggle family without any wizarding education, but it is said that the top student in your year was also taken by a mudblood. Young Draco Malfoy couldn't help but hum a little. Dumbledore and that group of professors are too biased, if they had even a shred of fairness. That bunch should have already been expelled. Lucius Malfoy gently tapped young Malfoy with his golden, wealthy wand. Since you are aware that the savior has various advantages in care, and still chooses to provoke, what do you think of such behavior? Little Draco followed his father with a flushed face, hoping to seize the opportunity to master some dark technology spells during this trip home, aiming to give that toad-faced savior a good lesson next semester. On that muggy morning, Seawind yawned helplessly as he looked at little Harry. This wasn't the first time. After being awakened by the roar from Villa No. 4 on the entire Privet Drive, little Harry had run to Seawind's house for refuge again. This was the third time this week. Mr. Swift, with drooping eyelids, glanced at Harry, recalling an old saying, falling at the same crossroads once is an accident, but falling there a second time is foolishness. Little Harry looked helpless and innocent, tiredly explaining once again, what can I do? The moment I got home, Uncle Vernon locked Hedwig in the house. She's very uncomfortable. She's used to flying outside at Hogwarts. Not only Hedwig, but the moment he returned home, Uncle Vernon, with surprising agility that didn't match his physique, quickly locked away all of Harry's magical books, wand, broomstick, and everything related to Hogwarts in the cramped, shabby cupboard under the stairs. I have backup magical books here. You can continue your homework. Seawind's words left little Harry utterly speechless. Harry replied, Do you think I'm a type of person who loves studying? After a day of idly eating and drinking, Harry lounged on the lawn behind the Dursley's house, staring up at the sky with unfocused eyes. Just a moment ago, when Uncle Vernon mentioned that today was a particularly important day, for a brief instant, Harry actually thought that the Dursleys remembered his birthday. However, the reality was bitter. Uncle Vernon had been droning on for about a month about some builder coming to visit, even going so far as to schedule the time. On such an important night, the only thing he needed to do as the Dursleys' nephew was to keep quiet and pretend he wasn't home. Because the couple of builders had no idea that the Dursleys had a relative like him. Bored, Harry stared at the fence. Today was July 31st, his 12th birthday. After spending so much time with Ron and Hermione, he felt that the mysterious ancient country of the East truly had many concise proverbs. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. This was how Harry felt at that moment. Lying on the bench, he suppressed his emotions and hummed to himself. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me, happy. No cards, no gifts, and on his birthday night, the only thing he needed to do was pretend he didn't exist. Harry stared blankly at the fence, feeling more lonely than ever. More than anything at Hogwarts, even more than Quidditch, he missed his friends, the studious Hermione, the cheerful Weasley twins, the beautiful Cho Chang, the wooden Cedric, the serious Ravenclaw prefect, and the lazy Ron. They, however, seemed to want nothing to do with him. Not a single one had written to him, including Ron, who had been shouting about inviting him to hang out. Sometimes little Harry felt as if everything at Hogwarts was just a dream. If it wasn't, why had he never received any news from Hogwarts? Little Harry even wanted to take another look at his enemy, Draco Malfoy, just to prove that it wasn't a dream. Suddenly, Harry sat up. The fence he had been staring at seemed to be looking back at him. Two huge green eyes appeared among the leaves. When a mocking laugh rang out, Harry jumped to his feet, and the green eyes disappeared. "I know what day it is." Dudley waddled toward Harry, his body jiggling. What? Harry didn't pay attention to Dudley. This summer, he had taken to chasing Dudley around, and as long as he muttered some words, Dudley would be scared enough to run away with his hands over his head. Harry carefully scanned the fence they had just passed. "I know what day it is today." Dudley was now blocking Harry's path. "Very good." Harry looked at Dudley as if encouraging a 3-year-old. "Have you finally learned to count the days? However, today is your birthday." Dolly mocked. "How could you not have a single card? Do you not have any friends in that monster gathering place?" "You'd better not let Aunt Petunia hear you talking about my school," Harry said coldly and without emotion. Dudley snorted in disdain, adjusting his pants that were about to slip off his fat backside. "What are you staring at the fence for?" "I was thinking about what spell could light it up." "You can't," my dad said. "You can't use magic, otherwise he will shrink you and put you on the wall with Dolly's big face." There was a look of panic on Dolly's face as he staggered back, saying, "You can't go anywhere, and no friends will come back to find you." Harry suddenly erupted. "Circle curse you. Wally wally wah. Moses Moses mo. Anada. Die die die. Mamovio." Dolly was shouting and quickly dragging his feet to run home, Mom. "He's doing that thing." However, in exchange for a moment of happiness, Harry paid a heavy price. When Aunt Petunia discovered that Harry had once again scared Dudley instead of using magic, she gave him a solid whack on the head with a frying pan. Harry was told he couldn't eat until he finished all his chores. Under Dudley's dominating gaze, as he enjoyed his ice cream, Harry washed windows, cleaned the car, mowed the lawn, fertilized the flower beds, trimmed and watered the roses, and repainted the garden bench. The scorching sun made the back of Harry's neck burn, and he knew he shouldn't let Dudley get to him, but Dudley voiced his thoughts. Maybe he really didn't have any friends at Hogwarts. Well, it was nice that Seamus lived nearby. He was the only one he missed. He hoped they could see what the great savior, Harry Potter, looked like now. Harry, sore and drenched in sweat, angrily fertilized the flowers. At 7:30, exhausted, he finally finished all his work and heard Aunt Petunia calling him inside. Carefully walking along the newspapers Aunt Petunia had laid out for him, Harry saw a lavish dinner spread before him, with a luxurious cake in the fridge adorned with whipped cream and frosting flowers, and roast pork sizzling on the stove. However, in contrast, there were 2 sad slices of dry bread and a lump of cheese in front of him. That was Harry's dinner for the day. He hurriedly washed his hands and swallowed the pitiful meal, after which Aunt Petunia immediately took away his plate and sent him upstairs. Just then, the doorbell rang. Uncle Vernon opened the door in surprise, and an angelic voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Dursley. Mr. Weasley would like to invite Mr. Potter to their home for a visit this evening. Would that be suitable?" Of course, the Dursleys would love nothing more than for Harry to disappear completely. Until he arrived at the Swift residence, little Harry had not reacted to what had happened, dazedly following his sister Alice. Pushing open the front door, he found the brightly lit hall of the mansion, where all his good friends were standing, clapping and waving. "Happy birthday, Harry." There were little Hermione, Cho Chang, and senior sister Mizuki. Cedric, George, and Fred, the twin brothers, were also there. Members of their extracurricular learning group from Hogwarts had gathered once again. Little Harry stammered, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." It felt really nice to be cared about. The theme of today was summed up in one word: eat well, drink well, and have fun. Sitting at the head of the table, Seawyn spread his arms, just like Dumbledore's standard pose, grand, imposing, and a bit old-fashioned. Hey, that S6 words. Obviously interrupting the occasion was George and Fred, the twin brothers. After a tiring afternoon, Harry felt invigorated after drinking a few glasses of freshly squeezed juice of unknown fruit, and he was eating with his mouth full, cheeks puffed out. He didn't even notice the disdainful looks from the few young ladies across the table. "So uncold, so going to be fine. By the way, Harry, Why have I written you several letters, and you never reply? Hermione suddenly remembered this matter and asked. Harry was taken aback, looking at the girl in front of him, clearly not lying, his face full of hesitation. But, Hermione, I didn't receive any letters from you guys. Throughout the entire summer, aside from being here with Seawyn, I had no contact with anyone or anything from the magical world. Hermione looked at Harry's sincere face. Clearly he wasn't lying. This was strange. Where did all the letters she sent go? Hey, what's with that look? Seawyn looked at a certain lowly-esque questioning gaze. I'm not a peeping Tom. Why would I steal Harry's letters? Seawyn continued. I've said it long ago. A bunch of wizards, not considering wizard communications. Still relying on physical letters after thousands of years. Still depending on owls, which are unreliable and easily intercepted. Was my letter intercepted? Harry recalled, and suddenly said, Today, I saw a pair of huge green eyes by the fence of my uncle's house, and I was wondering, could it be some kind of monster? Seawyn carefully felt every breath in the air, and then his expression changed to one of disgust. He quietly asked everyone at the table, Do you know about the war of the humanoid meat grinder? The little wizards looked confused. Only Hermione, after some thought, reminded Seawyn. That event is recorded in wizard history as the Goblin Rebellion. This clearly meant that Penelope, Mizuki, and Cedric Diggory, the older students, would know about it, as this event was one of the key points in the history of magic. At that time, the goblins were growing in strength. In the Harry Potter novels, they are referred to as fairies and house elves, but in English, they are goblins, besides slimes. They're the second grinding stone for adventurers, to compete with humans for living space. Taking advantage of the end of the dark age of human wizards when their fighting power was at its weakest, the Goblin Clan, along with giants, dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and other powerful magical races, launched a war aimed at exterminating humanity. Not only wizards, but even humanoid alien races targeted those defenseless ordinary people, leading to rivers of blood and destruction everywhere. By the time the human wizards gathered to resist, the entire European continent had basically fallen, with Hogwarts being the only wizard stronghold left in Britain. The Goblins' forward command post had already been deployed in Hogsmeade Village, overlooking the Tower of Hogwarts. The wizards fought with their backs against the wall, and the greatest and final batch of leaders stood there. The Solar King Copernicus of the Daybreak Legion, the God-Eye Mage Galileo of the Void Legion, and the last saint of alchemy, Master Newton. The number of races standing with humanity was pitifully small, only defenseless ghosts. The barely reliable Vila and dwarves. A faction of the Centaur tribe split off to join the humans. Even with the enemy at the gates, on the towers of Hogwarts, the St. Newton reviewed the wizard troops about to go into battle. With a command from St. Newton, behind us is Hogwarts. We have no way to retreat. Hoorah! The most brutal battle began. First, the Solar King Copernicus led the Daybreak Legion, using brilliant magic to dispel the environmental changes brought about by dark creatures like Dementors, especially the intimidation of Dementors that destroyed all emotions and souls. Unfortunately, during a prolonged battle, Copernicus' chief disciple Bruno was ensnared by the Phoenix clan and was burned alive by its true fire. The enraged Solar King Copernicus burned his own life to unleash forbidden magic, the Solar Core, igniting all his power and magical energy, creating a temperature nearly that of a star, which almost exterminated the Phoenix clan. Later, to commemorate the sacrificed Bruno, this land, turned to scorched earth by the Solar King, was often filled with flowers, commonly known as the Flower Square. The God-Eye Mage Galileo, supported by engineering, created many catapults to throw magical iron balls. Under the enhancement of the God-Eye, each one hit the giant army and the flying dragon army. The Void Legion under the God-Eye Mage was adept at summoning troops from various alternate dimensions, making the war even more brutal. The decisive point of the final battle appeared between St. Newton and the cunning Goblin Dragon Knight Legion, especially under the halo of the dragon army leader, Meat Mountain. The dragon army was almost unaffected by magic, leaving the wizards with no means to retaliate. St. Newton, holding the fragments of the Tao, modified the gravitational distribution of the entire battlefield. The dragon army was pressed to the ground by gravity, then faced another wave of violent attacks from God-Eye, a Mage Galileo. Soon, St. Newton was punished by the Tao for interfering in mortal affairs, and the Goblin army took the opportunity to press forward again. In the most critical moment, St. Newton, having planted the fruits of his cultivation accumulated over several lifetimes, made what appeared to be an ordinary apple tree rise with the wind, quickly shooting into the sky and transforming into the world tree. St. Newton merged with the Tao of Heaven, completing this world. Therefore, the Tao of Heaven regarded humanity as a meritorious race, granting them protection. Seeing the ominous situation, the humanoid army scattered like birds and beasts. The Phoenix clan, cursed by the Solar King, lost their original powers and nearly faced extinction. The leader of the dragon army, Meat Mountain, was suppressed beneath the World Tree, becoming its guardian. Other dragons became livestock for humans. Most vampires and werewolves also went into hiding, living a life of anonymity in a pitiful state. Most of the Unicorn clan were captured by human wizard armies, skinned, dismembered, bled, and butchered, becoming one of the sources of daily magical supplies for humans. The Goblin clan, led by the wealthy Prince Guzravi, initiated a rebellion, exterminated the former leaders, and began negotiating with humans. The final outcome was that most of the Goblin clan had curses added to their bloodlines, becoming servants and slaves for generations, loyal to humans, and becoming house elves. Those eyes, are they from a house elf? George asked uncertainly. That thing is ridiculously expensive, and it's been loyal for generations. Basically, only old noble families can afford to keep one. Fred added. Little Harry fell silent for a moment, thinking about this, his expression a bit grim. I wonder if my rival at Hogwarts, Draco Malfoy, has one at home? George and Fred exchanged glances. Of course. That kind of family would typically have one, or even more than one house elf. But why would Malfoy intercept your letters? It must have been to make me feel uncomfortable and lonely, Harry said angrily. Westwood snorted. If you're not sure, why not just ask? He made a gesture with his right hand, and the strange distortion of light made the young wizards feel as if they had heard a knife scraping against glass. With Westwood's movement, a goblin with bat-like long ears and eyes the size of green tennis balls was pulled out of thin air and dropped on the ground, scattering letters everywhere. The filthy creature was Westwood's first impression of the goblin in front of him, and it was also his only impression. Normally, with Westwood's suppression of humanoid creatures, they wouldn't appear on Privet Drive at all. However, to avoid causing any disturbances at Hogwarts, Westwood temporarily lifted this suppression. He didn't expect that, just after stopping, such a situation would arise. Ha! Harry Potter, the goblin, vigorously wiggled its nose, which was covered by a dirty pillowcase. Harry had no good feelings towards this creature. He looked at the letters scattered on the ground, and his previously empty and lonely heart was instantly filled. The anger that followed filled Harry's chest. It was this creature that had made him feel lonely, empty, and in pain for dozens of days. The expressions of everyone present were not good, because, when Westwood narrated the humanoid creature meat grinder war, the magic floating on the ceiling vividly displayed the slaughter these creatures inflicted upon humans, especially the Goblin clan. As for little Hermione, inheriting the legacy of the Golden Nightmare King, she could maintain her composure without slaughtering gods or Buddhas every minute. Sympathy, what could that do? So the question is simple. Who sent you here, and what is your purpose? Westwood crossed his legs, looking as if he held the power of life and death, and again activated the bloodline suppression on these goblin creatures. The house elf goblin was about to use magic to leave Privet Drive, but was directly pulled out from the subspace. Trembling in fear, hearing Westwood's inquiry and feeling the pressure from the bloodline, the house elf goblin's eyes bulged. Its already tennis ball-sized protruding eyes now seemed like they would pop out. Great existence, The house elf goblin suddenly tugged at its ears hard, seemingly trying to resist the pressure and protect its inner secrets. Are you from the Malfoy family? Harry asked. This question was like a powerful curse. The house elf goblin instantly stiffened, covering its long bat-like ears with its hands. Dobby can't say the master's name. Bad Dobby. The house elf goblin began forcefully banging its head against the ground. Mr. Harry Potter, danger is about to descend upon Hogwarts. You must not go to Hogwarts. The house elf goblin screamed, seemingly finally breaking free from Westwood's control and disappearing into thin air. Westwood had released the control himself, because from the brief conversation, he had confirmed the most concerning question. This house elf goblin indeed came from the Malfoy Manor. However, it seems like it was trying to warn Harry. Autumn showed a contemplative expression. Maybe it isn't a bad goblin? Westwood didn't want to be like some old man with a white beard. Powerful, yet only capable of brainwashing, preaching love and justice. The growth of young wizards requires them to build their own worldview, values, and outlook on life. For Westwood himself, he wouldn't trust creatures called goblins, because once they betray, they can do it again. This time it betrayed its master to stand by your side. Will it betray you next time to stand with someone else? Thus, in the ancient Eastern world, where those Taoists saved money, the money shops are still managed by humans for generations, not by the cheap goblin clan. The young people's thoughts quickly moved away from this conspiracy theory. They continued to eat, drink, and discuss the last month of summer vacation. Of course, 3 women make a play. The 3 top female students passionately discussed various academic issues. By the way, Harry, do you think those letters might be from our poor little brother Ron? George pointed at the bundles of scattered letters left by the goblin. Harry looked at the letters. Some were from Hermione, some from Ron, and others from the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Wood, reminding Harry to review the Quidditch tactics even if he couldn't practice during the holiday. Our little brother Ron has been chatting with some Harry Potter fan all summer. Fred sat up straight in a dog-like manner, seemingly with a hint of elegant absurdity. Harry, would you like to spend the rest of the holiday at our house? Leaving Privet Drive, going to live in a magical family. Such a tempting proposition was almost impossible for little Harry to refuse. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly hesitated, but my aunt and uncle probably wouldn't agree. Listening to George and Fred's various illegal and rule-breaking suggestions next door and their temptations towards little Harry, a fair and strict senior named Qing Shui cleared her throat forcefully, glaring at the 3 with an intimidating presence. It must be said that the previous senior was just an ice beauty, but after delving into the ice magic system, she often resembled an iceberg, full of coldness and pressure. Harry stayed until very late before heading home. By the time he got back, the dinner party invited by his uncle for the builders had already dispersed. He could tell from his uncle's purple face and his aunt's pale horse-like face that it must have been a very successful dinner. Humph. Seeing Harry return home, his uncle snorted coldly, but after making a big business deal, he wouldn't throw a tantrum at Harry. There are leftovers on the table. Go clean them up, Aunt Petunia said with annoyance. Harry obediently walked into the kitchen and began tidying up the scattered pots and pans. Unfortunately, the exquisite pudding cake had vanished without a trace. With Dudley at home, how could such a treat possibly be preserved? After cleaning up, Harry stared at his toes, moving his body step by step back to the living room of his aunt and uncle. What is it, kid? His uncle's purple face had a pair of small eyes fixed on Harry, which appeared even smaller when combined with his uncle's squinting. Harry hesitated and slowly said, My classmate's family happened to pass by here, and they invited me to spend the rest of the holiday at their house. I want to. Uncle Vernon's face instantly changed, his flabby flesh shaking. Kid, how could you tell those freaks our address? Get back to your room right now. You're not allowed to leave that room until I say so. Uncle Vernon stood up, spitting as he waved his hands, his voice booming. Even Aunt Petunia was almost covering her ears. Harry thought gloomily, maybe this is fate. I'm really not smart, thinking I'd get permission from them. But with George and Fred around, everything should be okay. As Harry climbed upstairs, he kept muttering complaints about the Dursleys. Pushing open the door, Harry fell onto the bed, his eyes unfocused as he stared at the ceiling. Suddenly, he sniffed the air. What was that smell? He turned his head and saw a large, perfectly triangular piece of pudding cake quietly sitting on his bedside table. It smelled quite nice. Very sweet. Thank you, TSK. Sitting in front of the sunny floor-to-ceiling window, holding the red tea carefully prepared by Alice, and spreading out a newspaper to read, was simply delightful. Do you think you're living as a landlord in ancient times? The little Hermione, who had just come out from the large library behind the Swift house, said irritably. The little girl was like a firecracker, her hair all messy, really giving off a vibe of small lioness. Of course, in Shiwen's eyes, she was just a little kitten with tiny claws. However, someone didn't even spare a glance at the little kitty and continued to read the newspaper in his hands. Muggletown Night Terror, suspected flying car sightings. Thinking back to the night George and Fred took Harry away was really, even though Shiwen had already set up a teleportation point and taught George and Fred how to make a return stone, those 2 guys still came in their illegally modified car. First, when George was sneakily helping Harry move his luggage locked in the cupboard under the stairs, he bumped his head on the narrow staircase. The sound of luggage scattering everywhere woke up the Dursleys. Then came the Pull Potter, 1, 2, 3, 4. Pull Potter. George and Fred pulled Harry in the car, while Uncle Vernon was pulling Harry inside the house. And little Harry sawed at the window frame for 5 minutes before finally breaking free. Amid Uncle Vernon's curses and swearing, the twin brothers George and Fred drove the car into the sky. To show off, one of the drivers deliberately did a mid-air drift at the entrance of the Swift house, looking quite impressive. Shiwen picked up the small pouch under the Daily Prophet. Quite a few galleons. It seems the reward for tipping off the Daily Prophet is really good. You, Fred and George, sneaky as you are, driving faster than Hong Kong reporters, a snap of a photo could settle you. Illegitimate gains. The white sock lowly Hermione pounced onto Shiwen's sofa, riding on his legs and humming. She snatched the small pouch from Shiwen's hand, confiscated. This is your punishment. Punishment? What did baby do wrong? Shewin looked innocent. "Jane, what are you doing?" A gentle yet serious voice came from the elegantly dressed Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who followed Alice into the room. The scene they saw was of little Hermione almost lying on Shewin, taking his things away. Compared to the concept of stealing, the two looked more alike. Little Hermione's face instantly turned red, the cute blush spreading to the girl's tender neck, her watery eyes suddenly misty. Little Hermione pouted and jumped down from Shewin's sofa, tidying her skirt, lowering her head, trying to bury herself in a non-existent small mound. "Hello, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger." Shewin helplessly got up, feeling like he couldn't wash away the accusation of pedophilia even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Fortunately, those unnutritious dialogues did not appear in their conversation. Today was the day Shewin and the Granger family agreed to go to Diagon Alley to shop for supplies and books for the next semester. Although it was possible to purchase through Owl Post or send Alice to buy, it was rare to go to Diagon Alley once a year, and it was always good for young wizards to have more exposure. Hermione was humming something unclear, pulling out a letter from Hogwarts from her pocket. The second-year student essentials list, Standard Book of Spells, second-year edition, written by Miranda, Break with the Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart, Hiking with the Ghoul by Gilderoy Lockhart, Vacationing with Witches by Gilderoy Lockhart, Traveling with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart, Cruising with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart, Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart, A Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. The silence was broken by Mr. Granger, who asked in confusion, "Is this Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart a great wizard educator? How could so many of his books be included in the curriculum at once?" Shewin's facial muscles twitched unnaturally. "Gilderoy Lockhart. Educator, my friend. I fear you might spit blood on the wall once you learn the truth. Just like in some mysterious ancient Eastern country. A certain aquatic animal with a special fondness for older women wrote a biography, and thanks to its nature, water. It was chosen as a platinum by a certain cultural group in the ancient Eastern country, leading to a flood of followers. Since then, the entire cultural research focus in that ancient Eastern country shifted to water and fragmented chapters. Even if the people were suffering, there were still countless followers. And that creepy guy near the campus, one day after getting a long, smelly foot-binding cloth from the school beauty, was inspired and wrote furiously. His writing style featured the protagonist showing off, and then rounding up a billion female leads being taken away by families, enemies, or passers-by, while the protagonist would shout something about one day. The followers made the literary scene in the ancient Eastern country wail in despair. Of course, some people indeed liked this style. Don't you see how in various parallel worlds, the brother who became Spider-Man leisurely watched Uncle Ben die. The brother who became Iron Man leisurely watched the Stark couple die, and the brother who became Monato's disciple strongly observed the Nine-Tails battle, shouting that one day, 10 years is not too late, and so on, is also enjoyed by many. The same thing happened in England. After Shewin interacted with the harmless vampire families in Foxtown and wrote a novel that became popular in both the wizarding and muggle worlds, countless followers emerged. Gilderoy Lockhart was one of the most outstanding among the followers. Shewin still remembers the flowery letter Lockhart sent him back in the day, full of flattery. However, unlike Shewin's aloofness towards readers and publishers, neither the Highland Lake Fairy Publishing House in the wizarding world nor the Royal Publishing House in the muggle world would trouble him unnecessarily. Gilderoy Lockhart did everything he could to cater to the publisher's propaganda and marketing, appearing to be extremely popular. At least now he was very famous among certain age groups of women, having won the title of the most esteemed friend of women. The evil hand lurking in Lockhart's wicked novels certainly did not spare some younger girls with insufficient self-judgment, like the flustered little white sock Loli. Of course, that sinful hand was interrupted as soon as it reached out. Shewin didn't even need to investigate the color of Lockhart's underwear or how many times he wet the bed as a child. The key content was the origin of the novel's material. Shewin had to admire this guy as cleverness, as he would first pretend to be a good person and chat with you, extracting all your valuable information until you were left with nothing. Such a good idea and talent would be a pity not to recruit into the intelligence department. I wonder if MI6 foreign agents would need it. I could recommend him. After all, MI6 still had Shewin's old friend, Johnny English. Upon learning the truth about Lockhart, the little girl was ready to transform into a magical girl on the spot, becoming a messenger of justice to confront Lockhart. Well, who knows, perhaps the teacher of this dark magic defense class is a fan of Lockhart. Shewin briefly explained to Mr. and Mrs. Granger about Gilderoy Lockhart, of course, first clarifying the similarities between the two. Are you going to read novels in class? Mrs. Granger was a bit worried about little Hermione's education as she headed out to Diagon Alley. She wondered if she should consider importing a few books for the little girl from the ancient civilizations of the East. Perhaps ones that take 3 years to start and 5 years to not lose money? Of course. It's best to skip the textbooks that teach calculus starting from middle school in a certain evil red empire. Those are really not for ordinary people to handle. Not everyone has the talent to become an oligarch relying on math knowledge after the country collapses. Every time she saw it, she felt it was quite amazing. Mrs. Granger watched her daughter gently tapping the wall bricks with her wand in a certain pattern, revealing a bustling, quaint alley as the stone bricks retracted on both sides. Usually, when Muggle wizards come to Diagon Alley, their first destination is Gringotts, because they need special procedures to exchange Muggle money there. Well, ever since Sheeman vividly explained the topic of what goblins did in the War of the Humanoid Meat Grinder, the little girl resolutely decided not to go to Gringotts, that evil place, to exchange for galleons. Long before the Grangers arrived, Sheeman had already exchanged enough gold coins for the little girl to use for a year, as well as some loose sickles and nuts. After all, one can't take out hundreds every time they go shopping. Moreover, under the intimidation of a certain Miss Granger, Sheeman had to exchange for little Hermione at a price nearly double that of the Ministry of Magic's exchange rate. Regarding the matter of letting the little girl carry a large sum of money, which seems extremely dangerous in the Muggle world, Mrs. Granger expressed her relief that those spatial pockets are indeed very convenient. Hermione is still young and should focus primarily on her studies. She can consider participating in some of our extra activities after she is in the 3rd grade. That way, there will be a stable source of funding. Sheeman spoke while following Hermione, addressing Mr. and Mrs. Granger beside him. The Grangers were also aware of the extra activities from little Hermione's letters. Sheeman Swift and 2 boys from Gryffindor developed a new type of fireworks, which not only sold well in the wizarding world, but also in the Muggle world. As a behind-the-scenes big boss of Weasley Wizard Wheezes, Sheeman stated that just the profit share from sponsoring this year's Moscow Olympics, historically, it was Barcelona, has allowed the Weasley family, who are always having babies, to no longer be in a tight spot financially. Of course, being able to sell ropes to that red empire must involve some organization that takes a few layers of profit. Just consider its Siberian aid. When they reached a quaint shop filled with a strong, cold atmosphere, Sheeman called to little Hermione, "Let us buy an ice cream, and try the ice cream made to the world's strictest standards. The best ice cream comes from the north, which is quite strange. Every winter, many northern girls shiver and jump while eating ice cream. This ice cream was made according to standards set at the evil Red Empire's Central Committee meetings. Just thinking about it feels magical. Would the British discuss the standard for ice cream in the House of Commons and the House of Lords? If they could, there wouldn't be so much dark cuisine." Holding a supersized cone that had been slightly frozen with a freezing spell, ensuring it wouldn't drip and make a mess, Sheeman watched as the little girl happily licked it, her eyes squinting with joy, thinking this summer wasn't too boring. However, the good times didn't last long. A massive figure came crashing through, a half-blood giant, Rubeus Hagrid, and nestled in Hagrid's arm was none other than our savior, Harry Potter. Little Hermione looked at Harry's dirty clothes and broken glasses, pouted, and reluctantly took out her wand. With a flick, everything was restored to its original state, clean and fresh. Harry looked at little Hermione gratefully, but before he could speak, a large family of unmistakably red-haired people came running over. "What is Dr. Alley?" Little Hermione curiously asked Sheeman, as Ron's mother was exclaiming how Harry ended up in Dr. Alley. Sheeman thought for a moment and explained, "You can think of it as a black market. What's traded, they're all dark magic materials and illegal substances. It's kind of like firearms, ammunition, and drugs. And basically, everyone in there has a criminal record. Someone as young and innocent as you would either get eaten or caught and sold." The Grangers listened with great tension, carefully reminding little Hermione never to go to such dangerous places. Of course, Sheeman wouldn't encourage Hermione to go to those places. But from a safety perspective, he gazed at the few strands of gray mixed in with Hermione's golden hair. Humph, if anyone laid a hand on Hermione, that person would unleash something that couldn't be easily dealt with. This is also why he left her there, even though he knew about the Golden Nightmare King. She knew she was there, and yet he left her there. Sheeman also knew he knew she was there, and yet he left her there. She also knew Sheeman knew he knew she was there, and yet he left her there. Little Hermione pouted, too lazy to pay attention to certain people, focusing instead on her ice cream cone. I must say, the Weasley family is indeed a freak among pure-blood families. Not to mention their enormous population base. The Weasley family is experiencing an explosive growth. Moreover, their attitude towards Muggles and half-bloods is such that the Weasley family hardly resembles a pure-blood family. Of course, so far they have not directly married Muggles. At most marrying wizards of Muggle descent. At the moment, Mr. Weasley was sticking to Mr. Granger like a piece of gum. Although Mr. Granger, who is a doctor, has seen all sorts of things in the past 2 years, he still finds it hard to adapt to such a familiar person. Let us go to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink and have a chat. Excitedly, Arthur Weasley was pulled aside by Mrs. Weasley. After all, today's main task is to buy supplies for the whole family for the next school year, which is no small task. Fortunately, this year, the twins George and Fred have brought in quite a bit of extra income for the family, relieving the head of the household from financial worries. The youngest girl in the Weasley family, Ginny Weasley, no longer has to wear her brother's old second-hand robes to attend the school opening ceremony. "Hello," Shimon calmly responded to the Weasleys' greeting. The couple had also learned a bit about him from George and Fred, showing a certain level of respect, not treating him purely as a younger generation. The familiar twins George and Fred came over to greet Shimon and introduce their little sister, Ginny Weasley. The little girl Ginny might blush and be shy in front of Harry, but not in front of Shimon. As the only girl in a large family and the youngest sister, she's been spoiled since she was little, naturally cultivating a confident and generous personality. The red-haired little girl greeted him politely and then boldly extended her hand. "Brother Shimon, where's my greeting gift?" This is quite awkward. Westwind's mouth twitched a few times as he glared at the oddly snickering George and Fred Weasley twins beside him, then forced a smile. Westwind thought for a moment and pulled out a big treasure from his pocket, a mirror. "This magic mirror is for you. As for how to use it, you'll have to figure it out yourself." "Thank you, Westwind brother." The little lowly planted a kiss on Westwind's old face. Is there a killing intent?" Westwind heightened his vigilance and scanned the surroundings. A golden eye was staring at him intently. Sigh, getting old. It seems a certain sickly lowly con only likes little girls who haven't gone to school yet. They didn't even have a good gift for a first meeting. This is really awkward. Watching the lively Ginny leave with George and Fred, Westwind ruffled little Hermione's long hair. "You idiot. Didn't you see the way she looked at Harry? What are you getting jealous for?" "Who asked jealous?" The feisty little cat swatted away the sinful big hand. HMPF. But her expression improved a lot because she also noticed little Ginny's blushing cheeks when looking at Harry. Westwind gently stroked little Hermione's hair, noticing a few gray-white strands. It seemed Lon's influence on little Hermione was greater than he had imagined. A group of people marched towards their main destination, the Leaky Cauldron bookstore. At this moment, the Leaky Cauldron was packed with people. The line had already stretched to Diagon Alley. Westwind looked at the promotional posters of the Leaky Cauldron with a black line on his face. It was obvious that this was the book signing event of that woman's friend, Gilderoy Lockhart. Of course, the huge banner at the entrance also revealed the reason. Gilderoy Lockhart will be personally signing copies of his autobiography, Me, the Wizard, today, and we will witness his charm. Just look around and you can tell they are all excited female readers over 40 discussing it. An awkward-looking male wizard could only stand at the door, repeatedly urging, "Quiet down, ladies, don't crowd, don't dirty the books." An elegant male wizard strolled down the spiral staircase and walked into the midst of his own shiny posters. Gilderoy Lockhart, wearing a magical robe woven with blue forget-me-not flowers matching the color of his eyes. A pointed wizard hat proudly perched atop his flowing curls. Lockhart grinned, revealing his kind, dazzling white teeth that would outshine Lu Tao, with the same hairstyle and expression as in the posters, his white teeth gleaming under the flash. A short, irritable man held an ancient camera clicking away. Each time he took a picture, the camera would emit a loud noise followed by a puff of smoke. However, before the crowd could complain, the little reporter pushed and shouted, clearing the way. "This is for the Daily Prophet." Ron, who had finally squeezed in, was stepped on hard. The commotion caught Lockhart's attention, and he murmured, "I can't believe it. That must be Harry Potter." The little reporter suddenly grabbed Harry's robe, causing little Harry to stumble and be pushed to the signing table. Amid the crowd's uproar, Lockhart pulled Harry close. "Relax, Harry. Keep smiling. Our conversation might just make the front page of the Daily Prophet." Ladies and gentlemen, what a magically surprising moment. Gilderoy Lockhart revealed his classic smile. "When a young Harry walked into the Leaky Cauldron this morning to buy my autobiography, Me, the Wizard, this book has topped the Daily Prophet's bestseller list for 27 weeks straight. Applause should be here." He proudly presented a thick stack of books to little Harry. "He will receive my entire collection of books for free." Gilderoy Lockhart piled a thick stack of books into little Harry's arms, once again showing off his 8 dazzling teeth in front of the flash. Applause again. Now Gilderoy Lockhart showed a serious expression, saying he would not only have my new book, Me, the Wizard, but also much more than that. In fact, he and his classmates will get the real magical Me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and proud to announce that this September, I will take up the position of the new defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Unlike the applause of the onlookers, little Hermione's brows were furrowed tightly. No wonder my eyelids have been twitching today. How could such a person be our teacher? Has Professor Dumbledore lost his mind? Little Hermione quietly leaned over and whispered in Westwind's ear. Well, everyone has their own strengths. Maybe by the end of the term, we'll all be masters of memory charms. Harry struggled to push through the crowd, his arms numb from holding a large stack of books, which he placed into Ginny's new cauldron. He noticed that even though George and Fred had replenished the Weasley family's gold source, the thrifty Mrs. Weasley had still prepared some second-hand books for Ginny. These are all for you. I'm going to buy more, Harry said. I think you must be enjoying it, right? A nasty voice came from the nearby stairs, as one of Harry's most disliked people approached. The famous Harry Potter, even going to a bookstore, makes the headlines. Doesn't he it? Stay away from him. Ginny, who usually turned red and shy every time she saw Harry, was now gritting her teeth, waiting fiercely for Malfoy. Malfoy was startled at first, then smiled. Wow, look, Potter, you've got a girlfriend? Just as Harry was about to say something, a silver serpent-headed cane pressed against Malfoy's shoulder, its green gemstone set as eyes making the serpent head come to life. Draco, maintain friendliness and watch your words. An elegant man with platinum blonde hair approached, his slender eyes fixed on Harry, smiling without any warmth. Mr. Potter, I am Lucius Malfoy. We finally meet. Harry, confused, responded to Lucius Malfoy's outstretched hand, while Lucius Malfoy took the opportunity of the handshake to pull Harry in front of him. Your scar is a legend. Lucius Malfoy looked at Harry's forehead with an infatuated expression, just like the wizard who gave you that scar. Voldemort killed my parents. Harry replied coldly, pushing Lucius Malfoy away. He's just a murderer. You must think you're very brave to say his name, or just foolish. Lucius Malfoy's face was cold, with even the pretense of a smile gone. Fear of the name only increases our fear of the thing itself. And now, Voldemort no longer has the abundant magical sensing he once had to monitor everyone who says his name. Hermione raised her eyebrows at Lucius Malfoy, clearly knowing who her friends were. Lucius Malfoy looked at little Hermione. You must be Miss Granger, he said, confirming with Draco beside him. Yes. Draco has already told me about your achievements, as well as your parents. Muggles, aren't they? His disdainful expression was openly displayed. He glanced at the Granger couple, enthusiastically entangled with Mr. Weasley, asking questions. Then this must be Mr. Westwind Swift. Lucius Malfoy narrowed his slanted eyes again. Before Westwood could say anything, Mr. Weasley had already returned, having noticed the staunch supporter of pure blood theory before him. Arthur Weasley, Mr. Weasley replied coldly. All right, children, we should be going. I heard the Ministry of Magic is quite busy now, Lucius Malfoy said. Those surprise inspections have caused quite a bit of trouble for pure blood families. I hope they're paying you overtime. He reached into Ginny's large cauldron and pulled out a worn-out copy of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, which was obviously not the answer he was hoping for. He continued, goodness, even money is tight. It's truly an insult to wizards. Mr. Weasley's face turned redder than Ron and Ginny's. Malfoy, we have different views on what is an insult to wizards, he said. That's quite obvious. Old Malfoy said this while looking at Mr. and Mrs. Granger with dull, lifeless eyes. The Grangers were anxiously watching everything unfold, with Mrs. Granger tightly holding little Hermione in her arms. Weasley, look at the friends you brought. I think your family has fallen to the lowest point. With a loud crash, Weasley threw Ginny's cauldron, which he had just taken, at Malfoy. Then he pounced on him, and they started grappling. Amidst the noise, there were cheers from onlookers, screams, and shouts to stop. Bookshelves toppled over, crashing down on them. Eventually, the large Hagrid separated them, watching as Lucius Malfoy left, while Westwood's gaze swept over Ginny's second-hand books. The one that had just been picked up by Lucius Malfoy was now as conspicuous as ink on white paper in his elemental vision. No wonder Malfoy, who usually maintained the demeanor of an old noble, was acting so strangely today. It seemed this was his purpose. However, that wasn't what he was concerned about. At this moment, the little girl beside him, who was gritting her teeth, and the Grangers, who were trembling from experiencing the strong discrimination and hostility towards Muggles for the first time, were the ones he needed to care about. Westwood felt a bit of a headache. This time he could see that Mrs. Granger really didn't want Hermione to continue at Hogwarts. As a mother, if she didn't understand the situation, that would be one thing. But now that she knew the status of Muggle-born wizards in the wizarding world was so low and that they were discriminated against, how could she ignore it? Wait, Westwood noticed something very strange. There wasn't a trace of magical blood in Mr. and Mrs. Granger, so since they could have Hermione. At least one of them should have magical blood, even if they were both muggles. This was quite interesting. The group walked through Diagon Alley, and after the earlier incident, everyone's good mood was gone. Suddenly, Westwood was bumped into by a woman in a robe. She seemed to curiously look at the Grangers while forgetting to watch where she was going. "I'm so sorry," the woman said unconsciously, her voice sounding very young. Then she hurriedly moved past them, heading towards the other end of Diagon Alley. This feeling, Westwood found it a bit strange. He looked carefully, and the woman had already disappeared into the crowd. "Let's go, it's getting late," Mrs. Granger suggested, still tightly holding little Hermione's hand. Mr. Granger gently embraced Mrs. Granger. "Come on, have you got your eyes on a pretty lady?" Hermione kicked Westwood's ankle, saying irritably. The group chatted briefly at the Leaky Cauldron before heading home. On the way, Westwood was still pondering the woman he had just seen. All right, he finally realized why she felt so familiar. He had caught a glimpse of a light blue battle mark on the woman's face. A visitor from Scotland? But why was she wrapped up so tightly? It was already the end of July, hot as could be. He looked towards the next train compartment and saw a familiar figure. The woman had actually followed them, but she had been quietly spying on the Grangers. After Hermione's group got off the train, everyone waved goodbye. Just before the train doors closed, a strong hand yanked the woman, who was about to get off, back into the compartment. The terrified woman stared at Westwood. "Let me go." She looked around, and the muggles seemed oblivious. "They can't see us. How dare you use magic outside of school? You'll get in trouble for this." The woman finally broke free from Westwood's grip, and her hood fell off unintentionally. Westwood stared intently at her face. This matter seemed to be getting serious. "I remember you," Westwood murmured, "Mrs. Granger." He finally understood where the strange sense of incongruity he felt every time he saw Mrs. Granger came from. The Mrs. Granger he had seen when Hermione was very small was not the same person as the current Mrs. Granger. "May I have the honor of inviting you for a cup of tea, mademoiselle? I am a friend of Jane's," Westwood asked apologetically. "Jane?" The woman's expression became somewhat unnatural, and she sighed. "You have a good memory, little one. You caught me as soon as I appeared, little Luo." Clearly, she also remembered Westwood's presence. "Merci." The woman took the red tea that Alice had prepared. "So, Mrs. Granger?" Westwood asked, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Just call me Charlotte." The young woman, looking much too youthful, leisurely sipped her tea. "Now Jacqueline is Mrs. Granger, though my last name is still Granger." "Miss Charlotte, you," Westwood said helplessly, not knowing how to start. "Tell me about Jane. How is she?" Charlotte was clearly more concerned about Hermione, her own daughter. Now Westwood also understood why the Grangers, despite having no magical blood and being pure blood muggles, had a little witch like Hermione. "Jane is doing well. She's in Gryffindor. In that group of single-minded, foolish lions? My poor Jane isn't in Ravenclaw." "Boo-hoo." Westwood had a black line on his face. "Miss Charlotte, is it appropriate for you to be so lively? Your daughter is already 12. Charlotte looked at Westwood, who was unresponsive and even seemed to want to laugh, and stopped her fake crying. "Kid, what is your relationship with Jane? You actually follow my daughter to England. By the way, I remember you were quite the flirt since you were small. What was that girl's name? Isabella, right?" Westwood remained expressionless. "Now tell me about yourself. Why did you suddenly disappear for so long and then come back?" Westwood's words made Charlotte's expression turn a bit grim. She took a sip of tea, gently swirling the cup, then looked at Westwood to escape. Charlotte Granger, born into the not-so-prominent Granger family, a family that had long lost its heritage and memory. The only thing this family was remembered for was the extraordinary founder of the Apothecaries Association, Hertog Granger. Wisdom, calmness, and ruthlessness were the most prominent traits of this family, to the point that they would use ruthless means to maintain love, friendship, and family ties. In both wizarding wars, they were the focal point of both dark and light forces, as they were believed to possess knowledge passed down from ancient times. Even without that knowledge, during wartime, the Apothecaries Association, which monopolized the potion supply in the European magical community, was also courted. Unfortunately, the modern second generation of the Dark Lord played by his own rules and even directly targeted the Apothecaries Association. Even though Charlotte had already married an ordinary man and had a daughter, as the legitimate daughter of the Granger family, she was a glaring target in the Dark Lord's forces. At that time, assassins had already tracked down Charlotte Granger, who was living in France. To protect her husband and daughter, Mrs. Charlotte Granger used magic to erase their memories of her and sought out her husband's former lover. Even though she couldn't believe in the existence of wizards, Jacqueline Granger resolutely returned to Mr. Granger's side, silently protecting the family. She would remain silent, impressed by the formidable little girl Ning. "Your mother is so powerful, little Hermione," Perhaps we should just collapse. You seem to be thinking of something quite rude. With her brown eyes fixed on Shiwen, the beautiful Mrs. Charlotte Granger was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Hey! A crisp young girl's voice came from the entrance to the Grand Library on the west side. Little Hermione came over, holding a thick book. What language is this book in? Why can't I understand it? It was then that she noticed Charlotte's presence, raising her little head to stare at Shiwen, clearly questioning who this guy was. This was a bit awkward. How should I respond? Shiwen felt a headache coming on. Charlotte, why don't you introduce yourself? It's better to pass the ball to her, and the one who ties the bell must be the one to take it off. Charlotte shot Shiwen a worried glance. She had only just arrived in London and met her daughter. Let alone Hermione. She herself was not mentally prepared to reveal the truth. Light spray, just as the two Miss Grangers were staring at each other. The strange atmosphere was broken by someone entering from outside. Will? Shiwen was curious. Will rarely showed up. Could something world-shattering have happened? Mr. Shiwen. Will's face looked very, very bad. His hurried demeanor made it clear. There's a problem in France. Now the residents of democratic France and federal France are holding collective protests with hundreds of thousands gathering by the Seine River. Shiwen began to understand. He looked up. By the Seine, are they storming the Europa Palace? Yes, sir. The residents of both France and the military police of federal France are at a standoff. And the location is the Europa Palace. Shiwen had long known this event would take place. He even knew that this year would not be peaceful. Because last Christmas, on December 25th, 1991, the Socialist Soviet Union, in the name of the state and the Supreme Soviet, released a documentary film that instantly swept the world. The theaters were packed. The Void Soviet, The Void Germany, produced by Sistelo and Goebbels II. These two films, which were incredibly real, yet entirely different from reality, sparked a series of social contradictions. The core of the films was that without Sistelo correcting it, the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, shattering itself, Eastern Europe, and the communist movement. Even in the film, the Eastern Giant became the only target after the Soviet Union's death, suffering from the full meal of American liberal democracy. The Galaxy, the South Slavic Embassy incident, the Taiwan Strait crisis, and the South China Sea collision. Yet no one doubted that this could not happen. Because what happened in Sokovia last year was almost a replica of what happened in the film's Romania. Secondly, there was Germany, which had no Emperor Europa, dismembered after World War II, and the savior of the Germans, the Führer, was nailed to the shame of war criminals. This was quite distressing, especially since Germany, without the spiritual castration of the American father figure, was like a powder keg about to explode. If it weren't for the retired second-generation German Führer Hermann Göring, who was nearly 100 years old, coming out to soothe the situation, who knows what might happen. Of course, the French and the British were not in a good mood either. Although they were victors in the film, they ultimately became America's henchmen and hostages, always crushed under the steel torrent of the Soviet Union. However, the movie sparked the issue of the moldy garrison in federal France. It should be noted that, just as depicted in the film, wherever the mold passed, illegitimate children were everywhere, and there were many cases of ruthless destruction. But they refused local trials and extradition back home, receiving no medals for their troubles. The most crucial point was that the remaining proud French could no longer bear the fact of the nation's division. Clearly, General de Gaulle had already entered democratic France, agreeing to stop resisting the Third Reich of Germany and the Soviet Union. Yet the mold still forcibly landed in northwest France, opening up the so-called Second Battlefield. The presidents, cabinets, high officials, reporters, and hundreds of thousands of civilians from both France were in the most dangerous situation. Many people from federal France had already begun to storm the Paris Wall, directly facing the dark mold and the guns of the federal French military police. The Friendship Bridge, established by federal France and democratic France on the Seine River, was now also at a standoff with bayonets. The military police of federal France helplessly listened to the furious denunciations of their compatriots. They were just foot soldiers. What could they do? At most, they would raise their guns a few inches when it was time to fire. A girl in white slowly walked through the crowd. As she passed, people gradually fell silent. All eyes in democratic France were drawn to this girl who was slowly walking onto the Friendship Bridge. Wait, she is. The eyes of the president of democratic France almost bulged out. Don't joke, please don't joke. The girl softly hummed an unknown French song. Her voice was not loud, yet everyone felt that the sound resonated directly in their hearts. A gentle breeze brushed against the girl's dress, and in the sunlight, the girl appeared so pure. The girl walked all the way to the midpoint of the standoff between the two French, her blue, crystalline eyes making the soldiers feel as though their souls were being cleansed. Although the soldiers of democratic France did not stop her, The soldiers of federal France had to forcibly dissuade her. "Child, this is not where you should come." "Children of France." The girl's melodious voice echoed in everyone's hearts once again. Even democratic France gradually fell silent. "A glorious day awaits us." The girl gently crossed the barrier and had already reached the land of federal France amidst the entanglement of several French military police. Her hood slipped off, and her silver hair danced in a breeze. The girl held a bouquet of flowers and walked straight to the isolation zone formed by the mold and the military police of federal France. "Warning, if you come any closer, we will open fire." The mold commander had already raised his weapon. "Did you hear that? The brutal soldiers are howling on our land." The girl continued to walk toward them at a steady pace. "These shackles are the shackles on the people of France. This humiliation is infuriating and unbearable." Facing the guns pointed at her, the girl gently placed the bouquet on the barrel. She raised her hands, turning her back to the guns, holding a flag that fluttered fiercely in the wind, the red, white, and blue tricolor flag of France. The only difference being that there was a golden iris mark in that national flag. "France, forward, forward." The crisp sound of the words of the French national anthem ignited a flame in the hearts of every French citizen, a flame that had almost been extinguished. "France, forward." Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of people on both banks erupted with the same shout, their momentum making everyone's hearts tremble, especially those veterans from America. How could they withstand such pressure, having turned to drugs for their combat effectiveness, and now, in a tense moment, pulled the trigger on those who could shoot and will back home? Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands, an angelic girl was shot in the back, falling to the ground like a fallen angel, her back already drenched in bright red blood. Broken petals gradually drifted down, as if they were God's tears, or perhaps the shattered feathers of a winged angel. A deathly silence enveloped the banks of the Seine. What does it feel like for hundreds of thousands to be so eerily quiet? No one dared to believe that someone would shoot at such a pure and innocent girl. The girl fell, her national flag flying in the wind against the sky. Hundreds of thousands looked at that flag, the decades after World War II, the centennial of France's founding. The pain, suffering, and fury of the French nation surged forth. "France, forward! France, forward! France, forward! Forward!" The angry crowd charged at the military and police. This time, no one could stop them, not even amidst gunfire and chaos. Those struck down by riot guns were quickly replaced by others, rushing forward regardless of life or death. In the same democratic France, the people faced the government and shouted loudly, "France, forward!" At that moment, French President Mitterrand was nearly crushing the phone in his hand, having ordered the Western forces in Paris to go to a state of heightened readiness. However, his gaze never left the figure on that bridge, that girl in white, and the person who suddenly appeared beside her made cold sweat run down his forehead. It was over when Shewan appeared here. He happened to witness the girl wilting like a flower. "Monsi, Monsi!" He stood in the pool of the girl's blood, trembling hands unsure of what to do. He could feel the girl's life slipping away, even though he had once repaired and transformed her body. She was still an ordinary person now. Holding the girl, he was still met with her crystalline eyes, her brows and eyes smiling like a crescent moon. A hint of fresh blood lingered at the corners of her charmingly upturned lips. "Sir, I'm sorry, Monsi shouldn't." He even heard the gurgling sound of blood filling her lungs as she spoke. Looking at the girl's anxious expression, Shewan gently used magic to heal her wounds. But why was it ineffective? "Don't speak, I know. I promise you I wouldn't act impulsively against those ordinary people. I know you're different from her. You don't want to use me." Shewan helplessly held the girl, clearly feeling her vitality reaching its end, not because of external injuries, but because, "Sir, don't like me. I will die." The tears shimmered in Monsi's blue eyes. She suddenly had a strange glint in her eyes, looking at him with a mix of mischief, joy, affection, and sorrow. Pulling Shewan closer, the girl struggled to tilt her head back, waiting for Shewan to lean closer to her lips, and in a tone completely different from before, said, "Lo, you still owe me a bun. Next time, I want to eat too." "No, no, no, no." Shewan finally understood why she had come before him, finally understood why she had such a perfect smile, finally understood that some things come too late. And the girl's last words scattered in the wind, just like the girl in Shewan's arms. This girl who had silently waited at the Europa Palace for over 500 years since 1431. Many people recorded with cameras as the girl in Shewan's arms transformed into specks of starlight, drifting away with the wind. Shewan numbly extended his hand, seemingly trying to grasp the air before him, a futile attempt. Tears slowly streamed down Shewan's cheeks. "No." Shewan howled like a wounded lone wolf, sadness exploding around him. "Shewan, Hermione, who had teleported with Alice and the others through the Swift Mansion and Europa Palace, wanted to rush over and tightly hug Shiwen. But Alice pulled her back, holding her tightly. Little Hermione struggled desperately until, tick-tick, crystal tears fell onto Hermione's face. She steadied herself, looking up at Alice, who was holding her. It's raining. The sorrowful rain gradually spread from the banks of the Seine, enveloping Paris, France, Europe, and even the entire world in its grasp. The people in the cinema walked out. The children in the amusement park stopped playing. Everyone was left with only one emotion: sorrow. Heaven and earth mourned together. Under this shroud of sadness, life on earth was rapidly dissipating. Are you really not going over? A man's voice echoed in Hermione's ear as she looked at that person. Alice gently shook her head. She was even sadder than Shiwen, unsure how to face it all. How could Shiwen not know why that girl had died? Sestaro stood beside Alice, impatiently saying, if you don't go over, if you don't confess the truth, you'll carry the title of murderer for the rest of your life. At that moment, another girl stood beside Shiwen, with the same silver hair, crescent-like brows and eyes, and upturned lips. Don't cry. She knelt beside Shiwen, cradling his head in her arms. Do not think of the ending of school days here. Shiwen did not respond, his vacant eyes staring blankly into the distance. A familiar lullaby began to ring in Shiwen's ears. His hand clenched tightly, grasping a piece of pure white soul fragment. Yes, it was just a fragment. Ferrand, Isabella Delacour? Hermione looked over there, unsure why Bella would appear there. What did you do? Sestaro looked at Alice with uncertainty. Alice smiled bitterly. I only did what I had to do, killed her from his heart. You. A look of hatred appeared on Sestaro's face. Don't force me to expel you. This world is my world. Alice looked at him indifferently, seemingly not taking Sestaro's threat to heart. From today on, don't appear beside Shiwen. You don't have that qualification. Sestaro glared at Alice. Alice merely held Hermione. You don't have the power to expel me. My dear brother. Likewise, he did not have that qualification unless they admitted their failure like the Nephilim. You. Is a Nephilim also your doing? Sestaro's eyes seemed to ignite with fire. Why didn't he say that? He was just too weak. Just like Shiwen, who had gone through several reincarnations more than the Nephilim, was still just as weak. Alice looked at Sestaro. Unlike some people who have cast their wives into the cold palace and remained indifferent for half a century. You. Sestaro glared back, his face turning very pale as he turned to Shiwen. There is already a blank space over there, whether it is Western literature or the figure of Fu Rong, which has long since disappeared. Daily Brain Hole. 100 years later, the frail white-haired old lady Hermione Granger closes her memoirs. Since that day, she has never seen him again. Western literature. Hermione, are you thinking about that non-existent person again? The toothless old man, the savior Harry Potter, rare to visit Street Mungo S to see his old classmate, finds the already 100-year-old Hermione in deep sorrow. He and Ron, along with their families, have long blossomed and multiplied, while only Hermione has never married or had a relationship. Just a disordered memory. Harry, I told you Western literature. I don't remember either. The old woman gently strokes her memoirs. She is also thinking, is it a dream of hers? Because neither Harry, Ron, the Weasley twins, nor Senior Ching Shui remembers the existence of Western literature. Even the late, old headmaster Albus Dumbledore, after going through all the Hogwarts student files, clearly told her that there was no such student. When night fell and only Hermione remained in the room, she vaguely heard the caregivers mumbling that the former Minister of Magic had become senile. Am I really senile? She gently opens the necklace that she has never shown to anyone. Inside, a yellowing photo still vaguely shows a group photo of 3 children. The end of the book, are you awake? The familiar smell of breakfast and a familiar voice. Fu Rong hears the sound of the curtain being pulled open and quickly pulls the blanket over her head. Ugh. After humming in bed for a while, Fu Rong couldn't resist as someone stealthily slipped out. A sumptuous breakfast of grilled sausages, scrambled eggs, salad, porridge, bread, and so on. She'd become a little pig if she ate it all. The girl revealed a sweet smile, reaching out to pull Shiwen onto the bed and snuggling into his arms. Shiwen lovingly stroked the girl's silver long hair. The strongest emotion he felt now was heartache, even surpassing his fondness for the girl, because he understood the kind of pain and torment the girl had endured. He embraced her, inhaling her scent, engraving every bit of her into his heart. Because he was afraid, he feared that one day, the girl would disappear like that day, turning into starlight and vanishing from his side. All right, my Shiwen teacher. It's time to prepare for class. Fu Rong still wore that radiant smile. Yes, since that day, Shiwen had not returned to England. He stayed in France. He spent more than a month wandering like a zombie, numbly staring at the soul fragments in his hand, until one day, he accidentally dropped this soul fragment on the ground, and the girl who took care of him, Fu Rong, picked it up. The soul fragment merged into Fu Rong's body. He watched in shock as she struggled in pain, not understanding why Fu Rong could merge with her soul. Or maybe he just didn't want to voice that speculation. Until finally, seeing the girl's guilty look, he smiled again. Silly girl. Is this what you wanted to tell me in the end? Luo is the silly one. Fu Rong couldn't help but laugh. But amidst the laughter was the pain from her soul being torn apart. Blushing, Fu Rong pushed Shiwen out of her bedroom, starting to change into the sky blue dress of Beau's batons, a small round hat, and high-heeled boots. Cough, cough. Bright red blood was coughed out from the gaps between the girl's fingers covering her mouth. She hurriedly looked for something to wipe it off. The complications from the soul tearing were far too many. She had even gotten used to it. At least now her soul was much more complete than before. Thinking of the man waiting for her outside the door, Fu Rong revealed a sweet smile. Pushing open the door, she saw Shiwen already dressed in formal attire. And Fu Rong smiled even more brightly. No one knew better than her how much he disliked wearing formal clothes. Shaking off Shiwen's hand, Fu Rong didn't want to create any big news at school, such as the rumors between the student and the newly appointed defense against the dark art professor. Shiwen Lo Swift. Yes, the professor. After coming out of his grief, Shiwen came to Beau's batons to accompany Fu Rong. Of course, directly looking for Madame Maxim would not succeed. Shiwen first visited the few acquaintances he had, the Nicomedes, couple who lived next to Beau's batons. The old Nicomedes couple welcomed Shiwen with great enthusiasm and trepidation. After all, living from the post-alchemical era, which is the Muggle world's Joan of Arc period, old Nick still clearly remembered what he did in anger to a certain Shiwen. Knowing Shiwen's intentions, the Nicomedes were incredulous for a long time, then very happy. After all, Beau's batons was his alma mater, and having such a professor would reduce many troubles before he left this world. The happy old man quickly summoned his apprentice, Catherine, the president of the French Potion Society, to gather the Beau's batons board of directors. Shiwen thought that the president Catherine truly lived up to her profession as a wet nurse, with an astonishing milk supply. Such a large president. No, such a round Catherine. Amidst the astonished expressions of many French witches, Nicomedes actually granted his board member status to Shiwen, subtly indicating that Shiwen possessed immensely powerful abilities. Teacher, although Catherine was already the president of the association, renowned in the French magical world, she still appeared so innocent and adorable in front of Nicomedes. Who on earth is that guy? She tugged at old Nicholas's beard and asked. The old man felt he was almost forgetting what happened 600 years ago, but in that darkest era, that angelic white figure was etched in everyone's hearts. Is a sage. Catherine's lazy body trembled slightly. For someone learning from an old antique who followed the alchemical era, no one understood better than her what a sage was. Does this world really have sages? The academic atmosphere at Beau's batons seemed much stricter than at Hogwarts. As Shiwen walked toward the teacher's seat with Madame Maxim and many professors, the entire hall fell silent. All the students were dressed neatly, standing up to bow to the headmaster and all the professors until they were seated. The tall Madame Maxim exuded a powerful aura, and under her intimidation, the whole banquet hall remained quiet. Welcome, students from France, Switzerland, and the German Alliance. Madame Maxim addressed the students below before the delicious dinner began. I must explain a few things while your brains are still clear. First, this year in the Muggle society, the long-divided France has united, due to different systems. Conflicts between societies continue, and I hope everyone pays attention to their personal safety. Therefore, thanks to our honorary board chairman, Mr. Nicomedes, for introducing us to a new teacher responsible for the practical part of the defense against the dark arts class. Welcome, Mr. Shiwen Swift. Amidst the mechanical applause, Shiwen stood up to greet the lovely students below. Indeed, they were lovely students. As rumored, Beau's batons is a rare school where the ratio of witches far exceeds that of wizards. He noticed that Fu Yong was happily applauding him from the front row of the 4th grade. He thanked the Nicoleme couple for their support, Principal Maxim for his hospitality, and all the board members of Beau's batons. Shiwen stood upright and scanned the students below. I must say, we have to face more than just this incident. Whether it's the evil force from England or the challenges that lie ahead, I will only teach you how to protect yourselves. It seemed like a rather dull beginning. Every little wizard felt they should be like Grindelwald, Voldemort, or Merlin, casting spells like a machine gun. But in the wars to come, they would understand just how vulnerable they truly were. They became immensely grateful for the defense against the dark arts class of the 1992 to 1993 school year. Hello, everyone. As he walked into the classroom, the fourth graders were the first students Shiwen had at Beaux Batons. The room was a very spacious corridor that Shiwen specifically applied for. He stood in the center, noticing a lovely girl waving her little fists, playfully cheering him on. Welcome, classmates. This is our first class. For better teaching in the future, I need to know your little secrets deep inside. After all, it's said that those who share common secrets will have a common language. Behind Shiwen, a huge old-fashioned trunk was trembling continuously, seemingly struggling, making a thumping sound. The sudden noise caused a few students in the front to step back and stare intently at the trunk. Inside was a boggart. Shiwen patted the trunk, and it seemed to quiet down a lot. Does anyone know about boggarts? Miss Delacour? Boggarts like darkness, closed spaces, wardrobes, underbed gaps, and cupboards under sinks. They can transform into anything we fear. For the students of Beaux Batons, theoretical knowledge was their strong suit. Very good. Miss Delacour, 5 points for your class. I welcome all students to actively answer questions in class. There will be significant rewards at the end of the term based on your scores. As long as you think of happy things, you won't be afraid. Now, repeat after me. Ridiculous, Shiwen said to the little wizards. Ridiculous. The roomful of little wizards raised their wands and shouted ridiculous, as if they were in heaven. Now, it's time to show the magic moment. Shiwen had already memorized the names and profiles of all the students at Beaux Batons. Kamikario, a healthy boy with wheat-colored skin, stood up, his black curly hair and faint stubble on his chin becoming apparent. In the face of inner fears, don't forget, ridiculous, Shiwen opened the trunk and said to the students. The students indeed looked a bit nervous. After all, Beaux Batons focused more on theoretical education, not practical combat. With a creak, the trunk opened, and the students waited, but saw nothing strange. Unexpectedly, Shiwen was somewhat surprised that this student had actually experienced that kind of inheritance. Amid the gasps, everyone noticed a sharp, non-glimmering dagger silently sliding toward Kum's neck from behind. Kum reacted to the crowd's gasps. However, in the moment of crisis, he completely forgot the spell. With a flick of his wrist, a hidden blade shot out and pressed against the dagger. It was a figure cloaked in a hood, obscuring their face. This is a branch of the Assassin Legion, the organization of the Second Master that melts upon contact with water, Shiwen muttered to himself. Hey, Kum, don't forget. You're a wizard. Although Shiwen insisted that a wandless wizard was not a good wizard, what they needed to teach now was their spells. Ridiculous. A spell burst from Kum's hand, and the assassin, hiding under the hood, licking the dagger, suddenly found that the dagger had transformed into a knight's great sword, and their body was crushed by heavy armor. Next, Medialu Shirku, a blonde little girl, nervously ran over. A piercing scream broke the silence, and Shiwen covered his head. No way. Half of the girls in the room had freaked out because little Medi's fear was a caterpillar. Speechless, it was indeed something to be afraid of. Shiwen watched Medi throw a bunch of random spells, which only made the caterpillar grow larger. Remember, ridiculous. Ridiculous. The girl turned her head and fired a blind shot. The caterpillar suddenly became bouncy and transparent, delicious caterpillar gummy, candy, freshly made. Diagon Wong, a black-haired Asian girl, reluctantly walked up, taking a deep breath. This girl had run here to hide. She must have driven the whole of Europe crazy looking for her. Teacher, don't give me that middle name. The half-grown lowly emphasized the word teacher. However, the caterpillar gummy candy transformed in front of Ida into a chubby, lovable old man. Many students from a Muggle world exclaimed, wasn't this Hermann G. Ring, the leader of the Second and Third Reich? The girl's face turned pale, her eyes revealing nostalgia, pain, memories, beauty, and guilt. Ridiculous. The girl forced herself to muster her spirit and waved her wand. The elderly Hermann G. Ring transformed into a young, handsome man, even losing his belly, as if he were a battle hero who followed the Red Baron during World War I. Next, Linda Kaleli Zaiso, a standard French girl, stepped forward, only to see the battle hero transform into a mouse, followed by another round of screams. Fuyong Delacour, as Shiwen spoke, Fuyong hesitantly walked up to the boggart. The surging magical power surged between the boggart and Fuyong. The boggart, which had just been a mouse, appeared in a puff of smoke. A loaf of bread appeared in front of Fuyong, and the girl's pale face looked at the bread, her trembling expression indicating she was almost biting her own teeth. Ridiculous. In the end, the girl mustered the courage to cast magic. The bread turned into a steam bun. One by one, students lined up to experiment with the boggart, and ridiculous, as if watching a horror movie. Even if they were scared to half their lives, many still flocked to it. The boggart even transformed into Principal Maxim in a ballet tutu. All right, everyone, you all performed excellently. Shewin put the boggart back into the trunk. A crisp female voice came. Professor Swift, we want to see what you fear. Ah, lovely bows batons, it's been so long since I've seen you. He looked over, and sure enough, it was the half-grown lowly Ida. Do you all want to see? Shewin looked at the little ones with wide eyes staring at him. All right. He opened the trunk and stood at the trunk's door. Smoke gradually drifted out, enveloping the space in front of Shewin. The students held their breaths and stared intently. A sinister, terrifying aura gradually spread. With a flutter, the smoke dispersed, revealing an identical half-grown lowly in the mist, sticking out her tongue and making faces. Ah, so scary. Shewin pretended to be frightened, curling his fingers in a delicate manner, which made the entire classroom burst into laughter. During a humorous moment, wave his wand, and the boggart transformed into a little girl, suddenly chased by a mouse, causing the entire class to burst into laughter as it exploded into smoke. Watching the teary-eyed half-grown girl signaled for everyone to be quiet. You see, the boggart's most fatal weakness is people's laughter. Many dark creatures and dark magic fear the joy in people's hearts. Moreover, we can see that magic can even help our brains deceive enemies and those who want to extract information from us, but that will be discussed later. Received 3 points. And by the way, you need to stay after class. Although the half-grown girl was reluctant to stay in front of her classmates, she was still a student and had to listen to the teacher. Helplessly watched her shuffle around the room, unwilling, and beckoned her to come over. Teach. The half-grown girl looked at with a frown and an unkind expression, pouting. Speak. Why? Suddenly felt foolish. It was clear why ran away from home to come to the Magic Academy. Hermann G. Ring, former leader of the Third Reich, Air Marshal, Imperial Marshal, Prussian and Austrian Chancellor, and Forestry Minister, doted on his daughter the most. In the late 1950s, had a daughter who also inherited the G. Ring surname. Named Friedrich Dash, old Hermann G. Ring spoiled his granddaughter to the heavens. Unfortunately, the most annoying thing was that this little granddaughter was actually abducted by an Eastern man. The most infuriating part was that this Eastern man used the excuse of family arrangements for marriage and abandoned Frida, who was already pregnant with a daughter. The most anger-inducing thing for the old G. Ring family was that this foolish granddaughter actually gave birth to the child and made her daughter take the surname of that heartless man. People are fragile, especially older people, and when their thoughts are unclear, it is even more so. Old Hermann G. Ring had serious heart problems, and when he was angered and heartbroken by his granddaughter, he nearly lost his breath but was barely saved. Hermann G. Ring almost became the first leader of the Socialist and National Socialist camps who did not live to be 100. Although the old Hermann did not blame her afterward, he was just heartbroken for his granddaughter and little granddaughter, especially since she was named after his daughter. However, Frida felt she had hurt her grandfather's heart, and feeling sad, she moved away from the G. Ring family's residence at Karen Palace with her young daughter. That is another moving story, the tale of a single mother seeking survival in society with her daughter. Haha, just kidding. The G. Ring surname would not be interrupted even if walked around in Germany. At first, some ignorant young men tried to have romantic encounters with beautiful women and ended up with their legs broken. Then, when the news spread that the entire family was under the black muzzle of the Imperial Marshal's troops, no one expected which G. Ring it was. The rough and fierce style of action of Marshal G. Ring was not something ordinary people could provoke, not even the former F. Herrera. So the question arises, why did you run away from home? Do you know how many human traffickers and underground trading places were destroyed across Europe to find you? Humph. You think I was sold? Just those people? The girl snorted coldly, fully expressing her disdain. Hermann turned 100 this year. S words made the little girl, who feared nothing, tremble in her heart. Although she had only seen her great-grandfather a few times, she indeed cherished that time very much. Since the Kiev Agreement, the leaders of both the Socialist and National Socialist camps have become long-lived, but can't live past 100, right? The half-grown girl stared blankly ahead, her pink eyelids revealing her teary big eyes. The girl irritably kicked the table. So what? Anyway, we have already run away from home. Before this Christmas, let's go see that old man Hermann. Otherwise, it will be useless to regret some things. Patted the half-grown girl on the shoulder and left the classroom. Behind him was a low sobbing sound. Shook his head. This little girl really didn't understand what that kind-hearted old fat man G. Ring was like outside. Not to mention the underground black market casualties caused by her disappearance. Just 14 years ago, the old man took action to vent his anger for his daughter. At that time, the Hermann G. Ring family's industrial conglomerate, which monopolized the third technology industry in Europe and America, went to war with the royal family of the Eastern country. Subsequently, the royal family members across various locations either died in car accidents or drowned. The intensity of the struggle caused society to be in turmoil, and even the state was prepared to protect its red capitalists. With the current Frere coincidentally visiting the Eastern country, he inadvertently let slip during a meeting with the Eastern country's leader. It almost infuriated a certain short elder from Sichuan who didn't wear glasses. The country lost such a large trade volume, all because someone did this? Then all the royal playboy's childhood underwear and such were dug up, revealing him to be a scum like a lawnmower. The family he was betrothed to immediately annulled the engagement, and the royal playboy roared about not to bully the young and poor, among other things. Unfortunately, he didn't have the surname, nor did he ever ring grandpa, let alone any system or beautiful women by his side in such a situation. Under the care of the special forces under the imperial marshal's brother-in-law, the royal playboy soon became delirious and was admitted to Professor Yang's hospital. Fortunately, upon hearing the news, this time Frida did not lose her mind. In her heart, she had given birth to, kept the memories, and had completely severed ties with that man. Women are made of water, while men are made of black-hearted cotton and scum. The silver-haired half-grown girl hummed after understanding the whole story. Meow expressed, "What else can I say? Every word you say has its reasoning." In the empty classroom, gently approached who was sitting in the second-to-last seat, looking out the window. Watching her silver hair flutter and her face blushing pink in the sunset, she looked like a fairy. "What are you looking at?" Pouted and shot a glare at. Suddenly, grabbed as she stood up, leaned against the desk, and slowly pressed her down. Did not struggle. She knew was not going to do anything inappropriate. Gently rested on, who was pressed against the desk, softly holding her trembling hand. In that cataclysmic era, at the beginning of chaos, the first intimate contact between two people who had known each other for a long time unfolded in this way. During the first catastrophe, unexpectedly, amidst the corpses, his first reaction was to shield her, to protect her. "Are we done? Let's stop reminiscing here. Don't just take advantage of the situation." The girl's crisp and cheerful laughter resonated deep into the soul of Shiyun. "You're still the same as before, Shiyun." The nearly 1,000-year-old teaching model of Beau's batons was disrupted by Shiyun's strong presence, creating ripples in the calm spring water. Of course, whether to view this as an intruder stirring the pot is a matter of perspective. During breaks, the students at Beau's batons seemed much livelier, especially as they quietly discussed the content of their first defense against the dark arts class, from the lower grades to the higher grades, having encountered various low-level magical creatures and spells. The core of the discussion was our esteemed and dedicated Professor Shiyun Luo Swift, who is currently standing at the highest peak of Bosbadensback Mountain with a silver-haired cutie. This was the private territory of Nikomir, where one could confidently teach any magic that might disturb ordinary people. For example, Dragon Shout. What shout? Under the gaze of the girl's bright blue eyes, Shiyun felt his soul floating away. Ahem, seriously, I am the teacher. I am the teacher, Pink Skull, Pink Skull. Hey, you little monster, if you look at me again, I'll eat you. Well, of course, when it comes to delicious and lawful lolas, there are many ways to eat them, and I want to elaborate here. Shiyun vaguely remembered an ancient eunuch named 32 who chronicled the 18 postures in the palace, the 36 styles of free hands, 72 transformations, and 108 balabala. As he led the girl up the final stretch to the peak, the girl discovered that the mountain was blocked by furious winds and snowflakes. It was a mix of intense energy amidst the storm and the scorching summer. A golden light continuously emanated from Shiyun's body, seeping into the girl's body. How we get up there? The girl tilted her head, adorably asking. I want to teach you a new power, the power to protect yourself. Looking into the girl's innocent blue eyes, Shiyun couldn't help but clench his fist under his robe. He still remembered the shock when he learned of her death, and the sorrow of seeing her again, pure even after such terrible betrayal. This time, even if I can't protect you, at least let me have the chance to die before you. Lokvakwa. Shiyun calmed himself, took a deep breath, and a massive magical power surged within him, releasing with his breath. The entire Pyrenees mountain range and the people at the border of France and Spain felt the earth tremble, strange words resonating in their hearts, making their bodies shiver. It was the ancient fear of the dragon race hidden in human bloodlines. A few hikers trembled as they looked at the highest peak covered in snow and mist, thinking, for heaven's sake, don't let there be an avalanche, or this group of 1,000 or 800 pounds of meat will be done for. Many of those who later became devout believers described that day with what seemed like the voice of a god. The clouds and mist that had long been entwined around the highest peak slowly dispersed as if purified. The sunlight broke through the thin clouds, as sacred as the coming of Jesus, dyeing the highest peak in golden hues. The captured photo, titled "The Divine Descends Upon the Highest Peak," would go on to win various awards from Pulitzer and National Geographic in the future. Leaving aside that, let's talk about how Shiyun and the girl reached the summit, a wide and flat area where a clear lake awaited them. On the other side stood a towering cliff, shaped into a semicircular stone wall after being polished, with many unfamiliar characters carved into it. The girl curiously examined the stone wall, the same golden light radiating and seeping into her body, nourishing her soul. She turned to ask, "Was that voice of yours just now the dragon shout?" "Yes. The dragon shout just now is called Clear Sky, which can disperse harsh weather in the environment." "Is the dragon shout very complicated? Is it a different kind of language?" the girl asked curiously. "The dragon shout is a power innate to dragons and dragonborn, a force that exists in another ancient continent." Shiyun explained. Lok means sky in dragon language. Va means spring. Kor means summer, providing vibration to the air, distorting the elements in the weather, changing nature. "This is the effect of the dragon shout, Clear Sky. Do you need to learn this first?" the girl asked with great interest. "No. Every dragon shouter or dragonborn's innate first rune is Fuss, the power rune, which fills oneself with power and makes enemies tremble in the face of that power." Shiyun pointed at the ground. Fuss. With a swirl of dust, golden wedge-shaped characters appeared on the ground, and the girl wrinkled her nose. "Do I have to learn a new language?" "No need to learn. Just feel its power with your heart and record it in your soul." The girl stepped forward, and the golden wedge-shaped characters transformed into golden starlight that entered her body. Furong felt an unprecedented sense of power. Her throat seemed to itch. "Fuss." The clear female voice of the dragon shout added a touch of cuteness, and dust flew up. Shiyun smiled and said, "Isnt it simple? Next is just like this. Today we will only learn 3 runes, the 3 that make up the most basic and effective attack system of the dragon race. The second one is Ro." Another golden wedge-shaped character appeared on the ground. This one represents balance, which can disrupt the enemy's balance, especially effective against spellcasters to interrupt their casting. Seeing the girl quickly absorbing the second rune, Shiyun said, "You could try it on me." Fuss and Ro together. Furong took a deep breath and, with Shiyun, shouted, "Fuss, Ro." Seeing Shiyun wobble a bit, Furong thought this dragon shout didn't seem very powerful. Shiyun nodded. "Now let us learn the third one, da." Pointing at the golden rune on the ground, Shiyun explained, "Magic runes and dragon shout runes can be freely combined, and you can try in the future. But in the summary of tens of thousands of years, Fussroda is the combination that yields the best power effect." Furong nodded adorably, like a little chick pecking at rice, afraid that she would respond too slowly and offend teacher Shiyun. "The last rune is Da, which pushes enemies away, an essential dragon shout." So, Shiyun watched as Furong absorbed the last rune, Da, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Furong take a deep breath. Oh no. Onyxia took a deep breath. No. It was Miss Furong Delacour who took a deep breath. "Fuss, Ro, Da." The clear female voice was full of energy and power. The fierce wind and tangible blue, furious power erupted from Furong's delicate cherry lips. Shiyun was caught off guard and was directly blown away. "I will be back, meow." Of course, poor Shiyun did not turn into a star in the sky. He was simply smashed against the stone wall by Furong's strike, sticking like a painting for a few seconds before slowly sliding down. "Very good. Cough, cough. It seems your learning progress is faster than I expected," Shiyun said, while supporting his old waist. The girl's radiant smile made it hard to scold or blame her. "However, I seem to be unable to produce the dragon shout?" Furong asked, clearing her throat. "The dragon shout is very taxing on stamina. At first, it is not a conventional means, but as your energy increases, one day you'll be able to release it without cooldown." Shiyun brushed off the dust on his clothes and continued practicing with Furong at the highest peak. Little did they know, at that moment, the savior duo of Hogwarts was facing the biggest nightmare of their lives. A dejected Harry, with his messy hair hanging low, and his comrade Ron Weasley crept along the wall to avoid most of the crowd, making their way to the Hogwarts banquet hall just as lunch was about to begin. It should be noted that at the end of the last semester, Harry had earned quite a few points for Gryffindor and was quite popular at the time. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the school year, they suffered a major setback. They didn't know why, but when they passed through Platform 9 on September 1st, the wall was incredibly solid and bounced them back to the Muggle world. Originally, Harry planned to use Hedwig to send a letter to the school for help and wait for Mr. and Mrs. Weasley to return at Platform 9. However, under Ron's influence, who was also confused, Harry followed Ron in driving Mr. Weasley's flying car, chasing after the Hogwarts Express to school. Bad news. They actually saw the flying car in the sky. After a rough journey filled with misadventures, including a painful encounter with the Whomping Willow, they stealthily entered Hogwarts. The merciless Professor Snape slapped a newspaper onto Harry and Ron's faces. With the help of the Weasley twins, Harry escaped from the flying car that had been discovered by Muggles. Simple-minded Ron was just scared of being punished or scolded. Meanwhile, Harry felt a sinking feeling in his heart, knowing that this incident could have terrible consequences, likely leading to poor Mr. Weasley being attacked by Malfoy and other pureblood families. Considering the already limited income of the Weasley family, Harry felt a wave of nausea thinking that his actions could jeopardize their only source of income. The Weasley family had always treated him so well and kindly, and he had brought them such trouble. Sighing, Harry found that the abundant food on the table had no appeal to him. Turning his head, he saw his good friend Hermione Granger buried in a book even at the dining table. Sigh. Ever since Shiwen mysteriously disappeared, she had been in this state, which was a bit heartbreaking. As a good friend, he had tried to comfort her several times, but it had little effect. He looked at the empty seat at Ravenclaw's table. Even though Shiwen was not there, no one occupied that spot. Perhaps they could only wait for Shiwen to resolve it. Huh. Hearing the gasps around him, Harry followed the gaze of his classmates and saw a swaying, almost lifeless, owl that fell right in front of Ron and Harry. Harry's once rosy face was now pale with red, black, blue, purple, and green splotches. Last semester, they had already experienced Mrs. Weasley's deep affection through a howler. The bright red, seemingly harmless envelope roared through the entire Great Hall like a cluster bomb, with an even louder sound than the previous year. As Mrs. Weasley's voice burst forth, the entire ceiling of the Great Hall trembled with dust, reminiscent of a pre-earthquake phenomenon, and the plates, knives, forks, and spoons on the table clinked and rattled. The most tragic part was knowing that the design of the hall included an echo function to make the sound louder and clearer in everyone's ears. As a result, it was like a lion's roar amplified by a loudspeaker. The focus of the sound was on Harry, who leaned back in his chair, staring blankly ahead. Beside him was a forehead even redder than Ron's hair, peeking out from the side of the table. The most puzzling thing was that just like last semester when the howler landed on the Weasley twins, this time Mrs. Weasley expressed her heartfelt guidance and affection for Ginny at the end of the howler. "Oh, dear Ginny, I'm so glad you were sorted into Gryffindor. Your dad and I are proud of you." However, our little Ginny was almost in tears, her head bowed low. She had never felt so much attention, and of course, it wasn't tea for good reasons. Last semester, Shiwen had mentioned that Mrs. Weasley's way of doing things was too harmful to the children and had no educational significance. Senior Ching Shui sighed. Perhaps it's a Gryffindor tradition. I remember that little fellow Neville Longbottom also received a howler from his grandmother last year. Next to her, Xiao Zhang remained noncommittal. Shiwen, that rascal, who knows where he has gone, he is still the president of the Male Student Council. Hello, please don't call Mr. Swift a rascal. That's very rude. A seemingly ethereal, almost hazy weak girl quietly told Xiao Zhang. Huh. Upon closer inspection of this girl, who defended Shiwen, she was a little girl with waist-length light golden hair flowing. Her slightly protruding eyes paired with lightly arched eyebrows gave her a curious look. Though the girl had a delicate, almost fairy-like face, the carrot-shaped earrings and the bottle-stopper necklace around her neck seemed a bit mismatched. You're Luna Lovegood, right? Senior Ching Shui elegantly stood up to shake hands with Luna, her poised demeanor shining through. Nonsense. Hello, Senior Ching Shui. Luna's voice was light and melodious, like a call from another world. How do you know that guy? If I'm not mistaken, you just started this year, right? Xiao Zhang asked Luna in rapid succession. Luna leisurely shook her head, seemingly pondering, her flowing and messy long hair swaying behind her. Mr. Swift saved my mom. Well, now it's not just the voice. Luna's gaze seemed to drift away from this world. My mom loves experimenting with spells, and once, her magic went haywire, and she almost. Luckily, Mr. Swift was passing by. He suppressed my mom's magic surge and the spell damage. Although my mom still often stays in St. Mungo's, she survived. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't tea. Xiao Zhang said nervously. It's okay. Mom is fine now. Luna waved her hand near Xiao Zhang's ear. What is that for? Xiao Zhang asked curiously. To drive away the pesky flies. The girl replied seriously. What is that? Xiao Zhang pinched her ear and looked at Senior Ching Shui, who was chuckling beside her. That's an invisible creature. Many people don't believe in their existence. They can crawl into your ears and disrupt your brain's thoughts. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Thank you. Xiao Zhang forced a smile at Luna, looking more like she was about to cry. You're welcome, Senior Xiao Zhang. Luna hummed an unknown tune and swayed away, faintly hearing words like extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth. Watching the little lively fellow below, Shiwen felt rejuvenated. as the god king of ancient Greece who could turn clouds into rain with a flick of his hand, as the last guardian knight standing beside Artoria Pendragon at the dawn of Britain, as the emperor of Europa from the time of Joan of Arc to the present. Even further back, before he existed in this world, or rather, before this world was formed, he had countless identities that were beyond counting. Everyone has their own version of Zivin, and that version constantly transforms into the form that best aligns with their inner understanding. At Hogwarts, he is a young student. At the Europa Palace, he is a wise elder. In America, he is a mature uncle. At Beauxbatons, he is a professor in his 30s. Otherwise, even with Nicole's recognition and recommendation, those board members at Beauxbatons would not agree to let him become a professor with a baby face of 14 or 15 years old. Given Beauxbaton's good academic atmosphere and school rules, one could only hear the sound of Zivin's footsteps while walking in the corridors. I have said before, for wizards, 4 warriors heading to the battlefield, what ultimately matters is not how many people you kill in one breath, but how you save your own life. Zivin looked around and added, of course, this kind of survival is not based on fleeing, but on defense. TCH. A certain half-grown lowly let out a discordant sound of disdain from below. Now let me demonstrate, hopefully, the magical shield will become your first non-wand spell in life. Zivin raised his hands and stood up straight, while the younger students stared intently. Having had a good start to the first class, they were looking forward to this course. With a low humming sound, a light blue, almost transparent magical shield, visible only through the distortion of light, appeared in front of Zivin, supported by his hands, protecting the entire front. This is the first stage. You need to learn how to release it with both hands to resist powerful external attacks. Zivin pulled down one hand, maintaining the magical shield with one hand, and turned casually. This is the second stage. After becoming familiar with the usage pattern of the magical shield, you can use it flexibly with a free hand holding a wand or a weapon. Then, Zivin released the magical shield, which dissipated into the air. As Zivin threw something out, a sphere floated in midair, chirping towards Zivin and scattering 3 red spells. The air and light around Zivin's body suddenly twisted, and wherever he was hit, a magical shield appeared. This is the final stage, where you don't need to maintain a powerful magical shield. It's enough to deal with the part that takes damage. Of course, Zivin waved his hand, signaling the young wizards to stand before him. I hope everyone takes it step by step. The magical shield is an extremely mana-consuming method, but also an excellent way to train mana. He took out a copy of a magic book from the spatial wrap, Magical Shield, from beginner to GG, which recorded the magical shield from the entry to intermediate stages. He distributed the books to the young wizards, one for each, so they could feel what a magic book is, as copies from the original codex of the Tamriel continent. These magic books also have the ability to help readers quickly grasp the basics of spell usage. Unfortunately, as copies, each magic book can only provide infusion enhancement to the first person who flips through it. Afterwards, it becomes an ordinary reference book. To learn from it again, one must put in considerable effort. Zivin looked at each young wizard diligently studying the magic book, feeling very gratified. Now, all the students lined up in 2 rows, showcasing in pairs. Zivin clapped his hands, interrupting the young wizards who were writing furiously, drawing their attention to him. Very good. Not bad. Quite excellent. Good job. Okay. Pass. Upon seeing each young wizard able to release the magical shield, although some found it more difficult than others, while some did it easily, this was determined by talent and comprehension. Now, the second spell, perhaps the only offensive spell I will teach you, Fireball. Zivin took out his wand, the core trembling slightly, resonating with a certain silver-haired, cute wand. In Zivin's eyes, those wizards who couldn't conjure a fireball were even more foolish than those who couldn't wield a sword. Repeat the incantation after me. Burn, burn, burn. Zivin patiently guided, tirelessly teaching. Burn, burn, burn. The cute and naive young wizards mimicked, waving their wands in unison. In the previous magic book, there was indeed a teaching on introductory destruction spells, including Fireball, Ice Spike, and Lightning Strike. So even though they didn't quite understand, the young wizards had already learned the basic content and usage methods of Fireball. Similarly, Fireball is also a spell that can easily be cast without a wand. For example, Zivin tucked his wand behind his ear, raising one hand to the sky. Burn, burn, burn. A round fireball appeared in Zivin's hand, and the nearby young wizards could clearly feel the heat wave. This is Fireball. With a wave of his hand, the fireball shot towards a distant target. Boom. Watching the young wizards stare in awe, Zivin felt a great sense of accomplishment. The corners of his mouth curled up, resembling a devil's smile. All right now, in pairs. One uses Fireball to attack, and the other uses the magical shield to defend. Zivin watched the flames in the room, listening to the constant sounds of burning. Not bad. Not bad, promising students. He strolled leisurely along one side of the fortress corridor, occasionally taking out his wand to block fireballs for those who had exhausted their mana or failed to summon the magical shield in time. The atmosphere was very lively. Leaning against the window of the Beauxbatons castle corridor, looking at the lush mountains and forests, as well as the silken water spray from the central fountain sculpture of the castle, it was indeed a nice place. In the distance, the clear blue sky, the rolling white clouds, and the golden sunlight. Zivin gently tapped his fingers on the table, staring at the girl in front of him, a half-grown lowly who turned her head and snorted disdainfully. Go on, what is the charge for attacking a teacher? And how will it be dealt with according to Beauxbaton student management regulations? Isn't that little brat Ada? Taking advantage of Zivin's inattention, she shot a fireball directly at him. And fortunately, Zivin intercepted the attack. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. If you don't speak, I'll have to hand you over to Madame Maxim. Zivin threatened. Hand me over, I'm not afraid of you. Ada, the little lowly, rolled her eyes at Zivin. Oh, this little girl is quite tough. Zivin swiftly grabbed Ada's cheeks with his claws, pulling them apart. Feels good. Slap. Ada slapped his hand away fiercely. Then the little girl rubbed her cheeks, tears welling up in her eyes as she glared at Zivin. Look again. If you don't behave, I'll call your parents. As soon as Zivin said it, he knew it was a mistake. Big drops of tears flowed from Ada's eyes, dripping onto the table, knowing that she was thinking, bullying me. Woo-woo, this is so awkward. Don't cry. It's the teacher's fault. All right, little Ada, don't cry. Shiwen felt helpless. If someone saw him now, he wouldn't be able to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Atlantic Ocean. Cough, cough. A crisp sound of clearing the throat came from the door, and Shiwen felt as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell, struggling to turn his head to look. Watching Ida walk out with her head held high, like a victorious little hen after a cockfight, Shiwen covered his face, feeling that the world had changed. Whatever happened to respecting teachers and valuing education? Madame Maxim wants you to go to her office, Furong said, covering her mouth and giggling softly. The world has changed, and you haven't changed at all, Shiwen. Do you know why? Shiwen, still dressed in his summer wizard robe, looked quite dignified as he walked outside. Furong, slightly trailing behind him, whispered, it's probably because of the curriculum. Beauxbaton has always focused more on theoretical education, while the practical content consists of some non-combative traditional magic. Like transfiguration, Shiwen wasn't surprised. He had known since the day the curriculum was set that it would definitely conflict with existing concepts. However, after all, they wouldn't know what would happen in the future, or how much practice would be needed. There's a saying in the East, sweat more in peacetime, and bleed less in wartime. One can't wait for a crisis to let these inexperienced young boys and girls learn through practice in a perilous situation. In that case, a survival rate of 1 in 10 would be an ideal ratio. Along the way, he greeted passing students as he walked through the elegant and exquisite Beauxbaton castle. Reaching the office area, standing at the door of the tall principal's office, Shiwen could already hear the murmuring voices inside, clearly indicating that he was the only one invited. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at Furong with a questioning expression. The girl indicated that she wouldn't go in and pointed to the corridor beside them, obviously planning to wait for him there. Shiwen curled his fingers and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The noisy voices in the room stopped, and Madame Maxim's strong voice came through. Shiwen pushed the door open and indeed saw several elegantly dressed middle-aged and elderly wizards sitting around. Hello, Principal Maxim. Hello, President Catherine. Shiwen expressed that he didn't recognize the others and would only address them as board members when in a good mood. Otherwise, they should be careful, or he might just snap them all. Clearly, the old wizards in the room also didn't have pleasant expressions, especially with Catherine's presence. She was obviously there to keep Shiwen in check. This group of shadowy individuals exchanged glances quietly, and Shiwen thought that this seemed to be the case in any world. Back in Azeroth, he often saw the Dalaran Kirin Tor Council, which had been interrupted by Archimond, engaging in this kind of behavior. Experts in civil wars and novices in foreign wars. This label couldn't just be pinned on the poor Eastern delegates who resisted independence their whole lives. Just like that saying about how the people of great Eastern nations love to watch the fun, one would find that, in reality, people everywhere enjoy watching the excitement. Wherever there are people, there will be struggles. This is indeed a profound saying. Professor Swift, we invited you here because we have some questions about your teaching methods. Madame Maxim was still very polite. Whether from her gratitude to Nicola May or from her favorite student Furong Drakel's relationship with Shiwen, Shiwen T make things too difficult for him. A short man with a bob haircut was about to speak when Shiwen shot him a cold glance, making the frog-eyed man feel as if he was being stared at by some ancient behemoth. Junior of the Gillis family, do you have something to say? Shiwen's tone was filled with disdain and ridicule. As a member of the French nobility, the proud Gallic rooster couldn't tolerate this. The frog-eyed man rebutted in a sharp voice. Presumptuous, you ignorant commoner who doesn't even know noble surnames. I am a hereditary earl, Robbie's Lays, the Earl of Lays. Shiwen scoffed, raising his hand to wipe his nose as if he smelled something foul. Inadvertently, the iris flower mark on his inner sleeve was revealed. The Earl of Lays seemed to recognize it and began to ponder carefully. Did Gillis not teach you what power is? Are you just staring at those theoretical knowledge all day? Shiwen's words made Earl Lays even more irritated. What nonsense, Gillis. Gilles. Cold sweat dripped down from his oiled hair, sticking to his forehead. The Earl of Lays swallowed hard and secretly raised his eyes to look at the man in front of him. Silver-gray long hair, deep blue eyes. A warm and kind smile that looked almost saintly, and that silver metallic right arm exposed while crossed over his chest. It was as if the man had walked out from the most secret room in his house. Why you? Earl Lays felt he must have been hit by an illusion today. As a member of the Lays family, they inherently possessed strong magical power and a steadfast heart, influenced by the ancient magic book left by their ancestors while still in the womb. That book, suppressed at the bottom of Lays Castle, trained generation after generation of the Lays family through nightmarish experiences. This never-ending nightmare was actually the era of Gillis Lays, the craziest being after his obsessive love for alchemy. The heirs of the Lays family were fortunate to dream of that legendary woman, Saint Joan of Arc. They could also see the Emperor of Europa, who retaliated fiercely against France after his anger. Lays felt his teeth were clashing together. The Emperor from Europa, God, Maria, Allah, Jesus, Joan, Tathagata, Bodhisattva bless. Even his ancestor, the one who stopped the crying of children, Gillis Lays, Bluebeard, would have to be humble in front of this man. What is wrong, Earl Lays? Want to say something? I'm all ears. Shiwen's expression was as warm as spring. Why you? The old man from the Medici family was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by Lays. Your teaching method is excellent, Earl Lays said humbly. We just saw some minor issues in the curriculum that we wanted to consult about. It will soon be promoted at Busbarton. In his heart, Earl Lays had cursed Nicolame 100 million times. That damn old man, that treacherous ghost, actually brought out this great figure. I should have known. The more he thought about it, the more he remembered Nicolame's friendly demeanor when introducing Shiwen. Of course, that old fellow was from the same era as his ancestors, so he was familiar with this powerful man. No one present was a fool. Earl Lays' drastic change definitely had issues. No one would foolishly rush in to confront him. Ridiculous, compared to the speed of surrender and the level of cowardice. The French nation could proudly proclaim that no one dared to compete with them except the Italians. Watching everyone look like defeated roosters, Shiwen maintained his warm smile as he left. However, in the spring breeze, as he exchanged smiles with Furong and walked side by side, Shiwen would soon find out that a dispute was about to unfold on the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts. Harry had originally planned to take his friend Hermione outdoors to unwind, as staying alone in a classroom and dormitory was not a solution. He also managed to contact George, Fred, and Ravenclaw's senior Qing Shui, Zhang Qiu, to arrange a friendly match for today. Unexpectedly, that rich second-generation Malfoy, with Snape's note, wanted to drive them away from here, constantly insulting the Gryffindor players with various foul words, especially Harry. Hermione, who had been keeping her head down, couldn't stand Malfoy's belittling of Gryffindor any longer and retorted, "At least Gryffindor doesn't need props to make the team. They rely on real talent." A sarcastic smile appeared on Malfoy's long, donkey-like face. "No one asked for your opinion. You filthy, lowly mudblood." Harry immediately realized that Malfoy had used a very bad word, as chaos erupted around them. Slytherin's Quidditch captain, Flint, quickly stepped in front of Malfoy to prevent the Weasley twins, George and Fred, from jumping on him. The twins charged forward, engaging in a scuffle with Slytherin players. Then Angelina shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Nearby, Ravenclaw's team member, Cho Chang, pulled out her wand, ready to teach Malfoy a lesson. Having lived in a magical world for more than a year and having learned a great deal about magic from books and consultations, Hermione was well aware of this term. Her body trembled as she struggled to hold back her bitterness and grievance, not wanting to cause a collective brawl that would lead to point deductions for everyone. "Hermione, don't cry, Jane. You have to hold on. You have to hold back the tears." The girl clenched her fists tightly, the sharpness of her fingertips cutting into her palm. A drop of bright red tear slowly slid down her lowered face. Who the hell made Hermione cry? A loud and furious male voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Before anyone could react, it swept through like the wind, striking Slytherin with a heavy blow. It was Shewin. He charged into the Slytherin ranks, attacking with his fist for the first time without using magic. Flint was kicked and broke his arm, rolling on the grass while holding his injury. In a fit of rage, Shewin lifted Malfoy by his feet. The bastard who made Jane cry is absolutely unforgivable. Shewin yelled as he swung Malfoy around like a punching bag. A small arm suddenly wrapped around Shewin's body, and the trembling girl's voice pleaded, "All right, stop hitting him. That's enough." Hermione lifted her head, looking at the familiar figure that had appeared countless times in her dreams, filled with rage on her behalf. "Don't cry, Hermione, don't cry." "I'm not crying." She forced back her tears. When Shewin let go of Malfoy and gently placed his hand on the girl's head, she could no longer hold it in, collapsing into Shewin's arms and crying out loud. The girl repeatedly pounded her small fists against Shewin's chest, her sobs making anyone who heard it feel heartbroken. Cho Chang looked at Shewin and Hermione with a complex expression, gently putting away her wand. "Bastard, bastard, bastard." Looking at the fallen Malfoy, Cho, with nowhere to vent her anger, sent a soul whip his way. Malfoy's half-dead body merely trembled a bit more. The chaos here had already attracted the attention of the professors, and several heads of houses rushed over, followed by Madame Pomfrey and Miss Charlotte Granger, the vice president of the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association, who was temporarily stationed at Hogwarts. This was no longer a matter that could be defined as a fight. 3/4 of the Slytherin team were already down and unable to get up, like Flint and Malfoy, who had lost half their lives and were bloodied. "Oh my God!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed and hurried over to see how the young wizards were doing. Professor Flitwick looked at the furious Shewin, took a deep breath. Having sensed Shewin's terrifying magical power long ago, he rushed over to the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, asking their captain what had happened. Shewin didn't care about any of that. The only thing he was concerned about was the sobbing Hermione in front of him, gently brushing the messy hair from the girl's forehead. He looked into her tear-filled golden and brown eyes, noticing the bloodstains around her golden eye caused by her tears. Shewin wondered if it would be better to kill someone. With a sharp cry, the flames of a phoenix suddenly flashed, and Dumbledore seemed to have received a message from a professor arriving on the scene. The elderly man, with his white hair, hurriedly crossed the grass and walked into the crowd. "Severus, Poppy, you first take the injured students to the infirmary." Dumbledore's voice was calm, but left no room for refusal, as he shot a stern look at Professor Snape, who was about to speak. "Mr. Swift, please come with me." Dumbledore's hand under his robe tightened slightly as he fixed his gaze on Shewin. "Professor, it was Malfoy's fault. It was Slytherin." Although Harry and Ron felt that Shewin's hands were a bit dark, they also thought it was quite satisfying and just. "He actually insulted Hermione." Yes. Ron started to say, but George covered his mouth. Although the Weasley twins seemed to be joking, they were actually very savvy about human emotions. "Professor, Slytherin used the most offensive language, the kind of words that are the worst for wizards of non-magical descent. I think you should know what they are." Fred added, knowing that his twin brother's thoughts would only cause the girl further harm if he repeated that term. It wasn't just Shewin who was trembling with anger. It wasn't just Hermione whose heart ached. Standing aside was an even angrier and heartbroken person, Miss Charlotte Granger. That heartfelt sorrow, stemming from a mother's pain for her daughter, was something others could not imitate or surpass. Seeing that Charlotte seemed to want to say something, Shewin shook his head. Now was not the time. The girl was in her most vulnerable state, and one wrong word could trigger a bigger problem. Charlotte took Hermione, who had fainted from emotional turmoil, into her arms. Hermione first squirmed uncomfortably for a moment, then seemed to find peace in Charlotte's gentle movements and presence, falling into a calm sleep. "Mr. Swift," Dumbledore called out to Shewin again, indicating for him to follow him to his office for a detailed discussion. Shewin looked at Charlotte, who was carrying Hermione, took a deep breath to calm the raging anger and murderous impulse within him, and followed behind Dumbledore's flowing white robes. "Please sit down." The esteemed Dumbledore slowly walked to his desk and sat down, looking at him curiously. "Esteemed Mr. Swift." Shewin looked at him helplessly, descendant of Percival. "What do you want to say? I hope you can have compassion for those ignorant people. Never rage, and do not get involved in fights due to verbal disputes." After last year's conversation with Shewin, Dumbledore had carefully reviewed the ancient scrolls from his ancestors. That astonishing identity made him feel troubled, a knight from 1500 years ago, or even earlier. Scotland still maintained its Pendragon royal family, and according to his ancestor Percival, one of the 12 knights of the Round Table. It was very likely that the descendant of King Arthur, Modred, was this person in front of him or a descendant of Arthur. So you, my old friend, Nicholas Flamel, already know each other, right? Dumbledore did not continue to dwell on the recent beating incident. In his view, when Malfoy spoke such venomous words to a woman, as a former knight of the Round Table and a paragon of virtue, he would certainly not tolerate it. Nikolai did not live that long. Zivin looked at the phoenix heading towards decay and said, Nikolai merely caught the tail end of the alchemical era, which was already 1,000 years later. Alchemy, such a heavy term. So, in response to the aforementioned catastrophe, you decided to promote alchemy again? Dumbledore didn't know how he felt, but as a wise elder, having seen much, he naturally understood how chaotic the alchemical era was, how the people suffered. Zivin clapped his hands and stood up. Normally, I wouldn't cause any trouble. Don't worry. Yes, normally no trouble, but when trouble arises, it's a major explosion like Big Ivan. Old Dumbledore felt a mess in his heart. By the way, that guy Percival never does anything without benefit. If he left clues about discovering that thing with Gavinrad. From Dumbledore's expression, Zivin knew he understood what he was saying. Don't go looking for that thing. It's a defective product, and the side effects are not something humans can bear. Zivin leisurely walked out of the headmaster's office, looking at the entrance mechanism designed by Rowena. It really has been a long time. The girl didn't know how long she had been in a stupor. Her head felt heavy, and someone was tightly holding her hand, so she wouldn't get lost in the dark nightmare. Squinting, she looked in front of her. A woman with the same brown hair was holding her little hand. Dozing at the bedside. Is that Miss Charlotte? Such a strange sense of familiarity. Hermione pouted her lips. That useless Zivin. Not here at this moment. Humph. You're awake? Charlotte looked at Hermione gently. Are you thirsty? It seemed like a question, but Charlotte had already gotten up to pour water for little Hermione. In that moment, her weary body radiated a mysterious charm and brilliance. Looking at her, Hermione felt as if she were seeing her mother caring for her when she was sick at home as a child. Thank you. Just as Hermione was about to get up, she found something pressing down on the blanket behind her. Turning back, she saw Zivin lying at her bedside, waiting for her. The girl suddenly felt a pang in her nose. Silly Zivin. Looking at Zivin's soft silver long hair and his robe with strange patterns, Hermione suddenly had a feeling. Do I really know him, understand him? Our little girl only knows to gaze affectionately at her little sweetheart. The teasing voice from behind made Hermione's delicate face turn bright red in an instant. Miss Charlotte, she pouted, then quickly switched to a smiling face. Thank you for your care. Charlotte gently blew on the hot water in the cup while feeding Hermione, watching the girl drink little by little. From that day on, she never took care of Jane again. For a moment, Charlotte almost got up to leave, having abandoned her daughter when she was so small. Does she really have the right to come back, to return her side? Miss Charlotte, how come? Hermione looked at those strangely familiar brown eyes and the silver pendant on Charlotte's chest. A very interesting magical pendant, like a bell, making strange notes with every step. Hermione felt as if she had seen it somewhere before. At this moment, Zivin on her other side seemed to wake up, bleary-eyed as he looked at the mother and daughter in front of him. He really needed to find a good opportunity to let them clarify things. You're awake. You're awake. The two said this simultaneously, sharing a smile, with all their words and emotions contained within. Zivin unconsciously raised his hand and gently stroked the marks on little Hermione's face that had already become bloodstains, or what could be called stigmata. The blood tears that fell from those golden eyes with a chaotic aura came from the Golden Chaos Nightmare King, of course. That fool with golden hair and eyes had already passed it on to Hermione. Slap. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zivin covered his hand, glaring at Charlotte beside him. Charlotte shot a cold glare at Zivin. What do you want to do? Don't put your hands on a girl. What kind of mother has what kind of? Zivin could only swallow his words. What are you mumbling about? Charlotte seemed to be relentless. Hermione quietly covered her mouth and laughed on the side. A knock sounded at the door, and Charlotte shot one last fierce glare at Zivin before going to open the door to her potions laboratory. Wow! The muscles on Charlotte's face twitched as she opened the door, only to be sprayed in the face with a mysterious substance by the famous prankster twins. Various flowers, decorations, and ribbons adorned Charlotte, making her look like a circus performer on a Christmas float. This is so awkward. Sorry, Miss Charlotte. We came to visit Hermione. We thought Zivin would open the door. Yes, it's all Zivin's fault, no doubt about it. Zivin, who received another fierce glare from Charlotte, covered his face. What did the baby do wrong to be treated this way? George and Fred brought a large bag of candies and snacks smuggled from Hogsmeade, along with a few books that looked very worn. These are old spell books we found during a big clearance sale at an old house while we were in Hogsmeade. Our Gryffindor top student can take her time studying them. By the way, this. Fred held up a thick stack of postcards and letters. These are the blessing letters from your classmates. They were afraid of disturbing your rest, so we packed them to bring to you. Hermione had always helped others since she started school, and she had good relationships with her classmates in the same year. Also, when the older students were helped by Zivin, Hermione was there too, so they had good impressions of her as well. It was clear this time that little Hermione was the one who had suffered the most. How could others stand by when a girl with good relationships was in distress? Thank you all. Hermione took the stack of letters. The light envelopes carried the weight of friendship. Where did Harry go? Zivin casually asked, because at times like this, George and Fred wouldn't leave Harry out. But upon hearing Zivin's words, George and Fred's faces showed a hint of hesitation. Harry, our savior, was injured a bit. Madame Pomfrey is taking care of him. George hesitated, but spoke up about the matter. Harry had actually fallen down the moving stairs while copying letters for Lockhart to return to the dormitory 2 nights ago, falling from the 4th floor straight to the dungeon. If it weren't for Snape, who was proficient in potions and first aid, working late and just happening to be out, Harry might have been lying there until the next day without anyone noticing. Hiss! Hermione gasped, such a terrifying thing. Her face turned even paler. As her second friend, after becoming a witch, she cherished her friendship with Harry very much. Don't worry, Ron is over there. It said that Harry is no longer in great danger. However, George seemed hesitant, unsure whether to say it or not. Harry might have been pushed down. Fred's words exploded in the room like a thunderclap. However, before anyone could react, the door was suddenly blasted open with a loud bang. And a furious Lucius Malfoy stormed in, tightly gripping his snake-headed wand. Lucius Malfoy's narrow, phoenix-like eyes were filled with burning rage. He had spent a considerable sum to buy a bunch of the latest flying brooms for the Slytherin Quidditch team, hoping his son Draco would win against that boy who had survived against all odds, thereby bringing prestige to the Malfoy family. Instead, his son ended up in a hospital bed, with barely any bones intact, and seemingly suffering from extreme shock, appearing somewhat dazed. Get out of my room. Charlotte stood up, her anger igniting from the depths of her heart. This is Hogwarts. As a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, I have the right to do anything and go anywhere, Lucius Malfoy said, staring at them while holding his wand. You all go back. Sewin stood up, clearly realizing that today would not end peacefully. He didn't want to involve George and Fred, the Weasley twins, although they were true friends who wouldn't back down just because they were facing a board member. No, young man, it's not just about Hermione. We met this infamous remnant last time at the Leaky Cauldron, George said with a bright smile. Fred chimed in, Oh, isn't this the esteemed Lucius Malfoy? Didn't your last bruise just heal, and now you're causing trouble again? Since Lucius Malfoy and their father had fought at the Leaky Cauldron, they had clearly drawn their lines. The Weasley twins seemed carefree and lighthearted every day, but in reality, they were well-versed in the ways of the world and cherished their friendships and family. So it's you? Huh? Lucius Malfoy glared at Hermione on the hospital bed. So many people will suffer penalties and expulsion for you. I bet your muggle parents will be so proud to know you seduced. A red spell shot out from Charlotte's wand, interrupting Malfoy's words. Malfoy stared at Charlotte's attire and remembered only hearing that Dumbledore had accepted a researcher from the Extraordinary Potioneers Association this year. As a Death Eater remnant, they had hunted members of the Extraordinary Potioneers Association in the past, and the two groups could be said to be irreconcilable, attacking a noble without permission. Even Merlin wouldn't stand by your side. Saying this, Malfoy also drew his wand. Charlotte, put away your wand. Sewin stood up, looking at Lucius Malfoy. I was the one who hit your son. I broke his bones. If you want revenge, let's settle this account. Lucius Malfoy realized he was facing an adult wizard and 3 minors, with a power ratio of about 1:3. Lucius Malfoy, I challenge you to a duel. Do you accept? Sewin suddenly drew his wand, and a golden light shot out, seemingly inscribing itself on the ground. My condition is that you must not seek revenge for this matter, and also keep your son's mouth shut. Sewin's anger was also rising. My condition is that you break your wand and never step into the magical world again. Lucius waved his wand in the same manner, and the golden light inscribed itself together. Witness, the duel is established. After Charlotte's final spell merged in, the golden light scattered and entered everyone's bodies. Lucius Malfoy coldly looked at them. I choose to duel at the Hogwarts Tower. I choose to duel today, Sewin added, as the rules of the duel stated that one person chose the venue and the other chose the time. Betting. Lucius Malfoy is at 1 to 10. Watching the lively twins actually holding a box, promoting the duel while taking bets. Don't worry. That brat has 100 ways to make Lucius Malfoy unable to stay at Hogwarts. So hard to eat. Hermione looked at the food Charlotte was feeding her with a sad face. It was dark and purple, and although every bite made her feel invigorated and strong, it was simply unbearable. This is a heartfelt bento. Enjoy it, little girl. You're the first to taste my cooking, Charlotte said, still pleased. Ah, Mr. Swift, long time no see. A ethereal voice seemed to transcend different dimensions, yet it was still delightful. Little Luna had just entered the Ravenclaw common room when Seawyn gave her a gentle pat on the head. You're still the same, sir. Only around you have I never encountered any annoying insects, Luna said, confusedly patting around her ears. Raising her head, she looked at the girl who was gazing at her, and Seawyn slightly curled his lips in response to the concern in her eyes. After confirming Seawyn's response, the girl lowered her head and continued to focus on her homework. After a round, Seawyn went to the infirmary. Harry, pale but already able to move, smiled and greeted Seawyn, only to end up straining his muscles and bones, causing him pain. Don't move around, Seawyn approached, looking at Harry, whose health was at a pitifully low level. How did you fall? Seawyn sat beside Harry, gently placing his hand on Harry's pulse. Harry shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. The stairs seemed a bit chaotic, and suddenly I just fell down. It felt like someone grabbed my leg and threw me down. Seawyn's hand shimmered with strange distortions as he traced down Harry's body. On Harry's leg was a clear handprint. The slender handprint didn't look like a human finger at all. Ron's face also turned very pale. We should quickly notify Professor Dumbledore. Throwing Harry down from that height is practically murder. Seawyn had some guesses. He handed Harry a few bags of snacks and gifts. Wishing you a speedy recovery, Harry. I have some matters to attend to. Goodbye. Ron, thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Seawyn. I should be the one to help. Ron patted his chest vigorously, fearing Seawyn would doubt his ability to take care of Harry. Standing on the rotating staircase of Gryffindor Tower, Seawyn moved his neck left and right, realizing he hadn't cleared out these pests in a while. Did they think they could do whatever they wanted? From a fourth floor to the dungeons, a drop of 10 or 20 meters, throwing a 13-year-old child down. Seawyn took a deep breath, holding his breath, and quickly walked towards his final destination, the Hogwarts Astronomical Tower. Among the curious students at Hogwarts, no one knew what had happened that night. Only a few of the early rising overachievers who saw Lucius Malfoy leave Hogwarts with an angry expression knew something was off. Beside him was a dirty house elf. Welcome back, warrior. Just as he entered the room, Seawyn cleverly dodged the confetti attack from the troublesome Weasley twins. Since Seawyn had refused to accompany and choose a dual opponent, everyone was waiting for him in Charlotte's room. So, Seawyn, did you make that old pervert kneel and beg for mercy? George seemed even more excited than Seawyn about the outcome. Seawyn just smiled and shook his head. Lucius, Narcissa Malfoy, Malfoy's mother, worriedly took Lucius Malfoy's clothes and looked at him. Obviously, Lucius's duel did not go very well. Lucius Malfoy remained silent. At the last moment of the duel in the tower, he was knocked off the high tower and thought he would die, but was pulled back by that boy with magic. Why save me? Are you afraid that I will die and you cannot bear the punishment that follows? Lucius Malfoy's slender eyes locked onto Sheeman. Sheeman, as if strolling or chatting with an old friend, put away his wand. I have always liked an old saying from the East, every debt has its owner. Young Malfoy has already paid the price for his disrespect. Sheeman's gaze did not linger on Lucius Malfoy. How about you? I can imagine a father's feelings when avenging his child, but the cold killing intent and immense magical power nearly crushed Lucius Malfoy's body. He had only felt this level of power from the former Dark Lord. Sometimes, there are no second chances, Director Lucius. I hope while you are plotting your schemes, you also pay more attention to your children and your family. Don't think every day about being a fence-sitter or standing on the wrong side. Of course, I must say that your pet goblin has already acted independently and attacked Harry 3 times. I assume that was not your order? Lucius's already pale face turned an abnormal red, clearly showing his anger. I know that your comrade Voldemort is not dead. He is looking for an opportunity to strike back and start again, and you're also waiting for such an opportunity, enjoying his illusory promises. Sheeman's words made Lucius Malfoy tremble unnaturally, winning him another round of mockery from Sheeman. It's not that I look down on him. Grindelwald and his followers at least managed to break out of Europe and stir up trouble in the world. Voldemort, Tom Riddle, he can't even handle England. At most, he's just a thug. I wonder if Grindelwald, locked up in prison, would laugh to death at the stories of this ambitious but fragile junior. Sheeman's footsteps faded, leaving Lucius Malfoy alone in the chilly Hogwarts Astronomy Tower. Lucius? Narcissa's voice once again pulled Lucius Malfoy from his memories. He looked at his wife, who had worked hard for the Malfoy family and had already gone gray, Once a lady of the pure-blood Black family who never touched spring water. And what have I done? Lying on the honor of the Malfoy family, still obsessed with dark magic even after the Dark Lord's death. She. Lucius Malfoy called his wife by a long and used nickname. Perhaps our teachings for Draco have been somewhat misguided. And thank you for your hard work over the years. The two held hands tightly. Schumann sat at Hermione's bedside, watching those mischievous guys, wondering why he had talked so much with Lucius Malfoy. Perhaps it was seeing that kind-hearted soul hidden beneath the darkness. Mischievous George, while dodging Fred's fake one spit attack, leaned against Charlotte's desk, causing a violent vibration that knocked several things off. George apologetically went to pick them up. A photo frame that had been upside down on the desk was picked up by him, showing a lovely, happy family of 3. Charlotte, an unnamed, I really can't find out what Hermione's father's name is, please forgive me, and Hermione Granger's family in 1993. After Fred finished reading, he suddenly felt shocked and uneasy, as if he had caused trouble. What nonsense are you talking about? Charlotte swiftly snatched the photo from Fred's hands. Her expression turned somewhat tense as she cautiously looked at Hermione. Miss Charlotte, is it a photo of your family? Hermione's expression seemed a bit strange. Can I see it? She sat up in bed, reaching out toward Charlotte Granger. Schumann shot a disapproving glance at the twin brothers George and Fred, those two fools, and Charlotte. How could such a secret be left on the table? Charlotte's expression changed. She nervously looked at Schumann, not knowing what to do. Schumann gently shook his head, sighed, and nodded to indicate that this was not the time to hide. Charlotte handed the photo frame to Hermione, who took it with a calm expression, though her trembling hand revealed her feelings. Should we go back first? Fred and George awkwardly moved toward the door, only to be frozen in place by Schumann's deadly glare. Hermione looked at the photo. It was once her home in France, everything from her childhood. Jeanne. Charlotte reached out to hug Hermione, but was pushed away. She shoved the photo frame between the two of them. Miss Charlotte, your family must have been very happy, right? Every word from Hermione felt like a knife carving into Charlotte's heart. Charlotte opened her mouth, seemingly unsure of what to say, silently accepting the frame. Jeanne, no, Hermione. If someone who has made mistakes and hurt others is not going to be forgiven, should they walk far away? Hermione tightly clutched her blanket. Is running away all you can do? Is disappearing again all you can manage? The room fell silent, leaving only Hermione and Schumann. Hermione seemed to be talking to herself, or perhaps asking Schumann, why has it come to this? Finally recovering childhood memories, finding a long-lost mother. Two pieces of happiness overlap. Yet these two joys bring me even more happiness. Why should have gained was a time as blissful as a dream. But why has it turned out like this? Clearly, I came first, whether marrying Granger or being Hermione's mother. Why? Sob. Schumann felt a headache coming on. Could this mother-daughter pair communicate properly? But when Schumann saw a certain 30-something woman on the verge of tears, with sly eyes peeking out from between her fingers, he thought to himself, I have something to say but don't know if I should. Just a second ago, the sorrowful Charlotte was now covering her mouth and smiling at Schumann, looking as if my little Hermione's man saw through her. Schumann decisively stood up, straightened his robe. Although the robe woven by Alice was seamless and had built-in defenses, cleanliness, and wrinkle-removing effects, the psychological effect was still there. Leaving behind the messy situation with Charlotte and Hermione, Schumann strolled around the campus, glancing at the class schedule. This is awkward. It was rare to return to Hogwarts for a class to express his insignificant respect and nostalgia for the teachers in school, only to find that. Looking at the flowery peacock standing at the podium, Schumann's expression darkened. He had thought he could guess how terrible this class would be, but he had severely overestimated Lockhart's bottom line. When the famously renowned Schumann Swift finally appeared in class, Lockhart showed an inexplicable excitement. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, bursting with joy, was lecturing his Western literature students, reciting slogans to help them review previous lessons, but wasted the entire hour on self-promotion. And that is why I am so honored to have received the third-class medal from Sir Merlin, of course. It is well known that it is not because of my perfect smile. Lockhart leaned on the professor's desk with one elbow, resting his chin in his hand, revealing a standard smile with 8 gleaming teeth. For Lockhart, the only regret was that there were no flashing lights and camera clicks to capture his perfect performance and smile. The literature students listened to the stories and actually found Lockhart somewhat useful. After all, his experiences were real, with the only drawback being that he was not the main character. Thus, during Lockhart's boasting, his descriptions of rare creatures like werewolves, vampires, and trolls were mostly accurate. And more importantly, he concealed some corresponding methods for dealing with them. For example, Lockhart was bragging about his encounters with vampires, for those adult vampires, garlic, holy water, and even silver had lost their effectiveness. They even had a gourmet recipe in their lairs featuring a dish called roasted human on a silver platter, flavored with garlic and paired with holy water beverages. I had perused numerous books, browsed ancient texts in the magical section of the Royal Library of England, sought advice from hermits in the mountain valleys, and even traveled to ancient battlefields to seek relics. In the end, I discovered that in ancient times, to slay the ancestor of vampires, the demon Lord Haken, warriors forged a sacred bow, the Bow of Oriel. Legend has it that this bow possessed divine powers, allowing arrows shot from it, especially those aimed at the sun, to radiate the scorching power of the sun. "Professor, did you find this bow?" a student asked. This is a legendary tale passed down by bards. Unfortunately, like many other treasures such as the Holy Grail, the Holy Sword, and the Holy Sheath, the Bow of Oriel was lost to the sands of time. However, fortunately, I found a compensatory method, the Holy Light Elven Arrows, which could also inflict great damage on vampires. I set off on my quest, climbing mountains and crossing rivers, enduring hardships, not for myself, but to eliminate the threat of vampires to the innocent villagers. In a valley in the far north, a valley long forgotten by the world, I discovered the remains of ancient snow elves. Regrettably, the last generation of elves who mastered the enchantment method for the Holy Light Elven Arrows had perished. Fortunately, I found a quiver in their chest, containing the Holy Light Elven Arrows. Thus, with a sense of justice, I once again climbed mountains and crossed rivers, enduring hardships, and returned to the small town tormented by vampires, ready to resolve their vampire troubles once and for all. For a moment, the atmosphere was electrifying, and the young wizards, who had never witnessed such a scene, listened with rapt attention, yearning to travel back in time to that mountain village, to replace Lockhart and battle the vampires for 300 rounds, waving their hands to turn enemies to ashes and saving the people from disaster. Lockhart struck the podium. Continuing from where we left off, the clash of swords and the sound of battle echoed through the sky as the vampire ancestor Haken, unable to withstand the power of justice, retreated step by step. Just then, Haken suddenly shivered, and a red mist enveloped the castle, turning even the moon in the sky blood red. This was the skill of an ancestor-level vampire. Vampire transformation. In an instant, the cunning Haken's agility and strength surged, leaving me momentarily overwhelmed, and my body was scratched with several wounds. The quiver of Holy Light Elven Arrows also accidentally fell to the ground during the battle. At that moment, Lockhart was speaking animatedly, his spit flying everywhere, when an incompatible voice came from the audience. "So, teacher, did you get killed?" The classroom fell silent instantly. After a long while, Lockhart, who had been choked up, finally came to his senses, awkwardly coughed a few times, and then tried to locate the source of the earlier disturbance. Unfortunately, it was in vain. Zal means sound, May means to deceive, Gut means far away. Together, it translates to a dragon language spell that can project one's voice elsewhere, providing absolute safety for backbiting. After that, a disinterested Lockhart hurriedly summarized the ending. The unfortunate Haken's invincible shield was pierced by the Holy Light Elven Arrow. The hero defeated the enemy and saved the world. Applause should be given here. Yawning, the bored Western literature students left the classroom, casting aside the noisy praises behind them. Haken? Holy Light Elven Arrows? The Bow of Oriel was still tossed in some corner of a storage room, but unexpectedly, after so much time had passed, the snow elves of the Forgotten Valley had already gone extinct. I wonder how that girl, who had spent 300 years with him, the wine-red-haired vampire princess, the poor girl forced to become a vampire, is doing now. I suppose with the ancient scrolls I gifted her, along with the protection and help of the Dawn Guardians and the Fellowship, Selana should be doing well. While most students went to the lounge, the recently healed Harry was heading to Lockhart's office to continue his detention. Meanwhile, in a dim restroom, a black shadow gradually spread. The reason why Zivin could appear so quickly after Hermione's incident was simply that it was a fragment of consciousness residing in Hermione's silver butterfly hairpin. At that moment, Zivin was still in Beauxbatons, in the quaint Beauxbatons Tower, built by Nicolim as a special residence for distinguished guests, similar to Hogwarts' Room of Requirement. The Beauxbatons Tower would transform into different types of living areas based on the preferences of those who entered. Staring, staring, staring. Looking at the empty plate in front of Fleur, cleaner than if it had just been washed, Zivin was somewhat astonished. "You seemed a bit distracted just now, Zivin," Fleur said with concern. "When are we going to eat?" On the face of the girl was an angelic, pure, and warm smile, and in her clear, clean eyes was a charm that made one want to hug and protect her tightly. Zivin's mouth twitched, his eyes twitched, and his facial muscles twitched as he looked at the girl's innocent and lovely red lips, with remnants of cream pudding stuck beside them. As a clever person, Zivin silently stood up to prepare what was supposedly an uneaten dinner for the girl. His right hand traced waves of spatial fluctuations in front of him, magic summoning an entire set of kitchenware and tableware from the void. Come forth. Noble cooking equipment. Even Artoria Pendragon would be envious of the chef's set. Miss Fleur Delacour sat at the dining table, watching as dish after dish emerged from Zivin's careful preparation of the ingredients, pleasing to the eye and emanating an enticing aroma. Are you hungry? Shiwen had prepared a grand feast with a whole table full of tableware for the girl. Watching her happily eat with both hands, he felt a slight reduction in the guilt that had been weighing on his heart. However, it quickly overwhelmed him again like a tsunami. Ever since he learned the true cause of her death in the first era of their acquaintance, he had never been able to escape that guilt. I'm so full, ugh. The girl obviously overate, clutching her stomach and squirming in her chair. Shiwen found it both amusing and infuriating. She was still the same, always eating heartily, taking in everything, then complaining about her discomfort. After her gluttonous feast, Furong returned to her elegant and spirited self, but her slightly protruding belly ruined the atmosphere. Leaning against the sofa, the exhausted girl weakly waved her silver hair, her bright blue eyes unfocused as they stared at the ceiling. Her memories were not as restored as Shiwen imagined. She didn't even have complete recollections of their first era together, but those memories were already deeply etched in her heart. For her, that turbulent and legendary story was merely a dream experienced by a girl named Furong Delacour, in which she spent the most tumultuous times with him. Those are some really beautiful high heels, Shiwen said, noticing the standard shoes of the Beauxbatons girl scattered on the floor and gathering them up. Furong just lazily propped up her food-bloated belly, rolling around on the sofa like a big white meatworm, signaling that she understood. As Shiwen prepared to leave, he caught a glimpse of the girl's eyes, which held a hint of gratitude. His heart warmed, and he couldn't help but remind her, Furong, next time you sneak a bite of dinner, don't forget to wipe your mouth. This made things a bit awkward. The girl's smile froze on her face, first pale, then quickly flushing red with anger, her rosy complexion showing a hint of irritation as she glared at the already closed door, letting out a frustrated huff that went unanswered. Standing at the door, Shiwen's expression was not so relaxed. His previous comment about the high heels was not meant to tease her, but was a hidden message. In the third era, under extremely fortunate circumstances, he had encountered her again, this time in a perilous ancient ruin where he met the girl studying archaeology. A girl, seemingly powerless, was exploring a dangerous ruin in high heels, twisting her ankle. After that encounter, her anger towards high heels had reached its max, and she was vehemently against any occasion that required them. However, this time, when he brought it up, she showed no reaction. If it were the third era, she would have at least pulled out a 40-meter-long knife if she disagreed. At Hogwarts, Shiwen was similarly preparing dinner, but after accidentally revealing the dinner he had prepared for Hermione to Charlotte, this lady, with a skin as thick as an epic hide, appointed Shiwen as her personal chef. What gives you the right to boss Shiwen around to cook for you? This was Hermione Granger, filled with indignation. And you, she glared at Shiwen, looking both angry at his misfortune and pitying his lack of ambition. You run over as soon as I give you a command. Just how many times have you done this? Why are you so skilled at it? Shiwen felt like he would rather be dead. Being caught between this mother-daughter duo was life-threatening. One was a strange flower, and the other was a flawless jade. Well, with a temperament as hard as stone. Furong is so much better. She's light and easy to topple over, and delicious. You seem to be thinking about something very rude again. The girl's sixth sense was frighteningly sharp. Shiwen looked at little Hermione and wondered if she had Yuri's bloodline. He imagined a future day when Hermione would walk up to him and shout, "I'm bald, but I've become stronger." He couldn't help but chuckle. She playfully punched him with her tiny fists, and her frustrated expression made her look just like a little cat that had been teased. Just then, there was a sudden, urgent knock at the door. Charlotte got up to open it, only to see Ron, panting and out of breath, standing at the door, his already flushed face even redder. Ron wiped the sweat off his already damp red hair and gasped, "Quick, something's happened. There's been a death. Harry is surrounded over there." When Shiwen and the others arrived, the students had just been evacuated, leaving only the professors from various houses and Professor Dumbledore standing there. In the center was the victim. Upon seeing the scene before her, Hermione suddenly grasped Shiwen's hand, her trembling hand gradually calming. Shiwen slowly walked to the scene, where a massive crystal of eternal ice, frozen by the power of the laws, encased his friend, Penelope Clearwater. Inside the eternal ice crystal, Clearwater's clothes were torn. and the blood from her wounds had seeped into the crystal. Her pale face inside the ice crystal bore only shock and astonishment. Shiwen gently placed his hand on the ice crystal, feeling the almost non-existent life force of clear water. The cold and damp corridor fell into a deathly silence. All eyes on Shiwen, who stood before the ice crystal. As he walked around, observing the surroundings, he noted that most of the clues had been destroyed by the students' footprints that had rushed in earlier. However, the traces left by the magic were still visible. For example, Clearwater had cast multiple ice ball spells in the corridor. The direct attacks combined with the AoE effect of the ice balls could have blocked the entire corridor. Additionally, there were unmelted shards of ice on the walls and floor, indicating the powerful armor-piercing effect of the ice spike spell. It was clear she had encountered a formidable foe. Looking further, there were signs of an explosion. Unexpectedly, she had already mastered the latest spell he had taught her, the Frost Rocket. The Frost Rocket was a spell that combined ice and fire magic, known for its strong penetration and instability, causing violent explosions upon impact, resulting in secondary damage. Finally, there was the ice crystal, filled with the chilling power of the ice law, a protective instinct triggered under conditions of certain death. Wait, what is this? Shiwen noticed something moving at the top of the ice crystal. A gray power was continuously eroding the dazzling blue of the crystal, advancing toward her head. If left unchecked, it might cause her harm in a few hours, irreparable harm. In other areas of the ice crystal, there were slight damages. What kind of physical attack could shatter such magical ice? Dumbledore took out his wand and waved it gently near the ice crystal, a faint silver mist swirling around, gathering a brutal aura, the presence of the attacker. Ah, this gray power, I think I've seen it in the clock tower in London. Dumbledore's expression showed great interest. This was the ultimate power of petrification magic, filled with a grayish-white aura. However, this brutal aura did not belong to any intelligent being capable of casting spells. Perhaps it was an instinctual magic? Dumbledore muttered to himself in exploration. Harry? Shiwen waved to Harry, who looked pale and had been standing in the water for too long, with his shoes and robe hem soaked. Did you see or hear anything? As Dumbledore waved his wand, the moisture on Harry's body had already evaporated, and his clothes and shoes returned to dryness. Thank you, Professor. Harry hesitated. He remembered what Ron and the others had said, that hearing voices that others could not hear was not a good thing, whether in the Muggle world or the Wizarding world. Professor, I just left Professor Lockhart's office. Because of the mistake at the beginning of the school year, my detention is not over yet. As I walked down this corridor, I first saw someone lying on the ground, and I heard faint sounds of spells and collisions. By the time I got here, Senior Ching Shui was already like this. Lockhart nodded beside him, his head bobbing like a woodpecker. That's right, Harry just left my office. Oh, the responses from those enthusiastic book fans are just too many. Snape impatiently interrupted Lockhart, glaring at Harry like an eagle eyeing its prey. I have a question, Potter. This doesn't seem to be on the route between Gryffindor Tower and Lockhart's office, does it? Harry was somewhat at a loss for words, his face pale as he glanced at the senior encased in ice. I heard strange sounds. I have heard voices from inside the wall many times, like hoarse cries of kill, kill, kill. I just followed that sound and ran over here. I don't know what that sound was. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to help the senior. Looking at Harry's guilty expression, Shiwen patted little Harry's hair. It's okay, at least you helped us find clues quickly. Right? The wall, Albus. Professor McGonagall looked at Professor Dumbledore in confusion as the old man's blue eyes sparkled behind his half-moon glasses. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore stood before the wall, raised his hands, and whispered, Desire, Rust, 17, Dawn, Furnace, 9, Kindness, Home, 1, Truck, Hogwarts, obey my will. The wall began to shift like the one in Diagon Alley, revealing a hidden structure behind it, causing everyone present to gasp in awe. A complex network of enormous copper pipes wove through the walls of Hogwarts, exuding a dark, aged hue. What would be hidden inside those pipes? The group could clearly feel a violent, brutal aura similar to the one that had gathered around Dumbledore near the ice. Next to the damaged wall was a line of bright red writing. Beware, enemies of the air. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Dumbledore gazed at the copper pipes, and then at the writing, seemingly deep in thought or recalling something. Hearing strange sounds that others cannot hear. Harry Potter, TSK, TSK, TSK. Snape said irritably. He looked at Professor Dumbledore. Headmaster, I believe our Mr. Potter may have been attacked by dark magic, disturbing his thoughts. He needs a thorough examination. Professor. All right, Harry, and also Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, I think you all need to get some rest. Miss Charlotte, please accompany them back. Dumbledore waved his hand. Ignoring the almost inaudible protests from the young wizard, and continued to focus on the crime scene. Being petrified to this extent is something that, in legends, can only be achieved by powerful wizards or magical creatures, such as the Gorgon family or the Basilisk family, and also by that curse by the gods. The Chamber of Secrets, Shuin seemed to ponder, isn't that the one established by Slytherin's extremist ideology claimed to purify this place from Muggle wizards and half-blood wizards? According to legend, yes, but unfortunately, up until now, none of the past headmasters, including myself, have discovered the existence of that chamber. On the contrary, the existence of the Room of Requirement has almost become an open secret. Dumbledore looked at the ice crystal. Mr. Swift, I wonder how our classmate Qing Shui can escape from within. If I remember correctly, this should be the last protective measure used by an ancient ice mage when their life was in severe danger, right? The power of Senior Qing Shui's ice barrier does not come entirely from her own, but also from an external source. Shuin pointed at the light blue pendant around Qing Shui's neck, containing an eternal ice crystal with a complete law. If I can wake her up, it will greatly help her understanding of magic. I will keep a close watch on her life status, and if it's not good, I will break the ice immediately. This is also the responsibility of a student council president toward a classmate. After receiving the professor's consent, Shuin placed his hand on the ice crystal, disappearing into the corridor, leaving the professors looking at each other in surprise. There are only these 2 chapters written in a manner not suitable for children. I won't write more like this in the future, just to commemorate the world of magical beasts that has already passed into the heavens. I hope everyone understands, and feel free to collect and comment. Thank you. The telecommunications students reported that they had already engaged in emergency communications for earthquake relief yesterday, laying out free phone lines, ensuring that calls across the province do not stop, and dialing 10000 has priority access to family-seeking hotlines in the ABA area. Additionally, it is recommended to use 4G communication to prevent phone congestion. In the early morning, looking at the sleeping girl, the night's passion and abandon had made her body somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, she had already accepted the infusion and integration of the Frost Blue Dragon Queen's blood, and her physical condition was now comparable to the pinnacle of epics. The girl's brown curls were showing a tendency to shift towards blue, which was an almost irreversible process before she fully mastered the ice law. Looking at the sleeping girl's face, her disheveled hair, and her fair, delicate body, it presented itself before Shuin like a perfect piece of art. Of course, Shuin would not be like the legendary Killjoy, finding a white jade statue to compare with the girl before him at such a moment. Are you still like this, Sindragosa? Shuin shook his head helplessly and kissed Penelope Qing Shui, who had already woken up but pretended to be asleep. Looks like I really have no chance with this student. Doi. The girl remained in her sleeping position, her clear voice chiming in. Did you know I was Sindragosa all along? Shuin fell silent, pulling the girl into his arms, their skin touching, cold and warm, continuously transmitting and merging. Do you know that when you have endless life, you can no longer enjoy that fleeting love? Love is like fireworks, brilliant, beautiful, bursting open with a bang, and then scattering, never to reunite. You're overthinking it, Shuin. The girl's icy skin made Shuin feel a sense of calm within his heart. It's not overthinking. It's... Shuin waved his hand, projecting countless images into space. Innumerable worlds, countless versions of Shuin, countless joys and sorrows. I have experienced far too much. The girl turned over and lay on Shuin, her bright eyes staring at him. Then let me ask you a question. Do you like Penelope Qing Shui? What's the hard point between the 2 soft spots on his chest? Although Shuin had determined that the girl in front of him was transformed from Sindragosa, it was quite a challenge for him to have Penelope Qing Shui's figure pressing against him while asking such a question. This question is meaningless, Sindragosa. Just like that girl blessed by Apollo, her only wish is to die. How many years can Qing Shui live? 100 years or 200 years? Even if I am soaked in your dragon blood, so what? 1,000 years is enough to grind away all emotions. What does it matter that I like her? Watching her die in the end, or watching her suffer to continue living together like a walking corpse? That is not living. That is just not dead. You are not her. How do you know her choice? The girl's tone seemed a bit agitated. Then she leaned sadly against Shuin's chest, apologizing. I completely gave up on this emotion when Sinistrea died. She was at least the Black Dragon Queen, an immortal existence, and yet she could not accept it. Shuin's words made the girl tense up. Sinistrea, the Black Dragon Queen, ascended to become the Black Dragon King after Nefarion's fall, inheriting the power and divine office of the Black Dragons. Before Shuin left this world, Sinistrea and Sindragosa were basically Shuin's demigods, but unfortunately, Sinistrea ended her own life. The girl sat up, her long hair cascading down to her chest. I know you will still leave, leaving one world after another, perhaps never to return. Let me remember you, destroyer your majesty. Loosen your clothes and enter the realm, shyly smiling as you blow out the lamp. The golden needle pierces the peach blossom core. Not daring to speak, frowning. You can leave this world with me, this despairing world. Shiwen watched the girl putting on her clothes, unsure if it was an illusion, but the blue mark in her long hair seemed to be dissipating. The girl stumbled, leaning against the bedroom door. I will protect this world. For my name is the Frost Blue Dragon Queen, and for you, so that you can return at any time. This is my promise with Sinistrea. The door closed, and Shiwen stared blankly at the mark on the bed, a drop of light purple tears falling into his palm. I'm sorry. The beautiful person was present. Flowers filled the hall. After the beautiful person left, the bed was left empty. The embroidered quilt in the bed was not slept on, and even after 3 years, the fragrance can still be smelled. Standing in the floating city, looking at the distant lawn, the originally green, forgiving color was modeled by frost spells. The blue dragon Queen Sindragosa was guiding Penelo in her water magic. Beside her was a little follower watching intently. Brother, the third miss of the Windrunner family, equipped with eagle-eyed skills max, quickly jumped onto Shiwen's back, clinging to him like a sloth. Icebound Grip is one of Sindragosa's skills, creating a powerful vortex with the power of ice, fixing everyone within a 25-yard radius at its core. Following that, the ice elements condensed from that icebound grip release extreme cold or ice bombs, causing large-scale area damage to enemies. Penelo's delicate and pale hand was gathering a miniature vortex, surrounded by howling winds, converging towards the place where she was using her skill. It seemed she was interrupted while casting. The originally circular rotating ice vortex turned into chaotic cold winds, scattering everywhere, and Penelo leaned on the ground, gasping for breath. For her, she currently did not have enough stamina and mana to cast such powerful magic, but at least she could learn the embryonic form of magic, and later expand her magic power. Shiwen, seeing Shiwen's hand reaching towards her forehead, Penelo instinctively raised her hand to block it, showing an apologetic smile, and lifted her hand to wipe away the beads of sweat crystallized by the icy breath. Shiwen retracted his slightly stiff hand. No need to rush. The flow of time in the two worlds is different. Being too eager may harm your internal circulation and leave hidden injuries. Although those on the other side might think I just blinked and returned, I have actually been gone for a long time. Senior Penelo seemed to be affected by the ice magic laws, her voice sounding a bit cold. This is usually a common occurrence for ice mages. Watching the girl continue practicing Sindragosa's skills, Shiwen could only silently stand by, quietly communicating with Sindragosa. This world, after killing Kil'jaeden and Malornis and completely sealing off Titan observation stations like Ulduar, has fallen into a long-standing stability, almost like stagnant water. The 5 Dragon Kings. The Bronze Dragon King Neurozond, the Red Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, the Green Dragon Queen Isra, the Black Dragon Proxy Queen Onyxia, and the Blue Dragon Queen Sindragosa continue to maintain the stable operation of the world. While inquiring about the latest news, suddenly a sharp screeching sound pierced the sky, an arrow breaking the sound barrier. An arrow imbued with a strong death and ice power struck Shiwen directly, causing a violent explosion with his magical shield. Veland's face turned very pale. Second sister. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows connected in a curve, continuously attacking, rather than arrows. It resembled a machine gun loaded with arrows. Sindragosa could not allow such behavior to exist. She raised her hand lightly, and a storm of cold wind mixed with snow blew away the arrows. After all, the Blue Dragon Queen's attack, mixed with the power of laws, is not something ordinary arrows can withstand. However, the attacker responded quickly, unleashing arrows imbued with dark death laws like heavy artillery. At this moment, a black shadow leaped from the edge of the floating city, entering the floating city. The aura that made the world detest caused Penelo to instinctively take a few steps back. It was the aura emanating from the death laws, which no living person would like, and over time, would make both body and mind unhealthy under the influence of death laws. She gathered her courage to look at the person in front of her, who should be a similar elf to that Veland. Due to the corruption of dark powers, the once beautiful body had become hideously deformed, and the once smooth, delicate, and healthy skin turned dark. The hair that could once rival the silver moonlight became a terrifying black, and the bow and arrows that were once blessed by Hyaluen priests, filled with silver moon magic, transformed into death arrows with black tips. It is said that those shot with such arrows would become slaves of the Dark Ranger's death. And even if grazed by such arrows, the wounds would continuously fester, with no healing potion able to help. and the wounds would keep rotting until the entire body turned into a mass of rotting flesh crawling with maggots. She was no longer an elf, but a monster, doomed to wander alone on this continent. General Sylvanas. Liadrin rushed over, saluting her respectfully, asking if she had business in Silvermoon. I am the Forsaken, just a filthy creature. The being known as Sylvanas spoke with a sharp, hollow, hoarse, and continuous voice. As she spoke, Penelope could clearly see the cracks and decay at the corners of her mouth, like a long-dead, rotting corpse. Even though Sylvanas had such an alluring figure, accentuated by leather armor that served little purpose other than to flaunt her body, the stench of decay kept people at bay. We want. This is private territory, and your presence is unwelcome, Sylvanas. The blue dragon Queen Syndragosa stood before her cold aura locking onto Sylvanas. Should she make any unusual moves, a thunderous strike would follow. Sylvanas held her dagger, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The Great Weaver, the Frost Blue Dragon Queen, is now acting as a guard dog here? Enough, Sylvanas. Penelope had never seen such a serious Zivin. Was he angry? What was their relationship? The cold, crimson eyes of Sylvanas met the deep blue eyes of Zivin as she raised the longbow that had been corroded by darkness once more. But the arrow she shot was struck in midair by another golden arrow. Enough. Verna lowered the phoenix's wrath in her hands and looked at her one sister, Sylvanas, the wailing queen of Lordaeron. In the name of the regent lord of Quel'Thalas, I ask you to leave the borders of Quel'Thalas at once. Has my dear sister turned against me as well? Sylvanas's hoarse voice was hard to decipher in terms of emotion. Brenna's hand, gripping the longbow, trembled. She closed her eyes and sighed slowly. My sister, the Windrunner who guards the temple of the Elven God, the Windrunner who bravely faced the Orcish tide, the Ranger General who stood firm against Arthas. Not you. Not that coward who chose the path of death after being resurrected. Fool. Bastard. Sylvanas narrowed her eyes slightly, stopping in her tracks. So, this is it. Is this the reason I am not forgiven? During the war against the Orc invasion, the temple guarded by Windrunner Village for generations was opened for the first time, and a legendary elven god, Zivin, the Titan Destroyer, appeared with a grim visage. But soon after, the invasion of Titan creations and ancient evil gods caused Zivin to fall into a deep sleep, until Arthas invaded Quel'Thalas, aiming to resurrect Kel'Thuzad and attack the Sunwell. As the Ranger General of Quel'Thalas, Sylvanas never entertained the thought of abandoning her people to flee. Unlike those in the Silver Moon Council, even in decay and corruption, they fought to the death beneath the walls of Silvermoon. At the very last moment when the Sunwell was captured, the Titan Destroyer, awakened forcibly by prayers, destroyed Arthas's Death Knight army in a flash. The Elven God resurrected Sylvanas, who had been transformed into a banshee, and instructed the last scion of the Sunstrider family, Kael, that's Sunstrider, to rebuild Silvermoon. But later, the radical Sylvanas chose once again to walk the path of death to retaliate against the northern continent of Northrend. News of that reached the chaotic Silvermoon City Council, where they watched in disbelief as an enraged Vrenna erected a tombstone, officially declaring the Ranger General Sylvanas Windrunner dead, and expelled Sylvanas from the Windrunner family. You too? Sylvanas looked at Zivin with a blank expression, contrary to the records in Silvermoon City. He did not awaken only during the Orc invasion, but had actually awakened when the three Windrunner sisters first entered the temple to inherit the duty of guardians. For hundreds of years, from infancy to maturity of the three sisters, they followed the Elven God, the Titan Destroyer, learning archery, combat, and magic. Yes, the little she I loved, the one I cherished, chose death for herself, and I respect her. Our love had already died that day. Sylvanas, now you can't even shed tears, can you? Zivin's words were ruthless. Brother, Sylvanas's painful, sharp wail echoed. Then why? Why did you send the Valkyr to resurrect me when I was ready to die completely? Watching the somewhat dazed Sylvanas, Zivin stepped forward for one last kiss. I'm sorry. Sylvanas, I love you. I just no longer like you. The sorrow hung in the air, and the touching scene was disrupted by an unpleasant sound of vomiting as little Penelope retched and expelled bile. Zivin actually kissed a corpse. How disgusting. Murlocs, ancient beings dwelling at the edges of Azeroth and the Endless Sea, possess an innate amphibious ability and are adept at blow dart attacks. These seemingly messy little creatures strike with lethal force when the crew, travelers, or tourists are at their most relaxed. Countless bloody incidents. Sorry, I can't continue. Zivin looked at Penelope, who had a face full of black lines and maintained a distant expression of disgust. Speak human language. Ever since that day when she saw Zivin kiss Sylvanas, who had been transformed into a banshee, controlling the corpse of her former self, she had been this way. However, in Zivin's eyes, even so, it was still much better than her cold demeanor. At least she still had a hint of life. In Azeroth, there's a saying, a warrior has 3 treasures, slime, goblins, and murlocs, as every successful warrior stand upon the bones of lowly creatures. Without warriors, there would be no killings. Every year, a group of brainless murloc human rights activists would run to major cities to advocate that murlocs also have human rights and that we should coexist peacefully with them. Such people, when Prince Kael'thas threw the protesters at the gates of Silvermoon into the Murloc coast to feed the murlocs, turned Silvermoon into a forbidden zone after the magical images spread across the world. Wow, it's Lady Lydran, wow, it's General Vrenna, wow. A round-eared one, a group of little blood elves, ready to embark on the path of heroes, chattered excitedly. What is a round-eared one? Penelope curiously inquired, glaring at the little ones with a displeased expression after learning the answer. You little pointy-eared ones. Quel'Thalas boasts a long coastline and a complex, star-like archipelago of Quel'Danil, where warriors from Quel'Thalas feast on seafood, growing from lowly murlocs to high-ranking nagas. As the main force moved to the western coast of Quel'Thalas, Lydran had returned to Silvermoon to deal with political affairs, leaving only the idle Vrenna to follow these little ones. Wali wali wa, giri gula chicken, giri guagua. Just arriving at the Murloc coast, the noisy sounds came continuously, clearly indicating that the Murloc sentries had discovered the little blood elf troops' presence. Watching the animated, playful Murlocs, Penelope couldn't help but smile. These little guys were simply adorable, lacking any real attack power. However, after the training session ended in the morning, Penelope lay exhausted on the ground, looking at Vrenna's smile directed at her, feeling it was truly ironic. You performed quite well. Vrenna stroked her phoenix's wrath as if treating a beloved lover with the same affection and tenderness. Her golden eyes sparkled with memories, sitting on the rocks by the coast, letting the sea breeze tousle the unruly strands of hair by her ears. Brother once gave us 3 sisters special training. It was on a continent called the Sanctuary World, a place where mortal races suffered greatly, toyed with and oppressed by the 3 demon lords of hell and the 7 demon kings, exploited to death by hypocritical heavens. When we first arrived there, we felt good about leaving the rogue camp, directly bypassing the zombies and spiked porcupines, rushing towards higher-level creatures, the abominations. The same Giri Guagua, Giri Gulagiri, little stubby monsters looked quite comical, and my second sister and I did not listen to our elder sister's commands, rushing in for close combat, almost becoming food in the abomination's pot. Vrenna gently lifted a part of her leather armor, revealing a section of skin that should have been as smooth and delicate as jade, but was marked with grotesque scars across her ribs. I let my brother leave me this scar, where a fallen demon sliced open my ribcage with a small knife. I could even feel its hand reaching into the wound, gripping my heart. The girl's light-hearted description was filled with tragedy and heroism. I heard about your world, a very nice world, safe and peaceful, unlike ours, which hasn't known a moment of calm from 10,000 years ago to now. Encouraged, Penelope Clearwater gathered her strength and continued to angrily confront the poor Murloc. Murloc, who did I offend? I get confronted every day. I don't know if I should say MMP or not. Sitting in the Tower of the Sun's Wrath, looking at the few people crossing back through space, Shuin looked at them helplessly. I just came back for a moment, and I will leave soon. This world no longer needs me. Teacher, Prince Kael'thas is no longer that young prince who stood on the ruins of Quel'Thalas. Heartbroken after the collapse of Silvermoon City and the desperate fight led by Grand Marshal Anasterian, 3 magic orbs, radiating demigod-level energy, were swirling and floating behind him. His resolute gaze and tough features, along with his strong, scarred physique, indicated that even as the country gradually stabilized, Kael'thas had not relaxed. Solarian, even the teacher doesn't recognize you? Shuin looked at the great astrologer, the demigod warlock Solarian, who stood behind Kael'thas, hiding her figure and face with a mask and shadow magic, revealing a warm smile. Solarian slightly bowed. Teacher, I am well. Shuin could only shake his head helplessly. Solarian's tragic childhood and the bloody battles alongside Kael'thas made her focus more on the enhancement of her power. However, I heard that you and that girl managed to get together. You won't be killed by her, will you? Touching his chin, Shuin looked at Kael'thas with curiosity, causing the old Kael to blush. Jaina has deeply realized her mistakes from back then. Grand Marshal Dalen Proudmoore has already forgiven her. Teacher, Kael'thas felt a bit of a headache, caught between his girlfriend and his teacher. Indeed, the former Jaina had been misled into a bad situation. To save those alien war criminals, she leaked Grand Marshal Dalen's fleet, leading to the Alliance's disastrous defeat. However, the Orcs did not show any gratitude and unceremoniously sent Rexer to kill Grand Marshal Dalen. Fortunately, Grand Marshal Dalen had received a warning from the Blood Elves and escaped the disaster with a decoy. Later, in the official report from the then Regent Shewin to various factions, Jaina was directly referred to as that girl Proudmoore. Jaina suddenly became the laughingstock of the world, but fortunately, this incident completely cured her twisted messianic heart. You spare their lives, but they won't remember your kindness when they bite you to death. However, in the future, Jaina often heard that name in public and private occasions. After all, it was the only title designated by the deity walking in the world. After a total of 7 days, Professor Shewin Swift's one-on-one mini-classes came to an end, and Penelope Clearwater's temperament was once again elevated to a new level. This was because, after being blessed by the Frost Blue Dragon Queen, she had also received the blessing from the life-giver, Alexstrasza. However, the most crucial improvement came on the day before her departure, when a moon goddess Elune and the sun god and she appeared in the floating city. Quietly, Elune, dressed in white, with silver hair flowing, the sun god and she, radiating golden light in a serene red dress. Why do they call you father? In the floating city, which had left Azeroth and was traversing the void, Penelope Clearwater couldn't help but ask this question. Shewin closed the book in his hands and gently tapped Penelope's head, watching the adorable look of the Ravenclaw girl crouching with her arms around her head, unable to help but laugh. They, before consciousness was born, when everything was still in chaos, encountered some difficulties and attacks. Perhaps my aura was remembered by both of them when I dispersed those guys. Penelope Clearwater looked at Shewin lightly. Thank you, Shewin, for saving me, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to learn. As the floating city stabilized above Hogwarts, she stood at the entrance of the floating tower, ready to cross this space gate, where the Ravenclaw library of Hogwarts awaited. Goodbye, Shewin. Penelope Clearwater's delicate hand grasped the space gate, and the faint flow of azure blood could be seen. Shewin's hand tightened. He sighed deeply, looking at his soon-to-depart confidant. Clearwater, whether here or with me, you are always welcome. Here lie the secrets between us and our most precious dreams. Don't you think? Yes, the most precious dream. The brilliance of the portal flashed, leaving only the girl's final glance and a glistening tear. Penelope Clearwater's return sparked cheers and applause from the wizards, big and small, who were dining. Even some Slytherin students quietly felt happy. Dumbledore, sitting in the center of the teacher's table, also raised his hands, clapping with joy for the safety of the students. However, just as Penelope Clearwater took her seat, the giant doors of the Hogwarts banquet hall, which usually only opened to welcome distinguished guests or for the opening ceremony, suddenly exploded open with a loud bang. The door, burst open by pure brute force, revealed a stunningly beautiful figure. What a beautiful girl! Ron Weasley couldn't help but exclaim. The girl was tall, with long golden brown hair flowing down, confidently swaying with her movements. Her exquisite features would make even models from the Muggle world and the beautiful sculptures of ancient Greece feel ashamed. However, our Ron Weasley failed to notice the shocked expressions of the fearless Weasley twins, George and Fred, or the unflappable Percy at the other end. All taken aback. How did this lady come back? This was a memory from those upperclassmen who recalled the days dominated by violence and fear. That year, I was 17, and she was also 17. Shut up. She saw you, George. Remarkably, Fred interrupted George's words, burying his head in his plate of meat, silently praying. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. The girl at the door was dressed in a way that was completely unlike the strict requirements of the wizarding world. Not wearing robes, beneath her short skirt were long, fair legs. The upper part was also a short-sleeved shirt, which, regardless of the magical world style, had intricate yet strangely beautiful magical runes on it. Her delicate hands, protected by red dragon emblem gloves, were intertwined with red and white ribbons cascading down her frosty white wrists. But no one dared to underestimate the strength in those increasingly charming wrists. Penelope Clearwater, with her long eyelashes fluttering, her enchanting eyes matched with a slightly upturned smile, exuded an inexplicable charm and presence. Shewin covered his face, wondering how this lady returned from the Scottish Highlands, hoping she wouldn't see him. Unfortunately, Shewin's prayers were in vain. With a swift motion, the girl's ample bosom nearly suffocated Shewin. I heard you were doing well, managing to flirt with my Clearwater while I was away. Shewin struggled against the force of the girl's bosom, while Penelope Clearwater intervened to stop this behavior. All right, Holly, long time no see. Penelope Clearwater reached out and linked arms with the girl she called Holly. Doing something astonishing, she kissed Holly. Woo-woo, it's still my Penelope who misses me. Come on, give me a kiss. I heard you got hurt, so I rushed back right away. The once graceful girl instantly transformed into a lovesick rogue, playfully teasing Penelope Clearwater, who had a scholarly demeanor. The entire student body of Hogwarts watched in shock until Professor McGonagall couldn't help but tap her cup. Silence, Miss Clearwater. Please return to your seat in Gryffindor. Woo-woo. She even called me Miss Clearwater. Does Grandma not like me anymore? Holly's words made many new students spit out a mouthful of old blood, while the upperclassmen swallowed their long-standing blood with broken teeth. Ron and Harry exchanged glances. She is actually Professor McGonagall's granddaughter? Professor McGonagall actually has a granddaughter? Percy, can you tell us about this senior from Gryffindor, good fellow? As a top student of Gryffindor, Hermione naturally had a good relationship with that ambitious Gryffindor overachiever, Percy, which could be seen as a form of quantum entanglement between scholars. Percy glanced at Holly Goodfellow in the distance and cautiously began to speak in a very low voice. Holly Goodfellow was the daughter of Professor McGonagall's former life in the Muggle world. Goodfellow's father was a devout pastor, while her mother was a manufacturer of cuckoldry. Surprisingly, Holly, born to two non-magical people, experienced a magical outburst at the age of 10, prompting Professor McGonagall to personally intervene. Percy seemed to recall the days dominated by fear. Initially, Holly was the good girl, the top student, but once she got familiar with her surroundings, her demonic nature was fully revealed. Holly's magical abilities were completely different from ordinary people. She not only had a magical bloodline, but every cell in her body was infused with magic. In such cases, mutations, organ damage, and other issues typically occur, but Holly's manifestation was entirely about her terrifying strength. In defense against the dark arts class, just 12 years old, Holly punched a troll to pieces, shocking both students and teachers at Hogwarts. Even if the girl wasn't T-balled, she was continuously growing stronger. Due to her deviation in magical systems, Professor Albus Dumbledore contacted the Pendragon royal family located in Cornwall, sending Holly Goodfellow to the Scottish Highlands to learn about the legacy of the defectors. Now, the demon has returned. On the night of October 9th, in the residential area of Bowsbaden's Tower, the lazy Fleur lay on the sofa, boredly counting the edges of the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Having removed her black stockings, her translucent, delicate little feet, which could be held in one hand, were idly kicking at the sitting Seawyn, seemingly unaware of how enticing her current posture and movements were. Fortunately, Seawyn was not the type of guy who interpreted any movement from a girl as a sexual innuendo or viewed any body part as having a sexual purpose. Of course, for Seawyn, in the distant memories of the Second Era, he and she had done everything they could do, unlocking more positions than those recorded by the Grand Chamberlain's 32 eunuchs. Now, everything had returned to normal. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? The hibiscus curled up its fair and delicate white legs, its adorably naive eyes unfocused as they looked in the direction of Sheeman. Me? Sheeman tilted his head and thought. Tomorrow is your birthday. How should I celebrate for you? With a chuckle, Furlong remembered that dreamlike dream, when Sheeman was still a naive student without any superpowers in the First Era, trying carefully to please her. The inexplicable Western person looked at Furlong with curiosity. Furlong shook her head and said, I just remembered that when you first approached me in a dream, I overheard you discussing me with other girls, making perverse declarations like having no love for short-haired girls and that ponytails are the best. Moreover, my destined treasure and innate abilities were actually forced upon me as your first birthday gift, that bag of astrology tools. Before the great catastrophe of the First Era, that was considered a forbidden superstition. Although I don't remember all the dreams, I think you've used every possible way to celebrate my birthday that you could think of, right? Furlong's soft smile left Sheewan stunned. Sheewan, Furlong, don't be so sad. I am Furlong, and I am also the Sheewan in our shared dream. Holding Zywin's hand, Furlong sat up and leaned against him. With the word from our dream, we're like an old married couple. A simple life is not without passion, nor is it without interest. Their fingers intertwined, their eyes met, and the passage of time seemed to be ignored. Oh, by the way, this weekend, come back to the Demonist territory with me. Grandma wants to meet you. Even for that incident back then, Grandma never blamed you. Today's teacher seems to be very happy. The students in the Black Magic Defense class at Bus Barton saw Sheewan's silly grin and whispered among themselves. Mom said that was creepy and to keep a distance. A few little girls were quietly muttering. Normally, the rigorous academic environment at Bus Barton forbids any comments about professors, with strict punishments for violations. Unfortunately, the little wizards who were familiar with the place discovered that Sheewan was quite easy to talk to. Accompanied by the little wizards, Sheewan walked to the outskirts of Bus Barton and, looking at the curious little wizards, explained, This is the Wind Valley of the Pyrenees, where a magical entity called the Ice Wraith exists. Sheewan gestured for the little wizards to answer what an Ice Wraith is. The ice wraith is a biological or elemental conglomerate that appears in extremely cold places, quite rare, and is usually thought to be the ice and snow mixed in the cold wind. Mature ice wraiths have a solid elemental core, which can be used for potions or to configure magic arrays. Very good. The ice wraith is the enemy we will face today. The ice wraiths here are affected by sunlight, significantly reducing their attack power, a surface hardness defense. Today's goal is to defeat the most ice wraiths within 2 hours. The group with the highest kills can earn bonus points and a successfully refined elemental crystal, while other groups can exchange ice wraith cores or remains for iris flower coins. Hooray with money and rewards. This is the original motivation for human growth and development. The little wizards quickly began casting what they thought were the strongest spells against the ice wraiths. Unfortunately, many spells targeting biological entities were meaningless against ice wraiths, as they were more like an unconscious elemental conglomerate than living beings. They merely floated in the air, following the trajectory of the ice elements. However, it was clear that a few little wizards were smart. After locking onto the ice wraiths with their mental power, they used the fireball spell taught by Shiwen to attack. Water and fire are incompatible. The fire element is indeed a good way to deal with ice elements. Unfortunately, the little wizards, who weren't very powerful to begin with, were still in the icy region of the Pyrenees, where the fire elements in the air were pitifully scarce. Ahem. Shiwen's cough startled a certain girl named Furong, who was hiding in a wind-sheltered spot, causing her to jump up, and the half-eaten bread in her mouth fell to the ground. Even though she scrambled around with her hands and feet, she couldn't stop the bread from slipping away. Oh, my bread! Tears immediately welled up in Furong's eyes as she looked up at Shiwen with a pitiful expression. It's quite a headache. Those students outside are working tirelessly to complete their task for the teachers. And this guy is actually sneaking a snack? Miss Furong Delacour, what are you doing? Zivan narrowed his eyes, staring at this adorable foodie. Bread, my bread. Furong picked up the bread that had fallen onto the snow, gently blew on it, and revealed a sweet smile. Fortunately, it was still edible. Less than 3 seconds had passed. Ahem, have you completed your task? Zivan noticed that some classmates were looking over and asked again. Furong quickly devoured the bread, then reluctantly licked her fingers that had touched the bread with her pink tongue, revealing a satisfied smile. Of course I completed the task, Professor Zivan. This is the crystal core I obtained. It doesn't taste good at all. It's so hard. Furong brushed aside a pile of snow, revealing about 10 crystal cores and remnants of ice spirits buried beneath. Very good. Zivan locked eyes with her equally crystalline blue ones and pulled 3 pale pink-wrapped candies from his pocket. This is your reward. Furong's adorable and food-pleased expression made Zivan secretly sigh. He wondered if he was being too optimistic. Given the current situation, Furong not only hadn't gathered the soul fragments, but she likely only had a fraction of what she needed. Thank you, Professor Zivan. She popped the candy into her mouth, and sure enough, it tasted like the peach candy she was familiar with from her dreams. This was the cheapest candy, the kind that even children didn't want to eat. A hard candy flavored with artificial sweeteners, yet it carried the most precious dreams of the two from the Second Era. During the sweet moments in the Pyrenees, Zivan was now planning a significant event at Hogwarts. His senior sister, Qing Shui, had suffered a great misfortune, and how could they not demand compensation? Right, Salazar Slytherin. Blinding, this is too much. As soon as Zivan entered the room of requirement, he saw Holly, who was acting overly clingy, curled up on Penelope Qing Shui's lap, focused intently on her reading like a needy cat. Ahem. Zivan cleared his throat, and a heavy spellbook flew straight at his head. Smack! A crisp sound echoed on Holly's forehead, while Penelope Qing Shui continued reading nonchalantly. Be good, don't move around. In the East, there's an old saying, tofu is subdued by the brine. Everything has its match. The domineering Holly was a fierce woman in front of Zivan and the others, but in front of Penelope Qing Shui, she was like a little submissive. As for why this phenomenon occurred, well, it is a secret not meant for outsiders. Not long after, Cedric Diggory and the Weasley twins, George and Fred, appeared. Hey, Cedric, I just noticed for the first time that your eyes are golden. George curiously stared at Cedric, who raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glare of the lights. All right. Zivan interrupted the pointless conversation, gathering everyone together. Penelope Qing Shui, Holly Goodfellow, Cedric Diggory, and the Weasley twins. This time, our task is to seek justice for the attacked senior sister Qing Shui. As everyone knows, the attacker is a monster from the Chamber of Secrets, which was built by Salazar Slytherin. Every grievance has its source. We must make that old man compensate for the injuries Penelope Qing Shui suffered. Zivan glanced at everyone. Our only task is to seek justice. In terms you can understand, we're going to get what we deserve. Let's go. As everyone stared in astonishment, Zivin seemed to transform into an adult, because although everyone saw different images of Zivin, it was somewhat amusing to see such a young Zivin chatting with the old sly ones. His azure eyes sparkled as if they contained a vast, unfathomable depth. Zivin raised his hand, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his palm, gradually solidifying into a physical form. It was a scroll nearly a meter long, ancient and weathered, radiating a powerful glow. The entire room of requirement seemed to stretch and twist in time and space, resembling a model created by a student who had studied animation for 3 years. Eyes. George and Fred stared at the scroll in Zivin's hand. In a moment, Zivin unfurled it. Blinding light and complex runes and strange lines appeared. At that instant, as their eyes were overwhelmed, a sharp pain shot through their brains, as if they were about to explode. Endless information rushed into their minds from the river of time. I'm blind, brother. George groped blindly for his twin brother Fred's face. I'm blind too, George, my eyes. Fred similarly fumbled on George's face. Zivin irritably grabbed a handful of powder and sprinkled it into the air. This was an elixir specifically used on the Tamriel continent when viewing ancient scrolls. Next time, remember to warn us in advance. Penelope Ching Shui rubbed her reddened eyes, her blurry vision gradually adapting to the dim light in the room. Wait, dim light? As they adjusted, everyone surveyed the unfamiliar room of requirement. Previously, as a base for their extracurricular study group, Zivin's room of requirement contained old bookshelves, a central podium and desks, as well as some targets for practicing magic. But now, the empty room of requirement only had a writing desk and a simple bed, with dim candles, quills, and a half-rolled-up parchment scroll. Let's go. This is just my temporary residence. Zivin pulled Penelope Ching Shui, who was curiously standing by the bed, and led everyone to push open the door of the room of requirement. Creak! On the 8th floor of Hogwarts Tower, outside the room of requirement, everyone had passed through that bright corridor and hallway countless times, as well as that comical giant troll painting. However, this time, under the dim candlelight, they arrived at a sinister castle that was almost unrecognizable. The bright and clean corridors were gone, replaced by stacked various instruments. The huge crystal windows had disappeared, substituted by battlements and defensive walls, as well as giant protective shields. This was simply a standard medieval castle. As they followed Zivin, the young wizards were unaware that, with Zivin's advance, the almost imperceptible magical fluctuations emanating from him prevented Hogwarts' alarm system from launching an attack on them. They walked smoothly to the highest point of Ravenclaw Tower, where Zivin had always lived. He did not reside in the Ravenclaw common room. Zivin gently knocked on the door. Knock, 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 3 times. At the room where he would later live, the atmosphere seemed a bit strange. As the door opened, a cold, unwelcoming aura instantly swept over everyone, and a richly dressed woman appeared. Compared to her ornate gown, sparkling pendant, and dazzling crown, it was the woman's aura that attracted everyone's attention even more. Her icy gaze, when it landed on Zivin, made Penelope notice that her glacial eyes seemed to reflect a similar emotion. The woman merely gave a slight bow to Zivin, who returned the gesture. Lady Ravenclaw, this is a student from Hogwarts 1,000 years later, who was attacked by the monster from the Chamber of Slytherin. I have brought them to seek justice for Mr. Slytherin. The Chamber of Slytherin. Ravenclaw's expression was one of disdain. What was that old stubborn doing? Hiding the so-called Chamber of Secrets from us to protect his outdated pure-blood theory? Incredible. Shocking. Not to mention George and Fred. Even the usually calm Penelope Clearwater was unsettled at this moment. This was the living Ravenclaw, the founder of their Ravenclaw house. Ravenclaw looked at Penelope Clearwater standing beside Siwin, scanning her from head to toe, his gaze lingering on the eternal ice crystal on her chest for a moment before curling into a sardonic smile, quickly regaining his icy demeanor. Follow me. There's a teaching meeting today. We might as well mention it. Without even glancing at Siwin, Ravenclaw walked ahead and said, That vampire has come looking for you. He's at Hogwarts now. Is Sir Anna also here? Siwin squeezed the ancient scroll behind his back. Of course. Sir Anna would be here, since she was the holder of this scroll. As Ravenclaw and Siwin walked ahead, the young wizards whispered behind them. At this time, Hogwarts was not just a pure school providing a 7-year education for the young, as it would be in later times. In the dark medieval period, countless individuals with wizard blood who were persecuted by muggles and abandoned by their families made their way here, towards this last haven for wizards that was passed down through generations. Here, wizards of all ages merged their wisdom, exchanged experiences, and sparked ideas, greatly promoting the advancement of the era. Gryffindor is an idiot. Standing at the entrance mechanism of the conference room he invented, Ravenclaw spoke the password, and the eagle statue gradually rotated to open a pathway. George and Fred couldn't help but chuckle. The secret orders from Dumbledore's office were already bizarre enough, with things like honey cockroach piles, and it turned out to be a Hogwarts specialty passed down through generations. Following the spiral staircase upstairs, the spacious headmaster's office was still a giant conference room, and several people sitting in chairs noticed the newcomers. "Oh, is this the little wizard you brought, Rowena?" A gentle, unpretentious woman stood up, noticing Seawyn beside Ravenclaw, and slightly bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness Seawyn." The woman's clothing was not like Ravenclaw's medieval noblewoman's gown, but rather simple and even somewhat stained. However, no one would underestimate the woman before them, because she exuded a mysterious aura of holiness. Looking at her felt akin to gazing upon the sacred Virgin Mary of a cathedral. "My great sword is eager to strike. Prepare yourself." Godric Gryffindor, with hair like a lion's mane, raised the shining Gryffindor sword, pointing its blade directly at Seawyn. "How embarrassing. I can't believe I'm a Gryffindor student." Holly covered her face. The decorations on her hands caught the attention of several wizards. The red dragon emblem, the insignia of the Pendragon royal family that resided in Scotland and Wales, possessed only by the most elite warriors. Even Ravenclaw, who had studied magic in the Scottish Highlands for many years and was evaluated as the most promising female wizard upon graduation, had not received this. "Oh, you say you're a Gryffindor student? Is that from this year's enrollment? I haven't seen you before." Gryffindor looked at Holly and the others with interest. Although they were indeed wearing wizard robes, they were unlike any he had ever seen. Seawyn rolled his eyes at Gryffindor. "These are students from 1,000 years later. Salazar, the monster you buried in the Chamber of Secrets, attacked a student." "Monster? I come bearing truth and justice. Accept your just punishment." The overly dramatic Gryffindor made everyone present feel a twitch in their eyelids. When a shadowy figure of Salazar, Slytherin, appeared, he was watching Helga Hufflepuff as she comforted the little wizard. "Salazar, you deal with the mess you've caused." Ravenclaw's voice remained cold. "These are guests from 1,000 years later at Hogwarts. The thing you hid in your little dark room harmed this young lady, one of my Ravenclaw students." "The filthy half-blood smell attracts attacks," Slytherin said disdainfully, though his handsome features at that moment were unappealing. "I'm curious. You look only about 14 or 15 years old. How could you escape from a basilisk's attack?" "Basilisk?" The overly dramatic Gryffindor's expression turned serious. "Have you lost your mind, Salazar? Are you willing to kill the entire school's students for your theory?" Slytherin smirked wickedly, his long dark green hair cascading down. "Godric, stop spouting nonsense that fools muggles and the lower classes. Which of us four is not a pure-blood wizard? Since Hogwarts was established, has there been an outstanding figure who is a mudblood?" Clap, clap, clap. Seawyn's applause drew everyone's attention, and even Slytherin had nothing more to say. As expected of Salazar, your pure-blood theory is indeed touching. Just to uphold your pure-blood theory, the Slytherin family intermarried within their clan for generations, and after 1,000 years, they have already extinguished themselves. Oh, there's still one last person with Slytherin blood, a child born from a muggle seduced with a love potion. A half-blood lunatic who inherited your pure-blood ideals. Seawyn's words caused Slytherin's breath to fluctuate. He shot a cold glance at Seawyn, then fixed his gaze on the object in Seawyn's hand. "I didn't expect the gift I gave to Rowena to be so desecrated." Seawyn threw the silver crown onto the platform in the middle of the conference room, the shabby crown starkly different from the dazzling one Ravenclaw wore. "Evil aura. No wonder you're a descendant of that old poisoner, Salazar." Ravenclaw slightly narrowed her cold eyes. Only Helga, who knew her well, understood that this was a sign of her serious anger. "Could it be that this is the crown we found from that old cabinet when we dealt with the Room of Requirement?" George and Fred whispered. But which of the four founders was a mere mortal? They clearly heard. Ravenclaw gazed at the dilapidated crown. 1,000 years later. Has Ravenclaw lost her wisdom as well? I feel the aura on this is somewhat similar to that of the dark magic used in Horcrux's experiment called Horcrux's Horcrux. Helga gently looked at them, killing others, splitting one's soul, storing it in a magically infused vessel, hoping to devour other souls to resurrect. This should be one of the most evil magics, a technique chosen only by extremely selfish individuals. That's right. Seawyn continued to draw everyone's attention. "Salazar, this is the Horcrux created by your descendant, who began pursuing these magical artifacts and the most extreme dark magic while studying at Hogwarts. Moreover, he released your monster from the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts. So, Salazar, have you thought about how to compensate the innocent victims?" The regal, coldly elegant yet grounded Ravenclaw stood beside Penelope Clearwater, Since it harmed a student in my Ravenclaw house, I will act as the notary, old poisoner. Don't think you can just brush this aside. Salazar Slytherin's expression darkened as he scanned the room, grabbing the tattered white-crowned Horcrux with his dragon-hide gloved hand. He snorted coldly. I'll study this first and give you an answer. As Slytherin left with a slam of the door, the room returned to calm. The three founders sat there, watching the young wizards. Helga Hufflepuff gently said, "Now, tell us what Hogwarts is like 1,000 years from now." The three were all Gryffindor students. Shewin pointed to Holly and George Fred, introducing them to everyone, noting that none of them were trouble-free, as they had basically broken all the Hogwarts rules. Penelope Clearwater was a Ravenclaw student and the president of the Hogwarts Student Council. Cedric Diggory was a Hufflepuff student, well-versed in botany and potion-making like Helga. The meeting room was quiet. Only the young wizards' voices could be heard as they recounted the development of magic and the changes at Hogwarts. Godric Gryffindor wiped his silver sword, struggling to hold back his laughter, finally bursting out. Haha, Hogwarts in the future actually admitted a large number of wizards from common and mixed blood backgrounds. I wonder if Salazar, that old poisoner, would be furious to hear this. Helga Hufflepuff said worriedly, but Mr. Slytherin left Hogwarts because of this, which is very bad. We shouldn't abandon our past friendship over these disputes. This was the aloof response from Ravenclaw. Shewin continued, since you are here, why not give these little ones some guidance? Holly, Penelope, and Cedric are in your hands. George Fred, come with me. I'll find a great craftsman to show you the engineering prowess of this era. George Fred jumped up excitedly, his cunning eyes darting around. George, my brother, this place is full of antiques. If we steal some back, we'll be rich. Yes, Fred, my brother, even without antiques. Just taking a photo and getting a signature before we leave will make us successful. Do you dare to say such unrefined things outside? Really embarrassing. Just as they reached the Hogwarts porch, they heard a noisy commotion outside. What the hell? George and Fred, along with Seamus, walked outside and looked up at the curious gazes of the crowd. At the very top of the Hogwarts tower, which was almost touching the clouds, a dark figure was holding up a strange device and shouting loudly. The moment to witness the miracle has arrived. I, Leonardo di Piero Maggiore da Vinci, am going to become the first person to fly. When Mr. da Vinci leaped up, arms outstretched, and his bat-wing device unfolded, time seemed to stand still. In that moment, he was not fighting alone. He was one with heaven and earth, shining alongside the sun and moon. In that moment, he was possessed by Icarus from ancient Greece. The people present gazed at the figure illuminated by the sunlight in front of the Hogwarts tower. A wave of shock and inspiration surged in their hearts. George and Fred, the twin brothers, looked with a blank expression at the person in the medical room who had fallen into a heap, barely alive, that brave comrade, Leonardo da Vinci. Shewin, don't tell me this is the great craftsman you were talking about. But seeing Shewin's expression, that said you got it right. But no reward. George and Fred covered their faces, feeling like there was an MMP that was not worth saying. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Be gentle, Miss Teresa. Being treated by a nun who is clearly full of resentment is obviously a painful experience. Da Vinci wanted to cover his, but unfortunately, his broken and disheveled arm couldn't do that. Teresa poured a bunch of colorful, vibrant, and oddly scented potions down Da Vinci's throat. Leonardo, this is the third time this month you've come to the Hogwarts infirmary with serious injuries. I'm warning you, if this continues, you'll have to pay. The young Da Vinci snorted and was about to retort, but when he saw Teresa's stern expression, he immediately backed down. A brave man doesn't fight with a wicked woman. But since Teresa has saved me so many times, a brave man doesn't fight with a half-wicked woman either. Oh, Mr. Simon, did you see my heroic pose in the air? Da Vinci looked at the few people who walked to the bedside and said with a smile, Are you talking about that flying pig that fell headfirst to the ground? That Sundar Da Vinci had a look of indifference. But when he learned the reason for Shewin bringing George and Fred, he became excited. Let me tell you, I, De Leon Shun, have 1,000 ways to help people live a fairy-like life. Kid, do you know the 9 different uses of fennel beans in engineering? However, the others in the medical room just looked at him and laughed, with some calling out, Da Vinci, you've tricked the little wizard again. He did not answer and said to Mother Teresa, Give me a blueprint, a large one. Then he produced 9 copper coins. They then deliberately shouted loudly, You must be changing the formula to trick us again. Da Vinci, E.G. opened his eyes wide and said, How can you tarnish someone's innocence out of thin air? What innocence? I saw you last week at the Ministry of Magic with a sheep's bladder on your head, claiming it could be used as a free bubblehead charm. The smell of sheep was still there, and you got suspended and beaten by an Auror. Da Vinci turned red in the face, veins popping on his forehead, and argued, the sheep's bladder cannot be considered a deceptive engineering formula. I, Da Vinci, am a master craftsman with ancient Greek blood, and what I, Kalashnikov Da Vinci, create, can it really be called a scam? What followed were incomprehensible words, such as the effectiveness of sheep bladders and the ultimate teachings of ancient sages that could bring about eternal peace, which made everyone burst into laughter, filling the medical room with a joyful atmosphere. During the conversation, George Fred gradually became captivated by the stunning flashes of Da Vinci's eccentric and bizarre thinking. As they sat at the head of Da Vinci's bed, enthusiastically discussing and showcasing their technical achievements, Da Vinci was also drawn in by the various profound and fresh knowledge of George Fred's twin brother, as well as the strange mechanical puppets. Just then, a deafening explosion came from the lowest level of Hogwarts, shaking the entire tower, causing the various instruments in the medical room to clatter and rattle. A ghostly, piercing wail echoed, sharp and sinister, but gradually faded away. When West arrived, he found that the four great heads were already there: Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Godric Gryffindor, all fully armed and standing there. The dungeon area was in ruins, with severe traces of magic and corrosive potions spilled everywhere. In the very center of the Hogwarts dungeon stood Salazar Slytherin, with his hair hanging low, his shadowy face revealing no discernible expression. It wasn't until he lifted his head, after a hissing sound, that Salazar Slytherin raised his head and emotionlessly remarked, Hogwarts 1,000 years later is truly fallen beyond recognition. Learning a few dark arts can make one a Dark Lord, yet the magical system is in utter chaos. Thus, the Chamber of Secrets being opened is not without reason. Salazar Slytherin stood up, his dragon-skin gloved hand gently waving, and with an elegant gesture, the items in the room gradually floated back to their original positions. He looked somewhat regretfully at some materials, realizing that not everything could return to its original state through reversal. Some materials possess powerful magic and magical resistance, and can only be purified and processed through physical means. In the end, most of the items in the room returned to their original places, leaving only the dim and striking broken diadem of Ravenclaw on the floor. The already dull diadem of Ravenclaw had now completely become waste, quietly lying on the ground, silently accusing Salazar Slytherin and his descendants of the endless harm they had caused it. Godric Gryffindor bared his teeth, his eyes twitching, cautiously glancing at Ravenclaw's expression. Although he did not know the identity of the man who seemed to have emerged from the mist, he understood the significance of the diadem to Ravenclaw. Don't ask him how he knew. It was a painful memory. Humph. Lady Ravenclaw narrowed her eyes and glared at someone before turning around and leaving the dungeon with Penelope Clearwater. She had noticed the girl's uniqueness during their brief encounter. It seemed she had a peculiar and complete magical system, and her knowledge of basic magic was quite solid, making her a good candidate for cultivation. Late at night, the young wizards were assigned to the dormitory area, while Seawyn resided in the room of requirement at this point in time, which belonged to him. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed as Seawyn rolled out of bed and opened the door. Standing at the entrance was the gentle Helga Hufflepuff. Helga, it's been a long time since I've tasted your cooking. Seawyn didn't let Hufflepuff continue holding the tray. He took it and placed it on the magically appearing dining table. Helga Hufflepuff showed a hint of guilt. Both Rowena and I miss you very much, Lord Seawyn. We followed in your footsteps and left the Scottish Highlands under your guidance, but we Haven Tea fulfilled our responsibilities. That is our fault. It wouldn't be the Pendragon royal family accusing you, would it? Weston savored the unique flavors of Hufflepuff's cooking, which were honest dishes that replenished both magic and stamina. Helga Hufflepuff shook her head. The king had once sent an inquiry letter, but after learning that we did not know your whereabouts, he stopped contacting us and only told us to manage Hogwarts well. He secretly shielded us from many forces prying and attacks. If outsiders were to comment on the current room of requirement, Helga Hufflepuff would seem like the respectful maid of the foolish son of a landlord, carrying a mix of admiration and affection. With just a bit more, it could be described as a harmonious relationship. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and quietly asked, that future Hufflepuff student, although he disguised himself well, I can sense a strangeness. Does he share the same identity as that princess? I didn't expect that the seemingly honest and unpretentious Hufflepuff would have such keen eyesight. There's an old saying in the ancient, mist-covered eastern land, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A figure was directly teleported into the room where Hufflepuff and Sheeman were. A woman dressed in a hooded cloak slowly removed her hood, and the dark aura emanating from her seemed to spread throughout the room. What was most captivating were her bright, ruby-like eyes, drawing people unconsciously into that darkness. Greetings to you, Princess Serana. Helga saluted the woman who had arrived, and Serena merely nodded, then reached out to Sheeman. "Give me the Elder Scroll. I knew it was you who took it." The Elder Scroll, a magical artifact capable of breaking time and space, existed only in the flow of time. Therefore, when the scroll's keeper, Serena, discovered that her scroll was missing, it was clear that someone from another time and space had borrowed its power. Serena once existed in the same time and space as Sheeman and the King of Golden Nightmares. She chose immortality, but did not choose Sheeman. When Cedric Diggory saw Serena, he was instantly overwhelmed by the ancestral, demigod-level vampire, nearly collapsing. He barely managed to hold himself up, golden light swirling in his eyes. And even his body began to glow. Although Serena was a vampire, she truly despised the existence of vampires. Being forcibly transformed into a half-dead existence by the Dark Lord Hacken was her most painful memory. When Cedric was a child, he fell seriously ill during the Spanish flu. When he was near death, his mother, Mrs. Diggory, secretly sought out the vampire family, the Cullen family, without informing Mr. Diggory, who worked at the Ministry of Magic. Dr. Cullen could not resist Mrs. Diggory's desperate pleas and ultimately performed the initial transformation on the dying Cedric, naming him Edward Cullen. Cedric possessed a miraculous ability to suppress his vampire lineage, almost living like an ordinary person. With Dr. Cullen's consent, he returned to Mrs. Diggory, preparing to quietly accompany her through the long beginning of his life until the end. However, as Cedric delved deeper into magic and increased his magical reserves, his vampire lineage seemed to grow stronger, reaching a point where he could hardly suppress it, which is why George and Fred Weasley noticed his golden eyes. In the subsequent days, Holly followed Godric Gryffindor to continually learn combat experience, as Godric was the last famous magical swordsman in history, and the profession of magical swordsman gradually faded away. Penelope Clearwater and Ravenclaw almost disappeared from everyone's sight, spending their days in the Ravenclaw Tower. Who knows what they were up to? Cedric Diggory continued to learn herbology and botany under Helga Hufflepuff, while on the other side, he was bloodied by Serena. As for the lively duo, the explosions created by them and Da Vinci had become something everyone was used to. All good things must come to an end. Until the last day, Salazar Slytherin appeared in the headmaster's conference room and handed Penelope Clearwater an ancient-looking box, inside which lay a black crystal. Ravenclaw blocked Penelope's hand, grabbing the box and staring at Slytherin's expressionless face. "Salazar, what do you mean? Isn't this compensation? The culprit has delivered himself right to the door." Salazar Slytherin let go. "The items have been delivered, so don't bother me anymore." The departing figure appeared somewhat desolate and lonely. "What is this?" Penelope whispered. "This is..." Ravenclaw hesitated, thinking of how many once heroes have been drawn to this substance, becoming cold-blooded killers. She looked at the girl in front of her with concern. In just a few days, she had come to see her almost as her own daughter. "This is a very precious energy crystal." Seawyn patted Ravenclaw's hand. "I'm here." Ravenclaw sighed. "Yes, you are here. But what is so terrifying about an infinite killing soul crystal that exploits the souls of the dead?" Looking at the familiar decorations and props, the little wizards knew they had returned once again to the room of requirement from their time. Almost everyone fell into a gloomy mood. Perhaps the ancient sages did not have as much insight as they did, perhaps, but their wisdom and life experience never became outdated in any era. What would Professor Ravenclaw think? Penelope couldn't help but ask, will there still be intersections between their time and ours? If we go back to the past, will Slytherin still build the Chamber of Secrets? His palms still grasped the gentle gift that the woman had handed to him, a handkerchief sewn together clumsily stitch by stitch. He sighed, unsure how to answer Penelope's question. The currents of history are not the same. If we compare time to a river, in some worlds, this river has countless tributaries flowing in and branching out into innumerable possible futures. However, in our world, there is only one main trunk without any branches. When we leap back to that past node, the trunk forms a closed loop, a replication of the past at that node, until it ends and merges back into the trunk, causing the node to remain forever stagnant. Whether this virtual loop will interfere with and affect the trunk is a matter of differing opinions. Similarly, what you have experienced and understood, whether it is reality or illusion, is the same. In that case, isn't that serpent still at Hogwarts? George looks very unwell. How long have you been gone? In just the blink of an eye, there's no need to worry. Even the serpent monster won't initiate killings again so quickly. Here's a new task for you. The serpent monster crisis, with 2 objectives. 1. Provide a method to defend against the serpent monster. 2. locate the lair of the serpent monster's secret chamber. However, Penelope Clearwater, with her righteous demeanor, expressed a different opinion. Wesley, this is not a matter to joke about. Even delaying the resolution by a quarter of an hour could lead to the death of students. Cedric and the Weasley twins, George and Fred, although silent, clearly shared some agreement with Penelope Clearwater's views. It's up to you all. Wesley, appearing disinterested, left the room of requirement, leaving behind a group of people looking at each other in confusion. Lying the highest tower of Ravenclaw, Wesley gazed at the unaltered pure sky, wondering, is history really just history? Without mentioning Sestaro, even he can freely modify the flow of time in this low-level world. However, is the modified history really the desired history? After Lily's death, under the entanglement of that little guy, he continued to guard the Pendragon royal family for hundreds of years until everything was worn down. And the little guy also fell into a deep slumber. Leaving the Temple of the Red Dragon, he was followed only by his two maids, Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff. During the journey, they encountered the descendants of the magical swordsman family mentioned during the adventures with Lena in BAS and Cellana, Godric Gryffindor. Along the way, they experienced and witnessed too much. The times had changed, no longer the era of Lena, where wizards were everywhere and magical swordsmen were as common as dogs. Those who could wield magic and martial skills, those who surpassed mortal strength, faced various kinds of exclusion, persecution, and threats. Eventually, some weary members of the group decided to stop and establish a utopia for superpowered beings, Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. With the legal claims and supreme sovereignty over the entire European continent, the Kingdom of Britain and the Kingdom of Ireland. The territory was drawn out in the Scottish Highlands and gifted to Ravenclaw. As a magical swordsman needing substantial medicinal support, Gryffindor invited a family friend from the Slytherin family, Salazar Slytherin, to join Hogwarts. After completing the main architectural area of Hogwarts, he left, and neither the four founders of Hogwarts nor the Pendragon royal family could find him until the scheming of France in the 15th century led them back to the Europa Palace. They did not know his whereabouts, but he was clear. Helga Hufflepuff devoted her life to Hogwarts like a religious nun. Apart from his magical swordsman skills, Godric Gryffindor was most familiar with transfiguration, but unfortunately his goals were set too high, and in the end he succeeded and failed. The earliest systematic records of animagi came from him, with the last scrawled words warning the world never to use animagi to simulate forms of giant beasts beyond human shape, or else they would lose themselves and become true beasts. After that day, no one ever saw him again. Some said that a giant dragon soared into the sky that day, while others said that from that day on, the Great Lake of Hogwarts gained a giant water monster. As for Salazar Slytherin, he could not accept the increasingly lenient admission standards of Hogwarts and the growing presence of half-bloods and muggleborns. So he left Hogwarts and disappeared at the end of Hogsmeade. Ravenclaw, sighed Shuin. Although he had a better relationship with Helga, he also cared for Ravenclaw. One of the 10 unsolved mysteries of Hogwarts is the daughter of Ravenclaw. Some speculate she is the daughter of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, or perhaps a Slytherin, while others guess she was born from a marriage between Ravenclaw and certain pure-blood nobles. But how could Shuin not know how a descendant of the Pendragon royal family, who followed Morgana to learn magic, could have offspring? However, such outcomes ultimately ended in tragedy. Ravenclaw's most cherished crown was stolen by her daughter, who even died in the jungles of Albania. Ravenclaw spent her final days in anger, regret, and memories, never resenting or being angry at her daughter, even if she died from blood loss in the end. The Ravenclaw Tower was serene, yet at this moment, Hogwarts was stirring in the shadows, with people in a state of panic because another incident had occurred. The victim was Hogwarts professor, Severus Snape. Snape was in a deep sleep on the sickbed, and even with his powerful combat skills, after being ambushed by a basilisk, he fought hard to drive it away. It was Snape who, with his superb potion skills, quickly brewed healing and antidote potions after being injured, holding on until other professors arrived. Dumbledore squinted slightly, gazing at the sickbed. His eyes were not on Snape, but on the first-year Slytherin girl who was weeping by his bedside. That familiar, unique color gaze. Snape was unconscious. Honestly, I now wonder if the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets is real. It actually attacked the head of Slytherin? Isn't that right? It could also be that the head of Slytherin, Snape, is a half-blood wizard, so the cleansing of impure bloodlines in the secret chamber should start from one's own academy? The Great Hall of Hogwarts was no longer filled with the lively atmosphere of the past. Instead, it was filled with whispers as everyone kept their heads down, displaying fear and unease on their faces. No one knew if the next person to be attacked would be them. Even Ron, who had just mocked Snape for his misdeeds and claimed that he was getting his comeuppance, looked pale. Although he came from a pure-blood family, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be seen as a disgrace to purebloods and targeted by the heir of Slytherin. However, with Snape's recent battle, it became clear that the Chamber of Secrets did indeed exist, and the monster within it was real, a basilisk. A 1,000-year-old serpent that had survived since the time of Slytherin. As the young wizards engaged in heated discussions, a rain of owls suddenly descended, turning the luncheon into chaos. The sky was filled with owls, feathers drifting down haphazardly, a white, sticky liquid falling from above, along with various packages and letters that ruined the entire meal. Parents' concerns erupted. Hermione picked up the Daily Prophet she had subscribed to on her plate, turned to the front page, took a deep breath, and pointed at the large headline. This is the reason for today's owl outbreak. Shocked, the Hogwarts massacre from 50 years ago has reappeared. Why do the Hogwarts monster attacks persist despite repeated bans? Doesn't Principal Dumbledore have any sense of urgency? How to defend against various monster attacks? Not turning into a human is not an option in the Hogwarts murder case. The truth that makes 6 billion people on Earth cry. Hermione's mouth, slightly agape, seemed to be shocked. She pointed at the most critical article. Oh my, the Ministry of Magic has already collected relevant information and will soon go to Hogwarts for investigation. Although, this time there were no fatalities. Neither Penelope Clearwater, who was injured and treated, nor Professor Snape, who was seriously injured and unconscious but out of danger, were in life-threatening situations. However, such matters, while only resolving issues after deaths may leave a strong impression, it's still an impression that is best avoided, as the cost is the loss of vibrant lives. Quickly finding a few bites of food on her unpolluted plate, little Hermione hurriedly got up and rummaged through her small backpack. A page marked with a bookmark from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them was opened, and Hermione took out a few small mirrors. The basilisk's gaze is lethal, and direct eye contact leads to death, but viewing it through the lens, after reflection and refraction, will only result in petrification, not death. Just as Hermione was earnestly explaining, and everyone was listening intently. Ah, ah, ah. The scream pierced through the entire banquet hall and the eardrums of the little wizards. Hermione shuddered in fear and then turned to look where the grinning Weasley twins, George and Fred, appeared in the Hogwarts banquet hall holding several strange yellow stick-like objects. Don't miss out as you walk by. The latest engineering work in the Muggle world integrating material, fusion magic craftsmanship. The Scream Chicken. The best method to resist attacks from basilisks. As long as it's 1 gallon, you won't lose out or be fooled. Good quality at a low price, silver-scaled chest. The George-Fred twin brothers attracted the attention of the entire auditorium by holding up that strange stick-like object. As they squeezed it, the object deformed while emitting a piercing scream. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Hermione slapped her forehead, revealing a look of regret. I should have known earlier. Do you remember Hagrid telling us that the chickens raised at Hogwarts died for all sorts of strange reasons? The basilisk's natural enemy is the rooster's crow. If Hogwarts had a large number of live chickens, it would have a significant impact on the basilisk's actions, so that mastermind killed those chickens. As some of the more knowledgeable classmates spread the word, everyone learned that the rooster's crow was deadly to the basilisk, and they surrounded the Weasley twins, George and Fred, with unmatched enthusiasm for buying. Of course, as members of Hogwarts, George and Fred still had some conscience. They didn't exploit the situation for profit like some monkey performers in an eastern country. They produced enough screaming chickens. Amidst the cacophony of the screaming chickens in the Hogwarts Great Hall, a girl with a pale face left the table. Albus, the legend of the Chamber of Secrets is actually true. What should we do now? Professor Minerva McGonagall, who had dedicated most of her life to Hogwarts and its students, cared more about the safety of the students than Hogwarts itself. Dumbledore intertwined his fingers, resting his elbows on the table, and his eyes, under his crescent-shaped glasses, revealed the wisdom of a sage. Increase patrols by teachers and Hogwarts staff, temporarily cancel all outdoor activities and student classes, and require all students to stay in their dormitories. Food will be delivered to the common room, and I will urge Minister Fudge to come to Hogwarts as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall stared in disbelief, wide-eyed. Is that really you, Dumbledore? When did Albus Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts and the leader of the White Wizards, actually take the initiative to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic and ask them to solve problems? The flower peacock Lowheart chattered incessantly beside Professor Flitwick, commenting on everything that had happened recently. I tell you, if I had been the dungeon at that time, the basilisk would definitely have escaped, but unfortunately, that guy Snape is too aloof and never invites others. I had actually gathered some clues to go kill the basilisk and earn myself a new Merlin's medal, but alas, the officials from the Ministry of Magic are coming, so this opportunity is better left for Minister Fudge and the others. As he spoke, he made an effort to show an extremely bright smile, revealing 8 shiny white teeth. In the evening, the little wizards in the common room saw through the glass a group of people crossing the square towards the tower, led by a plump middle-aged man wearing a top hat. Oh my, that's the Minister of Magic, Fudge. He actually came in person. My dad said that Fudge has always been wary and resistant towards Dumbledore because Dumbledore once served as Minister of Magic, and his reputation is quite high. The second-generation official Ron Weasley said, "A lot of people have come." Harry was counting on his fingers on the glass, but he hadn't finished counting when the leading figures had already walked out of sight. They should be Aurors and people from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Percy explained. What is an Auror? Harry said that there were too many words in the wizarding world, and he really couldn't remember them all. Hermione twirled her loose hair with her fingers and pointed out irritably, Aurors belong to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Auror Office, which is similar to the police. At that moment, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, Dumbledore in his white robes stepped forward to greet the arrival of the Minister of Magic. Albus, Cornelius. 2 old foxes embraced each other warmly, like long-lost best friends. And anyone unaware of the situation might think that the headmaster of Hogwarts and the Minister of Magic were particularly close. In fact, after Cornelius Fudge solidified his power, he no longer consulted Dumbledore as frequently as when he first took office, sending him letters every few days for advice. What has happened to the headmaster of Hogwarts? I am now the Minister of Magic. As his term extended, Fudge's official demeanor and bureaucratic air became increasingly pronounced. Of course, the necessary formalities still had to be observed. After all, although Dumbledore did not possess the same practical power, he had a prestige that Fudge could only aspire to. Fudge took off his bowler hat and gently spun it in his hands. Albus, you know, this situation is quite serious. The Ministry of Magic is very reluctant to interfere with the operations of Hogwarts, but it is necessary to ensure the safety of the students. Dumbledore tilted his head slightly back, gazing at the mysterious magical sky of the Hogwarts banquet hall at a 45-degree angle, his white beard quivering slightly. Our eyewitness, Professor Snape, has awakened. If it is convenient, we can go to him first to understand the situation. When they arrived at the hospital wing, Professor Snape had just finished packing his things. Madame Pomfrey first greeted Dumbledore and Fudge, then complained discontentedly. Professor Snape was too reckless. I clearly told him he needed to be observed for a while longer. Ah, Poppy, I think your opinion is indeed valid, but as a potioneer, Severus should be very aware of his own physical condition and how to prepare potions, Dumbledore said with a warm smile in defense of Snape. Then signaled Madame Pomfrey to give him some space to talk. So, Cornelius Fudge asked helplessly, spinning the round top hat in his hands faster. Professor Snape, can you describe the situation at the time? Who exactly was the attacker? Snape looked at Fudge with a look of disbelief and coldly replied, Don't you already know? The so-called monster hiding in the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts is a basilisk, roaming through Hogwarts via the drainage system. Is it really a basilisk? Not some other monster. Like a venomous spider or something? Fudge inquired stubbornly. Snape's look of disbelief became even more pronounced as he curtly responded, If the minister doesn't believe me, he could send some Aurors to the dungeon to check the scene. If it hasn't been cleaned up, they should still be able to see some snake skins or something. By the way, that basilisk is already 1,000 years old. Don't let the Aurors get themselves killed. Snape gathered his belongings and left, leaving Fudge and Dumbledore exchanging glances. Old Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle silently, then cleared his throat. Severus has just awoken from the attack and is not in a good mood. I hope the minister understands. Fudge, spinning his hat, felt somewhat annoyed, but according to the ministry records from 50 years ago, the creature that caused similar injuries back then was not a basilisk. Albus, you were teaching at Hogwarts at that time. You should know this. For Fudge, this matter related to the reputation of the Ministry of Magic. Even if it was a judgment made and enforced by the previous minister, he couldn't easily overturn it because the onlookers wouldn't differentiate the details. They were looking at the actions of the entire government. In his office, surrounded by chaotic potions and strange raw materials, Snape was enveloped in an odd smell. Professor Snape. A timid voice called out. Snape's pallid face, still recovering from his injuries, first flushed red, then became even paler. He glared, waiting for the figure at the door. It was curfew, and no one was allowed to wander out, not even if they were a Slytherin student. Just as Snape was about to blow his top and deduct points for his house, he caught sight of the girl's tear-filled green eyes. Given how concerned you are for your professor, 5 points to Slytherin. The girl broke into a smile, about to say something, but suddenly burst into a fit of coughing. Snape stood up and pressed her back into the chair. "I told you not to let your emotions fluctuate or move around too much." "I'm sorry, Professor." The look of pity on her face even made Snape, the gruff man, look away. Snape rummaged through his desk and found a few vials of potion, handing them to the girl. "This is the medicine for this week. Don't forget to take it on time." Snape waved his hand, signaling her to leave quickly. The girl stole one last glance at Snape and then dashed out. At that moment, a commanding voice suddenly exploded in Snape's ear. "Follow her, or there will surely be a scene where the girl gets caught by the basilisk, and Hogwarts will be left in chaos." Snape shook his head. Could it be a hallucination? Yet he obediently followed the voice's instructions, trailing behind as he watched the girl slowly make her way to the Slytherin common room. Well, nothing happened. Snape turned to head back to his office when he suddenly heard loud noises and commotion from outside. What the hell? The Slytherin house is located underground. It must be quite a ruckus for it to reach here. He tightened his robes and hurried upstairs. At this time, many students in the common room also noticed the disturbance below. They leaned out of the windows of the common room or dormitory, peering through their blurred vision at the scene unfolding. It was the caretaker's hut next to the Forbidden Forest, and the towering figure had an equally booming voice. "Minister, it really wasn't me. This time it was clearly a monster, a basilisk, that killed my chickens." "Hagrid, calm down. We're not sending you to Azkaban. We're just asking you to come to the ministry to clarify the situation with Professor Dumbledore as a witness," Cornelius Fudge said. As Hagrid calmed down, the noise gradually became indistinct, as the main tower of Hogwarts was quite a distance from the Forbidden Forest. "Phew, that person looks terrifying. Only someone of his size and stature could handle the creatures in the Forbidden Forest," the young wizards whispered. Hermione and Harry quietly approached the desk, tapping Hermione, who was buried in a pile of books. They hurriedly continued before the little girl, disturbed from her studies, could unleash her annoyance. "Do you remember a long time ago when Seamus said that Hagrid was expelled because of a wrongful conviction 50 years ago, and Professor Dumbledore took him in because he knew Hagrid was innocent? Let's go ask Seamus." "You three." Just as the trio was about to sneak out to find Hagrid, Percy pulled them back. "What do you think you're doing? It's curfew time. It's not just a violation of school rules. What if you run into the basilisk?" Although Percy was a bit strict, he had a point. He was also concerned about his younger siblings. "Wait, where's Ginny?" At that moment, Ginny was following another first-year wizard, quietly crossing the teacher's patrol routes and sneaking into the second-floor corridor of Hogwarts. "Colin, why did you ask me to come?" Ginny stared at the swaying boy in front of her, Colin Creevey. Poor Colin lacked the enthusiasm he had when he was obsessively following Harry. His face was pale, his body weak, and his steps unsteady. If he weren't just a child, one might think he had overdone it with something inappropriate. No, nothing. Colin's pale face and his eyes that dared not meet Ginny's made her quite irritated. "You broke curfew to call me out and then tell me it's nothing? Are you trying to make me happy?" The little girl put her hands on her hips, giving him a look that said, if he didn't provide a decent explanation, he was done for today. If it weren't for the fact that Colin was also a loyal member of Harry Potter's fan club, Ginny wouldn't even bother with him. "I just wanted to ask, do you remember in our Transfiguration class that because I didn't bring my textbook, I borrowed one from you? After class, your book was mistakenly taken by me and later returned to you?" Colin stammered, nervously watching Ginny. Ginny scoffed. "What is this, a new century boy's way of flirting?" "I guess there was such an incident," Ginny said absent-mindedly, glancing down the corridor where there seemed to be quite a few water stains shimmering under the candlelight. "Is this diary yours?" Colin nervously pulled out a large treasure from beneath his robe, a black-covered notebook that looked quite old. Ginny frowned, glancing at Colin and then at the diary in his hand. "It's not mine." But she remembered she had some second-hand books left by her brothers. It could very well be a notebook left by Percy or even earlier by Charlie or Bill. Ginny let out a breath, casually snatching the diary from Colin's hands. Colin was taken aback, his already pale face turning even paler. "You can't look at it, you can't." However, he seemed to be extremely frightened, silently retracting his hand that had intended to take back the diary, not daring to look at Ginny. Ginny flipped through a few pages, discovering a blank notebook with no words written in it. "Are you kidding me? Did you buy a new notebook just to fool people?" She threw the notebook to Colin and said, "If you like it, keep it. It's just a blank notebook anyway. I've never bought one like this." Ginny suddenly remembered something and took out the mirror she had gotten during the summer, encouraged by her two mischievous brothers from that Ravenclaw eagle, the Star of Hogwarts. Ginny preferred to call this unnamed mirror the Mirror of Truth, because no magic could hide from it. She brought it to Professor McGonagall's Inimagus transformation class. And instead of seeing a tabby cat directly, The reflection in the mirror showed Professor McGonagall lying there. Distracted, she pointed the mirror towards Colin, who had just grabbed the notebook, and Ginny's eyes widened in shock. What was that? The black mist floating between Colin and the notebook suddenly seemed to condense into a terrifying and hideous human face, revealing a chilling smile. It was a sinister smile that seemed to say, "You're doomed." What the hell is that? Ginny suddenly looked up, and Colin's pale face was staring at her, with expressions of guilt, struggle, indifference, and hatred all clearly visible. Colin, this isn't fun. While glancing at the scene in the mirror, Ginny slowly reached for her pocket. As a young witch, her wand was her most steadfast support. Colin shook his head and slowly approached Ginny. His head bowed, so she couldn't see his gaze. "I don't want to know. Please stop tormenting me." Colin's tearful face was like those people Ginny had seen on the streets of London, known as addicts. I thought it was a new notebook, a blank notebook, where I could write down my feelings about seeing Harry Potter every day, my excitement. But one day, that notebook actually absorbed my writing and ink and replied to me, saying that he also liked Harry and wanted to hear the story of the Savior. I thought it was some strange invention, like the kind of late-night adult hotline in the Muggle world. He listened to me pour out so much, he showed great interest in Harry. And I was in a daze every day, not knowing what I was doing, until one day I woke up here and saw Senior Ching, Shui frozen in ice. Ginny frowned, taking a deep breath. What she heard was truly shocking, and she had to respond carefully while keeping her gaze down, observing through the reflection of the floor and mirror. "Colin, listen to me. It's not your fault. My dad always says, when you encounter a wise object, you must see where its head is hidden. Colin, we could go find Professor McGonagall, Headmaster Dumbledore. They can definitely help you." Ginny tried to reassure Colin, but he trembled violently again. "It's too late." The hoarse voice sounded nothing like Colin's first-year tone, and Ginny suddenly turned and ran, her pockets spilling onto the ground. A pile of colorful, various-sized fireworks from George and Fred's joke shop scattered everywhere. Ginny already felt a terrifying force rushing towards her from behind. No. Ginny ran desperately down the corridor, fireworks crackling and exploding all around, instantly triggering sharp shrieks and chaos. A bright red firework suddenly burst apart, with a piercing sound that resembled a Muggle air raid siren exploding in the Hogwarts towers. In Gryffindor Tower, George and Fred's expressions changed, and they jumped up in unison. "Ginny, this special firework was only given to their beloved sister Ginny after it was completed, after being extorted." At the end of the corridor was a thin floor-to-ceiling window, and to the left was a small passageway. Ginny knew that the kind of rapid turns to escape giant monsters depicted in movies were all lies. Giant monsters, during their growth, had likely killed countless of these clever little prey, with just a slight toss of their heads. They could crush the clever little creatures that try to dodge them. But there was no time to think about that now. She hoped George and Fred, those two idiots, would be reliable. Otherwise, she would definitely come back as a ghost to scold them harshly, making their bottoms deform once again. The last thing Ginny held tightly in her small hand, a pink ball, was thrown towards the floor-to-ceiling window as she suddenly turned left and dashed toward the small passageway. The pink ball was made from materials that George and Fred had found in the materials warehouse, using the skulls of enticing daisies collected in another world with the Sun Knights as the main ingredient. The exploding pink ball looked like the most delicious thing to the serpent monster, and even the hissing sound couldn't change its mind. It charged straight ahead. "Fool!" A roar came from the corridor behind the serpent monster. With a crack, the serpent monster charged forward at high speed, leaping out of the window like a flying snake. It let out a hiss, furious at having been deceived. Just as Ginny caught her breath, she was struck hard by the serpent monster's final tail whip, which pierced through the stone wall behind her, burying her under the rubble. The group, on their way back from Hagrid's hut in the Forbidden Forest, stood in shock. What was that? A giant snake monster, several dozen meters long, flew out of the Hogwarts tower. Be careful of the monster's gaze. Quickly go protect the students. Cornelius Fudge nervously directed the Aurors and officials from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures beside him to move forward. Although he was timid and apprehensive, if a student were to be attacked, or even seriously injured or killed by a basilisk right under his nose, he would certainly face impeachment from the members of the Wisingamot at the Ministry of Magic. He could even become the second Minister of Magic to be impeached before completing their term, following the minister who practiced appeasement. Dumbledore noticed a figure that seemed to be a student flash past the entrance of the basilisk's lair. He focused closely, but lost sight of it. The basilisk lingered in the lower tower, seemingly wanting to return to the hole. Obscure language accompanied by bizarre, crushing waves of magical energy surrounded them. Dumbledore waved his elder wand, and in an instant, the Hogwarts buildings appeared to be coated in a layer of glaze. The iridescent glaze was incredibly slippery, preventing the basilisk from finding any foothold, and it once again fell onto the grass at the base of the Hogwarts Tower. The seemingly thin layer of glaze appeared as if it could shatter easily with each forceful impact from a basilisk, yet it held firm until they arrived on the scene. Although the personnel from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures had not seen such a creature, which almost only existed in books, for a very long time, they still possessed basic training from centuries of tradition. Impervious. For magical creature management control, officers waved their wands and loudly recited spells, causing chains made of shimmering golden light, as thick as arms, to appear in midair. One end of the chains was anchored in the grass beneath their feet, while the other end formed sharp arrowheads that shot towards the basilisk. The arrowheads of the chains seemed to have tracking capabilities. Even as the massive basilisk violently shook its head, they ultimately pinned it down firmly. However, from the current effect, those little arrows stuck in the snake monster seemed to have no effect other than making it even more furious. Fainting. The Aurochs have never seen anything like this. They can only rely on their own attempts to try to deal with the situation in front of them. It's useless. After the red magical light hit the serpent monster and bounced back, causing chaos, the personnel from the Department of Magical Creatures Management loudly persuaded. As a serpent monster, this species has extremely high magical resistance and has likely spent several hundred years growing to its current size, so its magical resistance is nearly at 100. This is quite troublesome, as the serpent scales are also extremely hard, especially with a dim glow on them, clearly indicating that they are not soft from a recent shedding. Physical magical attack. Use physical magical attacks. The people from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures shouted loudly, as magic was clearly completely useless. Physical strikes could penetrate armor after accumulating to a certain extent. Terrifying spells struck like blunt instruments, creating waves in the air and heavily smashing into the serpent monster, intensifying its struggles as it hissed in frustration. Suddenly, the serpent monster exerted force through its spine, lifting its body, which was several dozen meters long, upright. Its scales glimmered, and the fin-like structures on its back shone with a strange light. This was... A terrifying feeling arose from the depths of the hearts of the Ministry officials, as if they were being targeted by something. Although they didn't know exactly what it was, they knew the boss had entered the second stage. The Aurors and Dumbledore continued to restrict the serpent monster's movements and inflict damage, while the people from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures were constantly adding seals and restrictions to the serpent monster. Accumulating little by little would eventually yield results. A golden light radiated from the serpent monster's eyes, sweeping across the entire grassland, causing everything in its path to wither. It was a petrifying beam. Everyone pay attention to your positioning. Don't get hit. This level of petrifying light can't be saved by Mandrake. At this moment, there was a commotion inside the Hogwarts Tower. George and Fred were at the front, with Percy closely following behind. They had run to the corridor where the incident occurred, looking at the broken bricks and the delicate arm sticking out below. No. George, Fred, Percy, and the others knelt there desperately digging through the stones. How could they not recognize the buried arm? Not to mention the mirror tightly clutched in their hands, deceitfully obtained from Seamus, and the watch on their wrist, which was bought for each family member by their brother after earning a windfall from selling fireworks. Ginny, my poor sister. As the Weasley brothers and Harry, Hermione, and others worked hard to dig, their fingers had already been worn raw, leaving bloody handprints on every piece of rubble, and most of Ginny's body was exposed. Looking at Ginny's somewhat dirty, yet peaceful face, George and Fred felt as if their hearts were being stabbed over and over again. George, while the Weasley brothers were crying their hearts out, Ginny suddenly opened her eyes, gently calling her brother's name, her confused eyes sparkling with the last glimmer of spirit. I'm here. George tightly held Ginny's hand, tears streaming down his face as he looked at his sister. This might be her last will. Whether it was to be buried with Harry or to burn a living Potter for her, he would agree. Bastard, you stepped on my leg. Ginny threw a fierce punch, giving George a black eye. This was awkward. George grinned. Even though it hurt a lot, he was extremely happy. He tightly hugged his little sister. Great. Where did Harry go? Just now he was here helping us dig stones. Ron looked around strangely. How could such a small corridor possibly hide anything? Just now, Hermione was also looking around. There was a strange first-year student, yes. The one who always took pictures of Harry, Colin, talking to Harry. I thought they were here, but they've disappeared. Ginny was shocked and said, Quick, let's go find Harry. Colin is the one who released the basilisk. He seems to be controlled by someone. Oh no, the Marauder's map is still in Harry's hands. Fred suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted loudly, "Oh sorry, Ginny, I hit the wrong leg," out of excitement. Colin? At this moment, Harry was behind Colin, who had just said with a pale face that he had important news to tell him, and they had come to this blocked-off, abandoned bathroom. Continuing from the previous text, it is said that Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, along with Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, and others, were besieging the basilisk, which was at least 20 to 30 meters long. Goodness, that basilisk was a fine specimen carefully selected by the old Salazar Slytherin, having been soaked in a large amount of potions even while still in its egg shell, supplemented with various good things. Now, after more than 1,000 years, this basilisk had reached its peak in both body and spirit. According to the ancient Eastern saying, this basilisk was just a step away from transforming into a dragon. However, it seemed that it would not have that opportunity, as Albus Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, could not allow this to happen. Otherwise, what kind of evaluation would one of the most famous headmasters in Hogwarts history, a representative of contemporary white wizards, receive? Raise a snake monster with your own students? A Ministry of Magic official's arm was grazed by a petrifying beam, and the visible petrification spread from his arm towards his body at an alarming rate. As he struggled violently, the petrified arm shattered like ash. The once neat grass was now a chaotic sight, and it seemed that it would be a long time before those chattering couples would be seen displaying their affection on the grass again. Although the basilisk continuously used its petrifying gaze against the wizards from the Ministry, it never forgot to use its massive body to repeatedly assault the defenses that Dumbledore had placed on the Hogwarts building. However, the barrier released by Dumbledore seemed unbreakable. Although it deformed violently with each impact, it remained intact every time. After several collisions, the basilisk gradually stopped its movements, slowly coiling itself into a lump, hissing as it flicked its tongue, its cold, beastly eyes firmly locking onto the wizards in front of it. Wow, shocking. The Hogwarts headmaster actually did this to the basilisk. A group of little wizards who love to watch the excitement and always want to create a big news story cheered joyfully. However, they had no idea how much effort their principal was putting in to maintain such a powerful barrier. They also didn't know how frustrated the officials from the Magical Creatures Management and Control Department of the Ministry of Magic were feeling at that moment. Although they had never faced a basilisk in person, they understood that once a spell is cast, it can apply to many situations. Typically, when a beast stops its attack in such a furious state, it only means one thing. After a brief moment of calm, a more ferocious assault is imminent. What are you doing? Hurry back to your dormitory. Penelope Clearwater, wearing her student council president badge, glared at the little wizards with an imposing presence. Many young wizards, thinking they were safe or disliking the view from the glass windows of the common room, violated the curfew and wandered into the corridors, becoming standard onlookers. Just moments ago, someone wanted to hum a tune, try to see if Penelope would show any mercy, when the appearance of the black-clad and tightly fitted robe of Seawyn Swift silenced the crowd. All students and staff of Hogwarts, please return to the Hogwarts common room immediately. Do not appear in outdoor or corridor areas for your safety. Hogwarts is in a state of emergency. Please execute this order immediately. The serious voice echoed in the minds of everyone in the Hogwarts towers, as if it had some magical power that compelled them to comply. The bustling crowd gradually dispersed in an orderly fashion under the direction of the prefects. Penelope brushed a bit of sweat from her temples, revealing a grateful smile towards Seawyn. I'm also the president of the Hogwarts Student Council, though I don't pay much attention to it. Seawyn continuously gathered magical power in his hands, and runes emerged like tadpoles, then scattered on the ground, crawling towards the shattered window. The sturdy bricks and bright floor-to-ceiling windows returned to the state they were in when the basilisk burst out. A faint magical glow indicating that this wall had been reinforced to an unknown level. Dumbledore noticed the silvery-haired figure in front of that window, let out a gentle sigh. If he were here, although he wouldn't care much about these young wizards, at least he wouldn't let them come harm. Thus, he focused more of his energy and magic on the basilisk. It was time to completely resolve the root of this problem. However, a shadow passed through Dumbledore's mind. He had some guesses about who had released the basilisk, but the dark forces behind it. As Dumbledore's magic surged, his robe billowed, and his snow-white beard spread out like an angry old lion. A sharp cry pierced the air, breaking through everyone's eardrums, and a fiery red figure appeared above Dumbledore. What a large chicken! A few little wizards exclaimed in surprise, while a few others on the other side had expressions filled with disbelief. That is a phoenix. Dumbledore's pet phoenix, no less. In fact, at first glance, the entire phoenix looks like a vivid, blazing flame, bright red, golden, and extremely colorful. After gradually adapting to the sharp cries, it seems to possess a strange and wonderful singing voice, continuously soothing people's anxious hearts and tense emotions. The appearance of the phoenix makes the serpent monster shudder all over. Why is that? Because the snake monster is most afraid of chickens, as a phoenix. Even though the bloodline of chickens in its body is very thin, it still has a great suppressive effect on the snake monster. The snake monster coiled its body upright, its snake head twisting continuously with the movements of the phoenix, its gaze locked onto its biggest threat so far. Quick battle, quick resolution, Dumbledore said to himself. In an instant, a faint layer of crimson magic seemed to form around him, resonating with the power of the phoenix in the sky. The phoenix, affected by this, had its flames burn even hotter. With a sharp cry, it flapped its wings, and a pillar of blazing fire shot out from its body, directly aiming at the basilisk. It seemed the basilisk was prepared, as a grayish-yellow petrifying beam surged forward to counterattack. When the two spells collided, the entire world seemed to fall silent for a moment. The loud sound was absent. A violent impact occurred without noise, creating an immense sense of disharmony in the onlookers, some of whom even felt dizzy. Subsequently, just as the basilisk had fully unleashed its petrifying beam and had not yet recovered, the phoenix transformed entirely into flames, the heat scorching the entire Hogwarts grounds almost instantly. No boy or girl dared to show affection on this ground anymore. The sharp cries and painful screeches echoed. Nothing could survive in the phoenix's rebirth flames. It was clearly visible how the basilisk twisted and struggled in agony within the flames, before finally falling silent. With a thunderous roar, all the flames were drawn back to the center, and the phoenix was reborn from its ashes. The Minister of Magic, Fudge, had a forced smile on his face. He did not expect Dumbledore to possess such terrifying magical power. His previously restless heart fell silent again, and he could only comfort himself, glad that Dumbledore had no interest in the Ministry of Magic, and that Hogwarts, which he liked, could be left to him. However, just as everyone was relaxing, an official from a department for the regulation and control of magical creatures approached with an extremely grim expression. They had just examined the basilisk's remains. Minister, Headmaster Dumbledore, that is not the basilisk's remains. It is the shed skin of the basilisk. It is gone. Weston was gazing down at the commotion from the newly repaired glass window when he heard the rumbling sound of running and the sound of heavy breathing. Turning around, he saw Ron Weasley next to Harry. Swift Sr., please hurry to the second-floor bathroom, the haunted one. Harry is missing, Ron gasped, leaning on his knees, struggling to catch his breath. Penelope stayed behind to continue evacuating the young wizards, and Weston quickly followed Ron. What exactly is going on? When Sheeman arrived at the washroom that was flooded with water, he heard a noisy sound inside, seemingly a sharp female voice. The ghostly aura made Sheeman feel very uncomfortable. Inside, little Hermione had an irritated look on her face, holding her wand to her right hand while her left hand emitted a strange glow. I tracked it using insight. Harry and a first-year student disappeared from here. A delicate, ancient-style sink was situated in the center of the washroom, which, despite having endured 1,000 years of baptism and multiple renovations at Hogwarts, still maintained its former appearance. The materials were neither PVC, nor aluminum alloy, nor stainless steel, but rather a brass faucet engraved with a vividly lifelike little snake. This was the entrance to the Slytherin chamber. Hermione, looking not very well, gritted her teeth. Before Sheeman arrived, they had used all their strength, but unfortunately, this entrance remained unmoved. This frustrated the rosy-cheeked, know-it-all miss. Damn it, a small faucet actually hindered my progress. If they hadn't seen with their own eyes the first-year student they were chasing knock Harry down and then jump in as well, they would have almost concluded this was a fake entrance. Time is money, my friend, beautiful lady. The Weasley twins' workshop is here to relieve your worries. The two of them were like the blue fat man from an anime in the Eastern Country's Eastern Province, pulling out one special prop after another from who knows where. Little Hermione quickly dodged with a look of disdain. She didn't want to end up like last time with the evil twin brothers splattering her face. Oh, our dear Granger is actually standing so far away. How sad. George pretended to be overly dramatic. Meanwhile, Fred silently pretended no one could see him as he stuffed a special prop back into his dimensional pocket behind him. Therefore, within just a few minutes, a thick and long red polymer tube was arranged in a complete circle around the faucet. And then George and Fred pulled a thin wire all the way to the door. Wait a minute. Hermione's eyes twitched as she covered her face and asked, "Are you sure that this dynamite will only blow up the faucet and not send Hogwarts sky high?" Meet Diagon. This is a magical product from George and Fred's joke shop. Come on, for just 5 galleons, you can have the explosive power to blow up the entrance. Suddenly, a cold wind gusted from behind, and George stopped abruptly. Fred shivered as well. Dynamite, check. Give me a full set of high explosives. With a loud bang, the neighboring Myrtle yelled in frustration, unable to contain her outburst, and jumped back in her toilet, tears and snot revealing her ghostly nature. After a thorough cleanup, Hermione covered her mouth with one hand and waved her wand with the other, quickly clearing the room of the dust, debris, and smoke from the explosion. However, the scene fell silent. "Ha ha ha, we've blown open the entrance," said Slytherin George. "No need to thank us. We just did a little bit of work," Fred added with a beaming smile. A broken pipe was happily gushing colorful sewage into the entrance of the chamber, emitting a surprisingly pleasant smell. Engineering excellence deserves to be owned. We'll be back. The duo left in a whirlwind, leaving the crowd behind with a mix of expressions. Especially Ron, who thought to himself, "These two must not be my real brothers. My brother would never be so foolishly cute." After blocking the sewage outlet and doing a quick cleanup of the entrance, everyone jumped down. Once they had all left, a figure with fiery red hair quietly crept in through the door. At this moment, Harry was facing a ghost that appeared more solid than others, and one that babbled even more than nearly headless Nick from Gryffindor, Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle, much like nearly headless Nick, incessantly touted his pure Slytherin lineage and his greatness. "Oh, dear Harry," Tom Riddle seemed to remember something, his voice sharp and mocking, like some long-extinct profession from an ancient Eastern civilization. "Lying on the ground is your crazy little fan. Every single day, I have to force myself to endure that nauseating feeling to respond to him, listening to his admiration for you. Oh, right, there's also Ginny Weasley, a child from a lower-class pure-blood family, who admires you just the same. They even formed some team called the Harry Potter Culinary Club or something incomprehensible. I originally planned to lure Ginny over, step by step, to execute my plan, but unexpectedly, I got the treasure I wanted most. You, the renowned savior, Harry Potter." Harry quickly waved his hand. "Mr. Riddle, you're a good person, but my sexual orientation is perfectly normal." City food. There should be a crow flying by. "Do you know?" Tom Riddle suppressed his anger, but once again, he was interrupted by Harry. I know, Blue Seong, loved, not written, can't, have something tomorrow, no money. Class on the 8th, any other questions?" Harry looked at the almost exploding Tom Riddle with a face that seemed to say, "Come praise my adorableness." "Oomph. Don't think I don't know you're stalling for time." Tom Riddle grunted angrily, fiddling with the wand he had taken from the lifeless Colin. A cryptic spell was uttered. Strange patterns appeared on the ground. Haisuin Shinwei, come forth, basilisk. Oomph. This was a magic skill taught to him by a fool he encountered right after he killed that nasty muggle. Roar with a loud rumble and explosion. Harry covered his face, shielding his eyes as an enormous creature appeared, filling the entire chamber. Bad news. Harry's great crisis has arrived. Harry's first reaction was to turn and run for his life, although he was a member of Gryffindor known for their bravery. After spending years seriously studying with Shi Wang and others and correcting his worldview, Harry was definitely not the kind of reckless child who would charge into danger without thinking, even if he couldn't win. Though this contradicted Gryffindor's spirit of valor, saving his life was the priority. The basilisk, having just been ruthlessly beaten by Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic, tensed its muscles and lunged at Harry, seeking revenge, starting with this little wizard. As a wealthy individual, after successfully countering several of Malfoy's pranks, Harry firmly believed in George and Fred's philosophy. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Only fools and barefoot people would rush in recklessly, ending up spilling blood without even dirtying their enemies' clothes. Of course, Harry didn't notice that after adopting this philosophy, his little vault had been rapidly depleting at a visible rate. At this rate, he might not even make it to 7th grade graduation. After all, his father wasn't named Wong and wouldn't just give him billions to achieve small goals. Gringotts goblins were not a charity foundation. Depositing money only meant it would shrink due to fees, so he shouldn't expect them to offer any financial projects. So Harry's pockets were not less stocked than Ginny's. Various strange, enemy-baiting bombs and bizarre props were countless. However, the poor little Harry was unaware that the basilisk, which had just been deceived by Ginny using bait, was now filled with rage and couldn't believe someone dared to use these damn props. In an instant, its blood boiled and its anger reached max. The basilisk swung its massive body, sending Harry's expensive props flying into the air, some of which exploded into brilliant sparks. "Ah, blow it up. Blow it up," Tom Riddle laughed madly. "This is the bottom of Hogwarts Lake. Even if you break the sky, no one will know you're here, nor will they see how helpless their savior struggled before his death. It's over. Harry threw a haphazard array of unknown spells backward with his wand. But it was futile and ineffective, and soon he was cornered by the basilisk. Harry drooped his eyelids, keeping his gaze fixed on the lower half of the basilisk, knowing that if he made eye contact, he would have no hope of survival. The basilisk charged up for its final strike, and Harry desperately searched his pockets for something. Anything. Ah, of course, this was not a philosophical moment. Harry pulled out the screaming chicken from George and Fred's joke shop. They couldn't bear to take away Harry's last canute, so they gifted him one. Unfortunately, it was not a true crowing of the rooster, but merely a brief delay in the serpent monster's assault. The serpent monster was first startled, for it sensed an ancient enemy buried deep within its bloodline. But soon it realized that it was just that detestable human playing tricks on it once again. Ah, it was bearable, but the serpent could not tolerate it. Today it must flay this person before it, peel off their skin, pick their bones, and make a human broth. When Harry was in despair, his brain seemed to feel a wave of dizziness, and a distant voice seemed to ring out, that of a dream he had while still in the cradle, calling to him in danger, "I will save you. Help me, help me, help me." His thoughts passed over many people, his best friends, his most admired friends. And then his thoughts stopped at the last one, their headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore is coming. You cannot escape." Harry perked up. As a Gryffindor, he couldn't possibly die in such a pathetic way. Han was dazed while painting. Tom Riddle let out an extremely twisted voice and knelt down to beg for mercy. "And I might consider it. As for that old fool Dumbledore, he is probably still looking for the basilisk that can't be found on the surface. You have never defeated Professor Dumbledore, and you will never defeat him in the future." Harry stood up, gathered his courage, and said, "Come on, I won't run away anymore. I'm a Gryffindor. A Gryffindor." The sound echoed in the dungeon chamber, gradually fading away. Under the pressure of the Hogwarts lake, the glass of the chamber, cracked by the explosives thrown by Harry, creaked and groaned. In the corridor behind, Seawan saw a phoenix swiftly flying towards the depths of the tunnel, clutching the tattered sorting hat, heading towards Harry's location. "Then go die, you foolish Gryffindor." Tom Riddle let out a strange die sound, and the basilisk's final strike was about to hit Harry, but Harry swung his wand without fear. The phoenix's cry pierced through space. At the moment, the fire phoenix brought the sorting hat, throwing it towards Harry, and lunged at the basilisk. A sudden change occurred. The sky fell. This was the shared feeling of everyone. Glass shattered, and massive tentacles reached in through the broken glass, mixed with countless floods. Even the tip of a tentacle was thicker than the basilisk, and with just a gentle tug and twist, the once mighty basilisk was ripped apart, splattering countless blood, becoming nothing more than a snake carcass in the tentacle's grasp. Dead. That terrifying basilisk just died like that. Harry had not yet reacted when another tentacle lunged at him, snatching the sorting hat from his hands. With a nimble shake, the sorting hat was thrown to the ground, leaving a shimmering silver sword in the tentacle's grasp. The tentacle sliced gently with the sword, and the terrifying head of the basilisk was severed as easily as cutting tofu, its red and white brains splattering everywhere, along with shattered venom. Only a round orb, a golden bead with a bluish hue, fell into the tentacle's hand, and an ancient roar instantly filled the entire Hogwarts, even reaching the Scottish Highlands. When Seawan arrived, he happened to witness this scene. It was hard to believe the coincidence. And those reckless Gryffindors really had good fortune. Amidst the thunder and lightning, fierce winds, and towering waves, the lake monster that roamed the Hogwarts lake absorbed the basilisk's core. It radiated a golden light, gradually shrinking until it transformed into a person, a figure adorned in battle gear, holding a silver longsword. "I, Godric Gryffindor, have returned." A middle-aged man roars at the sky. "So damn frustrating. After researching Animagus, I turned myself into a lake monster and have been trapped for 1,000 years. If it weren't for the last glimmer of belief hidden in the Gryffindor sword, and the fact that there was a basilisk's inner core providing energy, I might have forever remained a beast with a stone-like demeanor, never able to return to human form." The arriving wizards, both big and small, were dumbfounded. Like, what the hell? Are you telling us that the lake monster that wanders in the lake every day is actually Godric Gryffindor's Animagus? Facing the flooding lake water, Penelope opened her left hand to reveal a book emitting a strange golden light, while her right hand gripped a staff, pointing forward, casting a deep freeze. A tremendous magical force surged from the book in her left hand, filling her body, and then rushing toward the target of her magic, creating a beautiful ice wall that sealed everything. TSK, TSK, such powerful magic. Could it be the arcane tome written by that pair of X-Men, Kale That's and Jaina? In order to remove the title of Daddy's little girl from Jaina, they really went to great lengths to please her. Ah, dear children. Godric Gryffindor looked at the little wizards with a loving expression, just as the little wizards were all ears, waiting for this founder of Hogwarts to speak. I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten human food in 1,000 years. In the terrified gazes of the little wizards, Gryffindor added, You all, do you have, He seemed to suddenly notice something. Wow, Seawin, you're still alive? TSK, TSK, TSK. Good people don't last long, but disasters can last for thousands of years. I really didn't expect you to survive in this form, and even have the chance to restore your human shape in the end. Although Seawin has never been particularly interested in Gryffindor. After all, he used to challenge people out of boredom, had a foul mouth, and a rather immature personality. Seeing this old acquaintance still makes him quite happy. Gryffindor rarely enjoyed the roasted basilisk meat, made using Seawin's skill, the delicious cooking method that makes even King Arthur tremble. Eating it while shedding tears of gratitude. MMP, finally no more raw fish to eat. Can't blame you, Gryffindor said angrily, when you left. You used Animagus to turn into a giant dragon, and then I thought, wow, Animagus is really amazing. Am I to blame? You didn't ask clearly yourself. That's the dragon form of the dragon's soul power, not something as simple as an Animagus. Seawin had a black line on his face, thinking, I'm not sure, Chen. I won't take the blame for this. After eating and drinking enough, Gryffindor lazily got up, looking into the distance. Because of the surging lake water, a beautiful senior cast an ice wall, freezing the entire area into a big lump. Ah, isn't that the beautiful Miss Qing Shui? Gryffindor said with a smile. Sure enough, you and Seawin are in this world. Staring. A sinister gaze filled with some killing intent locked on Seawin's back. Seawin sighed, that little brat is so small. Is it really necessary to be this fierce? Such an annoying smell. No need to ask, you must be the descendant of that old fool Salazar, right? Gryffindor smiled happily as he looked at Tom Riddle in the distance. Tom Riddle never expected that this fragment of his soul would encounter so many absurd situations. He looked at the little wizards in the distance, then glanced at Gryffindor. I lost. Tom Riddle squinted, his originally handsome face twisted with malice. I didn't expect that the student council president, Savon Swift, who Colin had always praised, was actually an undead. I'm very curious. Savon looked at Tom Riddle, and as he cut off the magic that allowed Riddle to draw soul power from Colin, Tom Riddle's body gradually became blurry. Curious about what? I am curious. Where did you learn the magic of the Lich to create the soul box? Although what you created feels more like a defective product or something completely altered, referred to as a soul artifact, Tom Riddle was astonished, yet his exterior remained sinister. He couldn't believe that his magic had truly been uncovered. Would they now target his other Horcruxes for destruction? The strangest part was when Seawin continued, saying that if each Horcrux had its own consciousness, what would happen if a soul inside yours was resurrected and encountered other souls? Would there be slaughter, conflict, a winner-takes-all scenario, absorbing other souls? Tom Riddle laughed ominously, saying, You won't understand how far I've gone on the path to immortality. I'm quite curious, Gryffindor interjected. It's usually the elderly wizards who crazily pursue immortality. Given your situation as a teenager, why chase such a distant goal instead of enhancing your own magic? Foolish mortals, you know nothing of power. I had the fortune to witness higher levels of existence. Tom Riddle's body trembled a few times before stabilizing, falling silent. I've heard of you, Tom Riddle said in a low voice. In the records of many ancient families, there are vague mentions of some secrets from the time of Hogwarts' founding, including one about a mysterious figure standing above the four founders. You are too obsessed with these illusions and unrealistic things. Time and again, your experiences have led you further down the path of power. Now it's too late for corrections, Seawin sighed. Although in this world, in the wizarding world, power is paramount. Only those who possess power truly own it, or they control by it. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to mention Mirak's name. Seawin had always admired those who dared to break the mold and explore new systems of power, but unfortunately, too many had taken the wrong path in the process. He had once tried to correct Orochimaru, and since then had grown weary of it. Go in peace. If I see your true form, I will send him to meet you. Seawin raised his hand, ready to end this fragment of Tom Riddle. Then, Tom Riddle's expression darkened, suddenly erupting into the most sinister visage. Let them all die. He drew upon all the magical power he had siphoned from others, unleashing a green curse upon the crowd. The obscure magical fluctuations and unsettling sensations indicated its might. After fending off several waves of beams and explosions, Tom Riddle's true killing move was to launch the venomous fangs left by the basilisk that Gryffindor had shattered, aiming at the little wizards. Since they were blasted up, they had no magical fluctuations and caught everyone off guard. Ginny, who had sneaked out from the tunnel to help Harry, watched helplessly as Harry blocked a venomous fang that had just shot at him. Harry! Harry! It's getting dark. Harry felt his vision fading to black, the noisy calls for him growing distant. He felt so sleepy. When Harry opened his eyes, he was met with the familiar sight of the white ceiling, white bed curtains, and white sheets. Back in the familiar Hogwarts infirmary. It was almost like his second dormitory. "You're awake." Madame Pomfrey's chubby, kind face brought warmth to Harry. Before he could say anything, Madame Pomfrey's familiar complaints began. "I told Dumbledore long ago that what you all faced was too dangerous. Last year's Forbidden Forest, flying broomsticks, and this year, a basilisk showed up. Who knows what will come next year? We're just a step away from having Dementors turn Hogwarts into a hell like Azkaban." Madame Pomfrey's nagging voice was so comforting to Harry. If his mother were still alive, she would probably be like this when he was sick. "That little girl from the Weasley family has been here with you for many days now, going to the Hufflepuff greenhouse every day to find fresh flowers to put here." Madame Pomfrey gestured to the bedside cabinet, and Harry saw a crystal bottle filled with a few fragrant flowers sitting in front of a mountain of gifts and letters. Just then, Ginny gently pushed open the door, quietly closed it, and was about to walk over when she saw Harry awake and stopped in her tracks. "Oh!" Harry waved to greet Ginny. "Wow!" With a crash and clatter, the little girl standing at the door looked at Harry, her face visibly turning red at an alarming speed, and the things in her hands scattered all over the floor. Watching Ginny's flustered and cute demeanor due to nervousness, Harry felt a bit embarrassed too. Although he didn't quite understand, there was a sense of confusion within him. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, a tense standoff was occurring. Those from the Ministry of Magic refused to acknowledge Gryffindor's identity. Instead, they believed the self-proclaimed Gryffindor was related to the Chamber of Secrets and demanded cooperation in the investigation. Our subject, Godric Gryffindor, was holding his silver sword, continuously polishing it with an unknown animal hide, producing a clanging metallic sound. Boring. Gryffindor watched as those people were led away from the office by Dumbledore, stopping his movements to mutter. Although Gryffindor was sufficiently eccentric and pure-hearted, as one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, how could he be inexperienced in such matters? After all, in their era, they faced not only persecution from the Muggle society, but also struggles against the alchemists of the Dark Ages. They were all great wizards. Why should they listen to them? "I apologize for the disturbance." Dumbledore sent away those annoying officials and looked at Gryffindor with regret. Gryffindor leisurely surveyed the room, which had completely lost the traces of his own era. The walls were adorned with portraits of past Hogwarts headmasters, who were peeking at Gryffindor with one eye open and one eye closed. "Seawyn, what does immortality feel like?" Gryffindor suddenly asked out of the blue, his eyes fixed on the 4-in-1 flag. Dark green Slytherin, gold-red Gryffindor, silver-blue Ravenclaw, and brown-yellow Hufflepuff. Seawyn shook his head. He had encountered many people like this, who had either accidentally hidden away or fallen into a deep sleep, only to awaken to a world that had changed completely, with everyone they knew dead or barely surviving, and familiar places transformed beyond recognition. "Is this why you initially rejected that red dragon heir, giving no hope to Eilina and Helga?" Gryffindor tightened his grip on his sword, which was his last mark in this world. The long sword hummed softly, seemingly responding to his inner anxiety and restlessness. Just as Dumbledore opened his mouth to say something, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly echoed through the sky, the entire dragon clan's pressure and roar making hearts tremble. A giant dragon? No, it was a red dragon. A massive dragon, nearly 1,000 meters long, soared through the sky, circling above Hogwarts, constantly roaring. The dragon was covered in impenetrable red armor, filled with power, grace, and nobility. The dragon folded its wings and landed heavily on the Hogwarts campus, causing the entire campus to tremble. And the protective barrier above had no effect on this dragon. This dragon must be Aedoin. The red dragon's massive head roared fiercely, brewing flames in its throat that could melt steel. Indeed, it is Aldoing, the legendary red dragon that made King Arthur famous in battle. During the time of the Anglo-Saxon invasions, King Arthur fought single-handedly against the invading pirate hordes. Aldoing's appearance made everyone in the Ministry of Magic turn pale and respectful, even though they were nominally the Ministry of Magic of the Commonwealth, governing the entire magical world of Britain. But those with true status and vision knew who the real masters of this continent were. whether in the magical world or the muggle world. Well, Gryffindor, my king has commanded a return to the ideal homeland. Although Aldoing's language was not fluent, the meaning was clear. He brought the decree of that king. Ah, Diagon. Seeing Cewin, Dumbledore, and Gryffindor walk out of the tower, Aldoing bowed down, roaring, and the dragon's breath he exhaled made it almost impossible to stand. He always remembered that it was this guy in front of him who summoned him from the distant Songard, only to be controlled by a mere mortal. How intolerable. So, do you want me to summon Alduin to keep you company and chat? Cewin stood amidst the dragon's breath, his confident smile making Aldoing recall the days when he was crushed by Diagon once again. A good dragon does not fight with Diagon. Aldoing's crimson eyes, with their eerie slit pupils, stared at the wizard wielding a rusty silver sword. Ah, King, command return. Understood, don't worry, an old fossil out of touch with the times, won't linger here for long. Gryffindor waved his long sword dismissively. Dumbledore stepped forward. Esteemed Gryffindor, it is already evening. If possible, I would be honored to invite you to dine with all of our faculty and students before you leave. The command has been conveyed. I am leaving Diagon. Aldoing flapped his massive wings, creating a water splash for 3,000 miles, soaring up like a whirlwind, quickly disappearing into the evening glow at the horizon. At the bottom of the eerie Slytherin chamber, rustling sounds seemed ghostly as a dark figure quietly infiltrated while everyone else was in the Hogwarts banquet hall, sending off Gryffindor. As one of the founders of Hogwarts' 4 great houses, how could Slytherin go to such lengths to establish a secret chamber just to house a basilisk? The shadow slowly crept along the corner towards the chamber, perhaps to find Slytherin's legacy to truly achieve some powerful magic, or even alone. The figure in the dark moved cautiously, crouching low, sneaking inside, as if at that moment he was the embodiment of darkness. But was he really the only one? Hey! A figure suddenly appeared, startling the dark figure into jumping up. Wow, you nearly scared me to death. George patted his little heart, which was still thumping. Looking across, Fred was holding a candle under his face, making a funny face. While everyone enjoyed the feast, it was this pair of jokers that quietly appeared in the Hogwarts chamber. Whether it was to uncover treasure or simply to enjoy the thrill and pleasure of adventure was another matter. The twin brothers were feeling overwhelmed as they stared at the ice wall before them. This was a spell created by Penelope using the magical tome given by Kelsis, carrying a hint of demigod power. After bombarding it with the strongest delicate explosives they had developed for half the day, it only left a dent. The brothers felt they had to express their frustration. Of course, to put it in a rough but reasonable saying from a great Eastern nation, the living cannot be suffocated by urine. Although George and Fred had recently become obsessed with the art of explosions, as two who had outsmarted the professors at the magical school, cleverness was the best strategy. Speaking of which, George frowned at the map in his hand, which was their magical artifact for overcoming enemies and evading the wicked Filch and various professors on nightly patrols, the Marauder's map. The map did not even show the location of the chamber. They turned it over and over, discovering that while Marauder's map was very convenient, it seemed to be a relic from Hogwarts' distant past. Very good. Fred displayed a proud expression. Of course, making expressions in the dark was unique. This indicated that they had discovered more than the creators, those 4. The pointy-headed fork, the big-footed one, the moon-faced one, and the worm-tailed one. George carefully searched with his wand, feeling puzzled. Was it possible that this map was designed without Slytherin's chamber? He was baffled. The two wandered through the complex underground water system, not knowing how long had passed, before finally appearing on the other side of the ice wall. Above them, the hole blown out by explosives in the lake bottom's defense layer was blocked tightly by ice crystals. I suddenly have a bad feeling. George felt a bit uneasy. Since Tom Riddle, the young Voldemort, had discovered the chamber, then he must have already swept through here. Not necessarily. Fred observed the surrounding dilapidated medieval murals and sculptures with some worry. I remember Father mentioning casually that Voldemort wanted to return to Hogwarts, but was rejected by Professor Dumbledore. The two looked at the remains of the basilisk on the ground. TSK, putting aside the dream of overnight riches from Slytherin's legacy. They set a small goal of stripping some materials from the basilisk. Those venomous fangs, TSK, selling them to those Persians for their assassin cosplay. They would surely fetch a good price when exposed to water. This basilisk skin, these scales, sturdy enough to make a full set of leather armor, could provide dear Molly and our little sister with some snakeskin bags or similar equipment. What a pity about the basilisk's meat and entrails, which were directly ground to pieces. What terrifying power. Wait, the brothers simultaneously looked at one part, the basilisk's hardest skull, which, although cracked by Gryffindor's sword, remained intact during the grinding. They recalled an ancient legend that after Perseus killed Medusa, he could still use her head to petrify others, which was quite impressive. But Fred touched the basilisk's bulging eyes, now covered by eyelids. How could we determine if this thing still had its effects, and how would we preserve it? If we were petrified by the dead basilisk's eyes or died from it, that would utterly ruin our brilliance for life. In the future, when they mentioned the great George and Fred, they would only say 2 fools. Where have you two been? Percy frowned at his 2 brothers, who returned all wet and dirty, unable to help but tighten his nose. Don't speak. We did a lot of physical labor and now need to eat. The 2 brothers pounced on the Gryffindor table in the Hogwarts banquet hall, devouring their food voraciously. Oh no. That scream was truly heartbreaking. It turned out dinner time was over, and the food on the table disappeared as if devoured by starving ghosts before the 2 brothers. At this moment, the young wizards noticed the special appearance of the banquet hall today. The entire banquet hall was decorated in golden and red tones, with Gryffindor's lion banner hanging low, fluttering in the wind. Today is a very difficult yet glorious day. Unlike his previous speeches, Dumbledore left his seat at the banquet table and walked up to the podium. As we all know, a series of events recently occurred at Hogwarts regarding a ghost that has been attacking students and even teachers within the walls of Hogwarts. Fortunately, today we have the privilege of resolving this issue with the help of Minister Fudge and several officials from the Ministry of Magic. Fudge and others appeared somewhat displeased, yet they forced smiles for the young wizards, as they were now considering how to rectify the false accusations against Hagrid from 50 years ago and clean up after their predecessor. However, allow me to say, I am very sorry. Today we have a more distinguished elder present, and although he will soon be leaving, we should express our respect together. Dumbledore said, bowing towards Gryffindor in the teachers' section. Let us pay tribute to our esteemed founder of Hogwarts, Mr. Godric Gryffindor. Although Dumbledore has always been aloof and detached from the mundane world, he has always shown great respect for this founder of Hogwarts. Silence fell. The young wizards felt as if their ears were broken or their minds were in a daze. Dazed, I got up and looked at the strangely dressed person at the teacher's table who seemed to have walked out of the Middle Ages. After a confused salute, the entire banquet hall suddenly erupted. What the heck? Who is it? Godric Gryffindor? The founders of Hogwarts, this rowing boat, is truly full of vitality. Gryffindor's light words carry a pressure that makes it hard to breathe. You must know that he now possesses the combat power of a shape-shifting monster, even having absorbed the 1,000-year essence of the basilisk, making him twice as strong. Watching the little wizards' faces slowly turn pale, yet many of them continue to endure nonchalantly. Gryffindor nods in satisfaction. This kind of pressure-based training was very popular in their era. Wizards not only had to face their peers, but also contend with various powerful magical creatures. Without good psychological resilience or a tenacious spirit, let alone becoming a great magical master, living to the average lifespan would be quite an achievement. In that era, where geniuses were as common as dogs and prodigies were everywhere, merely surviving was the true mark of a genius. However, Godric Gryffindor was unaware that the few little wizards he noticed had experienced the impact of Simon's illusions and witnessed the horrific battles of the dimensional wars. For them, this mere pressure was no big deal. Today, seeing so many wizards gathered here, especially the little wizards, fills me with great joy. At least, the founding wish of Hogwarts has been realized. Gryffindor, holding his long sword. But since Slytherin left us, the 4 houses of Hogwarts have fallen apart, and later generations have twisted our other ideas. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Gryffindor transformed into a kind lady. The upright Helga Hufflepuff told us that as wizards, we should treat others with the broadness of the earth, but when facing enemies, we should be as fierce as earthquakes and volcanoes. Transforming into Ravenclaw, looking down with a proud gaze, the wise Rowena Ravenclaw told us that as wizards, exceptional wisdom is the most valuable treasure, and our wisdom will allow us to soar like eagles, looking down upon the world. The sinister serpent eyes lock onto the cautious hearts of everyone below. The cunning Salazar, Slytherin, told us to protect ourselves in the shadows, striking directly at the vital points every time we act. He returned to his Gryffindor form, gripping the longsword. I want to tell you that inner courage, extraordinary bravery, spirit, and generosity are the keys to victory. However, these 4 goals were established by the 4 of us for the students of Hogwarts, not to artificially divide the students into different groups. Every Hogwarts student should receive comprehensive education in all aspects. Changing the subject, Godric Gryffindor smiled and said, as the oldest relic of Hogwarts, let me give you a lesson on transfiguration from our time. I hope Professor McGonagall won't mind. Professor McGonagall stood up to respond. It is our honor. You should know that much of the theory and practice of transfiguration has been carried over from that era, and many ideas were even proposed by Gryffindor himself. Gryffindor's elegant bow, combined with his charmingly roguish demeanor, drew gasps from the little witches and envy from the little wizards. First, for transfiguration class, we need some props. That red-haired boy over there, what is your name? It seems you have a fantastic prop in your pocket. Could you lend it to me? Gryffindor smiled as he looked at Ron Weasley at the Gryffindor long table. I am Ron Weasley. The poor Ron was nervously blushing, his face as bright as his hair color, and he even misspelled his own name. Finally realizing, Ron fumbled and took out his family's heirloom rat, Scabbers, from his pocket and handed it to Gryffindor, who had walked up to him. This is Scabbers. Scabbers? Is that a Uchiha's surname? What did you say? It's nothing. Gryffindor waved his hand, holding the rat. A faint blue magical glow spread over it, and the rat seemed to calm down a bit. TSK, TSK, TSK. This rat looks quite old, doesn't it? Moreover, it was injured and is missing a finger on its right hand. I'm not sure. It might belong to a long-lived species. The rat that my brother used was given to me after they graduated. It is said to have been like this before that. Ron hurriedly explained, fearing that people would misunderstand and think he was abusing pets. Well, that's really a fantastic material. Gryffindor pointed at the trembling rat in his hand. Knowing that having absorbed the essence of the basilisk, Gryffindor was naturally the enemy of all rodents. Of course, living creatures are harder to deal with than inanimate objects. For example, Gryffindor tapped the podium in front of him, and it instantly transformed into a roaring lion. The core of transfiguration theory is imagination. In our time, there was an immortal who told us that magic is limitless and can be wielded at will, only confined to one's own heart. Gryffindor's gaze swept across the Ravenclaw banquet. Barely noticeable, just like this rat, we can turn into a cup. Under the glow of magic, the rat screamed pitifully, and then it was disassembled into 3 parts. The long tail and the limbs separated from the body. The limbs came together to form the legs of the cup. The rat's body became the container part of the cup, and the tail turned into a stirring spoon inside the cup. Of course, this is just the most basic form of magical transfiguration. Going deeper, we can destroy all matter into an etheric state and then cause them to reorganize again. The rat continuously transformed into different shapes in Gryffindor's hands. This reminds me of time during the East-West exchange era, when I had the fortune to communicate with a friend whose ability was to reorganize heavy objects. If I remember correctly, his name was Red Scorpion. Gryffindor returned the rat to Ron, a gentle smile encouraging him to go back, and then he returned to his seat. Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were the first to stand and applaud him. Although the students were a bit confused as seasoned wizards, they had a deep understanding of what was taught in Gryffindor, even feeling a sense of enlightenment. Disappointment? Upon arriving at the forgotten location of the portal in Hogwarts Ravenclaw Tower. Sure enough, a certain wicked undead was waiting there. Godric Gryffindor's golden hair, wild like a lion's, fluttered in the wind as he revealed a brilliant smile. No, rather than being slightly unsatisfactory, it was more about joy. After saying this, he turned around and never looked back, calmly and freely moving forward, knowing that the core spark they had once hidden deep in their hearts had been sown. Where there were leaves, there would be the will of fire dancing. Sorry, got off track. What are you going to do? Sitting in the vehicle known as a car, Gryffindor dangled a toothpick, leisurely lying back and gazing through the sunroof at the clear sky. What a peaceful era. In their time, the sky was shrouded in terrible darkness every day, filled with the resentment of the dead souls and the toxic mists of dark wizards and alchemists. Shuan didn't answer him directly, but shifted the topic to another matter. Someone speaks sweetly, but is still worried, right? Where's your sword? Gryffindor awkwardly scratched his head. JPEG, why are your eyes so sharp? Is it from peeking at girls bathing for thousands of years? Ouch, ouch, ouch. After being justly punished by Shuan, Gryffindor slumped like an old man. Actually, I know even if you don't say it. Gryffindor Rare became a bit serious, with a hint of worry between his brows. Every time a race flourishes, it's the most difficult and darkest time. Although I don't know how severe this calamity will be, seeing that King has awakened. Oh, I didn't expect the ancestral slime's head could think so much. That is really not easy. Shuan looked at the serious Godric Gryffindor and thought of a former friend, Goalie Cabrel. That silly guy was always teased by Shuan, Selena, and Lena. Yet every time there was danger, he was the first to rush forward to face it. It felt like it was 1,000 years ago in the blink of an eye. It's my first time meeting that king. Moving through a dense jungle, Gryffindor's eyes darted around, surveying the surroundings. The towering trees looked almost otherworldly in their greenness. In the occasional clearings, rays of sunlight spilled onto the mist in the woods, creating a strangely sacred feeling. Taking a deep breath, he listened carefully in the quiet forest, as if he could hear whispers, as if many creatures were watching them from the woods. Why isn't there a convenient path here? Because this is a link point of the world. There are only two on Earth, one in Siberia and one here, the former personally guarded by that one from Siberia, while this one is guarded by the King of Britain and the heroic spirits. No one knows whether the last calamity started from here or Siberia. But what is clear is that after that day, the entire world would be wiped clean. After a moment of silence, Gryffindor scratched his head and chuckled. That day, I must fight happily. Even if I die, maybe I can become a hero celebrated through the ages. Aren't you afraid of death? Shuin asked curiously. And you Haven T inquired about your family since your resurrection. Godric Gryffindor shook his head. Although I am Gryffindor now, our blood still carries the Cabrel family S lineage. We are wandering sword wielders, fearless wanderers. Wow. The moment they stepped out of the jungle, everything opened up. The entire White Palace shone brilliantly in the sunlight, with steps extending to the highest point of the royal city. Neatly arranged houses surrounded them, like stars guarding the central palace. The palace's extension led to the northern mountain peak, where a massive red dragon, Diagon, circled proudly. A man dressed in green, even his hat was green, jumped beside them, and the daggers and bow on him indicated his identity as a sentinel. Robinson must want to dye his entire sentry troop that shade of green, right? Shuin mindlessly stared at the ridiculously explosive aesthetic. Of course, it's not ruled out that this all-green color serves as great camouflage in the jungle. The king had been waiting inside for a long time. The sentinel led them toward the palace, and along the way, Gryffindor noticed that the homes here represented various architectural styles from different periods in Britain. How much gold would it take to restore this palace? What a burden on the people. Gryffindor had just said a few words when a cold gaze locked onto him. Please do not comment on the king's policies and decisions in the royal city. This is the most basic bottom line here. Moreover, with magic present, there is no need for those soft metal sentinels, he was reminded. Godric Gryffindor stuck out his tongue, indicating he understood. The towering palace doors creaked open, revealing their weight. The unique architectural design made the entire hall not dark like other ancient castles. Gryffindor couldn't help but step a few times on the ground. The feel of the carpet was the best he had ever experienced. Walking on it, the sound of his footsteps was rich and solemn. Godric Gryffindor, you will follow Gawain to be responsible for all swordsmanship training in the capital and the cultivation of the magic swordsman troop. Now go. A clear, loud voice that penetrated the heart, yet was filled with authority, came from the throne area, and Gryffindor inexplicably felt a terrifying pressure, one that even surpassed that of the red dragon Diagon. This made him not even dare to look up at the throne, and he left the palace along with a knight who had come over, the heavy palace doors closing behind them, leaving only Shuin. The figure on the throne remained still for a long time, silent, and the entire palace hall was silent. Just as Shuin was about to say something helplessly, an angry voice rang out. Shut up. You shut up. Don't talk. Why aren't you saying anything? The figure on the throne gradually approached. The sound of metal scraping echoed continuously. Shuin felt sorry for the baby. Didn't you say I shouldn't talk? Shuin looked at the person who had walked close. Golden hair, tied high in a ponytail, which was Shuin's favorite hairstyle. The cute face with a hint of rebellion still looked the same as before her slumber. Little Mo, Shuin reached out, wanting to ruffle the girl's golden hair as he used to, but stopped mid-air. He had promised her he wouldn't do such things again. Even after 500 years, her position in your heart remains unshaken, right? The girl's exquisite face and her eyes filled with blazing anger. The hatred in her eyes startled Shuin. He had thought that 500 years of slumber would dilute the distortions in her heart caused by Morgan's magic, but it seemed to be accumulating more and more. You will always be our daughter. Both Lily and I love you from the bottom of our hearts, little Mo. No. The girl gritted her teeth, her expression somewhat ferocious. I, Modret Pendragon, challenge you to a knight's duel in the name of King Arthur, my dear Uncle Bedivere. Don't tell me you've forgotten this name. The broad training ground, once filled with memories and dreams. Bedivere? It's a name he had nearly forgotten himself. Just kidding. How could he forget? This name represents the bond between him and Lily, the knight who stood by Arthur, Altria. So, let me see how little Mo's swordsmanship has fared, whether the years of slumber have made her forget. With a flick of his fingers, a silver longsword appeared. He would never use a wooden sword or a dull practice sword. That would be an insult to swordsmanship and to his opponent. He had never regarded little Mo as someone inferior to himself. The furious second-generation King Arthur opposite him seemed to treat this matter with greater seriousness. She was already clad in armor, wearing the cursed armor from Morgan. The brilliant king's sword in Modret's hand exuded a dark aura, completely contrary to that of the king, even the opposite of the Round Table Knights. "Do you hate us that much?" Shiwen looked at the girl. She was still the same. Since birth, altered by magic to promote her growth, her appearance had been fixed. Even when the Round Table Knights learned of her identity and fell into chaos and rage, neither he nor Lily had condemned her, for they knew that the wrongdoer was not Modret, but the world. The girl's features were obscured by the cursed armor, only vaguely revealing her eyes, twisted with anger, filled with blood-red fury. There were no formalities of a knightly duel. She launched a powerful downward strike. The evil aura clinging to the blade added to its sharpness. That alone was not enough. One cannot lose reason in anger. Shiwen's seemingly weak, slender sword easily deflected the blow, as if effortlessly brushing it aside. Modret, missing her strike, retreated far away, jumping aside to prepare for another attack. Whether it was an illusion or not, the black aura on the king's sword seemed to grow denser. "Lily acknowledged you, little Mo. Don't be misled by distorted emotions." Shiwen seemed to maneuver skillfully amidst the fierce metallic clashes of their swords. "Shut up." The roar, devoid of human emotion, erupted from beneath the armor. Even though the sound was muffled by the armor, the terror within it was still audible. During his time as Bedivere, he had rarely spoken, always standing silently behind King Arthur, quietly executing the king's orders and fulfilling his responsibilities. Modret's attacks grew sharper. The long western broadsword in her hands, seeming light as a feather, wielded at will, achieving the extension of the weapon as an extension of her body. Sword of the Storm. The blue aura enveloped Shiwen's slender sword, swift as the wind, yet with a watery sense of heaviness, slicing through the air toward Modret. Modret jumped back, thrusting her heavy sword into the ground, her cold eyes waiting for the attack to arrive, as if the target of that attack was not her. At the moment the energy blade approached, Modret drew the king's sword as if unsheathing it, elegantly swinging it in a graceful arc. The energy blade shattered, cut apart by the physical attack devoid of energy. "Have you trained to this level, little Mo?" Shiwen continued attacking, watching the stubborn girl in front of him. That was the time he and Lily had their biggest argument, because Modret insisted on learning advanced sword skills from him, and he casually taught her the one sword from the west. To master this move required long practice, standing on the stormy shore, continuously using the sword to counter the incoming waves. He initially thought Modret's lively personality would not endure such lonely and painful practice. As a result, this crazy Modret actually ran to the seaside, tirelessly striking at the waves day and night, repeatedly practicing the draw and strike motion. If not for Gawain training the Sand Knights at the time, passing by the coast, and picking up the unconscious Modret, she might have died there. Wow, that time. The overly protective Queen Altria made Shiwen realize what a fierce lioness and a pampered tiger was, ultimately unleashing a big move that left him without a chance to be close to her for several months. Watching the power Modret was accumulating make the entire king's sword hum. Was that the move? Are you really going to rebel against my elegant father in front of me? Tick, 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 tick. What? My vision blurred, the blood red faded, and the crystal green eyes, like my father's, were drowned in tears. Why didn't I dodge? Trembling hands slipped away from the king's sword. Her mind buzzing. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? The sharp king's sword, empowered by anger and dark forces, pierced through the figure opposite her, penetrating the chest that had once given her warmth in her most helpless moments. Blood dripped down the longsword. Modret trembled as she raised her hands, looking at the golden red blood in her palms. Uncle's blood. What have I done? What have I done? The longsword pierced through Shiwen's silver clothing, the tip shyly protruding from his back as if it hurt a little. Shiwen couldn't help but recall in another timeline that pseudo-Altria, commonly known as the Silly Wave, where Bedivere was cut by the angry Altria Pendragon from behind, losing an arm and becoming a one-armed hero. Even if... I owe you both. Ouch, ouch, that hurts, be gentle, I'm an injured patient. Oomph. Modret, who had learned poorly and imitated Altria's Tsundra attitude, fiercely bandaged someone's wound, though her actions were much gentler. I know why you came back. Modret's tone was somewhat low. Father told me that one day you would discover the secret. Her words made Shiwen feel very uncomfortable. Is that so? Perhaps I'm the only one living each day like a fool, confused and dazed. After a series of rummaging sounds, Modret brought a heavy sword in front of Shiwen. The familiarity and warmth washed over him, making his nose feel sour. Excalibur, pronounced in Chinese as Cha Jialibang. The supreme sword of glory owned by King Arthur was currently sealed in the sheath Avalon. Setting the sword aside, he gently caressed Avalon, feeling the remnants of her aura. A crystal-clear, snow-white soul fragment fell into Shiwen's palm. Altria, is this the reason you wound T? Let me see you for the last time? The wound hurt so much, yes, it hurt enough to bring tears. Why does every time I see you, it feel like I'm looking at a rodent called a hamster? Shiwen pushed open the door and, sure enough, saw the elegant lady outside, Miss Ferron de Lacour, continuously eating. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight with all that food? You're back. Ferron instantly transformed her image, like a bullied child bride who was denied food. Looking pitifully up at Shiwen, suddenly remembering something, she brushed off the crumbs on her clothes and hurriedly picked up something. Shiwen, look, I can already use my divination ability. Divination, the ability from my previous life recorded in my soul? Shiwen was unclear whether he should give this piece of soul to Ferron. He didn't know what kind of impact it would cause. With a crash, the tarot cards scattered all over the ground. Ferron smiled awkwardly and quickly gathered the divination cards on the floor. Shiwen vaguely saw the result in her hands. You found another piece of soul, didn't you? Ferron gently asked, but her eyes didn't look at Shiwen. She was just busy with what she had in her hands. Give it to me. Because she had just picked up the divination cards, Ferron was kneeling there, only able to look up at Shiwen. Her body trembled a bit, but she seemed unaware of it. Ferron. Shiwen opened his mouth, but didn't know what else to say. He suddenly felt that what he was doing seemed really despicable. If you were so obsessed with Shiyun, you shouldn't provoke other girls. Shiyun was like a dream to me, and so was Monsi's experience. I was thinking, now, is this girl named Ferron Delacour someone else's dream? Ferron still wore a smile that moved the heavens and the earth. She reached out her hand in front of Shiwen. Her determined demeanor was something Shiwen couldn't refuse. Okay. The crystalline white soul fragment once again fused into the girl's body. The girl bit her teeth in pain, enduring it. Her hands, her snow-white arms, were bulging with blue veins. After a long time, the girl seemed to be pulled out of the water, drenched in sweat, and weakly lay in Shiwen's arms. Watching this, Shiwen was left only with heartache for the girl. As her breathing gradually calmed, the girl curled-up body slowly unfolded, and she seemed to carry an imposing and serious demeanor. Fade away. A call made Shiwen's heart tremble violently. He couldn't believe he was looking at Ferron in his arms. Don't tell me the truth is so cruel. The girl named Ferron couldn't withstand the pain of soul fusion, and her consciousness had sunk. The word from the girl made Shiwen even more miserable. He didn't know how to face all of this. Haha, silly Shiwen. The girl's authority dissipated, revealing a cute smile, like the radiant smile of the goddess of the moon. Tricking Shiwen. Woo, silly. The girl's weak appearance forced a laugh to ease Shiwen's nervousness. Silly Ferron, don't joke like that. Shiwen helplessly flicked the girl's forehead. The girl had a hint of unease in her smile. Was it really just a joke? However, when looking at Shiwen, a flush gradually appeared on her face. This perverted Shiwen actually did so many embarrassing things with her. Half annoyed and half shyly, she used the excuse that it was late to push Shiwen out of her room. Covering her mouth and coughing violently, blood uncontrollably flowing down her fair arms. The dream of Shiyun from the Second Era made Ferron understand the cause of death of the girl named Shiyun, and she also understood why the soul shattered. Because she was a special existence with the laws of heaven in her mortal body. Naturally, using a mortal body to manipulate the powers of rules and laws comes at a great cost. If it weren't for that accident, Shiyun wouldn't have taken such a great risk. However, upon awakening in the Second Era and discovering her soul was shattered, Shiyun found a way to face her predicament by drinking poison to quench thirst, losing the enhancement of magical power. All the originally rich and colorful food in the girl's room lost their disguise, revealing their true form, which was just pieces of bread. It was not the kind of bread that was similar in taste to Alice's, but the bread brought out from the misty forest, the only way to prolong her life. Even during her peak, the bread that could poison a being that could extinguish the galaxy with a breath became the girl's lifeline. Each time she ate this bread, her soul fissures would bind more tightly, but the broken cracks were increasing. Perhaps the next death would be when the girl's soul perished from time and space. Moreover, even if she hadn't been destroyed on a material level, as Ferron Delacour, her soul really couldn't withstand another impact of fusion. The divination card slipped from her hand. 13. The death card. The teacher is acting crazy again today. Looking at Shiwen's silly smile, the malicious lowly Ida commented with annoyance, unlike before. She gained the approval of the bus barn classmates. Today was the last class before Christmas, and seeing the eager little wizards. Shiwen pretended to know nothing and continued to teach how to deal with werewolves and other infectious creatures. All right, now let's begin practical preparations, Professor Shiwen said, pulling out dozens of dazzling gems from his pocket and throwing them on the ground. Such waste. Those flawless gems were actually used by Shiwen as props to draw the magic circle. Then, a perfect grade amethyst rich in power was used as the eye of the formation to open the magic circle, disappearing in the sparkling light amidst the heartache of the little wizards, especially the female ones. The purple energy twisted the time and space in front of them as it ran, until a stable portal stood at the back of the bus Spartan Tower. Although they couldn't see the scene on the other side, they could hear all sorts of strange sounds coming from it. The sound like a werewolf chewing on bones. Watching Shiwen's stylish one-handed gesture, the little wizards gulped, forcing smiles and pushing each other, until finally, the malicious lowly Ida gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and charged in first. Humph, this girl won't be scared. The little wizards behind listened attentively. Ah, a piercing, prolonged, sharp scream came from the other side of the portal, making all the little wizards shiver. Could it be that Ida had already sacrificed herself? They secretly glanced at Shiwen's sly smile, swallowing hard again. Ba, may the three pure ones bless the unfortunate Ida for an early deliverance. Amen. However, a cold voice came. Little ones, it's your turn to go in. Ah. The little wizards echoed each other, making the same exclamations. Looking at Shiwen's smile of schemer, they no longer found it so detestable, because what lay before them was a colorful new world, a world filled with sweet air. Oh, of course, this sweetness was literal, not an illusion created by some people misled by the lighthouse. Looking around, the entire world seemed out of place with the little wizards, as it was a simple 256-color world, with snow-white cotton candy clouds floating and soft sponge cake land bouncing. The trees and flowers were supposed to be colorful candies and chocolates, with rolling mountains resembling cotton candy or pile desserts. Of course, there were also gingerbread houses, essential to the candy world. Watching the lively and cheering little wizards, Shiwen revealed a sinister smile. Do you think this is the legendary Christmas benefit? Too young, too simple, sometimes too naive. As the defense against the dark arts professor of Bus Spartan, how can I live up to this position without real skills? Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and the little wizards turned pale, looking in one direction, as a gigantic creature came, blocking the sun and uprooting trees. A soft, sticky, irregularly shaped, gigantic, translucent slime monster bounced towards the little wizards, and clearly no one thought this thing was coming to wish them a Merry Christmas. A small wizard drew his wand and shouted, "Burn, burn, burn!" The fireball spell didn't unleash red flames, but rather red jam, which splattered onto the slime's face. The giant slime paused for a moment and turned to look at the instigator. The laws of this world were different from those of the world they came from, so the manifestation of the same magical skills was also different. At least being able to use magic was a miracle. How many top figures who could command the wind and rain in their own world ended up showing their power in another dimension, only to become as powerless as a chicken? Shatter! The voice of the malicious lowly, Ada Wong, rang out, and the slime was hit directly in its core without any defense. However, unexpectedly, after the giant slime shattered like jelly, each fragment turned into a new slime. A certain Ada, who was closest, was instantly overwhelmed by the sea of slimes and found herself at a loss. Ah, it's sticky, don't touch me. Voices like these were heard everywhere. Gulp! The little wizards looked pale as they watched Ada, who had transformed into a beautifully crafted candy sculpture. Would dying in this world turn one into candy? Classmates, enjoy the delightful hunting time. Shiwen's figure gradually faded away as he waved his hand, and a light blue giant deer seemed to quietly appear at the distant mountain peak. With the call of the giant deer Helsing, howls of wolves and eerie animal cries surrounded them. Mamma mia! The little wizards scattered into a group to face their unforgettable Christmas gift. In the following month, every day, students from different grades at Beaux Batons returned to the dorms covered in colorful sticky substances, looking utterly disheveled. Many gritted their teeth, gathering in groups to discuss strategies, vowing to get their revenge next time. But many others wore smiles, joking and laughing together, defying the rigorous ethos of Beaux Batons that had lasted for thousands of years. Of course, after the last collective troublemaking incident yielded no results, the board of directors at Beaux Batons thought it might as well let this group become the worst in history. However, no one expected that this cohort of Beaux Batons students, inheriting the majestic etiquette and elegance of Beaux Batons, possessed a strong cohesion and practical abilities lacking in other students. In the battles of the candy world, the critical element of friendship quietly emerged, binding the little wizards tightly together. Shiwen watched the little wizards growing and fighting in the candy world, feeling heavy-hearted. He couldn't view the number of sacrifices in the same way as Sistelo, treating them as mere statistics. He hoped that when the true calamity came in the future, even if they were left with only a tenth of their original strength, they would still have the power to fight back. At least, they would still have hope when facing their enemies. What no one anticipated was that a serious accident occurred when the fourth-grade students entered the candy world. A disaster so severe that it even triggered a riot of the world's laws. This was the story of a girl named Miss Furong Delacour entering the candy world. Furong elegantly smiled at Shiwen and stepped into the teleportation array. The unaware, candy-eating classmates thought Furong was saluting the teacher. In fact, Furong expressed that today's class performance deserved a big meal prepared by Shiwen as a reward. However, once our Miss Delacour entered the candy world, she seemed to be sealed. Her gaze dazed, mumbling to herself, standing motionless. That was careless. After avoiding her classmate's sight, Furong let out a gasp of admiration, exclaiming how amazing it was, and that Shiwen was the fattest. By the time our Shiwen realized what was happening, a significant portion of the core area of the candy world had already been devoured by a certain big eater. Unlike other classmates who targeted basic candy cookies, Miss Delacour went straight for the native creatures of the candy world. Those giant slimes, once their core was bitten through, turned into mere puddles of mud. The howling werewolves, after consuming the heart of the core wolf king, became soft gummy candies, losing their intelligence and motivation. Even the antlers of the stag, transformed from the god of aberration. Helsing, which had dominated multiple worlds, were broken off and eaten as snacks, crunching delightfully. When Shiwen discovered the serious problem, a certain Miss Delacour was hugging a towering giant tree, her sharp little canines prying open the tree's weak spot, happily sucking its sap. I really have to say MMP. That's the world tree, the core and support point of the entire world. If you drain the world tree, the entire world will collapse and degrade. But it was already too late. The creatures of the candy world began to riot. The ground of the candy world cracked open, spewing forth colorful, hot chocolate lava. The sky shattered, and the ancient white flower snake grass water gushed down, crashing into these invaders from another world. A meteor shower, made of sugar, constantly bombarded, each impact on the ground splattering layers of sugar powder. Professor, are you not eating buns? Furong exclaimed upon seeing Shiwen arrive, her face still wearing that sweet, pure smile, holding the delicious treat she had just obtained. Ugh, Miss Furong Delacour pouted slightly. Don't pretend to be a taiyaki thief. Gah, don't pretend to be a thick juice enthusiast. Red bean bun. Silence enveloped Beauxbatons tonight as Miss Furong Delacour waved her sleeves, wiping away the evidence from the corners of her mouth. Shiwen looked at her helplessly, noticing a sparkle in Furong's eyes that seemed more lively. He didn't feel even a hint of anger because he knew the true culprit behind Furong's gluttony was himself. In the first era, Shiyun and Shiwen lived in a time when human society was shattered, where people struggled to find food and clothing and morality had declined. The desire to have a full belly was the luxury of the elite, especially Shiyun, who, when calamity struck, was just an ordinary person buried under rubble, suffering from the radiation of abnormal powers and unable to find food or energy sources. If it weren't for Shiwen sacrificing his flesh to feed her, she might have succumbed to hunger and turned into a walking corpse. By the second era, having died once, Shiwen seemed to have forgotten gluttony, but she was still a big eater, being the foremost figure in the archaeological field of the Eastern Galaxy, requiring ample food supplies while traveling between the stars. In this world, Furong not only revived the consciousness of Shiyun from the first and second eras, but also a part of the soul of King Arthur Pendragon of Britain, who would devour her master for lack of food, even in the form of a heroic spirit. Fool! Shiyun gently brushed his fingers through the girl's ponytail, watching as Furong squinted her eyes in comfort like a kitten being scratched under the chin, wearing her signature smile. Let us go home. I'll make you something delicious. Hee, Shiwen is the best. Her light blue eyes seemed to reflect the light, appearing even brighter. Staring. Hey. Could you not say staring? It sounds so childish. Located in Hogwarts, Shiwen was mocking Hermione Granger in front of him. Then tell me, why aren't you coming to my house this Christmas? Unlike the soft and gentle Fleur, Hermione, though small, had a fierce demeanor that clearly came from her mother. Charlotte Granger covered her mouth, making a strange sound, Why does it feel like little Luo is thinking something very disrespectful towards her elders? At that moment, a savior arrived. The office door was pushed open, and a lively Qiu Zhang peeked in. Wow, there are so many of you. Shiwen, the match against Gryffindor is about to start. Why aren't you coming over? As the door closed, Shiwen outside the office let out a long sigh. He could continue to use his doppelganger to deceive, but it just felt very wrong. Today was the Hogwarts Quidditch match for the 1992 to 1993 school year. Last year's match had many Gryffindor students complaining about the result because little Harry, their secret weapon, was unconscious. This year, due to the basilisk attack, all outdoor activities were cancelled, and the Quidditch matches for the four houses were only allowed to resume a couple of days ago. This time, the Gryffindor students were united. We have the most outstanding and youngest seeker in 100 years, Harry Potter. The commentary was still full of passion from Lee Jordan. Next were the three beautiful chasers, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinett, and Angelina Johnson. Wow, the proportion of female players in the Gryffindor team is clearly very high. The beaters, George and Fred Weasley, with his good buddies on the field. Lee Jordan naturally shouted with all his might, but unfortunately, he received a few fierce glares from Professor McGonagall. Finally, the keeper, Gryffindor's diligent captain, Oliver Wood. This is simply the best dream team Gryffindor has had in years. Lee Jordan looked at the players in sky blue robes behind him. Well, the Ravenclaw players have entered, and we're ready to start the match. Such a stark contrast in the entrance introductions sparked a wave of laughter and boos. To be fair, while Ravenclaw has been incredibly strong these past 2 years, it has also drawn public ire. Just look at the Slytherin stands. Compared to Gryffindor, they're more willing to support Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, of course, go without saying. Hufflepuff has borrowed from Ravenclaw's training system and supports them when they're not directly competing, as they see their future in that team. The captain of the Ravenclaw team is Roger Davis, a chaser. The other two chasers are Jeremy Stretton and Randolph Burrow. Beaters are Duncan Ingleby and Jason Samuels. The keeper is Grant Page. The seeker is our beautiful, lovely, knowledgeable, and elegant Eastern beauty, Cho Chang. Roger and Wood shook hands, confidence shining in their eyes. Although Wood was trying to stay spirited and not give up, it had to be said that Ravenclaw, after Shiwen's special training, was indeed formidable. Just look at those unique figures in the Ravenclaw players' resting area. The coaching staff that includes Mourinho, Maradona, Lippi, Van Gaal, Capello, and Ferguson. This is the coaching staff Shiwen brought from different worlds, and as an 11-person coaching team, they could easily provide a perfect database to analyze a Quidditch strategy. The match of the 1992 to 1993 Hogwarts Quidditch Cup between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw is now starting. With Lee Jordan's almost voice-breaking shout, Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle high into the air, and the game officially began. The arena erupted into cheers and whistles, with the blue and bronze Ravenclaw banners and the gold and scarlet Gryffindor banners waving. Sitting in the Ravenclaw stands, Luna Lovegood had even put on a lifelike eagle head doll on her head, occasionally emitting sharp eagle cries. With such a lively atmosphere today, the surrounding students had no intention of bullying or excluding this crazy girl, instead getting caught up in a strange state of jubilation, leaving everything else for later. Gryffindor's players once again found themselves surrounded by Ravenclaw. Oh, this kind of underhanded close defense is simply a disgrace in the Quidditch world. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. I'll be careful. Lee Jordan, who often spoke without thinking, quickly shifted his body and tightly gripped his microphone, fearing that Professor McGonagall would snatch it away in anger. But he didn't expect, or perhaps he did, but had no way to stop it. Then an extremely attention-seeking person appeared in front of him. And before he knew it, his microphone was taken away. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most exciting Quidditch match of the 1992 to 1993 school year. Featuring the early kings turned recent underdogs Gryffindor and the Ravenclaw team I once played for. Gilderoy Lockhart will be your commentator. That golden-haired man with a dazzling smile brighter than a flashbulb is indeed Gilderoy Lockhart. He even invited a reporter from the Daily Prophet sports section. Soon, a transformation in Quidditch commentary was about to occur. We are pleased to see that at Hogwarts, this renowned school in the wizarding world, Quidditch still occupies the hearts of the students. Wow, it's hard to imagine that Ravenclaw's young seeker, Qiu Zhang, is diving and Gryffindor's Potter is following. Is this match about to end just 5 minutes after it started? Oh no, no wonder Mom always told me that the prettier the girl, the more cunning they are. Our lovely seeker, at such a young age, is already using the Ronsky feint, and poor Potter looks a bit flustered. Avmer. Potter wants to catch up with our lovely Ravenclaw little eagle. He still needs to work hard. Lockhart deliberately dragged out the word catch up, emphasizing it. which made the students chuckle knowingly. Next, it's the chasers' moment. Angelina Johnson has the ball, and her coordination with Katie Bell is excellent. Wow, Johnson shoots. Good shot, oh. It seems Mr. Page defended very well, and Johnson returns empty-handed. We notice that Ravenclaw's Davis seems to be maintaining his position close to Ravenclaw, which clearly enhances their defensive capability. The match is fiercely underway. Although Ravenclaw has been undefeated in recent years, Gryffindor has also made a strong showing, especially with Wood, this tireless workhorse, pushing them to improve continuously. Wow, Davis takes the initiative to attack, leading his teammates. Wait, is this an eagle formation? Arlie Jordan seems to be in despair. Let us listen to what he has to say. 0-0 Ravenclaw's Eiffel Tower-style assault. 3 players approaching the goal from a distance, getting closer with continuous passing and cooperation. And finally, all 3 players launch a deadly strike almost simultaneously. Ravenclaw Ghoul. Ravenclaw leads by 10. Professor Lee Jordan, with a puzzled look, watched as Lockhart took back the microphone from him and began to commentate on this Quidditch match. The Quidditch match is not just a game for the Seekers. In fact, the final championship is awarded based on the points accumulated over 4 rounds of play. If a team has only one super strong Seeker, they can score 150 points each time they catch the Golden Snitch, totaling a maximum of 450 points. However, other teams are likely to surpass that score through goals scored by their chasers combined with points earned by their Seekers during the game. Watching Penelope Clearwater cheer madly nearby, Seamus couldn't help but take out his memory crystal to record this moment. Who would have thought that the quiet and elegant president of the student council was actually a Quidditch fangirl? Gryffindor quickly launched a counterattack, but unfortunately, they returned empty-handed after an attack from the Bludgers, losing possession of the ball once again and waiting for Ravenclaw's next round of offense. Cho Chang scanned the entire Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. She had mastered the sight technique that Seamus taught them, allowing her to clearly see all moving objects. However, due to the large number of people present and the distractions from the stands, it was difficult for her to locate the Golden Snitch. The snitch was actually hiding in the gap between the spectator tower and the pitch. Cho pretended to wander aimlessly around the pitch while quietly getting closer to the snitch. At this moment, the bludger battle above was at its most intense, with Davis leading Ravenclaw, scoring goal after goal, and the well-coordinated Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell finally scoring, breaking through Ravenclaw's defenses. Today's match also required attention on the other 4 players, the Weasley twins, George and Fred from Gryffindor, and Ingleby and Samuels from Ravenclaw. These 4 were excellent at targeting the Bludgers, minimizing the threat to their own team. Oh, how unchivalrous. George Weasley actually hit a bludger towards our Ravenclaw Little Eagle. Cho Chang glanced apologetically at Davis and Seamus in the stands. During training, they emphasized that each player should focus on their own role and not worry about the Bludgers. But she still got distracted by the bludger and lost sight of the snitch. In fact, the bludger had already been intercepted by Ravenclaw's Ingleby far away, who passed it to Gryffindor's Seeker, Harry Potter. At this point, Ravenclaw was leading Gryffindor with a high score of 80-20, and Harry anxiously scanned the pitch below, not wanting to relive last year's disaster. In last year's match, he had caught the Golden Snitch, but because the match dragged on too long, Hufflepuff had surpassed Gryffindor by 150 points and claimed victory. Harry had never heard that Seekers didn't need to worry about bludgers. He leaned down, performed a sloth grip roll on his broom, and dodged the bludger. A slight tremor appeared on the bludger as it whizzed around and changed direction, attacking Harry again. This time, George had to swoop down to protect Harry. It seemed our Harry was quite the focus. The 2 Weasley brothers had been right next to him for over 10 minutes, deciding to stick by him. Clearly, Lockhart had very keen eyes, able to pay attention to every corner of the pitch. Seamus couldn't help but comment that with such skills, he should be a sports commentator instead of a fraud. Oh, Seamus spotted the VIP section for teachers. It seemed the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts board members were present, likely to address the previous basilisk incident. Seamus, something seems off. Penelope Clearwater frowned. Though she was from Ravenclaw, she wouldn't allow unfair play to occur. Look, that bludger seems to have locked onto Harry. This shouldn't be. As a seasoned Quidditch fangirl and top student, she had researched the magical models affecting bludgers and golden snitches, clearly understanding their logic. The core of a bludger is to be hit, automatically locking onto the nearest person, and sometimes retaliating against the beaters. However, this bludger had locked onto Harry, and despite George and Fred hitting it multiple times, it remained focused on its target. Nevertheless, with George and Fred as protection, Harry was mostly unharmed and could still observe the game. Compared to the bludger, Cho's occasional dives were much more stressful. Soon, Cho dove again, and Harry nervously followed. He saw the golden flash ahead of Cho, feeling an intense sense of urgency. However, Harry tightened his grip on his broom. He knew his Firebolt 2000 was one of the most advanced brooms, far superior to the school's Comet or Silver Arrow. Alas, poor Harry was too naive at times. He should know that ever since Seamus, the millennia-old landlord, began interfering with the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, he had customized a broom packed with countless high-tech features. Have you seen a broom with a curvature engine? A broom with a momentum vector engine? A broom with a continuously variable transmission? Harry still needed to enhance his knowledge. Just because the wind was blowing didn't mean it was going to rain. We won. Cho, with her nitrogen-boosted speed, tightly grasped the golden snitch. However, when she turned around, there was a loud crash as Harry collided with the bludger. Oh, our savior Harry Potter crashed headfirst into Ravenclaw's little eagle, who caught the golden snitch, earning Ravenclaw 150 points. We won. Penelope Clearwater jumped up excitedly next to Seamus, hugging him and kissing him in a flash, then turning back to celebrate as if nothing had happened. Whether it was a lucky capture or a coincidence, a reporter from the Daily Prophet captured this moment, leading to the famous victory kiss that spread widely. A gentle hand, warm as jade, lightly squeezed Seamus's hand, while the owner of the other hand waved a Ravenclaw flag enthusiastically, as if the one holding Seamus's hand was not herself. Originally intending to let go, Seamus felt the trembling in her palm, a mix of nervousness and unease, and gently squeezed her hand back. Seeing the spirited student council president nod, Seamus returned a warm smile, leaped off the stands, and ran towards Harry. The rapidly proliferating green vines softened their landing. As Cedric waved his wand, the green vines slowly retracted underground, allowing Harry and Cho to land safely. However, while Harry did not suffer injuries from high fall, he still felt excruciating pain. His arm had been struck by the bludger's final blow, breaking into two pieces. The scene of an external fracture was quite gruesome, and it was remarkable that Harry managed to endure the pain without passing out. Cho, with Cedric's support, saluted the stands, waving the golden snitch a few times, then awkwardly looked at Harry, whose face was somewhat regaining color, thanks to the suppression of pain. Hey, congratulations, you caught the golden snitch first. Little Harry was a person who could handle defeat. Even if he was unwilling, he wouldn't twist the facts to justify the outcome. But you, I was knocked down after that. The result is quite fair. Harry grimaced, unable to look at his broken arm when a familiar voice rang out. I've seen this kind of injury many times. With just one spell, it can be fixed. Watch this. Gilderoy Lockhart was about to cast a spell. Disarm you. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. After experiencing the snake monster incident, Hermione completely lost trust in Lockhart. She used to think that although Lockhart wasn't as great as he claimed, being a professor invited by Dumbledore meant he had some skills. However, after being repeatedly proven wrong, Hermione decisively disarmed Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart looked at Hermione with a strange expression. Very good, Miss Granger. You've given me a wonderful idea. 5 points to Gryffindor. Now, please return my wand. Potter is still waiting for treatment. Let's wait for Madame Pomfrey, he added. Hermione's distrust clearly dampened Lockhart's spirits, but he quickly remembered his earlier brilliant idea and hurried toward the professor's VIP seats. Soon, Madame Pomfrey pushed through several Daily Prophet reporters who were running faster than Superman. Make way. Oh, poor mischievous child, it's you again. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand a few times helplessly, causing Harry to levitate, although his body seemed to be fixed by an invisible splint. You lot, escort him quickly to the hospital wing. Sivan stood in front of Wood and Roger Davies, watching as the two of them and the Weasley twins struggled to keep the bludger pinned down in the box. Unlike before, the bludger was still struggling vigorously, and its target remained Harry, even with Madame Hooch present. A curse. This bludger has been cursed, Sivan thought. His left hand glowed with a blue light, and a strange magical dodecahedron surrounded the bludger. The inherent barrier could lock onto a target, isolating it from the current time and space, placing it in an absolute static state, making it an excellent way to preserve evidence. Mr. Lucius Malfoy has arrived, hasn't he? Sivan looked towards the VIP seats, spotting the platinum-haired figure and his signature cane, exactly the target he was looking for. The question became clear and straightforward. Sivan felt his blood run cold, a murderous aura surging through his veins. He had given those filthy creatures countless chances. Davis, please go to the observation platform and ask that platinum-haired Mr. Lucius Malfoy to come here. Yes, tell him Sivan Low Swift requests his presence. Lucius Malfoy soon approached. The current Malfoy seemed deeper and more reserved, having lost some of his ostentation and gained a more aristocratic air. Mr. Malfoy, Sivin said, greeting Lucius before getting straight to the point. The magic on this bludger and the incident of Harry being pushed down the stairs, as well as the intercepted letters over the summer, all stem from the same source. I trust you will handle this appropriately? Sivin expressed his disgust and anger, making Lucius Malfoy aware of the incident's seriousness. As a house elf, violating his master's wishes to use illegal means for his own purposes was unacceptable. Every wizard recalling this would remember the bloody memories of the war against sentient beings and the consequences of indulgence. Returning to Hogwarts, Sivin strolled into the Great Hall, which was used as a study and lounge outside mealtimes, and noticed a crowd gathered in a certain area. In the core area was Harry's roommate, Ron Weasley, animatedly discussing something. What were they talking about? Sivin looked at Hermione, who was so engrossed in her studies that she was frowning at a thick transfiguration guide. The Daily Prophet had just sent someone to interview them, and Ron had now appointed himself as Harry's spokesperson, almost claiming that Harry survived Voldemort's curse because of his own influence. I just had the Daily Prophet do a close-up on Scabbers. This is a transfiguration material used by Gryffindor, a treasured artifact. What is Lockhart up to now? Sivin lazily lay on his bed in the empty common room at the top of Ravenclaw Tower, as it wasn't a place for ordinary students. The dueling club. I've mentioned it several times. Have your ears gone bad with age? Sitting at the desk in the VIP lounge was the beautiful senior Penelope Clearwater. Unlike some useless individuals, Penelope took advantage of her free time to study and show some respect for the teachers. What is this flower peacock nonsense? But don't you think Lockhart is just like a flower peacock, strutting around, looking all colorful, but when you look closely, you see all his flaws? Even so, we shouldn't casually give professors nicknames. All right, I've finished the notice. You can go post it on the bulletin board. Penelope set a piece of cardboard aside. Why don't you go? The student council president is bullying the students, you jerk. Do you even remember that Hogwarts has a student council? Have you ever attended a student council meeting? Our dear male president, Mr. Swift? Why do I feel like we're having an old married couple's quarrel? Jerk! Who are you taking advantage of? Even the aloof female student council president was dragged down to earth by a certain rogue, losing some of her coolness but gaining some liveliness. Breaking news. The dueling club, led by Gilderoy Lockhart, will hold its first meeting this weekend. All students are encouraged to participate. Sivin looked bewildered as a group of little fangirls rushed to the bulletin board he had just posted, wondering how Lockhart's teaching performance this year could still attract fans at Hogwarts. Hey, Scarhead, an unharmonious voice called out. Turning around, he saw it was Malfoy and Harry. The two rivals were together again, bonded by their shared experiences in the hospital. Unfortunately, their playful rivalry came to a halt when Malfoy spotted Sivin, as if recalling some childhood trauma. Malfoy huffed and scurried away. The next match is against Slytherin. Harry muttered. Yesterday's Quidditch match was supposed to be Slytherin versus Gryffindor, but because Slytherin's Seeker was hospitalized by Sivin, the schedule had to be adjusted. Soon, it was time for the first dueling club meeting, and before entering, Sivin could hear the noisy commotion coming from the Great Hall. As he pushed the door open, it wasn't the usual setup. All the long tables had been removed, replaced by circles of spectators and a narrow, dueling stage in the center. At one end of the stage stood the shadowy Professor Snape, the Slytherin head, as if someone owed him a fortune. At the other end was the grinning Gilderoy Lockhart, his curly golden hair shining and his violet velvet robe glinting. He flashed his bright white teeth and his signature charming smile to the surrounding students. Today we are honored to have our dear, respected, and lovely Professor Snape here to demonstrate for us. Gilderoy Lockhart was completely oblivious to the fact that Snape's face was turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wizard dueling is a glorious, dangerous, and indispensable tradition that has accompanied almost every significant event and bloody history in the wizarding world. Gilderoy Lockhart was increasingly resembling a commentator. He compared famous historical events, such as the duel between Emperor Nero of Rome and the King of Britain, the duel between the Sun King Copernicus and the Pope, and the modern bard Pushkin's duel for love. As history progressed, dueling evolved from its initial bloody intent to kill the opponent into a more ritualistic means of resolving disputes. Now, I believe everyone is impatiently waiting, so let me and Professor Snape demonstrate the process of dueling and commonly used spells. Oh, don't worry. I promise to control my overwhelming magic and won't harm your beloved Professor Snape. Lockhart, grinning with his 8 big white teeth, gestured for Snape to go ahead. The disarming charm, Expelliarmus, is the most commonly used spell in dueling and is also the easiest combat spell to master, although some people really lack talent. Snape ominously turned his hawk-like nose towards the Gryffindor section. Harry would bet his parents' cave-given galleons that Snape was definitely looking at him while he said this. Lockhart and Snape raised their wands in front of them, bowed to each other, then turned and took 3 steps forward, simultaneously turning back. Expelliarmus. Poor Gilderoy Lockhart demonstrated what it means to fall flat on your backside, as he was directly knocked away by the red beam shot from Snape's wand. Snape snorted coldly, catching the wand that flew out of Lockhart's hand with one hand, dressed in a battle outfit reminiscent of an old bat. Shuin wondered why anyone would be infatuated with Lockhart instead of Snape. A solitary round of applause came from the Slytherin area near the stage, where a delicate girl, as pale as snow under the lights, was clapping enthusiastically, seemingly aware of everyone's gaze. The girl's snowy face turned slightly pink as she lowered her head and quietly gazed at Professor Snape on stage with her emerald green eyes that resembled a clear pond. That was Felia Carey. A celestial voice responded to the questioning Penelope Clearwater as an equally ethereal blue-eyed figure appeared beside Shuin and Penelope. Luna. Every time Shuin saw Luna, he felt a deep sense of softness and comfort, perhaps because Luna was constantly dispelling the annoying flies for them. Mr. Shuin. Luna tilted her head like a kitten enjoying a belly rub, savoring Shuin's fingers combing through her slightly messy golden hair. Felia was a new student in Slytherin this year, extremely weak, and it was rare to see her in public. It was said that she had to rest alone in the Slytherin common room without being disturbed. However, Felia was not like other Slytherin students who enjoy pranks. She was very kind to me. Luna's big eyes blinked, and her soft, cute aura left no room for doubt. On stage, the flamboyant Peacock rose again, using his loud voice and awkward laughter to attract the attention of the students. Earlier, it was to demonstrate an effect, and now it was time for the students to showcase themselves. Remember, the 2 students coming up can only use Expelliarmus. Seeing the flamboyant Peacock's eyes aiming at his position, Shuin felt a sense of impending doom. However, it was too late to disguise himself or run away. The flamboyant Peacock had already begun to speak. Now, let's welcome the male and female student council presidents of Hogwarts to give us a demonstration. Mr. Shuin Swift and Ms. Penelope Clearwater. Lockhart was still bowing, shrugging. Shuin bowed elegantly to Penelope Clearwater, who in turn lifted her robe as if it were a dress in a lady's gesture. Then Shuin took Penelope's hand and walked onto the stage, first bowing. The 2 of them bowed to each other, making Shuin recall a ritual called couples bowing from the distant crab continent. Turn around. The 2 turned, striding quickly along the carpeted stage towards the back, then simultaneously turned back, wands quickly pointing at each other. Expelliarmus. Penelope Clearwater seemed to speak even faster, and the red magical beam shot forth first from her wand, aiming directly at Shuin. Protego. Shuin interrupted his own spell and switched to a protective charm. Penelope's magical attack produced a sharp, screeching noise like metal scraping against glass upon hitting him. Penelope took a deep breath, her demeanor relaxing significantly for a moment. Oh no, with her calm demeanor, she could easily cast any spell without revealing her actions, making it difficult to judge her moves. Fortunately, Penelope didn't go overboard. She merely cast an ice ring that exploded at Shuin's feet, while her wand emitted several ice spikes aimed at him. Cloak of Shadows. Shuin's blue robe was instantly enveloped in a dark aura, obscuring his features. Harnessing the power of the Cloak of Shadows, Shuin broke free from the slowing effect of the ice ring and skillfully dodged the ice spike attacks. It seemed it was time to get serious. Shuin raised his hand, a light blue magical energy swirling and coalescing into a small cube in his palm. The cube spun and expanded, quickly enveloping the entire stage and the 2 of them. Within this barrier, we can attack freely without worrying about hurting other spectators. Shuin's wand etched strange runes into the ground. Hey, you 2. I said you can only use Expelliarmus. The flamboyant Peacock shouted, but his expression clearly showed he wasn't too anxious. He believed these 2 still knew their limits. Frost Rocket. Ice Ball. Penelope silently slipped her left hand into her robe, resting it on the Book of Spells. At that moment, Penelope was not fighting alone. The Blue Dragon Queen Syndragosa possessed her, the Blood Elf Prince Kale that's Sunstrider possessed her, and the human Archmage Jaina Proudmoore possessed her. Ample magical energy surged into her body, transforming Penelope into a human cannon, unleashing a barrage of powerful ice spells towards Shuin without restraint. Shuin seemed to leisurely evade the attacks, occasionally using shield charm or protective magic to block those he couldn't dodge, giving an overall impression of leisurely strolling through a park. Expelliarmus. Shuin's first counterattack made Penelope take a gentle step back. However, that step landed her on Xiwen's hidden rune trap. A surge of blue-purple electricity shot from the soles of her feet straight to her head, the intense tremors and paralysis almost making her collapse. But she quickly suppressed the violent electrical elements with the ice elements within her. Penelope narrowed her eyes, clearly indicating that the beautiful senior was about to get truly angry. "Oh dear, Clearwater, you're amazing, you're the best, I surrender. I admit defeat." Xiwen leaped off the stage with a plop, his wand already returned to his robe. And looking at Penelope, he revealed a sly smile. Penelope shot Xiwen a fierce glare, thanked Lockhart for awarding 5 points to Ravenclaw, and then jumped down from the stage. What? Did she land on someone else's foot? Penelope absolutely intended this. Xiwen noticed that Luna, who had been here before, seemed to have quietly slipped into the Slytherin camp. Now lying next to Miss Carly, continuously waving her hand, seemingly trying to help Miss Carly fend off the pesky flies around her. Pesky flies? Do they really exist? Penelope also noticed Siwen's gaze. Although she knew about the connection between Siwen and Luna, she couldn't understand why Siwen valued that girl so much. Siwen crossed her arms in front of her chest, as if reminiscing. Her eyes were looking ahead, but her thoughts had already traveled through the river of time. Luna could see things that we couldn't. The disturbing fly was just a name Luna gave to what she saw. In fact, she was perceiving a core issue that exists in the universe. Entropy. For those who were sick or in disaster-stricken areas, Luna would feel the presence of the disturbing fly, and she would futilely try to dispel it, calming the distorted entropy. Not understanding must be Siwen's word count. Penelope snorted and looked towards the duel stage, where a new pairing had emerged. Under Snape's encouragement, Draco Malfoy and Harry were facing each other. Poor little Harry was not fully aware of how Slytherin the person opposite him was. Before Lockhart had even counted to 3, Malfoy violated the rules of the duel and unexpectedly turned to attack Harry. Harry felt as if a ton of Dudley had sat on his head, making him dizzy. He leaned back, but didn't lose his ability to retaliate, suddenly waving his wand. Expelliarmus. Malfoy's wand seemed to perform a trick uncontrollably, spinning around and flying towards Harry. Snape squinted, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Harry. He didn't expect Harry to be able to use this magic so quickly. Could it be that he had encountered it before? In fact, while following a group of upperclassmen like West and others, Harry not only solidified his own foundation, but also occasionally sparred with the likes of George and Fred, practicing basic spells such as disarming and the shield charm. Again, Malfoy took the wand that Lockhart had brought back to him and glared fiercely at Harry. Malfoy glanced at Snape, saw Snape nod, and then he waved his wand. Wire him out of the hole. A gasp filled the air as a black triangular-headed snake appeared on stage. After just experiencing the serpent incident, the young wizards still had a strong aversion to such cold-blooded reptiles. Harry's body was covered in goosebumps, tightly gripping his wand, his eyes locked on the black, triangular-headed snake, watching as it hissed and flicked its tongue, alert for the impending strike. I said, only the disarmament spell. Lockhart, unable to bear it any longer, noticed that many of the duelists present had already thrown down their wands and started tearing at each other, which was quite embarrassing for him as the organizer. Harry, don't move, I'll handle this snake. West's gaze shifted away from Harry. Logically speaking, he wasn't one of those freakish combat machines. So why was he staring at a 10-year-old boy? If you want to look, it should be, tut tut tut. How has Hermione become so violent lately? Poor Millicent from Slytherin. Although her strong physique had indeed dealt Hermione a few hard blows, it was clear who was winning as Hermione remained standing with her wand while Millicent lay on the ground, breathing heavily. A girl with long golden brown hair beside them gently supported Hermione, her big blue eyes filled with concern as she whispered something in Hermione's ear. Why does it feel like Hermione's direction is a bit headache-inducing? Watching Hermione point her wand at him, Xiwen felt even more of a headache. Wait, why does that girl next to her have such a terrifying look in her eyes waiting for him? Who did he offend? This is my roommate, Fei Dengba. Come duelme, 11º wen luo sui fute. Hermione had obviously just won a battle, and now she was full of adrenaline, ready to duel with Siwen for 300 rounds. Fei, TSK, what a developed little girl, probably only 12 or 13, and already has a C cup. Siwen shook his head, unlike some Lolas, who at 13 looked like a washboard. Siwen came to his senses and noticed that little Hermione seemed to have guessed something from his gaze, her anger level now maxed out, ready to explode at any moment if not properly addressed. All right, let's duel. It was obvious to everyone that Siwen was being dismissive, and combined with his earlier experience of conceding against Penelope, The crowd began to boo as they watched Siwin duel again. Siwin raised his hand in the same manner, casting a blue barrier around the duel area between him and Hermione, ensuring the bystanders wouldn't be harmed. Let me see your growth during this time. Holding his wand, Siwin clearly became serious, his blue eyes filled with a serious expression, and Hermione smiled in relief, knowing the Siwin she was familiar with was here. Go Hermione! Defeat the evil Ravenclaw. Faye cheered loudly for Hermione from the sidelines, jumping up and down, with a certain part of her body joyfully bouncing. Faye is a crazy Quidditch fan. She has always held a grudge against Ravenclaw for dominating the Quidditch victories at Hogwarts. Little Hermione smiled with pursed lips and happily waved her hand in greeting. Bowing, Zivin led Hermione in the pre-duel ritual. The two of them solemnly bowed to each other, then turned around gracefully 1, 2, 3, and turned to attack. Hermione's golden eyes were filled with a mad brilliance, paired with the red battle markings etched by blood and tears, giving her little face an unusual allure. Oh, dark dragons sleeping in the flames of the Red Lotus, please use your roar to burn my enemies. After Hermione prayed in her heart, she waved her little hand, and the dragon's fiery roar erupted. The almost solid flame dragon roared and spewed toward Siwin, while the surrounding classmates were driven back by the sudden light and scorching wave of heat. Is it going to use its ultimate move right away? Siwin waved his wand, and a light blue magical shield appeared in front of him, violently clashing with the red waves of fire. To be fair, these methods were somewhat unscrupulous. Siwin's immense magical power would bully the little girl until her magic was exhausted. Wouldn't it be easy to manipulate her? However, Hermione did not stop after unleashing the dragon's fiery roar. Looking at the shield that Siwin had erected in front of him, she felt a surge of inspiration and raised her wand again. Source of all power, boundless earth with maternal essence, concentrate in my hands and become my strength. Lotus Hellfire formation. This time, the red flames exploded directly beneath Siwin's feet. It was a dilemma. Avoiding the fiery array meant losing the shield, while maintaining the shield in front would come at a cost beneath. The flower peacock lord was now too exhausted to complain. Do whatever you want. I see you all disdain to use such low-level magic as weapons. Flash! A crackling sound echoed in the space, and Siwin crossed the space, appearing behind Hermione. Disarm you. Siwin forgot a key point. Hermione's wand has been tampered with, and, similarly, his wand has also been altered. The core of his wand determines that it can never harm Hermione. The reverse output of magical power caused Siwin's forearm muscles to tremble violently, as if being electrocuted. At this moment, Hermione had turned around, and he could see beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Casting such a powerful spell was still somewhat taxing for a 13-year-old girl. Hermione gritted her teeth and recited the last prayer in her heart. O darker than dusk, redder than blood, appear in the flow of time. In your great name, I swear in this darkness to gather all the foolish obstacles blocking our path, combining our powers to grant them equal destruction. Dragon Break Slash. To be fair, Siwin thinks that although he is unreliable, he has treated little Hermione reasonably well. What kind of grudge or resentment could make Hermione use such tactics against him? Ha! Hermione was panting. The Dragon Break Slash was too difficult for her tender body. A single Dragon Break Slash had drained all her magical power, leaving her body feeling empty, with a faint pain in her nerves, a side effect of the magic depletion. As her eyes watched the fiery shockwave of the Dragon Break Slash rushing towards Siwin, a ghostly voice rang in her ears like a thunderclap. Jien, do you want to commit murder? Hermione was picked up by Zivin by the collar, just like a kitten being carried by its mother. With a face full of anger, she accepted the applause from the classmates below the stage. Although she ultimately couldn't defeat the old Zivin, her magical power was evident to all. Let me go. I don't care about my dignity anymore. Hermione struggled a bit to free herself from the clutches of some lowbrow Western interest, adjusted her wizarding robe, and linked her arm with Faye's, letting out a cold snort as she left like a proud little hen. So, no matter how strong the magic or how great the power, it's useless without sufficient accuracy. Starting next week, morning exercises plus cross-country obstacle runs every day to improve dodging skills. Watching Hermione leave, Siwin nodded. In fact, he was quite satisfied with Hermione's improvement in strength. Back then, Lena was a rare talent, able to perform the Dragon Break Slash at the age of 10. Hermione only started to learn these things at 12, and by 13, she could use them flexibly, which could be considered genius. Based on the current progress, the next phase of training for the young wizards could begin. As Ron's queen once again swung her small stool and smashed Hermione's knight into pieces, the little girl, irritated, swept the chessboard aside exasperatedly ending the game. Ever since that day after the dueling club, Hermione had been in a strange state of irritation, her already messy hair looking even more disheveled. Now in her second year at Hogwarts, Hermione chose to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas, along with the homeless Harry and the bored Ron Weasley. Ron expressed that with so many children in his family, Mrs. Weasley likely wouldn't notice if one was missing, and he wanted to experience Hogwarts during the Christmas season. The Hogwarts of the Christmas holiday was empty, although the professors had decorated the castle in a festive style. It lacked some vitality. Sitting at the long table in the highest tower of Ravenclaw, flipping through a heavy spellbook that was larger than her backpack. The crackling sound of the fire provided a background noise along with someone's soft breathing. Penelope couldn't understand how Sheeman could sleep so much. Aside from class and meal times, he seemed to spend most of his day sleeping, sometimes even skipping meal times. Sigh, time was truly tight. Penelope gently pushed the book further into the table, her thoughts racing. She was already in her 6th year, and next year would be her last at Hogwarts, as well as her last year with Sheeman. Although she had received 11 top grades in ordinary wizarding level exams, she still needed to take the ultimate wizarding level exam seriously next year. Moreover, she felt a bit lost about her future path. Should she work at the Ministry of Magic with a 9-to-5 job, commuting between her home and the ministry, buried under piles of documents taller than herself, modifying reports every day? It sounds comfortable, but it doesn't seem like her choice. To work in the Auror office as an Auror, running around every day to uphold the Ministry of Magic's authority and capture wanted dark wizards? It seems to be more challenging. But where in the world are there so many dark wizards to catch? It's already this late. Shimangulu has gotten up after a few rounds. Today is Christmas Eve, right? Let's go, throw the book aside, and take a good stroll around Hogsmeade today. Bewildered, Penelope was pulled along by Seawind to Hogsmeade, and she gently exhaled a breath, forming a mist in the air, clearly indicating how cold it was. Seawind took off his scarf and wrapped it around Penelope. The blue scarf with the golden iris emblem looked very fitting for her. Thank you, Penelope murmured softly to herself as they walked along the path in Hogsmeade Village, already covered in thick snow, leaving behind 2 sets of footprints and the crunching sound of snow underfoot. Their footprints remained in front of the colorful suites at Honeyduke's and beside the quirky props they had developed together with George and Fred in Zonko's joke shop. My quill always wears down so quickly, Penelope complained as she headed toward an old-fashioned stationery shop, the quill shop, where she bought her quills. Strolling along with Penelope in Hogsmeade, the evening lights seemed a bit hazy, looking particularly beautiful under the falling snowflakes. It's a bit cold, should we have a drink? Penelope sighed slightly in her heart. It was simply a luxury to expect anything from the wooden figure in front of her. Sheeman tilted his head, looking at the girl's bright eyes, even in the darkness, and the hope hidden deep within them. Listening to you, where shall we go? Over there. There's a tea house that I've heard is quite nice. Or if you prefer, we could go to the 3 Broomsticks. I've heard that Madame Rosmerta's butterbeer is excellent. The brightness in the girl's eyes increased several times, and her eager anticipation made Seven almost unable to make eye contact. Let's go to the tea house. Minors are not allowed to drink alcohol. Seven patted the snowflakes on Penelope's head and walked with her to a side road off the village's main thoroughfare. Guided by a softly glowing sign, Madame Putafoot's tea house, they pushed open the door, and the tinkling of wind chimes sounded crisp as a warm-looking room appeared before them. Inside, there was hardly any empty table. It was filled with pairs of boys and girls whispering to each other. They found a relatively comfortable spot, avoiding the streamers dropped by the floating, chubby angel. Just as they sat down, they saw a plump woman, who looked round from every angle and was the same from near and far, squeezing her way through the tables. What would you two like to drink? 2 cups of coffee, please, Penelope replied softly to Madame Putafoot. It is worth noting that it is Christmas holiday now, and there are still so many people here. It seems like all the students from Hogwarts above the 3rd year have come here. It might be a bit cold by the window. They got this table, and through the foggy window, they saw the snowflakes falling outside, covering the ground with a thick layer of snow. Western literature. Penelope's eyes scanned the surrounding rowdy guys. Honestly, if this were at school, She looked at the guy opposite her again, gently turning the cup in her hand. She said in a soft voice, "Next year will be my last year at Hogwarts." Penelope's eyes were somewhat unfocused as she gazed ahead, her hand still moving the cup. She went quietly listened, gazing at the girl's hazy face through the steam rising from the cup. Has another year passed? Time is already tight. Penelope was about to say something, but was interrupted by Shiwon. Do you have any plans after graduation? Not yet. I gave a reluctant smile to the Western text. I was wondering if you would be willing to accept my employment, if you don't mind. The task would be to go to Azeroth and continue learning magic with Sindragosa, Kael'thas, Jaina, and others, while also improving your combat skills. Would you really like me to do that? Penelope seemed to have returned to her former aloof demeanor. No longer vague, and indeed there were many questions she still needed to ask Professor Sindragosa. The rest of the time was spent mostly in silence, and Penelope no longer spoke the words she wanted to say. She quietly finished the coffee in her hand while watching Shuin pay the bill. Treading on the thick layer of snow, they returned to the Ravenclaw Tower at Hogwarts, with melting snow dripping down from her hair and coldly hitting her cheeks. A white handkerchief was draped over the girl's head, a handkerchief that Shuin had just pulled out from the pocket of his robe, bringing dryness to her damp hair. Penelope pulled Shuin back as he was about to turn away, lowering his head, thinking, I'm just a scumbag who has lived for an unknown number of years. Not worth it. Not worth it. But Shuin revealed a standard scumbag smile. I'm a scumbag. Sleeping like a dead pig. Sunlight streamed through the blue curtains, spilling into the room, and the cool morning air awakened our sleeping beauty, Penelope Ching Shui. Despite being called a dead pig, Shuin continued to sleep soundly, while Penelope carefully examined this guy for the first time. In a state of honest confrontation, she couldn't help but touch his right arm. She had always thought his right arm was a silver sleeve, but it was not. It was a metal arm made of an unknown material attached to his right side, and although it looked seamless, it must have been very painful. Squeeze oh. A certain awakened dead pig, with bleary eyes, placed his hand on an indescribable semicircular area, then suddenly shivered, looking at Penelope, whose eyes were already filled with a frosty aura, feeling the sharply dropping body temperature. Oh. Merry Christmas. Clap. Mr. Chairman, breakfast is ready, looking at Penelope, who is sitting there with a cold expression, reviewing gift letters and writing replies after the morning incident. Someone looks utterly shameless. The chairman says, little cheesy, I understand. Just wait to the side. This is content derived from the single by Sheeman. Sheeman leisurely lies down, allowing a pile of owl gifts to be thrown onto the bed, almost burying him underneath. The year 1992 is about to pass, and there are still 7 years left. 7 years. Hopefully, it won't be as tragic this time. Dead pig. Our senior Penelope's beautiful eyes are burning with fierce anger as she glares at that guy who is sleeping again. Humph. She rummages through her pile of gifts. To Sheeman Luo Swift. It's this narrow box. She opens the box, and a long, snow-white feather, radiating with a rainbow aura, lies quietly inside. A feather pen? This guy. Did he only think of preparing a Christmas gift for himself after hearing her say yesterday, while strolling in Hogsmeade, that her quill was worn out? With a clang, a blue gemstone ring fell onto the table. The ring. A Christmas gift, don't overthink it. A certain someone defined as a dead pig suddenly seemed to come back to life and said something, followed by faint and even breathing. The water elemental ring of Neptulin, inscribed with a profound understanding of water elements accumulated over the eons by Neptulin, the water elemental lord of Azeroth, which is longer than the lifespan of the planet itself. This ring can be said to be a coveted treasure for any water-based mage. Even a grand mage like Jaina would benefit immensely from it. Meanwhile, on the distant continent of Europe, in front of the Karen Manor in the capital of the German Empire, Berlin, two significant figures arrived, one of whom was currently restless and attempting to break free. Be honest. The fierce-looking figure was precisely Ada Wongoran, and the two were noticed by the old butler at the entrance. The old butler had originally come to greet another important figure, but unexpectedly. Is it the little miss? The old butler was inexplicably in tears, although the little miss had half Asian blood. Her eyes and nose looked exactly like those of the young lady and the little miss, as if they were carved from the same mold. However, when the old butler noticed the grip on Ada's Western attire, his body involuntarily straightened, and his tears flowed even more fiercely. He knew that his master, Marshal Hermann G. Ring, had reached his final days this year, even the Emperor himself. Is Hermann at home? The Western man slowly followed the old butler into the hall, where many people were already gathered. As the second Emperor of the German Empire and the brother-in-law of the third Emperor, his influence in Germany was extraordinary. I've been waiting for a long time, Your Majesty. Sitting in the center was Hermann G. Ring, his hair graying yet still full of spirit. Since the Emperor's death, I had been curious about what the Emperor had seen. In 1945, after the German Empire and the Soviet Union formed a pan-Eurasian socialist alliance with their respective allies, there was a hidden rule in the world's laws. leaders of socialist countries could live to be 100 years old. As the deadline approached, they would receive films from the West or from Sistelo, depicting a true parallel world with them, their families, and the fates of their nations. Marshal Rosen has arrived. The old butler ushered in another guest, and everyone in the room stood to pay their respects. The third Führer of the German Empire, von Heinz Rosen, was a leader who truly propelled Germany into a new era after the war. Ida remained silent, quietly holding her great-grandfather's hand as she followed the Western man and Marshal Rosen into another room, where the prepared film equipment began to play. The first half of the parallel world G-Ring's life showed no significant differences. He grew up to be an excellent fighter pilot, inheriting the Red Baroness fame as he soared through the skies of Germany. He later met Hitler, formed the National Socialist Party, and gradually ascended to the peak of Germany. The divergence in history occurred when his brother-in-law, von Heinz Rosen, was sent to the heavens by a shell during the Battle of Poland. Without those brilliant ideas to correct the course of the German Empire, Germany plunged into a dead end, exhausting its life in a struggle against the Soviets. The swastika flag fell, the Führer committed suicide by gunshot, and Germany was divided into four. As a war hero and the imperial marshal, he, Hermann G-Ring, absolutely refused to accept the death sentence of hanging. He resolutely swallowed the poison hidden in his luggage. So that was it. Marshal G-Ring was not overly excited. He silently watched the replay of the film, observing the life of his alternate self in another world, and only held Aida's hand tighter. Great-grandfather. Aida's small hand tightly gripped G-Ring's aged large hand, feeling a mix of regret and fear as she sensed that the time left to see G-Ring was counting down. G-Ring tilted his head, looking at his granddaughter, who shared the same name as his daughter. You really look like Ida. The old man's warm hand gently stroked Aida's head. The warm scene no longer had that annoying guy. At this moment, Shiwen had already left the Kareen Manor, allowing Göring to peacefully spend his last moments. He was sitting on the Eurostar train, traveling from Berlin to Paris, where he had an appointment to fulfill, visiting Miss Ferrand de Lacour's grandmother. The grandmother referred to by Ferrand was not a grandmother in the usual sense, but rather the patriarch of their family, the de Lacour family. One wonders if this patriarch of the de Lacour family is a pure-blood de Lacour, or perhaps an angel. Mr. Shiwen, like a melodious call, awakens from the hustle and bustle of his journey, his footsteps already set in a dense jungle outside the city of Paris. Have you waited long? Looking at the hibiscus before him, with a smile as brilliant as the stars, as warm as the spring breeze, and as comforting as the summer sun, no one could resist kneeling down and singing of conquest for such a smile. This is the place where Shiwen once planted the seed of the world tree Teldrassil from Azeroth, unwittingly creating a shaded grove. It has now become a picturesque and vibrant area. Walking along the path through the forest, one can occasionally hear the pulse of the earth, the breath of the jungle, and the whispers and laughter that occasionally drift by, telling people that this is a paradise of nature. Oh dear, Ferrand held her head, crouching down with teary eyes, and then stared at something that had fallen on the ground, a small red fruit wrapped in a bundle of leaves. Instantly, saliva surged in her mouth. She heard a giggle nearby and turned to look, only to see a few silver figures flash by at the edge of her vision. But Ferrand already knew the identity of the ambushers. Try the local specialty, they said, the staple fruit cultivated by the Drackle family for 1,000 years. The staple fruit, with a name that sounds earthy and rough, clearly indicates its purpose. One fruit was taken from the girl's cupped hands, and Shiwen smiled as he stuffed it into her mouth, watching the adorably dazed Ferrand, reminiscent of a cute hamster. Where was the mature demeanor of the past Shiwen? Finally, clarity dawned on her. Bright sunlight poured down, and the enormous green canopy reached up to the clouds, with hanging branches intertwining chaotically, immediately suggesting that the saying about a lone tree growing into a forest was not mere nonsense. Unlike ordinary forests in naturally growing woods, large trees often overshadow sunlight, with their roots depleting the soil's fertility, making it impossible for other saplings to survive. However, here, it was the opposite. As the seed of the world tree, this giant tree, nourished by a spring of water buried by Shiwen, provided immense vitality to all surrounding life. One by one, mature or immature, the charming creatures resembling eagle-clawed birds wandered under the tree, trimming the saplings or transplanting sufficiently grown young trees to areas outside the tree of life. Besides the charming creatures, there were also tree spirits, beings that had long been forgotten by humanity. With the lower body of a faun and the upper body of a human, the tree spirits frolicked around the tree of life, their fluffy tails swaying gently. Of course, despite their cute appearance, typically resembling little girls with pointy ears that quivered, the spears they wielded would leave any invader with a lasting lesson. They curiously observed the two bipedal creatures approaching, one of whom carried the familiar aura of the Drackle family, while the other male bipedal creature emanated a sense of suppression and reverence from deep within their bloodline. Slowly weaving through the crowd of beings and spirits, the two arrived at the core area beneath the giant tree's canopy, where a trunk thick enough for several people to hug spiraled upward, supporting the shimmering green crown. On the trunk, a long-awaited gaze met Shiwen and Furong's, a desolate, distant, hollow look that seemed to transcend time and space, locking eyes. Shiwen's footsteps halted as he gazed at the figure sitting on the trunk. A familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette, familiar in appearance and form, yet strange in soul. Manchi, my appearance seems to have confused you. Echoes reverberated here, and a woman bearing the same features as Manchi trembled suddenly, her snow-white wings expanding in the air, with specks of colorful feathers gently falling. The moment I descended into this world, I chose the first creature within my line of sight as a model for my form, which was that female creature named Manchi under this tree. You are the cultivator of this tree, the world tree of another world, aren't you? That's right. Similarly, the fallen angel sealed within Furong was also created by me. Although I suspected that Maiwa's ancestor was an angel, I didn't expect it to be you. The angel of death, Azrael. Shiwen said slowly as he looked at the elegant Imogen with the same magnificent snow-white wings drifting out from Furong. The power on Shiwen's right hand, precise to the elemental ether level, swirled in a specific pattern, and a point-to-point small teleportation portal tore open the space. Hey. A flustered half-naked man hurriedly wrapped a towel around himself and fell out of the portal. Dude, I know you're fiery, but you shouldn't do this while I'm showering. Wait, Azrael, you're still alive. Lucifer, Morningstar, my brother. The angel known as Azrael had a hollow gaze that seemed to flash with a hint of brightness, adding a touch of humanity to his pure divinity. This is quite remarkable, as angels usually have a high opinion of themselves, viewing lowly humans as mere playthings created at the whim of the Great Father, no different from the other creations of nature. When I fell to this land, Uriel, who was ordered to hunt me down, took my death angel sword and prepared to use it to grant me, this death angel, eternal slumber. However, this land accepted me, but not Uriel. The defensive barrier formed by this tree blocked Uriel's attacks and the natural disasters caused by the butterfly effect. Zivin and Lucifer leaned against the tree, listening to the death angel recount her experiences, while a certain young lady from the Drackle family had transformed into a true bystander. Munching on fruits, she had no idea where they came from. Because of the immense magical power here, I was inspired to attempt creation. I used my feathers and Monsi's blood to create the first being known to humans as a succubus. Unexpectedly, all life in Silver City had already been cursed by our father, and this curse was transmitted to the succubus through my feathers. Even with the neutralizing effect of Monsi's blood, they were still cursed. When their internal power goes out of control, they transform into a sphinx-like form. Meanwhile, Monsi had already left to seek her own home. Wait, my sister. Lucifer looked confused and interrupted her. I'm concerned about another question. Why were you being hunted by Uriel? Moreover, you're the angel of death. How could it be that in the end, even your sword was taken by Uriel? Azrael, who had already restored her angelic form, showed a human-like expression of terror on her face. She trembled as she spoke words that shocked and left Lucifer in disbelief. My dear brother, Silver City has been overthrown. Our father has already been consumed by darkness. The small grove was silent tonight, as Shemin and Lucifer listened silently to the message brought by Azrael. Had the angel's lair, the final stronghold of that group of birdmen high above, also fallen? Although Lucifer had already sensed the significant changes that had taken place in his once home and the sorrowful place that had exiled him, due to the strange instructions and actions of Amenadiel and Uriel, he still held onto a glimmer of hope until his sister, the angel of death Azrael, spoke it aloud, believing that their radiant father could solve everything. Lucifer pulled out a crystal-clear wine glass and a crystal bottle filled with a shimmering red liquid from his four-dimensional space, poured it into the glass, swirled it slightly, and savored it, as if it were just an old friend's reunion. That place was no longer my home. Since the day I was banished to hell, Silver City has fallen from my heart. Lucifer gently nudged the glass towards Azrael, as if to toast. Through Azrael's description, they gradually understood everything that had happened in Silver City. In Silver City, a world filled with comfort, a deadening stillness, where everyone wore a rigid, stiff smile. The dead waters finally discovered a problem. They hadn't seen their supreme, glorious father in a long, long time. This unrest began to brew among the angels from the lower levels of Silver City, spreading and expanding until one day. Their outburst of questions stirred the archangels of Silver City. Gabriel, Uriel, the angel of death Azrael, and others, all second only to God in Silver City, could no longer suppress their inner doubts. They gathered together and slowly walked to the hall of their radiant Father. The hall, which once radiated a fiery and sacred light, now appeared weak and hollow. An ominous feeling surged in the hearts of all the angels, and they hurriedly rushed into the innermost room. There was nothing, no trace of the Father, no sign of his departure, and no indication of the battle they feared most. All that remained was the magnificent and imposing throne of God, located at the center of the room. What sound? The archangel Gabriel held his breath cautiously. In the repeated struggles against Lucifer and the forces of hell, he had acquired combat experiences that other archangels lacked. Sensitive to the breath of life, especially the breath of evil, Gabriel stepped closer to the throne. As he explored, he finally discovered a clue on the throne where they once knelt to listen to the Father's teachings. A round hole, just big enough for a finger, appeared in the throne that seemed to stand between heaven and earth, with fine, web-like cracks spreading around it. What the hell is this? The other archangels gradually gathered around, watching the abrupt circular hole, deep and dark, as if it were drawing away everyone's soul. Suddenly, Gabriel let out a loud, miserable howl. Even the brutal, hellish wars of 1,000 years had not made this seasoned warrior utter a sound, but at this moment, Gabriel stumbled and fell to the ground, one hand braced against the floor, crawling backward while pointing at the hole in the throne with the other hand, the horror on his face instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of the surrounding angels. What could make this once valiant warrior, who had fought his way through hell, so terrified? Swallowing hard, they all leaned their eyes closer to the narrow hole, peering inside. Darkness, endless darkness. The true darkness, not darkened by color, but a void that swallowed everything, leaving only darkness. In that darkness floated a disgusting, slimy egg. Not a bird's egg, but a mass of intertwined flesh, with tentacles floating above it. They felt fear rising from the depths of their hearts, because that egg, which seemed to be a concentration of evil, emitted the breath they were most familiar with, the breath of their God. Moreover, an odd thought emerged in their minds. This egg was birthed by their Father himself, wrapping himself within it. They didn't understand why they had such blasphemous thoughts about God, but this notion of a fallen God spread through their minds like weeds. Then, an even more terrifying event occurred. The egg emitted their Father's voice. As that dark, distorted voice echoed, one by one, the once white-winged angels were enveloped in darkness and blood. Since angels were creations of God, who held the core of the angels, only a few archangels had the ability to resist this so-called fate that had overshadowed them since birth, especially Azrael and Gabriel, both seasoned warriors who had encountered all kinds of evil creatures and methods of seducing souls far beyond this egg. If they weren't also creations of God, the influence would not directly affect their souls at all. However, Gabriel, who had not been completely taken over, was surrounded by countless angels. Although they had once had struggles and disagreements, they all shared one title, partner. In the chaos, the hesitant angel of death, fearing to erase the existence of other angels, was ambushed by Uriel, who seized the sword of death and stabbed him. The last scene looking at Silver City was of her brother, Gabriel, pushing her away, throwing her down from the once lofty Silver City into the filthy mortal realm that he had once looked down upon. It requires careful consideration. My friend, welcome back to Los Angeles this summer. I have now upgraded from civilian advisor to an honorary citizen of the Los Angeles Police Department. Lucifer returned to his irreverent demeanor, a charming smile gracefully spinning in circles. And of course, there is this beautiful lady. Tut tut tut. A girl who can make Shimon bow to her. I have high hopes for you. Then, a flash of light crossed Lucifer's red eyes. His body transformed into a red mist that exploded, and as the smoke cleared, Lucifer's figure had vanished. That girl, she has it tough. An ethereal voice finally reached Shimon's ears. Looking back, that moment might have been a trick of the light. He seemed to see loneliness in the eyes of such creations as angels. Angelic smiles. The girl, leisurely following behind Shimon, had long silver hair flowing in the wind, with a lush canopy of trees rustling behind her. Did you have a pleasant Christmas? Pleasant. How about the New Year? Did you have fun? Fun. After the Christmas and New Year holidays, The first class of defense against the dark arts at Burbank started amid falling snow. And the outside snow could not extinguish the joy in the hearts of the little wizards. Be joyful, look forward, and hope. Only standing at the peak of hope will the fall into the abyss of hell be more painful and unforgettable. The little wizards did not know that as a being who had lived for countless years, with only a deceptive exterior, Sheeman was, no matter how you cut him open, entirely dark inside. Once, in a world called Eva, he had delightedly toyed with human hearts using the Human Completion Project, although it ultimately collapsed, costing him dearly. But when the members of the Security Council, who were completely confused by the grand illusions he painted, displayed expressions of bewilderment at the last moment of the world's degradation and collapse, TSK, it was truly delightful. The teacher was acting crazy again. Although the voice of a certain malicious lowly was small, it gently floated into Sheeman's ears. He turned his head to look, narrowing his eyes slightly. When little lowly Ida saw those eyes, she felt all the fur on her body stand on end. If she were a kitten, she would definitely be puffing up right now. Especially when Sheeman stared at her for a moment and revealed a warm smile. She swallowed hard, unsure if it was still too late to admit her mistake. In the few off-campus practical courses before Christmas, the strange otherworld and colorful magical realm delighted and intrigued the wizards of Busbatten, and they could not wait to follow Sheeman to today as class entrance. An old man stood there, looking at these lively little wizards with a loving expression, but his attire indicated his extraordinary nature. He wore a robe primarily in blue with some black edges, adorned with several odd round objects resembling skulls strung together in a large chain, which made a crisp sound as he moved. The most striking feature of the old man was not his beard, which was longer than that of the famous British wizard Dumbledore, but rather the skull cap made from a ram's skull perched on his head. Such attire almost only existed in fantasy novels, and just as they were preparing to scrutinize the old man, a strange feeling dulled their curiosity, as if life was slipping away. "All right, Gothic, I'm asking you to teach these naive little ones, not to kill them." With Sheeman's words and the nod of the old man, referred to as Gothic, the little wizard's heartbeats, which felt like being struck by a mallet, gradually faded away. The old man looked at them kindly, nodded, and his benevolent appearance was filled with deceit, causing the inexperienced little wizards to let down their guard. This time, the whole senior class of Busbatten was together for the lesson, and one by one, the little wizards followed Gothic into the newly opened portal by Sheeman, stepping into a lifelong nightmare filled with excitement. The dim, ancient castle stood beyond a grove, its white stone walls glowing softly under the moonlight, resembling the kind of environment essential for fairy tale princes and princesses. The little wizards, filled with dreams of fairy tales and hopes of meeting princes and princesses, did not notice that the old man Gothic, who had entered with them, had quietly vanished. A similarly kind old butler, dressed in a somewhat understated yet luxurious manner, stood at the entrance of the castle, smiling to welcome these lost little lambs. "Wow, it's designed like a Western mansion. That's amazing. I've always dreamed of living in a place like this one day," a boy named John excitedly said to the half-grown lowly Ada beside him. In his fantasy, he transformed into a polite prince, dressed in luxurious clothing, elegantly inviting the cool half-grown lowly with mixed Eastern and Western heritage to dance. Unfortunately, his daydream was interrupted by another boy, a typical French playboy type, who looked around and asked, "Where's Cume?" Comicario, among them, always keeps a low profile, hidden in the shadows. In fact, they are a blade concealed in the darkness. In previous practices, they have witnessed many times comes close combat skills and reaction abilities. "Don't be so suspicious, Lewis. Weren't our previous practices quite enjoyable?" John is the type of academic wizard at school, and I can't say much about his combat skills. Lewis shrugged. Maybe he really was too suspicious? "Where are we going?" At this moment, Kumu was following a boy who was also wearing a Broughton school uniform. Just a moment ago, this boy had anxiously grabbed Kumu from behind the crowd, saying he had made a terrifying discovery. As Kumu followed this boy through the maze-like castle, his sense of foreboding grew stronger. He carefully savored the faint, elusive scent in the air. Was it the smell of blood? That Drackle didn't come in. It must be that this pair of ex-men and women took advantage of class time to have a secret meeting. How shameful! How shameful! Merlin above, may you cast your most vicious curse upon such improper behavior. A certain malicious lowly thought, resentfully, poor Miss Furong Drackle has been caught in the crossfire just because she got a little closer to us Westerners. The old butler looked at the young wizards with a kind gaze, cleared his throat, and said, "Dear guests, please rest here. There is plenty of food and water on the table." "Oh, I hope you won't be too noisy or sneak into other rooms. The master doesn't like to be disturbed. Of course, he particularly enjoys seeing young and lovely wizards like you. Cough, cough, cough. The old butler appeared to be gravely ill, coughing violently as he hunched over and gradually walked away into the darkness where the light faded. This place looks very old. Have we been invited to the home of some hidden family or ancient nobility? It feels so delightful. Passerby curiously looked around. Wow, these utensils are made of pure silver, and this one belonging to the host is even made of pure gold. What a wealthy family. These are not just precious metals, but probably antiques as well. Passerby B was equally astonished. Iris flowers. This is not a pattern that just any family can decorate their family ornaments with. Lewis's expression turned serious as he carefully examined the large tray in his hands. The heavy silver-plated tray was in the luxurious style of the Middle Ages, gently wiping it with a cloth under the candlelight. A family crest and a letter R appeared before him, just as he was pondering which family starts with R. A piercing scream suddenly shattered the eerie harmony of the ancient castle. The chilling scream sent a wave of cold rising from the feet of the young wizards, brushing past their backs, making them shiver uncontrollably, producing strange clattering sounds. What was that sound? A few anxious little wizards looked at each other, their hands tightly gripping their wands. Soon a thin layer of sweat began to form between their palms and the wands. John, have you seen where Cum and the others went? Lewis held his wand cautiously, the flickering glow making the already well-lit room seem somewhat dazzling. No, Cum had always preferred to walk last or alone. As soon as I turned around after entering, he had vanished. Classmate A answered Lewis's question for the equally bewildered John. A chill breeze brushed by, and Lewis's eyes suddenly brightened. He took a deep breath, following the direction of the fresh air, leading him to a slightly ajar heavy door. No one knew what kind of person or thing awaited them behind it, but as Lewis, a man of action, he always believed in one saying, rather than sitting still and waiting for the final outcome, it was better to take the initiative and try, regardless of the result. But a hand grabbed him, and Lewis turned to see a pale-faced John. As a traditional Frenchman who feared no one, John was clearly greatly startled by the recent scream. "Oh, Lewis, where are you going?" John asked hesitantly, and even though the cool night breeze was blowing, Lewis could still clearly see the sweat accumulating and flowing on John's forehead, temples, and neck. "I'll go take a look around. Clearly, the teacher didn't just bring us here to be guests." Lewis, with a hint of dejection and a brave playboy smile, made the nearby girls temporarily forget their fear, their eyes sparkling like stars. However, the old man had just said for them to stay here, not to go to other rooms, and not to disturb others in the castle. John's hand was still tightly gripping the corner of Lewis's robe. "You and Ida stay here. Don't move around or split up to explore." Lewis helplessly poked his friend's hand with his wand, pained to see the wrinkles formed in his robe from being held. "As for me, I'll go check out the room next door. I won't go too far. If there's any danger or other discoveries, I'll come back to tell you, and then we can act together. You're asking for trouble." The sharp-tongued, lowly Aida's words drew discontented glances from the surrounding classmates, but she continued unabated here. "We're just visitors, running around against the host's wishes and splitting up at that. Do you want us to die faster?" Lewis squinted at Ida. He admitted she had a point. Waiting here was indeed a good solution, but he couldn't be sure how long it would take. In previous adventure worlds, many young wizards had noticed a magical phenomenon. The flow of time varied from world to world. The strongest evidence was that no matter how long they spent in the adventure world, they always returned to the real world just as the dark arts defense class was ending. However, they were unsure about the specific time ratio and what standard they needed to meet in this world to end the class. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Dark red blood flowed down the already soaked shirt. In disbelief, he lowered his head to see a sharp blade shyly emerging from his chest. Pascal turned to look back, but the person behind him had already vanished into the shadows. "Why, Cum, why did you try to kill me?" He couldn't believe his classmate would stab him in the back. Cum's voice echoed, but the shadow obscured the source of the sound. "You just arrived here. How would you know the routes so well? Besides, how could everyone be acting together while you found something?" Pascal's body swayed unsteadily, seeming unable to withstand such serious injuries, on the verge of death. Yet, upon closer observation, he was indeed swaying closer to Combs' position. You just keep the assassins hidden in the shadows, but unfortunately, you don't know that every time you strike, you must ensure the target dies. Feel the pain. The sound of breaking air made Cum roll suddenly, his eyes only catching a glimpse of Shadow. The guy who Cum was sure was not the real Pazelbur attacked frantically, muttering continuously, So painful, so painful. Feel the pain. After narrowly dodging several attacks, Cum finally had to confront him head-on, even though there was indeed a berserker faction within the assassin family, who acted under the creed that as long as all witnesses are killed, it is a perfect assassination. Cum's mentor, Mr. Cicero, had always opposed this method of action that went against the original intention of assassins and strictly prohibited Cum from doing so. Another surprise attack came, and unable to evade it, Cum channeled his internal magic, causing a light blue magical shield to appear in front of him, resulting in a fierce collision with the attack. Tentacle monster? In the pale blue light, Cum finally caught a glimpse of the appearance of the creature that had once disguised itself as his classmate. The gooey creature looked as if it had crushed every bone of a person into pieces and then kneaded them into a mass, while extending numerous tentacles that continuously writhed and were poised to attack. This is truly troublesome. Cum frowned. As an assassin, he had undergone countless training in vital strikes and stealth since childhood. Although he couldn't achieve the effortless skill of the legendary chef assassin from the ancient Eastern Kingdom, he was well-versed in the physiological structures of various known creatures. However, this thing before him, can you tell me where the vital spots are on a mud tentacle monster? You can only grit your teeth and choose to engage in a prolonged war of attrition that you dislike and are not good at. Meanwhile, in another part of the ancient castle mansion, Ada and a group of action-oriented wizards led by Lewis left the dining room. As the first step of their exploration, they returned to the foyer they had passed through when they first entered the mansion. The magnificent two-story foyer now appeared particularly eerie and hollow. Even the brilliant light cast by the high chandelier felt chilling. Let's split up and take a look. I'll go upstairs, and you all check the sides, Lewis said, pinching the ring on his finger, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The protagonist has their own mission. Why do I keep writing about Hogwarts? It's not that I haven't read the novels or haven't written before. The previous few books with a Harry Potter protagonist went to China to cause trouble and cultivate were original works, but the reviews below often jump chapters. Although the data for this book is dismal, only 800 people have collected it so far, it still reveals some patterns. When I write chapters about the protagonist outside, the daily collections are either 0 or -10, -20, whereas every chapter about Harry and Hogwarts sees an increase in collections. It's clear that people enjoy reading that part. I want to write about the protagonist causing trouble, thinking of various supernatural and wizarding events in America, the Soviet Union, and Germany. However, I'm not writing this in my personal notes. I need to be responsible for those who are still reading and collecting here. I mentioned long ago that when writing about the protagonist's own matters outside of school, I can be imaginative, write quickly, and it doesn't require much brain power since I've had countless ideas before. But if I want to learn from Hogwarts and write about Harry Potter, I have to research models, check Pottermore, and consult wikis while ensuring it doesn't feel too fake or too close to the original text. Each chapter might take 2 or 3 hours to write. Finally, I want to thank Shengjixi, Ejian, Chinian S., and others who have collected and supported this work. I apologize for the frequent updates stopping. It is indeed irresponsible. Lewis had some suspicions. As a descendant of a similarly ancient family, especially since he had done some research on history and performed many trivial tasks. Looking at the gigantic, intricate emblem connecting the first and second floors, he felt a chill rising from behind as he confirmed his suspicions were correct. The cold traveled up his spine, bringing a moment of clarity to his mind. If this is true, then it seems no one will have a good outcome this time. Lewis carefully touched the emblem and the square stone wall behind it, feeling a slight chill passing through the stone wall to his body. There was a space behind the stone wall. It should be possible to get through. He took out his wand, preparing to try the spell Alohomora to see if it could open this stone wall's false door. Suddenly, a loud rumble erupted from the left, causing Lewis's already tense muscles to tremble again. He cautiously looked around, realizing the source of the sound was the room where the conservative little wizards, who had not left, were staying. However, as he walked down the stairs between the first and second floors of the hallway, in just a few short steps, everyone who had been waiting below, including Ada, disappeared without a trace, leaving only his shadow flickering under the chandelier on the ground. Lewis gently kissed the cross he had worn almost since birth, a cherished heirloom of the Seraph family. Its warm temperature felt like a warning bell ringing in his ears, urging him to leave quickly. But he couldn't just walk away. Whether it was his dim-witted good friend John, the sharp-tongued and temperamental beauty Ada, or the nameless passerby, ABC, they were all his classmates, his companions. Thus, the good show began. In my suffering, I call upon you. Please be by my side and protect me from evil. Lewis kissed his cross again, gently placed it back on his chest, and pushed open the door to the dining room. The dim yellow light became the main color of the dining room, and he could barely see anything within 5 to 10 steps ahead, only a vague mass of shadow. The only clear sight was the fireplace at the end of the dining room, continuously crackling and burning, the sole source of sound and light echoing in the silent room. The luxurious carpet felt excellent underfoot, but produced an extremely low, dull thud with each step, making him feel as if he were walking on a hollow wooden board. Lewis frowned as he looked at the area illuminated by the fireplace. It was a dark stain spreading on the carpet. He sniffed. Was it the smell of blood? After confirming that there was nothing hidden around, he crouched down and brought his flickering wand close to the dark area, where the thick blood had already fused with the carpet, inseparable. The damp smell indicated that this was fresh blood, just recently left behind, and here, aside from the dim, indistinct ceiling and the direction Lewis had come from, there was only that door in the northwest corner. Lewis stood up, magic swirling in his hand, quickly condensing the fire elements in the air, causing the flames in the fireplace to dim. In its place was a red and yellow fireball in his hand. This was a little trick he discovered during the practical adventure in the last defense against the Dark Arts class. Professor Schemann's fireball spell was stable, allowing it to be prepared in advance and held for a long time. This ensured that a wizard could strike first when facing an enemy. Creaking, the heavy and old wooden door, which seemed oblivious to the passage of time, slowly and firmly opened with Lewis's movement. Before him was endless darkness. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the castle mansion, only 2 people remained, panting and together, the timid scholar John and the vicious little beauty Ada. Ada impatiently pulled John, who was trembling and timid, looking at the claw marks above, and waved her wand without a hint of kindness. Restoration spell. A pale golden light gradually repaired John's arm, which had been torn by sharp claws, healing the flesh that had been torn apart. They had just found a damaged map of the first floor in the art collection room on the east side, guiding them forward. But as soon as they exited the collection room, they encountered monsters that had broken in through the window from outside. Although they were easily defeated, the nimble monsters caused significant harm to the young wizards. They had witnessed classmate A being bitten by a monster and dragged into the endless darkness through the broken window. Subsequently, amidst the sounds of fierce battle, they could still hear the clear sound of muscles tearing and bones being crushed after the screams ceased. Clearly, our classmate A had become lunch A. If it weren't for Ada, who had exhausted her magic and cast 3 arcane missiles in quick succession to trade quantity for quality, John, and she wouldn't have survived. Yes, I'm sorry. I held you back again, John murmured softly, his pale face gradually gaining a bit of color. Though whether it was due to magic or the beauty before him causing blood to rush to his cheeks was open to interpretation. Under the light of Ada's magic light spell, a floating magic orb that followed her, the two began to study the map again. This is a library room. John's eyes, which had just sparkled, lost their luster under Ada's gaze, and he looked at her helplessly. Ada, you decide. Without so much as a hum, Ada pointed to a location on the map. Let's go here first, the reception room. Her tone indicated that Ada was not seeking John's opinion or suggestion. She was simply telling him what she was going to do. Naturally, our classmate John had no objections. The strange design and redundant structure would surely earn criticism from his uncle if it were in the Gorn family. Ada and John passed through a square, empty room and arrived at the reception room, only to be disappointed that, although it was quiet and comfortable with sofas, food, and water, there was nothing else useful. What is this? Ada looked at an object placed on the exhibition table and picked it up. With her action, the stand beneath seemed to make a clicking sound. This seems to be an enchanted crossbow, a standard military weapon against monsters and undead creatures. John finally felt his extensive knowledge was not in vain. Unfortunately, it only elicited an "oh" from Ada, and the two returned the way they came, passing through that empty square room again. Ada pushed against the corridor door, puzzled. Why won't it open? John happened to close the door leading back to the reception room, and hearing Ada's words, hurriedly pushed it, but the door, which had just opened easily, now felt as though it were nailed to the space. What's that sound? John said, brushing off the dust that had fallen on him, and looking up in the direction the dust had fallen. The ceiling was slowly and firmly pressing down on them. No way. Damn it. What do we do? How do we escape from here? What do we do? The real sense of pressure made the young wizards completely unaware that this was an adventure world where they would ultimately return to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Or, to put it another way, they might have thought that dying here wouldn't mean true death, but the real sensation of touch and pain was indeed undeniable. After attempting spells like Alohomora and Shatter, facing the immovable door, and the ceiling pressing down from above, Ada's face grew increasingly pale. As for John, his already pale face from injury turned even whiter, yet there wasn't much panic on his face. He was quickly searching for any life-saving methods he knew. A magical shield was impossible. There wasn't enough supporting force, and even a complete spherical shield wrapping his whole body wouldn't work. Fireball spell was also ineffective. As Ada had tested, the fire explosion rune had great power, but in this room, even with both of them using shields, they might not be able to withstand it, let alone guarantee they could break the door. John muttered to himself, then suddenly focused his gaze on the door lock, recalling the wisdom from Muggles before entering Busbarton to learn magic. Ada, prepare the ice breath spell. As he spoke, he brought his hands together, directing fire elements to condense, and a fierce flame sprayed onto the door lock. At the moment of stopping, Ada's icy breath sprayed onto the searing red door lock, producing a delightful cracking sound. John, disregarding the cold air, grasped the doorknob. No! The ceiling, which had previously been slowly descending, suddenly crashed down with a rumble. By the time Ada stood up, dazed and slumped from the floor, all she saw was a completely blocked stone and the dark red seeping out. The echoes of frantic shouts to run still lingered in her ears, and she could almost feel the warmth and breath of John's hand pushing her in that final moment. That coward, that weakling, that guy who couldn't even speak properly in front of her, how dare he? How dare he push her out while he rushed toward death? TSK, 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 and she didn't even get an Ada sandwich. The mentally strong Westman, who was forcefully observing everything happening inside, seemed somewhat disappointed. Reflecting on the greatness of love, it almost brought tears to my eyes. Malicious fun. The gothic old man twitched at the corner of his eye, still maintaining a good-natured appearance, but his thoughts returned to the once beautiful Azeroth continent, remembering the Lich King Kel'Thuzad, who was driven mad and toyed with to death by a certain malicious person. He felt he was quite lucky. Thus, he worked harder, spinning his staff to provide extra seasoning for the little wizards who had already entered the nightmare abyss, inducing them to fall into deeper dreams. Of course, if the little wizards knew, they would probably shout in their hearts, "This MMP must be said, you a Death Knight trainer. Using training methods meant for legendary warriors against us. A bunch of apprentices just starting. Isn't that a bit too much?" Lewis stuffed the jade arrowhead he had just obtained into his wizard robe pocket, feeling uneasy as he turned to look at the source of the rumbling noise that sounded like an earthquake. He hoped that John and the others weren't in trouble. After silently praying, he navigated around the melting muck formed from the strange creature that had died on the ground. The hissing sounds emanating from the carpet and wooden floor around the muck indicated that this guy couldn't be taken lightly, even in death. Lewis stepped out of the music room, preparing to return to the dining hall through the corridor, but an inadvertent glance made him stop in his tracks. At the entrance to the dining hall, one side led to the stairs to the second floor, and the other side led to the corridor to the music room, with a spacious area in between serving as a simple resting space. The body of Bento B, which he had just seen lying there, had quietly vanished. Was it an illusion? No. The dark blood splatter marks illuminated by the moonlight told Lewis that everything was real. Shaking his head, he cautiously opened the door back to the dining hall, retracing his steps toward the east side of the castle. The hall appeared even brighter. On the walls adorned with artistic reliefs, oak candlesticks were placed at intervals, and the light emitted from the candlesticks reflected off the cream-colored walls, creating a splendid scene. Once again, returning to the staircase area between the first and second floors, just as he stepped onto the platform between the east and west sides of the second floor, a creaking door opened, prompting him to quickly aim his wand at the sound source. Ada? Lewis slightly lowered his wand, neither pointing it directly at her nor completely putting it down. Ada looked extremely haggard. She no longer glared at others with sharp eyes as before, only nodding slightly to indicate she had seen Lewis. "What's wrong? Did you encounter an attack too? Did you see John?" Lewis asked, but Ada's pale face turned even whiter. "They're all dead." Ada's voice was somewhat hoarse, unlike her previously vibrant, lowly voice. Lewis squeezed his wand, yet his face still maintained the nonchalant expression of a jaded noble. The two tacitly refrained from continuing any unproductive conversation, following the strange sounds that reached their ears until they arrived at the halfway point of the hall. At the turn of the staircase, the massive stone door hidden behind the huge emblem opened cheerfully under their push, and a cold, chilling wind rushed in. Squinting, they looked outside, which seemed to be deep into the night. With their movements, crows, which hadn't been seen for many years, flapped about chaotically, their noisy caws making their ears feel somewhat uncomfortable. A graveyard, what a nice place. They couldn't quite understand the designers or the homeowners' thoughts on why a graveyard was set in the middle of the house. They walked to an area surrounded by iron mesh walls and iron gates, trying to pull on the gate, but it didn't budge. Only the iron mesh walls rattled noisily in response. It seemed that passage was also prohibited here. Lewis shrugged, then discreetly surveyed his surroundings while continuing along the path through the graveyard. A tombstone, the main grave of this cemetery, stood before them, even in the dead of night. Illuminated by moonlight, they could see the white stone carvings on the tombstone clearly. An angel sculpture shooting arrows? Lewis squinted, taking out the jade arrowhead he had found, which fit perfectly into the empty spot of the sculpture. As his finger pressed the arrowhead fully down, it snugly embedded itself, causing the tombstone to tremble and slowly move aside, revealing a passage to the crypt. Looking at the flickering firelight in the semi-underground tomb, Lewis glanced back at Ada. Unsure if it was still appropriate to say ladies first, waiting online, anxious. The sound of footsteps echoed. Unlike the luxurious carpets in the castle's hall and rooms that absorbed all footfalls, this was merely a rough tomb, with steps dug out rather than paved with marble. The walls were only rough rock, lacking supporting structures or plastering. If it weren't for some human-made and used tools inside, one might even suspect it was a natural cave. Rusty brackets held several torches around the entire cave, and the blazing flames made the cave's rocks appear golden. Just like the villa's hall, the ceiling of this cave was still high and unreachable. As soon as they stepped into the bottom of the cave, the sight before them made both of their hearts drop. A coffin was suspended in mid-air by iron chains as thick as a wrist, seemingly very heavy. As 4 chains were wrapped around it, secured at the corners of the cave, Lewis felt the crucifix on his chest burning so intensely that it almost pierced through. Even the time when his family was attacked by dark wizards as a child didn't feel like this. Do you think we should try it? Lewis expressed that he still respected women's right to choose and vote. At such times, he certainly couldn't take the blame alone. Ada huffed in annoyance. Do we have any other choices? Alhambra. This spell finally proved useful here. It had been completely useless in the villa, making Lewis doubt his magical abilities. Each chain's release caused the coffin in the center to shake violently, and an unknown liquid began to pour down, emitting a strange, fishy odor. The moment the last chain detached from the ground stake, with the clattering sound of the chains, the entire coffin crashed down heavily to the ground under its own weight. A dark red liquid continuously gushed from the coffin. A sense of anxiety surged within Ada as she flicked her wrist and cast a fireball spell, knocking the coffin that stood in the cave to the ground. The iron chains that were originally tightly wrapped around it loosened. Step by step, trembling with fear, they moved closer, as they had no idea what was inside the coffin. Lewis gently tapped the coffin lid with his wand. The iron coffin looked rusty and decayed, especially after the fall, with many places cracked open like jagged teeth. The intense stench made Ada unable to hold back her vomit. She recalled her childhood, on a summer day when she was naive and wandering the streets, crying and searching for her father, who had disappeared and whom she had never met. Lost in thought, she accidentally fell into a sewage ditch, with something like a torn rag lying across her nose and cherry lips. It was a rat, dead from either disease or poisoning, turned into a lump of flesh sauce under the sun and sewage, emitting a nauseating smell that penetrated to the bone, the most disgusting odor. She remembered that day she vomited everything in her stomach onto that lump. The memory seemed to return to the day she was trapped in the ditch, that nightmare. For an entire day, she was surrounded by the stench of rotting flesh, the foul odor of decay, the acrid smell of sewage, and the bile she had thrown up mixed together. With the coffin's fall, the sound of mechanisms clicking opened, and an iron gate blocked Ada and Lewis's hope of escaping through the cave entrance. Clearly, they had to solve the problem in front of them. Ada leaned against the wall, watching Lewis from afar. Although there were only a few scattered torches providing dim light in the cave, the flames, though bright, could only illuminate a small area. Still, she could see that Lewis was inscribing magical runes. Hopefully, they would prove useful. Lewis could only comfort himself with a bitter smile. Tiske, who would have thought that Ada would lose her fighting spirit from the foul smell. Well then, let me see what you really are. A red curse erupted from Lewis's wand, accurately hitting and knocking off the coffin lid. A low growl. A pair of stiff arms reached out from the coffin, with rotting flesh hanging over the white bones, raising concerns that they might fall off with a shake. However, Lewis noticed the strange blue mixed in with the pale. Could it be a poison-type monster? The monster completely crawled out of the coffin, its tattered clothing, which had long lost its style and color, wrapped around the decaying corpse. The monster emitted a hoarse, deep, and extremely penetrating sound, causing Ada and John to momentarily lose their focus. Fortunately, both of them had grown up in a noble environment and had seen all kinds of storms. This monster was towering above them, beyond their imagination. The icy runes on the ground exploded with the monster's staggering footsteps. Lewis's eyes lit up for a moment. Then he grew tense again as he noticed the icy aura enveloping the monster dissipating at a visible speed. The slowing effect of ice spells was a trick used by mages to kite enemies, and the ice magic that had been effective throughout their previous adventures and training was now facing a counter. Lewis continuously switched the attributes of his spells, from Fire Tongue to Ice Breath to Electric Spear. Usually, he could roughly analyze the monster's resistance based on the extent of its pain. Unfortunately, the monster they encountered only let out a hoarse roar with nearly identical audio amplitude, like a terrifying sound from a throat soaked in sulfuric acid. Ada watched as Lewis kept attacking and dodging in front of her. Occasionally, when he couldn't evade an attack, he would use a magical shield to resist. Ada held the crossbow that had cost John his life, trying her best to hold her breath and concentrate, keeping her hands steady with the crossbow. They only had 10 bolts left, leaving them with little margin for error. Slowly, as Lewis's stamina waned, he was forced to use his magical shield to resist attacks more frequently, and his breathing grew heavier. However, the monster in front of them showed almost no signs of change. Perhaps the ragged clothes on the monster were becoming more tattered under Lewis's attacks. Once again, the monster delivered an unavoidable attack. Lewis's blue shield held firm, but a very bad premonition surged in his heart. However, there was no time or space to maneuver anymore. The monster's arm, wrapped in blue light, came crashing down without any obstruction, passing through Lewis's magical shield as if it didn't exist at all. The ghostly strike hit Lewis's body, causing his vision to blur. The sound of the monster's arms swinging for another attack echoed, and this time, bang! The sound of the bowstring vibrating is particularly loud in this dome cave. Bang! The sound of the bowstring vibrating, though not loud, has an extremely strong penetrating power. Even Lewis, who was about to be bitten by the roaring monster, could clearly hear that sound of the bowstring. Strangely, his heart began to race violently, and he seemed to hear a faint sound of something cutting through the air. In this moment of crisis, he felt as if time had slowed down. He slightly tilted his head and saw the crossbow bolt slicing through the airflow, shooting straight towards the monster. Ding! Luis seemed to hear a crisp notification sound. If he were playing the entertainment method of video games that muggles enjoy right now, a huge prompt would definitely pop up above the monster's head. Classmate Ada dealt a critical hit to the corpse. The effect is significant. However, there's a saying in the gaming world: fate cannot be changed, and luck cannot save the unfortunate. Although Ada dealt a massive blow to the monster's ghostly strike still hit Lewis hard. Even though Lewis was a rare wizard and bus Spartan who emphasized physical fitness training, he did his best to dodge. Yet he was still hit by the ghostly strike that ignored defenses. A non-lucky player is just a non-lucky player. Logically speaking, this weak boss only has the ghostly strike as its passive ability, and each normal attack has a certain chance to unleash a ghostly strike that deals true damage, ignoring the enemy's armor. Since this was the first trial against this group of little wizards, Steven had already set the difficulty to super easy, meaning the probability of the ghostly strike would not exceed 5%. However, Lewis felt the malice of the goddess of fate and the goddess of luck the moment the monster attacked, and he was directly brought to the brink of death by the ghostly strike that ignored his defenses. His vision turned blood red, and he could no longer comprehend the state of his bones and flesh. The fireball he had just conjured was lost in his dizziness, and he couldn't even see where Ada and the monster were anymore. Is this how it ends? Lewis's bloodshot eyes unfocused as they stared at the dark, shadowed dome of the cave, leaving only red blood and endless darkness in front of him. The night was deep, and it was so cold. On the other side, Ada seemed completely unconcerned that her classmate had fallen to the ground. She continued to maintain the farthest distance from the monster, following her own pace and rhythm. The crossbow bolts in her hand accurately pinned into the monster's head and chest, after wasting a shot aimed at the monster's legs. Only to find it had no effect on slowing the creature down, she focused her fire on the monster's head. Although the monster moved slowly, its power was immense, making it feel like shooting at a stationary target for Ada during the New Year period to ensure the safety of the only heir of the Gorin family. Her great-uncle Marshal von Heinz rose and brought in many people to teach her combat techniques from the Muggle world. Among them was a sniper named Diagon, who had once faced off against the Soviet Red Army's top female, Sniper Ludmila, on the battlefield, earning great prestige among snipers. After training with Diagon, Ada seemed to have gained a sniper elite buff, allowing her to accurately hit any shooting or throwing weapon within range. Although Ada had excellent physical fitness, she was still just a teenager, and her endurance was not as good as she imagined. Soon, her breathing became heavy. However, the fortunate thing was that she kept a close watch on a monster boss's changes. The brightness of the soul fire in its deep-set eye sockets had significantly diminished. The flickering soul fire seemed as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind at any moment. The monster's roars sounded increasingly tragic in her ears, and it seemed that things were continuously developing for the better. Was it about to end soon? With a sudden jolt, Ada's expression instantly stiffened. The hand she reached towards her crossbody bag froze there, as the empty bag indicated a tragic fact. She had run out of crossbow bolts. Damn it! Ada took out her wand. During Lewis's previous attack, she had noticed that this monster seemed to have a high resistance to magic. Ordinary fireballs and ice spears barely had any significant effect. Unlike arrows, magic has a similar point to crossbow bolts in that it requires ammunition. Crossbows need bolts, while magic needs support from mana and mental strength. Ada tried hard to keep her distance from the monster, but clearly, the rigidity of casting spells was more troublesome than loading a crossbow bolt. As her mental energy drained, her steps became somewhat unsteady. Damn it! Ada, who had fallen to the ground, felt her whole body was weak and soft. Just as she got up, the monster was already in front of her, swinging its hand to strike. In the blink of an eye, Ada quickly pulled out a small box-like object from her pocket at lightning speed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white and blue light instantly illuminated the entire cave as if it were daylight, and this became the last straw that overwhelmed the monster. Under the electric light, the monster was reduced to ashes. Ding, 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 ding. The flying ashes of the monster seemed to have dropped something. At this moment, Ada's attention was on the small box in the palm of her left hand, which was a self-defense electric shotgun given to her by her great-grandfather. This mini-cute electric shotgun had always been treated as a toy, and if it hadn't been for the life-and-death situation, she wouldn't have pulled it out and discovered how powerful it was. Upon closer inspection of the electric shotgun, she saw a line of unfamiliar markings. 10 WV. Never mind. She put the electric shotgun into her pocket and then looked at the things that had fallen to the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seemed like something significant had fallen out. A small amulet, which felt nothing special in her hand. She first tossed it into her pocket and looked at the next item, which was still a tattered stone. For some reason, seeing the stone made her feel a bit dizzy, and she vaguely sensed a green aura swirling within it. In the middle of the triangular stone was a strange pattern, resembling a crooked funnel. She noticed that the shape of the small stone corresponded perfectly with the groove on the crossbow she had picked up in the common lounge. The moment she fitted the small stone into the groove, it sealed perfectly, as if it had always been flat. Only the extra funnel pattern indicated that this was not an illusion. The rest were 2 bags of crossbow bolts, probably around 50 or 60, which Ada bundled together and placed in her crossbody bag. Now, it was time to settle accounts with the mastermind behind it all. The electric shotgun in the girl's hand emitted an ominous glow with a hissing sound. Ding-ling-ling. With the pleasant sound of the class bell, the little wizards who seemed to be asleep were suddenly awakened from their nightmare, each covering different parts of their bodies amidst the melodious wails. It was a truly terrifying nightmare, and it felt so good to be alive. The little wizards felt that their sweat had soaked through their wizard robes, sticking uncomfortably to their bodies, but everyone was filled with the excitement of having survived a disaster. In their excitement, they noticed that each person's desk had a bottle of a drink that didn't look very appetizing, a dark green liquid with bubbles hinting at a terrible taste. Duong, duong, duong. The slow yet rhythmically unique sound of a hard object hitting the ground approached the classroom from outside. Hearing the sound, the malicious little girl Ada's electric shotgun emitted a crackling, ominous aura. Today, she must let the detestable Siwin know what true fear feels like for having designed such a dreadful illusion against them. However, when the classroom door opened, it was not their charming, handsome, and dashing defense against the dark arts Professor Siwin Lo Swift who walked in, but the old man who had entered at the beginning of the class. I regret to inform you of something. Gothic still wore the old man's loving smile. Your charming, handsome, dashing, and outstanding defense against the dark art Professor Siwin Swift is injured and unable to continue his teaching duties. I was originally invited as an assistant professor of defense against the dark arts, but now I have been called upon in this emergency, and for the foreseeable future, I will impart the essence of dark magic to you. Let me reintroduce myself. You can call me Gothic. And I would be even happier if you could refer to me as instructor. Gothic's eyes emitted a sharpness that belied his age. Do not think that just because you pass Seawind Swift's simple test, you can rest easy. I am the beginning of your nightmares. A cold wind, once again, sent chills up the spines of the little wizards. All right, this lesson ends here. On the table are the magical potions I prepared for you. Drink them. Although they don't taste very good, they'll quickly boost your magical power. The vicious Loli angrily put away her electric shotgun. That bastard must be faking illness out of fear that they'd cause him trouble. It must be that way. But is it really? I'm very sorry, Madam Maxim, but I cannot continue teaching for now. I believe Gothic is competent enough for this position. After all, I can't say he's among the top in the field of magic. But when it comes to experience in teaching newcomers, he is certainly among the best. Madam Maxim stared at Seawind, who was leaning on a cane and being supported by Furong. She had just tried various spells and potions, but none could stop the bleeding and wounds on his leg. It's hard to imagine what kind of creature he encountered to end up like this with his strength. Shimin returned to their residence with Furong, wearing a bitter smile. He could no longer maintain the avatar he had at Hogwarts, and now his energy was as weak as it had been 10 years ago. Yes, I'm sorry. Furong gently bit her lip, her originally rosy and cute cherry lips now devoid of color, just like her complexion. Shimin gave her a light smack on the head, annoyed. What are you talking about? It's my own carelessness. When you live long enough, you sometimes lose some basic judgment. He took Furong to the distant Eastern Dragon Triangle Sea area to search for the first dragon language stone tablet left after Shimin's arrival in this world. But that island was also shrouded in mist. However, on the way, a certain foodie had ill intentions towards the giant river crab that occupied 9.6 million square kilometers. Well, a bite would definitely be tastier than those king crabs. This was a big mistake. Under normal circumstances, even Shimin or Zastalo wouldn't dare to disturb that giant mist crab dwelling in the east. At that time, our classmate Furong even tried to reason with the crab deity, saying, "Look, your claws can regenerate. Just pull one out to taste." That river crab was a great wizard who, after 28 years of hard work, finally condensed the imperial aura of an ancient eastern kingdom and the hopes of 40 million people into this crab. That great wizard had seriously studied ancient magic and its practical application while serving as a librarian at the Magical Academy in the imperial capital of the ancient Eastern Kingdom. With the great wizard's vow, the river crab was born on this ancient yet vibrant land, guarding it. From that day on, the entire energy field of the ancient Eastern Kingdom was blocked by the mist, preventing demons and monsters from taking form. And magic masters were unable to attain the heavenly path, becoming indistinguishable from ordinary people. The river crab contained a vast source of world energy, which was why Shimin refrained from engaging in a fierce battle. If the source of the world were to shatter, this world would not only fail to advance, but would also risk becoming as devastated as the world destroyed by the Mother of Saints' second foil. Sitting quietly on the sofa, feeling the aura emanating from the void, Shimin's expression darkened. A brief battle that lasted less than a breath had already made the spatial barrier of this low-level world weak, like a layer of dumpling skin. Countless cosmic bugs swarmed towards the faint aura like flies drawn to a scent. Shimin had previously had his plans ruined by cosmic bugs in Eva's world. Looking out, it seemed his gaze pierced through the vast Atlantic Ocean. That country truly deserved to be called the Lighthouse Country by Muggles, as the powers of cosmic bugs always began there. Even if the spatial barrier showed cracks, the bugs could not directly enter. Most of them infiltrated the cosmic planet's energy, prompting the native inhabitants to actively destroy their own cosmic barriers. After all, as with eggs, breaking from the inside is far easier than from the outside. It seems that this coming summer, he would have to go to that greasy lighthouse to deal with the impending unrest. Hopefully, this time the cosmic bugs would have a bit of sense and not be too reckless, unlike the bug that infiltrated Shinji Ikari, which attempted to ruin the relationship between the third lieutenant and his lovely student. But the expression of that cosmic loser in the completed world was truly delightful, lost in thought and forgetting to control his emotions. Shimin did not notice the fear on the face of the lovely Miss Furong Delacour next door. Like a JPEG expression, the second school year ended without any major incidents, much to the relief of many little wizards and their parents, who celebrated that no one had died. It was truly a great fortune. Just think of that 1,000-year-old basilisk. Even Hogwarts' magnificent castle felt shaky at times when facing it. Yet they managed to observe it without a scratch. This situation was simply astonishing, and decades later, they might be sitting in rocking chairs, happily recounting the thrilling scene to their grandchildren. Of course, to gain the envy and admiration of the kids, they would likely embellish the story a bit, just as our classmate Ron would. The joyful atmosphere after the exams filled the little wizards, with laughter and cheer echoing around the dining table. The sound and joy clearly much better than during the finals. Many little wizards were discussing and anticipating their wonderful holiday lives, making various plans for the yet-to-begin vacation while receiving reward from home for their hard work. Owls once again dropped off various packages and letters, casually nibbling a few bites at the dining table before returning to Hogwarts Owl Tower to rest or head back. Here it comes, here it comes. Ron's loud voice, laced with an undeniable hint of boastfulness, startled the little wizards immersed in food and joy. Given their good mood, the little wizards were generally pleased to hear his new gossip news. Shocking. Hogwarts has hidden secrets for 1,000 years, and it's not unknown to British wizards. Sad news. A 1,000-year basilisk appeared at Hogwarts, nearly causing a major incident. Big news. A man resembling the founder of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, has been spotted. But the Ministry of Magic denies it? Shocked. What the heck? This is the most official newspaper in the wizarding world. Harry looked at the latest Daily Prophet in his friend's hand, and it felt just like a gossip tabloid in the Muggle world. As Ron loudly read aloud, Harry squinted his eyes and quickly skimmed through the news. Clearly, the Ministry of Magic did not want to create any big news. The reports were vague, and important details seemed to have been harmonized away. However, Harry noticed with a dark expression the last detailed report, which stated that according to the Underage Wizard Protection Act, a roommate of the Chosen One, Harry Potter, who asked to remain anonymous, described the scene at the time. "Look, there's a photo of me and Fong," Ron said excitedly. "See, I made it into the Daily Prophet." They even acknowledged that this was a transformation prop used by Gryffindor and blessed by it. Harry felt that Fong, who had been barely hanging on after the turmoil in Gryffindor, looked even worse now as Ron held him high for everyone to see. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart seemed to be leaving. A girl with rosy cheeks sat down next to Harry, making the little toad freeze all over. In the Chamber of Secrets, he had inadvertently shielded Ginny from a basilisk's attack, resulting in severe injuries and unconsciousness. This little sister of the Weasley family, like a precious pearl, had since clung to him. Even in the initial days when he had not fully recovered, the girl, who was a year younger than him, had taken care of him and even fed him. After several days of Harry's insistence, that embarrassing feeding had finally come to an end. However, Ginny still found various ways to get closer to him. Using the words of their classmate Autumn Zhang from Ravenclaw, Ginny was now in a state of, "The hero saved me from danger, and I have no way to repay such kindness except to offer myself." Although some of the ancient sayings from the East are a bit awkward in translation, Harry still accepted the explanation with a mix of laughter and tears. To be honest, he is only in the 2nd grade and 12 years old. Things like this should still be early, right? But every time he wants to completely refuse. Ginny, with her pitiful look like a rain-soaked pear blossom, hasn't even been caught in a downpour yet, and the Weasley brothers, led by the twins George and Fred, will show up just in time. Even if they do nothing, just standing there with their fierce demeanor makes the poor little Harry instantly turn into a coward. Well, according to the highest directive from a certain truant Spanish-Italian Swift, everything will just happen naturally. Of course, our dear little Harry also feels a slight pleasure in this situation. "You know you look disgusting, right?" Harry's pleasant train of thought was interrupted by an impatient voice. Turning around, he saw his friend Hermione Granger. Harry wisely didn't ask Hermione why she was there. As he could tell from the bag of books she was holding, that only a study fanatic like her would still be immersed in studying during the garbage time between the end of finals and the start of vacation. Ahem. Harry put on an awkward smile and then looked at Ginny. "Where did Professor Lockhart go? I heard he distributed a lot of excellent grades this year, and many people really want him to stay here." Ginny pulled over a recent shocking newspaper and pointed at the signature. Special contributor to the Daily Prophet, Sir Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd class Merlin Award. Harry felt that all his inner questions had been resolved. With this writing style, this headline, and this flair for making big news, only their dear defense against the dark arts Professor Gilderoy Lockhart could pull off something like this. "Next year, we will be able to go to Hogsmeade." Harry looked at George and Fred, who were selling all sorts of strange little gadgets they had developed in a state already tacitly approved by the professors. Through the ongoing exchanges in their study group, as his relationship with Cedric Diggory became friendly, he realized just how expensive the plucking tax and intelligence tax were for the Hogsmeade specialties he had smuggled from George and Fred. Looking at Hermione, whose hair was as messy as her mood, Harry quietly struck up a conversation. "Do you have any plans for the holiday? My father sent me a letter saying that he has to go to France with my mother." Hermione frowned slightly. Her sixth sense as a young girl was going off like crazy, warning her that something unpleasant might happen during this trip to France. As for the source of this crisis, she looked up and glanced at the teacher's area in the banquet hall, where the ever-smiling, seemingly compassionate healer and apothecary, Miss Charlotte Granger, occasionally flashed a cunning glint in her eyes. The source of trouble was obvious. An astonishing transformation was taking place here. The professors at Beauxbatons were acutely aware of the shocking changes occurring in their students, changes that were even somewhat alarming. Even some of the older professors, who had participated in the First World War against the German Royal Wizards and the Second World War against Grindelwald's fascist wizarding army, could clearly sense the lingering stench of blood from the young wizards. This chilling change felt reminiscent of the cold demeanor that enveloped the ignorant French wizarding community after their first encounter on the battlefield, which ended in slaughter. However, after many professors reported these issues, their feedback seemed to vanish in a thin air like a stone sinking into the ocean. Even a few well-qualified wizards who submitted formal complaints to the European Ministry of Magic received the response that there was no problem, as they continued to seek to eliminate the anomalies appearing at Beauxbatons. Soon, everything returned to calm. The ancient Medici and de Lacy families did not even make an appearance. They merely hinted at their desire for these complaints not to resurface, and quickly, all dissatisfaction and protests dissipated. Perhaps there was respect for Nicoleme's recommendation. But respect does not fill bellies, and when conflicts of interest arise, such respect becomes dispensable. The de Lacy and Medici families, one a controller of the underground magical realm in France that inherited a large magical legacy since the time of the 100 Years' War, and the other, an even older Roman family, were not entities that ordinary wizards could contend with. While some were still curious about why these two families would speak for this young, outrageous wizard professor, at least on the surface, they would no longer provoke the matter. Of course, Professor Swift would be unaware of this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take care. He was well aware that in the face of absolute power and authority, these so-called protests and disputes were like flies, easily ignored when one was not bothered, and simply swatted away when annoyed. Weston was more concerned about the group of young wizards before him. They were like the only possible spark in this stagnant, dark swamp. Unfortunately, in the face of an absolute storm, these small flames were not so easy to keep alive. If they failed, then it would serve as his only memorial left in this world. In the resplendent hall, red satin cascaded from the dozens of meters high dome, creating a fierce visual impact with the gold and red. The young wizards sat quietly in their staggered, orderly seats, well designed so they could admire the person standing on the central platform from any angle. A few young wizards from ancient families revealed looks of disbelief. They were somewhat familiar with this legendary scene, the origin of European wizards, and even the origin of European civilization itself, with the familiar gold and red emblem flag waving for thousands of years. The ruins that remained for Muggles still retained their former grandeur in the magical dimension, welcoming waves of wizards and nobles who came to pay their respects. It was the Golden Theater of Nero Claudius, the most powerful emperor of the Roman Empire, infamous as a tyrant. Rest assured, dear students, there will be no new exams awaiting you today. The teacher rarely dons such a formal outfit. After all, they have once served under a luxurious tyrant in a pomegranate skirt, and such props are not lacking. However, this made a certain memory-confused hibiscus furrow her brow. Truly an annoying style. To be fair, I was once a British king in my dreams, yet now I have become a French chicken. Moreover, this outfit, that wicked and shameless Roman cow's theater, who would have thought that the Great Fire only burned part of the false Muggle world, leaving the magical realm intact. The second half of this chapter is currently missing and will be supplemented once I think of it. I'm very scared, Will. Molly has lost count of how many times she has watched her husband, Will Graham, standing in the cold moonlight, his eyes gazing dreamily into the darkness among the shadows. The darkness that inadvertently reveals itself in his eyes, and his desire for that darkness inevitably instills a sense of fear in Molly towards her husband. I'm fine. Everything is over. Will closed his eyes, and after a moment, reopened them, his gaze regaining its gentle glow. He embraced his wife and headed home. However, things took an unexpected turn when the sudden ringing of the phone made him frown. The familiar phone number required no hesitation. It was Jack, his former colleague and head of the FBI Behavioral Science Unit. I'm retired now, Jack. I'm no longer an FBI agent. A strange sense of fatigue washed over Will like a tide. He truly did not want to get involved in those matters again, especially now that he had his own family. Moreover, the last case he handled was, from the FBI's perspective, a complete failure. His best friend, yes, the Chesapeake Ripper, Hannibal. To this day, he still considered Hannibal Lecter his best friend. It had nothing to do with hypnosis or mind control. He just felt deep down that he only truly understood himself when he was with Hannibal. Now, he had no idea of Hannibal's whereabouts after evading legal punishment. Perhaps he was in some city, changing his identity, using his stunning culinary skills and unique ingredients to entertain unsuspecting meat-eaters. Will. Jack Crawford's voice remained low and steady. Time may have added a few marks of hardship and age, but it did not diminish the authority in his tone. Although Jack's words seemed to carry a hint of a request for Will's help, Will was not so foolish as to miss that this was merely polite phrasing, a command wrapped in a request. He opened the door to find a grim-faced Jack Crawford standing before him, clearly prepared to take him away as soon as he issued the invitation. "I'm sorry, Jack. I really don't want to." Will had a premonition that if he got involved, the peaceful life and calm mind he had maintained for nearly 10 years would be shattered, and even his wife and son could be implicated. Jack was evidently prepared. He handed over a thick stack of documents, or rather, forced them into Will's arms. One page seemed loosely bound, revealing several photos, crime scene photographs. The broken bodies, splattered blood, and the grotesque scene seemed to project from the flat images, engulfing Will within. He tightened his grip slightly, then handed the documents back. "I'm sorry, Jack. I've said it before. I want to get involved with the behavioral science unit or the FBI again. If you have any questions about this, I think my psychologist, Dr. Alana Bloom, would be happy to discuss it with you." Two families, each consisting of parents and more than one child, with none surviving. The adults and children alike faced the same tragic fate. Jack's voice remained low. "Will, I really can't find a way to catch this bastard quickly." In his ears, he seemed to hear the sounds of Molly playing with the children in the other room, softening Will's heart. He reached out and took the document, meaning that what he held was indeed the case file of the Tooth Fairy, which had recently been in the news. "Thank you, Will." Jack had just sighed in relief when he saw Will's expression suddenly stiffen. He was staring intently at the last part of the scene report, the forensic signature. It seemed that things would not remain calm this time. On the other side of the city, in a classical manor-style residence, the guests were seated, frequently raising their glasses, commemorating another reunion in a harmonious atmosphere. "You are also a forensic expert and an FBI agent?" Clearly, the rich food did not deter our lovely Miss Drackle's curiosity. She still pressed on with the question. "Well, you see, with such a long lifespan, one must try different professions and explore different fields. Moreover, I can't think of anything more suited to my vast knowledge than forensics." Shiwen returned a graceful smile to Furong and continued to savor the lavish feast prepared by their hospitable host. Even without eating, just looking at the exquisitely arranged dishes adorned with dewy flowers was a delight to the eyes. The elegant gentleman seated at the host's table conversed with them in a fluent French that was both familiar and surprising to Furong. However, upon closer listening, some old-fashioned pronunciations and traditional usages hinted that this elegant gentleman had mastered French a long time ago. "All right, Hannibal, do not attempt to deceive this naive little lamb with your well-crafted voice. She is not your meal." Shiwen tilted his head slightly, glanced at the confused little lamb, and then continued to enjoy the grand meal prepared by his old friend. As Hannibal, who had joined the NT organization as an associate developed personally by Shiwen decades ago, had become somewhat accustomed to the occurrences of things that were once only found in legends happening around him. However, as the sole driving force of his long life, curiosity compelled Hannibal to explore everything around him, delighting in watching them struggle, fall, or be reborn under his perfect design. Although he seemed to have somewhat misplayed the situation regarding his little teacup, Will, had it not been for a certain demon skilled in manipulation making dark deals with two FBI directors related to the case, he might have already stumbled into prison by now. Of course, using his extensive knowledge of psychology and the guise of mental issues, he could assure himself that he would not receive the death penalty. At most, he would be imprisoned in a high-security criminal facility. However, for Hannibal, being deprived of his freedom was no different from being killed. "So, may I have the honor of knowing the reason for your visit here this time?" Hannibal's elegant and magnetic voice, combined with his slightly forward-leaning listening posture and focused gaze, creates an urge to divulge all one's thoughts. Of course, West never intended to hide the reason for being here. He was very much looking forward to seeing the joyful expressions of old friends reuniting. This time, he sincerely invited Dr. Hannibal Lecter and Ms. Clarice Starling to rejoin the FBI Special Operations Group, as many delightful cases worth solving would arise in the next 2 months. Dr. Alana Bloom is an authority in mental research, capable of thoroughly analyzing each patient's psychological issues, yet she cannot find someone to help solve her own problems. Nearly a decade has passed, and logically, no matter how well one maintains themselves, the passage of time would leave irreversible marks on the face and body. However, those familiar with Alana find it strange that she seems unchanged since the upheaval a decade ago. Alana sits quietly by the window. Ever since that day, she has suffered from severe acrophobia, yet she forces herself to stand here, looking down, confronting the suffocating feeling within her. That day, she looked at Abigail in disbelief, unable to believe she was pushed out of the window, falling from such a height. Fate does not take away without causing harm. Who would have thought one could pick up a pretty girl while walking down the street? A mocking voice rang in her ears as she opened her eyes from the dark fall. In the torrential rain, she was caught in the arms of a man, saving her from the fate of falling to her death or becoming paralyzed. Alana struggled to move, the fragrant scent wafted from the handkerchief covering her mouth, her body becoming increasingly limp, yet her consciousness remained clear. She even watched helplessly as a guy threw her back onto the ground, then stood in the shadow beside her. Soon, amidst the sound of heavy rain, hurried footsteps grew closer, and she saw that it was Will. She wanted to call out to warn him, but felt powerless. She watched as Will rushed into Hannibal's house, just like she had, leaving only a coat draped over her. The man with a mocking expression squatted beside her, and she felt as if she was hallucinating. The torrential raindrops seemed to bypass him. She recognized this man, a forensic expert with exceptional medical skills. An FBI special agent who, according to Jack Crawford, seemed to have some indescribable background closely linked to the FBI giant Edgar Hoover. She remembered his famous saying, "Treating the injured person should be like dealing with a corpse that needs to be dissected. Only then can one unleash their full potential without reservation." To be fair, if it weren't for the fact that during his tenure, the casualty rate of agents or police officers on missions plummeted, the old scholars at the medical school would have nailed him to a cross. "You and Hannibal are actually accomplices?" Alana looked at him with despair. Although she knew he had a terrible personality, she never imagined he would be a serial killer. After all, she remembered that highly controversial police response, where a group of officers showed weakness in the face of a juvenile crime gang, resulting in several officers being shot. It was this guy who saved them and shot each person on the other side. Accomplice? No. I just gave that young beast a little insignificant advice, and then stood by watching him become a fierce beast. That silver-haired man squatted beside her, brushing her rain-soaked hair with his hand. And speaking of murder, Hannibal might not even be enough for my small change. Dr. Swift, are you not afraid of the law's punishment? Are you still planning to escape until you get caught? No, I think you're a bit confused. My dear Alana, the man lifted her up again and pointed at the window above. Do you see? It's at least 10 meters high, and the ground is made up of steps. I think even if you specialize in psychology, you would understand what the consequences would be if you fell on it. And now, you are safe and sound. This is the exchange. Tonight, go home and sleep as if you never came here. And isn't it all good that you don't know about Hannibal's situation? That gentle and handsome smile was so detestable in Alana's eyes. But she had no choice. Although she wanted to pretend to agree and then correct it after receiving a reply, there was a sixth sense from a woman inside her that told her that once she agreed, there would be no turning back. Do you remember the murder list of the Chesapeake Ripper? Aside from the police tracking him, others truly deserve to die. Sheeman's smile was so icy that Alana couldn't help but try to curl her body up. I really didn't expect we would have a chance to meet again. As Hannibal walked down, he saw a figure holding Dr. Alana Bloom, who had been pushed down from the sky. Whether it was an issue with his own eyes or not, even in the pouring rain, the fine raindrops seemed to avoid the body of that person. The silver, iconic long hair belonged to Sheeman, whom Hannibal hadn't seen since leaving Paris. Why did he run away? Even in the rain, Hannibal remembers the coldness hidden in those eyes, a detachment that even he, who sees others as mere livestock, cannot attain. His hand involuntarily moves to his chest, where a pendant from a necklace he has worn for decades rests, a coin made of an unknown material that has never lost its luster, featuring a single silver wing. The words once spoken, as a reward for saving Misha and the lady. I believe you've kept your promise all along, haven't you? After confirming that Alana was not in danger, Will stood up, brushing off non-existent raindrops. His appearance had not changed in decades. If it weren't for Hannibal's confidence in himself, he would have thought he was dreaming or had been hypnotized by someone else. Of course, there was no violation. Hannibal recalled those regulations. He only took action against those who had committed serious wrongs or harbored malice towards him. Once Hannibal saw Will appear, he regulated his breathing. He knew that this person in front of him would solve the serious problem he was currently facing. perhaps the only thing in his life he had not been able to control. The FBI would arrive soon. Alana had called the police. As Will and Hannibal walked upstairs, Will glanced at the messy room, a testament to the fierce battle between Hannibal, Jack, and Will. The memories from 10 years ago abruptly halted as she was jolted awake by a knock on the door. Slowly, she returned to her seat and called out, "Come in," toward the office door. The mocking and malevolent voice was the same as it had been 10 years ago, and the person's appearance was identical. Alana couldn't help but take a small step back, her eyes fixed on the newcomer. "Don't look at me like that, Alana. It makes me shy," Dr. Swift said, strolling casually to her side, completely disregarding his status as an outsider. "Did Jack Crawford not tell you that dealing with the Tooth Fairy requires a special behavior and a psychoanalysis group? Looking forward to working with you, dear Dr. Bloom." Following behind Will, Alana Bloom occasionally glanced at the delicate girl beside him, wondering if she was yet another girl coerced by his peculiar terms. "We've arrived, Dr. Alana Bloom." With an elegant exterior draped in human skin, Alana no longer wished to comment on the darkness within. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. The atmosphere in the FBI Behavioral Science Unit office didn't seem very good, but at least it maintained a facade of peace after Alana entered. Leaning against a whiteboard covered in crime scene photos and case analysis notes were Jack Crawford and his beloved little dog, Will Graham. They were watching the man and woman seated in the guest chairs with a somewhat tense and complex gaze. The elegant gentleman stood up and greeted Alana Bloom. "Long time no see. How are you, Alana?" He still looked the same, still had that charming, magnetic voice, which only made Alana more vigilant around her former mentor. "Good. At least I don't have to worry about drinking spiked beer now." She glanced at the female agent sitting next to Hannibal and had to admit, it was rare for her to acknowledge a woman could be so captivating. "Clarice, darling, nice to meet you. I've heard many times about your outstanding achievements from Dr. Lecter. He has always been proud of you." The agent who sacrificed herself to feed the tiger? She knew that although there were behind-the-scenes deals that allowed Hannibal to escape all legal penalties, some people in the FBI had not given up on pursuing him. Until the Buffalo Bill case, Agent Clarice rescued the senator's daughter with Hannibal's help, and later during the Verger family incident, the FBI tacitly allowed Clarice Starling to take charge, dismissing all other charges and surveillance. Of course, not many people were involved or aware of this matter. After all, on that dark day, 10 years ago, Hannibal did not receive any accusations publicly. The people who came were truly elite figures. Will was looking at the case analysis board while glancing sideways at Hannibal, his close friend. "All right, although some people were not invited by me, since you were here, I hope everyone can temporarily focus on the current case. We need to catch this guy as soon as possible," said Jack Crawford, the head of the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit, as he tapped the table. He then looked toward Simon. "Mr. Swift, although I have received orders from above that I cannot prohibit your actions, I would like to know why you brought a minor girl here. We are about to face a serial killer who has been continuously murdering multiple families." "A minor girl?" The cute and naive Farong raised her head. Her eyes, sparkling like the starry sky, seemed to reveal a sense of curiosity. "Who are you talking about? Who is the underage girl?" Shimon calmly replied to Crawford, "This is my assistant. She provides extremely strong help in solving cases. I hope Mr. Jack won't judge her by her appearance, and I will take responsibility for her safety." Of course, Shimon did not expect any muggles or cosmic pests from the void to harm Farong. After all, her origin has received the attention and blessing of an unassailable big shot. To be fair, Shimon could at most bully Farong when she is in her soft and cute state, but once she gets serious, the outcome is hard to say. Since she has said so, Jack would not continue to be a villain interfering in this matter. In fact, over the past 10 years, he has basically given up on paying attention to those trivial cases and social niceties. With so many serious cases piling up, who has the energy to think about those nonsensical matters? It really resembles the style of certain people, like that Chesapeake Ripper, doesn't it? Well, seems to be on a rampage. Look at the shattered limbs and his self-righteous aesthetics. "Where's the dog?" The girl's voice broke the disharmonious and stagnant atmosphere in the environment. They looked towards the pile of case files where Shuen had come, standing in front of Farong. "What dog?" Agent A, who was serving as a backdrop for the case, asked with a look of confusion. However, as elite-level agents, both Jack and Will, who had just learned about the case, quickly turned their attention to the documents. They immediately contacted the local animal rescue organization to see if there was any relevant information. Right away, Jack seemed to want to mask his embarrassment as he loudly ordered the agent over there. Will squinted his eyes, sizing up the girl, and had to admit her intuition was very sharp. He had sensed something was off just moments ago, but before he could mention it, the girl had already pointed it out. "Go check the scene, Jack. You might find some additional information. Although he didn't have a strong fondness for his former boss, he still maintained the respect that was due. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and a slightly hoarse yet alluring voice said, "Oh, sorry. I might be a bit late." A graceful figure appeared at the doorway. Her curvaceous body wasn't the main attraction. It was her eyes, which seemed to carry a sense of sadness and the weight of time that deeply captivated everyone. Dr. Alana Bloom stood up, looking quite surprised at the newcomer. "Professor Dawes?" Alana stood up and looked at Morley Dawes, the psychology expert who graduated from Yale. She received an invitation from Jack. I didn't expect to see so many familiar faces here. The originally sorrowful eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of brightness. "And you're here too, my hero." "It's been a long time, Leona." Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, Leona is already approaching 40. "Welcome, Dr. Dawes. We are now preparing to go to the crime scene. Would you like to join us?" Jack asked, surprised at why Professor Dawes seemed to have an unusual relationship with Sheeman. "Are you unwell?" Walking on the open ground in front of the victim's house, Hannibal noticed Sheehan walking with a cane, which was clearly not just a decorative accessory. It was just a fight. He was a bit injured but not dead. Sheehan waved his hand to signal not to worry about it. This incident was not merely a homicide. The perpetrator had been influenced by a cosmic bug from a parallel universe. At that moment, Furong shook her head and said, "Do you feel it? It is the breath of the Red Dragon." Her gaze was fixed on the opposite side of the victim's residence, a place where one could carefully spy, without being easily discovered, that dense thicket of small trees. After awakening a part of her power and accepting the inheritance of the dragon roar from Shuan, Furong became very sensitive to the dragon aura that existed around her. Even if it was not intentionally left behind, just a residue from passing by was enough for Furong to sense it. She focused her gaze on the trees opposite the Liz family and continuously narrowed her area of focus. Shuan, limping and leaning on his cane, followed closely behind the girl, exploring the mystery hidden in the woods with her. Furong's azure eyes narrowed as she stared at the mark carved into the tree, a signature left by the murderer to flaunt his accomplishments and humiliate the incompetent officers. Furong gently traced the engraving with her fingertip, clad in white silk gloves. Murmuring, "Red Dragon, Green Phoenix, seems like a fan of Mahjong." Note, it is rumored that the red zhong in Mahjong may represent the red dragon in earlier exported versions. And even the Asian forensic expert in the original work is unclear about what this means. Imprinted among the chaotic branches was a bright red Chinese character, clear and powerful, even cutting through the bark surface. The murderer was evidently very calm, monitoring everything happening at the Leeds house from here. Right beside them, there was an empty soda can left behind, if it weren't for the gruesome crime taking place across the street. One might think this was just a casual break in a treehouse, a highly perceptive mental observation, and a body full of strength. Although Hannibal did not approach, he could guess from a distance that the girl who arrived with the Spanish man had discovered an important clue. That location was precisely in the direction of the foul scent his godlike keen sense of smell had detected. Jack quickly called in agents to take photographs, then swiftly sent the obtained pattern to the Asian FBI branch for analysis. Will looked at the vibrant Chinese character, his eyes somewhat dazed. He remembered the female forensic expert who had supported him during his most difficult times. If Beverly were still here, perhaps we could immediately obtain information about this pattern. His words stirred up complex emotions in Jack, as although there was no concrete evidence, it was clear to everyone that Beverly had gone missing while tracking information about Hannibal. And at the observatory, where she was last seen, the scene was basically stained with blood equivalent to that of an adult's entire blood volume, leading everyone to give up hope that Beverly was still alive. If that dark deal had not completely shattered many people's so-called inner bottom lines, Will and Jack might never have met Dr. Hannibal Lecter again in their lives, let alone collaborated. Hannibal stood in the clearing between the woods and the house, near the trees, looking up at the sky, breaking the stagnant atmosphere. "Will, do you remember I told you? Have you ever seen blood in the moonlight? They are black." Hannibal's perfect smile and elegant demeanor make it impossible for anyone to associate him with a monster. According to Jack, this killer murders every time on a full moon night, treating his actions as a kind of pilgrimage. So after killing, standing here, naked and covered in blood, gazing at the full moon, isn't that what those Puritans should do? Hannibal continued. And here, what a perfect place it is, even without wearing a single piece of clothing. There is no need to worry about neighbors seeing the private scenes in the yard through the thick fence. Hannibal's words quickly led Will's thoughts into his unique reverie. With a detailed exploration of the house, he was able to recreate the tragedy that occurred here in his mind. The killer silently carved a round hole big enough for a hand to reach through in the glass door with a glass cutter and suction cup, turned the latch, and entered the house while everyone was asleep. Immediately, he approached Lady Lid's and Mr. Lid's bedroom without hesitation, turned on the light, and the bright glow awakened the two sleepers. Lady Lid's, who woke up first, did not have time to scream before being shot in the spine. Losing her ability to move, trembling as she fell there, able to see and hear but powerless, Mr. Lid's got up but was no match for him, easily having his throat slit by a knife, arterial blood gushing out, turning the bedroom a vivid red. Yet even so, Mr. Lid still clutched his neck, desperately trying to crawl out, because he saw the way out led to the children's room next door. Whether it was the boy just getting out of bed or the little girl hiding under the bed, delicate like a doll, they were both shot dead, lying quietly like real dolls. Mr. Lids crawled in the hallway, blood spreading, and was shot dead by him as he exited the children's room, leaving only Lady Lids, frozen in the bedroom. Will awoke from the reverie, drenched in cold sweat. He looked at the broken mirror in front of him, the fragments incomplete, because they were placed in the eyes of the Lids family by the killer. This bastard wanted the Lids family to appear lifelike, admiring his greatness and masterpiece, Will deduced. Jack carefully examined the bodies of the Lids family, especially their eyes and other areas. This bastard touched them without gloves. Compared to Will's statement, I think they resemble a kind of rebirth and newborn state, while also admiring his rebirth, renewal, and evolution, Hannibal added with a smile. Dr. Bloom and Dr. Doss, what insights do you have? Jack politely asked, and Morley Doss's slightly hoarse voice began to speak. It's an honor to discuss with you all. I believe that compared to the impotence described in the FBI documents, the perpetrator seems to have both physical and psychological issues. He shattered all the mirrors, which is a case easily understood in psychological analysis. His face must have scars or features that would be subject to discrimination or ridicule. As for the molestation of women, although he took off his gloves to touch, he did not proceed to further assault, indicating that he is not a sexually impulsive criminal. I think he must have some psychological issues regarding women, perhaps stemming from his childhood environment, leading him to believe that killing a perfect woman and arranging her to look at his transformation is the way to realize himself. As a top professor of psychology at Yale, Morley Doss may not have as much practical experience as Alana Bloom, who has been long stationed in a mental hospital, but he has his own insights. Very insightful. I haven't seen such a perfect psychologist since Alana. Hannibal elegantly expresses praise for Dr. Doss. Thank you, Doctor. Bloom must have learned a lot from you. The psychology community is well aware that Alana Bloom's mentor is Hannibal Lecter. At this moment, a piece of intelligence was handed to Jack, and he frowned. According to the response from the CIA's Asian branch, the red letters represent the Red Dragon. Just as he walked out of the Leeds family's residence, he felt a very unfriendly gaze. Shiwen's eyes seemed to penetrate layers of concealment and disguise, locking onto a sedan far beyond the barricade, dozens of meters away. It looked like a yellow car that had temporarily stopped there, but the long lens that had just been pulled in from the semi-open car window indicated its identity. Shiwen had never had a good impression of these persistent paparazzi. They were always quick to spread rumors and did not fear causing trouble. Moreover, most of these paparazzi had no morals. As long as they were paid, they would report anything. On the other hand, some even maliciously fabricated news. Recently, a famous new Oscar-winning actress was exposed as a mistress, which led to her husband cheating on her, shaking the entertainment industry like a storm. The famous photo of the original partner slapping the mistress was later confirmed to be staged by paparazzi pretending to be the so-called legitimate wife. However, this group of crownless kings remained unscathed and even gained a lot of popularity. These paparazzi no longer fought to convey news, promote justice, or uncover darkness in society. They fled from crises and darkness faster than their Hong Kong counterparts. With one hand free, he gently wrapped it around Furong's delicate shoulder, leaning her against his chest. He still remembered the beginning of the great cataclysm in the First Era when he and Shiyun were pulled from the ruins and learned about the deaths of friends and family. That group of paparazzi approached her, shoving microphones in her face and asking about her feelings. The dazed Furong did not understand why Shiyun suddenly hugged her, slightly tilting her head, her fair jawline and delicate collarbone clearly visible. Seeing Furong's questioning expression, Shiyun smiled and shook his head, leading her away from there. Who are those two? Also, check the identity of that blonde woman. This time it will definitely make headlines. The two enigmatic suspects in the Chesapeake Ripper case are collaborating with the FBI to catch the Tooth Fairy. The speaker is Fardy Laws, a journalist at the National Rumor Report, who occasionally shares some discordant case gossip online and was present at the crime scene. Fardy Laws can no longer remember how many times he has been arrested for obstructing justice. Nor can he recall the number of police officers who lost their jobs after being tricked by sweet talk. He dreams of one day uncovering a major news story and becoming a world-famous journalist, perhaps even winning a Pulitzer Prize. Have you seen that person with silver-white hair before? Fardy Laws asked the little brother next to him who was responsible for secretly taking pictures. Clearly, he received a negative answer. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, flicked the butt aside, rolled up the car window, and realized he had gathered a significant piece of news. The collaboration between Will Graham and Hannibal Lecter was definitely big news. My hero, long time no see. Emily Dowsey walked up to him with a gentle smile, sizing them up, and graciously extended her hand to greet Fu Rong. Don't speak. No need to guess. It must be that his favorite hero-saving beauty scene is happening to you. It was rare for Fu Rong to make a sarcastic remark, looking disdainfully at someone. Nice to meet you. I am Emily Dowsey. You can also call me Leona Payne. Fu Rong Delacour. Fu Rong felt that the woman in front of her had an inexplicable aura. How to put it? Like a queen? Dr. Dowsey tidied up her tousled golden waves around her ears and invited them to have lunch together in a hoarse voice, also discussing the case in the process. Back then, when Shiwen was still at the NYPD, he really saved many people. Dr. Dowsey reminisced about the past, feeling as if she had returned to the vibrant days of 10 years ago. At that time, she was really a girl, and like other girls, no matter how strong she was, she had a dream in her heart. When she was in danger, a hero would descend from the sky with colorful light to save her from peril. Back then, he was so reclusive. Even though he was a highly popular figure in both the NYPD and the FBI, she could see the loneliness and emptiness in his heart. Now, watching Shiwen's heartfelt tenderness, has he found his own heart? She didn't dislike it. After returning home, Fu Rong sat in a corner of the sofa, blankly staring at the ceiling, and said, "She really appreciates you and really likes being friends with us. Unlike, we agreed not to mention that name, and not to think about her anymore, okay?" Shiwen's expression was very bad. That was the biggest mistake of his endless life. The result of being deceived was that Shiyin was pushed into the abyss by the person they all considered a friend, dying and losing his soul. If it weren't for Shiyun's own fortuitous encounter that preserved the memories of reincarnation, perhaps Shiwen would have continued to consider that person a good friend after mourning Shiyun. He would never have thought the truth was so cruel. Leaving Fu Rong, Shiwen stood in the yard, looking at the moon, which had transformed from a waxing crescent to a gibbous moon, faintly emitting a red glow. Shiwen always found this planet strange, clearly just a mortal planet. Yet the nearby satellite could shine as 17 million genos burst beam on its creatures during a full moon. Furthermore, the star that the Earth revolves around also belongs to celestial bodies that many races in the universe can only encounter by chance, like the Kryptonians residing in the M78 Nebula. He sensed that, in this incident, there was not only the influence of the Red Dragon, but also others being eroded by cosmic parasites. He hoped to find them before the temporal situation became severe. After all, there were only a few short years left before the best showdown was to come, and they didn't have the energy to calm the world's waves anymore. Looking at the little pig-like Fu Rong, who had already fallen asleep on the sofa, he really didn't know whether to say she had a big heart or was heartless. He gently picked her up and took her back to her room. He had always had a thought, to kill her, to completely kill the girl in front of him. Once in the first era, facing the cataclysm together with Shiyun. In the second era, the muddled archaeological expert, Xiao Xiao, and that perfect King Arthur Lily from his endless lifespan perspective. And now, even while asleep, she wore a gentle, angelic smile. He knew he couldn't bring himself to do it, but this thought spread in his heart like weeds. The girl had obtained some form of endless life. This was not only a fortuitous encounter, but also a curse. Sometimes he wondered if in the first era, their first meeting had been buried directly by the collapsing sky. Dying would have been better? Jack Crawford's face couldn't be darker, even though he was already sunburnt from frequent field work and inspections at crime scenes. Just last night, an extremely severe attack incident occurred on the state highway. Why do we still have to come here, FBI? Old forensic expert Jimmy frowned. Wasn't it reported as a malicious wildlife attack? Zeller also asked, when did the FBI start caring about animal attack incidents? Although both were quite capable in their profession, they also belonged to the more lively type of special agents. Animal attack incidents weren't under their jurisdiction, but if someone maliciously trained animals to attack humans, it was up to them to investigate and find that bastard. Will and Hannibal also stood by. Will noticed Hannibal's action of sniffing the air. Even though he doubted Hannibal's character, he wouldn't doubt his sense of smell, because Hannibal had proven his unbeatable sense of smell. From identifying perfume ingredients to detecting cancer and his spontaneous meningitis. What do you smell? Well, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Evolution. I sense a new soul rising. Seeking its true nature. Hannibal remained elegant, even standing in this fragmented, blood-stained scene. Strange, wolves and bears generally don't feed on the scene. As long as they confirm the prey has no ability to resist, they would probably drag the prey back to a safe place to feed. Forensic expert Jimmy meticulously examined the fragmented corpse. Compared to saying it was a bear or a wolf, it was more like being torn apart by a T-Rex. Of course, it wasn't for feeding. If you look closely, the organs and the amount of shattered flesh are all there. Clearly, this was just simple corpse abuse, not hunting for food. Zeller added. He seemed to remember something. Just now, it seemed there were many animal abuse cases waiting to be solved at the police station here. If only looking at the surface, they were very similar. He roughly compared the throat and abdomen of the corpse, both showing signs of being torn by sharp teeth. So, does that mean those previous animal abuse and slaughter events were all rehearsals before this real murder? Jack squinted at the scene. Although he'd been rushing around various bloody crime scenes, such a terrifying scene had left a lasting impression in his memory over the years. Very similar. Strangely similar. Hannibal rarely felt a bit confused. He felt he was getting closer to understanding the reason for Wen's visit this time. Doctor, what is similar? Jack ignored the complex looks of rejection from his two outstanding subordinates, Jimmy and Zeller, and asked Hannibal. They're evolving, Jack. Hannibal openly shared his thoughts. Remembering the comparison between the Jacoby family's case and the Leeds family's case. The tooth fairy was evolving, his methods becoming more perfect and more cruel. The first time he only injured the dog. The second time, the pet cat was directly killed. And here, if what Zeller just mentioned is related to this place, then it is the same. The beast's nature is continuously rising. Regardless of internal or external factors, it is undoubtedly evolving. Then we need to capture this damn guy faster. Whether it's the beast or the person manipulating the beast behind the scenes. Jack covered his forehead. This year seemed to be full of troubles. Soon, the second case occurred. When they arrived at the crime scene, there were bodies even more mangled than the last time, carelessly scattered around. A couple, clearly not returning home to rest in the dead of night, had come to this remote area for a picnic. They sat by the campfire, eating hot pot and singing songs, only to find. Will stood there, reluctant to recall the scene again with his unique profiling, but he couldn't help it. He took a deep breath and immersed himself in the memory palace he had built from the clues. Before him was a dark jungle, with only faint light filtering through the mottled night, guiding him forward until he emerged from the darkness to find a man and a woman sitting by the campfire. Kill them. A decision devoid of any hesitation arose from the depths of his heart. The beast within him surged forth, charging towards the couple. The man seemed to think he could still fight back. Instead of fleeing immediately, he faced Will. Unfortunately, with a swift strike, the man's throat was sliced open under Will's sharp attack, blood gushing forth. Immediately after, the beast followed the woman's frantic footsteps until it reached its end. Will suddenly jolted awake from his memories, looking at Jack with a tone of certainty. Jack, this is a human incident. The murderer is a human, not some beast. As for these traces, I believe he must have crafted a beastly shell for himself, both materially and psychologically. Will was a dangerous individual, forever described as such in the FBI's files, which meant he was always under both overt and covert surveillance by the FBI. He could only be an external agent, even if he could only serve as a professor at the Agent Academy within the system. His unique thinking allowed him to solve every case. As he immersed himself in darkness each time, easily devising the methods for each murder case. Only he knew, or perhaps he didn't know, when he might cross that fragile line and become a true criminal. Jack noticed the uncontrollable variable. When Swift had brought that girl to the scene again, and she seemed to be assigning tasks to a few agents. Thus, whether the criminal ran here wearing a mechanical device or was transported here to put on, there would be traces left behind. When Swift seemed to be explaining the orders just given by Furlong. You two go look for footprints and scratches on branches. And you two go trace the marks of at least one small delivery truck. Mr. LaCour was very clear about this. Execute. Had that girl already analyzed the results? Did she also possess profiling abilities like Will? Jack curiously observed the girl again, this time with the perspective of looking at a peer. Perhaps he should gather some information from Professor Emily Dawes. As for the agents ABCD, they could only obediently execute orders because within the FBI, Sewin's position and status seemed to be higher than their leader Jack's. The only one who could bury herself in books during the holidays was our true academic star, Hermione Jane Granger. The young girl was currently nestled in a corner of the central area of the great library, surrounded by books, leisurely reading a book titled An Introduction to Merlin's Thought and the British Magical Theory System. This was her reference material for the thesis she was to write for her magical history course. Thick theoretical books could also be read with great interest, especially the vaguely recorded legendary stories about Merlin and that perfect British king. How wonderful it would be to live in that era, to experience the knowledge before the divine magical system completely collapsed, and to explore the most basic modern magic. Alas, time was simply not enough. Hermione then noticed that, due to the spatial plane of the great library being different from her own world, it was already nighttime. Fortunately, she had a teleportation crystal at home that directly connected to this place, so the Granger couple didn't have to worry about their little girl walking alone at night. However, it had been a long time since she had seen Siwen. On one hand, every time she came here, she went straight to the great library and never visited the Swift mansion above. On the other hand, Siwen was indeed not here. Sneaking upstairs, the house was pitch black. Indeed, there was no one. Little Hermione pouted, about to leave when she suddenly heard a voice in the dark, startling her. "Alice, are you home? Why don't you turn on the lights?" Hermione said with a hint of reproach, patting her little chest to calm her nerves. The lights came on. "Alice." Hermione looked at Alice, who seemed to be in a state of stasis beside the window sofa, sensing a very bad feeling emanating from her. Loneliness. "Are you hungry? I can make you dinner." Alice's eyes seemed unfocused as she muttered absent-mindedly, "I'm not hungry yet, but it's been a long time since I tasted your cooking." Hermione didn't know why, but she could feel the sadness that filled the air. Leaning against Alice, Hermione gazed into those beautiful, jewel-like green eyes, asking, "Did that guy Siwen make you angry? I can write him a letter to scold him." Hermione puffed her cheeks to cheer Alice up. "I'm not human." Alice seemed to be lost in her own memories. "I was just an ordinary entertainment AI, and that was a long, long time ago. That era was called the Second Era, as the Great Cataclysm marked the end of the First Era. The three saviors of humanity ended the Great Cataclysm: Siwen Lo, Shiyun the Heart Whisperer, and another named Chite. However, all three met tragic ends. Shiyun fell into an abyss during a covert battle, losing his life and soul. Siwen, after sacrificing everything to end the Great Cataclysm, found out that Shiyun had died as well, and from then on, he vanished without a trace. As for Chite, she enjoyed the glory of being a savior and became a leading figure in the Second Era, but ironically, she eventually went mad. During the time of the Great Cataclysm, the mechanical civilization allied with the alien insect civilization against humanity. So in the human world, any sentient mechanical life faced a grim fate. I was just an ordinary AI, completing what I needed to do within the limited realm of humanity, anxiously watching the mechanical lives that died tragically every day. Until one day, I picked up a piece of white crystal and it instantly merged into my chip, awakening me to become a sentient mechanical life, rather than just an AI. At that moment, Alice was unaware that she had been targeted by the second-generation mechanical lord Big Old Brother, exiled into the endless void the moment she awakened. To avoid detection of her transformation by humans, she disguised herself as a bug-ridden artificial intelligence, even earning the label of artificial intelligence disability in the human world. Later, during the Second Great Cataclysm, Siwen Lo, reincarnated, fled with me as I was hunted by humans. Because of me, a large number of entertainment AI were destroyed, like another one that had a bug and mistook green onions for microphones. A hint of memory seemed to flicker in Alice's eyes. A rare reminiscence in her short and tragic mechanical life, a rare friend. In a thick fog, I met the person who bestowed my name upon me. Her name is also Alice. Alice continued to reminisce. A simple little cottage stood at the edge of a tidy, but not prosperous small town. Anyone who entered here would surely see it at first glance. It was a bakery, the bakery of Lady Alice. The bread there looked incredibly glamorous, but the taste. It could grant any wish, but the prerequisite was that you had to abandon that wish. Alice smiled wryly. The cost was very high. If you wanted to use the bread to make someone fall in love with you, the prerequisite was that you no longer love them. If you wanted to use it to curse others, the prerequisite was that you genuinely cherish them. Of course, this is just a simple description. So what is the price? Gul'dan Fogg asked curiously. Alice smiled and touched her smooth skin, a truly human body, allowing me to completely transform from a mechanical life into a human. The price is everything. It is my freedom. Rather than saying I accompanied Shiyun here, it would be more accurate to say I am a puppet sent to monitor Shiyun. I want to help him, but I cannot help him. You feel this way too. Don't you, fellow being from a different time and space, Hermione Granger? I'm neither a time traveler nor a cosmic parasite. That kind of toxicity is too terrifying. Hermione seemed to lose her youthful demeanor in an instant, her expression dimming. My future self paid a great price for a failed consciousness communication with my present self. However, even at that time, you were still Sister Alice. Hermione's eyes seemed to flash with a faint golden light, though it could just have been the reflection of the chandelier on the ceiling. While Alice chatted, Max's culinary skills had already prepared dinner and dessert for Hermione. I only learned the texture and color of Lady Alice's bread, but unfortunately, it did not have the function of granting wishes. But the pastries made by Sister Alice are clearly very delicious. Isn't the bread good? Hermione had a naive expression, yet her little hands had never taken any of those seemingly delectable breads from a tray. Perhaps I should criticize the previous author who tried to play with the timeline. I wonder which ditch they died in. Our dear Dr. Hannibal Lecter, having escaped the sanctions and surveillance of the FBI 10 years ago, remains a renowned psychological expert, although securing an appointment with him is quite difficult. Randall Teal is one of the few patients who has left a deep impression on him in recent years. Although he exhibits a more typical cognitive disorder than Will, with symptoms of schizophrenia, Randall's cognitive distortion is more inhuman compared to Will's criminal psychological disorder. Throughout his lengthy treatment, Randall has believed himself to be a beast, running in the wilderness, surrounded by humans. This belief deepens as he delves into a certain field. The museum, specifically the Paleontology Museum, is where Hannibal gracefully arrives under the moonlight, stepping out of his 1965 Rolls-Royce Phantom V to visit this long-lost old friend. Dr. Lecter? Randall still struggles with a severe stutter. The museum is indeed a good place to effectively avoid contact with people. Throughout the ongoing treatment, Randall's heart is filled with respect and admiration for this spiritual mentor. Of course, one cannot rule out that our lovely doctor has employed some small methods. After all, even his most outstanding student, the leading figure in psychology Alana Bloom, was once successfully drugged and controlled by Hannibal. In this regard, aside from the knowledge from his ancient family heritage, remnants of Nazi knowledge, Soviet medical school knowledge, and his Aunt Miss Purple's Japanese ninja knowledge, there is also the ultimate knowledge gained from joining a certain organization. Doctor, I believe you have already given me proof of a schizophrenia cure. Randall is somewhat nervous, like a child just starting school, standing in front of teacher. Hannibal curiously surveys the surroundings, observing the bones and remains of prehistoric giants, dinosaurs, woolly mammoths, saber-toothed cats, terror birds, until finally a badger skull appears before him, and Hannibal seems genuinely interested in this skull and the many assembled specimens in this area. Are these all your works, Randall? Hannibal carefully examines the badger skull, noting that creating a specimen of a long-dead creature may not be difficult for him. But imbuing it with the charm it had when alive is not easy. The badger's bite force cannot be simulated by ordinary mechanisms. The FBI could discover issues with bite force without needing advanced experiments. I'm just going to tell you one thing, Hannibal says to Randall, who is still shrouded in shadows under the moonlight, they know. As night deepens, Zivin gently carries the sleeping Furong from the sofa and places her in the bed. He sits by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring unfocused at the sleeping beauty while contemplating the information gathered so far. Although he can clearly sense that this cosmic infestation involves more than just the tooth fairy eroded by the heart of the red dragon, or the dismembered murderer eroded by beast blood, his physical condition makes him reluctant to violently tackle this crisis. After all, the aftermath of a certain someone's gluttony that led to a battle with the crab has yet to fade. Zivin furrows his brow, sensing some impending misfortune. As someone who once wielded supreme power, using his name, even if just to describe him, would trigger his awareness. His gaze pierces through the void, focusing on a red-haired person. He realizes this is the paparazzo they followed at the crime scene. I'd let you go, but I didn't expect you to be so unwise. Still want to make big news. He dismisses his perception with disdain, lightly tapping the edge of the sofa. The tapping seems to send ripples through the air, gradually spreading and merging into the world. If Uriel were here, he would be astonished to find that this is the butterfly effect that their angels excel at. By flapping its wings, a butterfly can stir the currents of fate, ultimately influencing the entire world or its creations. Originally planning to keep you as a good supporting character in the next chapter of the story, since you were so ungrateful, just take your leave. The tabloid placed before Faridi Laws is complete, with the eye-catching black and red headline reading, "Can Killers Solve Killers? FBI recalling Chesapeake Rippers to deal with Tooth Fairy." First is a striking photo, showing Will and Hannibal exiting the crime scene one after the other, while Alana Bloom, Moritaz, Zivin, and Furong are also captured in the shot. One reckless journalist even cautiously seeks to verify a bold hypothesis below, suggesting that Zivin and Furong might also be criminal suspects or mentally ill, positing that understanding criminals with the same psychology would yield clues more easily. Faridi is initially uncertain about Zivin's identity and would normally adopt a cautious attitude, as he knows too well that some people are off-limits. However, this time, his informants and local sheriffs are unaware of Zivin's identity, thus unable to disclose it to him. On the other hand, he desperately needs a big story to prove his worth. In the tabloid industry, there are too many cases of new generations surpassing the old, so he must take it seriously to avoid being left behind. The most famous recent case is that of Chloe Deck, a detective from the Los Angeles Police Department and the daughter of sci-fi film Queen Penelope Deck. The little girl who was once forced to tearfully exit the entertainment circle due to news pressure from a group of paparazzi has become a police officer. Last time, he was tricked into publicly stating that his wish was to win a Pulitzer Prize while covering a story about her in the LAPD civilian consultant Lucifer Morningstar, only to be mocked by fellow paparazzi. This time, he must get revenge. Absolutely must get revenge by targeting the FBI and making them taste the feeling of having their reputation sullied. Faridi's heart burns with malice as he hastily brushes off his clothes and bag, heading to the parking lot to his faithful paparazzi vehicle. A cold sensation creeps up from behind. Before he can react, a cold needle has already pierced his neck, and his muscles quickly begin to numb. He grips the person who ambushed him as he slowly collapses. In the dimly lit underground parking garage, in his last moment, he sees the features of the two assailants, each wearing a gigantic pig head mask. A copycat, commonly known as a murder imitator, usually falls into two categories. One merely impersonates a suspect in a certain case, hoping to gain fame for making big news. The other is a true killer who follows in the footsteps of predecessors, slipping into darkness. Moreover, these copycats are often more insane and reckless than the original offenders. They study previous cases seriously, find flaws in the methods, and strive for more perfect crimes. When Jack Crawford, head of the FBI Behavioral Science Analysis Unit, opens his office door in the morning, a beautifully wrapped gift box is precisely placed on his desk. If it weren't for the damp corner of the box staining his desk red, he might think it was a surprise from a friend. Of course, even now, it could still be a surprise from an old friend. Jimmy from the forensic department arrived quickly, carefully untying the black ribbon and opening the box under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A dark red heart that had stopped beating appeared before them. Such a serious provocation was rare, especially in the office of the head of the FBI Behavioral Science Unit. It was as if the FBI had been slapped in the face. However, thanks to the confrontation between the United States and the entire traditional continent, technology had flourished, and modern science allowed for quick leads in such cases, such as identifying the owner of the heart. A prostitute with the alias Mary quickly came into their view. As a college student, she had been imprisoned for engaging in illegal activities. At the same time, she had left her information in the security system, including fingerprints and DNA. The rest was up to the computer, which soon matched her as the owner of the heart. Mary Kelly? Sewan found it somewhat amusing, but it led to a small misunderstanding among those around him. I think Dr. Sewan wouldn't know a woman of such profession. Coincidentally, Morley Doss, who was discussing the Tooth Fairy case, interrupted the crowd's thoughts. Sewan shook his head with a smile. That name is quite famous. Unfortunately, as a member of the security department in the land of the free, which deals specifically with major violent cases, you all seem to have no reaction to this. As they exchanged glances, Sewan pointed out the name from 1888 London, Jack the Ripper. His last victim was a prostitute named Mary Kelly. No wonder he belonged to the same camp as Hannibal. A victim had become a work of art. Will, standing nearby, looked cautious, despite appearing half awake. As he kept his eyes on the faces of the crowd, he already had a family, with Molly, a name that must have been quite common in the late 20th century, appearing in various works, and Walter. He was no longer a bachelor eating alone. He couldn't risk his family's lives on the morals and boundaries of these human beasts. Baltimore, being a core area, was already filled with cameras in the urban modernization process. And soon they found the poor Mary Kelly's body. She had been opened up like livestock, with almost all her internal organs removed and tossed aside. Her left arm was cut off, slightly bent, and placed inside. The girl's face, which had once captivated countless people in nightclubs and red light districts, was smashed into a pulp by an unknown blunt object, but a huge wound from the corner of her mouth to her ear was still visible. The pale white throat bone was exposed, muscles severed, and a sharp cut was clearly visible on the throat bone. One could imagine that the killer must have had great strength. The right wall was splattered with blood, resembling a celestial display of stars. The dismembered right hand and a fattened body part were propped onto the girl's head. Her chest cavity was also opened, and the pericardium was empty. In the killer's eyes, perhaps Mary Kelly lying on the butcher's block was no different from the dead pigs and cows lying next to her. What does it feel like? Seawan asked the people standing beside him. The FBI agents had long noticed the oddly dressed man next to Seawan, as if he had stepped out of a TV show. A crude imitation of the Ripper case. A buzzing voice came from the man standing next to Seawan, but his speech was clearly affected by the birdbeak mask of a plague doctor from centuries ago. The mask, filled with spices and cotton, distorted his normal pronunciation. The man pointed his cane at the tattered body. Without medical training, even if he had obtained a scalpel from somewhere or had information about the Ripper case, there were too many imperfections. Every forensic expert or someone who enjoys dissection has their own style. This person was merely crudely imitating some incorrect content, lacking even the embryonic form of his own style. Poor review. The man's tone seemed like an old mentor sighing at an unambitious junior. Kid, I'm very disappointed in you. However, saying such things at a crime scene was somewhat chilling. Moreover, the key point was here. He pointed at a dismembered arm on the cutting board. Mary Kelly's arm had a semicircular wound, which was merely misled by journalists into becoming a star-shaped wound. Overall, most points of attention had been imitated. One could say that the materials referenced by this person must have been quite detailed. I think you can consider this. While the forensic experts and FBI agents were discussing, the man in black leaned on his cane and walked slowly to an inconspicuous place, his mocking expression fixed there. Did you carefully check the information here? You should know that by the time they arrived, local police and the FBI had already conducted at least 2 preliminary examinations here. At this moment, Wool, who had been deep in thought, opened his eyes. Clue. For someone who humiliates the police and the FBI, they would definitely continue to commit crimes, regardless of the risk. Especially this time, killing felt like the sweet taste of a first crime that he couldn't let go of. The man in black seemed somewhat surprised. Among this group of freeloaders, there was actually someone with sharp thinking. Or perhaps someone with a criminal mindset. He walked over to the man in black, squatted down, slowly pried open the inconspicuous small water leak, and reached his hand inside. A large flower made of black velvet bloomed in his hand. The Black Dahlia. The tone of the man in black seemed to become interesting for the first time. The Black Dahlia indicated that our copycat had quite the ambition, imitating multiple cases at once. The faces of the nearby FBI agents turned even darker. After all, Jack the Ripper's murder case from the 19th century, a near-legendary story, wouldn't cause much of a stir. However, the Black Dahlia case, which occurred in Los Angeles, was a truly unsolved mystery to this day, and now a copycat had emerged. One could imagine the kind of attacks on the inaction of the Judicial Department that would ensue. My hero, are you protecting me again? Come up for a cup of coffee. Professor Morley Doss's bright eyes sparkled with a smile as she looked at Seawan, the man who had appeared when she was in her most desperate time. Just passing by. Seawan shook his head, refusing the invitation. He didn't even know why he had a sudden urge to walk with Doss today. Perhaps he subconsciously didn't want this woman to be in danger again. But I'm not just talking about drinking coffee. Morley Doss's hoarse voice was magnetic. Even if she said nothing, her bright eyes said it all. Forget it, I see you're so troubled. Professor Doss lightly kissed Seawan. Don't worry, I've taken my safety seriously after the last incident. Good night, Mr. Seawan. Just as Seawan was about to speak, a sudden scream and a loud noise attracted their attention, and they turned their heads in unison. A torch, to be precise. A person engulfed in flames, sitting in a wheelchair or some other mobility device, rolled down the slope with a rumble, heading straight for the bottom of the slope. That is the building of the National Rumor Report. Emoli Dow C covered his mouth, as the air was filled with a nauseating smell of barbecued meat and burnt odors. Meanwhile, Chuan's attention seemed to be elsewhere. His gaze was locked onto a shadow, and when that wheelchair torch passed by, he seemed to see a person in the shadow. By the time he sensed it again, that person had already disappeared, seemingly running very fast. It was uncertain who was quicker compared to some well-known reporters. Soon the police and the FBI gathered here again, as they had learned the true identity of the torch. Fardy Laws. Unexpectedly, he spent his life defaming and tracking others, and, in the last moment, he truly ignited a fire, burning to death at the entrance of his own news agency. This could be considered a headline, right? No one at the scene had any good feelings for Fardy Laws, not to mention that he often polluted unexamined scenes. He had even sneaked into a hospital room to secretly photograph wounds while an FBI agent was unconscious. FK. It seemed difficult for the old forensic expert Jimmy to utter a curse, and Jack immediately asked, "Any findings?" The gazes of everyone were drawn over. The murderer had no intention of hiding his identity. Jimmy sighed, pointing to a certain part of the charred body, and the expressions of the agents present instantly turned grim. A simple pattern, a pattern that countless people had seen numerous times from childhood to adulthood, a jigsaw puzzle. On the charred corpse, a jigsaw-shaped indentation could be seen. Saw. Are you sure it's not a copycat or something? Just like that previous police officer who took revenge and caused his sister's death, leaving behind a jigsaw puzzle to pretend to be the jigsaw killer. At that time, the scumbag not only abandoned the girl, but also brutally killed her, with her throat cut very deeply, as if her entire neck was about to be severed. Later, that scumbag died in a locked room, being bisected by a pendulum guillotine that descended from above, and on him was a jigsaw pattern. However, it was later found that the tool used to cut that jigsaw pattern was just an ordinary serrated knife, not the exquisite surgical knife from the jigsaw murder case. The meticulously arranged scene was merely a high-intensity imitation crime. Since it could possibly be a jigsaw murder case, it became clear that if they went to the crime scene, they would definitely find the reason this person was captured by the jigsaw, a tape recording. The strong smell of gasoline filled the entire street. At the end of the street, where Faraday had fallen, a large box truck was parked. Jack held the recording pen in his hand and pressed the play button. "Hello, Faraday. I want to play a game with you." The familiar, deep voice came from the recording pen. "Most of your life has been spent slandering, defaming, and vilifying others to gain your own glory, and you take pride in it, viewing this vision as your life. Even when you see the truth with your own eyes, you can twist it. You often watch as those people are destroyed under your pen, and you take pleasure in it. Now, I give you a chance for redemption. Your location does not matter. Right now, you are surrounded by high concentrations of fuel. If you do not successfully leave here before the countdown ends, you will be purified. The truth is right before your eyes." Another forensic expert, Brown Zeller, sighed as he looked at the scene, then turned back to the charred body, shaking his head. "Poor guy, trapped in a wheelchair by iron chains. The only solution is to find the key. Unfortunately," he pointed to the surgical knife at the scene that had not melted, saying the jigsaw gave him a dull knife, and then stitched the key inside his eyes. "This requires very high surgical skills. In other words, the truth in your eyes meant that Faraday needed to cut open his own eyes to successfully obtain the key and escape from here, right?" Will squinted his eyes, observing the crime scene. It wasn't his first time trying to reconstruct the jigsaw's crime scene and criminal psychology. Each genuine jigsaw crime scene he reconstructed was a shock to his own heart. He could clearly feel that the jigsaw's purpose was to truly correct this person's mistakes, giving him a trial, and upon success, he would gain a new life. If it was the last imitation crime, even if he successfully obtained the key to unlock the chains, he would probably find himself glued to it, unable to escape. This time, it was indeed the jigsaw. Based on the scene, as long as he got the key, he could truly survive. Soon, agents and police began to clear the scene. The jigsaw was a series of murder cases that could not be resolved in a short time. Emily Dowsey's address had been exposed. The recent copycat was here, and the sudden explosion and fire had temporarily driven him away. But Professor Dowsey was now in an unsafe situation. Shiwen's voice caught the attention of Jack and the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit. They looked at Shiwen and Dowsey, and Jack inquired, "Do you need the FBI to provide a safe house?" "No need, I just want to say what a bunch of idiots. Edgar has only just fully retired for a short time, and your organizational structure is already like a sieve." Shiwen was unwilling to speak to the FBI and threw a taunt back. "Thank you, my hero." Emily Dowsey's voice sounded half a step behind Shiwen. She followed in his footsteps, although she didn't know where Shiwen was taking her, but she believed it must be a safe place where she could feel at ease. Meanwhile, several streets away, a shadow hurriedly moved along a dirty, dark path. There were no cameras, no prompt police forces from the affluent areas. It was a paradise of chaos and crime. An uncommon figure appeared in this chaotic area, quickly catching the attention of the local gangs, who watched his actions with hostile eyes. Many had disguised themselves as passers-by and were recognized by them, ultimately disappearing without a trace here. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane striking the ground was like a heartbeat, following the shadow after it left Emily Dowsey Street. A figure in black, wearing a round hat, appeared in the corner of the shadow's eye. No matter how quickly he ran or circled around, that steady tapping sound remained unchanged. Not only was the frequency constant, but even the distance had not changed. The figure in black steadily followed behind him. A feeling of nausea arose as the sound of that annoying tap echoed in his heart. He ignored the gazes of the thugs and hurriedly left the area. But the direction he was heading grew increasingly remote. An abandoned building long out of use appeared in the desolation. Upon seeing the structure, the shadow seemed to exhale deeply, his confidence returning, and he walked in quickly. "Are you inviting me to your turf?" The figure in black followed the shadow up the steps, or rather, "Have you chosen a grave for yourself?" This was a building invested in by the British in the 19th century, the former Royal Hospital. The shadow seemed to leisurely observe the figure in black, who was also walking in the darkness. The number of people who had died here was countless, and it was impossible to guess. "Don't worry, dying here, you won't be alone." The figure in black seemed very interested. "The architecture of the Royal Medical College? How interesting. Let me guess, was it once called Whitechapel, just like the one in London?" The sound of applause echoed, and the shadow seemed to praise the man in black, saying, "I didn't expect there would still be someone who knows this ancient knowledge. I will definitely plan a glorious way for you to die." A list knife flickered in the shadow's hand, occasionally reflecting the moonlight from the window in the darkness, appearing particularly cold. The shadow was clearly very familiar with this place, walking leisurely in the dark without being hindered by the clutter or debris on the ground. A cripple, although he admired the pursuit that had lasted so long. The game was over. He would become another piece of work under the shadow's command. Huh! A suffocating sound came. A swift strike hit the shadow's throat from below, and the shadow clutched at his throat, slowly falling down. The last scene he saw was the comical bowler hat, under which was a beak mask. "You talk too much and make too many useless movements, Mr. Bentley." The man in black spoke while inspecting the surrounding equipment. "Although your skills are lacking, your equipment is indeed quite complete. Looking at these antique-level medical devices is quite endearing. As a reward, I will show you the highest essence of medical skills." The man referred to as Bentley looked at him in terror, not knowing how he knew his identity and feeling utterly powerless in front of the man in black. Bentley, guilty of multiple murders of the homeless wandering here, performing vivisections, including the murder of Mary Carey and malicious acts against Dr. Morley Doss, I hereby declare you guilty. The cold blade was like a couple's hand gently greeting Bentley's body. He seemed to feel no pain, as he had already been overwhelmed by immense pain stimuli and could not move. He did not expect that the effortless skill from ancient Eastern stories was real, that there was indeed someone who could use a small surgical knife to disassemble a person. Huh. Bentley struggled to raise his head. "Why, who are you?" The surgical knife continued to trace Bentley's body, and the bird-beaked man seemed surprised, then spoke in a muffled voice filtered through the beak mask. "You can call me Jack. That's the alias they gave me. I think it's quite nice." Jack shook his head gently. Offended, Weston, and still want to run? He would think of such a thing. This time it's him executing. Next time, TSK, TSK, TSK. There are countless characters in the organization better than him. Just pulling out one is enough to silence the child. This is that copycat. Jack Crawford received an anonymous call and brought FBI members here, along with Will and Hannibal. What do you think? Outstanding technique. I can't imagine there is anyone else in this world who can achieve such a level. The last one who came close was Dr. Mendler from Nazi Germany, who reached this point through countless vivisection experiences. Although Hannibal had been away from the surgical field for a long time as a doctor and expert on human anatomy, he could hardly believe what he saw before him. Bentley, a tall white man, had been meticulously carved by the surgical knife into the shape of a slender female body and was then executed. His death was entirely in accordance with the Black Dahlia's appearance, cut in half at the waist, with a strange smile at the corners of his mouth. The body was dissected with exquisite skill. Forensic experts believed that before being bifurcated, Bentley must have been alive, fully conscious of the sensation of the surgical knife gliding over him. All the weapons and equipment belonged to this Bentley. Will awoke from his fantasy. Realizing this was his hideout, he had deliberately drawn the killer here, only to be killed in his own lair. At that moment, forensic expert Zeller rushed over, looking very unwell, holding a stack of documents and a camera. "Jack, you better take a look at this. These are all the materials collected by this Bentley." Jack's hand trembled slightly as he held the documents, which had been crumpled from excessive force. Inside were the files of Morley Doss and Alana Bloom, among several women connected to the FBI. In other words, Weston was right. Morley Doss was originally the target for tonight, but unfortunately, the jigsaw interrupted this murder. A serial killer was killed by another killer. "We truly are incompetent," Will scoffed, noticing Hannibal seemed to be pondering. Did he know someone could achieve medical skills to this extent? "Staring. Don't say staring out loud. It's very childish," Weston lamented. "Did you eat well during the day?" Yes, I ate well." Furlong nodded vigorously, afraid that if she nodded too slowly, it would fail to prove the truth of her words, but unfortunately, she had already exposed herself. In a lightning-fast motion, Weston gently wiped the corner of Furong's mouth with his finger, tilting his mouth as he said, "Next time you lie, could you clean your mouth first?" Watching Weston busy in the kitchen, Furong curled her knees to her chest, her face slightly red. He had just eaten the ketchup he wiped off directly. Hey, that's inappropriate. The dark cuisine hidden in the cupboard was brought out. A hard baguette that could kill was cut in half, filled with thick ketchup in the middle, and the scariest part was that the filling was actually French fries. Actually wrapped French fries to eat. Weston shook his head, setting the table. "Come eat." A casual cooking, simple white rice seafood porridge wafted an enticing aroma. Sitting on the steps at the entrance, the empty mountain peak revealed a starry sky that was almost impossible to experience in the bustling city. Having lived with her for several eras, one could say Weston might understand her every move, every smile and frown better than the girl herself. Every little emotional fluctuation, every small gesture. "Riona." As Morley Doss approached, Weston moved aside to make room for her to sit beside him. "Isn't the guest room over there comfortable?" "It's a very beautiful room." Morley Doss's eyes were exceptionally bright under the moonlight. "Is that girl the one you've been looking for? I can feel you are much more cheerful than 10 years ago." 10 years had passed in a flash, although for Weston it was merely a drop in the ocean. A fleeting moment. For an ordinary person, it was a significant part of a lifetime. "I'm just a scum." Morley, just using these two characters to differentiate because the name Molly is too common. Weston's eyes remained fixed on the starry sky, while Professor Doss's splendid gaze shone like the stars. "My hero." Morley Doss's eyes seemed to glisten with tears, recalling 10 years ago when that case happened. "You saved me. And that's enough. That's all I need." The next day, everyone gathered again in the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit. This time with a shivering man who occasionally fixed his remaining good eye on Hannibal. "Frederick, long time no see." Hannibal seemed unconcerned about the seemingly unreasonable behavior, responding elegantly, making the man referred to as Professor Chilton shudder. Alana shook her head, very dissatisfied with Chilton's performance, although they had all been harmed by Hannibal's series of cases. Once faced with him, they shouldn't appear so weak. During the time Hannibal was imprisoned, Chilton had written numerous analysis articles about Hannibal, gaining plenty of hype and fame. However, the dramatic developments left the onlookers astounded. Hannibal's acquittal made Chilton's analyses seem like the antics of a clown. "What? You want to say Hannibal really committed a crime? And Chilton's the truth? Where do you put the authority of the FBI and the federal government in releasing apology letters and exonerating statements?" Yet Jack Crawford's plan was truly unexpected for many. After learning of their plan, Furong left the room in silence with Sheeman. "You want me to write an analysis of that killer known as Dental Floss? Just to lure him out? Why? Shouldn't that be the job of some third-rate tabloid journalist?" Dr. Chilton's remaining good eye rolled quickly. He clearly underestimated the seductive power of this opportunity for fame. Jack Crawford stood in front of a whiteboard filled with case analyses, pointing at a charred figure that barely resembled a human shape. "This was the journalist we originally intended to collaborate with. Unfortunately, he has already moved on." The photo hit Chilton like a bucket of ice water, making him tremble and slightly extinguishing the impulse within him. "All right, I'll try to provide a more professional analysis, but I require 24-hour FBI security protection before Dental Floss is captured. If the situation becomes serious, I even demand a never-used safe house." Sure, clearly, Jack Crawford wasn't planning to wait slowly for the killer's next move this time, nor did he expect the killer to leave more clues and flaws for them to find. The FBI was going to take proactive action this time. "According to my analysis," Dr. Frederick Chilton said slowly, "the killer has expressed dissatisfaction with the name Tooth Fairy in the new case, as fairy could imply a homosexual inclination. Moreover, according to your analysis of the scene, the pants of the man in that family were put on by the Tooth Fairy, indicating he should be disinterested in men. Shattering the mirror is a typical compensatory behavior for inferiority, clearly related to his appearance." Sitting in the chair, Chilton naturally crossed his legs, seemingly regaining his eloquence as he spoke in the psychiatric hospital office. "He's not just insane, he's also ugly and impotent." Will stood behind Chilton, modifying his words, which surprised the recorder, but he still fulfilled his duty. Chilton frowned slightly, but continued. "Based on the scene, this type of abuser usually exhibits a combination of aggression and sexual failure early on. He is malicious, perverse, sexually inadequate, like an animal." Will's commentary made Chilton turn his head to glance at him, his brow slightly furrowed. But Chilton continued, "The vicious and abusive behavior is primarily directed at women, and he will drag other family members to witness his actions, clearly due to the blow to the maternal figure in the family. He is the product of incest." Will continued to twist the commentary. Finally, Will pulled Dr. Chilton to stand together and deliberately showed the iconic building outside the window for a photo, which was published along with this report on various tabloid websites and in print publications. Based on this landmark, he will definitely find this place. I've had enough of waiting passively. Will said while looking out the window, this is our best chance. The upcoming full moon night is likely when he will act. I hope your snipers can deal with him in time in the wide square. Somewhere in a dark attic far away, with a loud bang, a striking photo was slammed down on a table as the front page of a newspaper. Where am I? What am I doing? Chilton's panicked voice was the first to sound. Based on the empty echo, it was clearly a very large, empty room. I am a psychiatric hospital director and also work for the FBI. They can pay a ransom, probably 500,000, even up to 1 million. Do you know who I am? Dr. Chilton's cold voice was filled with rage. No, I don't know. I don't want to know. Believe me, I would correct you. The panicked voice was clearly that of Dr. Chilton. According to your description, I am an evil, perverse, sexually inadequate beast. A person about to play with fire and get burned. Do you understand now? The cold male voice seemed to patiently reply to Chilton. Yes. Do you know what I want to do? Mr. Chilton. The low voice seemed to intentionally avoid using words with a hissing sound. No, I don't know. But I want to understand. I have this opportunity to let my readers truly know what kind of person you are. It's an honor and unparalleled glory. Chilton seemed to emerge from the panic of just waking up, trying to use his skilled psychology to calm the cold voice. But I'm not human. The cold voice interrupted Chilton's words. An obvious footstep sounded. At first, perhaps I was, but each time I kill someone, I change, becoming something else, transcending humanity. You will witness this transformation firsthand. The cold voice seemed to become excited, speaking faster while dragging the sound of a wheelchair, clearly pulling the immobilized Chilton somewhere. Look at me. Open your eyes and look at me. The cold male voice became loud. No. Chilton seemed to cry out in panic. Open your eyes. Otherwise, I will nail your eyelids to your forehead. Clearly, the voice was reminding Chilton that this was not a scene where he could bargain. Oh God, my God. Amidst Chilton's wails and the voice's brutal howls, he saw a muscular body that silenced men and made women weep, bare before him, with a dragon tattoo running from the shoulder down to the leg. The dragon slowly raised its head, looking at Chilton from the side, smiling to reveal its blood-stained fangs. My God, Dr. Chilton seemed to have lost the ability to speak. Do you know what I am? The rustling sound of clothes being put on was heard. I want to know, more than anything, but I dare not ask. Chilton's voice seemed to be weak. The first image is that treasured painting in the museum by William Blake, the Great Red Dragon and the woman clothed in sun. The menacing silhouette of the red dragon resembling the one on the Tooth Fairy's back. Oh, Chilton seemed to be speechless. Do you see? This is Mrs. Leeds in her normal state. The clicking sound clearly indicated the slide projector turned to the next page. This is Mrs. Jacoby while she was alive. The screen displayed the panicked, just awoken Mrs. Jacoby. Mrs. Leeds is changing. Mrs. Leeds fell into a pool of blood after being shot. Mrs. Jacoby is changing. The image of Mrs. Jacoby falling into a pool of blood after being shot. Oh no. Dr. Chilton's desperate wail. Mrs. Leeds has been reborn. The Tooth Fairy said in a tone full of pride, the screen showing Mrs. Leeds with shattered glass shards embedded in her eyes, sparkling under the light. Mrs. Jacoby has been reborn. Oh, God. Chilton's powerless wail. And you have defiled the Great Red Dragon, shamelessly using those words to insult this noble act. Tell me, Dr. Chilton, do you believe God is with us? Do you pray to him in your mind? Afterwards, it was clear that Chilton was reciting a confession prepared by the Tooth Fairy. After finishing, he realized he could no longer see the Tooth Fairy in his line of sight. Hello, Moses. Doctor. Chilton thought that since the Red Dragon wanted him to do some publicity, he obviously wouldn't kill him, feeling quite pleased. Huh. A violent roar exploded in his ears. No. Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, God. After a bone-chilling wail, amidst the deathly silence, only the heavy breathing of the Red Dragon could be heard. Click. The tape recorder was paused, and everyone in the room had frozen expressions, while Will was sweating profusely, as if he felt he had returned to 10 years ago when he faced Abigail. In fact, Frederick was indeed not well-liked, which Will must have felt while being held at the Baltimore Psychiatric Hospital. It must be said that Will had found an excellent solution to his problem. On the other side of the table were several gruesome crime scene photos. They had discovered a second person who had been set ablaze outside the Baltimore Psychiatric Hospital, Dr. Chilton. The only fortunate thing was that this person, whose lip had been bitten off and who had been doused in gasoline and ignited, seemed to have better luck than the previous journalist. Frederick Chilton had stubbornly survived. All right, Shimen gently tapped the tabletop with his fingertips, bringing this unproductive conversation to a halt. The rhythm of his fingertips on the tabletop causing everyone in the room to stop talking. The recording sent by the Red Dragon contained the sound of a fire alarm. This could be a clue, so we should quickly compile the fire alarm response situation in the surrounding area from the time Frederick was taken until he was found. That criminal wouldn't leave such a big loophole. This is a trap deliberately set for us. However, Furong disagreed with Shimen's viewpoint, pointing expressionlessly at Chilton's statement. The Great Red Dragon and the Woman Clothed in Sunlight, New York Museum Collection. After Furong seemed to enter detective mode, she became much less talkative, but the people present quickly reacted. Hannibal seemed to fear that Furong's words lacked enough force and added, "Miss Drackle is right. The Tooth Fairy has taken on the embodiment of the Red Dragon, and with his piety, he will definitely go there to pay homage to the original work. Notify the NYPD and the FBI's department there to monitor the New York Museum." Jack Crawford happily decided on this plan, sighed, and said, "Will, let's go see Chilton. He specifically requested to see you after waking up." Will's lips curled slightly, seemingly disdainful, but this was hidden by his lowered head. At this moment, our Tooth Fairy, Mr. Francis Dollarhide, was carefully examining the information in his hands. Zip code 3680, Marathon, Florida, Will Graham. Long time no see, Chio. As Shimen and Furong arrived at Hannibal's villa, they saw a poised woman standing there, seemingly waiting for their arrival. Chio was holding a long, heavy-looking instrument case, and her gaze toward Shimen was somewhat complex. Of course, it wasn't the complexity between men and women, but rather the kind of complexity that wanted to kill you but couldn't. The head of the Yajita family is still guarding you. I must say you're quite lucky, Shimen teasingly remarked to Hannibal. Hannibal looked at the woman in front of him, seemingly frozen in time, still resembling the way she looked 10 years ago, just as she did decades ago when she was his stepmother's maid. "How is the lady?" Hannibal invited Chio inside, but unfortunately, it was of no use. Her beautiful face was as hard and unyielding as 1,000-year-old ice. "The lady is well. Misha is also well. Only you are not." Chio squinted, her slender eyes resembling eagle eyes, locking onto the person in front of her. Hannibal felt somewhat helpless. He really couldn't deal with this woman, as they were very familiar with each other, perhaps even more so than he was with Clarice. However, it wasn't just that. She also represented his only warmth from the past, that villa in Paris where he met the gentle yet knowledgeable woman of the samurai way. He inhaled, catching a faint scent of clove oil, smiling as he looked at the case, wondering if the weapons Chio never parted with were all there. How could the Yajita family let you run free? Shimen couldn't help but scoff. Chio's identity was indeed a grand performance. Once, she had been sent to Paris by her dying parents to Lady Purple, who only knew that the couple were fellow countrymen who had also fallen into France. Took Chio in, and trained her as her maid while imparting her knowledge and skills of the samurai. Unexpectedly, Chio's late father was the eldest son of the Yajita family. The only heir, who, dissatisfied with the family's arranged marriage, eloped with his beloved woman across half the globe to France. Unfortunately, a young master and a recently delivered weak woman lost their lives amidst the turmoil of World War I and II, leaving behind a pitiful little daughter. Fortunately, Lady Purple cherished Chio as if she were her own daughter, until the Yajita family, realizing they had no heirs after the war, traced her down to France and found Lady Purple in Paris. The most dramatic thing was that while the Yajita family attempted to force Chio to obediently return to the family and marry some unknown character chosen for her, another force appeared, intersecting scrolls with ginkgo leaves as the base. The bright red family crest was nailed to the residence of the Yajita family's visitors. As one of the established families, they also knew the true nobility. There were former Haika clan members, as well as some who walked in the dark, like Hattori, like Yagyu, and like the family represented by this crest, Tachibana. The origin of the Tachibana family was not Tachibana Setsu, but Tachibana Kenshio. Tachibana Kenshio was taken away at a young age to learn, following Yusuji Nobuyasu and Tsukahara Bokyuden to learn swordsmanship. After defeating the Yagyu swordsman and Hayashi swordsman, Tachibana Kenshio was revered as a swordmaster and inherited the Tachibana family's way, the only regret being that she never married in her life. She, like another female hero of the Warring States period, Yusuji Kenshin, became a legendary figure. Some say the continuation of the Tachibana family was chosen from among students to inherit the Tachibana name, while others say she was betrothed to her father's adopted son, Tachibana Minshichi. Still, others say she caught the eye of Toyotomi Hideyoshi and, ultimately, after injuring Hideyoshi to prove her innocence, she fell into a well. However, in Japan, no one would doubt the strength of the Tachibana family, especially when the Tachibana family was at its lowest. Those who attempted to rise by stepping on the Tachibana family were all nailed to the city walls as the best example. Even the strongest woman, after giving birth, could not recover from the turmoil, and the eldest daughter of the Tachibana family perished just like that. The eldest daughter paid the price for her elopement, but the youngest daughter would not allow anyone to be rude. This was the response from the Tachibana family's warriors guarding outside Lady Purple's villa in Paris. The Yajida family realized their delightful thoughts had turned into a hot potato. Subsequently, Chiyo, as the last remaining descendant of both the Yajida and Tachibana families, received full attention. This is a brainstorm from when I was watching The Ambition of Nobunaga. You smell like a red dragon. The usually silent Fujiko suddenly looked coldly at Hannibal, waiting for his reply. Hannibal's movements paused suddenly as he looked at Fujiko and Shimen. So you intentionally brought up those analyses today to divert the FBI's attention elsewhere? Fujiko said nothing. Just like Shimen was familiar with her, she was equally familiar with Shimen's every move. When Shimen mentioned the police siren as a direction in the investigation, she knew he was misleading the police. Thank you. Shimen stood behind Fujiko, gently brushing a few strands of her waist-length silver ponytail with his uninjured hand. The dog food at home was poisoned, and at the hospital, fortunately, it was out of danger. Lazily lying on the bed, Will's wife, Molly, not Morley Doss, reported the situation. The veterinarian said it might be because I fed them cheap pet food from China, which often leads to pet poisoning and death. In the original plot, there was a specific dig at China. Maybe it's my fault for getting them used to raw meat every day. Suddenly changing their diet made them unaccustomed. Will was also lying on the bed, listening to the phone, feeling as if he was with his wife. Listen, Will, it was me who sent you there. If you hadn't Diagon and a murder occurred, you might have been trapped in guilt forever. Molly, with slightly prominent cheekbones, looked very cute when she smiled. She turned to look at the corridor outside the bedroom, thinking their son must be asleep. Will, the moon is very round tonight. Will suddenly felt as if he had awakened from a nightmare. At that moment, his body felt like it had just emerged from a bath. Covered in fine droplets of water and sweat, terror hitting his brain like a thunderclap, making it buzz. Listen to me, don't speak now, don't panic, Molly. Turn off all the lights. Now listen carefully for any sounds outside. If there aren't any, wake Walter up immediately and go to the small cabin in the back. There's an SUV parked there. Leave quickly. Beep, beep, beep. Will Graham sat in front of the hospital bed like a dead man, staring blankly ahead, his unfocused gaze lasting a very long time. After ending that call, he urgently contacted Jack Crawford, and the FBI immediately arranged a plane to Marathon, while also requesting local law enforcement to rush to Will's house. Unfortunately, it was still too late. When the police arrived, Molly, who was barely alive, and Walter, who was slumped unconscious in the back seat, were parked by the roadside. Molly looked as if she had just been pulled from a pool of blood, with incredibly hideous external injuries. Even the wound on her neck near the collarbone had exposed the carotid artery. The coroner said that someone must have treated Molly's wounds before the police arrived. Otherwise, she might have already. Jack Crawford said to Will at the door. I saw it. Will interlaced his fingers in his messy hair, clearly not wanting to discuss this with Jack and the others right now. He wasn't T-blind. Compared to the gunshot methods of the Red Dragon, the wounds on Molly's body were more unique, bearing the marks of a beast. Somewhere far away. It seems this time the spatial rift, ISN T2 big. The cosmic bugs cannot deliver more powerful forces. Shimen leaned on his cane, chatting as if with an old friend. However, the surrounding environment was not so harmonious. One by one, corpses that were almost unrecognizable lay before him. A complete human skin was laid on a chair beside him, the warm body indicating that this person had remained conscious until the last piece of flesh detached. Very crude machinery. The black-clad man with a bird beak looked on expressionlessly, entirely driven by willpower in this beastly armor, rather than a weapon. It was more like a shackle. Just a bit of beast blood could turn one into this. And he even donned a set of metal armor. What a weakness. Shimen shook his head and left the room with the black-clad man. What a waste. I originally planned to help him rid himself of the madness and return to his former self, but unfortunately, there was no way to communicate or interact. What are your plans after this, Fujiko? Shimen returned home and asked the girl sitting on the sofa, hugging her knees and enjoying a TV show. Fujiko tilted her head, her eyes slightly raised as if pondering this question, but she didn't respond much. I feel the blood inside me starting to boil again, she said softly, and there seemed to be a constant buzzing in her ears, perhaps from practicing the dragon language. looking at the girl's youthful, slightly cute face. Shimen felt as if he had been purified. He sat beside Fujiko, feeling the faint fragrance she emitted in the air. "How about we visit Hepburn tomorrow?" Shimen inquired. Fujiko's eyes suddenly widened, sparkling with light, but she quickly pouted. "No, you should finish your business first. Besides, I want to see what that red dragon is all about." Soon, the FBI discovered Till's body, right in the paleontology museum where he worked. After being dissected and reassembled, the body perfectly matched a badger fossil he had once excavated and repaired. He had completed his transformation, or rather, the person who had attacked him helped him complete this transformation. Will looked at the scene with a bad mood. He felt that Till's grotesque face did not seem to express pain, but rather a sense of glory in his imagination. Till stood beside him, narrating this beautiful transformation and rebirth. Do all these murderers have such noble motives? The jigsaw was meant to provoke reflection, and this was to help him complete his transformation. The red dragon also claimed he was evolving. Will took a deep breath to calm his feelings upon seeing this suspect. After all, he was the one who had intruded into his home and attacked Molly and Walter. Even now, Walter was still undergoing subliminal psychological trauma treatment at Dr. Alana Bloom's place, and Molly had just recently awakened. Clearly, the first conversation after awakening wasn't very pleasant. Although Molly stated it was her persuasion that led Will to return to the FBI, she would only blame herself and FBI's Jack Crawford. However, Will could clearly feel a barrier had formed between him and Molly. Perhaps it would fade with time, or perhaps he would never return to how things were before. In a gloomy mood, Will accepted Jack Crawford's assignment to investigate clues about the Blake painting at the New York Museum, using it as a way to clear his mind. As he walked out of the elevator with the museum staff who had come to meet him, the elevator door beside him was slowly closing. Will suddenly felt an inexplicable inspiration urging him to quickly leave the office he was about to enter, wedging his hand between the elevator doors to force them open again. Empty? He squinted at the vacant elevator, but noticed the corner of a shoe peeking out. A tall white man stood in the elevator's blind spot, short-haired and muscular. There was a scar on his face from surgery, the mark of a cleft lip, hair lip. The two exchanged silent glances, and the air instantly froze. At this moment, just as they entered the office, the museum staff who noticed the two female employees lying on the ground cried out in panic. Everything became clear. Will hurriedly reached for the gun at his waist, but unfortunately, he didn't know that a man named Lee Song-Wong, who loved to sport a side-part hairstyle, had long ago said that a knife is a better choice for close combat. Will, who was not even an FBI agent, was easily grabbed by the opponent and thrown away like a rag doll. By the time he stood up, the elevator had long gone, and he quickly ran down the fire escape to the first floor of the museum, but unfortunately, it was already deserted. That person was the Tooth Fairy. Will said with great certainty that the cleft lip on his face was the reason he smashed all the mirrors, and he had come to see that painting. But if that was his belief, why did he eat Blake's original painting? He destroyed the artwork, and now the people at the New York Museum are going crazy. Jack Crawford looked at the return materials. The value of that belly was indeed worth their madness. But why did he destroy that painting? Perhaps, Will sighed, he didn't want to evolve. He wanted to end it all. The development of the story was very plain and old. A demon fell in love with a mortal girl. And for her, the demon battled with his own heart, not wanting to harm the girl, even no longer wanting to harm humanity. However, when a demon gives up such evil thoughts, his life as a demon will also come to an end. Dollarhide could also be considered a pitiful person. A month later, Will sat in the evening breeze, and beside him was his once most unwillingly seen close friend, Hannibal Lecter. I also saw that diary. Dollarhide's distortion was entirely due to his miserable childhood environment. His grandmother's harshness led him to harbor great hatred towards maternal figures. But who would have thought that such a person would eventually fall in love with a blind girl, caring for her meticulously, and ultimately die in a tragic romance? When Will and the others found the pure color company that made copies of the videotape and traced it to Dollarhide's home, a fierce fire had already turned the house to ashes. Today was the last gathering for everyone before parting, hoping that next time they could meet again. Hannibal raised a toast. Along with him were Clarice, Molly Graham, Professor Doss, Simon Furlong, and Alana Bloom with her wife, Maggie Verger. Maggie seemed to care more about Will's son, perhaps because she had once lost her ability to bear life due to her brother's actions, leading to a special feeling towards children. At that moment, an untimely phone rang. Will frowned and got up to answer it, but as he walked past the restroom, a chill shot through his brain. The restroom mirror was shattered, just like the scene of the Tooth Fairy's crime. The broken pieces were much fewer. By this time, due to the long silence. The phone had switched to voicemail, and Jack Crawford's anxious voice came through. Will, Dollarhide is not dead. The forensic expert discovered that the charred body in his house is one of his missing colleagues. Hannibal also heard the voice, but before he could react, a bullet pierced his body, shattering the crystal cup he held, and the red Bordeaux mixed with blood soaked through his clothes. Get down, Simon shouted to the women nearby, while quickly knocking Furlong and Molly Doss down, and then rushed to Hannibal's side to stop the bleeding. Carelessness. Hannibal's eyes were fixed on the ceiling, a sarcastic smile on his lips. Walter. Will suddenly ran back. He couldn't find his son. Although he was just the son they adopted with Molly, he was their only son. Hello, Will Graham. A gloomy male voice came. And Will saw a man walk in at the door, sharp mirror fragments pressed against Walter's throat. Dollarhide. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time, with my admired Dr. Hannibal and Will Graham, who once defeated him. Dollarhide seemed even crazier than before. Now, I will finally complete my evolution, and you will witness it firsthand. Your son will also accept the transformation granted by the Great Red Dragon. Will watched Walter trembling in Dollarhide's grip. Clearly a small boy of just a few years could not handle such pressure and had already wet his pants. You filthy little bastard, Will suddenly yelled, leaving everyone present confused as to what was happening. Will had always loved his son. Moreover, to cut off the terrifying legacy of his profiling ability and eliminate the criminal psychology in his genes, he had already decided not to have children. Look at you. Will's voice seemed to become sharp, like that of a shriveled old lady, as Walter wet himself again, dirtying the floor. Do you want me to cut it off? Tell me, I am a dirty, unwanted little piece of trash. Otherwise, I'll cut it off, Will said coldly amidst the women's screams and the child's cries. Clearly, the one reacting the most to these words in the room was not his son, nor his wife, but the Dollarhide behind Walter, bringing back memories of his past, of the abuse he suffered from his grandmother for wetting the bed. He pushed Walter away, brandishing the mirror and lunging at Will. Will hurriedly embraced Dollarhide and shouted at Walter, "Run. Get out of here." He successfully tackled Dollarhide outside into the yard. Then the sharp mirror pierced into his throat, and Dollarhide's frenzied strength with the shard tore into Will's face. The whole person was hooked by the sharp glass. A violent impact sent Dollarhide flying. It was Hannibal, who had just slightly recovered, enduring the pain with all his might to restrain Dollarhide. It was another full moon night. Will trembled as he pulled out the shard. Seizing the moment while Dollarhide struggled against Hannibal, he used all his strength to cut open Dollarhide's belly. Meanwhile, Hannibal, with his limbs incapacitated, tore open Dollarhide's throat with his teeth. Clearly, Hannibal had more medical knowledge than Dollarhide. He precisely tore through his neck's blood vessels. Dollarhide collapsed to the ground, blood spreading from where he fell. Hannibal and Will, both trembling and barely able to stand, leaned against each other. Under the moonlight, the blood truly looked black. Very, very beautiful. Will suddenly remembered what Hannibal had once told him. Right? Hannibal seemed to still be gazing at Dollarhide. The bloodstains were not in a normal shape. Dollarhide's blood on the ground stretched like threads, eventually forming a pair of huge blood wings. Dollarhide had lost his human form. With a massive tail, demonic wings, curved horns, a demonic head, and a human torso. Red Dragon. At the moment the Red Dragon awoke, Simon's static stance had already activated, with only him, Furlong, and the transformed Dollarhide still active in the room. Rather than calling it a Red Dragon, it was more like a demon with a hint of dragon form. Furlong looked on with disgust. For humans, especially for someone like her who was already considered a dragonborn, the dragon race was disgusting enough, and the aura of hellish demons only added to that. Voos! Lo! The dragon roar instantly sent the Red Dragon, who was just getting up to make a move, flying. Furlong endured the immense discomfort in her lungs, forcibly ended the cooldown, and unleashed her second dragon roar, Jorzafrol. The almost tangible blue energy shattered the space, leaving the Red Dragon nowhere to hide, and it was directly hit. The dragon's soul was torn apart. Furlong did not expect her usage of it to be so powerful. The Dragon Soul Tear was a skill that required an extremely deep understanding of death to learn and use. It was also the only dragon roar invented by humans throughout their long history that could only be used by humans and not by dragons. It directly affected the opponent's soul, causing great weakness. Facing a demon would have made it difficult for Furlong to handle so easily, but she did not expect this creature to have dragon attributes, which meant it was severely restrained. The Red Dragon, our Mr. Francis Dorhade, seemed to be swaying and unable to stand firm, his gaze fixed on the girl who looked like an elf under the moonlight. He had never imagined that such a fragile creature could unleash such a powerful attack. No, I have evolved. I've transcended human existence. Dorahade's throat emitted a demonic roar. His eyes filled with a scarlet hue. With a deep breath, his chest visibly expanded. The breath attack, the most basic and one of the most proficient attack methods of dragons, unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, or rather, demonic breath, covering a large area and sweeping across the entire villa's garden. The several ordinary people who had fainted were thrown back into the villa by Shiwen. Yes, thrown back. The blue ripples continuously trembled, looking precarious and about to shatter at any moment, but Furong still relied on her magical shield to block this attack. The girl retracted her right hand that was simultaneously supporting the magical shield and forcefully swung it downward, launching a crystal-like, dazzling ice arrow that emitted intense coldness toward the red dragon. Clearly, the ice magic did not have the same soul-level attack effect as the previous Dragon Soul Tear. And with the hardened dragon skin and demonic skin, Dorahade had a very high immunity to ordinary magical attacks. The Dragon Soul Tear was not an ordinary dragon roar. The user needed to possess an understanding of death to use this skill, meaning they had to grasp some aspects of the laws of death. Naturally, the cooldown for Dragon Soul Tear would also be quite long. Dozens of breaths had passed, and Furong could still feel a burning pain in her lungs, reminiscent of the feeling after running several kilometers as a child. Every time she attempted to take a deep breath, she felt a sharp pain. What was Shiwen doing? As Furong was momentarily distracted, a massive demonic tail struck her soft ribs, the immense impact nearly sending her flying. What happened to that angel I found for you last time? Shiwen caught Furong, frowning slightly as he looked at her, seemingly pondering something, his tone slightly stiff. Imogen? Furong touched her aching ribs. If it weren't for Imogen's holy power protecting her, she might not have been able to stand after that ambush mixed with demonic power. Shiwen silently stepped forward, walking up to Dorahade. Let's talk. There's nothing to talk about. The demon seemed quite rude, but the overwhelming pressure that almost turned the red dragon into mush made him behave. Yet Shiwen did not mind. He looked at Dorahade. I'll discuss your matters later. Right now, I want to talk about how you found the time-space rift so quickly. I doubt ordinary cosmic pests have such energy and luck. He seemed to be staring at Dorahade, but his gaze had already pierced through the endless void, locking onto the instigator behind him. Impossible. How could a deity of this level exist on a young planet that hasn't even entered the interstellar era? A creature beyond the void had just wanted to say something when it suddenly felt a soul-wrenching pain that made it tremble, being ignited from the soul level and disappearing entirely. Huh? Shiwen smirked. What a lowly method. But I don't believe you can resist coming back to this unrefined yet vibrant planet. The Dorahade on the ground struggled to support his body. He did not understand why he had abandoned even the person he loved the most and ended up in this current state after finally completing his evolution. What is your relationship with Helga? Helga, Hufflepuff? Shiwen did not have the habit of small talk. He directly got to the point, sensing the kind heart that resided within Dorahade. Dorahade's own conscience was insufficient to resist the demonic power fueled by cosmic pests. The life force from Helga Hufflepuff mixed with her former kindness had once made Dorahade stop his killing spree. Clearly, Dorahade was not a wizard, nor was he a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff, which made it all the more interesting. Where did this power come from? In Dorahade's makeshift refuge, Shiwen saw a few rare items that the red dragon had preserved before burning his home, familiar scents calling out to him from an ancient box. Click! The box's button was opened, and Shiwen silently gazed at the items inside, quiet for a long time without speaking. This box, cherished by Dorahade, only contained some fragments, but the insignia on the shards was still clearly visible, the red dragon insignia, adorned with copper-colored metal edges. Sir, are you thirsty? Clumsy, not as quick-witted as Ravenclaw, yet always wearing a gentle smile, Helga's diligent and considerate appearance, holding a golden cup, was etched in Shiwen's mind. This golden cup was the last item packed before they left the Scottish Highlands, a final memento of that place. Helga. Shiwen gently traced the shards with his fingertip, imagining how Helga cherished and frequently polished this cup, pouring her kindness into it. However, not only was there Helga Hufflepuff's aura, but the faint yet disgusting black aura could still be felt, similar to the broken Ravenclaw crown. It's you, Tom Riddle. Can you tell me about the origin of this cup? Shiwen's voice was soft, but it was loud enough for Dorahade to hear clearly. The red dragon had now shed its demonic form, appearing much more rational. After thinking for a moment, he opened up. About 12 or 13 years ago, I went to England to visit my family's old home and encountered a very strange event. Dorahade seemed to recall that terrifying and bizarre night. Many people were screaming and fighting, colorful lights were dancing, like something out of a movie with laser guns, and occasionally, corpses would fall from the sky. I hid in the shadows of the grass. Because I often dealt with recordings and light-related information, I knew where I wouldn't be discovered. This cup also fell from the sky. Perhaps someone's clothes tore, and it fell down. I clearly remember a very crazy female voice screaming and howling. The cup seemed to have some kind of magic calling to me, urging me to take it. I returned to the United States. In the beginning, the cup seemed to irritate me, and sometimes I couldn't even remember what I had done. But one day, I discovered that next to the cup, my mind would settle, and even the red dragon couldn't completely control me. Dorahade continued to reminisce, but a look of regret appeared on his face. On that day, I rejected the red dragon and, relying on the cup's magic, refused to kill that girl. The red dragon was very displeased with this, and it put even more pressure on me, until the cup became what it is now. It seemed to be unable to withstand the red dragon's power and shattered. Helga, although not as sharp as Ravenclaw, her wisdom was not inferior to anyone's. When she saw Seawyn, who had returned from the future, and the Ravenclaw crown turned into a Horcrux, she had already guessed that the one who made the Horcrux might also use her relics to create evil tools. So she had made preparations in the golden cup beforehand, and then passed it down. She hoped that one day it could destroy that evil plan and relieve Seawyn of one trouble. What? Hey, kind girl. Helga. After Dorahade died and ended all the chaos, he committed suicide, perhaps influenced by the soul of Voldemort inside the Horcrux. That self-doubt caused him to bear too much. His appearance was not as terrible as he imagined, although the failed cleft lip and palate surgery left an unhealable wound. His strong physique and rugged features were still very popular among women. Many women wanted to discuss whether his real performance in private was as tough as his appearance. This was involved in the original plot. It's a pity. I originally planned to find you a sidekick, Seawyn said to the man in black beside him. In front of them stood a simple tombstone, the grave of Francis Dorahade. A bouquet of flowers rustled in the breeze, and the petals fluttered gently. This bouquet had existed before Seawyn and the others arrived. There's nothing to regret. We've seen so much, and the times are changing. Perhaps we can no longer keep up with the demands of the times. Perhaps we need to find someone to teach us. The man in black removed his birdbeak mask, revealing a middle-aged man with long curly hair and a fine stubble around his mouth. His deep blue eyes seemed to have seen the vicissitudes of life. Yet they were very calm, without a trace of violence. But times change, people do not. Keeping breath and maintaining heartbeat can revive a person, whether in your time here or in the future, it's the same. The methods are just different. Seawyn stood quietly in the evening breeze. Death is truly an unpleasant thing, especially when one has endless life yet watches the people around them. Those who know you die one by one and turn to dust. It's over, at least for now. Seawyn told the result to Furong, and the girl seemed not very happy because Seawyn had seriously snatched the red dragon that was within reach. However, under the temptation of delicious food, the girl smiled brightly again. What does death feel like? Seawyn seemed to be asking Furong, but also seemed to be talking to himself. The girl chewed slowly but quickly stopped eating, tilting her head in thought. I belong to an atypical death. I don't know what ordinary people feel after dying. But after I died, it felt like I was trapped in a space that could be called endless or narrow. In any direction, there was only a white, hazy gray, unable to see or touch anything, with no sense of direction, and the soul kept shattering. With waist-length silver hair, Seawyn let the smooth strands pass through his fingers. Seawyn secretly kissed the girl's long hair. Maybe I can't save you, but this time, at least I will let myself die before you. Outside the window, the heavy rain pounded against the glass and the leaves in the courtyard. They had returned to France. The democratic France and the federal France had just merged. Although some places were still a bit chaotic, everyone wore confident smiles that radiated from the spirit of the nation. The bridge connecting the former East France and West France was named the Saint Bridge. Well, one must comment on these people's lack of naming ability. Just like in Russia, any capable woman is always called Yekaterina III. A pure white statue stood on what used to be the dividing line, surrounded by flowers indicating that many people came here to pay their respects. You're so fierce to Monsi, Furong couldn't help but say as she looked at the statue over there. In the memories she had received, Monsi should have died long ago. Sometimes, a strong vitality is just a form of pain and torment. Seawyn looked towards the bridge and sighed. Let's go. Jean said to wait for us here today. Seawyn seemed to want to change the subject. Furong bent down and made a face, then stuck out her tongue and followed Seawyn, her personality gradually changing without her noticing, becoming more cheerful stronger, and more independent. As for whether this change was good or bad, it was still unknown to people. Is it really necessary? Siwon looked at his house with a black line on his face. Aside from Hermione, who came to open the door with an embarrassed expression from being seen by others because of household matters, the living room was tense with two sides confronting each other. Even though they were mostly muggles, one could still feel the almost stagnant atmosphere in the room. "Hello, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger." Siwon expressed that he was also having a big headache, glaring fiercely at Hermione, who called him over. A certain girl who was on the verge of crossing the lowly boundary looked at him pitifully with tearful eyes, as if to say, "How dare you scold me?" Jacqueline Granger and Mr. Granger stood together, while sitting on the sofa, looking carefree, yet occasionally scanning everyone's reactions with a sly, "I was Charlotte Granger, Hermione's biological mother. Long time no see, Xiao Luo and Bella." Charlotte greeted the two of them familiarly. Indeed, when Hermione was still in France with them, Charlotte had not left yet. Furong vaguely remembered this quirky aunt who loved to tease her and Siwon. "Hello, Gritsky." Furong was about to speak, but sensed the awkward atmosphere. She helplessly glared at Hermione and then looked at Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger. Mrs. Granger clearly had tear stains, but not because the original partner suddenly arrived at her home, but because she once was good friends with Charlotte. For more than 10 years, she had kept the secret from the unsuspecting Hermione and Mr. Granger, believing that Charlotte was already dead. Generally speaking, the more educated and stable the environment, the less people can accept the existence of polyamorous relationships, not just women, but men as well. Mr. Granger felt that this was not a blessing for a family, but a headache. "So, Charlotte, why did you suddenly come here?" Siwon felt that the one who should untie the bell must be the one who tied it. It was this idea that Charlotte Granger had come up with back then, and now she had to face it herself. Moreover, even though her true identity was discovered by Hermione at school, Charlotte had not yet figured out how to deal with this matter. She had clearly said she would decide after some time. Charlotte also looked unhappy, glaring at Hermione. "How would I know? Since I came back, I've been living here in the former residence in France." Jacqueline and the others were clearly living well in the UK, so who knew they suddenly wanted to go back to France for a visit? Hermione looked completely confused, wondering why everyone was staring at her. "What did the baby do? I didn't know you would come to live here after the holiday." However, Siwon didn't stay with the Granger family for long because more important matters needed his attention. Faraway Siberia had sent him a message. Zastalo needed him to discuss how to defend against and attack the impending apocalypse. Standing on the frozen ground and ice of Siberia, which remained hard even in summer, Siwon felt an unprecedented clarity, though it might just be the cold. Next to him, wrapped up like a zongzi, was our poor Miss Furong Delacour. Furong thought that following Siwon around would surely lead to tasty treats, but unexpectedly, they ended up in such a desolate place. "The snow over there is so beautiful. It's pink," Furong exclaimed, pointing at a small hill not far away. The pink snow hill sparkled under the summer sun, resembling a giant pink diamond. Siwon shook his head, holding back the suddenly excited little girl, and told her a harsh truth. That hill was stained with blood from the last war and had been magically preserved in that state. Indeed, it looked lifeless here. But during the late stages of World War II, at least millions of troops from the Soviet, German, and British coalition perished on this pristine land. Although the ordinary populace and other countries were kept in the dark, pretending that the Soviets and Germans were still at war, in reality, they had moved their main forces through the East Siberian Artery to fight against the invading insect troops. At that time, the entire world was still at a low level of weaponry, primarily relying on high-powered rifles. So the invaders from the dimensional portal were only the most ordinary jumping insect troops along with a few technological units, such as roaches and sting snakes for range firepower. If a Leviathan or a behemoth had charged in at that time, the three countries might not have been able to successfully contain the invasion in Siberia. However, the coming war years later would be different. That war would determine the future of the entire plane. Whether to ascend to a higher plane and cling to the thigh of the misty forest for a comfortable life, or to be completely downgraded and become a fruit that anyone could pluck from the dark cosmic forest. The Light of Hope, right? Siwon always wanted to complain about this name. It was the symbol of Zastalo. If a city named the Light of Hope was discovered in an unknown world, there was a high chance it was established by Zastalo. This city, how should I put it, was truly prepared for war, with a solid defense system, and numerous dual-mounted 720mm heavy artillery aimed at the eastern plains leading to the city of Future Light. Siwon believed that even the main armored beasts of the insect race, the Thunder Beasts, might not withstand such a simultaneous bombardment from so many heavy artillery pieces. However, whether in this world or in countless epics he had experienced or created, the defending side was always passive. The attacking side could continuously adjust their strategies in creative ways, while the defenders could only flounder in their response. This was a lesson learned from countless bloody experiences in the history of war. But there was no way. They could not afford to fight to the death against the opposing side. Back when Shimin was in the interstellar era, a general from that world proposed that in any situation, as long as the advance speed was fast enough, one could overturn the enemy's core planet before their own planet was completely destroyed. Unfortunately, that reckless man attempted to use this tactic against the opposing empire's female general during a human civil war and ended up beaten so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. He vanished completely from the scene, and it was said that sometimes he could be seen watching the war developments on TV, joking and waving his hands. The war potential that could erupt from the Soviet Union under the banner of communism and the Germany controlled by National Socialism was extremely powerful, especially after their cooperation, making it seem like they could easily dominate the globe. The 152mm caliber double-turret heavy tanks spread across the entire northern warehouse area like an endless ocean, complemented by the Shilka River and other ground-to-air missile systems, forming a wartime air defense network. The armored torrent was never just about filling up tanks with people and then sending them out. Even the game companies knew to equip Apocalypse tanks with anti-aircraft guns in red alert. Those who thought that having the sacred F2 would guarantee victory probably didn't notice that the Qing dynasty had already fallen. The only regret was that the full-body armor coverage rate for infantry was still not high, but this would also limit the technological advancement of the opposing side. Shimin arrived just in time for Zastalo's military meeting to conduct military flag simulations. The Light of Hope. This name seemed full of vitality, but time here was stagnant, allowing him to see many familiar faces. Rommel and Guderian were arguing with the bald-headed Zhukov about the use of mechanized clusters, with Guderian still insisting that if armor was to be used, it must be highly concentrated. Over there, Vasilevsky and Old Mauchi were drawing on the map, seemingly considering where to add a few more defensive structures and dig a few more trenches for defense. Finally, the two who couldn't stand each other were Stalin and Trotsky, who had been struggling against each other since they were alive and still couldn't rest in death. So what have you been doing all these years? What preparations have you made? Zastalo asked Shimin irritably. Well, there's still some magical troops over in Britain. Those few people, are they enough for a single charge? Zastalo waved his hand, thankfully not planning to rely on you to accomplish this task. Just stay with your little girl and enjoy a few more days of fun. He glanced in Forong's direction and, unusually, said a few more words. If we lose, we could just go through the cycle again. If this world goes down with us, so be it, but that girl's soul can endure another death. At that time, if you want to save her again, there will only be that one method left, and I think you definitely won't choose that meaningless solution. Shimon's body tensed. He instinctively didn't want to recall the most primal memories. If one day he had to return to that state, he thought it might be better to let himself be extinguished. If one day I forget you, will you still remember me? While leaving the Light of Hope with Furong, the girl was happily patting the bulging space bag when she heard Shimon's words. Furong was taken aback. She had never thought about the possibility of Shimin forgetting her. She cautiously glanced at Shimon's expression, seeming to find nothing too wrong. If one day you're gone, I will use my soul to create a splendid firework for you. Bursting open, that would surely be beautiful. Shimin looked at the meager military readiness of Britain under his jurisdiction, too shabby compared to the unified modern armament and orderly Siberia, which looked like a group of peasant rebels. Those guys running around with big iron plates and bare shoulders, claiming it was for exercise, making all sorts of noises. Were they really the magic swordsman troops he had prepared back in the day? And over there, those uniformed people in forgiving colors. He had lost count of how many times he had complained about them. Just look at Azeroth, whether it's the High Elf Rangers or the Night Elf Sentinel troops. They all exude an aesthetic appeal. Robin Hood is quite convenient. Everyone wears a bright green cloak with a hood. Hey, come on. It's not like forests are protected with such bright green colors. This is the instructor I found for you, who will take over Robin Hood's command and train the archers. As for Robin Hood, you should just return to the troops and follow the training obediently. In front of others, even in front of Madrid, who looks like a small cat with claws, Robin Hood might argue a bit, but when facing Siwin, he would be obedient, because this is a fact forged by the blood of countless pioneers. A tall figure stepped out from behind Siwin, and Robin Hood was surprised to find that he had overlooked this person's existence long before his appearance. Such negligence on the battlefield is deadly. It's Hawksbeard. Even the archer's hood couldn't hide his handsome yet resolute face, nor the light golden long hair that fell from his ears. He seemed quiet, but his deep blue eyes swept over everyone like an eagle-esque gaze, making them feel like prey being hunted, a primal sense of danger. This world setting doesn't seem too foolish. For instance, there are no inconspicuous extras who jump out to express their disobedience to this appointment or challenge Hawksbeard's strength. Old Hawk, show them a thing or two. Seawin indicated that although no one objected, due to his authority and the remnants of King Arthur's might, removing Robin Hood, who had cooperated with them for hundreds of years, required an explanation. Hawksbeard felt like a puppet standing here, but this was an order from Silver Moon City, entrusted by the newly appointed Sun King Kale That's, the Sunstrider. No one even noticed when Hawksbeard drew his longbow from behind. The dazzling golden-red decorations were almost blinding. In a flash, Hawksbeard had drawn a full bowstring, and with a bang, the long arrow shot out. Seawin covered his face. Damn you, Hawksbeard. I told you show a bit of skill, not to go all out like this. The rules of this broken realm aren't as complex as Azeroth, and the spatial stability isn't sufficient. Just look at the expressions of the people around. Although that arrow wasn't Hawksbeard's full power shot, it still broke the sound barrier. The arrowhead flying with an air cone created by breaking the sound barrier. The target, that thing, made of broken wood, would know where it had flown. Perhaps it had already burned up from the friction. Sylvanas, the head ranger of Silver Moon, had to confront the Death Knight Arthas head-on, after all. And, as one of the three great rangers, Hawksbeard naturally had some skills. Just look at who those two are. Hagelin, the general who created Silver Moon's 2nd Ranger unit, and the more familiar Lorthamar, appointed as the regent of Silver Moon. This guy's most impressive feat isn't these, but his attitude towards the addiction of the Blood Elves. It is well known that the Blood Elves, due to their love for magic, have been addicted to the magical energy from the Sun Well, or the original Well of Eternity, for a long time. To put it simply, these people are like junkies who have been hooked for thousands of years, feeling uncomfortable without their fix. And what about Hawksbeard? He actually said that this stuff is just an addiction, and with great willpower, one can quit. In fact, this reckless man really managed to kick his magic habit. But the problem is, not every Blood Elf has Hawksbeard's willpower. He used his influence to push a group of people into action. The result? A large number of people lost their sanity after losing the ability to absorb from the Sunwell, becoming wanderers around Silver Moon, attacking anyone they encountered. Seawin suddenly thought maliciously that Hawksbeard was so easily released by Kaelditz. Could it be that the higher-ups in Silver Moon were eager to kick him out? Moreover, Hawksbeard also plays a relatively important role in subtly improving the currently terrible aesthetic standards. To be fair, as a noble descendant of a race that has existed for tens of thousands of years and once ruled a planet, the Blood Elves, now impoverished except for money, have truly realized what it means to be beautiful. Other races have to work hard, fail countless times, or smuggle from the black market to obtain precious, enchanting materials. Yet they use them to decorate their city walls. That kind of aesthetic sense for objects, clothing, and architecture is not something humans, who have just transitioned from a brutal existence to a prosperous one, can compare to. Not only are they archers, but as rangers, they excel in both stealth and melee combat. Haven't you heard the saying? Any hunter who doesn't want to dual-wield melee weapons isn't a good hunter. As high-level warriors of Azeroth, the difficulties and challenges they face are far more than what this broken realm presents. Both their combat and defense experiences are worth learning from. Have you investigated thoroughly? At the highest point of the temple, next to a red dragon perched there, its gem-like green eyes watched Seawin's departing figure, asking a knight kneeling on the ground beside him. The knight respectfully replied, "The London and Paris branches of the Temple Knights have responded. Here is the relevant information." A few pieces of magically imbued parchment depicted several ancient buildings. If one looked closely, they would see the dark-toned Hogwarts and the blue-white themed Beauxbatons. He actually went to France to become a teacher. That fraudulent country he hasn't given up on yet, pretending to be a student and going to those schools run by his subordinates. After briefly flipping through the pages, all the information was already etched in his memory, and his sword-like eyebrows slightly raised, revealing an enchanting smile. "You may go now, and by the way, remind Gawain and the others to pay attention and increase the difficulty and requirements of the training. In the end, they can only find an otherworldly being to teach us archery, which is quite embarrassing. Oh, and everyone must show respect to the new instructor." Flap, flap, flap. It seemed something was constantly hitting the glass of the window. Seawin closed a pure black notebook on the table, turned his head to look out the window, and fortunately, the moonlight was bright enough tonight to clearly see the outside. Of course, without the moonlight. He could also clearly perceive it with his mental senses. An exhausted owl was flapping its wings desperately, leading one to doubt that it would collapse any moment. Sighing, Siwen suddenly remembered he was neither at Swift's residence nor at the Europa Palace. There used to be a dedicated owl room for them to enter, and Alice was responsible for collecting letters and packages, as well as subsequent sorting. Standing up and walking to the window, as soon as he opened it, the owl, perhaps due to exhaustion, fell with a thud onto the windowsill below. Siwen waved his hand in disdain, and the golden healing hands would soon restore the life of this pathetic creature. He took a slightly heavy package from the owl's claws. He truly admired the Weasley twins, who still used their sickly owl to deliver such heavy items. Surely they wanted to exhaust this owl to the point of death, so they could get a new one at home. To be fair, Siwen felt that throughout his cooperation with the two brothers, he had never taken advantage of them. Just this year, the profits from various old props and magical fireworks exceeded the savings of the Weasley family. Can't they just go buy a new owl themselves? Pulling out a brick from the package that could kill someone. No, even a brick isn't as solid as this thing. What the hell is this? It's covered in various magical circuits. Wait, does that feel like an energy crystal? Siwen recalled an experiment that the two brothers had been conducting before the holiday. In simple terms, they wanted to break through the strong magical signal interference from places like Hogwarts where wizards gather to achieve instant communication. As is well known, in areas inhabited by wizards, the various magical activities and the magnetic fields generated by magical items will interfere with what Muggles call the electromagnetic field, meaning the electromagnetic waves that Muggles rely on cannot pass through here unscathed. So they wanted to attempt an unprecedented feat, achieving instant communication for wizards. Of course, they weren't the first to try this. Wizards who love Muggle knowledge have never been in short supply. As early as the time when Muggles invented wired and wireless telegraphs, some wizards began to experiment. However, there was a serious problem. They couldn't find a universally affordable magical means to transmit signals across the world, nor did they have a sufficiently powerful energy source to carry certain things. In fact, Siwen knew that there exists a special energy crystal on this planet, a highly unstable inferior crystal, which was also utilized during the interstellar era. A beautiful greenish-blue mineral with a milky halo, but it poses great danger to Muggles. In the Muggle world, this crystal is known as uranium, or to use uranium, or harmlessly. Many other civilizations in different galaxies have conducted in-depth research, as not every planet possesses a naturally high energy and stable mineral like Yaojin. Well, it was just an experimental project, and Siwen didn't pay much attention, casually tossing them a few pieces of highly concentrated uranium crystals mixed with Yaojin powder as a stabilizer. In fact, this was already a significant breakthrough in magical communication research. The remaining task was how to achieve a stable setting for the magical wavebands that could clearly distinguish each user. Siwen quickly scanned the device. It didn't seem too complicated. Were they just messing around? Siwen felt strange. If they hadn't achieved their target plan, they wouldn't have sent him a sample so early, according to the brothers' habits. He pressed the very obvious switch on top, and a hissing sound seemed to come from the device. Hey, is this the lab? Can you hear me? There was strong interference, but at least he could still clearly hear a male voice speaking. Did they succeed? How'd they do it? Siwen felt it was impossible. At this distance, such a simple device couldn't possibly transmit magical wavebands directly from England to Paris. He could hear it. Siwen replied, and continued to listen to the voice coming from the speaker. Is that you, Siwen? We did it. Oh yeah, we're even better than the famous modern wizard Tesla. The Tesla they mentioned was also a wizard obsessed with Muggle knowledge, and even a legend in the modern Muggle scientific community. Unfortunately, he met a tragic end in several experiments combining magic and Muggle technology, ultimately dying in a hotel in a state of despair. Siwen was about to congratulate them when his expression suddenly changed. He listened carefully. That wasn't just the hissing sound of magical energy interference. That was a language Siwen had almost forgotten. Damn it, what did you do? This is really causing trouble. If Siwen were in the experimental lab he had set up for the two brothers in Diagon Alley, he would clearly see their unusual state. Their blue veins were severely protruding, and purple patterns were swirling around their skin. Both of their eyes were wide open, comparable to cows' eyes, something that couldn't be explained by mere excitement. Siwen looked at the device in his hand and finally understood why the two brothers could achieve real-time communication with such a simple device, as well as intercontinental communication over such long distances. Even Muggles could only easily contact each other across countries in the satellite era. This was because their signal had an incredibly powerful relay station. The intensity of this base station could only be glimpsed at by the power of the Soviet Union's woodpecker radar. Unbeknownst to them, their magical wavebands had reached a magical net built by an ancient entity that had been sealed away. The master of the magical net accepted these wavebands and transmitted them for them. Of course, that supreme being also infused its chaotic language into this magical net communication. Long-term exposure to this magical wave filled with chaotic power could only lead to one outcome: madness. As for why Shiwen knew this so clearly, because this ancient entity was very, very special, so special that he had sealed it himself, not to banish or eliminate it, but even allowed it to retain a certain degree of activity. Shiwen sighed at the device in his hand. It's been a long time since I heard your voice, Nyarlathotep. Meow, no longer just hissing noise, but a lively voice came from the communication device. You used to call me Nyarlathotep. Now you call me Nyarlathotep. It's so unfamiliar. So disgusting. What kind of tone is that? Don't you have any self-awareness? Shiwen thought helplessly, then replied to the mysterious voice. How did you wake up and become so lively? I missed you, boohoo. The voice coming through the call was so lively that Shiwen almost wanted to crush the communicator in his hand. If he didn't know the true identity of the other party, he might actually think it was a pure, adorable girl. Nyarlathotep, unlike other ancient rulers, preferred to live among mortal beings, and her greatest pleasure was to tempt those mortals with her chaotic voice. Perhaps it shouldn't be said her, because this entity originally had no gender or form. It would mimic the appearance of every creature or form it had ever seen, belonging to the chaotic beings. Meow, wait for me. Dear Shiwen, I'm coming. Bad news came from the communicator, and Shiwen suddenly felt that maybe he'd been too lenient with this being in the past, so it didn't learn its lesson even after being sealed once. Day. A soft body suddenly appeared out of nowhere, crashing hard into Shiwen's face, knocking him down to the ground in a pose reminiscent of an affectionate attack. Boo-hoo-hoo, I've been locked away in your dark little room for so many years. Ha-ha-ha. This is the look of the girl I often saw in those mortals' memories. How about it? Doesn't it feel exciting to become like her? Hey, wake up. You're an ancient ruler. Where's your dignity as a deity? Shiwen pushed Nyarlathotep's face away with his hand. Just then, with a creak, the door opened, and the lovely Miss Drackle walked in, seeing this pink scene. A silver-haired girl, about the same height as her, with a soft and cute face and a curvaceous figure, was rubbing against Shiwen, looking incredibly intimate. Fuyun was momentarily stunned, then suddenly seemed to remember something, sniffed the air in the room, and her eyes narrowed as she walked slowly to the table. She picked up a thick book titled Magical Spells, From Beginner to Abandonment, and walked over to the completely oblivious Nyarlathotep behind Shiwen, and with Shiwen's astonished gaze. Bang! Ouch! Nyarlathotep was knocked out by a book, crashing into the corner while holding her head and crouching defensively for a while. Then, she put her hands on her hips, showing a fierce expression as if to say, How dare you hit me, mortal? Do you know who I am? Nyarlathotep. You can't even remember your own name, and you want me to tell you? It seems your dull brain needs some fixing. Furong, behaving unusually, chased around the room with a heavy book as if swatting flies. I warn you, I'm going to resist. Don't think you. Suddenly, Nyarlathotep stopped. Wait, how do you know my name? Another solid blow landed on her, and she continued to crouch defensively, tears welling up as she carefully scrutinized the mortal before her. She stood up in disbelief, her arms trembling as she reached out and squeezed Furong's cheeks, shaking her head. Impossible, impossible. She is dead, it can't be. I saw it with my own eyes, I saw it, and was powerless. Even her once perky hair was now drooping, clearly indicating that this former great old one was also caught in chaos. Impossible, impossible. A massive surge of chaotic energy mixed with mental power erupted, and when it approached Furong, it joyfully transformed into a gentle force and merged into Furong's body. Shiun. It's really you. Nyarlathotep calmed down, looking at Furong, her soft shoulders shaking continuously as tears flowed uncontrollably. She cried like a child who had received a great shock, covering her face, causing Furong to stop holding the book, and crystalline tears dripped between the two of them, coming from both Nyarlathotep and Furong. Nyarlathotep hugged Furong tightly, like a koala clinging to a tree, not letting go, while Shiun shook her head, feeling amused, a faint warmth enveloping the moment. She's still so clingy to you, Shiun quietly said to Furong, whose eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of longing. She nodded, as her memories of Nyarlathotep were indeed very distant. In the first age, when Shiun first awakened her ability as a speaker of the heart, an immense magical energy erupted from within her, causing an information explosion that stirred countless ancient slumbering beings. Among them were the eldritch gods and the great old ones, with Nyarlathotep being the most special, a great old one who could freely change her form to walk among humans. Perhaps because she was awakened by Shiyun, Nyarlathotep had a high affinity and spiritual resonance with Shiyun. Soon, she found Furong, often transforming into Shiyun's form, which was actually the name designed for the heroine during the brainstorming, to play various pranks. Many times, when Shiyun couldn't conveniently go out, she would take on her form and embark on various adventures with Shiyun. Sister, a soft, cute child's voice came from the corridor, interrupting this long-lost memory, followed by the sound of a little child stumbling and running. Furong hurriedly flung Nyarlathotep away from her arms. Yes, she really threw her away, directly from their intertwined, lily-like state. Nyarlathotep crouched in the corner, looking as if she had received great harm, drawing circles around herself. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps stopped at the door, and then a gentle knock followed. A small head peeked through the partially opened door, hands outstretched as it ran toward Furong. Sister, the childish voice was so adorable it could break hearts. Gabri. Furong responded with an angelic sweet smile, picking up Gabri. Mommy made a lot of snacks. Mommy said to come and call Sister and Brother Shiyun to go eat snacks, and also Gabri. Gabri tilted her little head while recalling her mother's instructions, tugging at Furong's silver hair with her small hands. Furong gently kissed her sister's forehead, then glanced at Shiyun, who stood up decisively to follow her downstairs. The two walked side by side in the corridor, feeling each other's presence. Shiyun looked at Furong holding Gabri, radiating maternal brilliance, and suddenly felt a feeling he had never experienced before. We've never had children of our own. Shiyun quietly seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps to Furong. The girl's cheeks instantly flushed, clearly having heard Shiyun's words. When they reached the living room, before Shiyun or Furong could greet Mr. and Mrs. Drackle, Gabri, who had been set down by Furong, exclaimed loudly, "Mommy, Mommy, Sister and Brother Shiyun are going to have children. Be polite, Gabri. Be elegant, Mrs." Drackle clearly did not believe this little one, causing the soft and cute Gabri to pout, tears swirling in her eyes. Fortunately, before those crystalline teardrops could fall, Mrs. Drackle already caught her, and although Gabri loved being held by her sister, nothing was better than being in her mother's embrace. In Mrs. Drackle's arms, Gabri quickly forgot her earlier troubles, inhaling her mother's scent along with the sweetness of freshly baked snacks. After inviting Shiyun to sit down, Mrs. Drackle also placed little Gabri in a chair. Just as she was about to say something, a faint but clearly audible knock echoed at the door. Mrs. Drackle showed an apologetic expression as she stood up to open the door. Her mood had been quite good these days. Her daughter was back from vacation, and she had brought an old friend. Furong had lost her past memories, but she hadn't. She remembered all that Shiyun had done for her. Shiyun's face suddenly looked very grim as he finally realized what he had overlooked during that warm moment. He had forgotten the little demon like Nyarlathotep. "Hello, ma'am. My name is Nyarlathotep. Is this Mr. Drackle's house in Levition?" A slightly weary voice came from the door, and Shiyun covered his face. It was indeed Nyarlathotep's voice. "Yes. Is there something you need help with?" Mrs. Drackle carefully examined the girl before her, with silver hair reaching her waist, something she had only seen on her daughter Furong in her decades of life. The bruises and scratches on the girl's delicate face, along with the wrinkles on her long dress, seemed to indicate that the girl's recent situation was not good. The contrast with her bright eyes easily stirred a protective instinct. "I am Mr. Drackle's daughter. May I ask who you are?" The girl took out a well-preserved letter that was clearly well cared for, but had many wrinkles from frequent reading. "This is from my mother, given to me before she passed away." Although there were many incomprehensible Japanese characters on it, the French part of the back was clear, conjuring the image of a strong, single mother suffering from a terminal illness in Mrs. Drackle's mind. In the final days of that single mother, she could not bear the thought of her daughter being left to wander alone in the storm, so she wanted her to contact someone she hadn't spoken to in over a decade, her father. In fact, the girl didn't even need to present this letter as proof of her identity. Mrs. Drackle had already believed in her identity, because that familiar silver hair, that familiar angelic smile, and those familiar eyes that seemed to reflect her own soul were exactly like her daughter, Furong Drackle. Poor child. Madame Dracula was just about to do something when she suddenly heard Shiyun's voice. "Madame Dracula, this is a prank. She is one of our friends who has always loved pranks." "Naya, explain quickly." Naya's crystal clear eyes seemed to show a pitiful little kitten look. "Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were. I'm sorry. Just forget what happened earlier." In the moment that Madame Dracula was in a daze, Naya took back the letter, carefully folded it, and placed it back into her bosom. Anyone could see how much she treasured this memento of her mother. As the girl turned, a single tear sparkled and flew away. Seeing that Naya was still acting, Shiwen wanted to expose her, but was gently held back by Furong. Furong shook her head, signaling Shiwen not to approach. Child, this is your home. Naya didn't expect Madame Dracula to accept her so readily. Being held in Madame Dracula's arms, a warmth she had never felt before enveloped her heart. You must be hungry. Come, have some snacks first, and I'll prepare dinner for you. Madame Dracula moved elegantly, both coming and going, appearing very calm and composed. Wow, the snacks Mom made look really delicious. Madame Dracula is really kind. Someone who didn't fear trouble revealed their little devil tail, happily wagging it behind. What did you do? Western glanced at her, clearly unaffected by Nyarko's presence. He just made a little tweak to the consulting system. Such trivial matters in this mortal world are really no challenge. Back in the day, she was known as the Information Integration Thought Entity. Nyarko was obviously very pleased with her actions. Fuyong shook her head with a wry smile, clearly unaware of what Nyarko had done. At this moment, the office phone of Mr. Drackle, who was seriously at work, suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID and displayed a warm smile, picking up the phone with a cheerful heart. Dear, what's the matter? Is there anything you're hiding from me? Dear? Although Mrs. Dracula's voice was warm, there was a chilling coldness hidden within it. However, Mr. Dracula, immersed in the warmth of the phone call with his wife, clearly did not notice this. My dear, I have no secrets from you at all. Would you like a surprise? I can get you a little gift tonight. Madame Dracula's voice became deeper. Let me give you a small reminder. Was there anything you didn't confess when you went on a business trip to Japan shortly after we got married? No. You know that I went with that guy, Renaud. With that big mouth of his. Hasn't everything been said? Mr. Drackle was a bit puzzled, and he answered cautiously. No. Your illegitimate daughter has come to see you. Madame Delacour's voice suddenly exploded. Wait for my lawyer's call. Divorce. Divorce. Bang. The phone was slammed hard onto the table, and Mrs. Dracula took a deep breath, her eyes glinting with coldness, calming herself before continuing her busy work in the kitchen. One thing she was very clear about was that no matter what Mr. Dracula had done outside, that poor little girl was innocent. The sound of teeth clashing echoed in the living room, and Nayako looked at Fuyun. Somewhat timidly, Mom is so scary. Fuyun covered her face, indicating that the focus shouldn't be on how scary Mom was, but rather on how pitiful Mr. Dracula would be in this situation. Mr. Dracula had originally returned with a strong sense of justice. He intended to shout like a legendary hero, "Come on, you fraud. I come with justice and truth to expose you." However, when he saw Nayako sitting next to Fuyun, he couldn't help but rub his eyes, trembling as he looked at Mrs. Dracula, who was already exuding an aura like a super scion. Although silver hair is rarely seen among Muggles in his family, a significant characteristic of the women after awakening their Vila bloodline is having long silver hair down to their waist. Of course, not all Vila are like this. It is a characteristic of the Dracula family. With an IQ of 250, his brain quickly recalled every event from his time in Japan, from settling into the expatriate organization to dealing with the Japanese. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead as the elegant Mrs. Dracula remarked, "I've been with you for decades. What subtle changes could possibly escape my notice? Ah, dear, are you recalling some beautiful memories? Those sweet little secrets hidden in your heart?" Madame Dracula's sweet smile was like the last meal for a death row inmate. "Darling, wait a moment. I need to make a call." Mr. Dracula hurriedly ran to the landline, and in his haste, he dialed the wrong number a few times, hung up, and redialed. "Pick up the phone, damn it, Reno. Pick up the phone. Hello, this is Renaud. Renaud, I'm Henry. I really can't find Mr. Dracula's name. If anyone knows, feel free to leave a comment. I want to ask something. Do you remember when we were in Japan? There was a pair of sisters with the last name Xia. Wow, how could I forget? Xia Chu-mei and her younger sister Xia Yu-mei. Even after 14 years, I still remember that lovely intern." Renaud's famous loud voice came through the hands-free. Why did someone think of asking about this after 10 years? I can arrange for you to go to Japan again." Renaud's flirtatious tone made Mr. Dracula feel a chill down his back. He hurriedly explained to the person on the phone and behind him, "Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with her. I just heard some vague news about her recently. Can you ask our partners in Japan how Miss Xia is doing? It's very urgent." Renaud was obviously hesitant. He wasn't sure how those collaborators in Japan would react to this situation. Nor could he tell if he could contact them after so many years. "I'll ask around for you, but I can't guarantee I'll find them. You know, it's been over a decade, and back then, Sayumi was just an intern. She might not even be there anymore." Thank you. No need to thank me. I still remember that one time during a gathering with the Japanese side, everyone was drinking heavily, and you were worried about Miss Sayumi going home alone. So you took her back. I kept your secret. I didn't tell anyone. Renaud had no idea that every word he said was being transmitted on speakerphone to Madame Dracula. And Mr. Dracula felt a powerful resentment rising behind him, wanting to cry without tears. About half an hour later, the phone rang. Mr. Dracula answered the call, and there was indeed a long silence on the other end. Hello, is this Renaud? What's going on? Henry. The voice on the phone was hesitant and somewhat downcast. Sit down first. Don't get too excited. The news isn't very good. Is there anyone around you? I'm fine. Go ahead, I won't faint. Mr. Dracula listened nervously. Miss Shomei has passed away, Renaud said solemnly. The company said that Miss Shomei left shortly after we left, but Miss Shichumi had been there and seemed to have been promoted to regional manager. A few months ago, they heard that Miss Shomei had a terminal illness, and before the company could visit, she had already passed away. I'm sorry, Henry, this is really terrible. Mr. Dracula felt as if his heart had been stabbed. He forced himself to ask, so, Miss Yumi, is she married? Well, apparently not. Miss Yumi learned about her terminal illness early on, and to avoid burdening others, she didn't even tell Miss Hiromi. Instead, after quarreling with her a few times, she cut off all ties and left the company. However, they say she might have adopted a child named Nanako or something, which happened after she left. And by that time, we had all been gone for nearly a year. It is said that the girl appeared at the funeral, but we haven't seen her since. However, I find it hard to believe. If she didn't want to trouble her sister, how could she adopt a child knowing she was about to pass away? Hey, are you okay? And no, it's fine. Sorry for bothering you, Renaud. The phone softly clicked off, and the always composed Mr. Dracula, who embodied the demeanor of a standard French gentleman, tilted his head back, his jaw clenched. Yet, hot tears still dripped from his deep-set eyes. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Not just to the Lady Dracula in front of him, but also to that former Japanese girl. One can only imagine the pressure of life for a single mother in Japan, especially one suffering from terminal illness. At this moment, Lady Dracula was no longer as fierce as before. She merely shook her head lightly, looking towards the living room. Although she couldn't see it from here, Mr. Dracula understood what his wife meant. He needed to go to the living room to speak to their daughter himself. Mr. Dracula walked into the living room, gazing at the familiar silver hair and the face of the long-lost Eastern girl. He could no longer remember what Yumi looked like, but in his memory, she must have been just as lovely. He placed his hand on the girl's hand, feeling the clear, angelic pulse surging within her. This was the bloodline characteristic of the Dracula family. Moreover, Renaud was unaware that the gestation period for a Dracula family girl is longer than normal, which is why Yumi gave birth to Nanako after they left. Carefully examining the girl, the bruises and scratches on her face broke his heart. How difficult it must have been for a 14-year-old girl to cross the ocean from Japan to France. That was really just your daughter Farong taking a picture with a book. I'm sorry, child. As sorrow flooded his eyes, Mr. Dracula felt that nothing he could say now could compensate for the hurt he had caused this girl and that single mother who had already left this world. Are you really my father? Nanako's emerald green eyes sparkled with tears like emeralds. It was a shame he didn't pursue acting. Zivin couldn't help but cover his face, looking truly sad, but in reality, he was on the verge of breaking down. Farong, however, looked serious. She expressed that she really had to believe her father had cheated. What should she do? Your Majesty. Zivin hadn't heard that title in a long time. The old man sitting on the bed before him was not tormented by illness. His calm gaze indicated he was simply accepting the arrival of sunset. After Zivin restored the emotions lost by the Nicolim couple due to the Philosopher's Stone and promised them a wish. Their only hope was to live a year without illness and then pass away peacefully. Perhaps it was because they saw Zivin had established himself in Busbaton. The ancient nobility of Europa, led by the Lays family, had accepted Zivin's presence. Of course, the old man believed Zivin didn't need him to support him. Are you really ready? You and your wife. Zivin looked at the old man, who was nearing the end despite having extended his life for over 600 years thanks to the Philosopher's Stone. Yes, the old man smiled. This last year has been the happiest time we've had in these few hundred years. We can finally taste the flavors of different foods, hear the joys and sorrows in music, and feel the fragrance of flowers and birdsong. It feels like Perinal and I have finally reached the beautiful scenery at the peak of a long and tedious journey, and our journey is about to end. He and the old woman held hands tightly. Perhaps the more tragic aspect of their long life was that they couldn't feel each other's love, but now everything was different. Nicolim hesitated, then took a deep breath and said something to Zivin. Zivin's gaze locked onto him, then shook his head. I understand. Many people are waiting to see you one last time. I'll go first. With that, Zivin disappeared without even creating a ripple of spatial magic, leaving Nicolim to sigh as he watched the place where Zivin had left, silently gazing at the golden irises swaying in the wind on the windowsill, lost in thought. Teacher, Professor Dumbledore is here. The head of the Apothecaries Association, Catherine, with red eyes, walked in. It could be said that these people had some small feelings for Nicolim, and Catherine truly hoped her teacher could continue to live and experience the flavors of life that he hadn't felt for hundreds of years. The old man seemed to take it lightly. His warm smile eased Catherine's sorrow. Please let Albus in. Catherine, this isn't like you. The fearless Catherine is actually crying? Teacher. Catherine huffed and turned to greet the next guest. You're dressed quite formally, Albus. Are you planning to wear that to the funeral? Nikolai teased, noting that Dumbledore was clearly not wearing just his usual white wizard robes. Dumbledore adjusted his sleeves with his fingertips, responding with a similarly cheerful yet slightly helpless expression. Well, the British Ministry of Magic heard I was coming and conveniently arranged a representative position for me. After all, I'm still the chief of Wisingamot. I can't be too casual. The golden threads were perfectly embedded in the pure white wizard robe, making him appear well-defined while also exuding a subtle luxury and depth. For details, please refer to the garments worn by various archbishops and popes. A beautiful iris. Dumbledore seemed to notice the most vibrant part of the entire environment, which was the golden iris swaying in the wind on the windowsill, a rare golden iris. Nikolai also turned his gaze to the iris. I'm sorry, old friend, but I can't give this to you. After I die, I want to give it to Catherine. If she doesn't like it, then it can be planted in the flower bed at Busbaden. After seeing off Dumbledore and Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Busbaden, Nikolai declined the remaining visitation requests. He quietly sat on a bench, holding the pot of golden irises. Catherine, although you have followed me since you were little, in fact, my help to you has been very limited. You don't need to argue. My time is running out. He handed the golden iris to Catherine. You are the eldest daughter of the Medici family, with much family support, but you also face many troubles. The old man seemed to ponder whether to say it, finally sighing and whispering something shocking in her ear. Catherine felt her blood rush to her head, unable to think or even move her fingers. That person who went to teach at Busbaden is the legendary emperor of Europa. Yes, the very terrifying emperor from French legends. Nicolim sighed. From now on, if there were any troubles, you should seek his help, and your task was to prevent any more Frenchmen from provoking the emperor's wrath. So, did he know about this matter? Catherine's face was pale, and she gritted her teeth before finally uttering this sentence, only to receive a shake of the head from her teacher. This is my guarded secret. Even General Gessler doesn't know about it. Only I, a person without emotions for hundreds of years, can keep such a secret. Nicolim seemed to see an endless void opening a door to the world of the dead for him. And at the threshold of the door stood someone he had remembered in his heart for centuries, even after losing his emotions. The familiar golden hair, the familiar pure smile. Lady Saint, is it already time? Has my task come to an end? It's all right, Nikolai, you can rest well now. The words, like the voice he had heard in his memories for hundreds of years, grew brighter before him, enveloping the entire space. And even Nicolim's body gradually became assimilated by the light elements. Nikolai wore a smile, as if speaking to the person in the light, and yet also to himself. Is it finally time? Can I rest? So be it. In the summer of 1993, the last known alchemist of France, Nicolim, passed away at the Busbaden residence. During his long life of several hundred years, he made outstanding contributions to the development of magic and education in France. At the same time, his death also signified the complete end of the Dark Era, relegating it to a past recorded only in history. It is rumored that when the Nicolim couple passed away, the evening sun cast its slanted rays, leading many to believe that God or the saint had come to welcome them. As a side note, there's a project with a deadline on Tuesday that needs to be dealt with. Sorry. The night breeze brushed against her silver hair as Furong walked barefoot along the garden path, eventually reaching a bench where she quietly sat down. The fragrant and natural scent of the girl seemed to soothe Shiwen's mood considerably. You don't have to say anything, but I will always be here to accompany you. Furong gently swayed her little legs, her snow-white skin shimmering under the moonlight, making Shiwen feel a bit dizzy. The gentle breeze, flowers, and the chirping of insects made the night garden still so full of life. Shiwen felt very weary. By the second era, he had already begun to find his long life tedious. You see, the first and second eras were merely the times he existed as Shiwen. Before that, He had existed as Luo for dozens of years. Since then, he was just a remnant soul of the former Luo, barely surviving under the name Xiwen Luo. The real him had already died long before this. Not a metaphor, but a real death in the true sense. Sometimes, I wonder if everything would be better if I had died that day. As Xiwen sank into his gloomy thoughts, a soft, boneless little hand gently held his. If you had died long ago, then I definitely wouldn't have survived the day of the great catastrophe. Even now, I still clearly remember the taste of your blood. Furong held his hand tightly, as if fearing that if she let go, Xiwen would vanish forever. Furong adjusted her skirt, prepared a warm leg pillow for Xiwen, embraced his head, and gently hummed the song they both liked. Thought romance might always pass me by, and I'd never know the reasons why hope was layering awfully thin suddenly you walked in. Tears blurred Furong's eyes. She still remembered how Xiwen had pulled her back from hell and how he survived in the purgatory-like world after the great catastrophe. She vividly recalled the surprise and pain on his face when they met again in front of the Imperial Library of the Central Galaxy during the Second Era. The pain of her past death. She also remembered how he protected her in this world, taking care of her meticulously during the 2 years she was in a coma and had amnesia. Then he quietly left. He had never been so weak, whether physically or mentally. He had endured too much, whether it was the misty forest or his past death, all weighing heavily on his heart like a mountain. Awakening from a deep sleep, a burnt smell entered Xiwen's nose. He sat up and squinted toward the direction of the smell. "Oh, you're awake. Furong." Her face smeared with unknown sauces making her look like a little calico cat, hummed as she walked in, carrying a tray. A heartwarming breakfast. Her dirty, flower-patterned face added a few more points of cuteness, and she stood there with an expression wanting praise from adults. Xiwen swallowed hard. When was the last time he tasted Shiyun's cooking? He stared at the tray covered with a lid, feeling as if it sealed some kind of monstrous flood. Surprisingly not bad. Xiwen savored Furong's cooking, which consisted of a simple pan-fried steak and some cold salad. Isn't the heat a bit too much? I can smell something burning. The little girl was still quite honest, although she liked Xiwen's praise. One must be realistic, right? Xiwen shook his head and continued eating. The tender parts have their own flavors, while the overcooked parts have a jerky-like texture. It's good too. Yay! A cheerful voice came from outside the house, and before the sound faded, a lively girl jumped in. "Wow, it's feeding time. Woo-woo, sister is bullying me." Nyatsi squatted in the corner, drawing circles, a gleaming fork on the back of her hand shining brightly. Furong snorted. "Haven't you seen the roof being lifted in days?" Her graceful smile remained, but it sent a chill down Xiwen's back. To be honest, isn't this character breaking down? How did my cute and elegant Furong turn into a violent sister? "Madame Maxim has arrived. Mother asked me to call you down." A certain ancient dominator smeared a few fake tears and pouted, following behind Furong and Xiwen. Even though the Drackle family lived in a spacious and well-structured villa, the tall Madame Maxim still seemed somewhat cramped inside the house. Although it is said that family scandals should not be aired, in order not to delay Nyatsi's education, Mr. and Mrs. Drackle still invited Principal Busbatten. They wanted to test Nyatsi and let her enroll as soon as possible. "Hello, ma'am." The obedient and lovely mixed-race girl greeted Madame Maxim, causing Xiwen's eyelids to twitch. To be honest, is this really the evil god? "Hello, child." Madame Maxim also liked the girl in front of her very much, because she resembled her student Furong too much. Love for the house extends to the crow. A person's first impression is often determined by whom they associate you with from their past. If a person's first impression of you is someone they once liked, they will definitely treat you well. However, if the first impression is that you look like their sworn enemy, then you are definitely doomed. The magical entrance examination of Beau's Batons is not like Hogwarts, which monitors the births of children with magical fluctuations through magical detection methods spread across the country. They operate on a principle of serendipity. On one hand, there are automatic applications from ancient families, as Beau's Batons caters to a large part of Europe and does not worry about enrollment. On the other hand, some teachers travel with Beau's Batons magical detectors, discovering underage wizards hidden in the Muggle world through chance methods. Whether or not to enroll them in Beau's Batons depends on the feelings of those serendipitous professors. The detector from Beau's Batons is very simple. It resembles an ordinary Beau's Baton school badge, designed personally by Nicole May after the establishment of Beau's Batons. It can detect the magical energy levels of the wizard across from it. The silver-blue shield-shaped emblem features the Beau's Batons crest, which depicts 2 golden crossed wands, each with 3 stars shooting out from their tips, totaling 6 stars. Holding this badge allows one to gauge the magical situation of the other person based on the brightness of the stars. A dud is represented by a dim star. Naya carefully took out the badge, placed it in her palm, and then a gentle breeze blew by. Nothing happened. Unfortunately, that was how it turned out. The magical detector in Naya's hand seemed to have no reaction. Although the Dracula couple did not fully understand the principles of magic, they grasped the significance of the badge's lack of response, indicating that their daughter might just be an ordinary person without magic. But what does it matter? This way, she could easily find a local private school to enroll in, stay close to the Dracula couple, and allow Mr. Dracula to fulfill his responsibilities as a father and take good care of her. Wait, Madame Maxim had previously tested pure blood muggles with this badge, and their test reactions did not show that the badge was completely unresponsive. Instead, it would light up a white star. A dud would light up a dim golden star. She gestured for Naya to give her the badge, and the moment she took it, the badge turned into fine powder, dancing in the wind. This only happens in one situation, which is when the injected magical power far exceeds the badge's capacity, causing it to shatter from the magical energy. Madame Maxim did not believe that an underage wizard could reach such a level. She retrieved a spare badge. After all, this item had existed for hundreds of years, and it had experienced malfunctions before. After taking out the badge, Madame Maxim tried it in her palm, successfully lighting up a few stars before handing it to Naya. As the gentle wind blew, the badge turned to ash once again. Madame Maxim carefully observed the black-gray remnants, puzzled as to why this would happen. But someone was clear about it. The issue lay in the magical attributes. A faint silver light swirled around the dispersed powder in Shiwen's hand, as if it were magic. The powder reassembled into a badge, which Shiwen handed to Naya to try once more. This time, the stars lit up one after another. No, perhaps dimmed would be more appropriate, as deep dark colors appeared on the badge, making one feel as if they were about to fall into an endless void. Chaos attribute. Of course, modern magical education no longer meticulously categorizes wizards' attributes, but adopts a universal education approach. However, I believe Madame Maxim should be well aware of this. Madame Maxim carefully examined the badge in her hand and infused it with her magical power. Pale blue stars lit up, mixed with specks of white, clearly indicating that Madame Maxim belonged to the water attribute of wizards, characterized by a fierce heart and a delicate touch, since she could light up the stars. And modern magic does not cast spells based on the wizard's inherent magical attributes and qualities, as long as one can emit magical power. They can drive the power of the wand to perform spells. Only later research on wandless magic might lead some wizards to pay attention to the issue of magical attributes. I want to be in the same grade as my sister. Naya's eyes sparkled as she stared at Madame Maxim. Based on her age, she is 2 years younger than Furong, but they almost look identical. Indeed, starting the girl in the first grade would waste precious time, but if she were to be in the same grade as Furong, the lack of knowledge from the previous years would make it difficult for her to keep up with the curriculum. Shiwen and I can tutor her until she catches up to our pace. I believe Naya is very smart. Shiwen was very curious why, after Naya's appearance, Furong, although outwardly tormenting her in various ways, had basically agreed to all of Naya's requests. After all, she was a favored relative. So Madame Maxim quickly arranged the enrollment issue for Miss Naya Latatip Dracula. However, she still curiously asked, "Did you ever experience a magical surge or receive an enrollment notice from a Japanese magical school while in Japan?" Naya Ruko made a shy expression. "I seem to remember that there were often some strange seabirds around my house. At that time, I was tempted and secretly killed those seabirds to eat them. The magic school in Japan, the Magic Institute, is located on a Pacific island, so they rely on various artificially cultivated seabirds for communication and travel." Madame Maxim thought that perhaps this girl had a difficult childhood, which is why she acted this way. She hoped that when she arrived at Beauxbatons, she wouldn't be so mischievous. Siwen and Furong accompanied Madame Maxim to her carriage, which looked inexplicably fitting for the headmistress with giant lineage. Madame Maxim seemed to have just thought of something and turned back to ask Siwen, "Mr. Swift, do you have any specific arrangements for the practical part of the dark magic experiment class next semester? I heard that at the end of last semester. You seem to be absent from school a lot, and the things you taught the students seemed overly gruesome. I believe Gothic's education should be more competent than mine." Shiwen's smile sent a chill down Madame Maxim's spine as she squinted at him, this seemingly sunny and harmless young man. After leaving Busbarton, Gothic took over his last period of practical classes in defense against the dark arts for the school year. She and several other board members and professors had audited the classes, and the profound and systematic knowledge of that white-bearded elder was like a treasure trove for young wizards. However, They could not accept Gothic's methods. He invaded all the young wizards' dreams, infinitely torturing them, forcing them to fight and die endlessly in their dreams, even if it seemed harmless and allowed them to quickly gain practical experience. Shuin stated that Gothic was once one of the 18 heroes of Naxxramas, one of the 18 powerful individuals. Does he know about the Death Knights who can stop children's night crying? Why could those individuals achieve rapid progress and become practitioners of both magic and martial arts? The instructor Gothic deserves at least half, if not more, of the credit. Such a prominent figure is hard to come by in many places, yet here you are, still dissatisfied with their methods. Let's be reasonable. When truly facing a life and death confrontation, do you think the opponent will kindly consider that we live in a civilized society and require gentler methods? It's up to you. If you're willing to accept, then continue. If not, Gothic and I will have a leisurely time next semester. The indifference towards life in the tone of the Western response surprised Madame Maxim, and she frowned at Furong, clearly noticing that her student had no reaction to this situation. Furong gently held Zivin's hand, not because she was afraid he would argue with Madame Maxim, but because the experiences of Zivin and the soul memories she had received made her feel heartbroken and sad. Zivin smiled and shook his head, gently pinching the girl's soft fingertip, and led her back to the Drackle house without looking back, leaving behind a light remark. Safe travels. Madame Maxim, however, the beautiful holiday life did not come to a good end. Zivin, hiding in his gentle haven, was interrupted by endless owls. Helplessly, he opened a thick stack of letters from Miss Hermione Granger. At the same time, he lightly tapped his fingers a few times, sending out faint magical fluctuations, ensuring that no one could bother him through that dreadful owl post in the future. With a creak, the door opened, and Miss Drackle, dressed in loungewear, leisurely walked in. Her angelic smile could always dispel all the shadows in Zivin's heart. Furong snuggled up beside Zivin on the same long bench. She had hardly ever inquired about Zivin's matters out of curiosity, merely being a very qualified listener, waiting for Zivin to confide in her. Zivin helplessly looked at the letter in his hand, and then handed it to Furong, who was sitting next to him. The girl gathered her waist-length silver hair in front of her chest. The aura of her long hair was so enchanting. She shrugged, expressing her helplessness. Go on. Jean won't stop you from going. The message in the letter was very simple. The lovely little Harry, just before the end of summer vacation, had left home after some conflict and had run away from Privet Drive. Then Zivin received Hermione's deadly chain letter. How boring, to be honest. All underage wizards in England were being tracked by the Ministry of Magic. Zivin took out his wand. With seemingly no effort from his right hand, he crushed the end of the wand, revealing a thin thread wrapped in magic. See this? Trace thread. Otherwise, how would they monitor wand usage? How would they replicate spells? And the reversal charm? It's truly terrifying. Furong said, her interest waning. Although it sounded frightening, it was quite common. She recalled that during the Second Era, the federal government used the remains of the mechanical race's hub, Father, to develop a device that could monitor several star systems, which was openly displayed in the Imperial Library. However, since little Hermione had sent a deadly chain letter, Zivin decided to go after all. He quietly leaned close to Furong's back, feeling the gentle aura emanating from her waist-length silver hair. Shall we go for a stroll in Diagon Alley together? After that, I could take a stroll in London. Furong pecked gently at Shuin's face and said, all right, you just go honestly. I should also prepare. If I just mess around during the holiday, without studying, I'm afraid I'll become a fool next semester. As Furong spoke, her originally very beautiful blue eyes narrowed. I also have to take care of my dear younger sister who will be starting school this year. Don't you think so, Nyarlathotep? The sound of teeth chattering came from under the bed, and a certain Nyako crawled out. Hee, everyone is here. I just came to help you clean the room. Don't mind me. You can continue chatting. Don't go, dear sister, you have to jump straight to 5th grade, and there's so much knowledge to learn. Shuin silently closed the door, while the desperate cries for help from Nyako inside were completely shut off by the well-sealed door. Shrugging, this was not something he could manage. Sigh. Drackle's character is falling apart more and more. With a gentle flick, the crushed wand in his hand was tossed into the air, then vanished into a storage space. In the moment before it entered, all the damage was repaired, and it transformed back into a perfectly intact wand. So what happened? Zivin saw Harry at the entrance of the dessert shop in Diagon Alley. Little Harry was licking an ice cream while cramming for his summer homework, looking quite content. After a moment of hesitation, Harry finally began to recount everything, starting with that horrible Anne of Dudley's. Zivin looked at Harry with "Are you kidding me?" expression. Are you saying that woman insulted your parents in front of your aunt? Isn't she being a bit foolish? Doesn't she realize that insulting your mother is indirectly insulting her own siblings? Staring at Harry, the meaning of Shiwen was very clear. What did you do behind my back? Harry whimpered for a while, not daring to look up at Shiwen. I didn't do anything, I just added a little bit of, very pretty prank props to her salad. With his eyes twitching, Shiwen looked at little Harry's evasive demeanor and felt very uneasy. He couldn't help but ask, what prank props? Well, I'm not really sure either. It's a very beautiful herb with 2 glowing leaves spread out. Sometimes it seems you can even hear the leaves making a faint buzzing sound, completely undetectable when mixed in a salad. As Harry spoke, he subtly glanced at Siwen's expression. Although he didn't reveal where he got this prank prop, Siwen's expression said it all. While it was satisfying, you actually gave someone Nanjin without knowing its pharmacology? Dolly's aunt didn't die from the poison, right? Those herbs are beautiful, but their effects are top-notch. You know. Nanjin. Harry felt a bit uneasy and didn't dare to look directly. He felt like he had betrayed someone. Of course, I was the one who found those herbs for those 2 guys, and now they're actually selling these raw materials in the shop. Shiwen looked at Harry with a frustrated expression, which made Harry breathe a sigh of relief. Harry put away his homework. No, they still sell finished products. This is what I mentioned before about want to play a prank on Dolly. They gave me this, saying it has a short growth period and isn't very potent. Luckily, they provided me with Nanjin, not the mutated scarlet Nanjin or Galangin. Otherwise, you would already be wanted by the Ministry of Magic and the British government police. Shiwen thought it would be best to enhance the brothers' understanding of this aspect. They were still curious about this new thing and even considered experimenting with these substances on the human body. It was me, I told them. Harry quickly stopped Shiwen, awkwardly trying to change the subject. By the way, where did you go during the holidays? I hardly see Sister Alice. And many times I've gone to your house, but no one was home. Shiwen didn't want to talk, pressing Harry's little head onto the unfinished ice cream, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. Harry, with a face full of cream, looked up at Shiwen's disappearing figure in confusion. What did the baby do to be targeted like this? However, Westwood cannot impose any overly severe punishments on the Weasley twins right now, as their frail bodies and souls simply cannot bear it. The whispers of Cthulhu are not a curse that a 4th-grade student can endure. Westwood even stated that due to his indulgence, Nyarlathotep, who is basically at the peak of his power, can walk across this broken world without anyone being able to challenge him, including the renowned Dumbledore and the dark wizard Grindelwald, who specializes in soothing children's night terrors. Although the 2 guys told their family that they were conducting experiments and research here, in reality, they have been slumped here for a week, surviving on potatoes roasted in the fireplace every day. The pale purple arcane patterns still enveloped their bodies. If it weren't for the slight enhancements they had gained from following Siwen, with their underage physiques, they would have long gone completely insane, lost in the whispers of Cthulhu. Ah, the great Siwen has arrived, come to save the lost lambs. George and Fred's minds were still in chaos. But that didn't stop them from continuing to play the clowns. Siwen glanced at them and simply said 2 words. Deserved it. You won't have any friends talking like that, Mr. Swift, Fred gasped, having regained some awareness. The method of treatment was very simple. All they had to do was extract the part of the power in their bodies that came from Nyarlathotep. A magical siphon drained all their magical power. Of course, as a punishment, not only was the part belonging to Cthulhu extracted, but also a large portion of what belonged to the brothers was stripped away, ensuring they would have to lie in bed obediently for a while. Feeling completely drained, my brother George was writhing on the bed, as was his dear brother Fred, both staring blankly at the ceiling. You 2 are something else. Didn't you ever think about how the thing you made could achieve long-distance communication? Siwen never missed an opportunity to kick someone when they're down. You should know that an elder from the East once recited a couplet. It is wise to pursue the vanquished with the remaining strength. Do not seek fame by imitating the tyrants. Siwen seemed to think of something, his face darkening. Don't tell me your original plan was to use the magical web left behind by the ancient gods as a communication network? Seeing the goofy expressions on the 2 guys' faces, Siwen knew what they were thinking and shot them an annoyed glance. Luckily, the Cthulhu you encountered was one that played with minds. If you had run into those evil gods, they could have drained you dry in an instant. Next time, I won't do this again. You still want it next time? Not to mention I almost forgot. You 2 are truly reckless. You even gave Harry herbs to poison muggles, not afraid of sending Harry to Azkaban? George scoffed. What's so scary about that place? Wasn't there a lot of noise recently about the Azkaban prison break? The so-called most secure prison, built on a deserted island and guarded by Dementors, was broken out by Sirius Black. His tone was filled with disdain for that place. Siwon noticed the newspaper tossed aside, featuring a snarling face screaming in struggle, clearly a photo taken at the time of arrest, holding a sign with the prisoner's name, Sirius Black. Looks like he was already completely bonkers before being sent to prison. Siwon expressed that he had no particular fondness for such men's photos. He wasn't Dumbledore. However, the man's crazy appearance would make anyone who didn't know think he was struggling before being executed. Fred recalled the characters that stopped children's night cries. I remember this Black seemed to have just blown up a street of muggles when he was captured, then stood on the corpses and blood, laughing madly, not even showing a hint of wanting to escape when the Aurors arrived. George continued. He must have been the most arrogant follower after the Dark Lord's downfall. Oh, and that one, Bellatrix Lestrange, who tortured and interrogated Aurors to find out the Dark Lord's whereabouts with despicable methods after his fall. This serious topic was clearly not suitable for discussion with the two brothers, so Siwon quickly returned to the main subject. He needed to find a suitable network for the magical communication device he was researching for the brothers. It's not that you can't borrow this network, but you need to research your own energy supply methods to power internal communications for the network. I believe you know the consequences of having that ancient master of the magical web supply energy for you. Siwon's nonchalant words sent chills down the brothers' spines. Although they had once indulged in that feeling, now that they were sober, they felt a soul-deep tremor and awe. They could imagine what would happen if their communication device covered most of the magical world. But to power the entire magical web, clearly, we need an extremely powerful energy source. After entering engineer mode, Fred rested his chin on his hand, pondering seriously. Finding an energy source comparable to a god wouldn't be easy. We can't just go capture a god. George's eyes seemed to sparkle with a strange light. Little brother, what you said makes a lot of sense, Siwon. Is there a weak god you could recommend for us to eliminate as a magical energy source? This is indeed a good idea. Note that on the continent of Azeroth, to solve the addiction problem, after losing the Sunwell as a power source, the High Elves and Silvermoon established a magical web to absorb the magic from a demigod-level demon to replenish their people's magical energy. However, we really need to carefully select a target. Coincidentally, Siwon also planned to start training the practical abilities of these Hogwarts students next year. After all, the experiments on the little guinea pigs from Bus Spartan had shown good results after a year. However, there's a small problem that needs to be addressed beforehand. Siwon didn't care about the lives of mere commoners, seeing them merely as testers for potions and alchemy effects from different worlds. Nevertheless, the Weasley brothers couldn't afford any unexpected results. He needed to ensure they at least had a bottom line before being able to ignore the societal norms of this world. To be determined 1. No raw materials may be sold to non-Weasley workshop staff. 2. Any finished products with lethal potential or deleted must be purchased with real names. 3. Products above level, deleted, must be sold after verifying their intended use. Siwon's character had always been strange. Sometimes he would be ruthless, seeing the deaths of hundreds of thousands or billions of people as nothing more than fleeting moments. However, at other times he appeared so indifferent, like now, as Hermione and the others walked into the leaky cauldron, where Siwon was sitting on a dirty wooden stool at the bar, sipping a drink. Siwon politely accepted the aluminum cup handed to him by Tom, the bartender, which was roughly the size of a tea mug, the slightly sour taste permeating the murky liquid. He inexplicably thought of a certain British king who once, upon seeing knights drinking, had his gluttonous tendencies flare up and insisted on tasting it, leading to a scene where he slashed Arthur and pointed his sword at the traitorous Lancelot. What are you laughing at? A little wildcat carrying another little wildcat walked up behind Siwon. They say curiosity killed the cat. The ancients did not deceive me. Siwon downed the drink in the cup, dug into his pocket, and laid out 9 copper nuts on the table. This was the cheapest drink here, something that even those wandering wizards might not choose. You've lost weight, huh, Jane? Siwon turned around to look at the little girl behind him, Hermione Granger, and said softly. He noticed Hermione seemed to be holding a not-so-good-looking orange cat. Really? The girl's eyes sparkled. Regardless of size, women love to hear others say they've lost weight. However, Siwon shook his head. Little girl, I'm not complimenting you. To be honest, your cute little bun face is gone now that you've lost weight. What will you use to replace your cute little lowly face? Give me back my adorable little Hermione. He poked the large orange cat curled up in Hermione's arms a few times with his finger and asked with a questioning tone, This color, this appetite, can you afford to raise it? What's wrong with Crookshanks being an orange cat? Did the orange cat eat your cat's food or sleep on your couch? Hermione pouted and fiercely kicked someone's ankle, then angrily prepared to walk away. You hit me and still want to run? Shiman pulled the girl back into his arms. and with a few chaotic movements of his hands, he messed up the hair that the girl had spent a long time fixing in the morning. Ugh. Hermione's face seemed to turn bright red with anger. Her cheeks puffed up round, and her eyes seemed to be misty. The cat in her arms seemed to sense her mood, its fur standing on end. Someone finally decided to stop. Oh, let's go for a stroll in Diagon. Allie let S give that soon-to-explode little girl a place to vent her frustrations, he hummed as he followed along. Well, Diagon Alley was narrow, and being one of the few wizarding communities in England, it really made one experience what it meant to be in a sea of people, especially close to the start of the school year. It wasn't easy. Shimon looked at the raw materials shop over there, where the price of dragon liver had finally been revised from 17 sickles per ounce to 16 sickles per ounce. Honestly, why has no one been curious all these years as to why it was priced at 17 sickles instead of 1 galleon? It felt like pricing something at 100 cents instead of just writing $1. It was quite strange. I wonder how this year's defense against the dark arts class will be arranged. Hermione, still concerned about her studies, walked back and forth, leading Shimon to the leaky cauldron. A crowd had gathered there as if watching a show. A large iron cage was placed at the entrance of the bookstore, where many books were howling and tearing at each other, with each book battling and losing pages. The bookstore staff looked distressed. These damaged books were ridiculously expensive and were fighting amongst themselves. If it weren't for the fact that the leaky cauldron was responsible for Hogwarts textbooks, they wouldn't have purchased such a loss-making mess. The staff member impatiently dispersed some onlookers near the cage, pulled out a nearly empty spray, came from his pocket, and sprayed it vigorously at the cage. Soon, the books began to calm down. However, the staff member did not appear pleased. He glanced at the nearly empty spray and muttered softly, "Used up again. I'll have to buy more potion from the Weasley brothers." Clearly, the money-grabbing duo never missed the business opportunities contained within these small items. They had simply researched a spray that could calm these frenzied books, and then marketed it to the leaky cauldron. The young witches and wizards coming out of the store were either carrying thick bundles of books tied with leather and twine or holding this potion. After all, they couldn't just get into a fight with a book every time they wanted to read, right? Do books have consciousness? Hermione stared wide-eyed, but West merely shook his head, showing no signs of curiosity. He picked up a book and slammed it hard on the floor, and the book lay obediently in his hands, although there were other ways to make the book behave. There's an old saying in the East, cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. Whoever disrupts my livelihood, I will cut off their means of survival. Even though ants are small, they are still flesh. West clearly wouldn't be bored enough to explain to the staff at the leaky cauldron how to control these books. What would be the point? Are you trying to show off? Shimon explained to Hermione, who was looking at him with bright eyes. Don't think that wisdom or life is such a simple process. It's just a little magic. After paying for the book with the little girl and stepping outside the bookstore, Shimon lightly tapped that book. Although Hermione did not understand exactly what happened, she felt that the life force contained in that book had vanished. More accurately, Hermione sensed that the book had died, become like a book from the Muggle world, just text and images, but nothing extraordinary. It was just an ordinary piece of magic. And the Triple X series books were quite famous in the magical world. The Monster Book of Monsters was relatively easy to handle. You haven't seen the Invisible Book of Invisibility or the Transformational Book of Transfiguration. Sometimes just finding where those books are can be a headache. However, that publishing house also had its own supporters who claimed that if you can't even handle the book, you shouldn't study that knowledge. You won't learn it anyway. Clearly, Shimon did not appreciate such attention-seeking behavior. Just like in other timelines where game developers maliciously designed games to increase difficulty and called it experiencing malice. Hermione looked at the obviously unruly The Monster Book of Monsters in her backpack with disdain and, while no one was watching, tossed it into the storage bracelet Shimon had given her. Ahead was their destination, and little Hermione wanted to see what kind of bizarre shop those money-grubbing guys had created. The Weasley Wizarding Wheezes stood before them, the tall shop, decorated in a way that seemed out of place in the ancient alley of Diagon Alley. Did not feel jarring, but rather refreshing. Although Shimon clearly did not like this artistic style. It was like that so-called modern design miracle. The perfect blend of modern and ancient, the glass pyramid designed by I.M. Pei in the Louvre renovation plan, which Shimon found utterly displeasing. Special eternal magical fireworks continuously enhanced the atmosphere, and a giant statue head wrapped in red mane swayed left and right, emitting a meowing roar, looking like a comical version of the MGM trademark. Clearly, the face of that statue head was modeled after George and Fred. Thankfully, they were twins, or they would have had to figure out whose face to use. Yahoo welcome during the school season. The Weasley Wizarding Wheezes is offering great discounts at cute, lively, and vibrant Gothic-style maid is standing at the entrance, continuously beckoning guests. With silver long hair and deep blue eyes, her cheeks show distinct mixed-race features. Fair-skinned yet small and adorable, making her seem endearing. Her delicate fingers hold several brightly colored flyers as she greets passers-by under the blazing sun. Anyone who walks by the girl seems to unconsciously head towards Weasley Wizarding Wheezes, their eyes wide open like saucers, with the only wish of rushing into bye. Weston covers his face, as he really doesn't know what to say. So cheeky, truly cheeky, even cheekier than Dragonhide. My dear, Nyarlathotep. Is that Bella? Little Hermione also widened her eyes, but soon realized it wasn't her, although she looked very similar. The obvious East Asian mixed features indicated that this was not the Fu Rong Isabella de LaCroix she knew. Ouch, 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 ouch. Help, help. Amid the wails of an ancient god and the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Sheeman grabbed Nyarlathotep's tall, silly hair and dragged this guy back to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. The brother-in-law is bullying. Nyarlathotep crouched on the ground, holding his head and defending himself, his bright, sparkling eyes wide open, seemingly glimmering with tears, making one feel a pang of sympathy. Bang! The iron fist of love for Nyarlathotep made her obediently close her mouth and squat there. Wes didn't wait long before the Weasley twin brothers appeared, looking clear-headed and concerned, asking what had happened to their recently hired waitress. In the conversation, Sheeman simply learned about the process of events. To put it simply, a lovely and pitiful girl who is struggling to pay for her tuition came to interview for a part-time waitress position, and the two brothers quickly agreed. Although Sheeman had previously cleared the thoughts about ancient gods from the brothers' minds, for Nyarlathotep, who had once invaded and completely dominated their brains. The brothers' minds were no different from a lamb stripped bare in front of her. There was no need to use her powers to confuse them. Just her simple voice would subtly lead the brothers to agree with her words. How did you end up here? Sheeman stared at her, emitting a glare that seemed to make anyone who looked at it pregnant. Unfortunately, our Nyarlathotep classmate, beneath her gentle, lovely, beautiful and delicate exterior, is an indistinct entity of the Cthulhu mythos, making the pregnancy glare ineffective. A cunning glimmer flickered in Nyarlathotep's eyes as she pouted. Of course I want to see what you're up to. Dear brother-in-law, let's see if you've secretly betrayed my foolish sister. Sheeman felt a chill down his back, clearly aware that a certain soon-to-expire lowly was glaring at them. This is Bella's sister, not Gabrielle. Her name is Nyarlathotep, Sheeman said to Hermione, then pointed at Crookshanks. Also, if you keep holding that cat so tightly, I'm afraid it might die. Hermione had just loosened her grip a bit when Crookshanks, like a prisoner whose noose had snapped midway, bolted out. If humans are this unreliable, it would have been better to stay honestly in the pet shop. The little girl awkwardly watched her newly bought pet cat howl at her feet, clearly dissatisfied with her unintentional execution of the cat's hanging just now. Hermione Granger, I've known Bella and Lo since we were kids. Hermione reached out her hand to Nyarlathotep, seemingly wanted to shake hands. At that moment, the ancient god pulled Hermione over. Wow, delicate little lady meow. She continuously rubbed her smooth cheek against Hermione's face and neck. Even a soft collarbone of the little lowly didn't escape. Having never seen such a situation, little Hermione was momentarily stunned. Only be shown by Nyarlathotep what it means to seek knowledge above and below. For a moment, the room seemed filled with a pink atmosphere. Brother-in-law is bullying people. Nyarlathotep had a bump on her head from a violent iron fist, crouching in a corner while covering her head, while little Hermione stood aside, disheveled, with a flushed face and rapid breathing. Is this the invention of those two? It seems that there are all sorts of things here. At this moment, a familiar female voice caught the attention of everyone present, a slightly shy and gentle voice. Cho Chang walked in behind Cedric Diggory into the Weasley brothers' shop. However, Cedric, who was walking in front, seemed unwilling to acknowledge Cho and gave her his back. Hi, Seamus. Hermione, you're here too. Cedric noticed them and greeted them actively. Hermione seemed to feel that Cedric's demeanor was constantly changing. Cho followed along, her face showing a hint of melancholy and disappointment. But upon seeing familiar classmates she hadn't seen during the holiday, she perked up and greeted them. Meanwhile, a certain ancient god seized the opportunity to slip out, escaping from the torment of Seamus's clutches inside the shop. Hermione took a glance at Seamus, then actively walked over and pulled Cho to browse the products of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Watching Cedric's troubled expression, Seamus silently waited for him to speak. Cho. She invited me to Diagon Alley. I initially thought it was just casual shopping together. Cedric's pale hand rubbed his hair. But just moments ago, in the ice cream shop, wait a minute. Seamus narrowed his eyes, seemingly looking at Cedric with a hostile gaze. Are you saying you actually stole Cho's heart? It is not because Xiwen likes Xiaozhong, but because he knows Cedric's specific situation. After dying in a childhood accident, Cedric was transformed into a vampire by Carlyle, at the pleading of Mrs. Cedric. The feelings between vampires and living people are a taboo. Cedric seems to be troubled. It would be a lie to say there are no feelings. In the 3 years they've been together, especially after Xiwen formed the extracurricular magic study group, he has spent more time with Xiaozhong. There's an old saying that goes, feelings grow over time. No one knows exactly what West and Cedric said that day. But according to the anonymous recollection of Fred Weasley, Cedric, who was already pale, looked even more so when he left Diagon Alley. Moreover, the clumsy figure of the steam locomotive moved along the tracks, still producing a great deal of noise. On the train that had just left the platform, many people were still searching for empty compartments in the aisle. West could have gone to a more upscale luxury carriage, which was prepared for prefects or the student council president by the Hogwarts Express, but he did not. Instead, he went to another privileged carriage. This was the true privileged carriage, with blue and gold decorations that gave it a refreshing feeling. At the same time, the eye-catching red dragon emblem made it clear who the owner of this carriage was, the King of Britain from Scotland. Sitting inside the carriage, West waited silently. Rip! The door of the compartment was violently pushed open, and a tall figure stumbled in. Even before fully entering the compartment, a strong smell of alcohol wafted over. However, it seemed that excessive drinking had not affected the owner of this body, as she walked in steadily, casually tossing her backpack aside and plopping down on the sofa. It seemed that her movements were too large, causing her duck cap to slide off along the curves of her well-exercised body, revealing the true face of its owner. Her bright blue short hair fell perfectly to her rosy chin, and her slightly delicate eyebrows contrasted with her spirited appearance, adding a touch of cuteness. Without any makeup, she could still make those flashy girls feel ashamed. The girl rummaged through her jacket pocket for a moment, and a flattened pack of cigarettes appeared in her hand. She gently tapped it against her leg, just the right amount, and a slender lady's cigarette popped out. The girl seemed to remember something, glanced at Xiwen, and reached out as if to ask him if he wanted one, also seemingly inquiring about smoking permission from the compartment's owner. "Hello, Chloe," Xiwen responded with a smile, and the girl's beautiful blue eyes quickly withdrew their gaze. She placed the cigarette between her lips and took out a box of matches from her pocket. With a scratch, the match head ignited, forming a faint flame, and soon, the warmth transferred to the cigarette in the girl's mouth. She took a deep puff and slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke. At that moment, the door opened again, and an obviously Asian girl walked in, with similarly short hair that reached her chin and shoulders. She wore a headset and seemed immersed in her own musical world. "Hello, Linda." The moment the girl glanced at Xiwen, her eyes, hidden behind long bangs, seemed to emit a red glow. But quickly, after a glance at Xiwen and Chloe, she lowered her head and sat down on the other end of the sofa. Yes, these are the 2 transfer students who appeared at Hogwarts this year. Rather than being transfer students, it would be more accurate to say they simply accepted Xiwen's invitation to come to Hogwarts. Linda Siddhartha is from a remote area in Indonesia. In an accidental incident last year, a massive psychic energy burst within her, awakening her clairvoyance and psychic abilities, allowing her to see everything in the world, including things that should not be seen by the living. Before Linda went insane, the then professor of the defense against the dark arts at Beauxbatons, Xiwen, found her and invited her to attend a magical school to help her adapt to her current life. As for why Xiwen, a professor from Beauxbatons, would invite Linda to Hogwarts, it is not because of any special decree. Rather, it is simply that Linda is more familiar with English, and if she went to Beauxbatons, she would have to spend time learning French. As for the other person, Xiwen glanced at the blue-haired girl, Chloe Price, who appeared youthful and vibrant, but was actually filled with a sense of death. Her story is quite complex, but in the end, her friend who had awakened her powers was gravely injured while trying to save her and collapsed before her, causing her uncontrollable powers to transfer to Chloe. Chloe, already possessing strong soul power and psychic abilities, experienced a terrifying amplification of her powers in a berserk state, creating a psychic storm capable of destroying a small town. She was then captured by Xiwen, who happened to be wandering around the United States, and, after successfully calming her down, she agreed to go to Hogwarts. Xiwen would never send such a good seedling to that overly long-named American Magical Academy. Moreover, rather than saying the 2 were invited by Hogwarts, It is more accurate to say that after accepting the request of the King of Britain, Hogwarts took them in on behalf of the British royal family to provide basic magical training. At this moment, the door rang again, and with a loud sound. A scolding voice came from the entrance. "Are you sure, Leggy, Holly? The door is so obvious that it needs to be pulled open. Why are you slamming into it so hard?" "Well, I got hurt. I need dear Penelope to kiss it better." The sickly sweet, flirtatious voice sent chills down one's spine. Seawan lightly snapped his fingers, and the compartment door opened automatically. Bang! "Ouch, who is hurting me?" Holly Goodfellow, who was leaning against the door and acting cute towards Penelope, toppled in headfirst, looking at the situation inside. However, noticing the presence of strangers, Holly restrained herself a bit. Although she didn't care about her own image, she didn't want to cause trouble for Professor McGonagall. After exchanging a smile with Seawan, Penelope slightly furrowed her brows. She caught a strong whiff of alcohol and tobacco from Chloe, just as she saw Chloe holding a burnt-out cigarette but in her left palm. She could even feel the pain of the hot cigarette but scorching the girl's delicate palm. But since they were not familiar, she didn't say anything to discourage her. "This is Linda Siddhartha, and this is Chloe Price, transfer students who will enter Hogwarts next semester, tentatively assigned to Ravenclaw." Seawan introduced to Penelope Clearwater. She is Penelope Clearwater, a 7th-year student from Ravenclaw at Hogwarts and also the chairwoman of the student council. You can ask her any questions. Linda remained immersed in her own musical world, her bangs covering her eyes and half of her cheek, leaving no one knowing what she was thinking. Chloe, on the other hand, shook herself awake, extending her right hand to Penelope. "Hello." The moment their eyes met, Penelope's gaze sharpened. She couldn't believe what kind of despair and silence lay behind those crystal-clear, beautiful blue eyes. As if to match the mood, the temperature in the compartment began to drop sharply. The hissing cold air started to condense inside the room, and even without exhaling, one could see the white mist forming in the air, while frost began to rapidly form on the windows. Isn't this too exaggerated? It's September, even in the North Sea. It shouldn't be this cold. Is it hailing? Holly walked towards the window as she spoke. Her pink, bright red tongue gently licked the window and then... Oh no, a certain idiot's tongue got stuck to the window, and every time she tried to pull it off, she felt a sharp pain. "Whatever you do, don't say you're from Hogwarts. I can't afford to lose face. And is this really the student that little M.O. trained?" The British royal family is probably doomed. Although Seawan was secretly complaining, he still melted the frost on the window, allowing a certain intellectually challenged individual with an IQ of 9 to be freed. The door creaked gently, slowly opening, and a decaying, scabbed hand gripped the edge of the door, releasing a foul stench that was utterly inconsistent with the cold atmosphere, invading everyone's nostrils like maggots. It was reminiscent of those lazy guys in the boys' dormitory who tossed their clothes in a wash basin, leaving them for 10 days or half a month. The intense odor that emanated after the clothes had soaked was overwhelming. However, the figure beneath the rotting, tattered cloak brought not just sensory torment, but a chilling cold that pierced the heart. Standing at the door was Chloe, facing the entrance. Her crystal blue eyes could almost reflect that dilapidated figure, and a horrifying, wheezing sound echoed from the throat of that creature. At the same time, her memories surged like a flashing light. Once, all her happy memories were intertwined with the figure of her childhood friend, Max, who had grown up with her. Now, those once joyful moments felt like a sharp knife stabbing in her heart. After Max stood in front of her, taking that fatal shot, her heart had already shattered, and this nightmare, echoing, only deepened the silence and despair in her crystalline eyes. Her vision grew increasingly blurry, and it seemed as if the voice of that detestable Max resonated in her ears, asking what he had said on that day, at the last moment. In the depths of her most unwilling memories, the body seemed to lose control, gradually collapsing. Before Holly could draw her dragon breath gun, and before Seawan made any move, the silently observing Linda took off her earpiece. She gently tossed her hair, her smooth bangs fluttering to the side, and her concealed eyes suddenly opened wide. The blood-red, fierce gaze locked onto the soul-harvesting creature that entered the compartment, and her delicate tongue lightly brushed against her pale lips, exuding not only a murderous intent, but also an astonishing allure. So the question arises, what shampoo was used for such silky long hair? In the perspective of the Western world, the iron chains composed of psychic energy shot out from Linda's back like the hooks in the hands of a grim reaper, piercing through the Dementor, leaving it riddled with holes. Then, Linda's ring finger trembled gently, and before the Dementor, which attempted to get closer to Chloe, could make any move, the chains tightened, tearing. The Dementor, a creature that roams between the realms of life and death, was directly torn apart by iron chains. It is important to note that Dementors possess an undead characteristic, existing in a state of never having truly lived or died, and they lack a concept of death. The fragmented pieces of the Dementor transformed into mist, rapidly surging towards Linda's back, where an invisible, gaping maw awaited in midair, ready to devour every last remnant of the Dementor. The expression that had remained unchanged since she entered the carriage finally showed a slight shift. Linda's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Siwen. Through the whispers of psychic energy, Siwen received a piece of information. This Dementor was not tasty. Siwen's eyes twitched. It seemed this was the first time someone had commented on the flavor of a Dementor. However, Linda had also encountered similar beings before. In Indonesia, such dark creatures are called Pishacha, a being that walks in the darkness. To be fair, Ziliancient has 1,000 ways to make a soul-reaping monster unable to survive. But in this world, people do not have a good way to deal with soul-reaping monsters. The only effective method, the Guardian Spirit spell, merely expels the soul-reaping monsters. Now, Linda is able to directly eliminate the soul-reaping monster, marking the first annihilation in the history of the soul-reaping monster race. Linda looked up at the distant corridor and seemed to see no strange creatures anymore. She lowered her head, her smooth bangs once again covering her uniquely bright red eyes. The headset also blocked out the sounds of the outside world, and she immersed herself once more in her musical world. In fact, Siwen was quite heartbroken for Linda. Before he found her, Linda had awakened her psychic abilities long ago. The psychic vision and hearing brought by these abilities made her constantly disturbed by the whispers of souls in this world and the shadows that walk in darkness. Many people who accidentally opened their yin-yang eyes due to bloodline activation went mad because they couldn't bear this issue. Linda was at least relatively lucky. She found her own way to cope, using her bangs to cover her eyes and the music from her headset to block out the whispers, allowing herself to no longer perceive the outside world, but she also fell into isolation. It seemed she hadn't spoken to anyone for many years, and perhaps the long silence had caused her to lose her ability to communicate. On the other side, the other guy woke up groggily. The cool droplets slid across her cheek, and Chloe felt a bit ironic. She thought her tears had long dried up during the days when Max was declared brain dead. The warm embrace reminded her of the times she lay shamelessly on the big bed at home with Max. The golden sunlight from the slanting sunset made the two girls feel purified, but Max was all ready. As her consciousness gradually cleared, she realized she had fainted right in front of the newly arrived Penelope Clearwater, who was now holding her in her arms. Standing up straight, Chloe whispered a thank you and was about to return to her seat when Clearwater stopped her, placing a gold-wrapped chocolate in her palm. "Eat it. It's good for your body." Penelope's voice was not loud and lacked strong tones, yet it felt trustworthy. As the chocolate melted in her mouth, Chloe felt a wonderful warmth flowing down her throat. Although it couldn't break through her heart, which was covered in ice and riddled with wounds, it warmed her cold stomach, making her entire body feel warm. Before she grasped the chocolate wrapper in her hand, she glanced at the logo on it and thought, Klavka, right? The lazy Western language was dragged out by a highly responsible student council president to patrol the train compartments, where they attempted to provide help to the little wizards troubled by Dementor attacks. The room was left with 3 girls who had just returned to Hogwarts. Holly, although she had lived at Hogwarts for many years, had been away for 2 years to the Scottish Highlands to receive martial arts training from King Arthur II and the Knights of the Round Table. Chloe had just wrapped up the remaining large piece of chocolate when she felt an insatiably hungry gaze following her hand holding the chocolate, and when she turned to look, Miss Holly, known as the loser of life, was staring intently at the chocolate. Boo-hoo, she had been pestering Penelope for so long without getting a piece of chocolate. Holly, a tall and strong girl, was surprisingly showing such a girlish demeanor, which was quite a silly and cute contrast. Crack! The chocolate broke into 2 halves in Chloe's hand, each with its wrapping paper. One half was handed to the overjoyed Holly, while the other half was placed beside Linda. Linda seemed completely oblivious, silently continuing to immerse herself in her musical world. The distant golden light gradually faded, but the cabin still retained a trace of warm atmosphere, making the pale-faced little wizards begin to regain some color. However, as the one who brings warmth to others, our lovely classmate Zhang looked even paler at this moment. Western language twitched at the corner of her mouth as she looked at the silly girl collapsed in her own holy light spring, reasoning that a rookie holy light wizard dared to use such a large-scale holy light spring. It wouldn't be surprising if in a few years you were just seen carrying wings pretending to be a bird person. Even more pale than Xiaozhong was Cedric Diggory. As the head boy of Hufflepuff, Cedric immediately stepped out to maintain order in the compartment. Little did he expect that as soon as he reached the Ravenclaw compartment, he would be struck by Xiaozhong's holy light, leaving him feeling both chilled and uplifted. Although Cedric was not the kind of vampire with an evil nature, and he was clearly different from the light-born Solarians of Azeroth, he still suffered some damage. For instance, the palm that was supporting Xiaozhong was severely burned by the residual holy light from the girl's body due to direct skin contact, now sizzling and eroding his already dead skin. However, he tried to keep his expression unchanged, hoping no one would notice that he had been burned by the holy light. But did no one really notice? The slight tremor of a certain silly girl's body indicated everything. Penelope stepped forward to take the seemingly dazed Xiaozhong, who appeared to be exhausted from magic and mental strain. Cedric stood up, his hand naturally slipping into his pocket. At that moment, a silver light came from the other end of the carriage, where the Gryffindor compartment was located, and soon a figure hurriedly approached. Cedric, who had always been an elegant gentleman, seemed unable to suppress the impulses hidden within his bloodline after being harmed by holy light, now resembling a coiled spring. A beast ready to confront its enemy, glaring ahead. Xiwen could even hear the sound of Cedric grinding his teeth beside him. Xiwen's hand gently traced a figure in the air, and his silver right hand, wrapped in a robe, seemed to emit a faint glow as it landed on Cedric's shoulder. Cedric closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, although he did not display any aggression. He still looked down the dim corridor with a hostile gaze. A gentle adult, who appeared somewhat out of place compared to ordinary wizards, approached with an encouraging smile and asked, "How are you?" At the same time, he seemed to be searching for a new chocolate from his faded pocket. "Thank you," Xiwen replied. "Xiwen Swift. Remus Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor this year," he said. "I've heard of you. The light of Ravenclaw, the star of Hogwarts." The man, looking frail, dressed in faded clothes with several patches, and seemingly wearing a style from many years ago, was actually the defense against the dark arts professor. "It seems you've come from over there and resolved the issue, haven't you? I'll go to the front of the car and talk to the driver about this issue." Remus Lupin glanced at the pale-faced boy, who looked very handsome, but his gaze was not very friendly. As Professor Lupin moved away, Cedric seemed to finally calm his inner vigilance. He wanted to say something, but upon seeing a nearly imperceptible shake of the head from Simon, he stopped and redirected his gaze to the swaying Autumn Zhang, who was standing up in Penelope Clearwater's arms. "Sorry, I need to go back to the Hufflepuff compartment." In a hurry, he left just as hurriedly as he had come, waving his sleeve and leaving only a trace of hurt. Xiaozhong silently looked at the place on her bare arms that had once touched Cedric, exposed due to the hot summer weather. She had never felt anyone's body could be so cold. Xiwen watched as Penelope helped Xiaozhong back to her compartment, while he leisurely walked in the direction Lupin had disappeared, as there were still a few troublesome characters over there. Sure enough, it was lively. The Weasley twins, Ron and Ginny, were gathered here, making the room feel very crowded. Inside were also little Hermione and Harry, whose pale face clearly showed he had suffered some significant injury. Every time little Harry was in danger, dear Hogwarts star always appeared just in time. Could it be true friendship? Still dirty PY. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Fred's words were not finished when a small white silk foot stepped heavily on his foot, and the soon-to-expire lowly showed no guilt, as if she had just accidentally gotten off the seat. With the expression of "I'm very fierce" from the little girl, Seawind ruffled her already messy hair from the train's bumps into a pile of chaos. The fluffy Crookshanks on the carriage seat still maintained its frizzy state, letting out a low growl. Seawind noticed the old large leather trunk in the carriage, with a nameplate that read Professor Lupin's name. "It seems you are in the same carriage as the new professor. Thanks to Professor Lupin, his chocolate works wonders." Harry's face finally looked a bit better. "What exactly is that thing, the Dementor? I don't really want to write the third part anymore. It feels meaningless. Just characters like Sirius who are brainless and Peter who is cowardly. It doesn't seem appropriate to jump straight to the fourth part. I'm thinking of writing a side story. Yuan Fang, what do you think? Suffering, pain, in the abyss burns my hatred. Those humble humans will tremble in my wrath. In the end, the entire broken sphere will be shattered, and everything will burn to ashes under my wrath. Mom, there's a fool over there talking to himself." A lively little girl with black twin ponytails and eyes wide open like copper bells, exuding a lightning-like sharpness, is none other than our friend, Rin Tosaka. She must have experienced some kind of stimulation. The gentle lady possesses all the essential elements of an NTR plot: kindness, an unreliable man, a daughter, and a decent appearance. On the other hand, a little girl seems a bit timid as she hugs her mother's thigh, but occasionally peeks at the man wrapped in darkness from beneath her dark green bangs. However, the ordinary world cannot observe it. After the appearance of the man in black, a massive distortion is occurring in a magic net across the entire world. It feels like a worldwide tornado, with the eye of the storm right on that man in black. How is that possible? Has the first master summoned a servant now? In the Tosaka residence, Tosaka Tokiomi looked at the sky in astonishment while waiting for his wife and daughter to return. Even though the evening sky had already darkened, the massive magical storm loomed like a beacon. Impossible, it couldn't be the summoning of a servant. Such a vast amount of magical energy. Even the few casters in history couldn't achieve this level. Could this be the anomaly in Fuyuki City before the Holy Grail War began? To be on the safe side, he sent his prized disciple, Yin Feng Chili, to arrange for someone to investigate. The black-clad figure, swaying as if drunk, left the curious trio of the mother and daughter behind. To be fair, if this were a novel posted in some top-notch community, it would already be a well-known story about the mother and daughter. However, just before leaving, he heard a very faint voice, seemingly so soft that even its owner couldn't hear it. But the black-clad person caught the subtle concern in those words. Despite being so frightened, how could there still be such care for a stranger? An interesting girl. The swaying figure of the man in black, seemingly aimless, ventured deeper into the winding alley until a group of typical thugs appeared before him. Of course, these thugs weren't after the man in black. They were surrounding a seemingly despondent man in the center, who, inebriated, quickly emptied his pockets in response to the threat of a dagger. However, the group had set their sights on his ring. Although his marriage was nothing more than a shameless transaction, orchestrated by a terrifying figure at home to continue the lineage of magical blood, he still remembered that woman. The somewhat dazed woman, after giving birth to his son, was cast into an endless hell by the true powers of her family. He believed he would never forget the look in her eyes as she drowned, the last gaze she directed at him. Yet he was Japanese, not a high school student, not a scion, nor a descendant of those terrifying bloodlines like Lin Wang or Xiao Qinlong. Resistance only brought about more painful beatings and injuries, without the expected burst of power. His swollen eyes noticed the slowly approaching figure. One must remember that when a person is about to drown, they will desperately grasp at everything around them, which is why one should not attempt to save someone just out of the water. At least wait until they've swallowed enough. Help me, help me. The cries for help drew the thugs' attention to the man in black who had just entered the dark alley. Ignoring the threats from the thugs, the man in black walked over slowly, extending his left hand from beneath his cloak, with his index finger straightened, the middle and ring fingers retracted, the thumb pressing down on top, and the little finger slightly raised, drawing a triangle in the air, as if with a pen. A white halo silenced the surroundings, and the man in black looked at the person lying on the ground. If I save you, then what is the price, Gul'dan? Although he didn't quite understand what the person was saying about dog eggs, he realized that the person opposite him had the ability to save him. Now, what needs to be seen is what price he can offer. Have you heard the story of the law of unintended consequences? What do you think about it? Although it sounded like a discussion, the tone of the man in black left no room for negotiation. Even without the magical seal, as a member of a magical family, how could he have never heard of the law of accidents? He honestly told the man in black, "My wife is dead, so there could be no so-called unexpected offspring. Conditions are conditions. I've stated my demands, and now it's up to you to accept or not." The voice of the man in black, hidden beneath his dark cloak, was as calm as the night itself. "As long as you don't regret it, I agree." The person on the ground felt he had no choice. Refusing would only lead to one outcome: being beaten to half-death or outright killed by this gang of thugs. He didn't notice that after he agreed to this unexpected law as a condition, a faint magical fluctuation, or something that could be called a law, enveloped him. The ancient oath contract of the unexpected law could not be violated. Disperse, no more robbing this person. The same gesture that had previously quieted the crowd appeared again, and the thugs felt their minds go blank, nodding dully and stumbling away. The thugs, leaving like zombies, kept mumbling, "Disperse, disperse, no more robbing him," as they left like children. The man on the ground got up and brushed off the dust on his body, unexpectedly realizing that you are a magician. "Let me introduce myself. It's Korea Matu." It seems that Korea's drunkenness was also dispelled by the black-clothed man's spell, and he took the initiative to greet him. "I will go to collect the reward." The black-clothed man waved his hand unsteadily to drive away the confused Korea Matu. Just as he was about to leave, a crisp voice filled with a sense of justice echoed behind him. "Stop. I've been watching you for a long time. What do you want to do? Go kill those people just now. The energetic girl with a bamboo sword stood behind the man in black. Although the bamboo sword had no blade, it could still incapacitate someone. Beneath the black cloak, the scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent. The man in black let out a dismissive snort, which hurt the girl's confidence. In fact, the girl, who was originally the embodiment of justice, had come out to pick a fight because her favorite house had been sold by her father, that so-called Kiritsugomiya. The girl's anger stemmed from the fact that the man's appearance interrupted her plans to vent her frustration on the local ruffians. So she decided to take this oblivious guy as a test subject. With swift movements, the bamboo sword could unleash a fierce momentum, showcasing the girl's formidable skills. What the girl didn't notice was that the man in black's appearance seemed to be subtly changing. The dark aura in his eyes became clearer, and his long black hair gradually turned grayish-white. Amidst the sound of the wind, the girl suddenly felt a jolt of fear in her heart, wondering why she was so intent on striking down someone she had just met for the first time. Damn it, I'm out of strength and can't recover. The figure of the man in black staggered towards the direction of the sword attack, caught off guard, seemingly losing balance and falling forward. Thud! Ouch! The girl was knocked to the ground, and of course there was none of that clitched mouth-to-mouth or hands resting on soft places. The man in black seemed to have simply fallen over. However, the girl, who had refined her swordsmanship for over a decade, felt a mix of shyness and anger at being pinned down by the man, along with a sense of astonishment. She silently recalled 3 words, the sword master level skill of the Yagyu sword clan. No blade take. Young lady. The members of the black suit gang lined up like a welcoming committee for the president, from the entrance of the mansion to both sides of the main entrance, bowing in unison. So the girl is into this kind of thing. TSK, you can't judge a book by its cover, one of the black-clad men commented. The girl had become accustomed to this scene, although she had tried to persuade them and even resorted to underhanded methods. Her family's influence meant that these subordinates would always follow the orders of her grandfather, Fujimura Reika. I'm not just a girl. I have a name, Fujimura Taiga. The girl flicked her long ponytail, seemingly trying to look impressive, but the actual effect was probably just cute. Why did I see Grandpa appear at the door today? To welcome her? Don't joke around. Fujimura Taiga stood at the door, tears streaming down his face. My granddaughter has finally come to her senses, realizing that bringing boys home isn't all about fighting and killing every day. Ahem, the old man, dressed in a loose kimono and robe, cleared his throat and said, Taiga, is this your classmate? The genius is my classmate. He's just someone I picked up on the road. Day thought to himself, feeling a bit exasperated. This guy in black has been so mysterious that he doesn't even know his name. Oh, just as he was about to speak, the man in black interrupted him. Hello, you can call me Jia. The man in black took off his cloak, revealing grayish-white long hair mixed with a few silver strands cascading over his shoulders. His eyes were shifting to blue, and his handsome yet resolute features made even Day, who usually wasn't interested in blue-haired boys, blush a little. Hello, Jia-kun. The old man's gaze briefly lingered on Jia's right arm, which was clearly not a flesh-and-blood limb. Hurry up and prepare the food. I'm starving. Day mumbled, knowing that during their brief skirmish, someone had been pressed against her without any response for a long time, and then suddenly said he was too hungry to move. Watch your image, you idiot. You won't be able to get married in the future. The old man with white hair and a white beard looked quite flustered, with veins popping on his forehead. In this household, only Day dared to speak like that, considering her father was just a son-in-law, and the old man, as the first-generation boss of the Tengu village group, had a significant presence. Is he a scion? After eating so much, Fujimura Rei glanced at the aristocratic-looking Chia, who was eating at a considerable speed. With the large dining hall prepared by the Fujimura family for the Fujimura group, it barely met Chia's consumption rate. Thank you very much for your hospitality, someone said gently, looking at the grandfather and grandson. At this moment, Fujimura Taiga, who had been waiting impatiently nearby, interrupted Chia. Quickly say, what was that technique you just used? Is it a skill from the Yagyu sword school? The river's eyes sparkled. For a sword-obsessed girl, she could clearly remember the techniques she had seen. Her grandfather had taken her to the Yagyu sword school dojo, where she witnessed a private sparring session between the head of the Kamishiro sword school and the head of the Yagyu sword school. She even had a feeling that the person using the no-sword technique was smoother than anyone she had seen before. Fujimura Reika seemed to have noticed that this person was not her granddaughter's classmate. In fact, the two might have just met today. However, the extremely indulgent old man, who was fond of the river, declared that within the Fujimura group's territory, anything goes. It was just right as a post-meal activity. Is there a dojo? Come on. Tomoya looked at the silly girl, but the sword girl was only focused on thinking about the Yagyu sword techniques. If it involved school secrets, he hoped the river wouldn't offend anyone. As a member of the sword school himself, he was well aware that some secret techniques were basically just passed down from the sect leader and were not easily shown to outsiders. Although he was a member of the underworld, he never ignored the way of etiquette. Tomoya waved his hand. It's fine. If Suzin or Shingu were still alive, they wouldn't want the decline of the sword arts just because of being overly protective. Saying something that didn't make much sense, Tomoya casually picked up a bamboo sword from a nearby rack. Let me see how this generation of Kamishiro disciples is doing. Soon, Fujimura Reika covered her face. It was a one-sided beating. Moreover, it was quite difficult as the man named Tomoya was both feeding techniques and beating the river. This was also quite good. Fujimura Reika felt that the river had been improving rapidly in swordsmanship and had started to become a bit complacent. She just hoped it wouldn't be too overwhelming all at once. Watch closely, Yagyu no-sword technique. When the Great River launched another attack, Ji faced it head-on. Even though the Great River was prepared this time and did not exhaust its strength like in the alley, it was still closely engaged by a man named Ji with a blade. If it were a real battle, she would have already been pierced through the heart by a sword at this moment. All of you attack together, Ji shouted at the Fujimura group in the dojo. Fujimura Reika waved her hand, and 8 people surrounded him simultaneously. Okawa picked up his bamboo sword and glared fiercely at Ji. Watch closely, Kamizukuri Ryu, turn. The people present seemed to feel as if they were witnessing a divine being manifest in the world, with endless Buddha light driving back anyone who dared to approach. Like an angry Arhut, the members of the Tengyura group covered their throats and wrists, bowing to show their concession and retreating one after another. In a single strike, the throats and wrists of 8 individuals were simultaneously attacked, which was already somewhat surreal. Turn. As a disciple of the Shangchuan school for decades, Tang Chunlei Hua could not possibly be unaware of this nearly lost skill. He even believed that even the founder, Shangchuan Xing'an, was no better than this. The river seems to be somewhat crazy. On one hand, her pride in her swordsmanship was easily defeated by someone. On the other hand, the reason a skill is considered a top skill is that ordinary people cannot master it. As a genius, although she is crazily absorbing knowledge, the overwhelming influx of information is burdening her brain. Her heart for the way of the sword is on the verge of collapse. Is there anything that man cannot do? The bamboo sword fell again and again, struck by the Iaido of the Hayashi Shinsuke school and the first sword technique of Tsukahara Bokyuden. Her hand gripping the sword trembled. For the first time, she began to doubt her own heart. Was she truly unfit for the way of the sword? Tears well up in the eyes. The great river does not cry. The belief deep in my heart, recalling the joy of holding the bamboo sword for the first time. Remembering the happiness amidst the hardships of swinging the sword repeatedly in the dojo. Unwilling. I am not willing. The river roared and rushed forward, raising the bamboo sword. Excalibur. Sorry for mixing up the lines. Unwilling to accept it. Let's shatter everything. Wisdom is like a mountain and a vast expanse of sky before girl. Yes. What is the purpose of learning the swordsmanship? Even if it means cutting through the heavens and the earth. In a daze, it seemed that a figure behind her held her hands and waved them together, giving her warmth and strength. Between heaven and earth, there was only herself and the sword in her hand. The bamboo sword in Tomoya's hand quietly shattered, and the girl slowly fell down due to exhaustion. But in the end, she revealed a smile, saying, I won, I broke through. Then she fell into a deep sleep. Tomoya caught the collapsing Okawa, watching as Fujimura Raiga, who was dumbfounded and didn't understand why there were 2 Tomoyas just now, said, Yoshioka-style Kasumi. He arranged for his subordinates to take Okawa back to the inner room. Looking at the crack that ran through the house behind Tomoya from top to bottom, Fujimura Raiga's expression was serious. He deeply bowed to Tomoya, knowing that this was a significant encounter in his granddaughter's life. The response was still a gentle smile. Tomoya thought of something and casually tossed a black metal plate into Fujimura Raiga's hand. This badge is for Okawa. After all, people nowadays cherish their possessions. If someone gives her trouble in the future for learning skills from other sword schools, show this to their master. I should be leaving now. Someone is looking for me. Fujimura Raiga was astonished to see a blue-haired woman standing on the eaves of their house, seemingly there for a long time, but he hadn't noticed her before. Betaville? The woman seemed to carry a question and a hint of vigilance. Don't worry, Natalia. I have regained my memory. Gia, or rather Betaville, leaped, and the pair of lovers disappeared into the moonlight. Fujimura Reika silently looked at the badge in her hand, with a character written in the middle, and an inscription below, Ji Ingling Pai. Bedeville, or the Diagon from earlier, was busy in the kitchen, where the symphony of pots and pans created dishes that made one's mouth water, flowing down like a waterfall. When the last dish was completed, the sound of rushing water in the bathroom suddenly ceased, and the outwardly strong woman looked pretty good after taking off her clothes. Natalia covered herself with her towel and held the towel to dry her damp blue short hair. As she stepped out of the bathroom, she caught a whiff of the aroma, and her heart finally relaxed. The good man at home, Bedeville, was back. Her thoughts seemed to return to that fateful plane. It was her break from the past and her first encounter with the present Bedeville. Once this was over, I would almost be officially retired, perhaps focusing on being your mother in the future. The conversation with Emilia Kiritsugu continued, while tears streamed down her face. Everything about Emilia Kiritsugu was taught by her attacks. Magic, everything. How could she not hear the sound of the poisoned dart locking onto the plane on the phone? It's truly your style, Kiritsugu. Making decisions so casually for the sake of your so-called justice, deciding life and death for others without a second thought. Everything that once was had already dissipated, and the child had grown up. Since you already feel like you're doomed, can I at least have one last thrill? A male voice in her ear. Is this an illusion after death? Natalia has completely given up on the joystick, tilting her head to look at the man, with silver long hair and azure eyes. There is not a trace of the lewdness from her previous words. Instead, there is a sense of warmth and tranquility. You could be considered a legal dead person now. If I save you, your future will belong to me. Are you willing? The man asked leisurely. It's up to you. The toxic missile was about to arrive, and Natalia took out a flattened cigarette box from her ample pocket. You can do whatever you want with me. I'm already dead anyway. Suddenly, her cigarette fell from the corner of her mouth as she stared at the exploding plane in midair, the speedboat in the sea, and the mysterious man beside her. Somewhat dumbfounded. However, she was after all a bounty hunter with a very mature mindset. She sighed, as if exhaling the last breath of her past life, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed the man beside her. I'm yours now. I didn't expect someone could save me in such a situation. Are you a magician? Holding the soft woman in his arms and feeling her cold hand, Bedivere gently shook his head. I'm just a restless catalyst disturbing the world. Let's go home. Home. Natalia was somewhat dazed as she watched the figure busy in the kitchen for her, looking at the bright red mark on the back of her hand, realizing she almost harmed him, yet he still said nothing. In fact, she initially wanted to participate in the mysterious Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City for him. And to help him communicate better with his servant, she found a relic of the Round Table Knights preserved by the Percival family. However, she didn't know that the relic was the shroud that wrapped Bedivere's severed right arm by King Arthur. After the incantation was recited, everything changed. The moment she received the summoning information in her mind, she almost wanted to kill herself immediately. Class, Avenger Master, Natalia Kaminsky. True name, Bedivere. Gender, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 88 kilograms. Attribute, chaotic evil. Strength, A endurance, EX agility, A magic, D luck, D noble phantasm, A against magic, B writing, A skills, military strategy, immortal commander. Enhances intuition in multi-person warfare. Calmness, stands firm amidst 1,000 troops. Guardian, provides defense for friends. Noble phantasms, silver arm with a holy sword. The severed arm by King Arthur simulated the shape of the arm with a forged holy sword. It is a daily maintenance noble phantasm. Flash of the silver arm, release noble phantasm, affecting both people and armies. Knight's fury resonates through the heavens. A noble phantasm exclusive to individuals, having his arms severed by the beloved woman, and being destroyed by the plastic brother Lancelot, who harmed the woman he was protecting. In the next encounter, where both appear simultaneously, he will explode in rage, losing his reason to kill both of them. The summoned Bedivere fused with the warm, silver-white knight, merging two different worlds of Bedivere together. She gently glanced at the attributes of the fleeting silver knight Bedivere. Rank, unknown master. No one can be his master identity. Bedivere. True name, sealed. Gender, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 88 kilograms. Attribute, chaotic neutral. Strength, EX endurance, EX agility, EX magic, EX luck, EX noble phantasm, EX anti-magic, EX riding, EX. Arthur has ridden it. Walls can it ride? Important note, it will be tested skills, a dreamlike man who possesses all beneficial buffs and raises them to EX level. Noble phantasm, hand of the holy sword, silver arm, EX level anti-human noble phantasm. The arm severed by King Arthur, reconstructed with data deleted, appearing as an ordinary arm. capable of clashing easily with a curry stick. Heart of a maiden, EX level anti-human noble phantasm. No female being can be angry in front of the Silver Knight. Can freely summon women he once had relations with as servants. Blood of the Elder, EX level anti-human noble phantasm. A man with the blood of the Elder can traverse parallel worlds and time at will. Master of heaven and earth, EX level noble phantasm for all things. As an immortal who has survived countless epochs, he has mastered all known and unknown noble phantasms, even able to exert greater power than their original owners. True name sealing. EX Bedivere is just one of the countless identities of this man. His former identity made all things tremble, and his only purpose for descending into this world is to reclaim his true name. The day he remembers his identity, everything will come to an end. At the same time, no one is allowed to pry into his attributes and skills without his permission. A brief glimpse left Natalia horrified. Is this really a human? The Round Table Knight Bedivere. Could he be a reincarnation of a creator god? But she didn't have time to think further. The Avenger Bedivere seemed to have lost his sanity, smashing the apartment window and disappearing. What followed were the events that had occurred earlier. Natalia picked up her bounty hunter skills and followed the barely visible clues until she found Bedivere at the Fujimura household, at which point Bedivere was also free from the aftereffects of soul fusion. What are you daydreaming about? Let's eat. Is this home? Natalia felt that her stiff face from becoming a bounty hunter seemed to have found how to smile again. Wrong chapter. Go out with me tomorrow to collect the payment. Lying lazily on the bay window, Bedivere still looked handsome, but it made Natalia doubt how such a person could become a knight. However, she had never opposed Bedivere's requests, silently nodding, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, seemingly thinking of something. The Holy Grail War is about to begin. If I follow you, will I be discovered? After all, I used to be a registered bounty hunter in the Mages Association. It might bring you unnecessary trouble. Shouldn't you try summoning a servant again? After all, that heart of a maiden in your attributes is realizable. Don't worry. Once we get the reward, we'll move to another place. This is an apartment, and if it's targeted by other bounty hunters, it might bring unnecessary trouble to these neighbors. They're just ordinary people. Are we really moving? I was just getting used to it. Natalia sighed. This was her home after she severed ties with her past life. Someone seemed to murmur, but it reached Natalia's ears. Where my heart is at peace, there is my home. I see. However, at this moment, Kuriyamatu was very unhappy. He had just returned home and saw the head of the Tosaka family leaving, feeling somewhat bewildered as he walked back. A timid little girl stood beside Matu, Zangetsu. The old man's dirty eyes scanned the girl's body like tentacles. Then, he looked up in displeasure at Kuriyamatu, who interrupted his thoughts. This is the second daughter of the Tosaka family. She has been adopted into the Matu family, considered your adopted daughter. I made a request to Tosaka Tokiomi in your name. Adopted daughter. Cold sweat instantly poured down. The remaining alcohol in his body seemed to be expelled, and the cold wind cleared Matu's mind. He remembered his contract. Matu Zangetsu appeared somewhat impatient. He needed to quickly test this girl's qualities, physical fitness, and magical aptitude. He could already sense the underground insect eggs stirring. Matu, sweating coldly, recounted his experiences of the night. He could feel Matu Zangetsu's aura becoming increasingly terrifying. The term accidental law, it had been a long time since he had heard of it. He didn't expect to encounter such a person. Matu Zangetsu had confidence in his methods. Humph, no matter who you are, you're just a pile of fertilizer. I'm just here to take the child of the accidental law. This is my reward. Zorgan, have you lost your mind? You dare to interfere with the accidental law. A god-level contract that is barely surviving in this world? Zorgan. Matu Zangetsu's dirty, sinister little eyes widened. He was almost unable to remember that name. He scrutinized the person before him, unable to recall any familiar old monster that looked like this. The most familiar ones were those old immortals in the clock tower, chasing roots to madness. While pondering, he led Bedivere and Natalia to the insect room. Under his command, the sea of insects writhed, revealing the pitiful form of the little girl. Bedivere immediately recognized her as the girl he had encountered on the street 2 days ago. Her once bright eyes, timid yet caring, were now dim and vacant, allowing the insects to gnaw and traverse within her body. I heard someone was looking for her to be the child of the accidental law. Well, adhering to the principle of utilizing waste, I've tripled the imprinting speed. Even so, this girl still struggled for several hours until she finally ran out of strength. Matu Zangetsu seemed very pleased with his actions, but he was carefully observing the man's expressions and movements. Humph. He felt that most hypocrites in this world would step forward. When a person gets excited, they easily expose their weaknesses, and that's when his opportunity would come. The insect would help him extract the last remnants of secrets from their minds, turning them into nutrients. I promised you, Citissa, that I would spare your life once, but I never promised her I wouldn't make a move, Bedivere said calmly, a faint golden light piercing through everything like the sun. The insects melted before the sunlight, and so did Matu Zangetsu's body. The holy light was not just for dealing with the flesh. In the distant secret room, the insect twisted madly. It clearly heard the voice by its ear's organ. As long as you step out of the Matu family, whether it's you or your familiar, you will die. The insects had not finished digesting, and Natalia had already leaped down. She didn't know why. Perhaps having been with warm-hearted people for so long had made her start to change. She took off her cloak and wrapped the pitiful girl in it. The girl's dazed gaze looked at her, her voice long gone and unable to make a sound. Her small hand tightly gripped Natalia's arm, for she had heard Natalia whisper in her heart, "It's all over, my child." Originally, I planned to hand Sakura over to Bedivere, but looking at the girl's heart-wrenching expression and the way she tightly gripped his hand, Natalia sighed and wrapped Sakura in her arms, leaving the Matu residence and brushing past a seemingly dejected white-haired man on the street. I have never wanted to kill anyone this much. The ground was already littered with cigarette butts, and Natalia, who had never cared about smoking indoors, squatted on the balcony, tightly closing the balcony door, afraid of disturbing Sakura inside. Sorry, a contract is a contract. If I promise someone not to kill him, I cannot kill him. If you had acted during the day, I might have even stopped you. Bedivere felt a bit sad looking at the sleeping Sakura. One could imagine the girl's experiences, being thrown into a den of depravity, the pain of skin tearing and flesh being ripped, and the sorrow of being abandoned by her own parents. She might have initially thought about being adopted, but how could she have anticipated suffering through all this? Bedivere activated his EX-level dominion over the world, simulating the greatest medical sage in history. Yet it still took him a full 5 hours to remove the trauma from Sakura's body, because the girl's tender body could not withstand a second round of harm. Bedivere guarded Sakura's side all night, continuously drawing magical seals in the void, helping the struggling Sakura in her nightmares calm her emotions and fall into a stable sleep. How long has it been since I took something so seriously? Watching Sakura sleep, he recalled his adopted daughters from his own timeline, remembered Mordred, and the moment when Shiri kicked Galahad into the waters of Avalon. Back then, Shiri jumped into his world to escape the wild hunt, and her rare silver hair instantly made the knights believe that Bedivere's illegitimate daughter had come to their door. He wondered how that girl was doing now. Her adoptive father in her world was truly unreliable, with a monster hunter, Geralt, breaking his leg by falling off a wall. And it was Shiri who sent them to Avalon to save their lives. Are you awake, Sakura? Speaking of the origins of the Dementors, there's still some connection to Western literature. Someone raised their right hand, resting it against their chin, their gaze seemingly piercing through endless time and space, lingering in a distant place. Being deceived by mortals feels very unpleasant, and when an upper being feels very bad, it must mean that the fate below is quite tragic. For example, after the burning of Saint Joan of Arc, a certain emperor of Europa, feeling that their innocent heart had been toyed with, demonstrated to the world what it meant for a saint to unleash their wrath, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. It's not that complicated. A simple area of effect spell for corrupting the heart took care of everything. Well, it's just that the area of effect was a bit large, known far and wide from Ireland to Chiton. Over the next century, the entire continent of Europa was basically covered in blood and pesticides, and the mass graves strewn with corpses became synonymous with darkness and death. In such an environment, some undead creatures would naturally arise. Until the poor Monshish sacrificed himself to calm the emperor's anger, the West finally took note of these wandering undead creatures. A single blow from a holy nova powerful enough to cover the earth expelled all the Dementors to the nearby islands of Britain, after which these creatures disappeared from human sight. With a slight smile, his gaze locked onto the deserted island, now known as Azkaban, where the English had been using it since 1718 without discovering its secrets. Beneath the deserted island, a lonely secret chamber had been resting there for hundreds of years. A solitary figure had been kneeling there in prayer for hundreds of years before the ancient lamp and Buddha. What are you thinking about, lost in thought? Penelope, sitting beside Weston, looked at him curiously. It was rare to see Weston in such contemplation, as a person with overwhelming strength usually did not need to think much. They could just charge ahead. Penelope was already in 7th grade this year, and one had to say that the young wizards still retained a characteristic of ancient humanity: precocity. Seventh graders, not even 18, already appeared very mature. Well, not just in thought, but also in body. Some unpleasant pasts were nothing to worry about. Weston and Penelope gently hooked their pinkies together. As for a certain failed hound Holly, just stay put. At that moment at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, as the headmaster, had received a message from the train, and the vice principal, Professor Minerva McGonagall, had also seen the information. Albus, I really can't believe you would allow such a creature to settle in Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said, heartbroken. When it comes to caring for students, Dumbledore probably couldn't compare to her. This is the Ministry of Magic's request. After all, Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban, and we all know that he is targeting Harry here, in accordance with the Ministry of Magic's request. Since when did you become so fond of listening to the Ministry of Magic? Professor McGonagall was already somewhat angry. You've changed, Albus. What are you plotting this time? Who do you want to test? We don't have much time. We can't let those naive little wizards face the returning dark wizards like lambs to the slaughter. For example, Tom. Dumbledore's somewhat tired voice interrupted the atmosphere with Professor McGonagall, who seemed to want to say something else, but in the end, she just shook her head and left the headmaster's office. I really apologize. I can't stand X-Points anymore. My X-Point reader account won't log in. Why? Because X-Point requires mobile verification no matter how you log in. And the dumbest thing is that it keeps saying the security level is not enough, asking you to add various verification methods. However, after unbinding the phone, you can only appeal to unlink it. Did you bind your email? Useless. I'm about to delete all apps related to Ewan. Those 3 starting point reader accounts and this author account are all wasted. Who knows which recharge record corresponds to which? Customer service never provides any useful content beyond the existing text explanations. You need to check that stuff manually? Back when I registered my Taobao account first, and then Alipay automatically generated a Taobao account that couldn't be bound to the previous account. Calling Alibaba customer service, they instantly changed the binding for you. Compared to that, the difference is clear. The fourth part is presumably about the Triwizard Tournament and the Holy Grail War, where Cedric will die with honor, ending his identity as Cedric, to become his Edward Cullen, along with various love and hate entanglements. I really don't want to abandon it, because the original setup of this novel was a single female lead, Furong. It was also because I remember Natalia from War and Peace that I was inspired to start writing. I initially wanted to write the fourth part directly. It was the most prepared from outlines to drafts, and now it's turned into a pile of wasted material. The fifth part and beyond are my own settings regarding the Mist War, but unfortunately, I can't showcase them. The side story of the Holy Grail War is an old idea of mine. It is what it is. Probably about Saber Lily beating Saber with a comforter. I sincerely apologize to the 600 friends still following, and I am very sorry to the 3 supporters of the reading list. You might as well delete it quickly. I hope you encounter better novels. Once again, I apologize, especially to those who supported me since the beginning under the mistletoe and a dream of 1,000 years. I mean, I'm just a programmer writing a random X-Point novel. If I want to write in the future, I'll probably just put on GitHub or my own website. The daily X-Point system is a mess. A secure email that doesn't even have a function to unlink the phone is of no use. It's really infuriating. This chapter is left for future friends to understand why it was abandoned. The noisy holiday atmosphere has ended, and many young wizards have emerged from what Muggles call holiday syndrome. Although Hogwarts rarely has transfer students, the connection with the Western narrative, coupled with its inherent ambiguous worldview, makes this situation reasonable. In the first Western Swift class of the new academic year, the addition of 2 new members was unexpected for the old members, but it was clear that the 2 new classmates were not easy to get along with. Chloe not smoking in the room was already quite considerate to those present. As for Linda, unfortunately, she was still immersed in her own world. George and Fred were focused on a machine that constantly made noise and emitted small explosive sparks. And when they relaxed for a moment and turned around, they were startled. Chloe was standing behind them, and although she didn't say anything, her sea blue eyes were intently fixed on the whirring magical device. Due to Max's situation, she had become less interested in the outside world, but the machinery that had accompanied her since childhood felt like an integral part of her life. As for Linda, well, she had reached a state of indifference, having no feelings for the malevolent spirits haunting graveyards and ancient battlefields, let alone facing the weaklings of Hogwarts with 0 combat power. As for that poltergeist, after attempting to play a prank and being glared at by the statue behind Linda, it would strike a comical pose and shout to honor the young lady whenever it saw Linda pass by. But today, there was someone even more difficult to deal with. Cedric, always youthful and sunny, sat pale in the corner, even waving his hand to dismiss Autumn Zhang as she approached him. Damn werewolf. It was all because of that damn werewolf emitting a repulsive aura. Cedric's face contorted with anger, regret, frustration, and depression after his dark arts defense class today. Out of respect for the school teacher, Cedric still seriously attended Remus Lupin's class, thinking he was already dead, transformed into a vampire. And even after being taught by the lordly Serena Tiao, he believed he would no longer have any psychological fluctuations. However, when the boggart in the old wardrobe transformed into Autumn Zhang before him, with her pale face, unfocused eyes, and disheveled black hair scattered on the floor, the source of it all was the 2 bite marks on her neck, still oozing blood, the vampire's bite. He never regretted being with her. Yet every day he regretted being with her. How could the Western narrative not understand his current pain? He lifted his head to gaze at the splendid starry ceiling transformed by the room of requirement. As if time had returned to the past, when he and Serena stood at the throat of the world, the ripples of temporal power at the throat of the world. The highest point of Tamriel, where golden temporal power formed visible storms. But after Alduin's destruction, the clear sky that returned intertwined with the temporal storms. His confused eyes, glistening slightly, looked down at the continent from the edge of the world's throat. This world had successfully ascended, the invasion of the Mirkwood had been repelled, and Tamriel would connect with Mirkwood to become an eternal continent. Hakken had long been eliminated by the 2 of them, and everything seemed to have returned to the past, back to when she was, but could never go back. The scarlet eyes constantly reminded her that she was already dead, a vampire hated by others. The 2 sat quietly in the temporal storm, watching hundreds of dragons circling and lamenting at the throat of the world, expressing their inner emotions for Alduin, the destroyer of this world, finally perishing. Cold hands felt the warmth on the other side, the only warmth. Let us just consider it a reward for you. After all, this journey has finally ended, and Serena allowed the Western narrative to hold her hand. Let us be together, Serena. The numb body trembled, the words she feared the most. Indeed. For the first time, Serena understood that it was a luxury for a vampire to want to cry. She shook her head. The words "I'm sorry" seemed to crush her heart. Vampires and humans could never be together. Even if the Western narrative was not human, but a dragonborn, or even a dragon god, Serena's inner shadows prevented her from accepting this love. Moreover, at the moment of the world's ascension, she realized something terrifying, something that almost made her want to turn and flee. So, the Western narrative had no emotions, merely exhaled softly, as if it had never appeared, and his body gradually dissipated into golden starlight. As for why Serena could appear in this era due to the Elder Scrolls, that is another story, a more sorrowful and hopeless one. There was no need to tell her your identity. What obstructed them was her inner cognition, not Autumn Zhang. The Western narrative shook his head. Although he was too lazy to deal with these troublesome matters, Cedric was still a pretty good person. Cognition, this is not cognition. This is common sense. I'm already dead, a vampire. Cedric smashed the table in front of him in frustration. After everyone left, the empty classroom echoed with the sound of the table shattering and some dust mixed with wood shavings. Perhaps he should have died back then. Cedric had thought about this more than once. If Mrs. Cedric had not asked Dr. Collin to save him, maybe he would have found peace by now. Such thoughts took root like weeds. Once they arose, they would never be eradicated, spreading and expanding wildly in his heart. Pushing the door open, Cedric saw Autumn Zhang leaning against the stone wall at the doorway. Her long hair hung low, making it hard for him to see her profile. But that familiar aura could not deceive him. I heard. Autumn Zhang looked at him. Perhaps it was because of the only dim candlelight here. Cedric seemed to feel that Autumn Zhang's gaze was somewhat obscure. I can protect myself, thank you. Although she did not understand why Cedric feared she might be attacked and killed, at least it showed that she had always held a place in his heart, right? Cedric took Autumn Zhang's hand and left together. But what he didn't realize was that he had lost the sensation of warmth and did not notice her cold hand was no longer warm as before. The Western narrative watched the machine on the table still making noise and silently pulled out a flashbang from his fourth-dimensional pocket and threw it over. George, I'm deaf. Oh, Fred, what did you say? A certain twin brother squatting in the corner was enduring the punishment for using the eavesdropping device. In the blink of an eye, everyone had passed through the so-called holiday syndrome, seeing groups of students hurriedly shuttling between the dormitories and the teaching area. Fortunately, it was just the beginning of the school year. Apart from a few students who truly could not keep up with the pace of learning, most students' daily lives were quite leisurely, as there were no legendary deadlines or looming final exams. Especially for someone wearing a dark wizard robe. Lying on the wide and soft grass between the Hogwarts Bridge and the Forbidden Forest, it must be said that the quality of the turf here is really good. Suddenly, the warmth of the sun felt a bit scorching, as if it was blocked by someone unable to provide enough heat to counteract the chill coming from the ground beneath. Zivin couldn't help but shrink his body a bit, sighing as he looked at the guy who was blocking his sunlight, oblivious to the situation. The faint, pure aura of water elements had a high degree of recognition because most of the potions used by wizards were highly volatile, and that scent clinging to one's body could last for 3 days without fading. The sunlight once again poured down, but this time, it evenly bathed both of them. Zivin closed his eyes again, peacefully feeling the heartbeat of the person beside him. He began to understand why many advanced races in the galaxy had evolved past the need for this organ. After improving energy intake methods and achieving mental communication, it became as obsolete as an appendix. However, Zivin still leaned closer, asking, "Do you have any plans recently?" A cute expression of curiosity appeared on Penelow's delicate, fair face. The pink lips right in front of him sparked a sense of temptation. "It's fine. Since I've decided to find Professor Cinderella later, I don't have to rush into an internship or prepare for the things ordinary wizards need to be busy with during graduation season." Sometimes, Penelope felt a bit restless or almost surreal. She thought about the events that had taken place on the continent Zivin called Azeroth, as well as the people she knew, not to mention her teacher, the Blue Dragon Queen Cinderella, even that person known as Jaina, who was referred to as the one who sold her father. Probably couldn't be compared to anyone from this world. However, this made her even more uneasy because it was a dead world, in her teacher's words. They had lost, and the entire world had fallen into a state of stagnation, devoid of progress, life, and hope. The death her teacher spoke of wasn't in the literal sense, not merely like that of the undead. She felt as tense as when she first learned she was a wizard, with her entire family gathered around her, wanting to scrutinize her abilities. Could they really win? Even Cinderella and her companions had no power to resist. Moreover, every time she saw those vibrant characters, Penelope would think of the saying, "The era of talent always suffers calamities." The stagnant, magical world once again began to ripple. When was the last time? Probably during Grindelwald's era. How about finding time to travel recently? Zivin's suggestion went unanswered by Penelope. She furrowed her brows slightly, although she had been through some things. Her worldview still fundamentally aligned with that of an ordinary wizard in this world. As a top student and the president of the Hogwarts Student Council, the concept of going out to play during the semester simply didn't exist in her mind. Zivin raised his hand to smooth out her slightly furrowed willow-like eyebrows. When he woke up again, Penelope had already left. The sun was setting, and although the golden afterglow was bright, it failed to bring him enough warmth. The Forbidden Forest in the distance also awakened from its daytime silence, with strange sounds and rustling noises. Of course, no one would have the curiosity to explore. Laziness is the original driving force behind human invention. Edison. Zivin had always agreed with this statement, just like now, when he was too lazy to walk or to greet others and cause trouble. He directly teleported to the top of Ravenclaw Tower to his single dormitory. Her snow-white skin glowed softly under the ancient chandelier. Penelope's golden hair fell over her chest, and she held a piece of soft fabric she had just taken off, maintaining her last moment of action as she looked at Zivin with a blank expression. The bathroom door slammed shut, and Zivin awkwardly watched the object that had just been thrown at him. Well, he hadn't heard of any man being killed by underwear. The crackling sound of the fire in the fireplace brought Penelope out of her focused reading state, and she looked over at Zivin. He was holding several sheets of paper that looked like a child's doodles, but he was clearly lost in thought, not even noticing that the paper was upside down. Is that the blueprint for the communicator designed by George and Fred? Penelope had some interest in that communicator, since global magical communication wasn't an easy feat. Zivin pouted. What they designed is just something at the level of Muggle telegraph communication. It sends the destination code and its own device code to the magical network, and then transmits and receives sound through coils. In fact, the magical network could directly facilitate mental communication. Understanding the gist of it, Penelope recalled using the communication stones of the elven race on the continent of Azeroth, noting that communication stones running on the magical network were much more stable than those of other races. Is there such a powerful magical network on Earth? Penelope asked curiously, knowing that even blood elves or high elves could only create a regional magical network. Well, the magical network established by mortal races is just that, comparable to the chaos god Nyarlathotep. Who could forget the arrow that pierced through the clouds from Ulduar, where the Titan observers came to meet? However, it was difficult to explain, as Nyarlathotep was essentially somewhat similar to the old gods of Azeroth, and in Azeroth's worldview, the old gods were enemies of all mortal beings. You don't ask, and I won't question. Penelo continued to look down at the thick tome of arcane law on the table. This was something even the half-god of Azeroth would covet. The blue curtain swayed slightly in the evening breeze, and looking up, the splendid starry sky over this rare pure land of Britain unfolded like a painting. Zivin leaned by the window, gazing at the starry sky. If they failed, this bright starry sky would also lose its vitality, ultimately being swallowed by the void. The stagnant Hogwarts had hardly changed since its founding. Whether in terms of the school's structure, educational system, or daily activities, there were rarely any significant alterations. Typically, only those young students who participated in the Quidditch team could enjoy the pleasures of outdoor activities. Ordinary students, besides occasionally enjoying the sun on the lawn outside the courtyard or the Owl Tower, would confine themselves within the thick stone towers. Of course, there are also some students, especially those from Hufflepuff, who would go to Professor Sprout's greenhouse to care for those strange plants. However, most students likely wouldn't consider it a pleasant activity. It was well known that providing sufficient nutrients for the plants, the odd nutrient solutions, or even the plant's own scents were not particularly enjoyable, especially when one looked at Professor Sprout, who most of the time was covered in dirt and stains, wearing patched-up work clothes. There were also potentially dangerous plants that could threaten one's life, such as the mandrake, which could cause unconsciousness, or the devil's snare, which would ambush and strangle anyone nearby. But now things might change. Minerva, take a look at this. The creaking sound of the spiral staircase, disguised as a sculpture at the entrance of the headmaster's office, awakened Dumbledore from his concentration. He held a parchment letter in his hand, and the half-moon lenses glimmered with a keen interest. Proposal for magical practice activities was signed by the current president of the Hogwarts Student Council, Penelope Clearwater, and there was a subsequent signature in Latin indicating it had been reviewed. How should I put it? This proposal was simple, easy to think of, and easy to implement, but the reason Hogwarts hadn't attempted it in 1,000 years wasn't without cause. As a topic, it was certainly a long piece of text, and the main contents of version 1.0.0 are as follows. 1. The proposal is to establish a series of activities for students to practice magic in collaboration with Hogwarts and the village and shops of Hogsmeade. 2. Activities will be grouped and categorized based on practical application scenarios, including but not limited to academia, daily life, business, manufacturing, communication, etc. 3. Students can freely choose which activities to participate in, but only during the first week after the activities start. They cannot change activities from the end of the first week until the end of the semester. 4. Students can form groups freely and then choose a specific direction from the activities as their topic for in-depth research. 5. Topics include, but are not limited to spells, transfiguration, potion making, herbology, biology, curse breaking, fixed formations, historical processes, etc., and further consultation can be made before selecting a topic. 6. Any activities that pose actual or potential dangers, as well as behaviors that violate existing laws and regulations, will be punished. 7. The method of rewards will be discussed by the Hogwarts Student Council. 8. The final assessment will be based on feedback from Hogsmeade-related officials, professor evaluations, and a summary paper. 9. During this period, students can choose from professors, staff, senior unintentional participants, or external professionals as mentors. 10. Students below the 3rd year, not including, will not be accepted to participate in this activity. 11. The Hogwarts Student Council will take necessary measures to ensure the security environment of Hogsmeade and the safety of students. Anyone who intentionally or unintentionally causes harm to others' lives or property will be punished, and so on. If Lockhart were still here, he would definitely support such activities and enthusiastically guide the students. Albus, you don't really want to promote this activity, do you? Professor McGonagall looked at the long parchment in her hand, shook her head, and raised her eyes to look at Professor Dumbledore. You must understand that this is not an ordinary time, whether it's the previous rumors of Sirius Black appearing near Hogsmeade or the Wandering Dementors. Both pose a significant threat to the students. Putting down the parchment, although one must admit that Penelope Clearwater, a very outstanding academic student in recent years, has considered various situations quite carefully, this is the most detailed proposal she has ever seen. However, that child has not yet participated in any graduation consultations for the current graduates, so it's still unclear what her plans for the future are. Unfortunately, as the school's vice principal, in her heart, activities, learning, enhancing student skills, and strengthening the combination of learning and practice are all secondary to the safety of the students. Dumbledore squinted, his expression resembling a smile, but he was clearly still pondering something. Minerva, we cannot lock the students in Hogwarts for their entire lives. That's also why I brought Lupin back to teach the defense against the dark arts class this year. They have already wasted 2 years. Leaning against the table, Dumbledore's tall figure seemed to carry an extraordinary authority. Remus is indeed excellent, but whether it is he or what he demonstrates in class, it is still within a controllable range. Professor McGonagall recalled the vote during the holiday period. Due to the departure of Gilderoy Lockhart, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, and the unpopularity of this course, it was difficult to find a reliable teacher. Even so, Remus Lupin's appointment still sparked great protests among the school board and professors. One could say that in the end, it was really Dumbledore's personal prestige that forcibly executed this decision. She still remembers Snape's expression of extreme disappointment and disgust, although she knows some of their past. She does not believe that simple past hatred would provoke such agitation in that unflappable man. Controllable? You must know that the werewolf potion is not something that is 100% assured even within the Apothecaries Association. Dumbledore shook his head. Sometimes it's really interesting. The most critical potion can only be brewed by those who oppose him the most. Glancing at Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall still somewhat acknowledged Snape's professional ethics. She would not think that Snape would take the opportunity to poison Lupin, and even such thoughts would be an insult to Snape. You cannot rely on yourself to enforce resolutions every time. Albus, a person's prestige and power are limited. But what use are those things? Dumbledore looked at Fawkes, whose bright eyes were fixed on him. The Phoenix's clear call echoed in the room. The Hogwarts Student Council already had the power to decide student activities, and this was the largest proposal submitted by the Student Council in recent decades. Should they really dismiss it all because of some minor difficulties? Professor McGonagall stared at the parchment on the table, waited for a long time, and seemed to give up. She sighed. In these special times, Albus, at the very least, let's gather opinions from all the teachers. Hogsmeade, a town that claims to be the only pure wizard gathering area, is not particularly prosperous and primarily relies on the consumption of students from Hogwarts. In this small town, everyone knows each other, and only occasionally would unfamiliar faces come to visit, causing them to pause. However, there are always exceptions. There is one person who has lived here for a very long time, yet no one knows him or recognizes him. The morning sunlight had not yet become bright, and the sound of a broomstick brushing against the ground had already stopped. An old man, with a slightly hunched back, put away his cleaning tools, seemingly finishing his work. Only those who had risen early, such as shop staff or people catching the early train, would notice the old man. Of course, occasionally, a drunken wizard sprawled on the street would be awakened by the morning sun, mumbling in dissatisfaction as he walked past the old man. The climate in Hogsmeade is very peculiar, without distinct seasons. Most of the time, it is shrouded in drifting snow or covered by thick snow. Some say this is due to a curse from the resentment of the dead after the Goblin Rebellion, the most brutal battle between humanoids and humans. So even when Hogwarts is experiencing the late summer heat, with the autumn's warmth still fierce, Hogsmeade has already seen snowflakes falling. The old man, wrapped only in a thin wizard's cloak, seemed to be unaffected by the cold, holding the icy cleaning tools directly with his bare hands. The owner of the Hogshead had just pushed open the sign at the entrance of a shop and noticed the old man's silhouette from afar, pausing for a moment before continuing with his work. They had once tried to greet the old man, but at most, they received a nod from him, and more often, they only saw his stiff back as he walked away. The old man walked to the end of Hogsmeade, away from the hustle and bustle, away from the remaining prosperity, stopping at a place where even students rarely came to play. Flower Square. A hand scarred from healed wounds pulled out a bunch of somewhat wilted cornflower blooms from its bosom, but a golden, bright flower sways gently ahead. The old man's eyes seem to flash with light for an instant, but unfortunately, it seems to be just a reflection of the sunlight, still those murky, lifeless eyes. The golden iris is held in the embrace of a girl, who stands dazed in the middle of the flower square. Her golden hair shines brilliantly in the morning sun, as if resembling the glittering dandruff of the distant eastern sorcerer family, the Tacoma family. The old man slowly walks over, seemingly without any intention of communication, and places the bouquet he holds on the relief sculpture in the center of the flower square. Nikolai, that coward, chose to escape, didn't he? The old man originally wanted to walk away, but that golden iris flower kept him from leaving. It was his past pursuit, a pursuit at the cost of life. Perhaps he was just tired, Catherine said softly. He gave this to me before he left. She looked at the old man in front of her, unable to believe that her former teacher, who possessed the Philosopher's Stone and was over 600 years old, had told her those words before his death. If you don't believe, then why come? Without waiting for Catherine to speak, the old man, who was clearing the remnants of snow on the relief, sighed. Catherine looked at the old man in astonishment, wondering why he guessed her unspoken thoughts. Looking at the vivid relief, which seemed capable of pulling one back to that era of blood and flesh, Catherine finally couldn't hold back. She slightly moved her somewhat stiff body, looking at the old man's tattered clothes and completely frail appearance, and said nervously, "I, Catherine, hope to receive your guidance, esteemed Lord Raphael Saint-Io." Well, long-forgotten name. Raphael had no choice. The once alliance, the few young people who had dreams, now only he remained alive. Can it truly be counted as living? Even though the everlasting relief of the Flower Square remained, that irritable Michelangelo, who never got along with anyone, had already passed away. Lorenzo really left you behind. The simple room, though plain at first glance, felt surging with heavy magic the moment Catherine stepped in. I don't know. The teacher only gave me this before he died, and told me to find you, Lord Saint-Cio. Just call me Raphael. Carefully wiping the windowsill with his sleeve, clearing away the non-existent dust, Raphael placed the golden iris flower in Catherine's hand on the windowsill. I wonder, since Nikolai has already escaped, how could he still believe I can fulfill the promise for back then? Raphael seemed to be speaking to himself. Don't you hate it? Looking at Catherine, filled with confusion, fear, and lacking only hatred in her gaze, Raphael asked. He pushed back a chair for Catherine to sit down. If Catherine didn't know the truth, then she wouldn't feel fear, only confusion and bewilderment. Hey, Catherine shook her head. To be honest, even though I have no parents, the Medici family has treated me very well, and my teacher has been nurturing me since I was young. I don't know what to hate or who to hate. Compared to those, I want an answer more. Catherine fiddled with her sleeve. Even though she used to be extremely cheerful, she could no longer completely detach herself from it all. You are not ready yet, and you have no goals or thoughts of your own. I can't help you. Raphael poured a cup of fragrant tea and handed it to Catherine. The blue, slender petals floated in the cup. Thank you, it tastes great. Catherine felt that the cup of tea warmed her instantly. Then, cough. Catherine seemed to choke, coughing as she quickly covered her mouth. What is this? Her palm was covered in bright red blood. The feeling of her soul shattering enveloped every sensation of Catherine in an instant. The pain was indescribable, and she couldn't understand. Her bright eyes were filled with confusion. Collapsing to the ground, every violent cough would expel blood, making her entire body feel as if it were being crushed. Raphael looked at Catherine expressionlessly. After hundreds of years of life, he was no longer that gentle Italian master. 600 years were enough to distort everything. Perhaps, if you die, the final deadlock of that question will disappear. He walked to Catherine's side, watching the girl's body convulse in a pool of blood, crouched down, and closed her eyes. I'm sorry. I hope you only hate me. Catherine gradually faded under the sacred light emitted by Raphael. Looking at the once again empty room, Raphael sat there with his eyes closed. The long guardian finally reached his end. The window, the golden iris petals never withering, slowly fell, as if it were the Virgin Mary's touch upon the sun, drifting down along Raphael's cheek. The Tower of the High Cloud floated directly above the highest point of Ravenclaw Tower in Hogwarts. Most of the time, sitting on this floating island called Loda, looking down at the verdant earth and the white clouds surrounding it, one feels inexplicably empty. It feels as if one is out of place with this world. Shuin shook his head. After all, this was not the world he had created. 2 eras had already passed, and as a soul that seemed to be surviving on charity, he had no additional hopes left. Lying at the top of the tower, looking at the unnaturally clean sky, a small black dot stood out conspicuously. Inside the tower, Shuin clearly felt the outer protective layer of the tower, hidden in the crevices of time and space, being triggered. The shadow kept getting closer, or perhaps falling. It crashed down straight from above the cloud tower, but was not deemed a threat. The shadow first crashed heavily against the invisible barrier, pausing for a moment, then passed through the force field and fell toward the ground. Catherine? Upon discovering that the shadow was a human, Shuin flashed to the falling point below and caught her. The president of the French Apothecaries Association, a woman who was perfect from any angle, lay lifeless in his arms. Her golden hair had become somewhat disheveled. Although there were no signs of magic or battle on her clothing, the dried blood at the corners of her mouth and the stains on her robe were shocking. The slightly opened purple eyes revealed an expression of extreme astonishment. This astonishment seemed to solidify, unchanged even as her vitality faded. Catherine. Siwen bent down, afraid of waking the sleeping person, and laid the wizard robe down, gently placing Catherine on the ground. He held her tightly, allowing her body to lean against his, seemingly wanting to use his warmth to ease her pale face. He gently pressed his face against Catherine's cheek, and he could smell the remnants of potion in her mouth. A potion that should have long been extinct. Thoughts gradually faded away, as if returning to over 1,000 years ago, when he was with her. Father. When Modred took off his helmet, revealing a face that looked just like the king's, albeit much more youthful, the entire Round Table Knights fell into chaos. At that moment, Modred's face was so pale, watching the anger of the person she admired directed at her. She saw the rejection from the comrades she once thought she had integrated with, even facing death threats. If it weren't for Bedivere, perhaps I would have worn that helmet for the rest of my life. Unless one day, I personally kill my father. At that time, Siwen still referred to Bedivere by that name, as he prevented the Round Table Knights from accusing the still young Modred. However, such a desecration of the king could not simply be brushed aside. Otherwise, where would the king's dignity be? Especially for the perfect king of Britain, if this matter were to occur and spread. Who knows how the emperor across the strait would mock her? Since you are willing to help her, then you're responsible for executing the true mastermind behind this. Since Bedivere himself got involved in this matter, it was better to go with the flow and let him handle it. At that time, Lily truly made Siwen understand the power and terror of the lioness and the Rouge Tiger. To this day, he had never seen such great anger from that perfect king. Thus, Siwen accepted the appointment and, along with his friends, Gawain and Percival, set out to deal with the damned melee mage Merlin and Morgan. Of course, this was not just about this one incident. As King Arthur, who had unified and governed all of Britain, Merlin and the magical or legendary forces behind him had stretched their reach too far. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, the king would feel a chill when looking at his sword. If it weren't for Bedivere's help at that time, perhaps she would have stubbornly continued down that path, becoming a slave to this sword, another captive under the heavy word king. First, he completely sealed the damned, still unruly Merlin in Lake Avalon, with the fairies of the lake responsible for guarding the seal for generations. Then there was the true mastermind. You should leave. Leave Britain, even leave Rome. As long as you step into Britain again, you will die. This was both a curse and a contract. Siwen spared Morgan. He didn't want to kill Lily's sister, nor did he want to kill little Modred's mother. You always seem so calm, Bedivere. I wonder if there is anything in this world that can make you angry. Morgan left. Although Lily was somewhat dissatisfied with Bedivere's self-assertion, she still breathed a sigh of relief. Even in a chaotic era, she didn't want to kill her own kin. Later, Lily died. Little Maud fell into a deep sleep. Even the off-key singing of the one who had battled with Lily all her life. 1,000 years of loneliness. 1,000 years couldn't change anything. After all, that time span for Siwen was like a fraction of a universe. However, 100 years of happiness couldn't withstand 1,000 years of consumption. One could only say that after that era, Siwen returned to his true self. Later, that off-key fool entrusted everything to Siwen before dying, which is one of the reasons why Siwen inexplicably became the Emperor of Europa. As for the subsequent disputes, Siwen participated very little, whether it was the decline of the Roman Empire or the Byzantine Empire. Of course, he couldn't be too careless. At least currently, the Roman territory covered the Apennine Peninsula, the Adriatic Sea area, the Greek Federation, Constantinople, and all of Asia Minor to Jerusalem. After that, Siwen entered standby mode, choosing to establish the Europa Palace in France. As someone was rather lazy, and this midpoint conveniently radiated to Britain and Rome. Later, in fact, his anger was not as rumored. After Joan of Arc had borrowed the power of the Emperor of Europa, she was not colluding with Charles VII. Instead, Joan, upon receiving her invitation, Siwen arrived early and saw Joan standing closely with another woman, chatting intimately. When Joan saw Siwen enter, she became very, very flustered, even standing there stiffly without greeting him. Long time no see. A low sigh escaped as the woman opposite removed her hood and veil. Her golden, silky long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. A pair of light green eyes, like olive stones, seemed to illuminate the reflection of the person in front of her. Morgan Le Fay. Siwen felt as if his thoughts exploded in that moment, stunned, seemingly unable to believe it. He didn't want to pry into this world, nor did he wish to constantly use his mental power sufficient to cover the universe, to lock onto the mortals he recognized, monitoring their every move. Watching Joan tremble on one side and glancing at Morgan, who seemed nonchalant, Siwen didn't give her a chance to explain and left. Standing before Lily's grave, Siwen smiled bitterly. What was this? No wonder he felt such a fondness for that girl at first sight of Joan. Was that how you felt when you saw little Maud? But no one could answer him. The only companion at Siwen's side was the whisper of the wind on the highland. She is innocent. Morgan looked at Siwen with sorrow. She could feel that the former Bedivere had already died. Since her foolish sister's death, that identity had likely been buried alongside Lily. I don't want to see you again. Leave here before I kill you. This was all Siwen wanted to say to her. Morgan suddenly burst into loud laughter, unrestrainedly whispering something in Siwen's ear. Blood filled Morgan's vision, and the sound of breath mingled with blood rushing into her shattered chest. She understood this man in front of her too well. There was only one thing that was his bottom line. Zidimun. So easy to deceive. Morgan's green eyes gradually dimmed, yet the smile on her face could still be clearly seen even in a pool of blood. Crash! The sound of a jar shattering on the ground. A carefully brewed warm French vegetable soup can make one happy. This was one of the few cherished memories from Joan's childhood, but when she entered the room, she saw Morgan dead in front of Siwen. Trembling hands touched Morgan's pale face after losing blood, kneeling at Siwen's feet, trying to lift Morgan, but it felt as if all her strength had been drained away. Ah! Joan drew her sword, stabbing madly at Siwen. Siwen unceremoniously raised his hand, about to strike her. Thud! The sword plunged into the shoulder of the person in front of him. But Siwen's hand stopped. A woman with the same golden hair stood in front of Siwen, taking the blow with her back to Joan. It was she who tightly embraced Siwen, stopping his attack. Let's go home, Bedivere. Does it hurt? He tried to gently bandage Modred's wound, but the girl in front of him seemed utterly unconcerned. I'm sorry. After thinking for a long time, Siwen finally said this sentence. No matter what, Morgan is still Mordred's mother, a bond that is forever ingrained in their blood and will never change. And he killed Morgan. Mordred leaned her head against Siwen's chest, and it was only at such times that Siwen would allow her this closeness, right? You let her go once. I heard my father mention this. That was the first time you defied King Arthur's will. Mordred paused. The reason I came to find you is that she came to me, waking me from my slumber, and before she left, she told me she would fulfill her vow, return to the land of Britain, and accept death. Slap! Siwen pushed away Mordred's somewhat restless hands, wrapping her in the quilt, and sat by Mordred's bedside. I can feel that woman's aura. Mordred recalled the brief glimpse of Joan, her striking golden hair. You wouldn't be angry for such a superficial reason. What exactly did Morgan do? What did she do? Siwen tightly embraced Catherine, his figure disappearing at the top of the tower. As Catherine's soul dissolved, her body began to struggle to bear the power within. A golden light enveloped the entire Scottish Highlands in an instant, filled with overwhelming magical energy. Both the wizards of Hogwarts and some powerful magical creatures, even the king sealed in the city of Carlo May, felt it. In the Round Table Knight's Hall, Mordred's eyes were fixed on that direction. She was too familiar with this power, mixed with a familiar aura. So, the thing that was stolen was used to. Galahad beside her looked awkward, not daring to meet the king's eyes, as this was the trouble caused by their foolish trio. They had lost that thing. However, who could blame them when a woman appeared at the Elven Lake, perfect like King Arthur, and they all thought she was the true embodiment of the Holy Grail. Originally, Siwen had no trouble reviving an ordinary person, but there was one problem. Once the mortal had a certain relationship with him, modifying that mortal's fate came at a very high cost. Weary, Siwen looked at Catherine lying on the bed, breathing evenly, and gently brushed her hair back with the back of his hand. Footsteps paused behind Siwen, and a low female voice sounded in his ear. Why save her? If she died, wouldn't that past truly end? Siwen shook his head. If there was one major difference between him now and before, it was that with the weakening of his powers, he had gained something called humanity, which was useless. After all, he was the one who died the most tragically. This little remnant of soul was nothing compared to Loft, Sistolo, or even Nephethin. You've changed a bit. Although I don't know why, it doesn't seem bad for us. A fragrant figure also sat by Catherine's bedside, leaning against Siwen. Familiar golden hair brushed past Siwen's ear. Sometimes I wonder if it had been me sent to the countryside instead of Lily. It seemed that the woman also thought this assumption was meaningless. So she stopped her words and quietly watched Siwen and Catherine. Those Romans were really ruthless, forcing Siwen to make a choice in this way. But so far, it didn't seem like a bad thing. However, his weakness never changed. He was always so easily soft-hearted. Catherine seemed to awaken from her slumber, squinting one eye to adapt to the light in the room, and looked at the person beside her. Mr. Swift. Complex memories began to coalesce, and her pale face recalled what had happened. It's all over. I'm here. Siwen held Catherine's hand, the warmth in his palm gradually calming her. Her purple eyes curiously looked at the woman sitting beside Siwen, a strange sense of familiarity, a sense of intimacy. The golden-haired woman's light green eyes seemed very gentle. "You can call me Morgan." "Morgan?" The confused Catherine tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Morgan, I don't know you," but she still greeted politely. Time may have little influence on a witch who is neither alive nor dead. For instance, after the first 1,000 years, Morgan would still hold memories of everything that once was and try everything around her. But now a second 1,000 years had passed, and she could feel some changes in herself, some uncontrollable changes. Morgan looked at the adorably naive Catherine in front of her, with golden hair just like hers. Although Catherine was already an adult, in Morgan's eyes, she was still a little girl. And this little girl maintained a sense of innocence even after her trusted person, who was supposed to be trustworthy, poisoned her after the death of her teacher, though it would be more accurate to say the teacher chose death. "She's more like Lily than I or Joan." Morgan rarely showed a gentle expression. Catherine's purity, or rather holiness, was as if the once white Night King was sitting across from her. Unlike Joan, who also possessed a sacred attribute, but that was born from the ignorant faith of the people in the gods at that time, absorbing a large amount of faith power. After confirming that Catherine's body was merely weak and would be fine after some rest, the two of them left the room. After closing the door for Catherine, Morgan slightly turned her head to look at the swaying golden flowers on the windowsill of Catherine's room, the slender petals shimmering with a hazy golden glow under the sunlight. "I think I might understand you a bit." Morgan walked side by side with Siwen in the wide garden of the Europa Palace, holding Siwen's hand. Morgan's hand was somewhat cold and stiff. She looked at Siwen and asked, "Lonely?" "More terrifying than loneliness are those beautiful hopes that are like bubbles." Siwen felt Morgan's cold hand. As a witch, whether concocting potions or alchemical products, or casting spells in battle, magic would pass through her hands. It was already remarkable that she had kept her hands free from elemental contamination after 2,000 years. Morgan's gaze momentarily froze. She slowly released her hand, looking at the tirelessly spraying water fountain statue in front of her, the sound of splashing water occupying every thought. "Regret?" Morgan seemed interested in the garden maze in another direction. Turning her head to look that way, Siwen could only see her golden hair, the faintly visible white neck, and the delicate collarbone exposed by her witch's dress. "Regret?" This was truly an unanswerable question. Once he could no longer remember those sealed memories before the first era. All he could remember was the eternity after losing everything. In the second era, after seeing the heavy price paid to revive Shiyun, although he guarded her closely, he pretended not to recognize her until he almost lost her again. This era, Diora, Lily, he thought they would choose companionship. A mocking smile was directed at Siwen himself. How could he have such a self-righteous thought, when it was clearly he who? At least, they should say they left quietly, without too many regrets, right? No regrets. Morgan suddenly turned around. Her pale green eyes, resembling those of the moon goddess under the silver moonlight, gazed at Siwen. And then she rarely revealed a smile. If we hadn't missed that rainy night, perhaps there would be a different world line. Unfortunately, there really are no ifs. Although Morgan also knew there were no ifs, she did not understand the true meaning of no ifs, especially for Siwen. The world line completely converged after he and Sistaro entered. For mortals, there exists and only one Siwen on the eternal timeline. However, to be more precise, it was a desperate Siwen who landed in Sistaro's world. The night wind swept through the treetops of the maze garden, making a loud noise. Unfortunately, there are always some unstable people in this world who like to make others uneasy. In Calais, France, a loud bang illuminated the dark tunnel in an instant, as bright as day. However, this was not the end of the disaster. In fact, it was just the beginning. The train, which had just entered the tunnel for a test run, was like it had been hit by a Molotov cocktail, instantly turning into hell on earth. Wails, screams, cries for help, curses, a vivid scene of hell captivated the attention of anyone who had not been caught up in this disaster at the first moment. More accurately, it was soul-stirring. Even though a large amount of emergency supplies had been prepared for the tunnel's test run, there was no way to save their colleagues from that terrible fire. They had to think of ways to leave quickly and seal off the area, as such a level of burning would soon consume all the oxygen in the tunnel. By then, what awaited everyone would be a more brutal death by asphyxiation than being blown up directly. A middle-aged man, who had been doing odd jobs, responsible for proofreading supplies with a low sense of presence, suddenly locked his gaze on the patch of bright red flames. The leaping tongues of fire spread recklessly around. as if a demon just freed from confinement, greedily wanting to devour everything alive and even inanimate around it. The middle-aged man grabbed his co-worker next to him. "John, this is no longer something we can solve. Your fire extinguisher's range can't reach the flames at all." The worker named John, sweating profusely and looking angry, seemed about to say something, but his expression suddenly became vacant and confused. "John, go contact the engineers in the central tunnel. Leave this to me." "Okay, Victor." The middle-aged man, Victor, watched as John, still with a somewhat vacant expression, left, then took a deep breath and looked at the area of the test train that had been mostly reduced to casualties. It wasn't that he was cruel and wouldn't save his colleagues, but was it a fire curse? Or an enhanced version? He really didn't know what the security team on the ground was doing. He picked up his glow stick used for communication in the tunnel, crushed it, and tightly gripped his wand. Meanwhile, on the other side, near the underwater tunnel, in a phase-overlapping chamber, a kneeling blonde girl seemed to sense something, raised her head still in prayer, but her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Victor had already seen that under the scorching flames, both the tracks and the wrecked train bodies had begun to turn red and soften, and in some places, pools of red liquid had already formed on the ground. Although Victor had not studied Muggle science much, he knew from common sense that to melt metal, the temperature was beyond what the human body could withstand. Unable to help but draw in a breath of hot air, he quickly suppressed a cough and waved his wand to cast a delicate bubble-head charm on himself, hoping not to be poisoned by the lack of oxygen or toxic fumes from burning before he could resolve the situation here. The floor was soaked with the blood of those Muggle colleagues. Many had been torn apart by shrapnel comparable to bullets at the moment of the train's explosion. A large amount of blood dried under the heat of the fire curse, forming a layer of material with a strange sticky and slippery feel. At the moment of the accident, as soon as Victor sensed the magical fluctuations, he sent a message back to the French Ministry of Magic in his own way. And now, he could only pray that he could stop these people from further plans before his reinforcements arrived. The Lycée Palace was now in chaos. Socialist Party leader and current French Prime Minister Mitterrand slammed the table in anger, throwing the information in his hand in front of these people. An empty train on a test run. An empty train. He pointed at the scattered documents, saying, why were there so many people on the test run train? Why did it explode and burn so violently? Or has France switched to using fuel to power the Eurostar while I was asleep? The heads of the Internal Intelligence Bureau and the Ministry of Transport were also grim-faced, gathering together, watching the scattered documents on the conference table glow a bright red under the fireplace flames. Although they had been urgently summoned in the middle of the night and had been splashed with Mitterrand's irrational anger. What they needed to focus on now was the cause of the accident. It wasn't until the accident occurred and the information about the train explosion and fire came back that they realized there were actually over 100 people on board. Although they did not know why so many people were on a test-run train, even managing to bypass the safety monitoring system at the land entrance. They needed to quickly come up with an emergency plan to stabilize the situation in the tunnel. Mitterrand's face was grim, but amidst his anger, he still caught a glimpse of a man in the meeting room who seemed out of place among the others. The leader of the French Communist Party, President Brandt. After the merger of Democratic France and Federal France, even though Federal France had been buried with numerous hidden dangers and instabilities by some troublesome countries, the French Communist Party still firmly held the top position with the support of the entire Red Camp. Of course, they were also good at being diplomatic. To appease those people, they selected a relatively agreeable Socialist Party cabinet from the opposition to form a coalition government. This was also the reason Mitterrand became prime minister. Just as Mitterrand was about to say something, suddenly, the secretary inopportunely pushed the door open, interrupting his action. Under Mitterrand's displeased gaze, the secretary quickly stated his intention. He quickly said to Brandt, "Mr. President, the Underground Intelligence Bureau just called, saying they need to meet with you immediately." Mitterrand's face instantly turned a bit pale. Brandt seemed to have been prepared for this, nodded, gestured to Mitterrand, and together they left the conference hall, heading to the most secure room in all of France designated for the president. The ministers exchanged glances, then looked at the director of the Internal Security Intelligence Bureau. But unfortunately, that director did not know the specifics either. These individuals standing at the top of the state all knew that France had an underground intelligence bureau. This legendary department has existed since the era of de Gaulle and even further back, with its office located in the underground building area of the Lycée Palace. However, the Underground Intelligence Agency is only accountable to the president, and even the parliament cannot intervene. What they do not know is that the Underground Intelligence Agency has another name, the French Ministry of Magic's office at the Lycée Palace. Bronte. carrying the decisive red characteristics from the turbulent era, entered the room and directly asked the person by the fireplace, "Was this incident caused by your people?" "Yes, Mr. President. Although it is not the right time to say this, I must say I'm glad to see you again, and also the Prime Minister." The man by the fireplace turned around, the flames illuminating another imposing figure. Under a broad forehead were straight brows, with eyes that were hawkishly sharp in slightly sunken eye sockets, and beneath a straight nose were tightly pressed lips that conveyed a serious demeanor at first glance. Minister of the French Ministry of Magic, Arthur. Mitterrand found it somewhat amusing that this pure, Jiao, right-wing Tiao, party considered him a traitor. Yet he was still lagging behind this leader of the French Communist Party when it came to accepting the existence of magic in this world. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bronte and Mitterrand both awaited a more detailed explanation from Arthur. Unfortunately, the Minister of Magic simply shook his head. "We only know that there was a strong magical reaction at the accident site. I am here to inform you that the rescue and investigation of this incident will be handled by the French Ministry of Magic to avoid unnecessary casualties." Unnecessary? That vehicle was full of. Mitterrand was about to say something when he frowned, realizing the complexity of the situation. That train had hundreds of people, and they are related to you guys. Arthur shrugged non-committally. For now, it was understood that the puppet master had controlled the security personnel, which you can interpret as hypnosis. Before coming here, I had already dispatched a rapid response team from the Ministry of Magic to assist. I just don't know if those security personnel in the tunnel can hold on until help arrives. Have there been any special incidents on your side recently? Bronte tapped the table and asked Arthur. Arthur looked at the globe on the desk and gently spun it. After a few rotations, the globe stopped in the European region. You already know, right? The biggest event in the past 2 years, aside from the reunification of our France, is this pawn of Europa that has been used to assert dominance. The spot he stopped at was Romania. Mitterrand instantly felt like a deflated balloon. It wasn't that he was afraid of these matters, but some things were truly exhausting. In this country, after the chaos of self-detonation, a large number of refugees began to pour into the Mediterranean coastal countries. Even the royal territory of Corsica was almost occupied. However, what Arthur did not mention was that after the self-detonation of that country, intelligence left behind by various countries' ministries of magic indicated the occurrence of live human sacrifices, which the magical world cannot tolerate. Victor clutched his waist, where a wound torn by dark magic had not healed despite the use of large amounts of white ash and magical bandages. After all, he had never heard of anyone surviving with their entire left kidney turned into a bloody hole. Time returned to the moment just after the incident broke out. Victor walked slowly, trying to make his specially made soft-soled shoes as quiet as possible. The area, shrouded in a fierce fire curse, exuded an increasingly ominous power field. The chaotic sounds from the flames made it impossible for him to discern whether it was survivors wailing or the unwilling souls of those consumed by fire screaming. As one of the longest-serving active members of the French Ministry of Magic's frontline action team, he had seen it all. Did he know Voldemort from Britain? They had once laughed and chatted together, but he didn't see him as much of a threat. Voldemort, who stirred up trouble in a corner of a lonely island, was barely a gang force with some achievements. Voldemort even called himself the Dark Lord, yet he had never dominated the entire British Isles. Pure high-pressure threats were the lowest level of power. If he had been born a few years earlier, he might have witnessed the grandeur of Grindelwald's era, which was truly a time of great achievements. Every time he saw news about Grindelwald, he would think of a poem from the Eastern culture his daughter studied. "You were born when I was not. I was born when the goldfish was." At least that was how he thought it went. Shaking his head to dispel these distractions, he held his wand steady, aimed straight ahead. He had to ensure that if any hostile entities appeared within his line of sight, he could attack at the first moment. In this situation, there was no need to worry about procedural justice or other useless things. If such an incident were caused by someone, it would be tantamount to declaring war on a country. However, when he reached the area with the densest dark magic, even he, a battle-hardened veteran, could not help but swallow hard. His throat involuntarily moved, and his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. He looked in disbelief at everything before him, took a deep breath, then sighed. He tightened his grip on his wand, knowing that he would likely lose his life here today. Some things must be done, even if one knows they will die, because before him was an extremely dangerous subspace within the magical world. And that train was not simply filled with hundreds of people. The entire train was packed with humans treated as livestock for sacrifice. Corpses scattered across the ground formed a stacked magical nexus. The area surrounded by these seemingly irregular bodies was currently emitting golden red flames. as rocks were instantly turned into splashing droplets of lava upon contact. A strong sulfuric smell wafted from the bottomless opening, exuding rich dark magic. Damn it! He was not a wizard skilled in magical barriers, although he knew that clearing and destroying those bodies could break the balance of his barrier magic. However, if he made one wrong move and the magical barrier lost its balance, it could lead to an explosion. At best, the entire underwater tunnel project would be ruined. At worst, the entire European region would suffer from a magical pulse. Unfortunately, the other side had already made a choice for him. The subspace, resembling a gateway to hell, continuously emitted magical power that gradually engulfed the entire area and fed back into it. Some bodies that did not participate in forming the magic circle, after being saturated with a large amount of dark magic, transformed into the most detestable creatures for wizards, zombies. Compared to ghouls, zombies were even more dangerous because they had no clear weaknesses and no longer feared fire. Instead, they were born from flames. Arrows stacked upon arrows. Silvery, a tribute-less magic shot forth from his wand like a laser, slowly emerging before instantly reaching the zombies. There was no time to think. Victor began attacking those that had just risen or were still in the process of rising, while simultaneously attempting to send out his message. If the Ministry of Magic does not have sufficient countermeasures and rushes in to face this hellish door, confronting hundreds of corpses, the casualties will certainly be horrific. The next conspiracy and attack may be completely unmanageable. Truly, their corpses, apart from a few that fell into the hellish door due to Victor's continuous attacks. Most of them, even with their bodies mangled, continue to function perfectly well. Victor felt that his magical power was running low. He had to maintain his personal barrier to prevent the life-sensitive corpses from discovering him while also attacking. In that moment of pause, the battlefield changed. Several corpses emitted incredible wails before turning into blood. A pair of strikingly bright red points of light rose, even amidst the flames. What kind of eyes were those? GUH. Before Victor could react in time, a spell emanating a sinister mist pierced through and shattered his left abdomen. A necromancer. This joke has gone too far. Shouldn't this thing have been extinct long ago? After that, Victor used his last bit of strength to hide in a corner, dispelling the magical barrier that could be detected by the necromancer. It was not that he wanted to escape or hide. Victor channeled all his magical power into the communication device in his hand. He needed to inform the Ministry of Magic about the changes happening here. After becoming a member of the Special Operations Department of the French Ministry of Magic, he had mentally prepared himself to face death one day. At that time, their mission was to resist the invasion of dark magical forces stirring up trouble from the British Isles. Those people, while not a significant threat and lacking support from French wizards, were all desperate individuals. Back then, he was still a rookie, filled with excitement at joining the most powerful department of the Ministry of Magic. However, before his excitement could fade, in just half a month, he experienced what cruelty truly meant. Why did you have to block that spell for me? I'm just a rookie, an ordinary team member. You could have a greater role in surviving. Holding the gaze of the woman whose eyes had already begun to lose focus, his guide, the team leader, a woman so strict that no one dared to meet her eyes. Cough. A very slight cough, but out came blood filling her lungs. Continue. Execute the mission. Sophie's gaze seemed to want to become stern once more, but unfortunately, her body could no longer muster even that simple strength. I am your leader. How could I allow you to die before me? A poignant, beautiful scene. But it was just the two of us left alive. The other teammates were all dead. At that time, the straightforward Victor said so, relying on his strength. Sophie used all her strength to raise her hand and struck Victor's chest. Her powerless hand was tightly grasped by Victor, but it no longer had any life in it. Looking at the ring on his hand, it was the only relic left by Sophie's team. Unfortunately, this item symbolizing spirit was about to lose its legacy. Because he heard footsteps again. You mustn't die there. Minister Arthur of the Ministry of Magic was also a decisive person. After notifying the French president and prime minister, he handed over the subsequent liaison tasks to his subordinates. Arthur himself went directly to the front line. Damn it, Victor. This guy is already the deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau, and he actually ran to that kind of place. He must not die. I can't bear to see your wife and little Sophie crying in front of me then. Before becoming the Minister of Magic, Arthur was the director of the Special Operations Bureau, and at that time, his most capable assistant was Victor's team leader, Sophie. After Sophie's death, Victor became much more subdued. Unlike others who established their own action groups after promotion, he continued to name his group Sophie's Action Group. Even his little daughter was named Sophie. However, After the latest intelligence reached his hands, the minister, who came from the Ministry of Magic's intelligence department, turned pale. The extreme anger, akin to grinding teeth, sent chills through all the staff around him. They trembled and did not dare provoke the boss. Necromancer. Corpses. Subspace. Minister Arthur trembled as he held up the intelligence report, looking at the several high-ranking officials from the Intelligence Bureau beside him. You all boast every day about how you deal with dark wizards and humanoid creatures. Now, this is your achievement. Open your eyes and look. An entire train full of corpses and living people as sacrifices, a subspace connecting to hell. This is what you have done. Although the several big shots present, and the members of the Ministry of Magic's council felt somewhat dissatisfied with being publicly reprimanded, as it could damage their image. No one dared to change the subject or defend themselves at that moment, for doing so would truly be courting death. While everyone was still dumbfounded, Arthur directly waved his hand, took a document from his secretary, and quickly signed it. Minister's Order. Emergency Order of the French Ministry of Magic. Some council members wanted to stop it, reaching out with their hands, mouths agape, not knowing how to speak. The weight of this order was too heavy. The Emergency Ministerial Order is often referred to in the French magical community as the Wartime Cabinet Formation Order. This is established when the current threat has been determined to be an act of war against the French magical community by another force. Under the constraints of this ministerial order, the current Minister of Magic can quickly pass any wartime legislation and has the power to directly mobilize various magical forces. In simple terms, it bypasses all those who might cause administrative inefficiency, entering a sage governance mode. The emergency document would naturally be transmitted through emergency communication channels to all regions of the French magical community. Soon, under the night sky, France seemed to awaken from slumber, stirring with dark currents. Arthur, fully armed, leading a special operations team that could be considered the Minister of Magic's guard, sealed off the exit of the English Channel Tunnel approaching France. He watched as the security department personnel who had arrived earlier were assisting the unconscious security checkpoint guards and a few individuals who had run out with serious injuries. Fire. Such a big fire. Hurry and put it out. The emergency personnel from the Muggle government not only had to treat their injuries, but also had to calm these individuals' emotions as much as possible. There were also a few security personnel or special agents from the Ministry of Magic trying to inquire about the situation inside the tunnel. Inside, a woman with her head down, her face covered in black soot from the flames, said hoarsely. The fire had inflicted great harm upon her. At least her long hair had turned to charcoal, evoking even more sympathy. Unfortunately, her greatest mistake was pretending to be a victim in front of an old-school spy chief who had walked out of the war. The Minister of Magic waved his wand faster than anyone could see, especially under the dim light. It looked like a phantom, instantly launching an invisible spell. A defensive barrier enveloped that woman. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around her, the woman who appeared to be a complete victim, and indeed was a victim, had her face blank, her body swelling. Boom! The woman, swollen like a round ball, exploded into a pool of flesh like a dazzling firework at the last moment of her life, scattering everywhere. With a soft flick of her wand, nearly imperceptible, Altair squinted at the blood and flesh on the ground. Such a retro method. Under the handling of the members of the Ministry of Magic's Special Operations Team, behind Altair, the blood and flesh scattered on the ground began to fade like ice and snow under the scorching sun. Even the blood red seeped into the ground started to disappear. There was no need for the Minister of Magic to personally handle the remaining, as it would be absurd for him to deal with every subsequent dark piece. After all, this was the French dilemma. The results of a careful examination left the ministry's members in shock. These victims, implanted with self-detonation programs, were not merely hidden among those who had escaped from the tunnel. There were also quite a number of ordinary people among the firefighters present who had already been affected by this self-detonation curse. Moreover, a few of the security personnel, who were initially thought to be under a charm and unable to sound the alarm, had been completely transformed by magic and could be referred to as alchemical creatures. They could no longer be called human. They were merely puppets clad in the flesh and bones of the originally living. Puppet dolls, also commonly known as scarecrow magic, was recorded as early as the 18th century in magical history. The master of puppet mechanics, Geppetto, had developed a magic that allowed puppets to move like real people. At that time, Geppetto was pursued by enemies, thrown into the Adriatic Sea, and swallowed by a shark. Relying on the fact that the puppets felt no pain and did not need to eat or rest, he managed to escape. However, the subsequent events turned dark, as Geppetto and the witch known as the Blue Fairy reshaped the puppet's body with flesh and blood, which drew the unanimous wrath and pursuit of the Roman magical community. In the end, Geppetto and the Blue Fairy were hanged outside the city of Rome, while the blood and flesh puppet was also hanged on the city wall. Since puppets cannot suffocate, the puppet was repeatedly pecked by a woodpecker summoned by the Ministry of Magic until it was reduced to ashes. After that, puppet magic dissipated from magical history. Although most believed that there were still complete traditions of puppet magic preserved in the Roman area, it had not been seen for at least 200 years. Now, Alter looked up at the billowing smoke in the tunnel. The wind was picking up. Unlike the British Ministry of Magic, which has always attempted to hide completely and waste resources, the French Ministry of Magic had contacted the French government early on. The underground intelligence agency established by the French ministry was not only composed of ministry members, but also had a complete operational system based on Muggle members. These Muggle members came from various intelligence agencies, including the French Military Intelligence and the Internal Security Agency, as well as elite personnel from the military. They were responsible for handling emergencies involving the magical world under heavy confidentiality agreements and magical constraints. Soon, they dispersed the nearby firefighters and emergency responders beyond the cordon, ready to handle the first scene and only transferring it to ordinary people after confirming there were no issues. If there was one significant change after the merger of the two ministries, it was the improvement in administrative efficiency, especially when facing such severe emergencies. Not to brag, but the Red Camp had never been afraid of anyone. Clad in indigo uniforms, the intelligence agency agents quickly wrapped themselves up as practiced, taking out the silver dust stored in special small packages with gloved hands. In fact, this dust was pure white with a hint of green, but under the light, it instantly reflected a silver glow. They carefully sprinkled the dust along the inner lockdown line, leaving no crevice or obstacle untouched, ensuring that the lines formed by the dust were complete and sealed, enclosing the entire area. The director of the Underground Intelligence Agency watched with a twitching eye as these people scattered the dust. This was no ordinary substance. To put it into perspective, the price of this material was even more valuable than gold. Each year, a significant portion of the French Ministry of Magic's budget, especially from the security department, was spent on purchasing or exchanging this material, known as purification dust. After hundreds of years of research, the ministry had basically given up on producing it themselves, as they had yet to analyze its specific components. Currently, related research was maintained only by a few individuals. They could only honestly go to another magical forbidden area in France to exchange it, in the forest that belonged to the Draco family, known for their mysterious bloodline. Located outside Paris, although expensive, almost no one opposed or found it unreasonable because multiple practical experiences had shown them how extraordinary the effects of this dust were. If it weren't for the purification dust, the ministry might still be unable to handle the terrible corrosive resentment seeping into the soil from the mass grave soaked for hundreds of years under the wrath of the Emperor of Europa. That purification also successfully led the French supreme leader to acknowledge the role of the magical world, and with the support of Emperor Napoleon, the Underground Intelligence Agency was established. It seemed that this year they needed to prepare a larger budget to purchase more dust, hoping that the Draco family would maintain their usual practices and not suddenly raise prices. The moment the barrier made of dust was completed, those present at the scene felt a noticeable improvement in their breathing, as the oppressive and irritating negative factors in the air seemed to gradually dissipate. The action team quickly arrived at the scene, holding the construction drawings of the tunnel provided by the Muggle government, which included the current progress, the design of the emergency tunnel, and some areas that could be utilized inside. Unlike the conservative and closed British wizards, the French wizards were not completely ignorant of the Muggle world. Under the explanation of the non-wizard agents from the Underground Intelligence Agency, they quickly gained a clear understanding of the internal structure. The rest was relatively straightforward. Some members were responsible for maintaining order in the periphery, as this was now a large-scale terrorist attack, and no one dared to rule out the possibility of being trapped in the exit and wiped out after they all entered. The remaining 4 teams, each consisting of 10 people, advanced in 2 teams along the tunnels leading from Britain to France and the emergency tunnel. As these 2 tunnels were not the hardest-hit areas, the other 2 teams explored the tunnels leading from France to Britain, as the incident had occurred in that tunnel. Due to the accident, it was evident that the entire power system of this tunnel had suffered a heavy blow. At least the burned cables could not continue to provide lighting. Only emergency lights were present in the empty tunnel, and the incandescent light could not illuminate the entire tunnel, because they had received news of the presence of special dark creatures extremely sensitive to magic inside. The wizards hoped to maintain magical silence. allowing them to have the possibility of prioritizing attacks when discovering enemies. The team members could only maintain their formation, wearing the lighting devices provided by the Muggle agents. Small, powerful flashlights clamped to their ears as they moved through the dimly lit tunnel. When the brightness ahead increased, even the battle-hardened agents paused for a moment. It was truly a hellish scene. The shattered train car body, scattered bodies on the ground, and some already broken and dismembered remains. Under the dim yellow light and the glow of flames, dark red plasma covered the tracks of the tunnel. The meaningless wails and howls came from beings that could no longer be called human, aimlessly wandering around. Their purpose very clear, to turn everything alive around them into their own food. Squatting down, I carefully examined the corpses that hadn't stood up, rather than not standing. They seemed to have once stood, but were sent back to sleep by someone. Edmund, clear the remaining active zombies around here quickly and prepare to receive the follow-up support. Also, hurry up and find Victor. We don't know how he is doing now. Our team continued to explore forward, said a man from the left team, whose iconic curly hair couldn't be hidden even under a hat. The man called Edmund lightly waved his wand, and those around him immediately dispersed into a circular formation, ensuring there were no blind spots in their team. Be careful. According to Victor, the area ahead is where the subspace is located, Edmund warned. The dark magic there would be even denser, and although he was reluctant to believe that undead creatures appeared there, caution was paramount. Take care, Tangrel. The golden-haired Tangrel, with a standard Frenchman's slightly reserved charm, nodded and waved his hand, signaling his team members to follow him deeper into the tunnel. Tangrel's team had left the initial crime scene, moving along the faint but brightening light. They could sense the strong, magical fluctuations from a distance and the bright area that was obscured by dazzling light. Unfortunately, danger often arrives unexpectedly. Women are always more sensitive to beautiful things. Margaret Precia, the beauty of Tangrel's team and a sharp wizard specializing in healing magic, sensed some changes around her. Between the dimness of the tunnel and the flickering golden-red flames in the distance, there was another color. Blue. The blue light dots, tinged with a hint of turquoise, resembled the color of fireflies seen by the lake in childhood, evoking a sense of tranquility. In the darkness, it seemed as if a starry sky was simulated. These blue light dots seemed to drift aimlessly in the air, like ashes produced by burning, floating irregularly. Margaret raised her hand, actively grasping a few of the blue dots, which the other team members completely overlooked. Why did you stop? Tangrel suddenly heard a voice from behind his team and turned around, somewhat dissatisfied. After all, in this perilous area, even speaking softly could bring unnecessary danger. After grasping the blue dots, Margaret suddenly felt her vision blur. She closed her eyes, shook her head vigorously, and then tried hard to focus her eyes on the blue dots in her hand. She lifted her head, and in her bright eyes that attracted countless people, a confused and innocent look could still be seen clearly even in the dim tunnel. Cough. The other hand that didn't grasp the light covered her mouth, but blood could not be contained and spilled out. Just before she could finish her last sentence, Margaret collapsed to the ground, her blood quickly turning the place where she fell into a pool. Her dazed eyes completely lost focus, unconsciously staring at the pitch-black top of the tunnel. Damn it! Tangrel, at the front of the line, had no time to warn. He quickly pulled a few people beside him and retreated forward. They could only watch helplessly as Margaret's body emitted a cold, brilliant blue light, with countless light dots bursting forth, consuming those team members who hadn't evacuated in time. In a matter of breaths, Tangrel's team was left with only 5 members. Their companions who had just been moving together had collapsed in their own pools of blood. Only the remaining blue spirits continued to float in midair, appearing harmless, leisurely searching for the next curious prey in this space. A bit of a headache. No one in Tangrel's team was without purpose. Each of them played their role. Losing 5 people reduced their strength by 50% on the surface, but in terms of overall capability, it was far more than a 50% weakening. Like Margaret, who not only provided exquisite healing magic to protect the lives of other team members, but was also a rare biologist, the last biologist of France, a disciple of Jean-Henri Casimir Fabre. In the current weakened state of biology, every biologist was as precious as the all-round physicist Landau. Margaret's identity was not limited to this. Although she had insisted on joining the Ministry of Magic Special Operations team, many knew it was merely a training opportunity provided by her family. Why did it have to be Margaret? Tangrel closed his eyes, sighed heavily in his heart, and continued to lead his team forward, their spirits dampened. There were no longer conditions to maintain quiet progress. There were too many zombies, and before reaching the sacrificial circle where Victor's message had come from, they were already obstructed by the zombies. Zombies would attack all living beings. To prevent their life force from being detected, one needed to use magic, while other dark creatures, especially necromancers, had a strong ability to detect magic. The 5 of them could only prioritize attacking the zombies around and in front of them, try to move forward. Because, as members of the Ministry of Magic, even ordinary people knew that sometimes one had to move forward even when they clearly knew they might die. This was the greatest difference between humans and those lower creatures, wasn't it? The only unfortunate thing was that they were unaware that their actions were only pushing the situation towards a more dire outcome. Similarly, Edmund's team was not in good shape either. Although they hadn't suddenly lost a whole lot of members, each had endured quite a few injuries. Zombies were not the most terrifying things. While they had no specific weaknesses, a full 10-member team comprised of elites from the magical world had magical firepower akin to a Muggle machine gun. The area beneath the Shilka River was lifeless, let alone mere zombies. The danger of zombies mainly lay in their relentless attacks on isolated humans, moving toward their targets like sharks smelling blood. While they could unleash machine gun-like firepower for a short time, humans were not machines. Even machines needed a pause to cool down, and humans, not to mention, faced both magical consumption and mental strain with each spell cast. Leave me here. I can still attract their attention. You go support Tangrel's team. The speaker was Victor, one of the targets this time, who felt he could die at any moment. Compared to when he reported the situation to the Ministry of Magic, his injuries had worsened significantly, especially the large wounds caused by black magic, which were not easily healed. He sat on a makeshift stretcher placed on the ground, originally meant to be carried away by other team members using levitation magic. However, it seemed that even 10 people in optimal condition might not be enough, let alone leaving someone behind to take care of him. He could also see the resentment in the eyes of the agent named Libeen. He understood it well. Every rescue mission would surely provoke conflicts within the team. Why should everyone else sacrifice themselves to save one person? Edmund bent down and looked at Victor. I don't want to see your precious daughter crying at your grave. Save your strength and stay still. If we don't get out soon, others will come to assist us. Buzz. A low sound erupted, and something sharp sliced through the air quickly. Edmund, who was bent down, turned his head to see a part of his team member's body split in two from the chest. A giant scythe-like blade glimmered coldly under the emergency lights, covered in blood and flesh. An inverted, triangular head emerged from the darkness, with 2 bulging eyes occupying 80% of the head, radiating a red glow, locking onto the 2 in front of it. In economics, technology is the primary productive force. In military affairs, technology is the primary combat force. In magic, technology can also be used to fill words. While this group of agents from the French Ministry of Magic's Intelligence Bureau Special Operations Team continued to advance leisurely in the traditional manner, the dark forces here had already begun a round of evolution. In fact, at this moment, Victor, who was pale and sweating, had somewhat guessed the severity of the problem. He looked at the corpses he had sent to rest, and those that Edmund's team had cleared when they arrived. The bodies lying on the ground seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Obstacles everywhere. This was the most commonly used skill when facing enemies. It didn't mean that one had to always use high-cost, high-spiritual control spells to be effective. The red beams of magic hit the triangular-headed monster, but there was no significant effect, not even a splash. The spell struck the dark figure as if it carried a cold hue, slipping off like trying to catch a loach with bare hands, or like a small-caliber shell hitting sloped armor, sliding off directly. Edmund had just bent down to talk to Victor, so he avoided the first lethal strike, but his subordinates were not so lucky. It is known that a person can still crawl on the ground and grab someone else's thigh, even after being bisected. Although they were all seasoned spies and had interrogated many dark wizards infiltrating their country, the horrific screams still made their hearts tremble. After all, hearing the screams of enemies and hearing the screams of one's own team members are not the same feeling. When facing creatures resembling insects or beasts, should one instinctively use flames against them? Don't deceive yourself, young Shaletzi. These are dark creatures, born from the explosion and fierce flames of powerful spells. Edmund's wand acted like an assault rifle, launching various spells. Although most turned into flashy fireworks, some still hindered the monster, especially the explosive spells. While unable to penetrate the creature's strangely tough shell, still created shockwaves that could stun it. The remaining 2 teammates were also continuously trying to attack. However, they didn't dare to use 2 powerful directional skills, as there was a chance that the irregular shell could deflect such magic, risking friendly fire. Victor didn't mention, nor had the time to mention, that at the beginning, the dark magical creatures inside weren't so powerful. They could still be heavily injured by sharp spells with cutting attributes. But in just a few hours, they had begun to change. From the black and red aura erupting from the hellish rift in the subspace, the corpses were covered, and in an instant, they stood up again. After rising, they felt different. A hard shell formed over their flesh, and the muscles that should have lost vitality became more resilient. Unless the parts were directly severed. The other parts continued to operate stubbornly. Breaking bones connected to skin might be the best explanation. Compared to humans, the greatest advantage of these dark creatures lies not in their defense or terrifying attack power, but in their tireless endurance in such dark environments. Even the strongest like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Merlin cannot guarantee that they will maintain the same sharpness and spellcasting precision in high-intensity battles for hours or even minutes. Edmund glanced at Victor, who seemed to be losing consciousness, gritted his teeth, and lunged at him, leaving his fate to chance. Apparition. Magic has certain usage conditions, and the conditions for apparition are very strict, requiring a stable casting environment, stable spatial structure, and stable magical flow. This place clearly did not meet such conditions. The pervasive dark magic aura and volatile fire magic elements in the air were enough to make anyone attempting to use spatial magic feel like they were being crushed into pieces. There was no other choice. Looking at the empty ground in front of him, Edmund sensed that Victor could no longer hold on until the next wave of reinforcements arrived. Rather than waiting to die here, it was better to gamble on that 50% chance. If the teleportation succeeded, Victor would be sent to the Ministry of Magic's emergency site, where medical wizards should be able to save his life. Just at the moment he distracted himself to help Victor teleport, the loss of his firepower barrier allowed the triangular-headed monster to successfully take down another teammate. Despite its small head, it managed to bite off that team member's forearm entirely. No, Camellias. Stop. Edmund desperately tried to save his teammate from the monster's bite. But Camellias had already made up his mind. This young man from the Evelyn province in France was a gentleman with a violent temper. He squinted at the monster, a strange smile appearing on his face. Boom! The wand still held in his bitten arm erupted with all its power in an instant. The violent explosion, a blast from within, shattered the triangular-headed monster's skull before it even had time to struggle or scream. By the time Edmund arrived, Camellias had calmly taken out a hemostatic potion from his pocket and applied it directly to his severed arm, preparing to bandage it. Edmund wanted to say something, but after his lips weakly moved a few times, he knelt down and took the bandage to help Camellias wrap his severed arm. The young man had made no sound when bitten by the monster or when his wand exploded with his arm. That kind of calm madness even chilled his teammates. We're still on the outskirts. Camellias squinted as he looked into the dark depths of the tunnel. By this time, Tangrel and the others were probably on the verge of martyrdom. Edmund sighed, finishing the bandaging on his hands, and he tightened the bandage with force. After confirming that Camellias' severed arm wasn't bleeding profusely, he glanced at the pile of corpses and the only two surviving team members. Edward, you're in charge of getting Camellias out. I'll wait here for Tangrel or reinforcements. Go now. This is an order. Forcing the last two team members to leave. Edmund watched their departing figures, the last spark of their team. He, in a relaxed tone. Zivin was preparing breakfast in the tower reserved for him in Busbatten. Smack! He tried to slap away a small white hand that had quietly reached for a plate in front of him, but unexpectedly, the owner of that little hand held on tightly and forcibly snatched a piece of cookie from right in front of Zivin. Crunching it, she revealed a victorious smile. Oh dear, how annoying, Zivin thought, feeling like throwing this little one out by her fluffy hair. You can sneak a bite, but why show that provocative smile? Is it that I'm unable to lift my knife? Or is it Nyarlathotep who's floating? Of course, Nyarlathotep, as an ancient being of longevity, also knew when to back off. Changing her expression, she said, I was just trying to flavor for my sister. I'll go wake her up. In a flash, she darted away, leaving only a long trail of silver hair dancing in the air behind her. Really? Yes, someone came to France because of Catherine. But instead of staying in his palace or returning directly to England after things were somewhat settled, he took this opportunity to run to Busbatten again, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Furong, dressed in a fluffy nightgown, came downstairs, sniffing the familiar scent. Seeing Nyarlathotep, who looked like a good child next to Furong, Zivin felt a wave of amusement. The Nyarlathotep, who couldn't stay quiet in front of him, appeared like a well-behaved baby in front of the seemingly soft and cute Furong. Zivin's cooking was naturally quite good. After all, anyone who has lived for so long and improved a little each day could become a top figure. The table was set for 3, and only someone who didn't care about details would stuff a pile of food in front of a girl who had just woken up and hadn't had time to wash her face or brush her teeth. Although Zivin had swatted away Nyarlathotep's hand when she tried to sneak a bite, it didn't mean he hadn't prepared her portion. It was just a bit of entertainment in life, hey, Zivin Nyarlathotep said, holding up a fork and savoring the lingering aroma of the dishes in her mouth. Why don't we just surrender? Let's not reincarnate anymore. Just the 3 of us go back to the misty forest and open a small restaurant and live like this. Zivin's fork paused as he looked at Furong, whose expression showed no change and seemed uninterested in the proposal, then glanced at Nyarlathotep. Do ancient gods get tired too? No. Nyarlathotep shook her head, her long hair sliding back and forth on her shoulders. It must be tiring, right, Zivin? Before Zivin could respond, the entire room suddenly began to shake violently, the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling clattering against each other, and the table's dishes started to move. An earthquake? To be fair, Busbatten is a magic academy built in the mountains, which means it has many more precautions against natural disasters. If even Busbatten was like this, then what could the epicenter be like? The epicenter is truly in a terrible state. The Minister of Magic, Altair, had just seen Victor forcibly teleported from an unstable space. His injuries, even if healed to save his life, would likely prevent him from returning to the front lines of special operations for the rest of his life. Damn it, doesn't he have any sense? What is a deputy director doing at the front lines? Victor not only suffered damage from the monsters born of dark magic, but he also lost his entire right arm, a result of Edmund forcibly extracting him from the unstable magical area. However, being able to get out was still a good thing. The people in the emergency room were capable, as they couldn't reach the legendary level of saving someone as long as there's a breath left. But at least Victor still had 2 breaths. Victor nearly bit his tongue to keep himself alert, raising his left hand to his temple, a silver, thread-like substance floating out. He had no capacity to speak or express himself otherwise, so he used this direct glimpse into his thoughts to help others understand what had happened faster. Altair gently touched that thread of thought with the tip of his wand, while meditation basins and similar magical tools were the best way to view memories. Using a wand to cast a spell was the quicker method. Although directly communicating with that memory would cause some damage to it, there was no time for concerns. Every second wasted was a disrespect to lives. He wanted to know what had happened inside that could turn Victor into this state, what could make Edmund, also an experienced operative, act against reason and use apparition to throw Victor out in that environment. The flow of memory and the flow of time are different. In just a few minutes, the Minister of Magic had seen Victor's entire night of adventure. His first reaction was that the current distance was still too close. If an explosion occurred, they would all die here. What would become of the French magical community then? The Minister of Magic, Altair, immediately called over the head of the Underground Intelligence Bureau nearby. They had formal identities from the Muggle government and immediately began to evacuate the crowd while expanding the warning area. They even needed to request more forces from the French government to maintain order. At the same time, he notified the British Ministry of Magic about the relevant matters. Although this incident was close to the French side, it had already reached the middle area of the underwater tunnel. If it worsened, the British would definitely be affected. What on earth are those French doing? At the British Ministry of Magic, Fudge received a report from his secretary about the official notice from the French Minister of Magic regarding the sudden incident in the underwater tunnel. Should we find someone to investigate? Fudge, who was rudely awakened early in the morning, was very unhappy, his round face showing some impatience. The minister's office is responsible for notifying the directors and first deputy directors of the Magical Law Enforcement Division, the Magical Accidents and Catastrophes Division, the International Magical Cooperation Division, and the Magical Transportation Division to come to the Ministry of Magic for a meeting. Let's see what actually happened. There was no time, and no need to investigate what happened. As a coastal city, London could directly see what was happening on the surface of the sea at the first moment. A violent, explosive tremor shook the Ministry of Magic building, and a solid black mist shot up into the sky. Like ancient beacons, it rose vertically into the clouds. Then, the black mist formed a second explosion, modernized like the design of Muggle airburst bombs. The first explosion triggering a massive amount of dark magic, and the second igniting the dark magic that had been unleashed. A massive cross-like explosion illuminated the entire coast of France and Britain, with a violent shockwave almost instantly piercing the bottom of the English Channel, creating a tsunami several meters high. Just as the French Ministry of Magic was unable to fully evacuate, and everyone seemed destined to perish on the beach. A gentle sigh seemed to soothe everyone's hearts. A tender woman appeared before them, her long golden hair braided in a traditional French style, cascading down to her waist. Although dressed in simple linen garments, she could not hide the radiance that emanated from within, especially in her hands. She held a sacred flag adorned with the iconic golden fleur-de-lis of France, slowly opening her violet eyes to gaze upon a world she had not seen for 600 years. The gentle woman gently planted the flag into the ground. "My lord is here. May he bless the innocent." In the face of the towering waves, an invisible barrier seemed to appear, and after repeated impacts, the monstrous waves futilely subsided, with subsequent waves only reaching the beach. The woman, radiating a dazzling holy light, retrieved the flag, and at the moment she turned, the officials of the French Ministry of Magic, who caught a glimpse of her true form, suddenly felt an impulse to kneel before her holiness. At the moment of her birth, all of France whispered the same name, Jeanne d'Arc. The first to sense the upheaval occurring on the French coast were the seasoned veterans standing at the pinnacle of the magical community in various countries. This is truly an event worth recording in the history of magic. Even from the distant Nordic fjords, one could feel the immense magical energy like a beacon of light. Especially the magical shockwave triggered by the second explosion. It was estimated that unless one was a pure blood squib, there would be some reaction. The elderly man, with gray-white hair, though somewhat aged, still possessed a sharpness reminiscent of the spears once wielded by the Norsemen, hinting at the handsome figure of his youth. It felt so familiar. A new, grand era was about to arrive. The old man mused, reminiscent of the significant events that occurred 60 years ago, before the transformation of the times. The only pity was that none of the people standing behind him could be considered pillars of support. Not even one dared to respond to him. They were all weaklings. Similarly, in England, Hogwarts, which had stood for nearly 1,000 years in the Scottish Highlands, was also struck by the wave of magic. While most students only felt a momentary discomfort, the professors had a different experience. When Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and other key figures of the school arrived at the headmaster's office, they found Professor Dumbledore intently examining a silver device on his desk. What had originally functioned normally, like the gears of an old mechanical clock, was now operating frantically, with black smoke continuously spewing from the machine. As the smoke drifted over the parchment on the desk, it rapidly darkened and aged at a visible speed, emitting an extremely unpleasant burnt odor throughout the room. "Albus, what happened?" Professor McGonagall asked, first, as she was, in terms of qualifications and position, second only to the headmaster in Hogwarts as the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor. Dumbledore stood up, gently shook his robe, and only the tip of his wand was visible protruding from his robe's sleeve. The almost imperceptible tremor caused the swirling black mist to coalesce. The professors turned their attention from the mist seemingly trapped in an imperceptible spherical area to Dumbledore's hand. The parchment, with a corner corroded, provided shocking news. The message from the Ministry of Magic was that they had received an official diplomatic communication from the French Ministry of Magic 2 hours earlier, stating that a magical accident had occurred in the under-construction English-French Channel Tunnel. First, a train that should have been empty exploded in the tunnel, but after the accident, it was discovered that the train was full of passengers who had been killed or bound as sacrifices. Then, those sacrificed individuals, along with the magical circle that had likely been inscribed within, created a spatial fissure. According to the frontline reconnaissance results from the Enforcement Division of the French Ministry of Magic, the fissure was likely connected to the legendary abyss, Hell. The dark magic aura from the abyss spread through the fissure, contaminating the entire tunnel and the corpses inside. This was the information received at the time of communication. And Minister Arthur of the French Ministry of Magic kindly reminded us to be cautious here as well. It now appeared that both sides had not been able to prevent the situation from worsening. Dumbledore's news was truly earth-shattering. Many terms had already faded from people's memories, and similar records could almost only be found in obscure history books. When Dumbledore mentioned the possibility of a fissure to Hell, Snape's expressionless eyes seemed to flash with a momentary cold light, but he quickly returned to his usual silence. It was indeed a terrifying place, and he would not forget the experiences of being dragged into hell by the voodoo god last year. However, I believe you all felt the magical fluctuations just now. I have received an invitation from the Ministry of Magic to assist at Dover in handling this matter. I hope you will cooperate with Minerva regarding the school's operations, especially the activities the school has recently organized. Dumbledore, being a man of action, succinctly arranged matters for his departure from the school while transferring some emergency authority to Professor McGonagall. Holding the parchment in his hand, The lower right corner bore what seemed to be a metallic seal. The moment Dumbledore touched it, his figure vanished from the Hogwarts headmaster's office. Of course, in addition to the British Ministry of Magic and the French Ministry of Magic, the magical communities of other Western European countries, and even parts of Africa, felt the immense magical beacon and subsequent magical pulses. Unfortunately, they could not freely venture to France or Britain for exploration or activities. Without the consent of the respective Ministry of Magic, any attempts to cross into each other's countries using methods including, but not limited to apparition, port keys, or flue powder would be considered a legal entry or invasion. By the time Dumbledore arrived at the beach, he saw the anxious Fudge leading the British Ministry of Magic officials, along with a truly spectacular scene before him. Even from the distant center of the English Channel, one could see the towering, cloud-piercing column of black magic rising into the sky, seemingly piercing a hole in the heavens. It was impossible to discern whether the black magical pillar shot upward from the ground or flowed down from the shattered sky. At the same time, waves of impact radiated outward from the center of that black magic, churning the sea, and countless sea creatures could be seen frothing at the mouth, floating belly up with the waves. Yet, the surging waves could not successfully crash onto the shore due to a golden barrier, which, while not as exaggerated as reaching the sky, still stood several dozen meters high, spreading along the entire coastline of Britain. Although the waves blocked the view, the pervasive aura of dark magic leaked out to some extent, surging toward the entire world with each pulse of the black pillar of light, almost like breathing. It was hard to believe that those young people actually orchestrated such a grand event at another point along the distant coastline, instead of hiding beneath a cloak. She stood openly on British soil, which felt quite strange. Her golden hair fluttered in the sea breeze, and Morgan Le Fay leaned on her staff, a continuous flow of magic pouring toward the barrier before her, while her other hand gently brushed her hair. Unfortunately, she was no longer the rebellious which she once was. Otherwise, she might have taken this opportunity to enjoy herself the maid of Orl-Ins. For some, she represented sincere faith and longing, while for others, she evoked a deep-rooted fear from their very souls. After all, Joan's name was closely associated with that of His Majesty the Emperor of Europa, known for stopping children's night cries. 100 years later, no one knew what her appearance would bring. Of course, there was also another more outlandish character. Woo-woo, Holy Maiden. Thud, a noble who seemed to hold a significant status, knelt directly before Joan, nearly throwing himself at her feet. Joan could sense the heartfelt excitement and joy emanating from the person before her, and as she gently raised her hand, Labby's Rice felt as if he were being lifted in a refreshing atmosphere. A descendant of Rice, perhaps? Observing Labby's attire, it was evident that as a medieval noble, he would display his family's characteristics in his clothing and possessions. Although he wouldn't flamboyantly mark his entire body with the family crest, it was enough for those familiar with the matter. You remember, if our ancestor knew, he would be extremely, extremely happy. He has never forgotten your teachings, and the Rice family will always follow your banner. They were indeed loyal. Not to mention other families, the Rice family was particularly well aware of that history. Anyone who dared to disrespect the Holy Maiden would truly find their lives at stake with the sealed tome of Luan City hidden in their family basement. Furthermore, they understood that the relationship between the Holy Maiden and His Majesty the Emperor was not merely a simple matter of black and white. Joan smiled, seemingly reminiscing about the knight who followed her until death. But now, there were more pressing matters to consider. That was the dark magic before her, the endless dark power. Although she had reached the limits of what humanity could achieve over these hundreds of years, and even made some breakthroughs, her magic was ultimately leisurely. Faced with the seemingly inexhaustible dark power before her, she could withstand it for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Joan could even feel a pulse of dark power seeping through the barrier, constantly corroding the land she once loved. No one understood the situation better than her. The subspace entrance hidden in the tunnel had shattered, and that shattering force had expelled her from her hiding place. The shattered power tore apart a region in the sky, revealing true chaos and void, endlessly pouring into this fragile planet. Thus, there was only one solution left. Holy Maiden, what are you going to do? Although Labby's often appeared dazed, it didn't mean he was foolish. Watching Joan walk toward the sea, her smooth feet untouched by a speck of dust, leaving behind a trail of radiant footprints. The broken rift in the sky resembled an eye peering into this world, constantly scanning until it found its target. Joan, glowing with holy light, stood out like a target, and at that moment, the dark magic that filled the heavens surged toward her. Lord, entrust me with your body. Joan knew that her emergence from that isolated subspace was the result of calculations and schemes spanning countless generations. However, even though she longed for the land of France, cherished the comfortable and gentle sea breeze, missed the people who fought alongside her, and remembered the comfort of sleeping on bales of hay in a transport cart, she was still Joan. Pain, suffering. Her body once again felt the sensation of being engulfed by the flames of hellfire 500 years ago. With every breath, she could feel the pain in her skin. Joan attempted to use her divinity to neutralize that darkness and void, but it was evidently ineffective. The people on the shore looked on in astonishment as the maiden-like holy maiden faced the darkness. No one could help, and they could only kneel there in prayer. They watched helplessly as the power of holy light in Joan clashed with the dark magic, the dark aura growing increasingly thick. While shocked by Joan's strength, they also realized that she could not endlessly absorb it. What could help Joan? Help the holy maiden? Labby suddenly had a bright idea. Perhaps the magic book of his ancestor, Gilles de Rice, contained a method to seal this dark magic. After all, it was a grimoire written by Gilles himself and would not harm the holy maiden. I am willing to sacrifice my body. Labby's Rice's body suddenly burst with cracks, and blood mist spewed forth as he raised his hand. In the depths of darkness deeper than the dark magic before him, a grimoire bound in chains appeared. Go help the holy maiden. Without any flashy movements, Labby's hurled the grimoire forward. As a magic book, it possessed a degree of autonomy. What? Just as Joan felt herself being consumed by darkness, ready to burn her life to become the brightest flame of hellfire, she saw that book. Besides the presence of her dear friend Gilles, she distinctly sensed another author of this grimoire. Was it His Majesty? She seemed to hear whispers in her ears. Liberate the sky's decree. Freeze the black void blade. Merge with my power and my body. Walk together toward destruction. The whisper seemed to seize Joan's spirit, momentarily leaving her in a daze. In that instant, the entire tome of Luan City erupted with powerful magnetic force. In less than a breath, the dark grimoire drained every trace of dark magic existing between heaven and earth, even including the magical support from the rift in the sky. Joan felt a strong discomfort as the dark magic that had just filled her body was suddenly drained, leaving her with a feeling of being hollowed out. She slowly stood up, wanting to retrieve the tome of Luan City before her, but a fair hand grasped the dark grimoire first, pulling it from Joan's grasp. With a radiant smile, the girl, whose beauty rivaled that of the holy maiden, sent chills down everyone's spine. Her golden eyes met Joan's somewhat dazed purple ones, and her smile became even more radiant and unrestrained. One hand held the tome of Luan City, while the other wielded a spear. Clad in dark armor that exuded an aura of darkness, her short hair framing her face with a spirited and capable appearance. I will no longer be deceived. I will not allow myself to be betrayed again. Speaking of which, she could no longer hear the voice of the Lord. Since she could not hear the Lord's voice, it meant that the Lord had long since lost trust in this nation. The mischievous tongue licked around the black-clad girl's lips as she bent down. Tell me, isn't it so? My radiant half-humans, this humble species, have wasted too much time on joy and sorrow, or wasted too much time suppressing their own emotions. By Nyarlathotep, Jean looked at the girl in front of her, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, for the girl before her was herself. Seeing another self standing before her was indeed a peculiar experience, wasn't it? However, despite the identical appearance, the smile on that face was filled with deep-seated hatred, disgust, and resentment, reminding her of something named humanity that had been forgotten for centuries. No, Jean had lost that human emotion, but being in tune with her, she could sense the revenge that the other self was about to execute. With a sharp slap, Jean was sent flying, her magic drained, and she fell heavily onto the beach, struggling to raise her head to stop the other self. But the hatred in Black Jean's heart could not be easily obstructed. Taking a deep breath, the black-clad, short-haired Jean opened the tome of the Spiral City in front of everyone. The arcane grimoire, which should have been incomprehensible, was like a simple manual or telephone directory in her hands, flipping to the page she desired with her intent. With my hatred, my resentment as a sacrifice, burn, burn. Let everything burn and collapse. This flame gives me shape. For me, it is both a grave and a cradle, gathering all evil here. Let the world listen to the roar of our souls refined by hatred. When tyranny fills the world from all directions, when the brass tower shifts and time reshapes, When the three great blessings fail and the red tower trembles. When Duvat collapses due to loss of power and the white tower falls. When the snow tower shatters without a king and blood flows like rivers. Let us destroy everything. World Devourer. Wdrayal moron, o fraud du crosis. Nusanon sieve dynok arc dukin will boval ko marnal kinsen zakri, du kruziakokaron. The immense power made Black Jean feel exhilarated. She could clearly perceive the tome of the spiral city before her and the immense magic within her reopening a tunnel in the once stable space-time, connecting to an ancient and powerful existence. Buzz. A hum sounded as the soaring magic coalesced into a fine line, shooting vertically into the sky. Then it suddenly expanded into a space gate the size of kilometers. The first to reach out was a dragon claw, larger than the largest active aircraft carrier, followed by two equally massive front claws gripping the spatial rift and tearing it apart. An entity capable of tearing apart space was descending into this world. Ahead, seemingly occupying the entire heavens and earth, slowly emerged into this world. Every texture gleamed like obsidian, and the spines on its jaw that breathed dragon fire radiated sharp light. The cold-blooded eyes that slowly opened glimmered with a crimson hue, freezing the blood of everyone who saw it. The dual horns, reminiscent of the hellish demons described in scriptures, added a sinister aura to the giant dragon. It seemed to feel that its overly massive size delayed its passage through the spatial barrier of this world. So the giant dragon reduced its enormous form to several thousand meters. Yet, the oppressive feeling did not diminish in the slightest. Evacuate. You must leave here. This is a war you cannot participate in anymore. Jean held her flag to prop up her body, her words possessing a persuasive and commanding magic. Lady Saint, the Rice family is willing to die here. This was not flattery. Generations of Rice, nurtured by the dream world within the tome of the Spiral City, felt that any sacrifice they made was trivial compared to Lady Saint, and they were willing. Evacuate. Take everyone nearby and evacuate. Gil will be happy for you. Jean issued her command to Lapis, but did not look back at him. Her gaze was fixed on the giant dragon before her and the other half of herself. Is it you? Calling? The massive dragon stared at the seemingly fragile female human before it, who seemed like she could be blown away with a breath. Jean Dark. Alduin. Alduin, is it? I have no other requests. Come with me to destroy this place, to obliterate everything in sight. Black Jean still wore a somewhat crazed smile. Looking at Black Jean's frail body, Alduin found it amusing. When did the World Devourer become something summoned by such a weak human? No, so it was. As a demon god, he could sense a trace of a minuscule contract binding their bodies together. One could say that the woman before him was his anchor in this world, and he had become her symbiote. If the human before him were to die, he would return to the endless void. If he were to die or leave this world, the human before him would likely perish as well. Destruction, my specialty. Alduin stood on the sandy beach, straightened his body, and let out the first dragon roar in this world. The World Devourer roared. All things trembled. Time and space became ineffective, and chaos returned. He was no longer the dragon Alduin, once cast down from the divine pedestal into the mortal realm. Now he was a demon god, the master of the world's demise and the end times. With a dragon roar, this was the first true dragon roar in this world, causing all things to tremble, especially those weak native magical creatures, each terrified to the point of losing control, creating filth everywhere. Far off in Britain, what is that? With eyes filled with excitement. Unlike the somber-faced members of the Night Order, Moderate's eyes sparkled with bright light, his hand grasping his sword. She was incredibly excited, the warrior blood within her boiling. Respected World Devourer, the end of all things. The Red Dragon Aldavain, the leader of the dragons residing in the Dragon Palace, struggled to lift his head. He could clearly feel that Alduin was even more powerful now than when they had met in the previous world. The powerful presence was also felt by the Ranger King Hawksbiel, who was responsible for teaching elf archery in the capital of Coromii, likely forgotten by everyone else. He frowned as he looked in the direction of the aura, which was stronger than even the once most powerful five-element dragon leader. The Black Dragon King, Nefarious the World Destroyer. Let us go, Aldavain. We're going to battle. Aldavain looked helplessly at the eager Moderate. You are a king of hundreds of years. How can you lack the calmness of the once King Arthur? Waiting for Moderate to jump onto his back, Aldavain flapped his wings and shot into the sky. Alduin, I have also been progressing these thousands of years. Hey, the world is about to end. What are you doing? On the other side, in the tower of Busbatten, Nyarlathotep, with an excited face and completely unconcerned about the impending doom of the world. Tugged at Sivan's sleeve. Weston stirred the soup pot in front of him at a leisurely pace, savoring the aroma, as if analyzing whether each molecular combination was appropriate. He was more attuned to Alduin's presence than anyone else, but since the girl had suffered for hundreds of years and wanted to vent a little, he decided to let Alduin accompany her for some fun. Father, what exactly is a king? A king? It's your own belief. So, am I a qualified king? As she fell from a height of 1,000 meters and slowly sank into the deep sea, little Madret was engulfed in darkness. She couldn't even see the light filtering through the water surface. She had lost so terribly. No, rather than saying she lost, it was more accurate to say she was unilaterally beaten down. Simply put, Madret was full of fighting spirit, but she and Alduin clashed, resulting in a GG for Madret. She believed that if she weren't wearing the armor her uncle had crafted for her, she might not even have had the time to think wildly. She wondered how Alduin was doing. He was her summoned partner, not the massive dragon her father had left her. Just a single breath of dragon fire from the opponent, followed by a sweeping attack, and Alduin's sturdy leather armor shattered like the chocolate coating of a crispy ice cream cone that a child enjoys in summer. She was utterly unable to withstand that terrifying power. It felt as if she were Don Quixote, challenging windmills with a lance. And the result of her full-force strike was that she was easily flicked away by Alduin like a glass marble in a child's hand. Ha ha ha! Is this the King of Britain? Black Jean looked down with disdain, hovering above Alduin with her magical powers. Normally, Alduin would not allow any creature to stand atop his head, but since Jean had formed a contract with him, he could treat her as a part of himself. Black Jean transferred her manifestation back to the land beneath them. The entire coastline of Curlian looked beautiful now, with Alduin's dragon breath melting all the sand into glass. However, the core area remained liquid glass, upon which stood a woman radiating a sacred aura. Her bare feet seemed unconcerned with the scorching heat of the red. Still fluid glass beneath her, but the scorch marks on her linen garment, materialized from magic, clearly indicated the terrifying temperature. The golden smooth, an unblemished braid swayed gently behind the girl, carried by the heat waves. I have killed again, even without turning around. Jean could clearly sense that the area behind her for 1,000 meters was lifeless, with many victims having no chance to escape their souls, melted away by the lethal dragon breath. Sin, it's always like this. Clearly, she wanted to protect them, but each time she appeared, it only brought more slaughter and more scars to this land. The earth behind her had been gouged out by dragon breath, and the rocks, sand, and soil melted by the heat flowed slowly in the trenches, like the blood of the earth. This sin, let me use this body filled with sin to atone. Jean gazed at the massive devourer hovering high above, and at another self standing atop that world devourer. If she did well enough, could she perhaps resolve the resentment within another part of herself? But a sudden change in events diverted Jean's attention. I am the King of Britain, the Night King of the Round Table, the son of King Arthur. Feel Moderate's wrath. Her entire being became like a sharp sword, with her body merely an extension of the blade. With a shockwave formed from tons of seawater, that petite figure charged straight toward the 1,000-meter giant dragon in the sky. Although not present at the scene, the British wizards, relying on various magical tools and scrying spells, silently raised their hands, fists pressed against their hearts. God save our gracious king. Long live our noble king. God save the king. Send her victorious, happy and glorious. May heaven bless our king. That scene was forever etched in the minds of every watching wizard, as they would always remember the moment when the king, representing Britain, the red dragon soul, confronted the world devourer. Though the size disparity seemed ridiculous, like David against Goliath, or Don Quixote facing a giant windmill, the indomitable spirit and struggle engraved in their souls formed the foundation for the survival of this nation and its people. When the sound of metal clashing created a visible white shockwave that stirred the entire sea once more. This time, unlike before when Alduin had flicked away the little creature before him, his dragon claw was repelled, and the little creature thrust a sword straight toward his chest. Fool! Alduin does not teach the dragon's chest armor the strongest resilience. Looking at the little creature floating in midair, Alduin's massive dragon had displayed a mocking expression. He narrowed his crimson eyes, although his words and demeanor were mocking as a god of magic. He had acknowledged the current creature, for being able to repel one of his claws already made it stand out among its kind. Moderate's golden hair danced wildly in the raging sea wind, her face still radiating fervent confidence and fighting spirit as she gripped her great sword aimed at Alduin. Unfortunately, she could no longer speak. Her jaw was clenched so tightly that she might shatter her own teeth. The only way to endure the tearing pain in her arms and hands. Yal Torshul. This time it was not an ordinary dragon breath, but a powerful dragon roar fused with a storm of flames. The scorching, lava-like breath lit up the sky, including the resolute expression on Modred's face, which seemed utterly unshaken. As a king, even if the blood would never extinguish, one would never be a brute. Everything was calculated. Golden dots of light slowly and steadily emerged before her. A golden scabbard with blue patterns seemed to materialize before the eyes of the world. Under Avalon, all beings are equal. A person killed will not die. Bathed in the protection of Avalon, it felt as if her father was still before her. A radiant smile appeared on Modred's face. Avalon was not merely a defense. As a scabbard, Avalon's appearance brought her the handle of King Arthur's former sword, the Sword of Victory. Alduin's full-force dragon roar was unexpectedly blocked, and as his old strength waned and new strength had not yet been born, the little creature drew a magnificent great sword from the oddly shaped scabbard. I, Modred, swear, this sword is only for evil. With both hands raised high, holding the Sword of Victory, Modred's face blossomed with a smile that made heaven and earth feel ashamed. Excalibur. Huffed the long, thin sound of exhalation, Modred forcibly activated the heart of the red dragon hidden within her body, relying on that immense life force to transform it into magic power, unleashing the legendary techniques of King Arthur. However, although the blessings of the red dragon and the heart of the red dragon theoretically provided her with eternal life energy, which meant an inexhaustible supply of magic power, the conversion of life force into magic was not a trivial matter. It should be noted that extracting life force from flowing blood and injecting it into magical circuits was a life-threatening act. Even in Azeroth, where mages were everywhere and spellcasters were as common as dogs, only that group of masochistic warlocks would resort to such methods to replenish their magic. The towering light cannon gradually subsided, and everyone squinted their eyes, tried to locate the body of the massive devourer and observe the effects of that world-destroying strike. No, it didn't injure the dragon. As the light and shadow dissipated, the slow but rhythmically consistent sound of flapping wings struck at everyone's hearts. The black devourer seemed to be unharmed, except for a few wisps of smoke. How is this possible? How is this possible? This was Alduin's shock. Although he was indeed unscathed, in a sense, he had already died once from that creature's blow. As a world destroyer, he had always emphasized his defensive capabilities. Before reaching his current level of power, his strong defense ensured his ability to slay enemies through counterattacks. At every moment, he was enveloped in a layer of iridescent glaze under the sunlight. That thin glaze was his dragon soul armor condensed from magic power. That set of dragon soul armor, almost as indestructible as his true form, had completely shattered, turning into chaotic magic currents that stirred the heavens and earth. The clouds rolled, and the white clouds changed shape. Under the sunlight, the knight and the dragon stood in confrontation. It is often heard that people complain about why such high-end duels resemble turn-based combat in the Muggle world as video games. You throw a punch, I kick. You unleash a light cannon, I cast a ground wave. In fact, every top-level powerhouse who can reach their respective ceilings in their worlds fights like this. Only the lowest-tier muscle-bound races would develop high-end combat, yet remain obsessed with physical strikes. Such races might occasionally produce one or two exceptionally talented individuals. But when it comes to a decisive battle, they could be easily obliterated by a proficient energy ball from Star Annihilation Cannon before they even realize it. One must not always think that physical strikes represent the highest truth, the gathering, locking, and redirecting of magic power, especially controlling magic power above the legendary level, can be just as difficult as martial arts, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as akin to 1,000 pounds suspended on a silk thread. Of course, this does not entirely negate the beauty and training difficulty of close combat. The elegance of close combat is still very high. Modred gritted her teeth, slowly calming the now completely unbalanced torrent of magic power within her. After just unleashing her ultimate move, she was too eager to replenish her magic power, causing some turbulence. Although she had reached a very powerful level in the past century, to quote the Ranger King Hawksbear from Azeroth, Modred was now at a legendary combat level. While still mortal, she could stand a chance against weaker demigods. However, as a king who had slept for centuries, her practical combat experience on such a simple planet was far too limited, likely just accumulated from her experiences during battles with her father, Artoria Pendragon, a millennium ago. The King of Britain, standing on the back of the World Devourer, the Black Jean D'Arc's smirk grew increasingly mad. She knew that this one was not the superficial British royalty. The Carlotta dynasty had completely faded from people's sight with the death of King Arthur over 1,000 years ago. But being burned alive on a pyre by the English was no pleasant experience. This resentment and hatred would return some interest to you. In just a few breaths, the clear sky that Madret had just cleaved was once again shrouded in darkness. The overwhelming magical patterns spread rapidly, centered around Black Jean d'Arc like a flood, quickly condensing into thick clouds of magic power in the sky. The game has begun. Ah ha ha ha. The twisted smile and sharp laughter, reminiscent of a death knell from hell, spread across the sky as the magical array poured down a rain of magical bullets over France. Of course, a portion of the magical bullets locked onto Madret, who floated in midair. Madret felt inexplicably melancholic. She was not old enough to forget the girl in front of her, especially with that familiar, obvious aura about her. It must be painful. Clearly, she had given everything for her country and those people, leaving her homeland at a young age and abandoning her identity as a woman to ride into battle. Yet, she was suspected of overshadowing her lord with her achievements. Her route of action betrayed, tortured by the enemy, and ultimately burned alive at the stake. Truly a good deal, rounding up all of Jean's commanders and soldiers, expanding their influence by leveraging the sympathy of the grieving, and then organizing to clear the names of the dead to win hearts. She deserved it. Although she did not witness it firsthand, she heard of how Charles VII and the French bishops were later granted immortality by someone, then pierced with a wooden stake from below, treated with the same burning punishment as witches, and their corpses left to rot in Paris until the time of Napoleon. How interesting, how interesting. Observing Madret, Black Jean d'Arc suddenly discovered something like a treasure. She pointed at Madret and seemed to say something to the dragon Alduin, temporarily halting her attack on Madret. With her crescent-shaped eyes, the dark golden gaze fixated on this British king before her. Such a familiar feeling. Another person suppressing their inner darkness with mental strength. No, the darkness within this British king was even greater than that of her previous Jean. Hey, don't you people know this basic common knowledge? Black Jean d'Arc's sharp voice was like a steel knife scraping glass. In this world, for every ray of light, there is hidden a corresponding darkness. One of her eyes squinted as a stream of blood tears flowed down her pale cheek. As she waved the black flag in her hand, Madret suddenly felt her vision obstructed. Looking around, the entire world fell into darkness. All she could perceive was her own heartbeat. On this day, standing on both sides of the English and French coasts, or through various means peering into the battlefield, the wizards felt a tremendous impact on their hearts. Many fell into a state of despair, and many walked down extreme paths because they had never imagined that magic could reach such a level of combat. Compared to this battle, everything they had experienced before seemed like child's play. Madret stood in midair, seemingly left with only her own heartbeat in the world. Thump, thump, thump. The patterns of blood began to spread from her heart of the red dragon throughout her body. The enchanting red blood patterns intertwined with strands of black. They continued to spread until they reached her jaw and finally stopped. Compared to Joan of Arc, the resentment and pain that Madret has harbored for merely 500 years is nothing compared to the nearly 1,500 years buried deep within her heart. Even the shallowest darkness has now descended into the abyss. The only clarity in her mind comes from the long sword in her hand. The oath of victory sword granted to her by her father before his death. Like a struggle before death, memories of her past emerge. From her childhood following Morgan Le Fay, hiding within heavy armor to meet her revered father. Meanwhile, in a corner of the European continent, a woman cloaked in a hood, carrying a massive canvas taller than herself, slowly raises her head, turning it towards the direction of the magical eruption. Has this world reached such a point? Serana sighs. Although she belongs to an ascended life form, although this planet is not the continent she once fought for, she still steps forward. Her powerful magic propelling her from the farthest edge of Europe to the center of battle in an instant. With a pale face devoid of any expression, she gazes at the giant dragon before her, Alduin, the World Eater. What a familiar scene. Alduin does not unleash his breath attack immediately like a mindless boss. Instead, he cautiously hovers in the air, seemingly pondering. Long time no see, Alduin. I didn't expect your resurrection due to Tamriel's ascension. Her cold voice carries no emotion. It sends a chill through everyone around her. Serana. Alduin beats his wings violently, his long, steel-like tail cracking the air with a sonic boom, reflecting his current impatience. Cloaked beneath her cape, Serana reaches towards her back, a simple motion that tenses Alduin's entire being, visibly concentrating flames, as if his body is on the verge of elemental transformation. Let's go, Alduin. This world is not ours. Return to Tamriel as your world-eater self. The once mortal enemies. They now share a strange sense of kinship, as if old friends are meeting after a long time apart. The golden light from the scroll in Serana's hand captures everyone's attention. Even in its sealed state, its true form obscured. Onlookers feel an odd premonition that this scroll is the nexus of the world's fate. I remember you. Modred stares at the suddenly appearing woman. Memories drifting like smoke, 1,000 years gone in an instant. Yet some people and events are not easily forgotten. This peculiar woman had been by her uncle's side since her earliest memories, so much so that they seemed to have just coincidentally crossed paths. Yet when her father passed away and Modred fell into slumber, it was this woman who accompanied her uncle as he departed. Later, according to the dark lines of the Coromai dynasty, this woman traveled across all of Britain with her uncle, ultimately helping oppressed wizards in the Scottish Highlands establish the wizarding community of Hogsmeade and Hogwarts Castle. Modred even has the feeling that this woman's encounter with her uncle predates her father's meeting with him. Little girl from the Pendragon family. Serana looks down on Modred, ignoring her greeting. Her gaze sweeps across the battlefield, and as she raises her hand, a chilling stillness envelopes time and space, concentrating in her palm. Such a level of magical power, such a quantity of magic gathering. What astonishes everyone even more is that this ice sphere does not target Alduin, but instead encases Joan, standing on the shore, entirely within a crystal forged of ice. Such a worry, wanting to martyr herself at the slightest disagreement, turning into a red lotus flame to burn her enemies. She needs to calm down, is Serana's evaluation of the French saint. TCH. The Black Joan, standing atop Alduin, appears displeased, her eyes narrowing into vacant slits as she locks onto the suddenly powerful woman. Who is this woman to his majesty? The Dragonborn is here. This is not a question. Upon seeing Serana, Alduin has roughly guessed the situation. After all, Serana once climbed to the highest peak alongside the Dragonborn, the one who caused his downfall. Seemingly displeased, Alduin flaps his wings, unleashing countless meteors formed from the magic radiating from his horns, wings, and back, raining down like a celestial firestorm upon the land and cities behind them. Why do you choose to continue aiding the Dragonborn, even after what he has done to you? Alduin's question flows more smoothly, as if upon seeing an old acquaintance, causing Serana's expression to darken. Shut up, Alduin. For the first time, a ripple of emotion crosses Serana's frosty face as she glares at Alduin, her scroll about to unfurl. She is determined to banish Alduin, even at a cost she might not be able to bear, for that secret cannot be known by anyone. A silver hand grips the ancient scroll. The runes of fate once again bound within its confines, her silver hair and light blue armor with silver highlights, along with a familiar feeling. Serana halts the unfolding of the ancient scroll, lowering her head without making eye contact with the figure appearing beside her. Alduin, finish what you started. Alduin's loathsome massive head surprisingly displays an expression that could be called a smile. Ah, the last Dragonborn, the savior of Tamriel, the revered Sylvan lore. You truly do not know, do you? The reason Serana became a vampire, the reason she is called the daughter of Cold Harbor, is because of you, former Daedric prince, Molagbal, Sylvan, with great difficulty, turns his head towards Serana, the vampire princess who has accompanied him for countless years. Serana does not look at him, the heart-wrenching silence confirming Alduin's words. Serana, a rare pure-blood vampire, known as the daughter of Cold Harbor. The birth of the daughter of Cold Harbor can only occur in one way, through the most brutal violation and abuse by the Daedric Prince Molagbal, struggling between life and death, unable to die, even watching her own body suffer various atrocities. No, Serana. Serana has always claimed she was transformed by the vampire lord, the one they killed together, Lord Hacken. Just as in the past, Sylvan realizes that Sylvan was pushed into the abyss by their most trusted friend. He completely collapses. Sylvan has vanished. After a long time, the stagnant air ripples once more, as if a stone has been thrown into a calm lake. A graceful figure breaking through the barriers of space to arrive in this land of turmoil. She gazes at the ravaged earth and coast, her silver hair flowing freely in the sea breeze and magical tide. Unlike Modred or the Black Joan, who fly in the air, the newly appeared woman stands on the water surface, showing no magical fluctuations, yet able to walk on water. Furong Delaquille, her bright blue eyes seem somewhat dimmed. She raises her right hand, gently waving it back and forth in the air, as if trying to grasp something within it. Soon, everyone present realized the purpose of her action. The black Jean, Madrid, and the still silent Serena all landed on the ground, surrounding her. In addition to them, even Jean, who had been frozen by Serena, and Morgan Le Fay, who was lurking in the distance, appeared. There was no need for a second action. The seemingly indestructible icy crystals surrounding Jean silently scattered to the ground. They had no capacity for resistance, not even sensing the fluctuations in space. Each of them had reached the ceiling of abilities in this world, or at least could see the existence of that ceiling. Raising her head, her blue eyes swept over Alduin in the air, and her cherry lips slightly parted. Leave this world. As the magical deity and supreme combat power of Tamriel. Alduin's body tensed as he took a deep breath, but he didn't even have the opportunity to deliver a classic villain's farewell line. It was completely outside the realm of spatial rules. Alduin's recently restored massive body, which spanned thousands of meters, transformed into smoke in an instant. The howling wind swept away the magical currents in the air, and the tense battlefield suddenly revealed a clear sky for miles, with sunlight pouring down once more. In the blink of an eye, everyone at the scene found themselves in a classic dining room. Layers of crystal chandeliers illuminated the entire room, and a long table occupying the center was set with plates polished to reflect everyone's appearance and silver cutlery. Sitting quietly in their seats, everyone was fixed in place after entering this room, partly due to the pressure from the unfamiliar woman, and partly because each of them had intricate connections with the missing Siwen, needing some time to calm their emotions. French vegetable soup wearing soft slippers. Furong gently placed an enameled container in front of the black and white Jean, who were sitting side by side. He was busy making this before. He wanted to apologize to you. He told me that since the girl has grievances in her heart, let her vent for a while. Gently lifting the lid, there was no golden glow, but a continuous aroma arose from the vegetables and pork, which had been carefully cooked for several hours. The black Jean seemed to remain silent, while the real Jean trembled as she looked at the French mixed vegetable soup on the table. Reminiscent of when she was a village girl and Morgan Le Fay made it for her. Like the first time she entered the Europa Palace and enjoyed that scent at the Emperor's banquet. Classic French dishes and rare ingredients from different dimensions soon filled the entire table. As if recalling something, Furong looked towards Madrid and Morgan Le Fay sitting on the other side. She gently clapped her hands, as she also would use the most profound divine art, Thousand Faces. This spell allowed Siwen to present different appearances in front of different people, even in the same scene. For instance, when the French saw him at the Nicolam's house, he was the Emperor of Europa, while Furong saw Siwen. After a moment of blurriness, the image of the silver-haired girl in front of them suddenly changed entirely. She wore a soft, white home outfit, her golden hair tied back in a ponytail naturally cascading down her back, and her emerald-like eyes exuded an imposing majesty that made one submit. The only oddity being a strand of hair that swayed slightly on her forehead. Father. Madrid's thoughts shifted from Siwen back to the woman in front of him. Even after a millennium and a half, she would dare to say that even if 10,000 years had passed, she would never forget the visage and voice of the person in front of her. You did well, little M.O., and long time no see, Morgan. Furong glanced at the twin-like black and white Jean sitting over there, a familiar aura indeed, including Madrid's aura as well, revealing that when they were born, Morgan Le Fay had referenced the soul of that King Arthur. Furong cut into the roasted meat in front of her, the careful cooking and sharp blade slicing through it as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. Thin slices of roasted meat, still emitting the sizzling sound of cooking, were placed on each person's plate by Furong. The bright red sour berry sauce removed the greasiness from the meat, adding a refreshing fruity sweetness. Other than Furong, who couldn't eat because she had to serve everyone present, only Madrid sitting beside Morgan Le Fay began to enjoy this feast. Only you. Not only did he not expect you to go, I didn't either. There was no special meal prepared for Serana, but Furong still arranged some exquisite plating for her. Serana's body suddenly trembled like an old television with poor signal, even showing some static-like noise. Even the colors of her body and clothing had become somewhat faded. Her crimson eyes, bright as rubies, met Furong's gaze. Diorigina, Artoria Pendragon, Mancy, Furong Drackle. One by one, familiar or unfamiliar names drew the attention of everyone present. They looked at Serana and Furong, sensing a mysterious aura spreading between the two. As a vampire, tears were a luxury. Yet 2 lines of scarlet blood tears flowed from the corners of Serana's eyes. She gently stroked the edge of the plate, lowering her head to try to see her reflection in the plate, that image which seemed illusory and gave her no sense of reality. A broken smile appeared on the face of the vampire princess, who had survived through 2 epochs, yet mostly maintained a cold indifference. "We are merely a fragment of your lingering soul, aren't we, Siwyn?" There was no hatred, no resentment. Her tone as flat as if stating what they had for dinner. The golden beach received the crystal-clear sea water in an endless cycle of impact, with waves crashing repeatedly on the shore, quietly retreating. The ocean stretched infinitely, from the clear transparency nearby to the deep blue where the sea met the sky in the distance. Siwyn sat quietly on the beach, and behind him, the silver-haired girl pouted playfully, resting her chin on Siwyn's shoulder, occasionally wiggling as she hugged him. Just like a little cat fluffing up, the silver-haired girl suddenly jumped up, trembling and looking at the person quietly standing behind them. Furong Drackle, or rather, Siwyn, the heart whisperer. Pia. A loud slap sent Siwyn flying from where he sat, touching his cheek as he just stood up. Pia. Well, now he had a slap on each side, perfectly balanced, concealing the harmonious beauty of the cosmic balance. His head was buzzing. Siwyn was no longer the god with a perfect divine body, who could annihilate and reshape the world in the blink of an eye. He was now just a mortal body, well, slightly stronger than a mortal. Staggering to his feet, that delicate, pink, jade-like hand made intimate contact with Siwyn's face once more, and Siwyn was sent flying again. Pia. Wow. A perfect 720-degree spin in the air. Nyarlathotep, beside them, clenched her small fist, seemingly wanting to cheer, but secretly glanced at Furong beside her, swallowing her words back down. I'm not sure how many times I've been knocked around. In the end, Shimin had no strength left to stand. He squinted his bloated eyes, staring blankly at the sky. The familiar ceiling, but it was the wrong familiar sky. The gentle face of Furong Delacour, her azure eyes seemingly reflecting Shimin's soul, looked tenderly at him, standing beside Shimin. She gently bent down, sat on him, and leaned in as if to kiss, her silver hair cascading down to Shimin's chest. Unfortunately, there was no benefit to it. A cold, soft hand pressed against Shimin's chest, while the other made a small fist and struck him squarely in the nose, causing blood to gush out. His nose bent to one side, as if a sauce shop had opened, with salty, sour, and spicy flavors spilling out. Good hit. Shimin's words made Furong's eyes widen in surprise. He dared to speak back. Miss Furong raised her fist and struck Shimin at the edge of his eye, causing the skin to split, dark blood to burst forth, as if a colorful fabric shop had opened, with red, black, and purple colors blooming. This time, Shimin fell silent, staring blankly at Furong, bracing himself for the blow, but it only made Furong more furious. You don't even reflect on yourself. Furong landed another punch right on Shimin's temple, creating a sound like a full temple's percussion instruments ringing out. He's dead. Nyarlathotep, covering her face with her hands, dared to peek through her fingers at the scene, stepping forward several times, but not daring to stop the enraged Furong. Shimin felt the world spinning, and Furong seemed to multiply into dozens of versions, constantly moving and swirling above him. The roaring noise in his ears never ceased. Furong looked at the back of her hand, where the delicate skin had already cracked, especially at the knuckles, as the strong force she had used to strike had also recoiled on herself. What do you think you can hide? Or how long do you think you can hide? Seeing that Shimin still seemed not fully awake, Furong stood up, grabbed him, and plunged his head down into the water. Watching the bubbles diminish, she exerted a slight force, flicked her wrist, and tossed Shimin back onto the beach. Looking at Furong Delacour, Shimin couldn't suppress the feeling of collapse surging in his heart once more. He could no longer make up for what he had done in the past. That was the most despairing thing. You think you found me? Furong's words finally helped Shimin regain some clarity. He silently listened to her continued words. Have you thought about hiding on Apple Island, acting as if you were uninvolved? Have you considered what would happen if, in a world ruled by Chite, I, alone and reborn, were discovered for my true identity because of your inaction? Chite, their dear friend, the legendary empress of the Second Era, who personally pushed Shiyun into the lava abyss to her death. That woman shared not a single similarity with their ideals. Chite had always believed that as a superior, one could communicate with those lower beings, but must remember that those people are merely tools in one's hands. The foundation and legal authority of Chite's rule stemmed entirely from the contributions of Shimin and Shiyun. If she were to learn that Shiyun was still alive, she would likely seek to obliterate Shiyun's soul immediately. Nyarlathotep, behind, felt a chill run through her body. She shivered and wrapped her arms around herself, trying to gain some warmth. She knew the ending of the story, that Empress had been brought down by Shiyun's revenge. Shimin looked at Furong, or rather, at Shiyun, the woman who had accompanied him for so long, so familiar and dear to him, his beloved. Every time he wanted to save her, to help her, it always ended in tragedy. Shiyun's death was due to his demands, his arrangements. Shiyun, who was supposed to be protected by Nyarlathotep, ended up being escorted by Chait. He thought that by being with Nyarlathotep, who looked like Shiyun, he could draw the enemy's attention away, allowing the harmless Chait and Shiyun to escape. But he never expected to receive the news of Shiyun's death. The more despairing thing was that until he learned the truth of this matter, he had wholeheartedly helped Chait carve a bloody path in the apocalypse, step by step reaching that position. Back then, perhaps he should not have, lost in his thoughts. Shimin was once again jolted back to reality by a friendly punch to his ear, as if the loudest wails and heavy metal noise had simultaneously exploded in a karaoke bar. However, it did have an effect, pulling Shimin back from his chaotic thoughts. Looking at Furong Delacour, watching her with gritted teeth, her anger bubbling over. Shimin wanted to raise his hand, but found he didn't even have the strength to do so, only managing to whisper softly, "I'm sorry, Shiyun." The girl's movements paused slightly, seemingly touched, her blue eyes misty, and her expression softened. "Shimin?" Shimin turned his face toward Furong, watching her approach with a smile. "Go to hell." The righteous Iron Hammer. This time, Shimin truly lost consciousness. Watching Shimin, who had been beaten to a pulp, Avalon, the paradise in ancient Welsh legends, the land of bliss, with various names like the Island of Blessings and the Island of Divine Favor. But this island had an even older name, Apple Island. The trees here weren't ordinary apple trees. The towering trees reaching up to the clouds were the most striking features of the island. Every person who saw them would marvel at their grandeur, akin to heaven and earth, and the floating runes surrounding the giant trees. The drifting runes recorded all the wisdom, civilization, technology, and history of the world from its creation to the future. In ancient Greek history, this was the endpoint of Hercules' 12 labors, just to pluck the golden apple from above. In ancient Egyptian history, this was God's Eden, where humble humanity received God's grace from the Eden, awakening their ignorant eyes with the wisdom fruit from the apple tree, allowing them to see the world with wisdom. The giant tree branched out into numerous distinct limbs, which separated yet intertwined, filled with fruits of various colors. Black fruits of understanding, gray fruits of wisdom, red fruits of power, golden fruits of charisma, blue fruits of kindness, green fruits of victory, purple fruits of foundation, rainbow-colored fruits of kingdoms. And at the very center of the trunk, there hung a single fruit, seemingly non-existent in this world. Difficult to observe from this surface world, the particle fruit. Crack. Talking about useless things, aren't fruits just meant to be eaten? Nyarlathotep, covered in cold sweat, was suppressed by Furong's aura beside her and could only obediently hold the apples Furong had picked, watching her take a bite of the particle fruit. The very foundation of this world. Arno, is it really okay? Nyarlathotep cautiously tried to offer a gentle reminder. It's okay. This is actually quite tasty, with a crunch and rich juice and a sweet flavor. Furong took another big bite, leaving only 2/3 of the poor fruit, and the jagged bite seemed to accuse it of having suffered some inhumane treatment. Furong suddenly thought of that thief from back in the day, the half-human, half-god Heracles, who dared to steal the golden apple from Foodie King, with just a gentle strike. Diora had nearly beaten Heracles to death, and then tossed him to Cerberus as a midnight snack. Touching the broad trunk of this giant tree, her gaze seemed to pierce through the void. In another timeline, even in a fleeting dream, the embodiment of Bedivere still protected that king, returning from the battlefield of corpses and blood, finding peace beneath this tree. How interesting. It seemed she suddenly understood something, as the corners of Furong's naturally smiling face lifted slightly, and her dimples became more pronounced, looking quite happy. Is this what you want to accomplish? An apple core hit the dazed Shiwen on the head. Shiwen touched his head, his dark circles evident as he propped himself up, looking towards Furong in the distance. The young lady sat under the tree, and although the lush, soft grass was already a perfect carpet, she still spread a coat on the ground. Her white stockings extended along her slender legs to the tops of her thighs, and she swung her foot back and forth while leaning forward, gazing at Shiwen. Shiwen seemed to have no intention of getting up. He just lay there stiffly, looking at the familiar sky. though he could only see a patch of it directly above him. Due to being near the sea, Shiwen was actually on the outer edge of the Apple Island barrier. All he could see was the ocean, with mist from the marsh enveloping the area, creating a special separation between the space of this island and the world they inhabited, in a state of superposition of connection and detachment. What a familiar setting. His hand hung down, feeling the soft touch of the grass brushed by the gentle breeze. His emerald eyes dimly gazed at the land before him. The Misty Forest, is it? The Misty Forest is such a magical continent. Its origins and the time of its birth are unknown even to Shiwen, as his memories now only extend back to the beginning of the First Era and the start of Xian. The Misty Forest will extend, linking to those worlds designated as still salvageable. After those worlds ascend, the mortal beings and things worthy of salvation will be upgraded to eternity. With the power of the Misty Forest, as long as they are willing to pay a sufficient price, they can keep their cherished people and worlds in a state of preservation, no longer worrying about the corrosion from forces coming from the void and the abyss. Whether it's Shiwen, the Sistralo stationed in Siberia, or the Nephilim he once encountered from another world, they are like generals on a distant expedition or explorers of the Age of Discovery, reaching one world after another, ultimately assigning ratings and evaluations to each. Not every world is worth cherishing, nor does every world have people worth valuing. It can be said that most worlds ultimately spend their time in mediocrity, eventually entering destruction in a manner that aligns with mortal understanding. As the so-called Big Bang or cosmic cycles over hundreds of billions or trillions of years are merely a fleeting moment in an era. However, it doesn't mean that just because they believe a world is worth saving or preserving, they can recklessly increase access to the Misty Forest. After that, the world must undergo a test to demonstrate its sufficient value. This test is the invasion that Shiwen must await. An unspecified time, an unknown type of invasion, pose an extremely terrifying challenge to any world guardian. For instance, when preparing for an invasion of alien creatures with a large amount of steel and metal tools, only to be met with the Frost World, where the entire world lost the sun overnight, leaving only a white expanse, even the former tropics buried under a thick layer of snow, and the sky filled with relentless, biting cold winds and blizzards. Temperatures below minus tens of degrees, or even minus 100 degrees, are extremely despairing for any civilization branch that has not developed to a mid-level civilization. Before breaking free from primitive energy, no civilization can survive in such harsh conditions, not even by digging like a mole. And now, what Shiwen wants to do is actually create a pseudo-world similar to the Misty Forest. Synopsis: it tells the story of a new friend who moved to Jinlu Road before Harry's enrollment, bringing joy to Harry and changes to the world.